3 meals a day, chickens squawking and dogs barking. How many people lose everything in life, spending their entire existence chasing vast fortunes, only to forget that the essence of living is simply 3 meals and the turning of the 4 seasons. On his deathbed, billionaire Liu Hai remained clear-eyed. Through all his wealth and glory, what he could never forget was the lard rice ball she made for him back in those impoverished days. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn in 1981, on the very day she jumped into the river. This time, he vowed to truly savor life, to cherish the woman he loved, his family, his brothers, and live fully, freely, and without regret. Chapter 1. You want to eat my inheritance? Not a chance. Only after standing at life's peak, tasting the flavors of the mortal world, and experiencing every shade of human existence, can one truly awaken and understand that life is nothing more than 3 meals a day and the turning of seasons. The greatest joy is simply having the people you love by your side. It has nothing to do with how much wealth you have. Liu Hai was the founder of Hongqi Group in southern China. Over a lifetime as vast as mountains and rivers, he rode the winds of China's reform and opening up era and amassed a fortune worth over 10 billion yuan. Recently, someone wrote a biography about him, portraying his entrepreneurial journey as unbearably arduous, heroic, tragic, and tear-jerking. A month ago, he was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. Society erupted in shock not only because of his illness, but because he had never married and had no children. Immediately, fierce infighting broke out within his company. Everyone was scheming, eager to eat his Jehudo, claim his inheritance since he had no direct heirs. Even the old janitor came running, claiming they were distant relatives after checking his family tree. We shared ancestors 500 years ago. Even stray dogs on the street suddenly seemed to feel kinship with him. He saw through their hypocrisy. On this day, Liu Hai lay on his deathbed. Outside his hospital room, executives gathered once again. They all knew Liu Hai trusted only his secretary, Xiao Yun, so they sent her in to coax out his final words. She brought in the biography someone had written about him. After reading it for a while, Liu Hai shook his head weakly. This was written by a flatterer. In those days, as long as you had guts, even if you were a fool, you could make money. Our wealth was just the dividend of the times. It wasn't nearly as hard as he made it sound. If I could be reborn, he murmured, eyes distant, I'd rather stay by her side, watch the morning smoke curl from village chimneys, sit together before our thatched hut at dusk, watching the sky blaze red, and in autumn, wander through the hills behind our home, lost in seas of crimson maple leaves. Back then, hunger was normal, but we lived freely, clearly. That kind of life was the truest. Xiao Yun frowned inwardly. Why do rich people always yearn for simple, humble lives at the end? Is it guilt? Isn't being rich good enough? After a pause, she asked softly, Mr. Liu, the her you keep mentioning, was she very beautiful? Very, he smiled tenderly. The lard rice balls she made, I'll never forget them my whole life. Lard rice balls? Xiao Yun blurted. Aren't those bad for you? The news says lard causes high cholesterol, high blood pressure, high triglycerides, it's full of fat. You don't know squat. Liu Hai rolled his eyes. Our ancestors ate lard for thousands of years. How did it become toxic waste in your generation's eyes? In those days, getting even a single bite of lard, do you have any idea how precious that was? Knowing the old man's temper, Xiao Yun quickly changed the subject to avoid scolding. The whole company envies her, someone who earned a lifetime of longing from a man like you. You must treated her incredibly well back then. Did I treat her well? Liu Hai closed his eyes. His mind drifted back to that impoverished era. In 1978, his father, Liu Jiangwo, brought home a girl his age. He wanted Liu Hai's older brother, Liu Jun, to enter a sham marriage with her. His brother refused, argued fiercely with their father, and left home. 3 months later, word came he'd been killed in a brawl far away. Months after that, consumed by guilt, their father passed away too. From 1979 onward, only 3 remained in the household. Liu Hai, his unwed sister-in-law, Dong Xinyu, and his younger sister, Liu Qing. Liu Hai blamed Dong Xinyu for both deaths. He resented her deeply and sank into idleness, stealing chickens, causing trouble, doing nothing useful. All the while, Dong Xinyu alone tilled the few acres of land newly allocated under the household responsibility system, silently supporting the 2 siblings through sheer grit and sacrifice. Xiao Yun noticed Liu Hai had fallen silent and panicked. Has Mr. Liu passed? There are dozens outside waiting for his last words about the 10 billion yuan estate. If I don't get the will, they'll fire me. She nervously reached toward his nose to check for breath. Lots of people outside are hoping I die, aren't they? Liu Hai suddenly spoke. Xiao Yun jumped, bowing her head instantly. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. No need. he whispered, his voice fading. Xiaoyan, how long have you been my secretary? 3 years, sir. Liu Hai looked at her timid demeanor. She never knew why He had chosen her. It was simply because she looked exactly like Dong Xinyu. 3 years gone in the blink of an eye. He took a labored breath. Turn on your recorder. Take my final instructions. Xiaoyan froze, glancing instinctively at the executives outside the door, their hearts pounding in their throats, pacing like ants on a hot pan. She switched on the recorder. Liu Hai said, effective immediately, you are the chief asset administrator of the company. I'm giving you 100 million yuan, but you must do a few things for me. First, fire every single wolf at the door. Prosecute them for embezzlement. If they deserve 1 year in prison, spend whatever it takes to make sure they rot in jail for life. Those bastards, they swallowed my wealth. Now they'll spit it all back up, clean and complete. Second, liquidate all my assets and establish a charitable foundation dedicated entirely to supporting rural farmers. The group's legal counsel will assist you. Don't be afraid, won't betray you. I gave that kid 200 million. He swore, from today on, you're my father, will visit your grave every Qingming festival. Xiaoyan stood stunned, staring at the dying man clinging to his last breath. But Mr. Liu, this. Go announce it. I'm tired, I want to sleep. Liu Hai closed his eyes. In his mind appeared Dong Xinyu, working in the fields, turning back with a glance so breathtakingly beautiful. Outside, the executives had heard everything. Terrified, they burst into the room. Chaos erupted. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A rooster stood on Liu Hai's chest, crowing toward rows of thatched huts. Liu Hai groggily opened his eyes, slapped his head hard, and blinked. Lush green hills surrounded him. Smoke curled gently from low, straw-roofed houses in the distance. He scanned his surroundings and jolted upright. Reborn. Seeing several large roosters strutting nearby, his brain exploded. This is Ponqing Village. Is it 1981? On this very day in 1981, he and Yang Sandu had stolen a chicken from the neighboring village, stewed it, drank some liquor, and then, confused and restless, had lured Dong Xinyu, who was working in the fields, up to the hills behind the village. Villagers had witnessed it. In 1981 rural China, morals were strict. Though everyone knew Dong Xinyu was only his nominal sister-in-law, the scandal of a younger brother sleeping with his sister-in-law was unthinkable. Rumors spread like wildfire. Unable to bear the shame, Dong Xinyu cooked one last meal at around 2 p.m. Lard rice balls, kept warm in the pot. She cleaned the house thoroughly, then walked to the Hongqi River behind their home and jumped in. Liu Hai remembered vividly. That afternoon, Head napped at the foot of the hill. When he woke, he was already planning to steal those roosters for dinner until villagers found him, shouting. Xinyu jumped in the river. The world went dark. From that day on, he lived his entire life drowning in guilt and regret. No time to marvel at his second chance. Liu Hai shot to his feet and sprinted toward the Hongqi River Bridge. Is this really 1981? Is this the year when you're still alive? 1 minute. 2 minutes. After leaping over a ditch, he saw 2 figures standing on the Hongqi River Bridge. And one of them was the woman Head yearned for his entire previous life. Dong Xinyu. Chapter 2. Beating the enemy to a pulp. What, you want to jump again? Trying to scare who? Don't play innocent with me. You've definitely slept together before, no marriage, no ceremony. I knew you two were sneaking around. In his past life, Liu Hai always believed Dong Xinyu had jumped alone in despair. But now he realized the truth. That day, after cleaning the house, she had gone out to call him home for dinner. On her way across the Hongqi River Bridge, she ran into Wang Taohong, a gossiping, vindictive woman who hated Liu Hai. Wang Taohong hurled cruel insults at her until Dong Xinyu's spirit shattered and she jumped. Now, cornered and trembling, Dong Xinyu stood with her head bowed, staring at the rushing river below. I didn't, the girl whispered, biting her lip, tears streaming. She dared not reveal the truth. If she said Liu Hai tricked her, Wang would report him to the police and get him jailed. But if she denied it, the village would brand her a loose woman forever. Overwhelmed, she turned toward the bridge edge, 1 foot dangling over the water. At that critical moment, Liu Hai lunged forward and yanked her back. Don't jump. He'll marry you properly, proudly, for all to see. Then he whirled around and kicked Wang Taohong square in the chest. Thud! Wang flew backward and crashed onto a fresh pile of cow dung. But Liu Hai wasn't done. He grabbed her head, ready to slap her, then saw her face smeared in manure and couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, he ground her face deep into the dung. You think I didn't know you've been bullying my precious Xinyu in the fields whenever I wasn't looking? You worthless trash, did you really think I wouldn't kill you once I found out? Dong Xinyu stood frozen, stunned, speechless. Precious? He called me his precious? But he always walked away when he saw me being bullied. Why is he calling me that now? How can he say something so sappy? It was 1981. People spoke conservatively, modestly. Words like precious were almost unheard of. Yet this reborn Liu Hai blurted out a modern pet name the moment they met, leaving Dong Xinyu utterly bewildered. In her memory, Liu Hai had always hated her, blaming her for his brother's and father's deaths. But now seeing him furiously rubbing Wang's face in Dong. Was he really angry because I was hurt? Gag. Wang Taoong retched, sobbing in misery. Just as she gasped for air, fearing another smear. She dropped to her knees. Liu Hai, I'm sorry. I admit I wanted to get back at you, but I never thought she'd actually jump. Slap. Liu Hai cut her off with another strike. Even Dong Xinyu winced. Liu Hai calmed slightly, still gripping Wang's hair, and turned to Dong Xinyu. Does this upset you? Dong Xinyu frowned slightly. Don't hit her anymore. Liu Hai released Wang instantly. Don't worry. He'll deal with you slowly. I've got all the time in the world. Today's just the beginning. In his past life, had believed Dong Xinyu jumped out of pure despair. Now he knew. It was Wang Taohong's cruelty that pushed her over the edge. Even reborn as an old soul, his lips trembled at the memory. Rage burned endlessly in his chest. If Wang Taohong and her family didn't suffer horribly in this life, what was the point of his rebirth? Call it impulsive? Fine. But this grudge could never stay calm about. Wang finally caught her breath, vomiting violently. In those days, people were always half-starved, so there was nothing in her stomach but bile. As she staggered toward the river to wash off, Liu Hai slapped her again. Remember what I said? Why, yes. I'm sorry. I really am. Wang sobbed, snot, and tears mixing so wretched she wished he'd just throw her into the river. Satisfied, Liu Hai let her go and grabbed Dong Xinyu's hand. Come with me. Well, what for? Dong Xinyu's mind was still reeling. I'm going to give you a proper reckoning, a public one. Liu Hai declared. Why? She tried to pull away. They weren't married, holding hands openly would spark more rumors. But Liu Hai said nothing, just held firm. He knew, if he didn't settle this today, others would keep insulting her behind his back. He would declare his stance in front of the whole village. After they left, Wang Taohong plunged into the river, scrubbing and retching, wailing in despair. You monster! Why didn't you just kill me? Why humiliate me like this? Villagers began passing by the bridge, pointing and whispering. Did someone beat her up? Obviously, look how she's crying. Serves her right. That foul-mouthed witch finally got what she deserved. Smells like a pigsty. To Dong Xinyu's shock, Liu Hai dragged her straight to the village radio station. The station manager, Zhang Si-hai, saw Liu Hai coming and yelped, "Holy crap." He leapt out the window in one fluid motion, fleeing to the party secretary's office to fetch help. Why? Because Liu Hai, Yang Sandu, and he had grown up together. Back then, resentful of Zhang's superior education, had finished 6th grade. Liu Hai and Yang often dragged him into cotton fields or the hills to beat him senseless. Zhang was terrified of the man, assumed Liu Hai was here for round 2. But Liu Hai gripped Dong Xinyu's hand tightly, marched to the microphone, and announced into the broadcast. I am Liu Hai of Panqing Village, Group 7. I ask all fellow villagers to witness this. I solemnly promise Dong Xinyu. Within 1 month, I will marry her into the Liu family with full honors. The bride price will include the 3 turnings and 1 ringing and 36 legs, not a single item missing. Big talk. Interrupted a stern voice from the doorway. Village Party Secretary Xiao Guomin stood there, face dark with anger, dragged there by Zhang Si-hai. Chapter 3. This is a man's gamble. Liu Hai turned to see Xiao Guomin, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Xiao Guomin was a close friend of his father, Liu Jiangwo. He recalled vividly from his past life the day when Dong Xinyu was fished out of the river. It was Xiao Guomin who had dragged him from Yang Senga's house and forced him to kneel beside Dong Xinyu's lifeless body. He slapped him twice, pointing at her corpse and admonishing him that although she had never set foot in the Liu household, he could not disregard her as a sister-in-law. For 3 years, had she not sustained him? Had she not provided the funds for his sister's education, painstakingly earned through her labor in the fields? Open your eyes and look at the number of patches on her clothing. What kind of life did she endure after coming into your family? Did you know she is actually younger than you by half a year? What wrong has she done to your family? I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson if you remain so ungrateful. A simple reprimand and a few slaps had thoroughly awakened Liu Hai. Without Xiao Guomin's intervention, he would never have recognized Dong Xinyu's worth, nor would he have amassed his later fortune of billions. Upon seeing Xiao Guomin, Dong Xinyu immediately withdrew her hand and coldly told Liu Hai to stop making a scene and return home, lest he embarrass himself further. She then politely apologized to Xiao Guomin, saying, I'm sorry, Uncle Guomin. I, Xinyu, do not speak. I am asking him how he plans to provide the betrothal gifts. Xiao Guomin was determined not to let Liu Hai off easily, intending to seize the opportunity to educate his late friend's son. He had also heard about Liu Hai's reckless behavior earlier that day, after the loss of his old friend. He had witnessed Dong Xinyu's sacrifices for the Liu family and felt compelled to demand justice on her behalf. Liu Hai nodded. Within a month, I will earn the money for the gifts. Uncle Guomin, please preside over our... Xiao Guomin glared at him. Very well, I will remember that. Now tell me, what if you fail to produce the gifts? I will allow myself to be taken to the police station, thus clearing Xinyu's name. Liu Hai replied without a moment's hesitation. What are you doing, Liu Hai? Dong Xinyu interjected anxiously, but Xiao Guomin interrupted. All right, then it is settled. If you are a man, you must follow through. Absolutely. Liu Hai's face reflected a resolute determination. A man reborn with a fortune in the billions could not fail to gather the betrothal gifts. Xiao Guomin approached the microphone and declared, I am Xiao Guomin. As you all heard, our conversation has been witnessed by the entire village. If Liu Hai cannot present the promised betrothal gifts within a month, 3 rounds of sounds. 36 legs. He shall be brought to the police station by the villagers to clear Xinyu's name. Although Xinyu was nominally the wife of the Liu family's eldest son, she had not yet crossed the threshold into their home, a reality well understood by all. If I ever hear anyone in the village speak ill of her, I, Xiao Guomin, will be the first to confront you. Xiao Guomin's words reverberated throughout the village, igniting a frenzy of gossip. Can Liu Hai truly procure the betrothal gifts? If he manages that, I will drink every drop from the Hongqi river. Not only that, I would even stand upside down in my own toilet and eat excrement. If he can produce those gifts, he is utterly delusional. In the village, 2 individuals, upon hearing a certain remark, became irate and began to curse at the loudspeaker. You too, I've remembered what you said. As they were venting their frustrations, a figure emerged from a nearby haystack. He was quite slender, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and his eyes were squinted. Upon seeing him, the 2 men reacted as if they had encountered the Grim Reaper, promptly fleeing in terror. For this man was Dong Xinyu. The village secretary had publicly denounced these 2 on multiple occasions, labeling Liu Hai as the bullhead and Dong Xinyu as the poisonous snake, together forming the notorious duo of Panqing village. Liu Hai's specialty was stealing chickens, while Dong Xinyu excelled at petting dogs. This classic combination was particularly troublesome since Dong Xinyu could not tolerate any disparaging remarks made about Liu Hai behind his back, fearing retribution from Dong Xinyu. At that moment, Dong Xinyu had uprooted a mound of soil from a household, originally intended for planting sugarcane, and was gnawing on a piece while muttering about the loudspeaker. What is Brother Hai up to? How many dogs must my brother and I catch to make a complete set? This won't do. As brothers, we cannot appear complacent. Since the whole village has declared it, we must maintain our dignity. As he munched on the sugarcane, he made his way home, contemplating whether he could find some money. Xiao Guomin, with good intentions, proposed a request for a month's duration, suggesting that Dong Xinyu stay at his home. Firstly, to shield Dong Xinyu from the scorn of the villagers, and secondly, since he intended to marry her in a grand fashion, he needed to represent her family, as her relatives were scattered far and wide. Liu Hai agreed to this arrangement. After he left, Dong Xinyu gazed at Liu Hai's retreating figure, sensing something peculiar about him, an indescribable feeling stirring within her. Once he was out of sight, the girl looked at Xiao Guomin with a somewhat pitiful expression. What about Liu Hai's meals? You. Xiao Guomin sighed deeply. This is your doing. If a grown man cannot even manage his own meals, how can he speak of bridal prices? If he starves, it serves him right. Xiao Guomin was resolute this time. If he did not push Liu Hai, the young man would surely become ineffectual. Dong Xinyu fell silent, her head bowed in a sorrowful manner. Yet, recalling Liu Hai's earlier words, precious, her frail body instinctively shuddered. Did he truly call me precious? How utterly embarrassing. Liu Hai returned home to find 2 earthen brick rooms, their roofs still thatched with straw, filled with various items Dong Xinyu had salvaged over the years. Peering into the rice jar, he discovered only a handful of rice left. Memories flooded his mind of those times when their home was devoid of rice, and Dong Xinyu would borrow from others, holding a basin while enduring humiliation, keeping her head down like a beggar. Liu Hai felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Fortunately, having been reborn, he now had the opportunity to rectify all of this. A bicycle, a sewing machine, a watch, and a radio were all necessary expenditures, totaling around 400 yuan. The mention of 30 legs referred to furniture such as dressing tables and cabinets, amounting to over 400 as well. Additionally, 2 new outfits needed to be made, and a banquet of 10 tables for the wedding was essential, which would likely cost over 100. There were also expenses for candies and other items. Liu Hai aspired to a splendid union with Dong Xinyu, and certain essentials were indispensable. On his return journey, he made a rough calculation. He would need to expend no less than 1,000 yuan. Presently, the monthly wages of workers in state-owned factories barely exceeded 30 yuan. Moreover, in the rural setting, 1,000 yuan was a substantial sum. Upon returning home, holding the 2 pork lard rice balls that Dong Xinyu had warmed for him, Liu Hai pondered deeply. How could he amass this 1,000 yuan within a month? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the small dried fish that Dong Xinyu had hung out to dry outside. Chapter 4. Preparing to make money in an instant. Liu Hai dashed into the kitchen, rummaging through the cupboards until he unearthed a small bottle of red oil. Dong Xinyu's mother hailed from Sichuan province, and thus she too possessed the skill to make this delectable concoction. Regardless of what it accompanied, this red oil elevated the flavor remarkably. Each month, Dong Xinyu would prepare spicy oil to mix with dried fish for her sister Lu Qing to take to school. In a past life, his sister had also longed for Dong Xinyu, and recalling the taste of the dish his sister had made, he established a spicy fish food factory that captivated the nation. Liu Hai understood profoundly that uniquely flavored, value-added products were more likely to entice consumers. In Panqing village, due to its proximity to the mountains, the water quality was exceptional. Yet a fish known as silverfish was entirely overlooked. Due to its small size and lack of meat, it was dismissed. However, in his previous life, this fish was considered a premium ingredient for spicy fish dishes, fetching a price of 200 yuan per pound decades later. Dong Xinyu spent her days catching these unwanted fish, and her home was filled with an abundance of dried fish. Liu Hai was not inclined to wait. He promptly gathered the silverfish that Dong Xinyu had dried, along with rapeseed oil, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other ingredients. The cinnamon and bay leaves had also been painstakingly collected by Dong Xinyu from the nearby hills. He blanched the dried fish and set it aside, then added rapeseed oil, bay leaves, star anise, and more, gently simmering the mixture to create the red oil. After an hour, the red oil was ready, and he proceeded to fry the dried fish. This process continued until dusk. He had exhausted all the rapeseed oil in the house, ultimately producing about 10 pounds of the spicy fish. Upon tasting, he found that he had replicated at least 80 to 90% of Dong Xinyu's dried fish flavor. This was more than sufficient. The next step was to consider sales, a matter he had long contemplated. He decided to sell it at the entrance of the county's state-run restaurant. In this era, those who dined at state-run establishments were typically officials from the county, a demographic with spending power willing to indulge in unique flavors. This was merely the first step. His second objective was to distribute these products throughout the entire county via the state-run restaurant. Woof woof. Silly dog, be quiet. Hi go, are you at home? Just as Liu Hai placed the 10 pounds of spicy fish into a basin, he heard the voice of Yang Sandog from outside. The mention of this brother stirred a wave of excitement within Liu Hai, although they were not well regarded in the village during this phase. The bond between Yang Sandog and him had been forged in the crucible of adversity. In 1993, a group of fierce individuals from the south had arrived on Hongqi Road in Zhonghai, wreaking havoc in the securities market and leaving the local cultural plaza in disarray. Liu Hai had already become one of the leaders of the Cultural Square gang, riding the waves of chaos alongside Yang Sandog on Hongqi Road. At that time, Liu Hai employed numerous tactics that inflicted significant losses on the southern gang, ultimately prompting them to summon thugs from the port city to confront him. On that fateful day, in an alley on Hongqi Road, Yang Sandog shielded him from 4 bullets, ultimately sacrificing his life. This incident remained an insurmountable burden in Liu Hai's heart from his previous existence. In a rush, he emerged, only to see Yang Sandog dragging his old mother dog, cradling 2 puppies in his arms. Unable to contain himself, Liu Hai rushed over to embrace him and patted his back heavily, thinking to himself that in this lifetime, the two of them would enjoy life together. Yang Sandog was momentarily bewildered by his actions. Liu Hai suppressed his joy at their reunion and curiously inquired why he had brought his dog. Yang Sandog, returning to reality, handed over the leash and the puppies to Liu Hai. After some playful banter, he pulled out a stack of coupons from his pocket and handed them to Liu Hai, followed by a gold ring, which had once been part of his mother's dowry. "Aren't you planning to marry Xinyu?" he remarked. "Damn it. Chi Matsi looks down on you, saying if you brought out your dowry, he would lick the latrine upside down. I got this from home, Brother Hai. Sell all this in the county tomorrow. I've calculated that it's not enough. But if I work diligently and bring back a few dogs from other villages each day, I should manage within a month. It dawned on Liu Hai that this fellow, having listened to the broadcast, had even offered up his puppy for sale. This was young Sandog. Whatever concerned Liu Hai was his utmost priority. Though a rogue, he was largely a product of lack of proper guidance, endearingly simple in his devotion. Such a brother was a rarity in Liu Hai's previous life. With a bittersweet smile, Liu Hai stuffed the items back into young Sandog's hands. Brother, you arrived just in time. Come with me. I want to show you something. What is it? Yang Sandog queried, following him curiously. Once inside, they beheld a large basin of spicy dried fish, an unusual sight as Xinyu typically wouldn't prepare so much. She usually reserved such treats for when Lu Qing returned from County No. 1 high school, making just enough for him to take to school. Yang Sandog was aware of this. Liu Hai smiled and asked, what do you think of the flavor of what Xinyu made? Well, I think it's far tastier than what the chefs at the state-run restaurant prepare. Yang Sandog exclaimed. If Xinyu's spicy dried fish were sold in a state-run restaurant, suddenly, Yang Sandog paused, realizing, Brother Hai, you don't mean to engage in some shady business, do you? Liu Hai replied, not shady business, per se. This isn't classified as first or second category agricultural products, so we can trade freely. Tomorrow, let us head to the entrance of the county's state-run restaurant to sell them. What do you mean by first and second categories? Yang Sandog squinted suspiciously at Liu Hai, sensing something was amiss with his brother today. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to the loquacious ramblings of Zhang Xihai from the radio station. His speech imbued with an air of cultured sophistication. Liu Hai expended considerable effort in explaining matters to him. Subsequently, he returned all the items he had brought along, which demanded yet another round of eloquent persuasion. In the end, Yang Sangu furrowed his brow, pondering whether this venture could indeed yield profit. We shall ascertain that tomorrow. Very well, should this endeavor prove lucrative, I shall summon Chi Matsi and Zhang Xihai to wade through the waterway in pursuit of silverfish. The two agreed upon a time, and Yang Sangu departed. As dawn broke after a sleepless night, Yang Sangu shouldered a table while Liu Hai cradled a basin of dried fish, setting off for the county town at the break of day. Dong Xinyu had not enjoyed a restful night, her mind preoccupied with the prospect of Liu Hai marrying her, leaving her feelings in disarray. Upon returning home, finding the house empty, she felt a wave of unjust sorrow wash over her. Am I truly losing my mind, still hoping for your sudden transformation? Surely, he had gone off to drink with Yang Sangu again, returning home only at dawn. Feeling somewhat despondent, she headed to the kitchen to retrieve a hoe for the fields, only to discover that all the cooking oil was gone. As she squatted on the ground, tears streamed down her face. Liu Hai, do you wish to drive me to despair? That oil was meant to last half a year. You couldn't have possibly used it, could you? Sobbing softly, she heard a voice at the door, Aunt Xiang from next door. Dong Xinyu quickly rose to wipe her tears, calling out sweetly, Aunt Xiang, did Liu Hai bully you again? Aunt Xiang inquired. No, Aunt Xiang, is there something you need? Dong Xinyu never voiced her grievances about Liu Hai in front of others. Aunt Xiang felt a bit awkward but quickly warmed up, saying, oh, it's nothing. Do you remember that relative of mine I told you about? The one who works as an official in the county? I've mentioned your situation to him, and he doesn't mind. He is currently in the village. Why not pay him a visit? Who knows, it might lead to something promising. Chapter 5. Winning hearts with strategy on his journey. Liu Hai calculated the cost of the spicy dried fish, 10 pounds of silver fish and the dried chilies, which Dong Xinyu had sun-dried herself. So only labor costs were considered. The primary expense was 4 pounds of rapeseed oil, 2 pounds for making red oil, and the other 2 for frying the dried fish. With market prices at 50 cents per pound, the cost for 3 pounds of oil amounted to 2 yuan. Given the evaporation of oil, when combined with the 10 pounds of dried fish, the total yield was approximately 12 pounds. Taking everything into account, he planned to set the price at 3 yuan per pound. However, if sold by the pound, customers would scoff, as fresh pork with skin was selling for around 1 yuan per pound. How could spicy dried fish command 3 yuan? A capitalist would weep at the profit margins. Thus, he devised a new strategy, selling it by the tail, approximately 50 grams, at a price of 30 cents per tail, a sum that seemed less daunting and more palatable to potential buyers. Moreover, this delicacy had a robust flavor, ideal for accompanying meals or drinks. Purchasing 2 taels could even pair well with a fierce bottle of white liquor. Though the plan seemed promising, upon arriving at the county, they set up in front of the state-run restaurant, their voices hoarse from calling out, yet not a single soul showed interest. Across the way, the restaurant's manager, Shin Maokai, emerged from his office, yawning and rubbing his well-worn forehead. Feeling somewhat dejected, the attendant at the entrance called out to the 2 young men outside, inquiring about the commotion they had been making since morning. The attendant, clad in a white coat, promptly rose to his feet. They were selling spicy fried silverfish, and it was bewildering which village had gone mad for money, pricing it at 3 dimes per tael, equivalent to 3 yuan per pound. Even someone who had been struck on the forehead by a brick 100 times wouldn't be foolish enough to buy it, would they? Just the other day, they had come to our restaurant, attempting to peddle their goods, hoping to sell their spicy fish here. Madness! How could our esteemed state-run establishment sell such spicy silverfish? I shall take a look. Shin Maokai found it rather odd, ignoring the chatter among the attendants and mumbling as he approached Liu Hai and the others. Upon inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed silverfish, and his expression reflected a hint of disdain for the product. You're selling it for 3 yuan a pound? Yang Sandog had been shouting all morning without attracting a single customer. At the peak of his frustration, he exclaimed, 3 dimes per tael? Who sells it for 3 yuan a pound? Shin Maokai, perplexed, gazed at him. Yang Sandog insisted, we clearly sell it at 3 dimes per tael. How can it be 3 yuan a pound? Are you trying to stir trouble, you bald head? Shin Maokai retorted, his irritation boiling over. How can you not reason? 3 dimes per tael means a pound is 3 yuan, doesn't it? And you're resorting to personal attacks? Meanwhile, Liu Hai, noticing the commotion, hurried over, apologizing for his brother's lack of education and poor arithmetic skills. Brother Hai, this bald head is causing a ruckus. Liu Hai shot him a meaningful glance, prompting Yang Sandog to quickly fall silent. With Yang Sandog now quiet, Shin Maokai's temper flared even more. It was bad enough that he hadn't slept well all morning. Now he was being insulted as bald. He raised his voice, pointing at their spicy silverfish. If you can sell even a tael of this today, I'll clean out the slop bucket at our restaurant. Where did this yellow-haired lad come from? Truly absurd. He grumbled as he entered the state-run restaurant, receiving disdainful glares from the attendant at the door. In this day and age, the attendants at state-run establishments were also fed by the state, thus had a certain air of superiority. Liu Hai recognized Shin Maokai. In a past life, he had become the production manager at his sister's factory, so he was aware that Shun was currently the director of this state-run restaurant. He would still need his help to promote the spicy silverfish, so he spoke a few kind words behind his back. After Shun left, Yang Sandog sank into despair, lamenting that no one seemed to have the discernment to appreciate such a delicious product. Liu Hai pondered for a moment and said to his brother, we need to come up with a clever tactic, otherwise, we might not sell even a tael today. What tactic? Yang Sandog asked, looking at Liu Hai. Liu Hai then whispered a flurry of ideas into his ear. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Sandog exclaimed, can that really work? Let us give it a try. With that, he dashed into the nearby alley. After about 10 minutes, he swaggered back to Liu Hai's stall, took a piece of spicy silverfish, took a bite, and then, with an exaggerated expression, shouted, how did you make this? It's so delicious. Indeed, a few middle-aged passers-by preparing to enter the state-run restaurant paused, casting curious glances in our direction. Liu Hai, his face flushed, proudly proclaimed that his ancestors once cooked for the Empress Dowager, boasting a family recipe. I remarked, this seemingly unremarkable item is so delectable. I'll have 2 taels. Certainly, no problem. Liu Hai promptly fetched a scale, and the curious onlookers approached, eyeing the appealing dried fish in the basin. One gentleman among them chuckled and inquired, young man, may I sample the flavor? Liu Hai, feigning busyness, replied, of course. Please do. Then I shall not be polite. The man smiled, taking a spicy piece of dried fish and placing it in his mouth. In an instant, he appeared stunned. Gesturing to his companions, Old Yang, you must try this. It pairs splendidly with liquor. The others, without hesitation, each took a piece to taste, nodding in agreement and savoring the flavor. The man named Old Yang asked, how much for this? 3 mao per tael, Liu Hai replied, wrapping up 2 taels for Yang Sandog with a newspaper, maintaining an air of busyness. At this moment, more people arrived, gathering around to sample the delicacy, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Old Yang turned to the others. Shall we enjoy some erguotu with this? Absolutely, I have no objections. Laughter erupted among the group. First, Give me half a gene, old Yang requested. Young man, I'll take 3 taels. This flavor is delightful. Also, 2 taels for drinking. Just like that. Liu Hai's stall became a sensation. Observing the surge in customers, Yang Sandog was on the verge of tears, no longer able to pretend indifference, and hurried out from the alley to assist. Remarkably, after an entire morning of no attention, within half an hour, 12 gene of dried fish were sold out completely. Liu Hai collected a total of 36 yuan. Holding this sum, he exhaled in relief. Realizing he had no rice or oil left at home and needed to procure supplies quickly. Thus, he promptly departed with Yang Sandog. Inside the state-run restaurant, Shin Maokai was initially in his office. County Chief Dong Xinyu instructed a server to summon him, and he stood there somewhat apprehensively before Dong Xinyu. Relax, old Shin. Dong Xinyu smiled. I just purchased this dried fish from the roadside. Try it and tell me how it tastes. Shin Maokai recognized it as the mixed fish sold by those 2 youngsters and hesitated, but since his superior had spoken, he dared not decline. He pinched a piece and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, his expression changed dramatically. He savored the flavor again, confirming its delightful taste. What oil is used for this dried fish? How can it be so fragrant? At that moment, Shin Maokai was profoundly astonished. Yang Xinyan chuckled, quite delicious, isn't it? I find this to be an excellent accompaniment for liquor. It transforms a humble fish like silverfish into a remarkable dish. Old Shun, in 2 days. A Hong Kong merchant will visit Yunshan County for family matters, and we face some challenges in catering. I believe this dish would be perfect. Silverfish is a local delicacy that embodies the spicy essence of our Yunshan County. You should reach out to that young man and enlist his assistance in preparing some. Everyone, let us return to the county. Upon finishing her statement, Yang Xinyu rose, followed closely by the others as they engaged in conversation while exiting the state-run restaurant. At this point, Shin Maokai could no longer maintain his composure. He dashed outside only to find that the 2 young men had vanished. Suddenly struck by a thought, he fixed his gaze on a nearby waiter and inquired, did those 2 youngsters initially intend to sell their dried fish at our state-run restaurant? The waiter nodded affirmatively, responding, Yes, director. Shin continued, Did they mention which village they hailed from? The waiter replied, They were driven away as soon as they entered. Shin Maokai, standing at the entrance, unleashed a torrent of invective upon the 2 waiters, leaving them unable to lift their heads in shame. Ultimately, he summoned all the staff of the state-run restaurant, commanding, Immediately search the vicinity for those 2 young men. They cannot have wandered far. If they remain unfound, I will hold you accountable. With that, he hurried off into the crowd. Meanwhile, on Liu Hai's side, he recalled that since Dong Xinyu's arrival at their home, she had hardly tasted meat. The only time the aroma of meat wafted through their household was when lard was rendered. Furthermore, the lard was used sparingly, with the family primarily relying on the more economical rapeseed oil. Liu Hai typically consumed all the pork cracklings produced during lard preparation, leaving Dong Xinyu with no opportunity to sample even a morsel. Prior to their outing, he had prepared various tickets, and with 36 yuan in hand, he promptly purchased a substantial piece of meat weighing 5 pounds, prompting the vendor to assume they were celebrating some joyous occasion. After all, which household regularly indulges in such extravagant purchases? The lard was priced at 12 yuan per pound, and Liu Hai bought 5 pounds, spending 60 yuan. With their rice supply depleted, he also procured 10 pounds of rice for 14 yuan. Anticipating the need for more rapeseed oil for the spicy dried fish, he bought 20 pounds at 50 cents per pound for a total of 10 yuan. After acquiring these provisions, Liu Hai recalled a moment when Dong Xinyu had gazed longingly at a pair of plastic flower-adorned sandals at the town supply cooperative. Each summer, she would weave straw sandals at home, wearing nothing else. He could never forget the disdainful comment from a cooperative member. What is so appealing about those? If you can't afford them, don't even look, move along. Dong Xinyu had silently lowered her head and walked away, clearly heartbroken, especially considering her previously comfortable life in Kyoto. Gritting his teeth, he rushed to the county supply cooperative, spending 4 yuan on a pair of sandals embellished with plastic flowers. After these purchases, he had a total of 36 yuan left. Turning to Yang Sandog, he asked what he desired, only for the latter to shyly request some wine. Liu Hai then bought 2 bottles of fragrant snow wine from Hongzhou, each weighing a pound, costing 2 yuan. One bottle was for Yang Sandog, and the other for the village secretary, Xiao Guomin. He then acquired a basket to carry these provisions home. The county was approximately 20 miles from the village, and it took the 2 men 2 to 3 hours to return home. The subsequent step involves the continued procurement of dried silverfish in the village. Dong Xinyu, brimming with determination, hurried back to the village in search of this delicacy. Meanwhile, Liu Hai busied himself with culinary preparations at home. The fields bore witness to the chili peppers cultivated by Dong Xinyu, and he rendered fatty pork into lard before stir-frying it with lean meat, green chilies, and garlic. Before long, the fragrant aroma of meat wafted from the thatched cottage, detectable from a considerable distance. He also sautéed a couple of green vegetables, intending to fetch Dong Xinyu from the fields for dinner. Aware of her character, he knew that even though she was requested by Xiao Guomin to stay at their home, the diligent Dong Xinyu would not neglect her own household. Upon returning, he noticed clothes hanging at the entrance, undoubtedly washed by Dong Xinyu that morning. Just as he was about to step outside, he spotted 2 bottles of canned goods secured with elastic bands, accompanied by some apples. I have guests. Liu Hai mused to himself as he made his way to the fields, eager for Dong Xinyu to try on the new rubber shoes he had brought along. March and April are the season for cotton planting, and Dong Xinyu was busy sowing cotton seeds. As Liu Hai approached, he observed Sister Xiang and a bespectacled young man conversing with Dong Xinyu. However, she kept her head down, tears falling to the ground. The sight of Sister Xiang instantly soured Liu Hai's mood. In his past life, Sister Xiang had persistently urged Dong Xinyu to leave their family, attempting to introduce her to more suitable matches. Yet, Dong Xinyu never heeded her advice. Initially, Liu Hai dismissed her meddling until he witnessed on television in 1993 the scene of her arrest, charged under the guise of matchmaking for trafficking women. In essence, her intentions had been to profit from introducing Dong Xinyu to others. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that nothing good was afoot. From a distance, Liu Hai furrowed his brow and called out, "What are you doing?" Upon realizing that Liu Hai was approaching, Sister Xiang instinctively recoiled, offering an awkward smile. "Ah, Liu Hai, you've arrived. Xinyu, please think this over," she urged, hastily pulling the young man away. Unexpectedly, the young man stood his ground, shaking her off. He scrutinized Liu Hai, asking, "Are you Xinyu's uncle? Is there a problem?" Liu Hai, equally furrowing his brow, returned the gaze. The young man, sensing Liu Hai's demeanor, chuckled arrogantly. "What gives you the audacity to be so self-assured? I've heard about your antics in the village. In the past, when I was in the county, I couldn't do anything about it. But I will soon be transferred to your town, and I warn you, refrain from causing trouble in the village, especially bullying Xinyu, or I shall show no mercy." Liu Hai appraised him from head to toe, recognizing him as Sister Xiang's nephew, a mere clerk in the county office. In his previous life, he had faced corruption charges and ended up imprisoned. People in that era were often intimidated by officials, and had it been anyone else, such threats would have left them sleepless for days. However, having frequently visited the provincial secretary's office in his past life, Liu Hai found the young clerk's intimidation utterly inconsequential. Did he truly believe that he could bully someone who was neither illiterate nor ignorant of the law? The young man assumed he had intimidated Liu Hai, causing him to adopt a haughty demeanor. As I glanced at Dong Xinyu, who was engrossed in her work, I felt compelled to remind her of her worth. "I am doing this for your own good. You have never set foot in the Liu household, and you are under no obligation to support those siblings." Liu Hai, unperturbed, approached Dong Xinyu directly. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with vulnerability. The thought of Liu Hai selling their cooking oil unsettled her. Liu Hai smiled gently as he revealed a pair of rubber shoes. Xiang saw, and the young man stood dumbfounded at the sight of the sandals. Chapter 7. A cadre? More like an errand boy. Dong Xinyu, perplexed, inquired, "Where did you get those shoes?" "I earned some money today with Yang Sandog in the county, and I specifically bought these for you." "Give them a try," Liu Hai spoke with an unusual tenderness. This soft-spoken demeanor startled Xiang Sa, for she had never witnessed Liu Hai treating Dong Xinyu in such a manner. Meanwhile, Dong Xinyu, still troubled by thoughts of the oil, felt tears welling up. "Did you really sell the oil?" "Enough of that. Sit down and try them on," Liu Hai asserted with unexpected authority. Frightened, Dong Xinyu complied, remaining still. The young man, with a sarcastic tone, mocked, "So you and Yang Sandog have expanded your petty thievery to the county? Rural encirclement of the city, huh?" At that moment, Liu Hai abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing an intense stare on the young man. "What happens in my family is none of your business. Leave." The young man, seemingly struck by Liu Hai's piercing gaze, momentarily lost his composure. Yet, regaining his senses, he felt the indignation of a county official being disrespected by a mere farmer. Trembling with rage, He retorted, "Do you have any idea who I am? What I do? How dare you speak to me like that?" Liu Hai stood up abruptly. "Care to elaborate?" The young man, now frightened, instinctively stepped back, recalling Xiang Sa's warnings about Liu Hai's reputation in the village. Steeling himself, he proclaimed loudly, "I am Li Ji from the county office." "And what of it?" Liu Hai replied with a teasing glint in his eye. Li Ji was taken aback, realizing Liu Hai was unimpressed by his title, and reiterated, "I am a genuine cadre of Yinshan County." "Ah, I see. The county office, serving tea and running errands. Now, you may leave," Liu Hai replied with growing impatience. It was not that he lacked respect. Rather, he deemed such minor county clerks unworthy of his attention. With a net worth in the billions, he found it beneath him to engage in a petty power struggle. Li Ji, now flustered, felt his previously cultivated air of sophistication crumble under Liu Hai's disdain, leaving him at a loss for a suitable response. In a fit of frustration, he pointed at Liu Hai, threatening, "You will regret insulting a county official. Just wait." Turning back to Dong Xinyu, he added, "I have said all I needed to. Dong Xinyu, do not lose sight of your own worth. Given your circumstances, my offer is quite generous." "What? Are you dissatisfied? Come on, let us see your skills." As Liu Hai rolled up his sleeves, advancing toward Li Ji, Xiang Sa hurriedly intervened, pulling Li Ji away. "Let us go. This ruffian might strike without restraint. You, a county official, should not stoop to his level. Liu Hai, do not overstep your bounds. You should leave." Liu Hai's complexion suddenly grew cold, and Sister Xiang dared not linger any longer, quickly dragging away the irate young man who was grumbling in protest. Dong Xinyu lifted her small face, gazing at him with curiosity. In the past, had anyone dared to sow discord in front of Liu Hai, he would have lunged forward in blind fury, delivering a few slaps to their face. Yet, remarkably, he refrained from violence. What nonsense was this? A mere errand boy daring to overstep his bounds. After driving the two away, Liu Hai turned back. Dong Xinyu hurriedly lowered her head. Liu Hai squatted before her, grasping her foot. Though Dong Xinyu felt a twinge of resistance, Liu Hai's grip was firm, rendering her immobile. "I shall help you change," he declared. Upon seeing the mud caked on her feet and her straw sandals, an inexplicable heaviness settled upon Liu Hai's heart. Dong Xinyu, intimidated, remained as still as a small kitten, scarcely daring to breathe. After a prolonged silence, Liu Hai gently inquired, "What is wrong?" His eyes glistened with unshed tears as his fingers distinctly felt the calluses on Dong Xinyu's feet. "It's nothing," he replied quietly, continuing to swap her shoes. Stealing a glance into Liu Hai's eyes, Dong Xinyu wondered what had caused them to suddenly redden. Looking again at the worn shoes, her thoughts drifted to the several pounds of cooking oil back home, stirring a sense of inexplicable grievance within her. Wiping away her tears, she asked, "Did you steal these shoes?" "No, I earned them," he responded. "And how did you earn them? Did you sell the oil from our home?" "Sell oil? What nonsense!" Liu Hai exclaimed. "I don't want them anymore. You can return them. And don't forget, Qingqing will be back in a few days. So give her the money from the return. Don't move." Liu Hai shouted. "Why can't I move? Liu Hai, who do you think you are to treat me this way?" Dong Xinyu's emotions suddenly shattered, and she stood up, tears streaming down her cheeks. Liu Hai, feeling awkward, stammered, "Do you know how hard I worked for that oil? That oil was grown through my labor." She retorted, "We have no rice left, no oil either. When Qingqing comes back in a few days, what will we eat?" "Liu Hai, you never think about these things. I do not want your shoes. They were bought with my oil," she cried, tossing the shoes at Liu Hai before turning to leave. However, after a few steps, she turned back and picked up the rubber shoes from the ground. Liu Hai was momentarily bewildered by her actions. Dong Xinyu, dabbing her tears, sniffed and spoke in a much colder tone. "If I don't take them, you'll surely use them to drink. I will sell them myself and keep the money for Qingqing's tuition. Furthermore, Li Ji sent me 2 cans and some apples. You can have the apples, but you are not allowed to touch the cans." Liu Hai frowned, questioning why she would accept gifts from him. Last time, when Qingqing and I went to town to sell the husks, she lingered longingly at the canned goods in the shop. She had never tasted them. I kept them for her, and Li Ji insisted on giving them to me. Why should I refuse? After all, I am not marrying him. This was the sister-in-law Liu Hai remembered, one who had perhaps long since given up on him, allowing him to act recklessly while she held a deep affection for Qingqing, treating her with more care than a biological sister, always saving the best for her. It is precisely for this reason that after Dong Xinyu's demise in her previous life, Lu Qing never acknowledged Liu Hai, harboring resentment towards him throughout his existence, and even in his rebirth, he had yet to offer forgiveness. He spent his life yearning for Dong Xinyu, naming the company he founded after her, Heart Rain Group. Reflecting on these memories, Liu Hai chastised himself with a slap. After Dong Xinyu departed, he initially intended to chase after her to explain, yet he understood that deep-rooted grievances could not be resolved swiftly. Upon returning home, he delivered the dishes he had prepared, along with a portion of rice, oil, and meat to Xiao Guomin's household, including a bottle of wine. Claiming it was for Dong Xinyu's sustenance during her stay, he promised to bring more rice, oil, and meat in the coming days. Later that afternoon, he and Yang Sandog collected dried fish in the village. Dong Xinyu did not return to her own home, for she found it challenging to confront the emptiness of a household lacking essential cooking oil. It was not that she was overly frugal, but rather that as a girl in her early 20s, she bore the weight of maintaining a household while supporting a high school student. Living on the edge of financial instability, essentials like grains and oils were vital to the survival of impoverished families. Thus, she sought work elsewhere, only returning to Xiao Guomin's home by 1 in the afternoon. Although she was reluctant to stay with others, Xiao Guomin was resolute in his determination to press Liu Hai, and thus had made considerable efforts to accommodate her. Upon her return, she was greeted by the aroma of stir-fried meat, which caused her some distress as she felt it inappropriate to enjoy the hospitality of others without contributing. She contemplated leaving but was called back by Xiao Guomin's wife, Xia Lian, who urged her to join them for dinner, stating they had been waiting for her. Chapter 8. Where did he get the money to buy meat? Dong Xinyu felt embarrassed and blushed as she fabricated an excuse. Aunt, I just roasted 2 sweet potatoes in the field. I'm not hungry. I'll go back to work. What do you mean you're not hungry, girl? I've told you. When you're at my house, consider it your own. Come in, Liu Hai just brought rice, oil, and meat for you to use during this time. Liu Hai brought provisions. Dong Xinyu's small face momentarily froze, but she was quickly ushered into the house by Xia Lian. Indeed, she discovered a piece of lean meat, a piece of fatty pork, and several pounds of rice. Even she, who was somewhat naive, should have realized that her few pounds of cooking oil could not possibly be exchanged for such an abundance of goods. Curiously, she inquired, Did Liu Hai send these? Xia Lian, equally astonished, replied, You don't believe it? Neither do I. I have no idea what that boy has been up to or where he acquired so much. Eat your meal first. There's no need to worry. When your Uncle Guomin returns, I'll have him check on what that boy has been up to. Noticing the shoes Dong Xinyu held, Xia Lian remarked on how Liu Hai had damaged her straw sandals when he had swapped her shoes, and she was reluctant to wear the new ones as she had intended to sell them. Xia Lian took the shoes from her hands, her expression serious. Did Liu Hai buy these for you? Dong Xinyu nodded, appearing somewhat foolish. She quietly asked, Aunt, are these shoes expensive? Xia Lian scrutinized the plastic flower design, her expression grave. I've seen similar ones at the town supply store. They cost at least 4 yuan a pair. How expensive? Dong Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. This was truly beyond the resolution that a few kilograms of cooking oil could remedy. Xia Lian, with a grave expression, suggested they eat first and discuss matters further upon the return of Uncle Guomin. Yes, Aunt, you must keep an eye on him. I'm afraid he might get into trouble in the county, Dong Xinyu thought, tears welling in her eyes. Her deep-seated guilt towards the Liu family weighed heavily on her heart. All she wished was for their well-being, hoping that none of them would face misfortune. Xia Lian, aware of the girl's submissive nature, felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted her hand, urging her to eat. At the county state-run restaurant, it was already evening. All the waitstaff stood outside, while Shun Maokai paced back and forth, a cigarette clenched between his fingers, visibly agitated. Tell me, who found those 2 young men? The staff lowered their heads in dismay. Throughout the afternoon, whenever they had a moment, they had been sent out by Shun Maokai to search for Liu Hai and his companion. Regrettably, the 2 had seemingly vanished into thin air, blending into the crowd. Seeing his employees silent and downcast, Shun Maokai, in a fit of anger, tossed his cigarette but to the ground and stomped on it, berating them. The state pays you to be productive. Xiaozhong, what were you saying earlier while squatting at the doorway? You claim to represent a legitimate state institution, yet you sell such inferior goods? Your ideological stance is profoundly flawed. If this continues, you will find yourself in peril. Xiaozhong, feeling particularly wronged, retorted, Director Shun, don't just berate us. Weren't you the one who said on the street that if their dried fish sold, we would have to lick the slop bucket clean? Who would have anticipated that their goods would be specifically mentioned by County Chief Yang? You dare to argue back? Shen Maocai's anger intensified. Reflecting on the situation, he realized he had been preoccupied with a quarrel with a rather disheveled individual, losing sight of the bigger picture. The day after tomorrow, the county chief would be bringing investors from Hong Kong for a meal. What would they do if those two spirited young men did not show up by tomorrow? Frustrated, he continued to pace at the entrance, uncertain of how to proceed. A chef, wearing a troubled expression, suggested, "Director, this method of searching isn't effective. I remember that the subsidiary food factory once produced similar dried fish. However, the supply and marketing department halted production due to poor sales. Perhaps we should seek their assistance?" This remark jolted Shen Maocai into action. He smacked his forehead and resolved to seek out old Shen from the food factory, considering he might have a solution. Now, divide into two groups. Tonight, I will visit old Shen at the subsidiary food factory, while you all keep a vigilant watch at the entrance tomorrow. The moment those two young men appear, treat them to the finest food and drink. If I find out that anyone dares to treat them with disrespect, I will not be lenient. Meeting adjourned. With that, he hurried into the restaurant to fetch a bottle of liquor to solicit old Chen's help. In Panqing village, along the village road, Dong Xinyu had just finished work. This fellow was somewhat unfortunate. The village's compensation paled in comparison to that of the state-run factory, earning only 15 yuan per month. Typically, this was manageable, but on payday, he would find himself filled with trepidation on his way home. Because Yang Sengu would block his way home with two fierce dogs, insisting he smoke and drink. Afterward, he would add, as a well-educated comrade of the proletariat, "You should regard money as mere dung." This drove him to the brink of madness each time. Coincidentally, today was payday. He tucked the 15 yuan into his socks, waiting until dusk to dare return home. Initially, he thought Yang Sengu would be asleep, but to his dismay, halfway home, Yang Sengu's silhouette appeared. With a startled exclamation, he quickly turned to flee, only to find Yang Sengu's dogs lurking behind him. Thus, Yang Sengu approached, effortlessly pinching his neck and dragging him along. Dong Xinyu was infuriated to the point of tears, knowing that each time Yang Sengu did this, he would lose 5 yuan from his 15. How shameless. The nation has been liberated for so long, yet such bandits still exist. Yang Sengu, do you really think I fear you? Let me be frank. The only thing I fear is your dog. Just wait. I will have someone calculate the dog's fate, and it will live no more than 3 years. After that, I will make you pay dearly. Today, I shall resolutely confront you, this duo of malevolent spirits, with an indomitable will. Yang Sengu, uninterested in his rants, simply continued dragging him home. "Hai Gu, this fellow has arrived," he announced. Seeing Dong Xinyu still seething, he kicked him into the kitchen. "What are you all planning to do?" Dong Xinyu entered with a defiant attitude. However, upon noticing a pot of meat boiling in the kitchen, his curiosity was piqued, and he calmed slightly. Liu Hai carried a basket filled with fresh vegetables. "Old Zhang, let us have a drink tonight, shall we?" Yang Sengu, unable to contain himself, sat beside the pot and began to eat. Dong Xinyu glared at Liu Hai, his face darkened. "You usually call me Xiao Zhang. Today, you call me Lao Zhang. What do you intend?" Before he could finish, Yang Sengu shot him a fierce look. "Today, I'm apologizing to you. Now sit down." Chapter 9, Sengu, you are too fierce. "Oh, fine dog, brother." The irate Dong Xinyu fell silent, sitting straight beside them, not daring to speak. Liu Hai shot Yang Sengu an exasperated glance. "Why are you so fierce?" Yang Sengu retorted with a roll of his eyes. "You are often fiercer than I am. Why criticize me? Let Dong Xinyu be the judge of who is tougher on him." Liu Hai felt awkward. "Do I usually treat you harshly?" Dong Xinyu, feeling anxious and on the verge of tears, nodded before quickly shaking his head. Liu Hai, feeling more uncomfortable, poured him a drink. "My apologies. I was inconsiderate in my youth. This meal is a gesture of contrition." Dong Xinyu looked at Liu Hai in confusion. "Hai Gu, you are apologizing to me? Don't play tricks. Every time you apologize, you end up bullying me even more." Liu Hai became even more awkward. "If you don't believe me, let us discuss serious matters." Upon hearing these words, Dong Xinyu pressed his foot firmly against the ground, for his earnings from today lay within his shoe. Liu Hai inquired, "What is your monthly salary?" Frustration surged within Zhang as he realized they were, in fact, scheming to undermine his wages. "Brother Hai," he replied bitterly, "do you not know my salary better than I do? I too toil for my meager earnings. This month, I received merely 2 yuan. Secretary Xiao has gone to the town meeting today solely to discuss the salaries of the village officials. Just answer Brother Hai's question directly. Yang Sanggu interjected sharply. 15 yuan. Zhang Sihai answered promptly. Liu Hai then remarked, Sanggu, why so fierce? To which Yang Sanggu retorted, I learned it all from you. You once said that Zhang Sihai is highly educated and a bit arrogant. We must be firm and resolute, lest he becomes complacent and detached from the people. Liu Hai felt a twinge of awkwardness as he asked gently after a pause, Did you really only receive 2 yuan this month? Zhang Sihai swore. I swear on my ancestors, if I did not receive only 2 yuan this month. He had repeatedly taken oaths before Liu Hai and Yang Sanggu. His declarations impassioned and fervent. Of course, if oaths held any weight, his ancestors would have long since appeared at his bedside to chastise their wayward descendant. Both Liu Hai and Yang Sanggu exchanged glances, pondering if they had indeed been too harsh on this young man. Observing Zhang's fervent swearing, they felt he was on the verge of venturing into extreme measures. Liu Hai quickly suggested, Let us help you earn some money. If all goes well, you could easily make 2 yuan a day. Coughing violently, Zhang Sihai was momentarily taken aback by Liu Hai's proposition. You want to help me earn money? He asked, bewildered. Yes, Liu Hai affirmed. Why? Zhang pressed. We feel pity for you. It is unfair to continually bully you, and we wish to make amends. Don't get carried away. Zhang Sihai. Yang Sanggu warned, wrapping his bowl. Sensing the seriousness in their demeanor, Zhang quickly asked, What exactly will we be doing? What followed was somewhat grim. Liu Hai asked him to assist in broadcasting a notification about collecting dried silverfish in the village. You want me to join you in your speculative endeavors? Zhang laughed incredulously. With a loud thump of his hand on the table, Yang Sanggu silenced him, and Zhang immediately acquiesced. Liu Hai further requested, Help me negotiate with the village committee to rent a tractor. Zhang's incredulity resurfaced. You intend to use the village tractor for speculation? Another thump from Yang Sanggu brought Zhang back to compliance. Thus, after several rounds of table thumping, Zhang Sihai and the duo reached a cordial agreement. Initially, Liu Hai thought Yang Sanggu too harsh, but soon realized that Zhang responded well to such tactics, and thus ceased to intervene. Of course, Liu Hai would not neglect Zhang's interests, promising, once you come to terms with this, you can join Yang Sanggu in collecting in the village. They settled on a collection price of 20 cents per gene, with Liu Hai offering an additional 10 cents. Among brothers, we must settle accounts fairly. This was the agreement that Liu Hai and Yang Sanggu reached that day. Additionally, Yang Sandog assisted him in the production of dried fish, promising him a 10% share of the profits. Reborn, Liu Hai did not place excessive value on money. After all, in his previous life, Yang Sandog had shielded him from bullets, a bond forged through life and death. If he prioritized wealth over emotion, then his past existence would have been rendered meaningless. Presently, Liu Hai required funds for a bride price, and thus, this allocation was unavoidable. Once their spicy fish venture was on a proper path, Liu Hai would provide Yang Sandog with a revised distribution plan. After Zhang Sihai departed, Liu Hai exchanged a glance with Yang Sandog. Yang Sandog suddenly experienced a pang of conscience. Brother Hai, was I too harsh on him just now? He initially anticipated Liu Hai would seize the opportunity to offer him guidance. Instead, Liu Hai silently held his bowl, lowering his head to continue eating, embodying the essence of stoicism. That night, Dong Xinyu once again struggled to find rest. The previous evening, Xiao Guomin had not returned to the town. By morning, she could no longer contain herself and set off for home. Halfway there, the broadcast overhead announced Zhang Sihai's message. Dear villagers, Liu Hai is purchasing dried silverfish. If you have any, please bring them over. The price is 20 cents per pound. Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyu hurried home. However, she concealed herself behind the house, secretly observing Liu Hai and his activities. To her astonishment, Liu Hai had procured a large iron pot and a half-cut oil barrel, setting up a stove outdoors. He poured bucketfuls of rapeseed oil into the pot and added the bay leaves and cinnamon she usually gathered and dried from the back mountain. Was he making red oil? Just as she pondered this, she heard voices behind her. Turning around, she saw 2 villagers approaching with woven bags, presumably drawn by the broadcast to test the waters. Wondering if Liu Hai would indeed pay for the fish, the young girl quickly feigned ignorance and took a small path to the fields, muttering to herself, Is he really selling the kind of dried fish I made for profit? How could that be? Such inexpensive items can't possibly sell. Meanwhile, Liu Hai found himself with just over 7 yuan, enough to purchase no more than 20 pounds. However, it sufficed for the moment. They were relying on foot travel to the county, which was too slow. If they wished to engage in large-scale speculative trading, they would need to rent a tractor from the village. Liu Hai felt reassured that he was on the right path, and thus did not feel particularly anxious. The two villagers were somewhat bewildered, having risked their efforts to sell the dried fish, initially believing these two rascals were merely concocting schemes to swindle them. To their surprise, they were indeed compensated. After repeatedly verifying the authenticity of the money, one villager gazed at the perspiring Liu Hai and asked, "Young Hai, will you continue to purchase this in the future?" Chapter 10. In this life, too much is owed. Liu Hai recognized this villager as Uncle Jun. The village had its share of wrongdoers, such as the notorious Sister Xiang next door and those three gossips. However, the majority were honest folk. Uncle Jun was one of them, a diligent man with a son. The couple worked tirelessly, toiling from dawn till dusk, living frugally to support their son's education. The boy had excelled academically from a young age, and, with the hopeful gazes of his family upon him, ultimately gained admission to a renowned university in the country. Upon graduation, he encountered the unfortunate timing of national reforms that abolished job placements for university graduates. Consequently, despite his talents, he found himself in a state of stagnation. Unable to secure a suitable position, ultimately returning to his hometown. Unable to farm or find work, he succumbed to despair, becoming the subject of ridicule among villagers who claimed that his education had rendered him foolish. His parents, the military couple, toiled selflessly, continuing to live frugally to support their child. Tragically, in their 60s, the weight of their hard work took a toll, and they both passed away within a year. In a previous life, he had already achieved financial success and returned to extract his son from the clutches of Mayun village. It became evident that his son's future was determined by social class. Lacking connections, he struggled to find a respectable job, not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather because of his circumstances. In his former life, his son thrived within the company, ascending to a mid-level management position with an annual salary of $1 million. If memory serves, during this period, Liu Hai often pilfered chickens from his family. Observing Uncle Jun, who was only in his early 40s yet bore the signs of age with wrinkles and white hair, Liu Hai felt a pang of empathy for the family's plight. How could he have stooped to such thievery back then? After a moment of reflection, he noticed Uncle Jun's beaming smile as he mentioned his talent for fishing during the agricultural off-season, expressing his desire to trade for whatever Liu Hai could procure. "Really?" Uncle Jun exclaimed, exuberant as a child. In rural areas, where land was allocated per household, families barely had enough to eat after fulfilling their grain quotas. If a household had a student, they often faced hunger. Liu Hai had created an opportunity for them to earn money, filling him with joy. Yet, as he departed, he felt a bittersweet twinge in his heart. Suddenly, he recognized that he owed more than just gratitude to Dong Xinyu. He was indebted to the majority of kind-hearted villagers. Had it not been for their compassion, his petty thievery alongside Dong Xinyu would have landed him in the police station countless times. A silent resolution began to form within him. He vowed not only to uplift his own family, but also to enrich the entire village, with the exception of the three cantankerous women and Sister Xiang from next door. After Uncle Jun returned home, it wasn't long before several villagers arrived at Liu Hai's house, each carrying their sun-dried silverfish. When Liu Hai explained he had no money to pay them today, they cheerfully suggested extending credit, saying he could settle up after selling the fish. "But I'm just a petty thief. What if I deceive you?" he protested. The villagers reassured him, "No worries, we trust you. Even if you did cheat us, it wouldn't be a significant loss. We know your heart isn't wicked. Perhaps the sudden loss of your brother and father changed you. We watched you grow up and understand." They continued, "It's wonderful to see you seriously pursuing a career now. If your father were aware, he would be immensely proud. We support you." Liu Hai felt a deeper sense of unease. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Dong Xinyu seemed similarly affected. "Brother Hai, I don't want the extra dime from our profits," he said, his mood heavy. "What's wrong?" Liu Hai inquired, adding more wood to the fire. "Nothing much. Just that I feel uneasy. That extra dime should go to the villagers," Dong Xinyu replied, turning his head away. Liu Hai approached him, gently lifting his chin. "Why are you crying, you rascal?" "I'm not." Still stubborn, your eyes are brimming with tears. Go on, who among the men cries? It only reveals a sense of guilt. I have resolved not to touch the dogs of this village any longer. After all, they have their own struggles, said Dong Xinyu. Liu Hai cast a sidelong glance. recalling that he had previously resorted to stealing chickens and dogs merely to stave off hunger. Now that they could earn a living, continuing such acts would truly be no different from behaving like beasts. Let us strive together to establish a factory in the village, so that we may prosper alongside our fellow villagers, though some individuals must be excluded. Very well. The two continued their conversation. During their discussion, Liu Hai remembered the canned apples sent over by his nephew, Li Ji, and he returned them without taking any. Previously, they had brought 12 pounds, but this time they had gathered a total of 46 pounds. Thus, the following day, at the break of dawn, they set out to the county carrying baskets. Just 2 days prior, they had sold over 10 pounds, mostly in small quantities, and those who tasted the product deemed it even more delectable than pork, making it memorable and enhancing their reputation. However, this time, they chose to set up their stall in the bustling market next door rather than in front of the state-run restaurant. As soon as Liu Hai and his companion arrived, they were recognized by previous customers. The moment their baskets were set down, their stall erupted in popularity, with customers clamoring for purchases and weighing their goods. Liu Hai, possessing a keen business sense, would often add a little extra after weighing, a seemingly minor gesture that proved to be a significant advantage in the market, as it fostered a perception of honesty. Customers appreciated that he never shortchanged them and consistently offered more. With his character and product's uniqueness, how could their business fail? Meanwhile, at the state-run restaurant, Old Chun from the state-owned food factory had prepared a substantial quantity of dried silverfish. With palpable confidence, he proclaimed himself the first in Yunnan County to turn waste into treasure, dismissing any competition. Can that lad's spicy fish compare to the legacy of my craft? Has he even mastered the basics? Urged Old Shin to give it a try. Indeed, Shun Maokai and his associates found themselves at an impasse, having no choice but to resort to an alternative plan by enlisting Old Chun to produce spicy dried silverfish. Shin Maokai pinched a small piece of the fish and tasted it, feeling a wave of disappointment. Though it was spicy and flavorful, it lacked a distinctive aroma. It was precisely this missing element that rendered the two products worlds apart. Yet, he refrained from voicing his concerns, as Old Chun had an air of superiority, being a veteran of the state-run food factory. To persuade him to join, Shin Maokai had even invoked the goodwill of his father. Just as he was about to speak, County Head Yang entered the room with the group, and the only dish yet to be served was the spicy dried silverfish. Without time for hesitation, they hurriedly brought the dish to the table. Upon its arrival, County Head Yang laughed heartily. Here we have Yunshan's specialty, spicy dried silverfish. Boss Kai, do give it a try. A middle-aged man, stylishly dressed in flared trousers and sporting a generous amount of mousse, responded with a smile to Yang's recommendation. I certainly must. Without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and sampled a few pieces. However, at the moment the food touched his lips, Boss Kai's face instantly flushed crimson, and ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, he spat it out. Chapter 11, Utter Defeat. It was overwhelmingly spicy, far too spicy. I apologize, County Chief Yang. I cannot tolerate such fiery dishes, he hastily explained, realizing his own faux pas. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. County Chief Yang's high hopes had culminated in such a scene. Nearby, the associates of the Hong Kong businessman rushed to pour water. A wave of embarrassment washed over County Chief Yang. He recalled that the young man's spicy fish was indeed fiery, yet it possessed a hint of sweetness that beautifully balanced the heat, enticing one to indulge even further despite the spiciness. How could it lead one to vomit at first bite? Thus, he too took a piece with his chopsticks and, in an instant, he too expelled it. He cast a discontented glance toward the kitchen. Just that single glance nearly brought Shin Maokai to his knees. The entire state-run restaurant was engulfed in an oppressive silence due to County Chief Yang's piercing gaze. Old Chun, standing nearby, wished fervently for a crevice to disappear into. Two individuals had tasted his spicy fish and were left retching. He felt utterly humiliated. At that moment, a server dashed in, drenched in sweat, carrying a spicy fish wrapped in newspaper. Director, I found them. Those two young men are setting up a stall at the market. I managed to retrieve it. Shin Maokai felt as if he had grasped a straw while teetering on the edge of a cliff. He quickly regained his composure to confirm it was indeed the two young men. Of course, the scene is chaotic. They nearly sold out. Hurry, grab a plate. Thus, the kitchen became a flurry of activity. Shin Maokai, still uneasy, tasted a piece after placing it in a dish. His eyes sparkled. Yes, this was the flavor. He hurriedly approached the table, carefully apologizing to County Chief Yang. I sincerely apologize. Our server mistakenly served the wrong dish. That fish was part of a new recipe we are developing. County Chief Yang had just managed to ease the tension at the table, only for Shen Maokai to arrive with more trouble. With a slight frown, he remarked, "Old Shun, you've never disappointed me in your duties before. Why has this occasion been handled so poorly?" Shen Maokai quickly offered various apologies and expressed his contrition. After a considerable time, County Chief Yang finally allowed him to replace the dish on the table. This time, County Chief Yang dared not be rash and decided to sample it himself first. Upon tasting the fish, a smile finally graced his face. "Ha ha ha, Boss Kai, this is the flavor I recommended to you. I sincerely apologize for the previous mix-up. Please, do give it a try." Boss Kai truly had no desire to taste it again. The fishy, fiery flavor was enough for one lifetime. Yet, out of respect for the county chief, he reluctantly took a small bite. Indeed, the moment it touched his palate, he paused, then quickly grabbed a few more pieces to savor. Soon, he was giving a thumbs up. "This flavor is exceptional." Laughter erupted around the table. As for the kitchen, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That morning, everyone had been reverently attending to Old Chun, with the assisting chefs speaking cautiously before him. But now, who still paid him any heed? Especially the chef, who, with a mere glance of skepticism, seemed to imply, "Is this truly the level of expertise from the ancestor of your dried fish?" This caused his pride to suffer greatly. Feeling utterly humiliated, he silently departed with his hands clasped behind his back. The waitstaff behind him did not show him any mercy, casting disdainful glances his way. They had endured his arrogance all morning, expecting some form of talent due to his grand demeanor, only to find that the dishes he prepared made County Chief Yang and others gag upon tasting. It was no wonder that the small dried fish from the state-owned subsidiary food factory initially went unsold when placed in the supply and marketing cooperative. Such remarks pierced through the heart of Old Chun, a seasoned veteran, shattering his self-esteem into fragments. As he walked away, he glanced at the nearby vegetable market, determined to uncover the truth of their abilities. "I, Old Chun, have a multitude of apprentices in Yinshan County, and I have never suffered such a significant loss of face." Fueled by rage, he set out to confront Liu Hai and his stall. Meanwhile, at the market, Liu Hai and his companions were thriving in sales. They had brought 45 pounds of dried fish this time. Liu Hai was generous in business, always adding a little extra for any buyer. Ultimately, they only charged for 44 pounds. Priced at 3 cents per tael, a pound amounted to 3 yuan. Yang Sandog was diligently counting the money, 10 cents, 30 cents, 20 cents, until he became flustered and had to start over. Liu Hai, stepping aside to purchase a pack of premium Lingji brand cigarettes for 52 cents, remarked that only a few cadres would often indulge in such luxury. Lighting one for himself, he offered another to Yang Sandog, who was still struggling with his calculations. "Do you think I still have hope if I go back to studying?" Yang Sandog asked, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Liu Hai scrutinized him with a serious demeanor, filled with skepticism. Yang Sandog seemed to grasp something and responded, "I know what you want to say." Liu Hai burst into laughter, saying, "When I get the chance, I'll talk to Xinyu and have her teach you." He began to gather the various notes and tally them up. This time, they collected a total of 132 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Yang Sandog was utterly astonished. Muttering to himself, "Damn it, I could sell a full-grown dog for only 4 yuan, and here I am earning 132 in a single day. The dried fish from the state-owned restaurant. Was that what you were selling here?" As he pondered this, the stern old Chun from the subsidiary food factory approached. Yang Sandog quickly regained his composure. Despite this man's fierce reputation in the village, once he tasted the sweetness of selling dried fish, he called everyone uncle or grandfather with more zeal than anyone else. "Sorry, uncle, but we VE sold out today." "Sold out? How much did you sell?" Old Chin inquired, glancing at the plastic bags in the basket, which contained only remnants. Liu Hai cheerfully replied, "Over 40 pounds, though I don't have the exact number." "Over 40 pounds. Old Chin was taken aback. Previously, their subsidiary food factory's dried fish had languished in the supply and marketing cooperative for a month and only sold a little over 10 pounds. Yet, in less than a morning at the market, they had sold 40 pounds. Overwhelmed by the blow, he stood in stunned silence for a long moment. Upon receiving the Lingji brand cigarettes offered by Liu Hai, I cast a meaningful glance in his direction. The previously palpable aura of anger dissipated considerably. "I do not smoke. Thank you. May I sample the remnants?" Liu Hai, with a smile, acquiesced. The old man pinched a small amount of residue and placed it in his mouth. Momentarily taken aback, the defiance that had once lingered in his heart was completely washed away by the flavor. Unable to resist, he repeated the action, confirming the taste repeatedly. Ultimately, the pride of his extensive experience vanished entirely, leaving behind an unmistakable air of defeat. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "This flavor is not indigenous to Yinshan County. Are you from elsewhere?" Chapter 12. My brother is sending me money? A native of this region, my ancestors were chefs serving the Empress, thus imparting a unique flavor to our cuisine. As Liu Hai busied himself with his belongings, he realized that with newfound wealth, he needed to visit County No. 1 middle school to check on his sister. In his previous life, his sister had harbored resentment towards him for a lifetime. This time, he was determined to prevent a tragic repetition, thus he did not dwell much on old Chen's concerns. The old man murmured gravely, "So, I have been defeated by a chef from the palace?" His spirits lifted slightly at the thought. As they prepared to leave, he began contemplating what information he could leave behind. "You may contact me at Group 7, Ponching Village, Liu Hai. My apologies, I have some matters to attend to." With that, he picked up his basket and departed alongside Yang Sandok. Liu Hai recalled that his sister Lu Qing would always obediently follow Dong Xinyu whenever they visited the town. Like all children from impoverished families, she would silently gaze at the fried food stalls they passed. Dong Xinyu would also glance at Lu Qing, her face etched with guilt. He had witnessed such scenes countless times, and the memories stirred a profound sense of remorse within him. At the market, fried oil cakes were sold for 4 cents each. Neither of them had eaten lunch, so they each purchased 2, and additionally bought 4 more. 2 for Lu Qing and 2 to take back for Dong Xinyu. At County No. 1 middle school, during lunchtime, a girl sat in a corner, eating from an aluminum square lunchbox. Though the cafeteria window displayed an array of dishes, she never dared to look too long. Typically, she consumed the small dried fish her family sent with her, which complemented her meal perfectly. Presently, she felt a pang of worry as she recalled the outstanding tuition fees for the semester. Today, her teacher had informed her to notify her parents to settle the payment promptly. As Lu Qing pondered this, tears streamed down her cheeks. The thought of her sister-in-law Dong Xinyu, toiling from dawn till dusk, clad in patched garments, filled her heart with sorrow. Initially, she had contemplated discontinuing her education upon entering junior high, but Dong Xinyu had insisted, "With your exceptional grades, even if I must toil endlessly, I will ensure you receive an education." Thus, she had enrolled in County No. 1 middle school with the highest score in the county's entrance examination. The cumulative expenses for the semester amounted to 11 yuan. Lu Qing could no longer bear to witness her sister-in-law humbly begging for loans. Consequently, she resolved to drop out. Just as she was drowning in her worries, her homeroom teacher approached, holding a newspaper-wrapped oil cake, the grease seeping through the paper, rendering it particularly appetizing. He placed it before Lu Qing. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, raising her head in confusion to look at Teacher Fong. With a smile, Teacher Fong said, "To be honest, I have always been quite apprehensive about the possibility of you dropping out, as your academic performance is more than sufficient to secure admission to a reputable university and transform your destiny. I was even prepared to assist you in applying for financial aid from the school, but someone has just stepped forward to cover your tuition fees. He mentioned that the oil pancakes were specifically bought for you and left you 5 yuan for living expenses. He assured me that he would ensure your completion of high school and university. Is it my brother?" The only person Lu Qing could think of was Dong Xinyu. And suddenly, the memory of Dong Xinyu borrowing money surfaced in her mind, causing her heart to ache. "Not your sister-in-law. He said it was your brother," Teacher Fong chuckled. "Focus on your studies and stop overthinking." "My brother? That's absolutely impossible. That good-for-nothing would never share food with me or my sister-in-law. Ever since our father passed away, he has insisted that I should not waste money on education. That can't be true. Just a moment ago, he appeared in front of me, looking utterly distressed. Claiming that he regretted not pursuing his studies, Teacher Fong said, "Is he still around?" Lu Qing felt a chill run down her spine. Isn't he proud to be illiterate for life? How could he possibly say such a thing? It was hard to believe. Teacher Fong mentioned that he had just bid farewell at the entrance of the cafeteria, so he should have left by now. "Thank you, Teacher Fong." Lu Qing could not remain calm and hurriedly got up to rush outside. Upon exiting, she spotted Liu Hai and Yang Sandog leaving the school gates. She called out brother behind them, but they likely did not hear her. With a handful of tickets and vouchers in her hand, she felt utterly disoriented. My brother actually cares about me? Could it be true? While she pondered this, a male classmate handed her a packet of dried fish, saying, "Try this flavor. Isn't it just like what your sister-in-law makes? My father just brought this to me, saying it's flying off the shelves at the market." Lu Qing looked puzzled and popped a piece into her mouth, her expression changing dramatically. "Did you just say this dried fish is selling like hotcakes at the market?" "Yes. I told my dad I've had it before, and he accused me of bragging." "What about the vendor? Did your uncle describe what he looked like?" "I actually didn't ask." Lu Qing began to feel uneasy. Could it be that her brother had suddenly gained some insight and started earning money? Glancing at the money in her hand, her expression became quite complex, tears welling in her eyes. In Ponqing village, after Liu Hai and the others left home, the diligent Dong Xinyu returned briefly to tidy up before heading back to work in the fields. Her mind was preoccupied with the thought of whether Liu Hai and the others were truly selling dried fish. Suddenly, she spotted Liu Hai approaching from the ridge. Instinctively, she wanted to flee, fearing his wrath. However, before she could take 2 steps, Liu Hai, as expected, barked, "Stand there and don't move." Dong Xinyu dared not budge. Feeling somewhat wronged as she stood there with her head bowed, mumbling to herself, "I knew you wouldn't change. You're still as fierce as ever." Liu Hai returned with a considerable amount of supplies, all intended for continuing the dried fish business. After setting down the basket, he grabbed the 2 oil pancakes. Upon seeing her in such a state, an inexplicable pang of sympathy surged within him, especially as he noticed her bare feet. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Didn't Ti buy you rubber shoes? Why are you barefoot?" Dong Xinyu glanced at him and continued her work. After all, who would wear such expensive shoes to toil in the fields? Liu Hai fell into a contemplative silence, but soon, with a smile, reassured her. "I understand that you might feel uncomfortable living in someone else's home. Rest assured, during this month, I shall deliver rice and oil to Uncle Guo's house. I am a man of my word. A month from now, I will proudly take you as my bride, if circumstances permit. I also aspire to construct a brick house during this time." The audacious girl muttered softly, but Liu Hai caught her words, asking, "What did you just say?" Startled, Dong Xinyu quickly regained her composure, feeling a flicker of apprehension. "I said nothing at all," she replied, attempting to maintain her innocence. She cast a glance at him, obediently lowering her head, bracing herself for reprimand. To her astonishment, Liu Hai unexpectedly produced 2 oil cakes, presenting them before her. "It has been quite some time since you savored these, hasn't it? I brought them back for you from the county." "These are for me?" Dong Xinyu asked, puzzled. Liu Hai smiled, placing the oil cakes in her hands before lifting the basket. "In the days to come, you need only wait patiently for me to bring you home." Chapter 13. Earning together with the villagers, Dong Xinyu held the 2 oil cakes, gazing at Liu Hai's retreating figure as he carried the basket. A moment of daze enveloped her. Has he truly changed? Yet, she hesitated to fully trust in Liu Hai's transformation, for he had played tricks on her over the years, leaving her wary. Reflecting on past events, she even contemplated if Liu Hai had poisoned the cakes in a sinister plot against her. Initially inclined to discard them, the sight of the oil cakes, such a rare delicacy she had denied herself for years, sparked a sense of regret. If it is poison, so be it, she thought in frustration, and with her petite mouth, she took a fierce bite. To her surprise, they were quite delectable, lifting her spirits as memories of childhood visits to the bustling alleys of Kyoto flooded her mind, accompanied by her siblings. Lost in thought, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. As she continued to eat, a strange thought crossed her mind. He hadn't poisoned them after all. With the right approach in mind, Liu Hai intended to embark on a more ambitious venture. Upon his return, he began preparing a meal. He sautéed fatty pork until it released a bit of lard, stir-fried some lean meat, and then simmered it all in a pot of water, seasoning it simply with the homemade fermented chili paste from Dong Xinyu. He washed a generous amount of greens, cooking and eating simultaneously. This straightforward pork hot pot represented the height of luxury in the rural south at that time. Yang Sangu felt it insufficient, so he leapt into the nearby ditch and soon emerged with 5 or 6 plump crucian carp. With Liu Hai's deft maneuvers, a pot of milky crucian fish soup was soon bubbling on the fire. 2 pots simmered away, accompanied by a large basket of greens and 2 pounds of homemade village liquor. At 7 in the evening, Uncle June and the villagers who had sold them goods the day prior arrived. Upon seeing the 2 extravagantly filled pots in Liu Hai's home, each person eagerly grabbed their chopsticks, exclaiming, "My goodness, so much meat." As Yang Sanda poured wine, he chuckled, remarking that there must be something to accompany 5 pounds of meat. The mention of 5 pounds caused a stir among the group, and they instinctively turned their gazes towards Liu Hai. With a smile, Liu Hai distributed cigarettes and explained that he had several matters to discuss with them. What is it? Xiao Hai, just speak directly. As long as you walk the right path, we will wholeheartedly support you. Uncle Jun spoke candidly, his smile reflecting the simplicity characteristic of the era. The others echoed similar sentiments, smiling in agreement. Liu Hai pondered over Dong Xinyu and his sister, and upon observing the sincerity on their faces, he suddenly realized that this was the true significance of his rebirth. He began to engage them in conversation, starting with settling the debt for the dried fish they had provided. He then broached the subject of silverfish farming. Currently, silverfish were abundant, and Liu Hai was well aware that, according to his plan, supplying the entire county would not pose a problem. However, to supply the nation, the wild silverfish from Ponching village would be far from sufficient. Thus, it was imperative to discuss aquaculture with them in advance. In this era, personal fish farmers were exceedingly rare, so Liu Hai's proposition intrigued them, and they listened with rapt attention. The reproductive capacity of silverfish is remarkable. They do not grow large and have a growth cycle of only a few months. If cultivated, the yield could be quite substantial. Moreover, silverfish primarily feed on smaller fish and shrimp, which are plentiful in the ditches, making farming particularly convenient. Liu Hai then began calculating potential profits, doing so mentally. Yang Sandog was left astounded. He thought to himself, when did my bro, Hai, become so educated that he can perform mental calculations so swiftly? Not only him, but the other villagers were equally taken aback by Liu Hai's swift calculations, leaving them in disbelief. Was this Liu Hai still the same rogue we once knew? Though they did not fully grasp the calculations, Liu Hai concluded by stating that if all went smoothly, each household could potentially see an increase of around 200 in annual income. This revelation ignited their enthusiasm. Can we truly expect such a significant increase in income? Then what else is there to discuss? Let us do it, they exclaimed. Yes, we believe in you, Liu Hai. Well done. Your father would surely be elated to know. Laughter erupted as they raised their glasses in a toast, clinking them together. The following morning, after a night well spent, Liu Hai contemplated the tasks ahead. He wished to jot them down with pen and paper, but regrettably, he found none in the house. He decided instead to pick up a twig and write on the ground in front of his home. His first step would still involve a market stall approach, albeit selling in a haphazard manner, as the authorities were particularly vigilant this year. Building a reputation could attract unwanted attention, and if someone in the county noticed him profiting, there would invariably be those with self-righteous motives ready to report him. This was not a sustainable solution. In the long run, it was essential to seek affiliation with a state-owned enterprise, utilizing its credentials to establish a legitimate factory and create his own brand. Such plans required careful consideration. Yang Sandog had felt particularly out of sorts the previous day. In a startling turn of events, the disparity between him and Hai Ge seemed to have widened overnight. The previous night, his mind was consumed by the mental arithmetic performed effortlessly by Hai Ge. It was astounding. The way Hai Ge could perform addition and subtraction in the hundreds and thousands without the aid of an abacus was nothing short of remarkable. Had Hai Ge secretly honed his skills without informing him? To unravel this mystery, Yang Senggu resolved to seek counsel from Zhang Sihai at the broadcasting station. Every morning, the village held a broadcast session, typically featuring speeches from the village secretary, Xiao Guomin, or presentations by the most skilled farmers sharing their agricultural expertise. Zhang Sihai, having little to occupy his time, immersed himself in a cup of tea and became engrossed in reading the Soviet classic How the Steel Was Tempered. As he read, he suddenly noticed Yang Senggu entering with a furrowed brow, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, dropping his book and rushing toward the window. Yang Senggu, with a frown, shouted, "Why do you always scurry away like a mouse whenever you see me and Hai Ge? What happened to your proletarian resilience?" Zhang Sihai halted his escape, turning back with indignation. "Who the hell is a mouse? Ah, you rascal. If I don't discipline you for a day, you'll think you can climb the rafters," Yang Senggu retorted. Zhang Sihai, taken aback, quickly complied. "All right, monkey brother." He lowered his head and approached Yang Senggu obediently. After their encounter the previous night, Yang Senggu felt a twinge of conscience, realizing it was unjust to continually bully Zhang Sihai. Thus, he softened his tone. "Sihai, I'd like to ask you something." "Go ahead, dog brother. Can you perform mental arithmetic for addition and subtraction up to 100 or even 1000? I can manage up to 100. But 1000 is beyond me, dog brother." Why do you ask? Zhang Xihai ventured cautiously. Yang Sanggu, growing increasingly desperate, declared, let me tell you something. Don't be surprised. Dog brother, if I tell you I witnessed Hai Gu deftly calculating mental arithmetic up to 100, would you believe me? Chapter 14. Accompanying my sister-in-law to sell pig feed. Just Liu Hai? Yes, what of it? That ruffian? He can perform mental calculations in the hundreds? Zhang Xihai, you're deluded. Don't even mention arithmetic. If you asked him to count to 100, he wouldn't be able to do it swiftly. He is illiterate. Boasting without foundation. Yang Sanggu, incensed, retorted. Do you know that before I arrived, I kept reminding myself to maintain a civil demeanor and not to bully you? Yet, you persist in testing my patience. How can I cultivate my character in your presence when you continuously provoke me? Clearly, my Hai Gu was right. Without a daily reprimand, you stray from the common people. You don't believe me? I shall take you to witness it. With that, he resumed his previous action, seizing Zhang Xihai by the neck and exiting. Zhang Xihai cried out in protest, but Yang Sanggu, unfazed, lit a cigarette and confidently strode through the village, greeting familiar villagers with a smile. Strangely enough, the villagers seemed to have grown accustomed to this peculiar scene, each wearing an expression of indifference. After capturing Zhang Xihai and bringing him to Liu Hai's residence, Yang Sanggu searched everywhere but could not find anyone. Zhang Xihai remained skeptical of Yang Sanggu's assertions, muttering to himself, could Liu Hai really perform mental arithmetic? Absurd. Seizing the opportunity while Yang Sanggu was preoccupied with his search, he strolled towards the pond in the front yard, intending to wash his face. Yet, before he got close, he suddenly noticed that the ground was covered in writing. Intrigued, he bent down for a closer look. Upon this cursory glance, he was rendered speechless. Quickly squatting down to examine it more closely, his astonishment grew. Goodness! Was that not the cursive script of Wang Shiji? Had Liu Hai penned all of this? Dog brother, come quickly! Yang Sanggu rushed over, and upon seeing the words, he was filled with ecstatic excitement, exclaiming, Look, Zhang Xihai, do you still not believe me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This cannot be Liu Hai's handiwork. Zhang Xihai was utterly disheartened. Before long, Xiao Guomin, who had been in town for a 2-day meeting, arrived and, upon observing the writing on the ground, stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. Soon, more and more villagers gathered around Liu Hai. In the village, there was a household with a rice milling machine that provided services to others. Out of sympathy for Dong Xinyu's plight, this family offered her some discarded husks to collect and sell in town as pig feed. Consequently, every month, Dong Xinyu would push a cart laden with the collected husks, trudging 10 miles to the town to sell them. On this occasion, Liu Hai encountered Dong Xinyu on the mountain path leading to the town. Her frail figure struggled under the weight of 4 or 5 sacks of husks as she navigated the rugged terrain, stumbling along the way. Upon seeing this, Liu Hai immediately jogged over and took the cart from her hands. Drenched in sweat, Dong Xinyu looked up and, upon recognizing Liu Hai, felt a flicker of fear. What brings you here? Liu Hai replied, There's nothing pressing today. I'll accompany you to sell the husks. Dong Xinyu could not shake the feeling that Liu Hai had ulterior motives, perhaps intending to take her earnings. Nevertheless, as Liu Hai walked ahead in silence, she feared his wrath should she question his intentions. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she bit her lip and followed behind him. Thus, they made their way to Xia town. In this era, with the implementation of household contracts, rural households were enviable, prompting young people to enthusiastically engage in farming. With little inclination to migrate south for work in the years to come, the town was bustling with activity and throngs of people. After setting down the 5 sacks of husks, it wasn't long before inquiries began to arise. Just as Dong Xinyu was about to speak, Liu Hai enthusiastically interjected, 8 jiao per sack, and if you purchase all 5 at once, I'll let you have them for 3 yuan. Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyu panicked. How can you sell them for such a low price? I've collected these for a month, and I still owe 11 yuan for Qingqing's tuition. She immediately prepared to protest. However, Liu Hai silenced her with a commanding, Don't say a word, just trust me. But tears streamed down Dong Xinyu's cheeks as she helplessly watched Liu Hai sell the 5 sacks for a pittance. Liu Hai received some change, counted it with a lick of his fingers, and confirmed with the buyer. That is correct, I assent it? Absolutely, absolutely, came the reply. Liu Hai naturally tucked the money into his pocket and enthusiastically assisted the individual in loading 5 sacks of grain husk onto his cart. Dong Xinyu, feeling increasingly aggrieved, pondered sorrowfully whether he intended to give her not a single cent. After all, That money was her hard-earned collection. What about Qingqing's tuition? Surely, he aimed to squander her earnings on drink. With her head bowed, she appeared as pitiable as a small kitten. After sending the man away, Liu Hai turned back to find Dong Xinyu with her head lowered. It dawned on him that he should not have pocketed the money. So he retrieved it and offered it to her. Dong Xinyu was momentarily taken aback and lifted her sun-kissed, darkened face, which was marked by delicate features. Tears still glistened on her cheeks, and her voice trembled with uncertainty. Are you truly willing to give this to me? Liu Hai glanced at her feet, which were clad in newly woven straw sandals. The journey had been over a stony path, leaving her feet scraped and bloodied, with crimson stains adhering to the straps of her sandals. Observing her trousers, he noted at least 6 or 7 patches, if memory served correctly. These were trousers Dong Xinyu had salvaged from the streets and had been mending for years. Taking her hand gently, he placed the money into her palm. This 3 yuan, regained, filled Dong Xinyu with immense joy. Fearful that Liu Hai might change his mind, she hastily stowed the money into her pocket. As Liu Hai began to pull the cart, he noticed she remained motionless and urged her, "Stop dawdling, get onto the cart." "Why?" Dong Xinyu questioned, perplexed by Liu Hai's intentions. With a fierce countenance, he retorted, "What are you asking so much for? Hurry up, we have no time to waste. We need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative." "I don't want to go. I don't want to buy anything." "What about Qingqing's tuition?" "Enough chatter, just get on." "Okay." Fearing Liu Hai's wrath, Dong Xinyu quickly climbed onto the cart, sitting stiffly as if on pins and needles. To her astonishment, Liu Hai began to pull away with her. What was his true intention? Why was he suddenly so kind to her? Could this be merely a deceptive calm before the storm? Dong Xinyu remained cautious, reluctant to trust Liu Hai so readily. It felt as if she were being dragged toward a gallows. Arriving at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, Liu Hai took her hand and led her inside, instructing her to sit still while he approached the counter and requested a pair of cloth shoes from the sales clerk. He returned to Dong Xinyu, squatted down, and examined her wounds. Then he extracted an unfinished Lingji brand cigarette, removed the tobacco leaves, and pressed them against her injury. He tore a strip of cloth from his clothing to bandage her wounds, his movements remarkably meticulous and gentle. Dong Xinyu's anxiety about the 3 yuan in her pocket intensified. She suspected Liu Hai's sudden kindness was merely a pretext to swindle her money. She clutched it tightly, just as Liu Hai was about to help her into the shoes. A sales clerk rushed over, pointing at him. "What are you doing? Stop right there." Chapter 15. Do not look down on others. The sales clerk approached with a face full of disdain, swiftly snatching the shoes from Liu Hai's hands. "Are you not aware of how filthy her feet are? How could you possibly put new shoes on such dirty feet? I cannot believe the audacity of you farmers from the countryside, always engaging in such unethical conduct at the cooperative." After uttering a few scornful words, she cast a disdainful glance at Liu Hai and departed. Dong Xinyu was left in a state of shock, hastily rising to grasp Liu Hai's arm, fearing that he might cause a commotion. "Let us go, we won tea by anything." Liu Hai disregarded her, striding directly towards the salesperson, snatching the pair of cloth shoes from the shelf and heading to the counter. The salesperson, witnessing Liu Hai's audacity, immediately pointed at him, demanding he return the shoes, insisting that this was a state-run establishment and to refrain from causing a scene. "How much for these shoes?" Liu Hai directed his gaze at another attendant at the counter, ignoring the woman behind him. "That would be 2 yuan, she replied, momentarily taken aback. Liu Hai retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket and slapped 2 yuan onto the counter, declaring, "I'll take these shoes." The counter attendant took a while to regain her composure, muttering, "Oh, let me help you." "No need," Liu Hai asserted, taking the shoes and walking away. As he passed by the salesperson, she felt as though Liu Hai had dealt her a resounding slap, her pride shattered. Having already paid for the shoes, she found no justification to trouble Liu Hai, yet she pouted defiantly, mimicking his tone. "I bought these. What is a farmer doing here pretending? Who do you think you are?" With a disdainful glance at Liu Hai, she returned to the counter, resuming her sunflower seeds. Liu Hai ignored her, and after retrieving the shoes, he helped Dong Xinyu put them on. "Are they too tight?" Dong Xinyu asked, slightly dazed, quickly shaking her head. "Just right. But it's a bit extravagant. They're quite expensive." "Where did you get the money?" "As long as they fit, don't worry about it." Subsequently, Liu Hai took Dong Xinyu on a shopping spree, purchasing various items such as electric wires and tungsten light bulbs, as their home had yet to be electrified. Gradually, Dong Xinyu's vigilance began to diminish. She visited the town once a month, always pushing her cart timidly past the supply and marketing cooperative, casting glances at the goods inside. She longed to enter and explore but refrained from spending a single penny, often leaving with her head bowed, having endured the mocking gazes of the sales staff. This was her first time observing the cooperative so closely. Everything felt particularly intriguing, reminiscent of her time in Kyoto when her siblings led her through the cooperative to select items. A pure, innocent smile gradually illuminated her face. After Liu Hai had bought numerous items, they finally halted before a Panda brand radio. Liu Hai tested it, looking up at Dong Xinyu. "What do you think of this radio?" Dong Xinyu, puzzled by his intentions, replied, "It's great. What's wrong?" Just then, the salesperson who had previously mocked Liu Hai emerged, clearly having been watching them, seizing the opportunity to ridicule him and reclaim her lost dignity. Dong Xinyu felt a pang of insecurity, instinctively lowering her head and tugging at Liu Hai, wanting to leave. However, Liu Hai stood his ground, retorting, "As I mentioned, a 3-tube radio with 36 legs, not a single one missing. This radio works perfectly. Do you truly like it?" Dong Xinyu finally comprehended why Liu Hai had insisted on her watching the radio. It was no wonder he had earlier shown interest in bicycles, sewing machines, and watches. This was the crux of the matter. In truth, she felt an indescribable turmoil regarding this issue. She had initially planned to leave after Qingqing graduated from university and started working, embarking on a quest to find her older siblings. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. They had become intimately involved. Should I truly marry him? If I do, and we have children, it would be even more challenging to search for my brother and sister. Are you even listening to me? Liu Hai interrupted her thoughts, noticing her silence. Dong Xinyu quickly regained her composure and, feeling somewhat aggrieved, murmured that she liked him. But the tuition fees for Qingqing were exorbitant. "Stop fixating on her tuition," Liu Hai replied. "If you genuinely like it, I'll come by in a couple of days and buy it for you. That way, you won't be so bored at Uncle Guaman's." The saleswoman, sensing Liu Hai had no intention of purchasing, seized the opportunity and remarked, "I thought you would act like before and rush to the counter to pay. Can you shut your mouth?" Liu Hai cut her off abruptly. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. She believed she had misheard him. Trembling with indignation, she retorted, "What did you just call me? How dare you? Where are you from? Tell me your address immediately. You dare to insult a state employee? What are you even talking about?" Liu Hai responded. The reason he had maintained a stern demeanor since her arrival was that he recognized her. This was the very saleswoman from his past life who had scolded Dong Xinyu for merely glancing at the sandals displayed in the glass case. Those memories had etched themselves into his mind for eternity. How could he harbor any goodwill towards her? Merely refraining from slapping her was already a show of restraint. The saleswoman, witnessing Liu Hai's blatant disregard for her state employee status, prepared to retaliate. Liu Hai locked eyes with her and provocatively stated, "Not satisfied, are you? Do you wish to argue? Come on, you rude woman, let us have a proper debate." "What do you mean by what? You always bossing around ordinary folks. Who gave you such authority? This is granted by the state." "Granted by the state? Have you no shame? To shamelessly declare yourself a state employee while merely selling goods? What kind of employee are you? You. What do you mean you? Am I wrong? What contributions have you made to the country? You spend your days munching on sunflower seeds, living off the state. Where does your arrogance come from, looking down on others?" Liu Hai's relentless retorts left the saleswoman's hair standing on end, mirroring the disdain she had shown him. He finally pointed to the wall, where the words "Serve the people" were emblazoned, demanding, "Loudly recite your cooperative's motto for me." The woman turned to look at the sign, suddenly feeling cornered. She placed her hands on her hips, preparing to throw a tantrum. An older saleswoman, noticing the commotion, hurried over. Young comrade, please do not be upset. Let us hear what happened." "Jinhua, keep your mouth shut. The director is going to come and reprimand you for your improper attitude," she scolded, pulling the younger woman behind her. Liu Hai, uninterested in further entanglements, took Dong Xinyu by the hand and headed outside. However, midway through their journey, he abruptly pointed at the radio. "Make sure to clean this radio thoroughly for me. I will come to purchase it no later than the day after tomorrow." Chapter 16. Even Yang Sango has changed. This fellow is utterly outrageous. He dares to show disdain for the personnel of our national unit. Sister Fong. This matter cannot be allowed to continue. The older saleswoman, witnessing her incessant provocation of Liu Hai from behind, could no longer tolerate it and reprimanded her with a loud voice, drawing the attention of many onlookers. realizing that Sister Fong was genuinely angered. The woman hastily closed her mouth, casting a fearful glance her way. The older saleswoman, with a stern expression, warned, "This is my final admonition to you. It would be wise for you to refrain from standing at the entrance, barking orders at others. If you are caught by the director next time, I will not intercede on your behalf." The young comrade's reprimand held truth among all the employees of our supply and marketing cooperative. Who does not know that you are the laziest? You are quick to claim credit for achievements, but when challenges arise, you are even quicker to flee. The older saleswoman showed no mercy, chastising the woman in front of everyone. The woman dared not lift her head, her previous authoritative demeanor before Liu Hai shattered into fragments. Yet, with her head bowed, she cast a defiant glance at Liu Hai's retreating figure, muttering to herself, "I shall see if you truly come to buy this radio before the day after tomorrow. I am waiting." Liu Hai loaded all his purchases onto the cart, ensuring that Dong Xinyu did not have to walk. Perhaps due to a lingering sense of guilt from a past life, he cherished her deeply, fearing that she might injure her feet while walking. Dong Xinyu felt particularly uncomfortable. At that moment, a multitude of questions swirled in her mind regarding Liu Hai. Why was he suddenly treating her with such kindness? She could not fathom that his intentions were purely altruistic. Moreover, where did he acquire such a substantial amount of money? Was he truly engaged in selling dried fish? Glancing at the numerous items piled beside them, she felt a pang of heartache and indignation, lamenting, why spend so much money? It could have been used for Qingqing's tuition. By this time, they had reached an uphill stretch, and Liu Hai began to struggle with the cart. Eventually, his foot slipped, causing him to kneel on the ground. Dong Xinyu snapped back to reality, quickly dismounting the cart. "Are you hurt?" Feeling a scrape on his calf, Liu Hai winced slightly, but replied, "No, you get back on the cart." "I can walk by myself," she protested. "I said get on the cart. Do you not see how your feet are in such a state?" Liu Hai snapped. Startled, Dong Xinyu climbed back onto the cart, her beautiful and clear apricot eyes anxiously fixed on Liu Hai. "I worry you might tire. Why are you being so harsh with me?" Liu Hai glanced back at her, realizing his tone had been too severe. He offered a gentle smile. "It's nothing. I'm not tired. Just stay still. I am concerned about your injury becoming inflamed." After catching his breath, he resumed pulling the cart. Dong Xinyu dared not move again. Thus, Liu Hai led Dong Xinyu through Ponching village, attracting curious glances and whispers from numerous villagers. "Have you noticed? It seems like Liu Hai has truly transformed in recent days." "Indeed, I was just about to mention that. Not only has he changed, but even Yang Sandog, who associates with him, has undergone a metamorphosis. You won't believe it. Yesterday, Yang Sandog unexpectedly brought his puppy to my house, claiming that it was a return for my dog he previously touched. Goodness, I was so frightened I didn't dare go home for days." "Yang Sandog returned your dog? This is dreadful. Liu Hai came by this morning to repay me. What on earth is happening with these two troublemakers? Old habits die hard. Can you truly believe that these two have changed?" A voice from behind interrupted their conversation. Turning around, they were surprised to see Li Xiuyue, Wang Taohong, and Zhang Erfing. These three were infamous in the village as a notorious trio and were among those Liu Hai had dealt with harshly upon his return. Having been severely beaten by Liu Hai, they feared he and Yang Sandog would come seeking revenge. Thus they had confined themselves to their homes until today. After deliberating together, they concluded that Liu Hai would likely not seek retribution, allowing them to venture out again. To their astonishment, they encountered Liu Hai escorting Dong Xinyu home. Everyone knew of the trio's formidable influence in the village. If one incurred the wrath of any of them, the others would swiftly rally to gossip and malign. Hence, they hastily pretended to engage in fieldwork and scurried away. Among them, Wang Taohong, with high cheekbones and a gaunt frame, had caused her husband's demise in his 20s, and her tongue was as venomous as her reputation. Watching Liu Hai's silhouette against the setting sun with Dong Xinyu, she spat, "How shameless to dally with your sister-in-law." "Ugh," Li Xiuyue joined in. "Xiao's secretary is growing senile. How can he support such behavior? It's a disgrace to social morals." "Indeed. And yet he shamelessly intends to marry her publicly? What a laugh. Liu Hai, that scoundrel? It's not that I look down on him. But if he were destined for greatness, Liu Jiangwo wouldn't have lost his wife in his youth, nor would he have lived past 50. A worthless endeavor." Zhang Erfing's sharp tongue was equally unforgiving. The trio lacked the courage to confront Liu Hai openly, resorting instead to casting curses from behind. After their tirade, their spirits lifted slightly. Just as they continued their disparagement, A figure with a military backpack appeared at the end of the road. Wang Taohong paused in astonishment, then sprinted joyfully towards him. "Xiaojing, you're back. Oh, my son, I've missed you. Why didn't you write to let me know you were returning from the army?" Li Xiuyue and Zhang Erfeng, upon seeing the young man, also expressed their delight and hurried over. "Brother Hai, our position is in jeopardy." After Liu Hai escorted Dong Xinyu back to Xiao Guomin's home, he initially intended to leave immediately. However, upon noticing blood trickling down Liu Hai's calf, Dong Xinyu insisted on helping him. Only after she treated his wound with some ash did she allow him to go home. By this time, it was already evening. Young Sandog, while preparing the dried fish he had retrieved earlier that day, spoke with a grave expression. Liu Hai was also preoccupied with his tasks when he raised his head and uttered, "What do you mean by losing status?" Yang Sandog inquired whether Liu Hai had struck that troublesome woman, Wang Taohong, a few days ago. A flicker of hatred momentarily crossed Liu Hai's eyes at the mention of her. He had been too busy earning money lately to consider the trio of gossips that had brought misfortune to Dong Xinyu in a past life. Suppressing his anger, he replied, "So what?" Yang Sandog suddenly appeared despondent, mentioning that Wang Taohong's son, Guogang, had unexpectedly returned from the military, lamenting, "I can't contend with him." Chapter 17. The Return of the Former Village Bully Guogang. A figure immediately emerged in Liu Hai's mind. The son of Wang Taohong. He was a few years older than Liu Hai and Yang Sandog, and had once been a troublemaker in the village. 2 years prior, his mother had leveraged some connections to enlist him in the army. According to the trajectory of their previous lives, at this very moment, he was not returning from a standard discharge, but rather fleeing after having killed someone in a brawl with his comrades. If all went as expected, he would soon be taken back by military personnel. However, in the meantime, it was certain that he would seek to cause them trouble. Liu Hai contemplated this and resumed his work, stating, "If he comes looking for us, can't the two of us handle him?" Though he spoke confidently, he was aware that Guogang could be quite ruthless. Yang Sandog, appearing troubled, agreed, "You're right. If he dares to confront us, we will fight back fiercely." Furthermore, he asked Liu Hai candidly, "Tell me the truth. Did you write those characters on the front yard today?" He gestured toward the yard, where the incident had sparked considerable discussion among the villagers. "Liu Hai wrote those beautiful characters? What a joke. That's like a pig climbing a tree in the village." Liu Hai pondered the characters in question. "What characters? I didn't write anything today. Thank goodness." Yang Sandog sighed in relief, primarily wishing to avoid any widening rift with his brother. Let's discuss how to deal with Guogang. At the home of Wang Taohong, she had always been unreasonable and exceedingly domineering, even within her household. In her days on the production team, she frequently berated her husband in the fields, employing particularly uncouth language. Eventually, her husband could no longer endure it and drank pesticide in despair. To this day, she showed no remorse, often cursing her deceased husband for being heartless and abandoning them. With her son's return today, she resumed her usual lamentations about how her husband had died early and how difficult it was to raise him alone. As night deepened, the mother and son sat at the table, and Guogang could bear it no longer. He slammed his chopsticks on the table, exclaiming, "Are you ever going to stop?" Wang Taohong, fearful of her son, quickly fell silent. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Guogang picked up his chopsticks once more to resume his meal. "I do not wish to constantly hear your grievances about how difficult life has become. In this day and age, which household finds life easy? Who has not endured their share of hardships?" Wang Taohong responded with a conciliatory tone, Yes, my son, you are absolutely right. What brings you back so suddenly? Is everything well in the army?" "Nothing much," Guogang replied, devouring his food as if he had not eaten in ages. "Has Lu Jun returned?" he inquired. "Lu Jun?" Wang Taohong chuckled, "Returned? Not a chance. The year you joined the army, news circulated from afar that he had perished in a brawl. He died?" Guogang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intrigue. "What about Dong Xinyu? Is she still in the village? Do not mention that shameless one. She is shacked up with Liu Hai. Isn't she Liu Hai's sister-in-law? How could they possibly be together?" Wang Taohong proceeded to vividly recount the recent events that had transpired. Guogang remained silent, seemingly concocting a plan in his mind. Ultimately, he set down his chopsticks, rose, and made his way into the house. "I understand now. I have rushed back and feel somewhat weary. I shall retire for the night." Wang Taohong had an inkling that her son harbored some unspoken concerns. She rose, feeling uneasy. "Xiaojun, do you have something on your mind? Why do I feel that you are acting strangely?" Bang! Before Wang Taohong could finish her sentence, Gua Gang slammed the door shut. What on earth is going on with this child? Wang Taohong murmured, troubled. As the night passed, Liu Hai and his companions continued to simmer the red oil. This time, they had acquired a substantial quantity, totaling over 100 pounds. The two were busily occupied. Once the red oil was ready, Liu Hai entrusted the task of frying fish to Dong Xinyu and proceeded to the village committee. In the village, several tractors from the production team lay idle, and Liu Hai sought to rent one from Xiao Guomin. The two engaged in discussion at the village committee office for an extended period. Throughout the conversation, Xiao Guomin scrutinized Liu Hai with a furrowed brow. The previous day's revelation that Liu Hai could write had struck him as exceedingly peculiar, and now, Liu Hai presented an unfamiliar demeanor. Once, Liu Hai had been indolent and a typical ne'er-do-well, yet now he articulated plans for a promising future. He spoke of how spicy dried fish could bring prosperity to the villagers and envisioned expanding beyond the province to sell nationwide, sounding almost like an oracle. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as this young man could turn over a new leaf and refrain from petty theft, Xiao Guomin would overlook the supernatural transformation. Ultimately, he retrieved a sheet of paper and swiftly pinned down 3 stipulations. Sign this. The rent is 10 yuan per month, and the oil is your responsibility. I trust you will not sell it. The tractor is communal property, a national asset. Liu Hai had anticipated a lengthy negotiation to secure the rental. Yet Xiao Guomin unexpectedly acquiesced with little resistance. He understood that Xiao Guomin's decision carried significant risk. If the township government were to discover this arrangement, someone would undoubtedly pursue the matter, placing Xiao Guomin in a precarious position. In the best-case scenario, he might even lose his title as village secretary. Noticing Liu Hai's silence, Xiao Guomin glared at him. What? Has your conscience finally awakened? If you truly experience a moment of conscience, then earn well and bring my beloved Xinyu home. Do not let me down. Liu Hai signed with a faint sense of emotion, his name inscribed on the paper. He prepared to pay the first month's rent, but was stopped by Xiao Guomin, who handed him a heavy tractor key, saying, I understand that you're just starting out. Let me cover your first month's rent. Go ahead. Liu Hai accepted the key, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Guomin. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. He swiftly took the tractor from the village. Previously, he had to rely solely on his own strength, walking 20 kilometers to the county town. Now, with the tractor, the pace of his trade would undoubtedly accelerate. The speed of making money would only increase, and Liu Hai felt elated as he drove home. However, upon his return, he was greeted by the sight of Dong Xinyu bound to a tree in front of his house, shouting angrily, Gua Gang, if you have the guts, let me down. Let us settle this one-on-one. You're back from the military. What else with this sneak attack? Are you even listening to me? Looking at the front yard, Gua Gang stood with a wooden stick in hand, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, his expression dark as he glared at Liu Hai. You've outdone your brother. You've got the brains to make money, even borrowing the village's tractor. Come here, I need to talk to you. With that, he gestured arrogantly at Liu Hai, exuding a sense of dominance. Chapter 18. Just so Liu Hai knew there was no escaping this confrontation. He glanced at Gua Gang, but offered no reply. He washed his hands in the pond, then silently approached the tree to untie the ropes. Gua Gang furrowed his brow. Did I tell you to untie him? Liu Hai turned back with a smile. Brother Gang, you must be here about my mother's affair. Let us speak civilly. This has nothing to do with Dong Xinyu. He winked at Dong Xinyu, who, quick-witted, immediately grasped Liu Hai's intent. Right, what does this have to do with me? If there's a grudge, it should be settled with the one responsible. I don't want to get involved in your disputes. Seeing Liu Hai's stance, Gua Gang ceased to obstruct him. 2 minutes later, Dong Xinyu was released, and Liu Hai pulled up a stool to sit before Gua Gang. He produced a pack of Lingji cigarettes and offered one. Gua Gang frowned upon seeing the brand. You really have made some money, haven't you? Buying these 50-cent cigarettes? Liu Hai chuckled, just a stroke of luck. Earned a bit. Gua Gang tossed aside his own cigarette, lit the one Liu Hai offered, and took a deep drag, exuding a disdainful aura as he looked at Liu Hai. He then exhaled a cloud of smoke directly into Liu Hai's face, an act steeped in insult. Dong Xinyu gripped the stool tightly, glaring at Gua Gang, ready to fight at any moment. Gua Gang, seeing through his intentions, warned, you better not move. With your slight build, you wouldn't stand a chance against me, even 4 or 5 of you combined. Brother Gang, let us not lose our tempers. For my brother's sake, let us talk this over. Why stoop to Sanga's level and tarnish your dignity? Liu Hai quickly intervened. Guo Gang shot a disdainful glance at Dong Xinyu. Gazing casually at Liu Hai, your demeanor is tolerable. I shall refrain from further ado. I am aware that my mother can be quite irksome. You may engage her in verbal disputes, yet physical confrontation is unacceptable, for it incurs consequences. Brother Gang, you inquire what those consequences might be. Liu Hai continues to smile. Guo Gang then expelled a puff of smoke directly into Liu Hai's face. Within 3 days, you are to procure 300 yuan for me as compensation. Furthermore, you are unworthy of Dong Xinyu. Allow me to inform you that I intend to wed your sister-in-law. Liu Hai furrowed his brow slightly, finding the demand for 300 yuan excessive, as the money we earn is hard-won, and we cannot afford such a sum. Additionally, I have already announced on the airwaves that within a month, I shall secure Dong Xinyu as my wife in a grand manner, thus fulfilling my father's wishes. Did you fail to comprehend my earlier words? Guo Gang exhaled another cloud of smoke. You are unworthy of Dong Xinyu. I am here to notify you, not to negotiate. Do you grasp my stance? Liu Hai quickly discerned his intentions. According to the trajectory of past events, it would not be long before Dong Xinyu's father would be vindicated. Guo Gang, in his previous life, maintained a decent relationship with Liu Jun, Liu Hai's elder brother, and likely learned of his sister-in-law's background from him. This individual had fled after committing murder, fully aware that he could not absolve himself of this deed. The only recourse was to seek a powerful ally. Should he marry Dong Xinyu, he could leverage his father-in-law's military connections to suppress his own troubles. However, lacking the means to marry, he resorted to extorting money from Liu Hai under the pretext of avenging his mother. In essence, he intended to use Liu Hai's funds to pursue the very woman Liu Hai wished to marry. As for Liu Hai's purported assault on his mother, he cared little. Otherwise, he would have sought retribution the previous night. Yang Sandog also grasped this situation. The audacity of it all ignited a fire within him. After a brief moment of oppressive tension, Liu Hai suddenly chuckled at Brother Gang. May I interpret this matter as devoid of negotiation? Negotiation? Guo Gang leaned closer, glaring at him. Discuss your mother? I have already informed you. I am not here to negotiate. At that moment, Liu Hai erupted, delivering a resounding slap. Yang Sandog, in perfect synchrony, seized a chair and shattered it over Guo Gang. Subsequently, he lunged forward like a ferocious dog, sinking his teeth into Guo Gang's ear. Liu Hai pressed his knee against Guo Gang's neck, gripping his hair tightly, while his other hand rained blows upon Guo Gang's face. You notify me? Slap. What nonsense. Slap. Do you comprehend why I struck your mother? Because that wretched woman nearly drove Xinyu to despair. I have been preoccupied and did not seek her out. Yet you dare come here to notify me? Liu Hai relentlessly pummeled Guo Gang. Guo Gang sought to resist, but was firmly pinned to the ground by the two, utterly unable to fight back. Ultimately, he was left dazed, and upon noticing Yang Sandog still gnawing at his ear, his voice cracked in desperation. Yang Sandog, are you a dog? Release me. Release your ancestors. I shall bite you to death. Yang Sandog bit down even harder. What is even more infuriating is that Yang Sandog's female dog unexpectedly appeared, and upon witnessing its owner biting someone, it unhesitatingly sank its teeth into Guo Gang's leg, shaking its head violently. In unbearable pain, Guo Gang could no longer endure and hastily pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, I was wrong. I truly was. Please stop. You two are nothing but mad dogs. Liu Hai retaliated with a punch to his face, causing blood to spurt from Guo Gang's nose. Realizing Guo Gang was no longer capable of resistance, he forcefully pulled Yang Sandog aside. Guo Gang lay motionless on the ground. Liu Hai and Yang Sandog resumed their seats. Liu Hai proclaimed, Since you have heard about my altercation with your mother, you must also be aware of the misdeeds Yang Sandog and I have committed in this village. We are two brothers with nothing to lose. Should you wish to engage in this game, I can assure you, we possess ample means to deal with you. I am now establishing the rules, and it would be wise not to entertain any thoughts regarding Xinyu, or I will ensure your downfall is exceedingly grim. The sight of Guo Gang sprawled on the ground was quite pitiful. Blood continued to trickle from his nose, and his face bore the bruises from Liu Hai's blow. After a significant pause, he regained his composure, sat up, and wiped the blood from his nose. You've got some guts. It's been years since we've crossed paths. And you dare to strike me, he remarked. Liu Hai glared back, his expression dark. I don't mind exchanging blows with you repeatedly. Don't think that just because you possess some skills, I am intimidated. From this day forward, my brother and I will carry a kitchen knife with us daily, prepared for whenever you wish to engage in a fight. Upon hearing Liu Hai's declaration of a fight, Guo Gang felt a pang of fear. After all, he had just made an escape and could not afford to attract the attention of the police, as that could lead to dire consequences. Recognizing that confronting Liu Hai was futile, he resolved to seek out Dong Xinyu and persuade her to marry him. You needn't rush. You will pay dearly for this incident, he warned. Leave. Yang Sandog rushed to grab a chopping knife, glaring menacingly at Guo Gang. Realizing he had no choice, Guo Gang quickly fled. What a coward! Yang Sandog spat in frustration after Guo Gang's departure, discarding the knife. Chapter 19. I, too, wish to wed Dong Xinyu. Do not underestimate him. This fellow is certainly not so simple. Although they had driven Guo Gang away, Liu Hai remained vigilant. Yang Sandog declared he would confront him head-on, continuing to fight until Guo Gang truly feared for his life. Damn it, you've made an enemy of me. This vendetta shall not be forgotten, he grumbled as he resumed his tasks. Liu Hai, meanwhile, lit a cigarette and fell into contemplation. Wang Taoong thought to herself that with her son back, surely the grudge against Liu Hai would be avenged. She spent the entire afternoon waiting at home in anticipation. To her dismay, her son burst into someone else's house, not only failing to exact revenge, but also receiving a severe beating, which left her seething with anger. Standing at her doorstep, she shouted that she would undoubtedly report to the police, claiming, "My son is a soldier. Liu Hai is assaulting a serviceman. And this is particularly heinous." In 1981, when one person served in the military, the entire family shared in the honor, and Wang Taoong was not wrong. Liu Hai's violent actions against Guo Gang would undoubtedly escalate should they reach the police station. However, Wang Taoong did not anticipate her son's sudden outburst of rage as he slapped her across the face, threatening, "If you dare go to the police, I will make you regret it." Wang Taoong was left utterly stunned. Never did I imagine that my son would resort to violence against me. Clutching my face, I looked at him in disbelief, feeling as though I no longer recognized my own child. As she settled into silence, Guo Gang, with a sullen expression, warned me to refrain from meddling in his affairs. Moreover, he declared his intention to marry Dong Xinyu. Who? Wang Taoong thought she must have misheard. I intend to marry Dong Xinyu. Prepare the betrothal gifts, as I am about to approach Xiao Guomin for a proposal. Are you out of your mind? Do you not know that Dong Xinyu is involved with Liu Hai? You wish to marry a woman of such dubious character? Xiaojing, think this through. You serve in the military, and there are countless women out there. Why pursue this one? Smack. Wang Taoong felt another slap from her son, who commanded her to cease her objections and prepare the betrothal gifts without delay. I am giving you 3 days, do you understand? Wang Taoong was taken aback by her son's aggression. Her emotional state crumbled as she clutched Guo Gang, crying out in despair, quickly becoming the subject of village gossip. Likewise, the news of Guo Gang's intention to marry Dong Xinyu spread rapidly throughout the village. At this moment, Dong Xinyu was laboring in the fields. Upon hearing the news, she felt a wave of distaste wash over her. As dusk fell, despite Liu Hai delivering provisions to Xiao Guomin's household, the naive girl felt uncomfortable eating at someone else's home. Thus, she typically made an effort to return after mealtime. She unearthed a sweet potato from the ground, dug a small hole nearby, gathered some twigs, and built a small fire, placing the 2 sweet potatoes within. Resting her chin in her hands as she waited for them to cook, the flickering flames cast a rosy glow on her face, and as she patted her flat stomach, she lamented her hunger. After about 10 minutes, unable to bear her hunger any longer, she hurriedly grabbed a twig and extracted the sweet potatoes from the fire. Just as she was about to pick one up to blow on it, Liu Hai approached and snatched the sweet potato from her grasp. He leaned in close to inhale its aroma, and without a second thought, he peeled it and took a bite, savoring a flavor that he could never return to in his former life. In that moment, as he relished the taste, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment and tranquility. Tears welled up in Dong Xinyu's eyes as she watched Liu Hai devour her sweet potato, feeling aggrieved as she muttered, "Why does he eat it so blissfully? I'm so hungry." Resigned, she decided to roast another one. Overwhelmed with frustration, she took her hoe and prepared to dig for more sweet potatoes. Liu Hai observed her and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm hungry." "You ate mine," Dong Xinyu replied, casting a small reproachful glance at the sweet potato in Liu Hai's hand. Liu Hai took a hefty bite right in front of her and remarked, "Is this what you eat every day in the fields? How annoying. I'm so hungry, and you enjoy it so much." Dong Xinyu sulked in silence. Continuing to dig for sweet potatoes, Liu Hai set down his bag and pulled out an aluminum lunchbox. "What are you doing?" You've eaten my sweet potato. I need to dig for more, Dong Xinyu complained, still not turning around. I brought this for you. Why are you being so harsh with me? Dong Xinyu, feeling wronged, tossed her hoe aside and turned around, but quickly froze in surprise. What are you doing? I knew you would feel embarrassed about eating at Uncle Guomin's house. So I brought this for you. It's getting late. Eat up, and I will take you back to Uncle Guomin's later. Liu Hai placed the aluminum lunchbox on the side. Dong Xinyu approached and opened it, instantly frozen in astonishment. Inside lay generous portions of her favorite dish, fatty pork. Instinctively, she looked up. Did you poison this? Hurry and eat, don't dawdle, Liu Hai replied, discarding the remnants of sweet potato skins beside him. He sat down casually in front of Dong Xinyu and began to remove the cloth shoes he had bought for her the day before, meticulously examining her wound from yesterday. Does it still hurt? Dong Xinyu, somewhat apprehensive, dared not move and replied, it doesn't hurt. Liu Hai glanced at the patch of land and mused about what to plant. Sugarcane, it could yield profit. Oh, eat up, don't worry, I intend to marry you. I want to poison you. With that, he picked up a hoe and began to till the soil. Dong Xinyu felt a shiver run down her spine. After 3 years at Liu's home, this was the first time she had witnessed him laboring in the fields. She looked down at the pork, wondering if he could indeed cook and if it was safe to eat. Her stomach growled in hunger, and after a moment's hesitation, she overcame her doubts and took a piece of meat into her mouth. Instantly, she was taken aback. How delicious! When had he learned to cook? Her appetite surged, and she quickly polished off the entire box of food. Just as she finished, Yang Sanggu and Zhang Sihai arrived, both wielding hoes. Brother Hai, you take Xinyu back. We'll handle things here. The two men remained quiet, diving into their work. After decades away from the fields, Liu Hai felt the fatigue creeping in with every movement. If he, a grown man, felt this way, one could only imagine how difficult the past 3 years had been for the delicate Dong Xinyu. Let me set the hoe aside. I'll be back shortly, he said, kneeling beside the somewhat dazed Dong Xinyu and patting her shoulder. I'll carry you back. I don't want to. If someone sees us, they LL gossip. Who dares speak? I'll knock their teeth out. Come on, stop the nonsense. He replied brusquely. Reluctantly, Dong Xinyu wrapped her arms around Liu Hai's neck. Liu Hai had expected that carrying an adult would be somewhat burdensome, yet to his surprise, she felt remarkably light. A pang of sadness stirred within him, and they traveled in silence. Once they reached Xiao Guomin's home and set her down, Liu Hai said, If Guogang comes looking for you, do not engage with him. He is not as simple as you might think. Chapter 20. Zhang Sihai's inner shock. Oh, all right. Dong Xinyu replied, somewhat dazed. Simpleton, Liu Hai commented, noticing her sluggish reaction. I am not. She protested. All right, I'll finish the unfinished work in the fields. Oh, by the way, I've already paid for Qingqing's tuition. Do not feel any pressure regarding that. From this moment on, I will take on the responsibilities of this household, Liu Hai declared before departing. Had he really earned enough to cover Qingqing's tuition? Dong Xinyu gazed after Liu Hai's figure, lost in contemplation. Would he truly change for the better? Though he still treated her with his usual brusqueness. It felt as if he cared. Zhang Sihai had succumbed to temptation yesterday and sought out Yang Sanggu. After a few drinks, Yang Sanggu boasted, Do you have any idea how much we're making each day now? Let me tell you, during our last venture, we earned over 90 yuan in just a day. Zhang Sihai exclaimed in astonishment, utterly incredulous. To ensure that Liu Hai and the others would bring their wares today, I toiled alongside Liu Hai the entire previous night. After a long night, the following morning, they loaded over 100 jin of dried fish onto the tractor and journeyed to the county town. Once again, it was the same vegetable market. As soon as they set up their dried fish, a throng of eager customers surged forward to snatch them up. Zhang Sihai, despite usually being a person of few curses, found himself exclaiming in disbelief, Goodness, we made 60 cents. Goodness, this person bought 3 yuan's worth. Goodness, we made another 1 yuan and 2. Goodness, if this continues, Liu Hai and Yang Sanggu will surely become wealthy beyond measure. No wonder they aren't fighting over my wages this time. They had brought a considerable amount this time, over 100 jin, which led to a slower sales pace compared to the previous time, taking the entire morning to sell out. Moreover, Liu Hai, being quite astute, understood the importance of rarity. He wouldn't come every day, as he wanted the county folks to perceive the value of scarcity. The allure of competition would maintain the excitement. If the goods were always readily available, over time, people would grow accustomed to the dried fish. a classic example of modern marketing strategies akin to what one might refer to as hunger marketing decades later. After tallying up the sales, they collected 318 yuan. The cost of the dried fish amounted to 32 yuan, and the rapeseed oil cost 24 yuan. The firewood and spices for rendering the oil were sourced from their own hillside, incurring no cost. Thus, their net profit stood at 262 yuan. Liu Hai handed 32 yuan for the dried fish costs to Dong Xinyu and also allocated 10% of the profits, which amounted to 26.2 yuan. Observing how they split the money in small increments, Dong Xinyu could no longer remain composed. "Brother Hai, when till you get caught doing this?" Liu Hai chuckled, assuring him, "We are not dealing in first or second category agricultural products. We are not under any regulations, so there is no reason for anyone to intervene." "Goodness, you understand this?" Dong Xinhu's hair stood on end. After Dong Xinyu tossed the basket into the tractor, he playfully grabbed Dong Xinyu by the neck. "So, do you have any thoughts about joining us?" "Damn it, you're trying to entice me into criminality. I absolutely refuse." Dong Xinyu, still somewhat timid, was aware that this was an era where the timid perished and the bold prospered. His conservative mindset had caused many to miss out on significant opportunities. Liu Hai reassured him, "No worries, we'll give you time to consider. Now, come, we'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant." Grasping the heavy ignition lever, he inserted it into the tractor's starting hole, took a deep breath, focused his energy, tightened his biceps, and with a determined effort, turned it several times until the tractor roared to life. Dong Xinyu pulled Dong Xinyu onto the tractor. The market was conveniently located next to the state-run restaurant. Before long, they arrived, and Liu Hai parked the tractor across the street. As they entered, the waitstaff immediately recognized them, their demeanor exceptionally cordial, as directed by their supervisor, Sun Maokai. Once seated, Liu Hai ordered several dishes, including a braised beef hot pot guaranteed to contain 2 jin of braised beef, priced at 27 yuan, which was the restaurant's most expensive and renowned signature dish, rarely ordered unless for esteemed guests. Additionally, several small dishes were ordered, along with a few packs of cigarettes. Alcohol was not consumed. As the waiter calculated the bill, they were astonished to discover a total expenditure exceeding 8 yuan. Dong Xinyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this how extravagant you are? A single meal has devoured half of my monthly wages." Yang Sandog, slightly irritated by his demeanor, retorted, "If you find it unpalatable, you are free to leave. I had hoped to introduce you to the lifestyle of capitalism, yet you persist in judging us through the lens of the proletariat." Dong Xinyu felt a sense of discontent brewing within him. His steadfast proletarian heart was beginning to crumble, leading him to contemplate a significant decision. Nearby, a table had already been laden with an abundance of dishes. In this day and age, those able to dine in a state-run restaurant were undoubtedly part of the better-off segment of society. It represented a threshold of sorts. However, even within the confines of a state-run establishment, there existed various strata. Typically, when ordinary employees hosted a meal, they might expect only a couple of meat dishes as the main course, while the majority were vegetarian offerings. After all, not everyone could afford the extravagant lifestyle of Liu Hai, who earned over 100 yuan a day. Few dared to indulge in meals costing 10 or 8 yuan in such an establishment. The adjacent table was filled with an array of dishes, prominently featuring 2 meat options as the main course. Liu Hai and his companions remained unfazed. During this time, a waiter clad in a white coat approached Liu Hai, informing him that their director, Sun Maokai, had gone to a county meeting and was on his way back, as there was an important matter requiring Liu Hai's attention. Liu Hai, who was indeed awaiting Sun Maokai, courteously replied that they would wait for the director's return. After dismissing the waiter, Liu Hai and his companions engaged in light-hearted banter while waiting for their food. The patrons at the neighboring table gradually arrived, exchanging pleasantries infused with a sense of pride in the presence of ordinary folk. It seemed that their entrance from the struggles of the outside world into the state-run restaurant bestowed upon them a sense of superiority. They exuded an air of self-importance, as if many were watching them enviously from behind. Their voices boomed, as if to ensure that everyone was aware of their dining experience in the state-run establishment. From their conversation, it became evident that they shared a camaraderie as classmates, and today was a meal hosted by an individual from the county government. Yang Sandog, inherently rebellious, had long harbored disdain for those who thrived on the security of government jobs. He cast a disapproving glance at the assortment of dishes on their table. With so many diners, it was likely that the entire spread cost less than 5 yuan. Yet, They strutted about as if they were indulging in a grand feast. Liu Hai shot him a glance, admonishing, "Let us not concern ourselves with how they eat or drink. We must focus on our own affairs." Dong Xinyu remained silent. At that moment, a young man entered through the door. Upon stepping inside, he immediately spotted Liu Hai and paused, recognizing him as the petty thief from Hongqi village. How could he possibly afford a meal here? The newcomer was none other than Li Ji from the county office, his expression instinctively sour. Liu Hai and his companions, engrossed in their own discussions, remained oblivious to his presence. After returning to his table, Li Ji quickly mingled with the group, and before long, about 10 people were seated and began to eat. It was Li Ji who had invited them. However, after a while, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Thus, he summoned a waiter from the state-run restaurant and pointed towards Liu Hai and his companions, questioning how such individuals were permitted to dine there. "Don't say I didn't warn you. I know that person well. He is a ruffian from Hongqi village. Don't be surprised if he finishes his meal and leaves without paying." The waiter glanced at Liu Hai, puzzled, and asked if he was truly a ruffian. "Impossible. He seems like such a diligent young man." "Diligent? Are you sure? I know him well. He lives next door to my aunt." Li Ji chuckled, indifferent to the matter. Another person at the table noticed Li Ji's fixation on Liu Hai and urged him to drink. "Come on, Li Ji. Let us enjoy ourselves and not dampen the mood. Indeed, why focus on a mere farmer? Let us drink." Li Ji snapped back to attention, laughing heartily as he raised his glass to toast with them. However, his thoughts still lingered on Liu Hai, casting occasional glances in their direction. Before long, the waiter from the state-run restaurant brought out the signature dish, braised beef hot pot, leaving Li Ji and his companions in awe. During their years of working, they had frequented the state-run restaurant each month, taking turns treating one another. Although they were employed in a stable government job, they dared not order such a prestigious dish recklessly. Once the pot was placed before Liu Hai and his group, one of them remarked, "Is life for farmers this good now?" Another observed the Lingji brand cigarettes on their table and mused about the group, astonished that they could afford cigarettes priced at over 50 cents a pack. Li Ji found the situation amusing and remarked, "Didn't I tell you? These folks are the ruffians from Hongqi village in Xia town. They engage in petty theft and all sorts of misdeeds, and they never even considered paying the bill. They just ordered whatever they wanted." "Xiaowen, isn't this something your police station should handle?" The youth named Xiaowen nodded in response. Li Ji poured him a bit more wine, saying, "Help me out later." After all, he was from the county government office, frequently appearing before county leaders, and typically, minor officials from other departments would show them respect. Thus, Xiaowen quickly raised his glass. "You're too kind, Brother Ji. If there's anything, just let me know." A sly smile crossed Li Ji's face as he thought, "If those guys try to leave without paying, you can ignore the squinty-eyed one and the bespectacled one. But that leader, make sure to apprehend him for a good beating and hold him for a few months. If possible, a prison sentence would be ideal." Xiaowen was taken aback. While it was true that leaving without paying was morally reprehensible, it hardly warranted a prison sentence. Why was Brother Ji so ruthless? He cautiously asked, "Brother Ji, is he an enemy? Does he even qualify as my enemy?" What a joke. Li Ji's expression twisted slightly at the thought of Liu Hai's fierce demeanor in the field that day, stirring a sense of inexplicable anger within him. Yet, he also felt that someone like Liu Hai, a mere farmer, did not deserve to be considered his enemy, and inwardly he refused to acknowledge it. The enmity is hardly worth mentioning. It is merely this little rascal causing havoc in Hongqi village, stealing and misbehaving. I consider myself to have alleviated a nuisance for Hongqi village. Xiaowen did not expose him, but smiled knowingly, indicating that I understood what needed to be done. "Rest easy. Brother Ji, let us drink. Why are you all just staring at a few farmers?" Another chimed in, lifting his glass with a grin. The group soon regained their jovial atmosphere. However, Liu Hai suddenly called out, "This braised beef, please prepare 2 more portions for me to take away. I shall cover the cost." The table fell into a stunned silence. "What? After consuming 1 portion, you wish to take 2 more? That amounts to quite the sum." The ambience at the state-run restaurant became decidedly peculiar. On Liu Hai's side, Yang Sandog, despite having small eyes, often claimed that they radiated the essence of the universe, capable of discerning all class enemies around him. He had long noticed the hostility at this table. At this moment, he alerted Liu Hai, "Isn't that fellow your adversary? He has been watching you with ill intent." Liu Hai turned to glance back, and his gaze unexpectedly locked with Li Ji's. Li Ji, taken aback by Liu Hai's sudden glance, cursed inwardly, and hastily lowered his head, pretending not to notice. Liu Hai, understanding the situation, chuckled and continued eating, muttering something about a fly. The sound was soft yet resounded clearly to Li Ji, igniting his fury. Are you calling me a fly? The collective gaze of the dozen individuals at their table shifted towards Liu Hai, creating a palpable tension in the air. Yang Sandog fixed his stare upon them, while Zhang Sihai appeared perplexed, sensing that a confrontation was imminent, leaving him particularly anxious. Suddenly, Liu Hai slammed his hand on the table. What is going on? Are we about to fight? The youth named Xiaowen stood up, pointing at Liu Hai, prompting the others to rise as well. Yang Sandog grasped the tractor's handle tied to his waist, readying himself. Liu Hai slowly unveiled his palm, feigning confusion as he gestured at the fly. The people at the table found themselves in an awkward predicament, their ire unable to manifest further. Li Ji, sensing Liu Hai's provocation, voiced his irritation. Liu Hai, I know you harbor resentment toward me, but let me warn you, we are in the county town, not your Ponching village. Any superfluous movement from you will lead to dire consequences. Liu Hai, with a playful tone, retorted, is this your territory? Li Ji, perceiving the mockery on Liu Hai's face, grew increasingly agitated, declaring, what of it if it is my turf? If I permit you entry, you must comply. At this moment, someone entered through the doorway, causing the companions at the table to pale. They attempted to restrain Li Ji, but seeing the newcomer's furrowed brow fixed upon him, they dared not speak. Still enraged, Li Ji spat, do not misjudge your own worth. You are merely a wretched farmer. Do not pretend to be a big shot in front of me, in my eyes. You are no different from the filth on the roadside. Liu Hai also noticed the visitor at the entrance and pretended not to see him. TSK, TSK, TSK. What an imposing presence. You are merely a minor functionary in the county office, and yet you exhibit such bureaucratic arrogance. Just imagine if you were to become the county head, you would surely ascend to the heavens. Ha ha ha, are you frightened? Li Ji, in a fit of rage, spoke mindlessly. You better remember this. Gentry, farmers, artisans, and merchants, you do not deserve to dine here. Get out immediately. What a fine display of social hierarchy. It seems Li Ji has a rather profound understanding of class. The middle-aged man at the door, dark-faced, could hardly contain his interruption. Chapter 22. Why is Director Sun at my restaurant? Upon hearing that voice, Li Ji instinctively shuddered and turned to see Sun Maokai, his face as stern as iron, staring at him. For a moment, his mind went blank, leaving him speechless. Sun Maokai was once merely a chef, but he possessed a little-known identity. He was a distant relative of County Head Yang. Surely, the people in the county office were not oblivious to this fact. The others at the table fell into a profound silence. Sun Maokai, his face darkened, entered with his hands clasped behind his back, continuing to gaze at Li Ji. Still flaunting your authority, are we? What? No words now. Director Sun, I. What do you mean I? Do you look down on farmers? My ancestors, including those of County Head Yang, have been farmers for generations. Do you hold County Head Yang in contempt as well? That's not it, Director Sun. It's all a misunderstanding. I truly did not mean it that way. Get lost. What are you? Just a minor clerk in the county office. Coming here to play the big shot? Sun Maokai was unwilling to waste another word on him. Liu Hai chuckled. Director Sun, how much for the dishes on this table? Li Ji felt Liu Hai was about to humiliate him and quickly interjected. Liu Hai, what is it to you? Who said it's none of my business? Sun Maokai rebuked, then turned to the other waitstaff. Little Liu, are you just going to stand by and watch him bully you? The slap of reality hit Li Ji hard. He was left momentarily dazed. Damn it. How did Liu Hai become so close with that bald-headed son? He had never heard of it before. The other waitstaff remained silent. Liu Hai promptly smiled. Director Sun, this has nothing to do with them. Please tell me how much the dishes on this table cost? Sun Maokai furrowed his brow and glanced around, his anger rising. I ask you, since you've come to dine in a state-run restaurant, can you not order a few meat dishes? Every time you come in, you only order these vegetables. Do you think there are plenty of empty tables in a state-run restaurant? The entire table was filled with embarrassment. Each person wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Seeing their silence, Sun Maokai then told Liu Hai, the most expensive dish is the garlic pig's head, which we sell for 50 cents. The rest are just a few dime or 2-dime dishes. Liu Hai nodded and took out 2 yuan, placing it on their table. Little Liu, what is this? Sun Maokai was puzzled by Liu Hai's actions. Liu Hai smiled. I'll cover this meal. Let them leave. A swarm of flies is ruining my appetite. Li Ji was nearly choking with rage, feeling as though he had been dealt a heavy blow by Liu Hai, and the humiliation was unbearable. However, he was also afraid of Sun Tuo. Casting a fierce glare at Liu Hai, "We have plenty of time ahead." With that, he attempted to leave. Yet, Sun Maokai called out, "Wait a moment. Did I permit you to leave?" "No, Director Sun, I have no conflict with you," Li Jijin almost cried out. Sun Maokai stared at him. "You truly have no shame. When others say to settle the bill, you don't hold back. They are farmers, and you represent a formal institution. How can you be so brazen? Settle the bill and get out." After saying this, he shoved the 2 yuan into Liu Hai's hands. "Do you think it's easy to earn a few coins from street vending? If you have no other place to spend it, take it. Come to my office later. I need to discuss something with you." With that, he turned and went inside. Liu Hai, unperturbed, accepted the 2 yuan and smiled at Li Ji. "No need to see you off, county chief. When did I ever claim to be the county chief?" Li Ji retorted. "Liu Hai, don't let this small victory go to your head." All right, Brother Ji, calm down, let us go." A few of them, seeing Li Ji on the verge of an explosion from Liu Hai's provocations, quickly pulled him away. Liu Hai paid him no further heed and followed Sun Maokai into the back office. This scene inspired Dong Xinyu greatly. Initially, he believed that if one were to have a quarrel with someone, they must unleash a torrent of aggression and physically overpower the opponent. Smashing their front teeth was a necessity. Yet, at this moment, he suddenly thought, "Damn, Brother Hai's method is quite satisfying as well. If I were to get into a fight, I would only end up infuriated myself. Instead, a few sarcastic jabs could drive the other person into a frenzy, while I remain completely unaffected, coming and going as I please." In an instant, he began to contemplate this notion. Zhang Sihai across from him was equally perplexed. "Brother Monkey, do you not feel that Brother Hai has transformed into an entirely different person? Ever since he announced on the radio that he would marry his sister-in-law, I have sensed this change," he replied. "Well, never mind that, let us eat." Yang Sengu continued to ruminate over his thoughts. In the back office, during the more than 10 minutes that Sun Maokai sat opposite Liu Hai noted that Sun Maokai had adjusted his hair at least 7 or 8 times. Suddenly, he understood the reason behind the sheen on his forehead. Sun Maokai was still expounding on the county's financial difficulties, the severity of triangular debts, and how many state-owned enterprises were on the brink of collapse. The atmosphere is about to change. Liu Hai returned to the present and offered him a cigarette. "It's only a matter of time. The state cannot support so many people. So, Director Sun, what do you plan to do? Will you take on the state-owned restaurant?" In the past 10 minutes, Sun Maokai had informed Liu Hai that the county's state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission had spoken to him today. The implication was that he should take on the responsibility of managing the state-owned restaurant. Sun Maokai was caught completely off guard. What was once a secure position suddenly transformed into a gamble with profits and losses resting solely on his shoulders. Leaving aside whether it would be profitable, the conservative mindset regarding the loss of such a golden rice bowl would undoubtedly trouble individuals like him for a long time. What Sun Maokai sought from Liu Hai was whether, if he ultimately had no other choice but to take over the restaurant, Liu Hai could allow him to sell his dried fish there, exclusively, with a profit-sharing arrangement. He had witnessed the popularity of Liu Hai's dried fish firsthand. If he could acquire it, it would significantly bolster his confidence. Sun Maokai retorted, "Are you willing to sell me your dried fish?" Rest assured, the business of state-owned restaurants cannot be monopolized. Liu Hai interrupted with a smile, understanding Sun Maokai's momentary discouragement. After all, there was no need to share the spoils with anyone else. It was indeed a fanciful notion on his part. "Has old Shin from the food processing factory approached you?" "The food processing factory? What does he want with me?" Liu Hai inquired, puzzled. Sun Maokai explained that their factory was not performing well and was urgently seeking new avenues. Old Shun had been striving to persuade the management to invest in purchasing Liu Hai's recipe. "Purchase my recipe? How much are they offering?" Liu Hai asked, somewhat taken aback. Sun Maokai replied that Old Shun had applied for 10,000. "Good heavens, that would make me an instant millionaire. Is it truly worth that much?" Liu Hai chuckled. "So, are you planning to sell it?" Sun Maokai appeared somewhat disheartened. After all, who could resist such temptation in these times? Old Shin might be somewhat old-fashioned, but one could not deny his boldness and foresight. With a 10,000 investment, considering the explosive market feedback from Liu Hai's sales in recent days, it wouldn't take long to recoup the costs. Old Shin must have calculated the economics thoroughly. Just as the conversation concluded, a voice emerged at the door. "If you are willing to sell to me, I am prepared to offer 20,000. Along with a 1% annual profit share from the factory. I am negotiating a contract with the state-owned food processing factory, and Old Chin's prospects seem bleak. Chapter 23. Resisting the temptation of 2 millionaire offers. Boss Kai. Sun Maokai was quite astonished upon seeing the visitor at the door. Recognizing him as the Hong Kong businessman who had recently returned to pay his respects to his ancestors. Hello, Director Sun, Boss Kai greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Sun Maokai awkwardly shook his hand. Dressed in bell-bottoms and a flamboyant floral shirt tucked into his trousers, he exuded an unmistakable sense of confidence, embodying an entirely different world. In the past few days, the significance of his presence had been abundantly clear to the entire Yinshan County. After shaking hands with Sun Maokai, Boss Kai turned to Liu Hai. Are you the young man who produces the dried fish? Sun Maokai was less than pleased, forcing a smile as he replied, yes. That's the young man. Xiao Lu, this is Boss Kai, who has returned from Hong Kong to pay his respects. Boss Kai, this is Xiao Lu. Internally cursing. Sun Maokai feared that the business of dried fish would soon fall into the hands of this Hong Kong gentleman. 20,000. Who in this era could resist such a temptation? Liu Hai maintained his composure, smiling as he shook hands with Boss Kai. Hello, Boss Kai. Boss Kai continued, because of your dried fish. I am prepared to contract the state-owned food processing factory. Additionally, if we reach an agreement, I hope you can join the factory to help manage production. With a monthly salary of 100. 100. Sun Maokai nearly blurted out, Boss Kai, do you think I'm capable? What a ridiculous notion. My salary as the director of the state-owned restaurant barely exceeds 40. Anxiety surged within him. 20,000 to buy out the recipe, profit sharing. And a salary of 100. The prospect of selling these dried fish at our state-run restaurant seems bleak. I sighed deeply, feeling a sense of resignation. I apologize. I never intended to sell this recipe, as it holds profound significance for me that cannot be measured in monetary terms. Furthermore, Director Sun, let us seek another opportunity to collaborate. I believe the winds of change are upon us, and one must seize the moment. I shall take my leave now. Just when Sun Maokai was engulfed in despair, unexpectedly, Liu Hai outright refused and prepared to depart. Indeed, this lad declined. It took Sun Maokai a moment to regain his composure, his spirits lifting with delight. I shall come to your village in a couple of days, he exclaimed. Oh, Boss Kai, you shouldn't stoop to this lad's level. We are but humble farmers, uneducated and lacking in the nuances of social graces. In reality, Director Sun, did I ever suggest holding a grudge against him? Boss Kai smiled, looking at Sun Maokai, his expression tinged with a hint of coldness. Sun Maokai, feeling awkward, laughed heartily to mask his discomfort. Indeed, Boss Kai, a magnanimous person does not bear grudges against the simple-minded. After muttering this, Boss Kai exited the establishment. Sun Maotsai's smile froze on his face, and as soon as Boss Kai left, his expression darkened significantly. In the lobby of the state-run restaurant. Shortly after Liu Hai returned to the table, Boss Kai also walked through the lobby, his demeanor somewhat displeased. At that moment, 2 pots of braised beef were brought over. In this era, there were no takeout boxes, so Liu Hai purchased the pots along with their coverings, which were also wrapped in newspaper to shield them from dust. He was busy tying the newspaper tightly with twine. After Yang Sanggu and Zhang Sihai watched Boss Kai's figure disappear, Yang Sanggu inquired, Brother Hai, what were you discussing inside? After Liu Hai secured the pots, he asked the waiter to tally the total. We didn't bring the bill. The waiter replied, without the bill. It might be a bit more expensive, as we have to procure another bill to account for it. Initially, the total was 13 yuan and 20 cents. But they added an extra 30 cents. All right. Liu Hai retrieved a handful of small change and counted out 13 yuan and 50 cents for the waiter. As he turned to leave, he remarked, that fellow from Hong Kong wanted to buy my recipe for 20,000 yuan, but I declined. What? Yang Sanggu and Zhang Sihai exclaimed in unison, their disbelief palpable. The waiter, who had just settled their bill, stood in stunned silence. 20,000 yuan. After Liu Hai and his companions exited, Sun Maokai, holding a cigarette, strolled leisurely towards their direction. The waiter hurried over, Director. Just now Boss Kai wanted to pay 20,000 for Xiao Lu's recipe? Yes, what of it? Did he decline? Indeed not. Director Sun felt quite pleased. For although Liu Hai had also turned him down, he left an opening by suggesting they discuss it again in the future, indicating that there was still hope for the dried fish to be sold at the state-run restaurant. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but admire the spirit of this proletarian comrade, resilient against the sweet-talking of the Hong Kong businessman. Truly impressive for someone so young. Throughout the journey, Liu Hai continued to explain his reasons for refusing the 20,000 yuan. After all, Boss Kai hailed from the port city and immediately recognized the market value of Liu Hai's dried fish. 20,000 yuan indeed appears to be an exorbitant sum. However, should the dried fish be effectively promoted, it could potentially yield 200,000, 2 million, or even a staggering 20 million in the future. While it might suffice to deceive others, I reckon that Boss Kai would never fathom that this young man has actually traversed back in time. Reborn as a tycoon worth billions, his trivial schemes have been thoroughly discerned by this youth. During the process of explaining matters to Dong Xinyu and Dong Xinyu, Liu Hai took the opportunity to purchase some fabric, intending to return to the town to craft 2 skirts for Dong Xinyu and his sister, Liu Qing. Thus, amidst a flurry of activity, they arrived at the entrance of the county's first high school. After parking the tractor, Liu Hai lit a cigarette, reflecting on the fact that if he were to sell the recipe for the spicy dried fish, he could indeed amass a fortune. Yet, what would become of the villagers? His aspiration is to earn enough to marry Xinyu and provide a good life for her and his sister, while also bringing prosperity to the villagers. For the wealthy would never consider the interests of their village. Xihai, go to class 43 of the first year and deliver this to my sister, Liu Hai instructed. Dong Xinyu felt that Liu Hai had genuinely transformed. Previously, he had sought to become rich at the expense of the villagers, often resorting to stealing chickens from others. Now, he was contemplating the prosperity of others. With a hearty pat on Liu Hai's shoulder, he exclaimed, "Brother Hai, I've come to a realization. I want to join you." With that, he hurried off, carrying the braised beef hot pot towards the entrance of class 43. When Liu Qing was called out, she looked at Dong Xinyu with a puzzled expression. "Did my brother and dog brother beat you up again? Why have you come to our school to file a complaint?" Dong Xinyu felt a wave of embarrassment. After being beaten by Liu Hai, he had indeed reported to Liu Qing and Dong Xinyu on multiple occasions. Observing the onlookers in the classroom, he dismissed their stares, saying, "Nonsense. You wouldn't believe it. Even Dong Xinyu, from a distance, has come running to say, 'Brother Xinyu, you've worked hard. If he doesn't flatter me, I might just give him a resounding slap.'" "You?" Liu Qing was incredulous. "You've always been bullied by dog brother." "All right, Qing. Let us not dwell on that. Your brother asked me to deliver this," Dong Xinyu said hurriedly, handing her the hot pot. "What is this?" Liu Qing exclaimed, cradling the pot in confusion. "It's braised beef hot pot. Your brother mentioned that the school meals are unsatisfactory, and he'll be sending you more in the future. I must be on my way now." Chapter 24. Did my brother steal someone's cow? Hot pot. What is this about? Liu Qing opened the lid to find an astonishing amount of beef, leaving her utterly speechless. Is my brother really starting to steal cows from others? She fretted. Just the other day, he had sent her 2 oil cakes and 5 yuan, lamenting in front of the teacher how he had suffered for lacking in education. He had even paid her tuition. This had already left her restless for several nights, and now, suddenly, he sent a pot of beef. She simply could not comprehend how her brother had come by such wealth. With a heavy heart, she carried the hot pot into the classroom. In this impoverished era, not only were the villagers hungry, but the students at the school were equally so. As Liu Qing entered the classroom with the enticing pot of beef, the aroma wafted through the air, causing the students to grow ravenous. Even the teacher at the front of the class was unable to suppress his saliva. It was simply impossible to continue with the lesson, especially when Liu Qing sat there, her head lowered, lost in her own thoughts. Setting aside her textbook, she approached Liu Qing and quietly inquired, "What troubles you?" Liu Qing abruptly lifted her small face, unable to suppress her emotions. "Mr. Wang, how many years would one be sentenced for stealing a cow?" "Woo, my brother must have stolen someone else's cow. In this era, cows hold significant importance for tilling land in farming families, and those apprehended for cattle theft typically face severe penalties." Liu Qing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Although her brother was notorious for his petty thefts, he remained her kin, and thus her worry deepened. "Stealing a cow? Is this basin filled with beef?" Mr. Wang asked, eyeing the basin on the floor with a mouthful of saliva. "Indeed, it's a lot of beef," Liu Qing replied. "May I take a look?" he asked eagerly. "Sure." Liu Qing placed the basin on the desk. Upon inspection, Mr. Wang immediately recognized it. "Isn't this the signature braised beef from the state-run restaurant? Usually, we can only admire it when dining there." Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out, "Can I taste it?" Instantly regretting his words. He felt the stares of many curious classmates upon him. I merely wish to discern if this beef was indeed stolen, he added awkwardly. A classmate chimed in, Mr. Wang. Can you really tell if the beef is stolen? Mr. Wang felt increasingly embarrassed. Lu Qing, with a piece of beef in hand, brought it close to Mr. Wang's mouth. He was at a loss for words. It's so fragrant. It's the taste of the signature braised beef from the state-run restaurant. Despite his embarrassment, Mr. Wang couldn't resist tasting it. He thought to himself that if he didn't have a bite, he wouldn't be able to proceed with the lesson that followed. As he took a bite, an immediate sense of bliss enveloped him. Truly, it lived up to the reputation of the state-run restaurant's renowned dish. After chewing a few times, he remarked with a smile, this beef is certainly not stolen. It's the signature hot pot beef from the state-run restaurant, rest assured. This declaration sent the entire classroom into an uproar. The signature dish from the state-run restaurant. My father mentioned it's typically reserved for entertaining leaders. A hot pot costs over 2 yuan. Ching, you keep saying your brother neglects the family. Yet look at this lavish hot pot he sent you. Lu Qing listened in stunned silence. The Ching soap costs 59 cents. The Songhua River laundry powder is 60 cents. This bamboo shell thermos is 2 yuan. And the toothpaste, enamel cup, and even pork, he sent such a large piece. And this Lingji brand cigarette, does any of this come without a price? All of it was just delivered by that Liu Hai. In front of Xiao Guomin, Dong Xinyu, and Xia Helian lay a pile of provisions just delivered by Liu Hai. Xia Helian spoke up, Old Xiao, no matter how busy you are today, you must find time to see what Liu Hai is up to. Old Liu has only this one son left. It would be tragic if he were to find himself in trouble with the law. The relationship between the two families has always been exceptionally harmonious, with Liu Hai being raised under the watchful eye of Xia Helian. However, Liu Jiangwo's youngest son has recently encountered trouble, having been apprehended for petty offenses. Xiao Guomin discarded his cigarette, but picked up a Lingji brand cigarette from the table and stepped outside, saying, Xinyu, do not fret. I shall investigate what this lad is up to. Uncle Guomin, do make sure to inquire thoroughly, urged Dong Xinyu, her anxiety palpable. It is not unusual for someone to acquire wealth, yet when it appears suddenly, accompanied by extravagant purchases of daily necessities, it naturally raises concerns. Although these items are essential for living, who among the families in this era does not strive to save? Such lavish spending is indeed rare. Xiao Guomin, feeling the weight of unease, proceeded to Liu Hai's home, only to find that he was absent. A passing villager informed him that Liu Hai had ventured to the back mountain with a basket. After waiting for about an hour, considering the tasks awaiting him in the fields, he decided to return later that evening to seek Liu Hai. Meanwhile, Liu Hai was indeed foraging for wild goods on the mountain with Yang Sangu. They had gathered a considerable amount of wood ear mushrooms from decayed wood and an array of mushrooms scattered across the ground. The Pingxing village, blessed with both mountains and water, lies adjacent to the villagers' rice paddies. It was the time of early spring, with the sun warming the sky. Along the irrigation ditches of the paddies, wild water celery flourished abundantly. Curious, Yang Sangu inquired, Brother Hai, what do you intend to do with that? Do you not raise pigs at home? In this day and age, few consumed such things. Typically, they were harvested for pig feed. Not only water celery, but even mushrooms were seldom eaten, as everyone yearned for a taste of meat, with capturing wild boars being the ultimate aspiration. Liu Hai crouched by the ditch, gazing into the crystal-clear water where small fish darted about, bringing him immense joy. Decades later, not only would such irrigation ditches and rice paddies be devoid of fish, but even the nearby Hongqi River would be tainted by pollution from an upstream paper mill. Having grasped the water celery, he cheerfully declared, this is not for the pigs. We shall enjoy it ourselves. Enjoy it ourselves? Yang Sangu retorted with disdain, I would never eat that. Let Zhang Sihai have it instead. How can humans eat what is meant for pigs? Liu Hai ignored his protest and continued to gather a substantial handful of the celery in just a few minutes. Noticing a hole nearby, Yang Sangu, feeling idle, decided to dig it out. Within moments, he managed to catch a sizable eel, weighing at least 7 or 8 tails. Brother Hai, wait for me a moment. Let me catch a couple more for our evening drinks. He resumed his efforts, digging out another hole. In this era, rural farming relied heavily on organic fertilizers, resulting in an abundance of eels and loaches in the rice paddies. Yang Sangu casually unearthed several holes, collecting over a pound of plump eels. As they prepared to leave, Liu Hai glanced at his own 3 mu of rice paddies. Knowing that Dong Xinyu had been busy tending to the fields, and the seedlings had yet to be planted, He understood that it was all part of Dong Xinyu's destiny. It is inconceivable to let the fields lie fallow, so I pondered the possibility of offering some money tonight when Uncle June and the others come to deliver goods, persuading them to assist me in the evening. Upon their return, I commenced preparing dinner. Yang Sangu skillfully slaughtered the eel, while Liu Hai diced the pork belly and placed it in the pot. Frying lard requires a gentle flame, otherwise the meat may burn, imparting a charred taste to the lard. A little trick when adding the fatty meat to the pan is to pour in a bowl of clear water, which enhances the fragrance of the rendered lard and results in a wider solidification. These techniques were all imprinted in Liu Hai's memory from Dong Xinyu's culinary prowess. This girl must have learned it from some source unknown. The aroma of the lard soon wafted through the air, detectable from afar. After frying the lard, there was no need to wash the pot. I simply added the chopped wild water celery, allowing the delightful scents of the lard and the celery to intertwine. A sprinkle of salt was all that was needed. Nothing else was required, as the aroma was enough to make one salivate. Following this, I sautéed chili with meat, another dish capable of wafting its fragrance for miles. Yang Sangu had also prepared the eel and had gathered a couple of cucumbers and some perilla leaves while Liu Hai was busy in the kitchen. As dusk approached, Sister Xiang returned home. She had visited her family recently and was utterly unaware of the events occurring in the village. Upon her return, her sensitive nose immediately detected the enticing scent of meat, and her stomach began to rumble uncontrollably. Is it from next door? Liu Hai has snuck in some meat. She wondered in disbelief. Nearby, Fan Wenjun, Yang Shijian, and several laborers, each carrying a woven bag, were making their way to Liu Hai's home. Fan Wenjun held a bottle of homemade liquor, its mouth sealed with newspaper. Yang Shijian cheerfully remarked that finally, there was a glimmer of hope. He had about 10 pounds of catch, which could yield 2 yuan. You're falling behind, old Yang. You've only managed 10 pounds in several days. I've got 20. They bantered, laughter echoing among them, their spirits remarkably high. Liu Hai's offer of dried fish had given them a sense of hope. After catching the silverfish, they needed to dry them. Typically, 2 to 3 pounds of small silverfish could yield a maximum of 1 pound when dried, meaning it generally took several days to have a product ready. Yang Shijian had calculated that if they went out to fish every night, they could catch over 10 pounds in a day, totaling 30 pounds in 3 days, which could yield over 10 pounds when dried. Liu Hai's price was 2 jiao per pound, leading to earnings exceeding 2 yuan in 3 days. With 30 days in a month, that amounted to a substantial income of 20 yuan. The village secretary, Xiao Guomin, earned only 20 yuan a month, equating this extra income to that of one laborer's monthly wage. For larger families, earning 40 or 50 yuan would not be an issue. What a jest! In the countryside, an additional income of 40 or 50 yuan a month is enough to inspire hope. Sister Xiang, overhearing these men calculating their earnings, became somewhat unsettled. She hurried over and tugged at Fan Wenjun's sleeve, exclaiming, "What are you all doing? Earning dozens of yuan a month? Is money truly that easy to make?" Her eyes glistened with envy. Fan Wenjun chuckled. "Oh, Sister Xiang, you live right next door to Liu Hai. Don't you know he has been helping us make money these past few days? I have earned a substantial amount of money, which I have kept at home. Indeed, I have also made some, haha. Just thinking about the large sum I have at home fills me with confidence regarding life," and I smiled joyfully. "Liu Hai is leading you all to earn money, is it him? That lazy good-for-nothing? What a joke, it cannot be true. I have watched him grow up, and with his unremarkable demeanor, it is surprising that Sister Xiang noticed the smiles had vanished from the faces of the laborers, who were now glaring at her in anger, prompting her to halt. Apologies, I returned to my family home recently and was unaware of these matters. Could you enlighten us? There is nothing worthwhile to discuss with you." Fan Wenjun frowned tightly, urging us to leave and dismissing her incessant chatter, truly nonsensical. It is no wonder Lu Jiangwo used to say that this woman is troublesome, always gossiping about their family behind their backs. The group of men departed in a huff. Sister Xiang felt a sense of discomfort. Fan Wenjun was better off. But she knew Yang Shijian, a proud man by nature, who had often been dragged into the hills by Liu Hai and Yang Sandog for his penchant for gossip. Despite being over a decade their senior, he was still bullied by Liu Hai, who would make him call out Brother Hai whenever he spotted him from afar. His wife despised Liu Hai for being a ruffian, yet if Liu Hai had not genuinely helped them earn money, given Yang Shijian's submissive nature, he would never have associated with Liu Hai. Her feelings grew increasingly sour, so she stealthily followed them, hiding behind a haystack adjacent to Liu Hai's home. She witnessed Liu Hai meticulously weighing their catches on a scale, busy with his tasks. Uncle June, 23 pounds. Here are $4.60. Please count it. All right. Thank you, little Hai. Uncle Yang, you cannot allow Annie to take advantage of you. You should not be the only one working. She should help catch fish and earn money too. Haha, I dare not. Could you assist me if you see her next time? Ha ha ha. Yang Shijian, you cowardly henpecker. Laughter erupted from the others, while Yang Shijian, feeling frustrated, retorted, you understand nothing. Fearing one's wife is a sign of love. Liu Hai, still smiling, noted, 12 pounds. $2.40. Uncle Wang, yours is 18 pounds, $3.60. Uncle Zhang was left dumbfounded. And Sister Xiang was completely taken aback by what she witnessed. In just this brief moment, she saw Liu Hai distribute over $10. The crucial point was that he held a substantial stack of bills in his hand. The topmost notes were, astonishingly, several large denominations. How could it be that during my few days away at my family home, this little rascal struck it rich? Where did he acquire such a fortune? What purpose does he have in collecting these small fish? Sister Xiang's mood plummeted. For years, her husband had worked in the county, earning just over $1 a day, while she tended a few acres of contracted rice fields at home. They were not the wealthiest family in the village, but certainly among the most well-off. In contrast, next door, after Liu Zhengwo's death, the men in that household proved ineffectual, relying solely on Dong Xinyu, a woman who toiled endlessly to support the family. The disparity between their lives and hers was stark. Now, this scoundrel suddenly flourished. How could she possibly feel content? As I was observing, my expression shifting between shades of blue and red, a somber voice emerged from behind. What are you sneaking around here for? Chapter 26. Let us prosper together. The village secretary, Xiao, elicited a fright in Aunt Xiang. Xiao furrowed his brow. What are you up to? Aunt Xiang, her mind racing, quickly approached Secretary Xiao. Isn't that Liu Hai fellow engaging in some underhanded dealings? I just saw him collecting dried fish. Collecting dried fish? Zhao's countenance turned grave, yet he was acutely aware of Aunt Xiang's character. He promptly retorted, what do you know about underhanded dealings? Such matters require governmental definition, and it is not your place to meddle. Mind your own affairs. Others' concerns do not require your intervention. With a stern expression, he strode into Liu Hai's house. You are merely in league with Liu Hai's father, Liu Zhengwo, who in the village does not know? Aunt Xiang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao's retreating figure. Initially, she intended to return home, but the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, a sensory delight that rendered her immobile. Thus, she continued to eavesdrop on the happenings inside. Unbeknownst to her, upon Zhao's entrance, Liu Hai promptly shut the door to the kitchen. What is this? Not even allowing us to see. Aunt Xiang seethed, cursing under her breath as she prepared to leave. Just then, her husband, Zhou Yixiang, returned, carrying woodworking tools and a pig's lung in hand, a rather inexpensive edible part of the pig. He regularly brought one home, a meager contribution of meat. Upon seeing her husband with the pig's lung and recalling the savory scent from Liu Hai's abode, her anger surged, prompting her to chastise him for his inadequacy. Zhou Yixiang, suppressing his own frustrations, ultimately could no longer contain his temper and erupted into an argument with her. Inside Liu Hai's home, the arrival of Xiao instilled a palpable tension among those seated by the stove, as they were uncertain whether their actions constituted underhanded dealings. Liu Hai endeavored to clarify matters to Xiao, presenting a newspaper he had brought from the county, spreading it out on the table. He pointed to an article stating that miscellaneous fish did not fall under the categories of primary or secondary agricultural products, and that they could not even access the entrance of the aquatic supply and marketing cooperative. We are transforming waste into treasure. This cannot be deemed as underhanded dealings. Perhaps our only misstep was failing to collect receipts during transactions. Uncle Xiao, we had no alternative. With money being tight, receipts are equally scarce. If we were to insist on receipts, our sales would undoubtedly suffer, Liu Hai explained. The year 1981 was not akin to the 1960s or 70s, a time when resources were scarce, and collective farming dictated that production teams allocated various quotas of receipts to households. In those days, when even basic sustenance was hard to come by, there was little money for consumption, leading to an abundance of unused receipts in every household. However, with the advent of household contracts, conditions had improved significantly, resulting in a scarcity of receipts. Consequently, Many in the market no longer regarded receipts as essential for transactions. Prices adjusted slightly higher in the absence of receipts, while Liu Hai's dealings remained within the realm of normal commerce. Xiao Guomin perused the newspaper for a while, when suddenly, he recalled the characters adorning the front of his house. When did you learn so many characters, enabling you to comprehend what is inscribed here? Liu Hai felt a moment of embarrassment, as he had indeed never attended a day of school and had not contemplated how to articulate an answer to this inquiry. Fortunately, with her quick wit, Xinyu, who had studied in Kyoto, had taught him a thing or two. That was all he could say, knowing full well that Dong Xinyu would not expose him, as her compliant nature dictated. Xiao Guomin found this peculiar and scrutinized Liu Hai for an extended period, sensing that he harbored many secrets. After all, how could someone who had meandered through life for so many years suddenly attain enlightenment and grasp so much knowledge? Regardless, the fact that this young man was gradually improving was indeed the most significant piece of news. Without delving further into the matter, he suggested they head out for a meal, realizing he had never shared a drink with Liu Hai. The atmosphere in the room transformed, becoming notably more relaxed, and soon their glasses clinked together. They dined until nearly 9 o'clock that evening. An interesting phenomenon unfolded. At first, the plate of lard and water celery was utterly untouched. However, once Yang Sangu mustered the courage to take a bite, his eyes lit up. This dish was no lesser than ordinary vegetables. It was delicious. Before long, everyone was reaching for their chopsticks, and the plate of lard and water celery became more popular than the meat in the pot, vanishing within moments. Later, Liu Hai suggested spending some money to hire help for planting their few acres of rice paddies, and Uncle June readily agreed to assist, promising to find someone. Throughout this entire exchange, Xiao Guomin listened quietly, refraining from speaking. As the clock approached 9, the night sky was clear, and the chorus of frogs filled the air. Xiao Guomin took the remaining alcohol with him, not in a hurry to leave, but instead, he wandered around to the back of Liu Hai's home, where Liu Hai's father, Liu Zhengwo, lay buried. Feeling in high spirits today due to Liu Hai's transformation, Xiao Guomin had indulged a bit too much. Sitting beside the gravestone, he poured a little wine onto the ground. He retrieved some tobacco he had grown himself, rolled a cigarette, and lit it. Exhaling deeply, he spoke to his old friend. "This wine is for you, Xiao Hai. You've changed. You're working with Fan Wenjun and the others to earn money. This is wonderful. You've finally awakened. Days are visibly improving, yet you left so soon. You didn't perish on the battlefield in Korea, but instead fell victim to the hardships of life." As he took drag after drag from his cigarette, he remained unaware that Liu Hai was watching from the window, listening in silence, gazing upon his father's grave. He never imagined that his father had been a veteran of the Korean War. In his previous life, Liu Zhengwo had returned from military service but never spoke of it. All Liu Hai knew was that his father had served under Dong Xinyu's father. He was completely oblivious to the rest of his father's past. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a wave of sorrow washed over him. He recalled how his father would sit quietly on the ridge of the fields, gazing into the sunset in silence, and found himself increasingly remorseful for his past behavior. If only, after his elder brother's departure, he had been able to shoulder some of the family burdens, perhaps he could have offered his father a glimmer of hope, preventing him from succumbing to despair. The sins of his previous life weighed heavily upon him. Uncle June had indeed been quite supportive. In the 3 acres of rice fields, Liu Hai produced a 50-cent coin to hire laborers at the rate of 50 cents per acre. During the busy farming season, others were preoccupied with their own fields during the day. Thus, after Uncle June left Liu Hai's home, he promptly gathered 7 or 8 workers and headed straight to Liu Hai's paddy fields. These were skilled hands, seasoned through the rigorous training of the production team. And by that evening, they had successfully transplanted the seedlings in the 3 acres of fields and returned home after an early day's work. When Dong Xinyu arrived at the fields in the morning, she caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance that made her quite cheerful. It was a pleasant scent, as she had bathed the previous day with the soap Liu Hai had purchased for her, and it reminded her of the fragrance she used to wear in Kyoto. However, as she walked past her own paddy fields with a hoe slung over her shoulder, she was taken aback. "Who helped me transplant the seedlings?" Upon inquiring, she soon learned the situation. For reasons unknown, as she gazed upon the lush green seedlings before her, a smile unconsciously spread across her face. Yet, her happiness was short-lived as Guogang approached from a distance. Several villagers nearby quickly pretended not to notice. Guogang had been the local bully prior to Liu Hai, and everyone had thought that after spending several years in the army, his character would have undergone significant change. However, upon his return, the disturbances at Wang Taohong's home had not ceased, with frequent sounds of her weeping echoing through the village. Thus, fear lingered among the villagers. In stark contrast to Liu Hai, who had transformed his character and was now leading the villagers to prosperity, Guogang remained a hopeless case, unable to change his ways. Dong Xinyu hastily feigned ignorance and made her way toward the sugarcane fields. Guogang was clearly approaching her. As he drew near, he lit a cigarette and remarked, $80, right? I'll be visiting Secretary Xiao later to propose. I've heard about your little affair with Liu Hai, but as long as you lead a good life from now on, I can overlook it. Despite her usual gentle demeanor, Dong Xinyu was resolute in the face of extreme opposition. I'm sorry, but you should seek someone else. I feel quite content with my life as it is. Content. Guogang retorted, just look at you now. Your pants are patched in a dozen places, and you've become so thin and sunburned. Do you even remember how you looked when you came from Kyoto? After marrying me, I would take you away from Ponching village back to Kyoto. He had intended to mention that her father was soon to be vindicated, but fearing it would only prompt her further refusal, he withheld that information. Knowing her family background was quite respectable, and she had no need to settle for a rural man like him. Kyoto? Upon hearing this word, the cold demeanor surrounding Dong Xinyu dissipated somewhat, and a hint of longing appeared in her clear, almond-shaped eyes. Meanwhile, Liu Hai had promised to buy a radio for Dong Xinyu to alleviate her boredom, aware that she had been longing for news from beyond Yinshan County, particularly concerning his father's past. In an era where communication relied heavily on shouting and transportation on foot, it was indeed challenging to learn of events occurring thousands of miles away. Therefore, the first thing he did in the morning was to purchase a Chunfeng brand radio from the local supply and marketing cooperative for 110 yuan. As he made the payment, he deliberately handed the money to the sarcastic saleswoman who had mocked him earlier. The saleswoman's complexion turned ashen. She could scarcely believe that he had actually come to purchase the radio. It felt as if Liu Hai had slapped her into the depths of despair, wishing she could vanish into a crevice in the earth. After securing the carefully wrapped radio, Liu Hai remarked, do not forget, without ordinary citizens coming in to buy goods, how would you earn your salary? Do not consume the fruits of the people's labor while disparaging them. After all, you are merely a saleswoman, so consider your own standing. At that moment, the saleswoman dared not retort. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by their supervisor, who summoned the saleswoman to the office after Liu Hai departed. Before long, the supervisor's furious voice echoed from within. The decline of the supply and marketing cooperative was not solely due to systemic changes. It was also intrinsically linked to the attitudes of those who fancied themselves as officials. With the radio in hand, Liu Hai proceeded to purchase pork, rice, and other essentials in town. He then visited the tailor shop he had been to a few days prior. The proprietor, a former worker from the county's state-owned garment factory, had seen a wide array of styles during her time there. When Liu Hai had approached her previously with a list of demands, she had found him rather peculiar. However, upon witnessing the exquisite long dress he had requested, she was utterly astounded. Seizing the opportunity while Liu Hai was there to collect his garment, she inquired, may I create an identical sample to display in my shop? Liu Hai, unconcerned, readily agreed. The tailor, noticing his willingness, graciously reduced the labor cost by 3 cents. Eagerly, Liu Hai hurried home, envisioning the moment when Dong Xinyu would don the dress and stand before him. After leaving the tailor's shop, Liu Hai gripped the steering wheel, revved the tractor's engine, and set off with a roar. He made his way directly to Xiao Guomin's residence. Upon his arrival, he observed Wang Taohong lamenting before Xiao Guomin. The latter's expression darkened considerably as he retorted, you must manage your own son. This matter concerning Xinyu is not for your family to meddle in. Do not presume I am unaware. The one who speaks ill of Xinyu the most behind her back is you. Return home at once. I will not agree to this. Wang Taohong, upon witnessing Xiao Guomin's complete turn, hardened her expression. Xiao Guomin, I know you and Liu Jiangwo grew up together tending cattle, but you cannot show such bias. Dong Xinyu has not even officially entered Liu's family. My son can also pursue her. Besides, it has been 7 or 8 days since Liu Hai's tractor made its rounds. Have there been any updates? I can increase the bride price to 85 yuan. 85 yuan. Do you truly lack any shame? Is Xinyu worth so little in your eyes? Liu Hai stood resolutely at the door. Wang Taohong, seeing Liu Hai, felt a twinge of fear and quickly fell silent. Noticing her silence, Liu Hai momentarily disregarded her and turned to Xiao Guomin, saying, "Uncle Guomin, I have purchased quite a bit this time. Could you lend a hand?" Xiao Guomin rose, casting a cold glare at Wang Taohong, and followed Liu Hai. Next, Wang Taohong stood there, utterly flabbergasted. Over 10 pounds of pork, grains, oil, rice, and so forth. Especially when Liu Hai brought over that spring breeze radio. Wang Taohong thought she must be mistaken, rubbing her eyes incessantly. Was this the radio from the town's supply and marketing cooperative? "Liu Hai, how dare you steal this? Aren't you afraid? Get out." Although Liu Hai's voice was not loud, it left no room for negotiation. His gaze fixed on Wang Taohong was enough to consume her. Xiao Guomin had already learned about Liu Hai's means of making money the previous night. Thus, he immediately reprimanded Wang Taohong. "Do you have any evidence proving that Xiao Hai stole this radio?" "Secretary Xiao, if you don't, then stop talking nonsense. All day long, you gossip in the village. Orphaned at 14, widowed in your 20s. Have you never reflected on your own role in this? Leave some decency for your descendants. Do you want your only son to meet the same fate?" Wang Taohong was silenced and lowered her head, just as Xiao Guomin was scolding her. A person hurriedly ran in from outside. "Secretary Xiao, hurry to the 7th group. That rascal Guogang has completely lost his mind. He's beating Yang Sandog in the field. It might lead to a fatality." Chapter 28. Guogang is beaten again. What? How did Guogang get into a fight with Yang Sandog? Xiao Guomin felt an immense headache. Since Guogang returned, he had been worried about this situation. He quickly prepared to leave. But Liu Hai had already dashed towards the kitchen, seizing a kitchen knife and charging out. It wasn't impulsiveness. Yang Sandog was a brother who had died for him in a past life, and Yang Sandog was no match for Guogang. Without a knife, Liu Hai could not possibly defeat Guogang. Wang Taohong stood there, bewildered. Upon seeing Liu Hai brandishing a knife intending to strike her son, she immediately rushed after him, shouting curses. "Liu Hai, if you dare harm my son, I will dig up Liu Zhengwo's grave." Ding! Liu Hai turned, and with a swift motion, he slashed the knife just in front of Wang Taohong. Fortunately, she had not approached too closely, and the blade merely grazed the button of his shirt, leaving her frozen in shock. Liu Hai pointed at her. "If you so much as disturb a handful of soil from my father's grave, I will demolish your house. Go ahead, try me. I have never feared anyone." With no time to waste on this woman, Liu Hai was worried about Yang Sandog's safety. So he immediately turned and ran. Xiao Guomin hurriedly followed, anxious that Liu Hai might act rashly. However, when Liu Hai arrived at the scene, the situation became awkward. Numerous onlookers had gathered at the edge of the field, including Uncle Jun and others. Several people were holding Guogang down in the mud, while Yang Sandog was atop him, pressing his head into the dirt, repeatedly slapping his face. "Aren't you quite the fighter? Get up. Slap. You think you, a toad, can aspire to swallow a swan? Do you deserve it? Slap. How dare you lay a hand on the woman my brother Hai wishes to marry? Slap. You have some audacity." Dong Xinyu stood to the side, utterly perplexed. She had previously harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yang Sandog for always dragging Liu Hai into drinking and petty theft, believing that Liu Hai had been led astray by him. In this moment, she suddenly realized that Yang Sangyu might not be what she had initially perceived. Just moments ago, Yang Gang had mentioned taking her to Kyoto, which momentarily caused her to feel a fleeting sense of nostalgia, primarily due to her profound longing for her family in Kyoto. However, this feeling quickly dissipated as her mind regained its composure. First and foremost, Qingqing had yet to complete her university studies. Secondly, she could never barter her future for such an exchange, and she held a strong disdain for this Guogang. Thirdly, she had long harbored suspicions that Liu Hai's brother, Liu Jun, might have been the one who urged him to run away from home. Liu Jun had a romantic interest in a neighboring village, which had made him particularly averse to her presence in their household. Yet, Guogang frequently visited their home, and she could discern the implications behind his gaze, which fueled her distaste for him. Moreover, Liu Hai was undergoing a transformation, and recalling his recent displays of concern for her stirred an inexplicable sense of reluctance within her. In a fit of rage, Guogang insulted Dong Xinyu, calling her cheap, which drew Yang Sang's attention as he was fishing in the irrigation ditch. He rushed over and engaged Guogang in a scuffle. Just as she thought of Liu Hai, she spotted him wielding a kitchen knife. She hurried to restrain Liu Hai, shaking her head in tears. Liu Hai handed her the knife, insisting that she should not use it on him, but rather slap Guogang a few times, commanding her to stand still and not approach. Before Dong Xinyu could react, Liu Hai leaped into the rice paddy, seizing Guogang's hair and striking him fiercely. Yang Sangu wasted no time, jumping up and biting Guogang's ear. Guogang screamed in pain, exclaiming, "Sangu, you're biting me again." Meanwhile, Dong Xinyu urged Yang Sangu to move his face out of the way to avoid being hit. "Is this enough, Haigu?" Yang Sangu asked, slightly releasing his grip, yet refusing to let go completely. The strikes continued, perfectly timed and spaced. Uncle June and the others stood in stunned silence. "I thought these two brothers would never fight again," one remarked. Last year, the 7 brothers from the neighboring village angered them, and it was these two who dealt with them one by one. Uncle Yang nodded in agreement, recalling how they had clashed numerous times in his fields. Xiao Hai and Sangu always targeted them when they were alone, dragging them off to fight. "These two are something else," another chimed in. "While they may not be the strongest fighters, they certainly know how to hold their ground. If they lose a fight, they remember it. Whenever you find yourself alone, you can be sure these two will appear, lurking until you kneel before them and plead for mercy, only to have to offer a couple of slaps before they reluctantly let you go with the theft of a chicken from your yard." How else could the neighboring villages fear these two rascals? In this era, rural households often had many siblings. Without strength behind your fists, who would fear you? Xiao Guomin approached, observing Guogang receiving a beating. He noticed that Dong Xinyu was holding the knife, which relieved him, whether intentional or not. He slowed his pace as he approached, unhurried in calling for Liu Hai and the others to deal with Guogang. "Didn't you just say that Guogang was beating Yang Sangu?" He inquired of the person who had called him. The villager appeared somewhat bewildered. "When I went to call you, I witnessed Guogang assaulting Yang Sandog. As I spoke, I noticed Uncle Yang and several others covered in mud." "Did you just aid Yang Sandog?" I inquired, incredulous. "No way. Didn't you despise Yang Sandog? What a lunatic. I was merely mediating, not participating in the fight." Uncle Yang replied, his demeanor betraying his guilt as he quickly averted his gaze. The villager then turned to Jungu. "What about you?" "I was also trying to mediate." "For heaven's sake. If you don't believe me, ask Xinyu." Junshu turned to Dong Xinyu, who was blinking frantically. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Yet she let out a laugh, her first encounter with the warmth of the village in Ponching. Earlier, when Yang Sandog was losing to Guogang, these elders rushed to intervene, shouting that they were comrades who grew up together, urging them to resolve matters peacefully and refrain from violence. Though their words seemed earnest, their feet were still delivering kicks beneath the surface. I saw it all too clearly. They were merely avenging her after Guogang insulted her. Xiao Guomin remained unperturbed, observing the scene as Guogang was being beaten. "Can someone explain what is happening?" Meanwhile, Guogang, unable to endure any longer, shouted at Xiao Guomin. "You're the secretary. Why don't you call off these rabid dogs? Yang Sandog is about to bite my ear off." Xiao Guomin, wearing a serious expression, insisted he needed to comprehend the situation fully. At that moment, Zhang Sihai, having caught wind of the commotion, charged into the field and seized Guogang's other ear. "Ah, you bastard Zhang Sihai. Didn't you say you would hang Yang Sandog from a power pole and whip him with a socialist steel rod? Why are you helping them beat me? Damn it, your teeth are sharper than Yang Sandog's. Let go of me." Chapter 29. Accompanying Dong Xinyu home, seeing Zhang Sihai join the fray, Xiao Guomin's expression grew grave. "Can someone explain what is going on? Why is Zhang Sihai involved with Liu Hai?" At this point, everyone understood that their secretary was the master of deception. The villager who had brought him there felt a chill run down his spine. "Secretary Xiao, if you don't intervene, Guogang might truly be killed." "Did I say not to intervene? Nonsense." Xiao Guomin retorted sternly, glaring at him before turning to shout, "Everyone, stop. Cease the fighting." Only then did Liu Hai and the others release Guogang. Previously, Liu Hai had left Guogang's face swollen, and just as he had begun to heal, he was left battered once more, his face bruised and blood streaming from his ears. He felt disoriented, crawling to the side to sit, thoroughly intimidated by Liu Hai and Yang Sandog. Dong Xinyu hurried over, instinctively asking Liu Hai if he was hurt. "Huh." Liu Hai immediately sensed something was different about her. Before he could speak, Yang Sandog interjected, "Sister-in-law, this is your fault. I was the one who got hit first." Dong Xinyu's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss, unsure of why she felt embarrassed. "Go away." Liu Hai kicked him lightly. "I'll take you to the clinic later." Xiao Guomin approached, "And I have come to understand the circumstances surrounding the events. A village must stand united. Such brawls only serve as a source of ridicule. We should all return to our homes and reflect upon our actions." Uncle Yang, unable to contain himself, Remarked to Secretary Xiao, none of us have discussed the background with you. Brother Jun, why are you covering my mouth? Rest assured, Uncle Guomin. We promised to reflect on our behavior upon returning home. Liu Hai quickly grasped the situation and prepared to leave with Yang Sandog and the others. However, behind them, Guogang suddenly erupted in laughter. Xiao Guomin, you are so brazenly covering for him. What kind of secretary are you? And what of it if I am? Unexpectedly, Xiao Guomin dropped the facade, turning to face him directly. Do not forget, I am the village secretary of Ponqing. I am also Liu Hai's uncle, with his father gone. I am now the elder of his family. Listen carefully, you too. Xinyu can only be Liu's wife, and you are not to presume to claim what is not yours. After delivering this statement, Xiao Guomin walked away, hands behind his back, with a few others following. Shortly thereafter, Wang Taohong arrived, wailing and lamenting. Yet no one paid her any heed. Once they departed from that scene, Xiao Guomin pulled Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu aside. After a moment's contemplation, he expressed, Guogang gives me an unsettling feeling. Xinyu, you should return home and refrain from working in the fields. Accompany Liu Hai to sell dried fish. I fear Guogang may take advantage of your absence to do something extreme. Dong Xinyu's cheeks flushed slightly, uncertain of how to respond. Liu Hai inquired, do you wish to go home? Unable to comprehend her own anxiety, Dong Xinyu hesitated before ultimately nodding. Then let us return, Liu Hai affirmed. I promise you will have white rice and meat for every meal. You shall not go hungry. I will tidy up at Uncle Guomin's house. Just wait for me at home. All right, Dong Xinyu replied softly, her gaze lowered. Having experienced life, Xiao Guomin seemed to understand and smiled. Very well, let's go. As they walked, he retrieved a pouch of tobacco, preparing to roll a cigarette, but Liu Hai offered him a Lingji brand cigarette instead. Xiao Guomin chuckled wryly. Now that we have some wealth, let us not be ostentatious to avoid inciting envy. Do not distribute these cigarettes indiscriminately, understood? Liu Hai acknowledged. Guogang indeed posed a disruptive element, and Liu Hai felt an urgency to act. On their way to Xiao Guomin's home, he mused aloud about Guogang's remaining service time, estimating he had about a year left until discharge. Suddenly, he had an inkling of something amiss and proposed sending a telegram to inquire about his unit. Xiao Guomin, having also pondered this matter, was spurred by Liu Hai's suggestion and decided to visit the village militia captain to have him reach out to Guogang's unit. Liu Hai did not take all the supplies. He left half of the meat behind and proceeded to gather Dong Xinyu's personal belongings, including her radio. Although Xiao Guomin served as village secretary, his family faced considerable hardships, as his daughter was attending university in another town. Therefore, Liu Hai chose to leave the remaining meat, oil, and rice at his home. Yang Sandog and Zhang Xihai were at Liu Hai's house. Zhang Xihai suddenly emerged to assist, biting the aggressor, which moved Yang Sandog deeply. He felt a pang of guilt for having bullied him in the past. While washing the mud off his body by the pond, he earnestly declared, Brother, I promise I will never hit you again. Noticing Dong Xinyu watching from behind, he attempted to save face, teasing, Yang Sandog, did you strike me? It was merely my reluctance to hold a grudge against you. I have always been wary of that dog of yours. Without it, bam. Zhang Xihai. Frustrated, Yang Sandog lamented. Can't you ever stop being so stubborn? Must you provoke me into losing my temper for you to behave? Zhang Xihai swiftly backed down, offering various explanations and attempts at appeasement. Everything seemed as usual, yet Yang Sandog's recently awakened conscience was once again devoured by the dog. Dong Xinyu sat at the door, resting her chin on her hand, observing the two raucous figures by the pond, and suddenly felt as if she was meeting Yang Sandog for the first time. Squinting, she found his small face, especially with that messy hairstyle, rather amusing. What are you looking at? Come in, I have something to show you. Just as she was engrossed in her thoughts, Liu Hai returned home and walked inside. What is the matter? Dong Xinyu stood up. Come in, he replied, his tone somewhat stern. Dong Xinyu felt a bit wronged at his demeanor. Once inside, she was astonished to see Liu Hai bringing out a radio. Covering her mouth in surprise. You really bought this radio? Where did you get so much money? She immediately recalled something Liu Hai had said a few days prior at the supply and marketing cooperative. Liu Hai ignored her, extended the antenna, and after some fiddling, music began to play from the radio. By the pond, cicadas are calling out the summer. The song, Childhood, had just been released in March 1981, evoking memories for many. Dong Xinyu, visibly excited, sat beside him. With this device, she could listen to news and perhaps even hear updates about her father in Kyoto. With a silly grin, she asked, did you really buy it? Liu Hai smiled gently. Of course, I earned it with your little fish treats. I'm going outside to wash off this mud. You can listen to the radio while I cook. With that, he stripped off his upper clothing and, to the tune of childhood, dashed outside and leaped into the pond. Seeing Liu Hai jump in, Yang Sandog kicked Zhang Sihai into the water and followed suit. Zhang Sihai, infuriated, shouted, "Damn it, Yang Sandog, you've gone too far." Chapter 30. A home filled with warmth soon. The sounds of their playful antics echoed from the pond. Each of them fantasized about returning to the verdant hills and clear waters of their childhood home, and Liu Hai felt the same. Even if he were to be reborn decades later, at this moment, he reveled in the sensation of being in the pond. In this new life, he vowed not to be reckless or overly burdened, but to savor everything his hometown had to offer. Leaving no regrets behind was the true essence of rebirth. For he understood that ultimately, he would depart his hometown with Dong Xinyu and Yang Sandog. In the dilapidated earthen brick house, Dong Xinyu was enveloped by the melodies of childhood, while her gaze was captivated by Liu Hai joyfully splashing in the water. A faint blush involuntarily crept across her cheeks. Had he truly changed? Was she genuinely destined to marry him? As night fell, Liu Hai prepared an exceptionally heartfelt meal, motivated by Dong Xinyu's return home. He busied himself both inside and outside the house, presenting a mound of fluffy rice, a beautifully braised bighead carp, freshly caught by Yang Sangu from the pond. Its flesh imbued with a sweet, delicate flavor, and a spicy stir-fry of meat with chili peppers, accompanied by perilla and cucumber. Dong Xinyu felt as though she were dreaming, especially when Liu Hai executed a stunning toss of the frying pan, leaving her in awe. The flavors were equally delightful. During the meal, Liu Hai enthusiastically recounted his experiences selling dried fish, and it was then that Dong Xinyu fully grasped the potential profitability of spicy dried fish. However, she could not fathom why, if it was so lucrative, he did not sell it every day. Liu Hai, with his bowl in hand, patiently explained the concept of hunger marketing. Their current production was not particularly high. On a good day, they might only manage to sell over 50 pounds. Selling 50 pounds daily differed vastly from selling 150 pounds every 3 days. If one appeared in the same spot each day, people would grow accustomed to it, thinking, I can wait until tomorrow to buy. Conversely, by visiting every 3 days, those who had savored the dried fish would wonder why the vendor had not returned yet. Should Liu Hai reappear, it would incite what could be termed a revenge consumption, as customers, fearing they might miss his next visit, would opt to purchase more at once. Thus, the sales from a 3-day cycle would not diminish compared to daily sales. While maintaining a heightened anticipation among the market, Dong Xinyu listened, utterly engrossed. When had Liu Hai learned the intricacies of business? She increasingly felt that he had transformed into someone almost unrecognizable. Regardless, the fact that Liu Hai had improved brought her immense joy. With her large, clear eyes fixed on him, she gazed at Liu Hai, who animatedly spoke, until he suddenly caught her adoring stare and playfully tapped her on the head. Silly girl, he teased. Dong Xinyu winced, feeling a twinge of pain, and lowered her head, muttering softly, You're the silly one. I never called you silly, he replied. I'm just eating. Liu Hai looked at the endearingly naive Dong Xinyu, filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. His motivation surged within him. That evening, Liu Hai borrowed a few long benches and a mat from Uncle June, and after setting them up, he laid a layer of straw on the mat, followed by a sheet to create a makeshift bed in the kitchen, while Dong Xinyu rested in the room. The next morning, he dressed her in the skirt he had made for her, along with the rubber shoes previously purchased. Though the young girl had long suffered from malnutrition, her thick, lustrous black hair seemed naturally radiant. Adorning her head was a floral hairband, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. Beneath her willow-like brows, her large apricot eyes sparkled with clarity. Beneath her delicate, upturned nose, thin lips curved slightly upwards at the corners, Dong Xinyu emerged from her room, prompting Liu Hai to suddenly recall a term from a past life. Life may transform one's appearance in myriad ways, yet an individual's essence remains immutable. Dong Xinyu's inherent qualities surpassed those of all the women he had encountered in his previous existence. As Liu Hai gazed intently at her, Dong Xinyu felt a twinge of shyness. Was her appearance truly unappealing? You're stunning, Liu Hai smiled. I'll go prepare the ingredients. Oh, all right, she replied obediently. Seizing the moment, she busied herself with kindling a fire to prepare some lard rice balls. At 5 o'clock, Yang Sandog and Zhang Sihai arrived. both of them fixated on Dong Xinyu for an extended period. Particularly, Yang Sandog remarked after a long stare. Why does she look like she stepped out of a painting after changing her clothes? I did not emerge from a painting, Dong Xinyu retorted playfully. Here, Sandog, see hi. I made rice balls for both of you. Thank you, sister-in-law, they responded gratefully, accepting the rice balls and munching on them while chatting about tractors. After Liu Hai took a bite, he was transported back to his past life, where he had spared no expense hiring renowned chefs across the country just to replicate the flavor of Dong Xinyu's lard rice balls. Yet, he could never achieve that desired taste. Out of guilt, he often visited Dong Xinyu's parents. One morning, her mother prepared rice balls, and upon tasting them, he, a grown man, wept uncontrollably in front of her parents for an extended time. It was then he realized that although Dong Xinyu was the youngest in her family, she had always been remarkably considerate, especially fond of following her mother around to learn the art of cooking, displaying a natural talent for it. As Liu Hai steered the tractor along the cobblestone path leading to the county town, the gentle breeze of early summer invigorated him. In this lifetime, he was determined to ensure that Dong Xinyu lived a life befitting a princess. Arriving once more at the bustling market after a 3 or 4 day absence, Liu Hai and his companions had prepared nearly 200 pounds of dried small fish. In their initial visits, customers typically bought only a few ounces, but this time, they were purchasing in half-pound quantities. The market was teeming with people, and Liu Hai's stall selling dried fish had drawn a crowd, leaving other vendors with empty tables as patrons queued to buy from him. Complaints echoed around them. Young man, where have you been? You've been elusive these past few days. Indeed, how can you afford to be so lazy? When business is good, you must come every day to earn money. How can you prosper with such an erratic schedule? I told you, my husband is always talking about how he craves that flavor with his drinks, one woman chimed in. Liu Hai and his companions maintained a polite demeanor, continuously apologizing for their absence. Despite her somewhat naive demeanor, Dong Xinyu exhibited remarkable diligence, assisting Liu Hai with collecting and counting money, as Yang Sandog struggled to keep track. While Liu Hai and Zhang Xihai were exceptionally busy, a few individuals found themselves devoid of any respite, tirelessly engaged in their tasks. Unbeknownst to them, the figure of Boss Kai had materialized nearby, accompanied by another man clad in a polyester fabric. After a prolonged gaze, the man in polyester remarked, "Old Kai, is this the dried fish you mentioned? It's outrageous. Why is it priced so exorbitantly, as if there's a fear of scarcity?" Chapter 31. Business under scrutiny. Boss Kai's return was far more significant than merely honoring ancestral rights. He bore an immense debt from his endeavors in the port city, with little hope for redemption. Yet, he possessed a keen eye for opportunity, believing that substantial changes might unfold in the mainland, potentially turning his fortunes around. The dried fish had ignited a spark of inspiration within him, though Liu Hai remained indifferent to his presence. The man beside him, known as Chang Yongda, was his partner from the port city. As they conversed, one of Boss Kai's subordinates approached, presenting a package of spicy dried fish. With a smile, Boss Kai urged, "Do taste this." Chang Yongda, skeptical, sampled a piece, savoring it before exclaiming, "Isn't this simply the flavor of the red oil from Sichuan? How would you describe its uniqueness?" "Well, it's decent. Having spent time in Sichuan, if you press me for its distinctive quality, I can't say it's particularly remarkable." "Is that so? Your familiarity with red oil renders this dried fish rather unremarkable in Sichuan. However, do not forget, this is Jiangdong, where the locals have yet to experience red oil. For them, this flavor is nothing short of extraordinary. This encapsulates the allure of the current mainland. With a dearth of information, once you grasp the nuances of this disparity, wealth can be attained swiftly," Boss Kai proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Chang Yongda fell into contemplation, eventually breaking into a smile. "Are you considering pursuing this venture?" Boss Kai replied, "Others have already forged a path. Why should I not follow suit? Can this small-scale agricultural model possibly compete with the advanced systems we brought from the port city?" The two soon engaged in a lively discussion. Currently, state-run factories exhibited outdated production management, and conservatism permeated their operations. Boss Kai's assertions rang true. The model from the port city was indeed a transformative force in the mainland. He was on the verge of signing a contract with the county government to lease a state-run subsidiary food factory, intending to sell dried fish locally. Furthermore, having uncovered Liu Hai's secret to wealth, he had dispatched individuals to Sichuan, seeking the finest red oil craftsmen to assist in creating red oil for his enterprise. After a lengthy conversation, the two turned to leave. Yang Sanggu, with his sharp eyes, caught sight of them at that very moment, fixating on the pair without a hint of movement. Amidst the flurry of activity at the stall, Liu Hai noticed his stillness and promptly urged him, "Don't dawdle. Get to work." "Dawdle? Do you think I'm napping? My eyes are wide open." "Hai Ge, can't you see?" Yang Sanggu retorted defiantly. Liu Hai scrutinized his gaunt face and realized he was indeed awake. "My apologies. Now let us get on with it. Madam, here are your 5 taels. Please take care." "Oh, thank you, young man." "You're welcome, madam. Please take care." "Sir, how much would you like?" Liu Hai continued his bustling work. Yang Sandog quickly regained his focus. But while busy, he said to Brother Hai, "Don't take this lightly. I just spotted that Hong Kong fellow. He brought another person who has been watching us ominously. I suspect they have not given up on keeping an eye on our business." "I saw it." "You saw it?" "Yes, let's finish up here first. Later, we will dine at the state-run restaurant and perhaps have a word with Director Shun." "All right." Yang Sandog cast a peculiar glance at Liu Hai and continued his work. They commenced selling at 6 in the morning and continued until 10:30. The stall was in a constant state of frenzy. As they were engaged in a small business, collecting only small tickets and change, thus the money in the basket was quite substantial. Dong Xinyu was meticulous in his work, bundling every 10 units of small tickets with a slender hemp rope. In the end, he counted an astonishing 60 bundles, which amounted to 600 yuan. 600 yuan. I only earn a little over 3 yuan selling husks in a month. It would take me decades to make this amount. The young girl was quite bewildered. Zhang Sihai gazed at the cash in the basket, and he too was filled with exhilaration. Damn it, I've never felt that money could be earned so easily. He resolved to stick with Liu Hai and the others until the end. Liu Hai approached from the side. "Are you hungry?" "Starved to death," Zhang Sihai replied. Liu Hai rolled his eyes, gestured in a direction, and said, "I didn't ask you. If you're hungry, go find Yang Sandog. He's over there." Zhang Sihai looked up and saw Yang Sandog buying oil cakes. "What the heck? You didn't call me for oil cakes?" He hurriedly shouted, "Dog brother, your eyes are so sharp," and dashed over. Dong Xinyu also spotted the oil cakes sizzling in the large iron pot, her stomach growling. She touched her belly and then looked at Liu Hai, who was enjoying an oil cake so deliciously, swallowing hard. "Will he buy one for me?" Just then, Liu Hai deliberately took a big bite in front of her, his mouth glistening with oil. Dong Xinyu's stomach growled again. "I'm not hungry." Just as she finished speaking, Liu Hai held out another oil cake in front of her, saying, "When I asked the boss to knead the dough, I specifically had him add your favorite leeks." Dong Xinyu stared at him in surprise. Liu Hai playfully tapped her head and said, "Silly girl, eat first to fill your stomach. Later, I'll take you to the state-run restaurant for a feast. After that, I might need to discuss some matters with the restaurant director. You must really miss Ching. Why not visit her at school? I'm not a silly girl." Dong Xinyu accepted the oil cake, lowering her head and muttering in grievance. Liu Hai tossed the 60 bundles of cash from the basket into the sack, a scene of great extravagance that made passers-by envious. Dong Xinyu gently took a bite of the oil cake. In those times, frying was done in heavy iron pots over firewood, resulting in particularly crispy oil cakes with a uniquely delightful flavor. Decades later, although frying appeared more hygienic, it lacked the essential taste, rendering it bland. The fragrance of leeks intertwined with the aroma of frying filled her mouth, and the young girl, in high spirits, couldn't resist taking another hearty bite. Her little mouth was adorned with a glossy sheen, particularly enchanting and delightful, as she lifted her petite face to gaze at Liu Hai, seemingly eager for a taste. "Then eat more, you simpleton," Liu Hai replied with a smile. This was the first time Dong Xinyu had smiled at Liu Hai, her innocent grin revealing 2 charming dimples at the corners of her mouth. At 11 o'clock, they had all finished preparing. A few of them hopped onto the tractor and made their way to the state-run restaurant. Once the dishes were served, Zhang Sihai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had just seen Yang Sanggu digging into his pockets to buy oil cakes, which reminded him of the wages he had lost to Yang Sanggu in the past. Now that he finally had the opportunity to recover his losses through a hearty meal, he was determined to indulge. Consequently, he devoured 5 oil cakes in one go, with Yang Sanggu unconcerned about his gluttony. To his surprise, he anticipated another chance to dine at the state-run restaurant. As the dishes arrived one after another, Zhang Sihai rubbed his overstuffed belly, casting a resentful glance at Yang Sanggu, who casually picked up a piece of beef to savor. His belly brimmed with grievances, undoubtedly intentional. yet he lacked the evidence to substantiate his claims. Chapter 32, Director's Son. Hair loss from patting. Dong Xinyu appeared bewildered as Liu Hai noticed her hesitance to pick up her chopsticks. "What's the matter?" he asked, with a hint of anxiety. Dong Xinyu inquired whether the meal was too expensive, suggesting they perhaps return some dishes and instead buy oil cakes to eat. "Go on and eat," Liu Hai urged, placing a generous piece of beef into her bowl. "I promised you that from now on, you shall have meat with every meal." He then patted the burlap sack beside him, reminding her that they had come bearing a sack for their meal. "Come on, sister, just eat. Look at how thin you've become," Yang Senga chimed in. At this, Dong Xinyu finally understood and straightened her back, lacking confidence as she timidly picked up her chopsticks, taking small bites akin to a little lamb grazing on grass. Afterward, Liu Hai requested the waiter to prepare a marinated beef hot pot for takeout, intending for Dong Xinyu to deliver it to Qingqing later. After a while, son Maokai strode in, patting his polished head. Liu Hai set down his chopsticks and instructed, "Sangu, Hai, wait for me at the entrance of the first high school after I finish discussing a matter." The two nodded in acknowledgement. Once Liu Hai departed, Dong Xinyu curiously asked Yang Sengu what he was discussing with the director of the state-run restaurant. After a moment of thought, Yang Sengu replied, "I suspect it's about opening a factory." "Opening a factory?" Dong Xinyu was puzzled. Yang Sengu nodded and resumed his meal, while Dong Xinyu fell silent, her mind preoccupied with the matter. After a while, Dong Xinyu approached the counter to settle the bill, only to find it amounted to 13 yuan. The young girl felt a pang of regret, and with a pitiful expression, she asked, "Sister, could you perhaps lower the price a bit?" The young women at the state-run restaurant were taken aback. It was the first time they had encountered someone attempting to negotiate a price after a meal, as the restaurant always adhered to fixed pricing. Yet, seeing Dong Xinyu's sorrowful demeanor, they felt an inexplicable pang of compassion. Ultimately, they indeed charged her 1 penny less. Dong Xinyu was overjoyed. For her, saving money was the greatest source of happiness. Finally, Zhang Sihai drove the tractor, transporting them to the county's first high school. Meanwhile, in the office, after Liu Hai articulated his thoughts, son Maokai repeatedly rubbed his head, appearing particularly conflicted. The smoke billowed as he took deep puffs, and after finishing, Liu Hai observed him reaching for his head again. In a moment of mischief, he remarked, "Director, if you keep touching your hair, you'll lose it all." Son Maotsai's hand froze mid-motion. "Would I really lose my hair?" "Indeed," he replied. "No wonder my hair has been thinning." Son Maokai murmured quietly. Yet, he was not inclined to dwell on this matter. Instead, he inquired about the benefits of the model you mentioned. "Xiao Lu, it's not that I'm overly pragmatic. It's just that I bear the risks. If things go awry, you could simply shut the factory and disappear, while the burden would rest solely on my shoulders. My entire family is in Yinshan. We cannot escape." Liu Hai wasted no time. "First, an annual management fee of 120 yuan will be paid to you personally. Second, I can grant you a first-tier agency for our dried fish, ensuring a supply and the lowest prices. However, I must clarify that I cannot sell exclusively to you." Liu Hai elaborated gradually. Sun Maotsai's mind began to race with calculations. Liu Hai intended to establish a factory in the village, and given that private enterprises had not yet been explicitly sanctioned, they required affiliation with state-owned enterprises. He had no alternative for affiliation. His only option was to approach Sun Maokai, as Sun Maokai was on the verge of personally contracting the state-run restaurant. Liu Hai sought to attach his factory under its banner. Thus, he presented his terms. Sun Maokai calculated internally. The annual fee of 120 yuan would offset the rent after I secure the contract. The dried fish would also be sold to me. Currently, in the whole of Yinshan County, those with means favor Liu Hai's dried fish as a side dish, if the state-run restaurant were to provide it year-round. Once I take over, wouldn't these patrons flock to dine and drink? After thorough contemplation, he inhaled deeply. The risks were considerable, yet he believed it was feasible. Damn it, it's a gamble. Either I prosper or perish. At that moment, Liu Hai finally exhaled, smiling as he reassured him, "Fear not. It's not as dire as you think. What we are doing, even if deemed speculative, will not attract scrutiny." This was Liu Hai's shrewdness. His persistent endeavors with dried fish stemmed from the fact that they were not classified as regulated goods, thus eluding government oversight. However, if he engaged in other types of reselling, the potential for profit increased, but so did the risks, especially with the upcoming year of 1982. Marked as a crackdown on speculation, an example being the notorious 8 Kings. As a reborn individual, He aimed to navigate all risks while ensuring that those around him could earn safely and enjoy life. Therefore, he would continue to toil with dried fish in Yinshan County, aspiring to orchestrate grand affairs, at least until the latter half of the coming year. The two swiftly reached a collaboration. In 3 days, Sun Maokai would officially contract the state-run restaurant, and Liu Hai promised to deliver 300 pounds of dried fish to ensure a daily supply for the establishment. As for the pricing, Liu Hai made substantial concessions, setting it at 22 yuan per pound. After all, this was not retail. One must allow others a margin of profit. Or why would anyone engage with you? Liu Hai generously offered him numerous suggestions, such as introducing new dishes at the restaurant and advising that the waitresses should be provided with skirts and stockings to wear. It seemed rather unappealing for the waitstaff to be dressed like doctors from a hospital. Director Sun was profoundly inspired, lingering at the door as he watched Liu Hai leave, feeling a sense of unreality. How could this young man always possess such an abundance of creative ideas, so unique and unheard of? As if he were not of this world? "Director, it's time for dinner," a waitress called out to him. Sun Maokai instinctively reached for his head, but recalling Liu Hai's comment about hair loss, he quickly tucked his hands behind his back. After a moment, he unexpectedly asked Xiao Zhang, "If I were to buy you skirts and stockings, would you wear them?" The young woman was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she nervously replied, "Director, what do you mean? Why would you want me to wear skirts and stockings? Won't your wife be angry?" Sun Maokai felt a headache coming on. He thought, "What does this have to do with my wife?" He decided to focus on dinner and announce a few matters. Upon arriving at County No. 1 Middle School, Liu Hai found Dong Xinyu had already exited. It was class time, so he refrained from interrupting his sister Lu Qing as the tractor passed through Xia town. It was still only 3 o'clock. After distributing some money, Liu Hai took Dong Xinyu to a tailor shop. The tailor's sister was captivated by Dong Xinyu's beauty, exclaiming, "Where did you find such a lovely girl?" A moment later, she added, "Wait, why does she seem familiar?" Chapter 33, So Big. Dong Xinyu felt particularly timid. She had often glanced at this tailor shop while selling husks nearby. Being in her early 20s, how could she not admire beautiful clothing? Yet, each time she looked at her patched trousers, she would quickly avert her gaze in embarrassment. At that moment, she cautiously replied, "Sister, I sell husks over there every month," pointing to her usual spot. The sister, upon realizing she was the husk-selling girl, stared in disbelief. "You are that girl?" "Yes. Goodness. I always said you had better potential than the average person. Indeed, with a change of clothes, you look entirely different. Wow. This young man certainly has an eye for beauty. This dress seems tailor-made for you." "Really? Is it true? Why would I lie to you?" The sister began to circle around Dong Xinyu. Liu Hai watched with a smile, feeling a sense of joy. How could one not be happy when a cherished person is being praised? Dong Xinyu's face was flushed with warmth. Typically clad in patched clothing and worn straw sandals, she would often push a cart through town, her demeanor shy, frequently looking down. Sometimes, while selling husks, she would even be mistaken for a beggar and shooed away. Now, receiving such compliments from the townsfolk left her face burning with embarrassment and a sense of nervousness, casting occasional glances at Liu Hai, as if seeking reassurance. After some time, Liu Hai smiled and said to the sister, "I've come again to have clothes made." As the elder sister regained her senses, her gaze remained fixed on Dong Xinyu. TSK. If only that girl were a shade fairer, her appearance would be truly striking. "What sort of garments do you wish to create?" Liu Hai began to articulate his desires. Listening intently from the side, Dong Xinyu felt a chill run down her spine. For Liu Hai's specifications were akin to those of a professional tailor. How had he suddenly come to comprehend the intricacies of garment making? The young girl observed him with curiosity. Then, Liu Hai unexpectedly suggested making a few pieces of lingerie. Dong Xinyu's face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily at a loss on how to address the situation, for she had never worn such undergarments. The elder sister also felt a wave of awkwardness, contemplating the audacity of this young man, who so boldly entered and requested women's lingerie. However, after a brief moment of discomfort, she pulled Dong Xinyu aside, stating, "Come in, let me take your measurements." Dong Xinyu, feeling a surge of reluctance, cast a hesitant glance at Liu Hai. He smiled reassuringly, saying, "Go on, I'll wait for you outside." Thus, she was ushered into the room. Shortly thereafter, exclamations of surprise emanated from within. "You, girl, are so slender, yet how can you be so well endowed? In all my experience making garments, I've never encountered someone with such proportions. What do you usually eat? I eat sweet potatoes, she replied shyly. Can sweet potatoes really lead to such development? The elder sister continued. Dear, keep your voice down, or someone might overhear. Oh, all right, I'll take your measurements. Goodness, this is astonishing. I'm truly taken aback. I think I shall also buy some sweet potatoes. I want to eat them by the basketful. Liu Hai, a normal man at heart, despite his mature age, couldn't help but swallow hard upon overhearing their conversation. Spotting an ice cream vendor nearby, he purchased 2 old green bean ice pops, likely the priciest in town, for a total of 4 cents. Upon his return, he found Dong Xinyu emerging just as he walked in. The young girl breathed a sigh of relief, hoping he hadn't overheard their previous dialogue. Liu Hai handed her the ice pops, and the elder sister wore a mischievous grin, raising her eyebrows at Liu Hai, as if to say, "You're quite fortunate." Dong Xinyu quickly grasped the implication, her face turning beet red with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Let us go home." "All right," Liu Hai replied with a smile. After Dong Xinyu departed, Liu Hai leaned closer to the elder sister and remarked, "Some things are innate. Consuming sweet potatoes may not necessarily be effective." The elder sister playfully swatted at Liu Hai, saying, "Just be proud of yourself and go accompany your little wife." "Thank you, sister," he replied cheerfully as he followed after Dong Xinyu. Once he had left, the elder sister hurriedly made her way to the nearby market, returning 2 minutes later with a large basket filled with sweet potatoes. Liu Hai, concerned that Dong Xinyu might be reluctant to work the family's land alone at dawn, sought out Uncle June and spent $3 hiring several laborers to tend to the necessary tasks on their property. Now, Dong Xinyu had no choice but to remain at home, where she began assisting Liu Hai and the others in preparing dried fish and other chores. It is indeed the essence derived from Dong Xinyu, which has elevated their flavor to a new echelon since her personal involvement. However, Yang Sandog finds himself perplexed by Liu Hai's peculiar habit of clandestinely venturing to the back mountains to gather mushrooms. Upon his return, he does not prepare them for consumption but instead chooses to dry them, leaving Yang to ponder his intentions. On this particular day, Yang Sandog made a trip to the county, where Shin Maokai had already finalized a contract with the authorities. Liu Hai was busy foraging for snails in the rice paddies. The bounty of the waterways during this season was truly remarkable. In a short span of time, he managed to collect an entire bucket of snails. The setting sun bathed the fields in a breathtaking golden hue, while the gentle breeze descending from the verdant mountains carried a refreshing chill. Upon Yang's arrival, he rolled up his pant legs and leaped into the water, joining Liu in the search for snails as he recounted the happenings in the county. Liu Hai, grasping a pair of snails, tossed them into the bucket, proclaiming that they would commence formal operations. Formal operations? Are you truly considering opening a factory? Yang Sandog queried, puzzled. And where will the site be? It can't possibly be at home. Liu Hai glanced at Dong Xinyu approaching from the direction of the Hongqi River Bridge, realizing she had come to summon him for dinner. After washing his hands and feet, he instructed Yang to deliver the dried fish to the state-run restaurant by the following day, ensuring it arrived before their official opening. As for the factory premises, he planned to consult Uncle Guamin the next day. Come on, Xinyu is calling us for dinner. All right, Yang Sandog replied briskly, quickly rising from the water and carrying the bucket as he inquired, what do you intend to do with the snails? Surely they aren't for eating? How does one even consume them? In these times, the fields and ditches brimmed with a plethora of local delicacies. Most would devote their leisure time to catching eels or fishing. In contrast, snails were largely overlooked. Every household struggled to find enough to eat, let alone explore the myriad culinary methods available. Consequently, they remained largely untouched. As they walked, Liu Hai plucked tender water celery from the roadside and remarked, I had Xinyu prepare a plate of wild spicy snail meat. You must try it later. Yang Sandog cast a serious glance at Liu, incredulous that such a thing could be edible. How was it that Hai seemed willing to consume anything nowadays? He could not fathom that decades hence these wild delicacies from the fields and mountains would become coveted treasures. As the two reached the Hongqi River Bridge, the sudden blare of police sirens shattered the atmosphere. As several motorcycles sped across the bridge with urgency, the village was instantly enveloped in a palpable tension following the arrival of the officers. This is quite the spectacle, Yang Sandog remarked, bewildered. Our village has never witnessed such an event. Who are they apprehending? Liu Hai, still clutching the water celery, chuckled lightly. Come on. Let us go see the show at Wang Taohong's house. A show? What on earth do you mean? Yang Sandog replied, bemused as he trailed behind. Before long, he was greeted by a startling scene. Guogang was being dragged out of the house with his head held down by the police. Wang Taohong was in a frenzy, wailing and lamenting, "Why are you arresting my son? What has he done? Release my son, please." Her despair was palpable, and the onlookers, witnessing her agony, found a sense of grim satisfaction in the unfolding drama. As for Guogang, he was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of terror, dragged out like a wretched soul. His trousers already dampened with fear. He cast a desperate glance at the villagers, yearning for someone to speak on his behalf. Yet, to his dismay, not a single soul came forth. At that moment, Xiao Guomin had also arrived, conversing with the leading officer, who then shifted his gaze towards Liu Hai. "Young man, how did you come to know that he killed someone in the army?" Approached the officer. Guogang, initially despondent and frightened, was suddenly jolted into realization upon hearing the words, staring intently at Liu Hai. "You reported him? Mind your tone," one of the policemen admonished. Yet Liu Hai interjected, "May I have a word with him?" The officer hesitated, casting a troubled look at his superior, who simply nodded. Liu Hai approached Guogang with a broad smile. Guogang felt a surge of fury, glaring at Liu Hai like a feral beast, utterly astonished that it was Liu Hai who had reported him. Simultaneously, an unsettling dread crept over him. How did he know about my past in the army? As Liu Hai drew closer, a sneer of disdain and mockery adorned his face. "You, a wretched creature, dare to entertain thoughts of my family? Do you believe you are worthy? I will kill you, Liu Hai." Guogang erupted in rage. This was the third encounter he had with Liu Hai since his return. The first time, he was soundly beaten. The second, the same fate befell him. And now, he faced incarceration. He had once thought Liu Hai to be easily subdued, only to realize he had been trampled underfoot from the very beginning, never having risen again. He was swiftly seized by the police. "Don't move." Liu Hai then turned to the leading officer. "I cannot confirm if he has indeed killed someone. I simply found him rather peculiar, suddenly returning like this. Moreover, he has been harassing my family, so I reported it to the village secretary, not expecting him to actually be an escaped convict." "Ah, I see. Very well, let us proceed," the officer replied, not daring to linger any longer, needing to expedite the transfer of the suspect. Once they departed, the villagers erupted into a frenzy. Guogang had indeed returned after committing murder? This little wretch was not a peaceful soul, even in the army. Wang Taohong collapsed onto the ground in despair, trailing the police car for a considerable distance. Her husband was gone, and this was her only son. She had envisioned her son returning from the army to secure a position of authority, elevating their family's status. Having a soldier in the family had instilled a sense of pride within the village. Yet, what was the outcome? Just as she thought the hardships were coming to an end, her son was arrested. Everything was over. That evening, Liu Hai prepared a generous bowl of stir-fried green peppers and conch meat. The finest ingredients required no excessive seasoning. Yang Sandog was ecstatic with delight over this dish. "This can be prepared like this? It's even better than fish." Dong Xinyu quietly savored her meal, feeling a surge of happiness within her. Am I truly destined for a better life? Throughout the meal, she gazed at Liu Hai, her heart inexplicably filled with joy, a sensation she had never experienced before in her life. During this period, Zhang Sihai rushed to their home, proclaiming that Wang Taohong had gone mad, incessantly uttering her son's name at the village entrance. Liu Hai merely remarked, "You reap what you sow. It is of no concern to us." After speaking, he cast a glance at Dong Xinyu, who had been fixated on him. Caught off guard by Liu Hai's sudden turn, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily lowered her head. Liu Hai chuckled softly, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction within. As night passed, the village underwent significant transformations the following day. Last night, individuals from Wang Taohong's family came to escort her away. Upon learning that Liu Hai was behind the turmoil, the other two gossips, realizing their precarious position, swiftly gathered their belongings and returned to their maternal homes. Liu Hai, upon hearing this, merely smirked, declaring that from now on, there would be no space for them in the village, and they were to never return for the rest of their lives. When he made this statement, Liu Hai was in the village secretary's office, alongside Dong Xinyu. Dong Xinyu felt that Liu Hai seemed somewhat peculiar, as if he were exacting revenge on these families. Yet she had no proof. In the office, Xiao Guomin let out a deep sigh, acknowledging that every village inevitably harbors a few troublesome households. "You focus on your own affairs. Now that Guogang has been apprehended, I can finally breathe easier for Xinyu. I will work hard to earn money and splendidly marry her, thus fulfilling your father's wishes. Dong Xinyu was taken aback when the conversation suddenly turned to her. Her face turned beet red as she murmured, "When did Uncle Jiangwo have such wishes?" Xiao Guomin laughed heartily, stating, "Were it me, I would harbor such thoughts as well." "All right, Uncle Guomin supports you. The house is vacant anyway. I will simply notify a few others in the village committee." Liu Hai sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. The two then discussed matters regarding the landlord's house before departing. Indeed, Liu Hai had come to discuss the factory with Xiao Guomin. Initially, Xiao Guomin harbored some concerns. For according to current regulations, employing more than 7 individuals was deemed capitalist. If Liu Hai intended to open a factory and hire villagers, what if issues arose? However, the moment he heard Liu Hai mention using the name of a state-run restaurant, all his apprehensions dissipated. After leaving the village committee with Dong Xinyu, they did not rush home, but rather headed towards the dilapidated house that had long been abandoned. This was the only brick house in the village, once belonging to the largest landlord, who fled during a tumultuous period, leaving the house vacant ever since. Along the way, Dong Xinyu trailed behind like a timid lamb, her head bowed, anxiously gazing at her chest. "I thought wearing a bra would make me smaller, but instead, I feel larger." Disheartened, she pondered for a moment before summoning her courage, trotting to catch up with Liu Hai. "May I discuss something with you?" Chapter 35. Am I also becoming cultured? Brother Sengo, what is it? Liu Hai had now arrived at the landlord's house, which was in a state of disrepair and would require considerable renovation. Nevertheless, it was promising, with several spacious rooms, allowing for potential expansion. His thoughts were consumed by this prospect. Dong Xinyu's face was flushed with embarrassment. "May I refrain from wearing a bra?" questioned Dong Xinyu, a hint of confusion in her tone. Liu Hai turned back, puzzled, as Dong Xinyu expressed her discontent, claiming it made her appear too large. Liu Hai scrutinized her for a moment, causing Dong Xinyu to feel increasingly self-conscious, hunching her back in an attempt to appear smaller. However, Liu Hai bluntly remarked that it was not advisable to forego it, as it would hinder her development. Dong Xinyu felt on the verge of tears, lamenting that at her age, she was still expected to develop. It was rather troublesome, she thought. "You simply do not understand," she added. Liu Hai chuckled lightly, suggesting they strategize their next steps. "From today onward, as you embark on your journey as a small fish in this endeavor, we shall undoubtedly prosper. In no time, you shall see us becoming the first household in the village to earn 10,000 yuan. Dong Xinyu quickly interjected, urging him to keep their plans discreet. "Once we start earning, let us not inform anyone, all right?" I fear her voice trailed off. "What are you afraid of?" Liu Hai inquired. "Afraid someone might report me?" "Yes," she replied hesitantly. "Why would they?" He countered. "I'm helping the villagers earn. Why would they turn against me? If one were to hoard wealth alone, envy would surely arise, and many would wish to see your downfall. Yet, if you lead everyone to prosperity, they will support you fervently, as their fortunes will be tied to yours. Who would dare oppose you then?" Liu Hai, having lived a life full of lessons, understood this well. "If you cannot grasp this, then your existence has been in vain," he added with a chuckle. "Let us proceed," he said, as Dong Xinyu fell silent. She was soon taken aback once more by Liu Hai, who had meticulously planned the layout of several rooms, a cafeteria, accounting office, sales, production, and more. His plans were extraordinarily detailed, resembling the structure of a state-run enterprise. When he became animated, he picked up a twig and began sketching in the dirt, articulating his vision for the factory. Initially uncertain whether the inscriptions at the door had been penned by Liu Hai, Dong Xinyu was left astonished as he meticulously inscribed each character before her. How could he, who had never attended school, craft such eloquent writing? It was exquisite. Am I dreaming? She pondered. What would Sandog say upon learning this? Meanwhile, Lu Qing gazed at the beef hot pot delivered by Yang Sandog with tears nearly spilling from his eyes. To be precise, over the past few days, the state-run restaurant had been delivering meals to Dong Xinyu, a favor arranged by Liu Hai through Sun Maokai. Consequently, Lu Qing had unwittingly become a notable figure at school, a small capitalist in his own right. After all, who would not envy a household thriving on meals from the state-run establishment? Watching Yang Sandog set down the hot pot and prepare to leave, Lu Qing could no longer contain his irritation. "Why doesn't my brother come to see me?" he lamented. Liu Hai had not appeared before him throughout these encounters. The unexpected turn of events weighed heavily on Lu Qing, who worried that his brother might be straying onto dubious paths, as his newfound wealth seemed sudden and unexplained. Brother Hai is quite busy every day, Yang Sandog replied. Aren't you going home tomorrow? You'll see the situation at home then. I'll drive over to pick you up. Lu Qing felt a sense of profound unease. As if overnight, everyone around him had transformed. Not only has my brother changed, but even Sanggu has transformed. Just moments ago, Sanggu inquired if the textbooks from her elementary school days were still available, expressing a desire to study. This is my Sanggu, the same young Sanggu who once took pride in his illiteracy. In the past, when his father sent him to elementary school, he would bring firecrackers to blow up the girls' restroom toilets, causing such chaos that the school eventually had to expel him. Now, he speaks with a heart full of sincerity, stating he wishes to start reading from the first grade, attributing his enlightenment to my brother. The change is immense, leaving me with a bittersweet feeling. Observing Lu Qing's silence, Sanggu suddenly reassured everyone, saying, "Don't worry, life will get better for all of us." Is anyone bullying you at school? Lu Qing, burdened with her thoughts, replied, "No." That's good. Remember, if anyone bullies you, tell Sanggu. He will take care of it. I must leave now. I have to go home and tidy up. All right, Sanggu. I'll see you off. Lu Qing felt a complex mix of emotions. She had once loathed Yang Sanggu, just like Dong Xinyu, believing he led Liu Hai into mischief. Yet, when Sanggu expressed his willingness to defend her, genuine warmth filled her heart. Perhaps she had misjudged Sanggu. At the school gate, as Yang Sanggu drove away in his tractor, Lu Qing, sensitive by nature, felt a pang of sadness. Just as she was about to head back, a girl approached her, asking, "Is that your brother?" Lu Qing smiled upon seeing her, responding, "He grew up wearing the same pants as me. He is indeed my brother." Really? Oh, is he bringing you food again? Yes. What does your brother do to be so wealthy, sending meals from the state-run restaurant to you at school? Is he an official in your town? Lu Qing felt a surge of caution. In these times, having money meant one had to be discreet, as it was easy to attract unwanted attention. She resolved to discuss this with her brother when she returned home, advising him against the ostentatious meal deliveries. After exchanging a few casual words, Lu Qing hurriedly departed. The girl who had been laughing with her moments ago suddenly wore a scowl behind her back. Another girl leaned in, asking, "What is going on? Is someone still sending him food?" "Yes, it's quite arrogant," the first girl replied, frowning. "Where does she live again?" The second girl pondered, Xiaolon. "I think we shouldn't blame Qingqing for Xiaoji's letter. After all, it was Xiaoji's choice." The girl named Xiaolon shot her a glare, a flicker of malice in her eyes. Earlier that day, Yang Sanggu had delivered 300 pounds of dried fish to Sun Maocai's restaurant. Aware of Liu Hai's financial struggles, Sun Maocai compensated him with cash. After over 600 yuan was deposited, Liu Hai sprang into action that very night. Uncle Jun and the others wholeheartedly supported Liu Hai, and after a night's work, Liu Hai drove his tractor to the meat processing plant to purchase half a pig. Subsequently, he set up a large iron pot at the doorstep of the landlord's house, prompting enthusiastic participation from other villagers, many of whom rushed over to lend a hand. In these rural times, when one family faced a challenge, neighbors would come together to help without expecting payment, embodying the essence of community spirit. As everyone diligently engaged in their tasks, the atmosphere was filled with a vibrant energy. Some were repairing the roof, others were clearing weeds from the yard, and some were mending doors and windows, creating a lively scene. Liu Hai took on the role of chef, chopping meat and preparing meals, making the place feel as festive as a New Year celebration. By noon, tables were set up in the courtyard. Uncle Jun, noticing how Dong Xinyu, like a lively little bride, scurried around serving tea and offering cigarettes, could not help but jest, "Xinyu, why not just get married tomorrow?" The laughter erupted among the men, who chimed in, "Indeed, why wait a month for the wedding?" This playful banter caught Dong Xinyu off guard. She felt like a little kitten, flustered and blushing, glancing around uncertainly, overwhelmed by the attention. In her years in the village, she had always felt overlooked, never having been the center of such joviality. Liu Hai, stirring a pot of delicious meat, attracted the attention of dogs within a wide radius with the enticing aroma. He cheerfully called out, "Dear uncles, this gathering is hardly sufficient for a wedding. We shall invite the entire village to feast for 3 days and nights by the banks of the Hongqi River." The response was a chorus of laughter. "Ha ha, Liu Hai, we are all eagerly awaiting that." Those working on the roof, the carpenters by the doors, and those pulling weeds in the yard all wore genuine smiles. In this era, the warmth of community spirit during joyous occasions was palpable, a delightful experience for Liu Hai. who had returned to life anew. Meanwhile, Dong Xinyu listened to their conversations about marriage and children, her cheeks growing ever redder as she hurried to assist Liu Hai, pretending not to hear the light-hearted teasing. Yet, she found herself stealing glances at him, her heart racing. Previously, she had refrained from looking at Liu Hai, fearing his reprimand and intimidated by his stern demeanor. But upon closer observation, she discovered a unique charm in him, his chiseled features, sharp as a blade, and his smile radiating a rugged masculinity. As she gazed at him, a mischievous smile crept across her face, wishing fervently that this was not merely a dream. Meanwhile, next door, Sister Xiang discreetly watched from the sidelines. Her heart sank as she witnessed Liu Hai serving bowl after bowl of pork from the pot, and she lamented, smacking her thigh in frustration. She had heard rumors the previous night about Liu Hai taking over the landlord's house in the village to start a factory. She could not bear the thought of Liu Hai's family prospering. Just the day before, their lives had been far less fortunate than hers, and now they were suddenly enjoying pork and white rice at every meal. How could she feel at ease with that? Certainly not. And now, he was planning to expand his business and expected her family to assist him? How delusional. Earlier that morning, while working in the fields, she had dismissed the notion that Liu Hai could afford to buy such a quantity of pork. Yet, here she was, sneaking a look, and indeed, he had brought back real pork. If only she had known earlier. She could have joined in and enjoyed a meal with them. It would have been a shame not to partake. As the meal hour approached, 3 tables were already laden with food. The table was lavishly adorned with a sumptuous spread of braised pigs, trotter's hot pot, dry pot bighead carp, and an array of various meat dishes, 10 dishes in total, accompanied by wine and cigarettes. Those who had come to lend a hand began to gather around the table. Aunt Xiang, observing the feast, could not help but rub her stomach in hunger. Who had this young lad sold his dried fish to, that he had accumulated such wealth? With the table bustling with a diverse crowd, there were no set seats assigned. Unable to withstand the temptation, she thought it best to simply help out later in the afternoon. Thus, she mingled, exchanging pleasantries with this person and that, until she finally settled at the table. Upon seeing the dishes, she was utterly astonished by the extravagance. How could one dish contain so much oil? The desire to indulge was overwhelming. Fearing Liu Hai would notice her, she discreetly took a seat at another table. The rice, steamed in a large wooden barrel, exuded a delightful wooden fragrance. However, others were not oblivious either. Uncle June, having filled his bowl, noticed Aunt Xiang's unabashed behavior as she eagerly scooped a generous piece of pig's trotter into her bowl, meticulously selecting the fattier portions for herself. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Aunt Xiang, I recall you saying this morning that you were too busy to come help. Yet here you are at mealtime." Aunt Xiang, thinking that being from the same village would allow her to gloss over the matter, smiled and replied, "The seedlings in the field were urgent, and I had no choice. I have nothing to do this afternoon, and I'll help you all after lunch. By the way, my son Yixiang hasn't eaten yet. I'll bring him some food, and he'll come to help later as well." She quickly grabbed an empty bowl next to her, piling it high with meat. The others, witnessing her gluttony, could not suppress their displeasure, casting her disdainful glances. It wasn't until her bowl was overflowing that she reached for a particularly large piece of meat to put in her mouth, only to have a pair of chopsticks suddenly intervene from behind, striking hers and causing the morsel to plummet to the ground, where a dog beneath the table snatched it away along with her chopsticks. "Who invited you to eat?" Liu Hai glared at her, swiftly returning all the meat she had piled into her bowl back to the serving dish. The atmosphere turned awkward, and Aunt Xiang's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in. Yet, the allure of the meat was too strong. She was still starving. Suppressing her humiliation, she forced a smile and said, "Xiao Hai, I heard you've taken on this house to sell spicy dried fish, so I came to help." "Not needed. Leave," Liu Hai coldly replied. Aunt Xiang felt more humiliated than if she had consumed something repugnant. Stunned in place for a moment, she insisted, after all these years as neighbors, "If you have matters at home, I must come to assist." "I said it's not needed. Do you not understand?" Liu Hai fixed his gaze on her, holding his bowl of rice. Aunt Xiang, taken aback, stood up. "I came here with good intentions to help, and this is your attitude? Leave." Liu Hai had lost all patience. Uncle June, seeing that Liu Hai was resolute in not allowing her to eat, quickly interjected, "Aunt Xiang, you really shouldn't take this approach. I just asked you to come help, and you claimed you had no time. As the mealtime approached, you brazenly arrived. Aware of the time. How shameless of you. Hurry along now. Xiao Hai does not permit you to dine here." It is truly unbearable to witness your entitlement. With no effort on your part, merely selecting the choicest morsels for yourself. Not content with your own indulgence, you even seek to take a bowl of meat back for your husband. This meat was not procured at a cost. You expect to feast without consequence. Off you go. Swiftly, the gathering began to echo with discontent, and even the most thick-skinned, such as Sister Xiang, could no longer remain. With a facade of dignity, she glared at Liu Hai, as if to challenge his demeanor. Did you truly believe I desired to partake in your family's offerings? I merely came to assist you. Yet you remain ungrateful. Liu Hai suddenly smiled at her, stating firmly, listen well, even if I were to feed my dog, I would not share with you. You are simply unworthy, do you understand? Chapter 37. Lu Qing, why is my brother so endearing? You, Liu Hai, do you insult us to the level of dogs? Did I insult you? He replied, do not be so quick to take offense. Depart. You are merely a nuisance here. Liu Hai resumed his meal, completely disregarding Sister Xiang, while others in the room began to rise, glaring at her in silent protest. Liu Hai, having made a small fortune, now considers himself quite remarkable, does he? Just wait. I shall see how long you can bask in your fleeting glory. Such is the nature of people. A mere pittance has inflated egos to this extent. Thus, they departed, hurling insults and leaving behind a trail of disdain. I have never encountered such audacity. To expect a free meal without contributing anything is disgraceful. And this family of Sister Xiang embodies that very principle. The conversation around the table swiftly turned to Sister Xiang. The villagers kept mental notes of who was virtuous and who was not. Liu Hai, silent, was concerned that Dong Xinyu might eat too little, and continued to serve her food. Though Dong Xinyu remained quiet, her heart brimmed with warmth. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Sengu's tractor returned from the county. Lu Qing, seated in the trailer, gazed curiously at the house before them. Brother Sengu, isn't this the landlord's house from the village? Who is renovating it? Yang Sengu leapt from the tractor, chuckling. I forgot to mention on the way, your brother has taken on this property. I'm starving. Hai Gu, is there food left for us? Yang Sengu called out. Dong Xinyu dashed out, and upon seeing Qing, she hurried to pull her inside. After all, Dong Xinyu was the woman Lu Qing could never forget in his lifetime. Her kindness toward him was genuine. The meal consisted entirely of Lu Qing's favorite dishes, and she had even purchased a can of lychee. Lu Qing had many inquiries, mainly concerning their ongoing endeavors. Afterward, he turned to Dong Xinyu and asked, has my brother truly not been a nuisance to you during this time? Not at all, Dong Xinyu replied with a smile, a fleeting tenderness glimmering in her eyes, which startled Lu Qing. In the past, merely mentioning his brother in her presence would make her cower like a frightened lamb. How could things have changed so drastically? Lu Qing found herself utterly perplexed, unaware that her brother was about to marry Dong Xinyu. After a moment, she raised her head and inquired, where is my brother? He has gone to catch crayfish, came the reply. Catching crayfish? Do we have ducks at home? What is the purpose of that? In this day and age, crayfish held a lesser status in the aquatic food chain than even common fish. Typically, when someone managed to catch some, they would bring them home, primarily for feeding ducks. Given their meager meat content, Yang Sandog sighed deeply. Lately, I can't fathom what's happening with Hai Gu. It seems he eats everything. Not long ago, he prepared a dish of celery stir-fried in lard, and I thought, isn't that food for pigs? Yet, he cooked it, and the taste was truly exquisite. Now, many villagers are indulging in this delicacy. Then he made a stir-fry with snails, and I barely recognized him. It was likely that he had caught something to eat again. He mused. Eating? My brother has become quite the connoisseur of life. Lu Qing glanced at her sister-in-law, Dong Xinyu, whose complexion had significantly improved. It was evident that she had been living quite well during this period. After their meal, Lu Qing eagerly set out to find Liu Hai, intent on uncovering the reason behind his remarkable transformation. After searching for over 20 minutes, she finally spotted him by a water ditch in the fields, playing a game of stone catching with several village children. Occasionally, Liu Hai would produce a piece of candy from his pocket, igniting a frenzy among the children. Uncle Liu Hai, it's mine. I clearly won just now. One child protested. No, we agreed on best 2 out of 3. The candy is rightfully mine. The children clambered over Liu Hai, who laughed heartily. Lu Qing felt a shiver run down her spine when she noticed a little girl named Jingjing kiss Liu Hai, a child known for her aloofness, who had never shown such affection to anyone before. Then she observed Liu Hai lift Jingjing onto his lap, saying, you all play among yourselves. I'm still catching crayfish." The other children continued to bicker passionately over who had won, while Liu Hai held Jingjing in one arm and fished for crayfish with the other. The villagers working in the fields occasionally glanced back at him with warm smiles, replacing the formerly disdainful looks they had once cast his way. What on earth had happened to my brother? Why had he transformed so completely? Am I dreaming, or has my father's grave begun to smoke? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she approached them and overheard their conversation. "Uncle Liu Hai, what are you catching crayfish for?" she heard Jingjing ask. "For myself," he replied. "Oh, can I be your daughter?" Lu Qing's hair stood on end at the audacity of the child. Was he about to abduct someone's daughter? This was madness. How could her brother possibly be so likable? Liu Hai laughed heartily. "You already have parents. I can't be your father. Then can I be your sister?" Jingjing persisted. "Sister? That won't do either. Uncle Liu Hai has only one sister, Aunt Lu Qing." "The only one," he emphasized, casting his gaze into the distance. Lu Qing felt a wave of emotion wash over her, and tears streamed down her face. In the past, whenever she witnessed Liu Hai bullying Dong Xinyu at home, she would immediately stand by Dong Xinyu's side. Liu Hai had scolded her more than once, accusing her of being a traitor, not his sister. And each time she heard those words, her heart would ache for a long while. Now, hearing her brother declare that she was his only sister, the pain in her heart was indescribable. Subsequently, Liu Hai began reminiscing with Jingjing about their childhood experiences together. As she listened, Lu Qing wiped her tears and plopped down beside him. Liu Hai, momentarily taken aback, gazed at her and asked when she had returned. Had someone bullied her? Lu Qing's tears surged forth again as she replied that someone had indeed mistreated her. "Who?" Liu Hai's anger flared suddenly. You always bully me and Sister Xinyu," Lu Qing said, her head bowed in grievance, tears streaming down her face. Liu Hai felt a pang in his heart, increasingly aware of the injustices of his past life. He could understand now why this girl would rather starve than ask her wealthy brother for even a penny. An awkward silence enveloped the room. After a while, Jingjing stood up, hugged Lu Qing, and kissed her cheek. Don't cry, you're grown up now. Even when others hit me, I don't cry. You should learn from me, okay?" Lu Qing felt much better, patting Jingjing's small head and explaining that her tears were from happiness, as a mischievous person had suddenly turned kind. "Go play now." "Oh, so happiness can also bring tears. Why does Jingjing only want to laugh when she is happy?" Jingjing scratched her head and left. Liu Hai chuckled and ruffled Lu Qing's hair, remarking that Jingjing was remarkably similar to her as a child, always silent when bullied. Chapter 38. At this size, I could use it as a hat. The siblings sat by the field, opening their hearts to one another. Lu Qing gradually set aside her various worries from recent times. For the first time, she felt a sense of reliance on this brother. As she was still just a 16-year-old girl, having lost her parents and eldest brother, with Liu Hai being her only remaining family, how could she not rely on him? That evening, the family witnessed Liu Hai's magical culinary skills as he prepared crayfish. He deftly removed their heads, heated oil with fragrant ginger, and tossed the crayfish into the pan, adding bay leaves and cinnamon, then poured in the pre-prepared bone broth to simmer until the flavors melded. Dong Xinyu and Lu Qing were astonished to discover such a delightful way to enjoy crayfish. As the night deepened, Liu Hai lay in the kitchen, and the voices of the two girls filled the room. "Sister Xinyu, did my brother buy you this lingerie?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. I had no choice. He insisted on buying it for me. But why so big? I could wear one as a hat. Tomorrow we'll go to town to get it altered. My brother really doesn't know how to shop. What a waste of money." "Ching, you don't need to alter it. It's actually a bit tight on me." "Wow, it's still too small." "Shoo, he'll hear you." "Sister Xinyu, I don't believe you. Let me see. You've seen it before." Soon, the room filled with the sounds of their laughter. In recent years, such sounds had never echoed within the confines of the room, as everyone feared Liu Hai. Whenever he returned, the two girls would dare not exhale even a breath beneath the covers. Liu Hai listened from outside, feeling a sense of gratification. At long last, this home had begun to emanate warmth since his rebirth. During the subsequent period, Liu Hai consistently entrusted Yang Sangu with the task of delivering goods to the city, never venturing into the county himself, as his thoughts were entirely consumed by the factory. His priorities were threefold. First, to renovate the dilapidated house. Second, to procure large iron pots and establish a grand kitchen, all of which required considerable effort. And third, to address the issue of sourcing materials. He was acutely aware that the business of small silver fish was not unique or irreplicable. Recently, during Yang Senga's trips to the county, he had learned that a state-owned subsidiary food factory had been contracted out to a private owner. This new proprietor had overturned all previous production lines and was now targeting their dried fish, frequently purchasing large quantities to replicate. It was evident that an attempt to usurp their business was underway. In the realm of commerce, the Chinese have always exhibited such behavior. Once a profitable venture is identified, a swarm of competitors invariably emerges to replicate the product, regardless of the era. Liu Hai had anticipated this, and his only recourse was to sever their supply chains. Additionally, he aimed to diversify his product offerings, such as the newly acquired mushrooms, as well as river snails and crayfish. One day, Dong Xinyu was at home washing clothes when she saw Liu Hai holding the lever of the tractor, announcing his intention to visit his grandfather's house. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly set aside her tasks and rushed over, expressing her concern about potential conflicts with her uncle. Liu Hai, observing the girl's innocent demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and plant a fervent kiss on her cheek. He affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her that there would be no arguments, as his visit had a purpose. "Oh, that is good. Just wait for me a moment," she exclaimed before darting inside. Shortly after, she returned, tying a piece of meat with twine and handing it to him for his grandfather. "If you have time, could you also buy a couple of cans, Xinyu?" Liu Hai interrupted. "What is that? Kiss me." I. Dong Xinyu was taken aback by Liu Hai's sudden request. Her cherry-red lips quivered, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she anxiously glanced around, fearing they might be seen. Yet, she eventually lowered her head and shyly acquiesced. "Can we steal a kiss tonight instead? I'm afraid of being seen during the day." "All right, you have my word," Liu Hai replied, playfully pinching her chubby cheek. Remarkably, she did not shy away, behaving entirely like a little wife. With his spirits lifted, he declared, "I'm off now. Wait for my return." "Be safe," she replied, her mind a whirlwind as she resumed her laundry. In that era, the nation encouraged families to have more children, resulting in numerous siblings in every household, including Liu Hai's father, who had 4 siblings. After Liu Hai's father and Xiao Guomin were discharged from the military, they were assigned to the production team in Panqing village, where they established their home. In truth, they had grown up in the neighboring Chaoyang village. Although Chaoyang village and Panqing village were adjacent, the former was characterized by vast, flat rice fields devoid of mountains. The Red Flag River flows into the serene Ting Lake on the opposite side of their village. The area is abundant in rice paddies, and within Ting Lake lies a vast expanse of reed marshes, rich in resources. Consequently, this region has historically been known as a prosperous fishing village, faring far better than the neighboring Panqing village, which is less endowed with fertile fields and mountains. Whenever a young woman from here pursued a romance with a boy from Panqing village, her family would typically interject with a dismissive remark about the hardships of life in that impoverished mountain hollow. Thus, the people here have always held a certain disdain for those hailing from Panqing village. Liu Hai ventured into town to purchase some canned fruit and other supplies. By around 10 o'clock, he arrived at his grandfather Liu Hongqi's home, only to find it empty. Nearby lived a few relatives, his uncle Liu Zhenghua, his third uncle Liu Chuyang, and his aunt Liu Hongyan. Among them, his uncle's family enjoyed the most prosperity, being town officials and, regrettably, the most contemptuous of others. They had openly ridiculed Liu Zhengwo for his disheveled return from military service, calling it shameful. As for the others, his aunt Liu Hongyan had the most difficult life, having lost her husband during the collective farming period and now raising her son alone. His third uncle remained unmarried, although there had been familial ties in the past. Liu Hai's reckless behavior over the past 3 years, culminating in the theft of a porcelain statue of Guanyin that his grandfather had cherished for over 20 years, had severed all connections with his relatives. While waiting at the front gate, a boy of around 14 emerged from the water. Liu Hai turned to find it was his aunt's son, Pan Tao. Instantly, his spirits lifted. This lad had also served in the military in a past life, and had returned to work as Liu Hai's driver for several years. He was among Liu Hai's closest companions, though after marrying, Pan Tao's wife had absconded with his money, and Liu Hai had lost track of him since. "Wait a moment. Brother," Pan Tao called, diving back into the water. Shortly after, he resurfaced, triumphantly holding a few plump carp. "Brother, take these fish home with you," he said, climbing out of the water. "Why? Do you fear I have nothing to eat? Where is your mother?" Liu Hai replied, feeling warmth in his heart for the boy. He turned to the back of the tractor to retrieve several cans and a large piece of pork he had bought for Pan Tao's family. Pork? Can lychees? Did you and San go steal these from the supply store and meat factory? Pan Tao assumed, recalling Liu Hai's past forays into Chaoyang village in search of scraps. Liu Hai playfully tapped his head, assuring him these were earned, not stolen. Come on, let us head to your home. Oh, so you earned them, Pan Tao exclaimed, picking up the fish and following Liu Hai. The situation at his fourth aunt's home was equally dire, mirroring his own family struggles. Liu Hai's father, Liu Jiangwo, was the second of his siblings, with his third uncle Liu Chuyang and fourth aunt Liu Hongyan being decent individuals. In a previous life, after Liu Hai had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, he had endured a period of extreme hardship, during which Liu Hongyan had selflessly borrowed hundreds of thousands at exorbitant interest rates to support him. It was with that financial boost that Liu Hai managed to turn his fortunes around. After losing track of Pan Tao, Liu Hai welcomed his aunt Liu Hongyan to live with him, providing her care in her old age, for she had always held a deep affection for their sibling bond. Liu Hai fell into silence after pacing around the room. This time, he intended to bring his aunt and uncle along to seek fortune together. Before long, he heard the voice of Liu Hongju from outside. Pan Tao, you wretched scoundrel, why did you butcher the chickens your mother raised? Do you even comprehend the situation? Your mother relies on those hens to lay eggs to earn some money. Grandfather, my brother has arrived, and I shall take him back, came the response. Which brother? Liu Xing? No, Liu Xing is of no consequence. It's my brother Liu Hai, who brought back a substantial piece of meat for our family. Brother, grandfather is back with the cattle. Upon hearing Pan Jun shout, Liu Hai stepped out, soon spotting his grandfather Liu Hongju, over 70 years old. His face was lined with wrinkles, and he held a rope tethering a cow, his trousers caked in mud, his skin deeply tanned and thin. Upon seeing Liu Hai, his brow furrowed tightly, and he turned away with the cow, evidently still irate about Liu Hai's pilfering of the statue of Guanyin he had venerated for decades. Liu Hai remained silent and glanced at Pan Jun, who stood nearby. On the ground lay 2 decapitated chickens, their blood splattered across the earth. Why slaughter the chickens? I'll take them back, brother. Wait for me. I'll pluck the feathers and bring them to you. Go wait at grandfather's house. All right, I'll give you money later. But please refrain from any further butchering. Okay. Liu Hai dashed over to the tractor, retrieving a bounty of meat, canned goods, fruit, and grains before entering the lowly thatched cottage. Inside, it was dim and damp. The corners were strewn with straw, upon which lay a mat. In another corner stood an earthen stove, while a horizontal bamboo pole against the wall bore several patched garments. Sunlight streamed into a corner where a clay statue of a deity was enshrined. Liu Hai leaned closer to inspect the clay figure, remarking, "What is this you have crafted? Why do its eyes bulge so? It's rather frightening." Liu Hongju, filled with ire, retorted, "That is Guanyin. What poor eyesight you have to not discern this. Where did you steal these things? Take them away. Our Liu family has no place for descendants who engage in such thievery." He gestured toward the corner filled with grains and meat. Liu Hai continued to scrutinize the clay figure. "Is this truly Guanyin? After I stole your statue, you fashioned this in its place for worship?" Liu Hongju rushed over and struck him on the head. "You shameless wretch. How dare you even mention that? Do you know that statue of Guanyin was left by your grandmother? It was my sole connection to her, and you sold it. Now you stand here spouting nonsense. Hurry and leave, lest your aunt returns and gives you a tongue lashing." Liu Hongju's temper was notoriously volatile, largely due to his wife's early passing, raising 4 children single-handedly. Fulfilling both paternal and maternal roles was an arduous task that gradually wore down his patience. Yet, those who understood him knew well that beneath his sharp tongue lay a tender heart, particularly toward his descendants. Liu Hai, in his previous life, had thought his grandfather merely superstitious for venerating a statue of Guanyin, unaware that it was a cherished relic from his grandmother. He sighed, retrieving the Guanyin statue he had redeemed earlier that day from his pocket, carefully setting aside the misshapen clay figure and returning the porcelain statue to its rightful place. Liu Hongju paused momentarily and hastily brought the Guanyin closer, inspecting it from various angles, and suddenly burst into tears of joy. "Did you steal it back, Liu Hai? Could you refrain from using the term steal to describe me? Everything I possess, including those materials, I earned through my own efforts." "Oh, you bought it." Liu Hongju gazed at him with astonishment. Liu Hai then produced a pack of Lingji brand cigarettes, offering, "Let us have a chat, grandfather." This time, I intend to collaborate with fourth aunt and third uncle on some business ventures. If all goes well, it will be far more lucrative than farming. You've switched to filtered cigarettes? Wait, how did you manage to drive the tractor from your brigade? It dawned on Liu Hongju that Liu Hai had undergone significant changes, raising numerous questions. A nagging feeling suggested that his grandson might be dabbling in speculation. Otherwise, how could he amass such wealth, especially given the hardships of their past? An underlying fear lingered in his heart. Liu Hai then led the old man aside, gradually explaining matters concerning silverfish and aquatic products. On the other side of the village, many local fishermen's boats were docked by the banks of Listening Lake. A man with distinct eyebrows wielded a fish filleting knife, confronting another group of individuals. In those rural times, life was exceedingly simple. However, the lack of legal awareness and strong clan sentiments often led to chaos, particularly among the villages bordering Listening Lake. Conflicts frequently arose over fishing rights. After a considerable time, one man pointed his knife at the furrowed-browed man, Lu Chuyang, declaring, "This time I'll let you off. But next time, I won't be so lenient." Lu Chuyang, Liu Hai's third uncle and the head fisherman of the village, was always at the forefront of such disputes. He retorted, "I've been fighting with you since I was 19 in the reed fields. I've heard that same line for decades. Can't you come up with something new? If you can't farm, don't overstep your boundaries. Get lost. You. Fine. Just wait." The irate individual stormed off with his companions. Lu Chuyang exhaled in relief and addressed the others. "From tomorrow onward, everyone must keep a knife on the boat, ready for any confrontations with the folks from Four-Pier Village. Now let us all head home." The villagers nodded in agreement. An elderly man approached Lu Chuyang, advising, "Next time, don't be so reckless. Times have changed. Don't revert to the past and start stabbing each other. I can't help it. My nephew is getting married, and as his third uncle, I owe a considerable debt from the past. I must do something for those siblings who are orphaned." Lu Chuyang hoisted a woven bag of fish from the boat onto the shore. Chapter 40. The anger of third uncle is quite intense. Your nephew is getting married? Which nephew? Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuyang's demeanor shifted. "I must express my discontent with your words. Liu Hai, the son of second brother, is not my nephew. The marriage of Lu Xing is of no concern to me. Why should I burden myself with the affairs of his father? A house full of ingrates." Whenever the subject of the eldest brother, Lu Zhenghua, arises, Lu Chuyang feels an unquenchable bitterness welling up within him. The villagers are well aware of the Lu family's siblings' predicaments. Lu Zhenghua's wife hails from a family of officials in the town and holds the Lu family in disdain. When they married, despite their better circumstances, they only offered a carpenter to craft 36-legged furniture as a betrothal gift. Yet, Lu Zhenghua's wife insisted that the Lu family provide 72 legs instead. Liu Hongju could scarcely procure such an amount, and so he borrowed from all corners, ultimately managing to secure the marriage for his elder brother. Since that moment, the Liu family has been mired in debt. After Lu Zhenghua wed, thanks to his father-in-law's connections, he found employment at the state-owned factory in town, providing his family with a stable livelihood. However, he callously disregarded the family's financial obligations. Lu Jianghua, the second brother, resides in Panqing village, alone and caring for 3 children, unable to shoulder the burden. Thus, it falls upon the third brother, Lu Chuyang, to toil relentlessly to repay the debts incurred by Lu Zhenghua's wedding, and at over 40 years of age, he remains unmarried. Reflecting on these matters brings forth sighs and shakes of the head from the villagers nearby. Zhenghua is truly despicable, though both he and his wife enjoy stable employment. They offer no support. Support? Lu Chuyang scoffs coldly. He lives adjacent to his father's house, and every week, they indulge in meat. Though, out of fear that his father might catch a whiff of the aroma and come over for a meal, they keep their doors tightly shut and eat in secrecy. Enough of this. Dwelling on such matters chills the heart. What kind of brother is this, now fully revealed? Upon arriving home with his catch of the day, Lu Chuyang noticed a tractor parked at his doorstep. Squinting for a better look, he recognized it as the tractor from the former production team of Panqing village. What brings it to our village? Just as he was about to head towards the water's edge, he heard his uncle Pan Tao calling from the doorway, inviting him to dinner. The enticing scent of meat wafted through the air. Since the debts began with Lu Zhenghua's marriage in the 60s, the aroma of pork had been a stranger to Liu Hongju's household. Even fish were merely the unwanted scraps, as the larger ones were dried and sold to repay debts. Now, however, an unexpected scent of pork wafted from his father's home. After placing his catch by the water, he curiously approached the door. Who purchased all this meat? Brother bought plenty. Come in and eat. Third uncle. Brother? Lu Xing, you would spend money on meat for your grandfather? Lu Chuyang stepped inside with great curiosity and was met with the sight of Lu Hongyan and Lu Hongju sharing hearty laughter with Liu Hai. On the table lay a feast of spicy stir-fried meat with peppers, stir-fried cucumbers with meat, and a soup of hollow vegetable with minced meat. Even the greens were mixed with meat. A bottle of grain liquor stood proudly on the table, alongside packs of premium cigarettes costing 6 dimes each. In these rural areas, where conditions are often poor, one typically smokes homegrown tobacco, and those in slightly better circumstances might indulge in economic cigarettes costing 8 dimes per pack. However, these high-end cigarettes, priced at mere dimes, are usually only glimpsed through the windows of supply and marketing cooperatives. Scattered about were various grains and oils as well. Uncle Lu Chuyang's expression darkened. Have you been stealing from the supply and marketing cooperative? Must you always act so recklessly and seek to prove yourself? Liu Hai gazed silently at his uncle who had just entered. Among the 4 siblings of the Liu family, Uncle's life had been the hardest. He had spent his entire life repaying the debts incurred from his elder brother's wedding, without ever having children of his own. According to the trajectory of the past, this year Uncle would have finally cleared the family debts, only for the villagers of Chaoyang village and Simitu village to clash violently in the reed forest. As the leader of this side, Uncle Lu Chuyang was stabbed multiple times by the people from Simitu village and perished. Thus, Liu Hai felt compelled to alter the fate of his uncle's life. With a smile, he called out, "Uncle." Liu Yanhong, noticing his stern demeanor, quickly intervened. "What are you doing? This is all money that Xiao Hai earned himself. The boy is filial. He brought back so many things after earning some money." "Earning? Do you truly believe that?" Lu Chuyang glanced at the supplies, which were worth at least 4 or 5 yuan. "Where did he earn such money?" "Liu Hai, when will you grow up? The other day I heard folks from your village say you were to marry Xinyu, claiming you would strive to earn a decent living. I thought you had finally matured. Just as we are about to clear the family debts, I wanted to lend you a hand, but you need to show some responsibility. Always sneaking around, when will it end? Do you truly think you have divine protection, that the police won't catch you?" Lu Chuyang, filled with disappointment, berated him. Lu Hongju interjected, "All right, Xiao Hai hasn't he been sneaky? He earned all these things from selling spicy dried silverfish." "Dried silverfish? Dad, do you really believe that? Who would want such common fish?" "The spicy dried silverfish made from silverfish. Uncle, you must have tasted it before. Isn't it delicious?" Liu Hai interrupted before Lu Chuyang could respond. Suddenly, Lu Chuyang's mind cleared. "You're selling the kind of dried fish Xinyu makes?" "Yes. Tell me how this came to be." "Previously, you needed to repay debts, and I couldn't afford to concern myself with you. But the family debts should be cleared this year, and I must keep an eye on you." For the moment, Lu Chuyang chose to believe Liu Hai and sat down heavily on the wooden bench. Liu Hai began to explain what he had been doing during this time. As time passed, Lu Chuyang listened intently while glancing at the tractor outside. The tractor was a significant asset of the collective, something each village committee valued immensely. The fact that this young man had driven the tractor from their village indicated he was indeed engaged in legitimate work. Otherwise, how could Zia Guomen have lent it to him? Slowly, his doubts began to dissipate. During this period, Uncle Lu Zhenghua and Aunt Lu Huiwan returned home. Both worked at the state-owned factory in town, collectively earning about 50 to 60 yuan a month. Logically, they should have moved to the town. But they feared that Uncle Lu Chuyang would occupy this old family house if they did. So they left the housing assigned by their workplace vacant and continued living in this old house. The couple, after all, sought to seize every benefit for themselves, leaving none for their own siblings. As the preparations for dinner commenced, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Lu Huiwan stealthily peered in and observed Liu Hai indulging in a hearty feast of meat and drink with Lao San and Lao Si. She hurried back, contemplating. Has the old man suddenly come into wealth? What does this mean? Lu Xing is the grandson of your family, the first university student from the Lu lineage. When he sought financial assistance from the old man for his studies, he was met with utter refusal. Yet now, there is money for meat? Chapter 41. I shall not indulge you. Is this truly the enticing scent of meat emanating from the old man's household? Lu Zhenghua found it hard to believe. Of course, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Could there be any deceit? I refuse to accept this. Little Xing enrolled in university. and your family contributed not a single cent regardless of the circumstances. If you now possess the means to enjoy meat, you ought to at least acknowledge the situation. Liu Huiwan possessed notably prominent cheekbones, exuding a distinctly unlikable and acerbic demeanor. Before Liu Huiwan, Liu Zhenghua found himself at a loss for words, as his employment relied on the connections of his wife's influential father. Noticing his wife's rising temper, he quickly attempted to placate her. Afterward, he expressed his frustration, convinced that the old man had been secretly hoarding money to favor Lao San. I'll confront him to clarify his intentions. The couple then made their way to Liu Hongjiu's residence. Upon arriving, Liu Huiwan leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, radiating an air of superiority. Liu Zhenghua adopted the demeanor of the eldest son of the Liu family, taking a seat at their table. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, as the previously jovial gathering of 3 generations fell into an eerie silence. Noticing the cold reception, Liu Zhenghua turned to Liu Chuyang, Lao San, and requested 2 sets of chopsticks, stating that he and his sister-in-law had yet to dine. Liu Chuyang ignored him, continuing to eat with his bowl in hand. It seemed that prior conflicts had already brewed between the 2 brothers. Liu Hongyan perceived the tension between the siblings and, noticing her sister-in-law's imposing stance at the doorway, sighed. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, allow me to serve you more rice. Just as she prepared to rise, Liu Hongjiu, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, at 50 years of age, you still expect others to serve you? Father, I find your words rather unpalatable. What do you mean by asserting authority as an elder? Without you as the eldest son and me, the Liu family would be subjected to ridicule in the village. He continued, besides, Liu Xing is the only university student in our lineage, bringing great honor to the Liu name. What harm is there in requesting someone to serve us rice? Liu Huiwan at the doorway began to mock them, frequently glancing at Liu Hongyan, who had evidently been repressed for long, unable to hold her head high. Liu Hongyan felt a lump in her throat, but steadied her emotions. Father, it's all right. Eldest brother and sister-in-law indeed have their standing in our family. While Liu Xing is the only university student, it is worth noting that he merely gained admission to an ordinary institution. It appears that Auntie has forgotten. My cousin Liu Qing achieved the top score in the county and was admitted to County No. 1 high school. Last year's final exams saw him ranked 2nd in his grade at the same school. Based on past performances, the top 3 students are typically candidates for Tsinghua or Peking University. As a younger relative, might I be afforded the courtesy of having Auntie serve me more rice? Come, Auntie, please help me with another serving. Suddenly, Liu Hai, who had been silent, spoke up, pushing his bowl aside. The room fell momentarily silent, and Liu Zhenghua and his wife felt their tempers flare. Liu Hongyan, fearing a confrontation between Liu Hai and them, quickly interjected, assuring him that it was all right and urging them to enjoy their meal. Such potential for Tsinghua and Peking University. Liu Qing is indeed an exceptional student. But what does it matter? A married daughter is like spilled water. Will he still be considered a member of the Liu family in the future? Liu Huijuan's sharp and acrid remarks reached a peak. Well said. Liu Hai laughed heartily, echoing the sentiment about a married daughter being like spilled water. Uncle, after so many years of marriage, your thoughts seem solely focused on your father-in-law's family. Your own father lives nearby and hasn't even had a sip of hot water from your home. Hasn't he also spilled a basin of water that cannot be retrieved? Liu Hai was unyielding. He then turned his gaze towards Aunt Liu Huiwan, stating, you are a woman too. Do you believe that the water from your Liu family has truly reached the Liu family? In terms of arguments, few could rival him, as he had honed his skills in disputes with the village's gossips. By his early teens, the village's Wang Taohong and her 2 gossiping companions would avoid him. In front of Liu Huiwan, he was indeed more seasoned. Bang! Liu Zhenghua recognized the underlying meaning in Liu Hai's words, which were a veiled critique of his status as a son-in-law. In a fit of anger, he slammed the table and glared at Liu Hai. Who invited you to come here and feast at our expense? I'll tell you, allowing you to sit here and eat is already a courtesy. You are just a leech, a burden that has dragged our family down in the village. Do you dare to speak up in front of me? Get back to Panqing village immediately. Liu Zhenghua, let me remind you that this meat, along with these canned goods and grains, were all brought here by Liu Hai as a tribute to his grandfather. He does not need your permission to be here. Rather, if you wish to partake in the meal, it is you who must seek his consent, for these provisions are his doing. Liu Chuyang interjected while eating. He then glanced at Liu Hongyan. Sit down and enjoy your meal. They are not incapacitated, and you are under no obligation to serve them. Third brother. I said sit down. Oh, very well. Liu Hongyan, being of a more timid nature, quietly returned to her seat. It took a moment for Liu Zhenghua and Liu Huiwan to process that the provisions had indeed been brought by Liu Hai. Him? Liu Hai? Can he afford these things? Where did he steal them from? You can't change a dog's nature. Liu Huiwan cast a disdainful glance at Liu Hai. Liu Xing and Liu Hai were of the same age, though Liu Xing was a few months older, which led Liu Huiwan to have a long-standing disdain for Liu Hai. As they grew older, their fates diverged significantly. In a village, one has become a ne'er-do-well, while the other has ascended to university. Liu Huiwan harbors a deep disdain for Liu Hai, convinced that he is destined to end up as a short-lived inmate, especially after Liu Zhenghuo's demise, which only amplifies her overt aversion towards Liu Hai. Little does she know that in her previous life, the son she took pride in ultimately ended up in a wretched state, unworthy even of carrying Liu Hai's shoes. Liu Hai glanced at her before turning his gaze to Liu Hongju and Liu Chuyang. Uncle, may I suggest they leave? Before Liu Hongju could respond, Liu Chuyang interjected, urging them to depart swiftly, stating that their presence was bothersome as they continued to deliberate on matters of profit. It was baffling how they presumed to educate others while displaying such arrogance. Upon hearing his brother's remarks, Liu Hongju chose to remain silent, for among his 4 children, he felt he had owed the most to the third. He seldom contradicted him. Liu Zhenghua intended to scold Liu Hai with an elder's authority, but the least assuming Pan Tao suddenly rose. Seizing a nearby kitchen knife, he struck the table before Liu Zhenghua, unabashedly pointing at my brother and uncle, demanding they leave immediately, lest he resort to violence. The previously raucous couple fell silent at the sight of the knife. Still not leaving? Pan Tao glared at them. The two were visibly shaken. You are just mimicking your brother Liu Hai. You won't amount to much. They retorted. Enough of this. I won't let you embarrass me further. I'll tell you this. Poverty has its reasons, and you never pause to reflect on them. At this juncture, Liu Chuyang erupted, delivering a resounding slap to Liu Zhenghua's face. Do you not understand why we are impoverished? You squandered over $100 on a wedding. Seeking to cling to someone else's fortune. Did you contribute a single penny? Come and repay these debts. Our family scrimped and saved to provide for your wife. And in the end, you live comfortably without offering a dime back to the family, yet you dare to mock our poverty? What distinguishes you from the vile creatures? Liu Zhenghua was rendered speechless. As Liu Huiwan observed the rising tension with Liu Chuyang, she hastily pulled Liu Zhenghua away, not daring to utter a word in retort. Genuinely frightened of the third brother, the leader of the village fishing team, surrounded by a legion of loyal followers, Liu Chuyang did not pursue them with further insults. Liu Hongju, as the elder among them, felt an inexplicable sorrow. Of his 4 offspring, the eldest was subservient to his wife, the second was gone, the third remained unmarried, and the youngest was left as a motherless orphan. As a father, how could he not feel a pang of heartache? He gloomily lifted his cup and drained it in one go. Liu Hai, perceptive of the elder's turmoil, approached with his cup in hand, reassuring him that things would improve. The old man nodded, managing a faint smile. They resumed discussing family matters, reminiscent of Liu Hai's previous life. Liu Zhenghua, the eldest brother, provided not a modicum of support to his siblings or father. Not only did they offer no assistance, but they also sought every opportunity to take advantage. For instance, Liu Hongyan would fill the front and back of her home with vegetables. This couple, employed at the state-owned factory in the town, hardly had any time to tend to a garden. Thus, their family never cultivated a single vegetable throughout the year, yet they treated Liu Hongyan's garden as their own, plucking vegetables at will without so much as a word of acknowledgement. What was particularly nauseating was their attitude, as if consuming her produce was a matter of family pride. It was truly disheartening. At the tender age of 10, Pan Tao could not tolerate this injustice and resisted, only to be met with the sharp reprimands of Liu Huiwan. However, in the past 2 years, as Pan Tao matured, Liu Huiwan became increasingly wary of provoking this fierce young lad. Each household harbors its own struggles, and the Liu family was no exception. Liu Hai had resolved to be clear about his grievances in life, distinguishing those who deserved his support from those he would disregard, maintaining a meticulous mental ledger of accounts. He dismissed any notions of familial ties with the Liu Zhenghua family, deeming them even less trustworthy than strangers, who at least would not so easily exploit one's kindness while simultaneously stepping on one's toes. After broaching this topic, Liu Hai shifted the conversation towards matters of profit. He intended to engage with the neighboring village, as it pertained to the life of his uncle, Liu Chuyang. For generations, the two villages had feuded over a vast expanse of reeds in the lake, an age-old enmity. To resolve this conflict, the only solution lay in delineating mutual benefits. Liu Hai sought silverfish, a commodity he believed could yield greater profits than the larger fish both villages were fighting over, especially since the neighboring village regarded it with disdain. Why not take a step back and even collaborate for mutual gain? Uncle Liu Chuyang found this proposition worth discussing. Thus, he proposed that 2 days hence, when they set out to fish again, Liu Hai should join them. As for the fourth aunt, Liu Hongyan, and her son, along with their grandfather Liu Hongjiu, Liu Hai made arrangements for them to work at the factory once it was operational, distancing them from Liu Jingguo's family. That afternoon, Liu Hai accompanied Liu Chuyang to the reed beds. At this time, before the waters rose, half of the reeds lay on shallow banks while the other half was dry land. He gathered some asparagus to bring back. In this era, no one seemed to consume it, but in his previous life, when cooked with fish, its natural sweetness was an exquisite delicacy. By the time he returned, it was already past 8 in the evening. Rural folk, rising early to avoid the scorching sun while tending to their fields, typically had little evening activity, so after dinner, they would rest and retire for the night. Upon his return, he found Dong Xinyu already asleep. However, the iron pot on the stove still held warm food, and Liu Hai knew she must have waited for him for quite some time. The greatest significance of a man's toil outside lies in the knowledge that, despite the exhaustion, there is a woman at home waiting for his return, ready to serve him a warm meal. No extravagant words are needed. This simple act is enough to soothe the weariness of a long day. He quietly served himself and savored the meal. Unbeknownst to him, Dong Xinyu in the inner room had been unable to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. As Liu Hai stepped out today, she had promised to give him a kiss later that evening, a thought that filled her with a restless excitement. Should she venture out to kiss him and then swiftly return to sleep? Dong Xinyu gazed out of the wooden window, the sky adorned with countless stars, their reflection shimmering in her clear, captivating eyes. In the midst of her turmoil, the door swung open unexpectedly, prompting her to quickly close her eyes and feign sleep, knowing he would surely awaken her for a kiss. "Are you really asleep?" Liu Hai murmured as he approached the bed. He initially intended to walk past her, but the sight of Dong Xinyu's adorable sleeping visage compelled him to sit quietly at her bedside and gaze at her. Dong Xinyu's heart raced. She could distinctly feel the warmth of Liu Hai's face in close proximity, causing her thoughts to spiral into chaos. She had anticipated a kiss, only to suddenly realize Liu Hai was gently brushing her forehead, his hand warm against her skin. He even retrieved a fan to cool her. However, this gesture led to an awkward moment, as the fan inadvertently revealed the modest garment she wore, a rather outdated sleeveless shirt that failed to conceal anything. Given her family's modest means, the shirt was loose and ill-fitting, leaving little to the imagination. This exposure stirred Liu Hai, a normal man, and particularly so for someone who had long cherished Dong Xinyu in his past life. Nevertheless, he would never force her into anything. Thus, he tenderly grasped the side of her shirt. Dong Xinyu's heart raced even more. What was he intending? Did he wish to remove her clothing? If only she had slept with her back turned to him, perhaps he would not have caught a glimpse and succumbed to the urge to see more. Yet, the young girl soon realized that Liu Hai had not removed her clothing. Rather, he seemed to cover her up instead. She felt a gentle kiss on her forehead, followed by his hand wiping away the sweat as he continued to fan her. Dong Xinyu remained tense, afraid to breathe too loudly lest Liu Hai discover she was not truly asleep. The night breeze occasionally wafted through the window, carrying the fragrant scents of flowers and earth, gradually easing her tension. Feeling a bit fatigued, Liu Hai eventually rested his head on the edge of the bed and fell asleep, the soft sound of his snores filling the room. Stealing a glance, Dong Xinyu opened her eyes to confirm he was indeed asleep and instinctively looked down at her chest. Although Liu Hai had covered her, the depth of her neckline troubled her, and she felt a pang of dismay, wishing she could somehow diminish its prominence. Shifting her gaze to Liu Hai, she realized she had never scrutinized his features so closely before. It was only because he was now asleep that she dared to admire him. His long eyelashes, high nasal bridge, and well-defined facial features made him appear quite handsome. As she recalled her promise to kiss him that night, a bold thought crossed her mind. What if she stole a kiss? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lying on her side, she gently propped her little face up and cast a quiet glance at Liu Hai, confirming that he would not awaken. Her delicate lips slowly inched toward his face. Her heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat. This was the first time in her life she had ever desired to kiss someone. However, just as her lips approached, Liu Hai's mouth suddenly moved, pressing against hers. Dong Xinyu felt as though she had been electrified, her thoughts momentarily short-circuiting, leaving her in a daze. Her large almond-shaped eyes fixed on Liu Hai's face without a flicker of movement. After a while, Liu Hai released her lips and affectionately tapped her small head, teasingly asking what she intended to do while he was unaware. I didn't do anything, Dong Xinyu stammered, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Liu Hai smiled and suggested she should get some rest. By the way, I'm heading to town tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me? Dong Xinyu, still feeling flustered, replied, I need to make some dried fish. Uncle Jun and the others will deliver goods tomorrow. All right, I'll go alone then. I'll ask that lady to help make you a few outfits for the evening. This dress is too small. It can't cover you, he remarked, glancing at her chest. Dong Xinyu, troubled, looked down and hesitantly asked, Can we also stop by the clinic? What is the purpose of that? He inquired. I want to ask the doctor if there's any medicine that can make me smaller. Liu Hai tapped her head gently. Why would you want to be smaller? There's no such medicine. I like being small, she murmured. I'm going to sleep now. Oh, Dong Xinyu winced, touching her forehead. She pondered. Do you really not mind? I'm such a burden. Why would he prefer someone larger? It seems so strange. The night passed in silence. Perhaps a subtle ripple of affection for Liu Hai had begun to stir within her heart. Thus, that night, Dong Xinyu dreamt a dream that left her face flushed upon awakening. In her dream, it was not Liu Hai who had taken her to the back mountain, but rather, she had taken him there. Dong Xinyu cherished the radio Liu Hai gifted her. Each morning, upon waking, she would turn it on to listen to the news. Naturally, she tuned into channels from Kyoto, fervently hoping to one day hear news of her father being exonerated and released from prison. Such a moment would reunite her siblings and parents, which constituted her greatest dream. This morning, she awoke, turned on the radio, and while changing her clothes, she cast a worried glance at her chest. After putting on her bra, she took a deep breath, reminding herself that as long as he liked her, that was sufficient. She was perplexed as to why such thoughts had suddenly surfaced in her mind. Was it due to yesterday's dream? Blushing, Dong Xinyu stepped out of her room. Liu Hai had already gone to town. Did you skip breakfast? Why are you out so early? She asked, a hint of concern for Liu Hai evident in her voice. However, upon opening the pot, she found a bowl of spicy stir-fried meat and 2 rice balls waiting for her. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, and 2 charming dimples appeared on her face as she smiled foolishly. Life had suddenly become so enchanting that it felt almost surreal. She realized that at some point, Liu Hai's image had become a constant presence in her mind. As she quietly savored her meal, the radio suddenly crackled to life with the voice of Dong Xinyu, a comrade renowned for his contributions during the Korean War. Upon hearing this name, Dong Xinyu dropped her chopsticks into the dish, hastily turning up the volume of the radio. For Dong Xinyu was her father's name. Liu Hai had procured a considerable number of items in town, most of which were necessities for the factory. Yang Sandog transported the pots and pans to the back of the tractor before heading to a nearby stall selling fried dough sticks. One could purchase a stick for 1 or 2 grain tickets, plus 7 cents, making it a luxury few could afford. Yang Sandog, however, was quite affluent and never bothered with tickets. Thus he had to pay an extra cent, making it 8 cents per stick. In those days, rural folk engaged in strenuous labor, which gave them hearty appetites, especially for fried dough sticks, rich in oil. Yang Sandog ordered 4 sticks in one go, along with a bowl of tofu pudding, spending a total of 43 cents. It was indeed a lavish breakfast, a luxury only someone like Yang Sandog, who earned quick money alongside Liu Hai, could indulge in. Meanwhile, Liu Hai visited the tailor shop. The shopkeeper's sister beamed with delight upon seeing Liu Hai. Recently, she had made a dress for Dong Xinyu at Liu Hai's request, which had become immensely popular. Female officials and workers from state-owned factories flocked to her shop for custom orders, and Liu Hai was her benefactor. How could she not be overjoyed? Upon entering the shop, Liu Hai selected several fabric samples and explained his requirements. The sister finally grasped the idea. Is this for your wife's sleepwear? Liu Hai recalled the sleeveless shirt Dong Xinyu wore last night, riddled with holes, and chuckled. Yes, and please make 2 more skirts as well. The sister scrutinized Liu Hai, noticing that since his rebirth, he had not paid much attention to his own attire, which was quite tattered, adorned with patches from Dong Xinyu. He also wore straw sandals that she had crafted for him. The sister felt a surge of emotion. What a fortunate girl to have found such a partner. To adorn his wife in such beautiful garments while he himself neglected to wear anything decent. Dressing your wife so beautifully. Aren't you afraid someone might take her away? Liu Hai laughed heartily. I'm a rough man. I look the same in anything. The sister smiled, about to say something when she suddenly noticed someone passing by. Isn't that your wife? Chapter 44. Dong Xinyu. Should I leave? Xinyu? Liu Hai turned around, and indeed, it was Dong Xinyu. He quickly told the sister, all right then. Please expedite the order. Sure, don't worry. I'll prioritize yours, knowing how much you care for your wife. Go on, I'll get to work. Thank you, sister. After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Hai hurried over to Dong Xinyu. Didn't you say you wouldn't come to town? Why did you sneak here alone? Dong Xinyu looked up, tears welling in her eyes, prompting Liu Hai to ask, has someone bullied you? No, she replied, wiping her tears to reveal a particularly beautiful smile. No? Then what happened? Nothing at all. Dong Xinyu concocted an excuse, expressing her desire to see if there were any piglets for sale in town. Thus she arrived. Really? Liu Hai sensed that this girl was undoubtedly preoccupied with something, yet she was reluctant to voice her thoughts and had no other recourse. He ruffled his hair and asked if she had eaten breakfast. Dong Xinyu touched her belly, revealing that she had rushed to town after hearing the news on the radio. Thus she had not consumed the rice balls he prepared for her. Liu Hai understood and took her hand, saying, let us go eat some fried dough sticks. Yang Sangu is already over there. Furthermore, I have just ordered 2 sets of nightwear for you and 2 skirts. You will undoubtedly look splendid in them. Thus, he led her into the bustling crowd. In the past, Dong Xinyu would have felt a twinge of resistance at Liu Hai's bold hand-holding. However, at this moment, there was no hint of reluctance. Glancing at Liu Hai's attire and recalling the new clothes he promised her, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. This man had indeed changed so much, willing to endure hardship to provide her with the finest. Contemplating this, she could not help but tighten her grip on Liu Hai's hand, silently pondering, am I truly going to leave him? Indeed, only moments ago, upon receiving news of her father's exoneration on the radio, she hastily sent a telegram to Kyoto. The cost was steep, at 7 cents per word, and she hesitated to write more, spending 14 cents on just 2 words, Xinyu. She knew that her father would soon come to retrieve her, as she was the cherished youngest daughter of the family. For 3 years, she had awaited this day. The original plan was for Qingqing to also attend high school as a boarder. Once her father was exonerated, she would return to Kyoto and send monthly living expenses and tuition to Qingqing, ensuring her education until graduation. Over the years, she had come to regard Qingqing as her own sister. Apart from her affection for Qingqing and her guilt towards Uncle Jiangwo, she found no other reasons to remain. Yet, who would have anticipated that in just over 10 days, Liu Hai would undergo such a profound transformation? He consistently offered her the best, and she could feel the depth of his affection for her, a love that resonated to her very core. Thus, she found herself reluctant to leave, which was the source of her current melancholy. On one hand, she yearned to reunite with her parents. On the other, she could not bear to part with Liu Hai. Leaving her emotions in turmoil, seated at the breakfast stall, gazing into Yang Sangu's small eyes, she unexpectedly recalled the little turtle she had seen in the fields, which made her want to laugh inexplicably. Noticing that Yang Sangu had suddenly become still, Liu Hai playfully tapped him on the head, saying, eat your food. Don't fall asleep. Yang Sangu protested, straining to widen his eyes and glaring at Liu Hai. How could you say I am sleeping? Liu Hai examined him closely, confirming he was indeed awake, and apologized. Damn it, Liu Hai, you never miss a chance to mock me for my small eyes. Look at your sister-in-law. She has never had that problem. You're doing this on purpose. Dong Xinyu quietly interjected. Sometimes when you're working, I think you're asleep. I was too shy to ask. Turns out you were awake. In a moment of despair, Yang Sangu struck his chest, overwhelmed by the weight of his feelings. Observing his demeanor, Dong Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Liu Hai gently patted her head, his mood lightening as he urged her to enjoy her meal and refrain from overthinking. Dong Xinyu replied, raising her small head with a naive charm, appearing particularly obedient. Yet, deep down, she felt a pang of reluctance towards Liu Hai, sensing that he was teasing Yang Sangu to lift her spirits. At noon, Liu Hai was at home, meticulously preparing the asparagus he had brought back the previous day. He blanched it in boiling water, then cut it into strips. Once the fish soup had simmered to a pristine white, he added the asparagus for a delightful infusion of flavor. The entire household relished the meal, with Uncle Jun jokingly remarking on Liu Hai's imaginative culinary prowess, suggesting that he could earn more by opening a restaurant instead of a factory. Laughter filled the room, creating a joyous atmosphere, while Dong Xinyu remained silent at the side. That afternoon, Dong Xinyu and Dong Xinyu made another delivery to the county. Upon returning, they handed the money to Dong Xinyu, as Liu Hai had instructed her to manage the finances. 3 days later, Liu Hai brought 2 packs of Jinho cigarettes to the vicinity of Chaoyang village, accompanied by Dong Xinyu and Dong Xinyu. By the lakeside, a dozen boats were lined up, and Liu Chuyang had been waiting for them. As the 3 approached, Liu Chuyang distributed a knife to each of them, stating, "Xiao Hai, after you left that day, I went to Simitu village to speak with Wu Matzi. His attitude was abysmal, and we were surrounded. He insisted that unless our village refrains from fishing in the reed beds, there will be no reconciliation." The conflict over the reed beds had persisted for generations. With even fatalities occurring decades ago, reconciliation was not something that could be easily achieved by our generation. Since resolution was not an option, we must take a stand today. The men in our village have been discussing driving them out of the reed beds. After retracting the ropes tied to the shore, he instructed them to board the boat, warning that if a fight broke out, they should flee and not concern themselves with him. Zhang Xihai, being a village official, felt the urgency to speak against their aggressive behavior, but Liu Hai silenced him with a glance, insisting that they refrain from violence unless absolutely necessary. "Uncle, when we disembark, let us first engage in dialogue with them. Do not speak until I have a chance to negotiate," Liu Chuyang interjected, his concern evident. "What if you get into trouble? How will I explain it to your father? This is a long-standing feud between our villages. Trust me, uncle. If my negotiation fails, you may act. There is no need to resort to violence from the outset. It benefits no one, does it?" Liu Hai interrupted. Chapter 45. Negotiating with the people of Simitu village. Liu Zhengyang observed Liu Hai's serious demeanor and, after some contemplation, agreed to his approach, reminding him to avoid conflict. "You do not need to involve yourself in the feud between our villages. Rest assured, I will take care of myself," Liu Hai assured him. Uncle Chuyang fell silent, steering the boat with his bamboo pole. A multitude of wooden boats from the village trailed behind, weaving through the serene waters. On the opposite bank lay a dense reed forest, separated by a narrow creek approximately 300 meters wide, teeming with smaller rivulets. When the water swelled, it submerged the creek, rendering it a labyrinth for those unaccustomed to fishing amidst the reeds. The ecological environment within was exceptionally pristine, particularly in the shallows where various verdant plants and aquatic grasses were caressed by the crystalline river water. Little fish and shrimp darted playfully among the greenery, illuminated by the gentle sunlight above, creating a breathtaking tableau reminiscent of a natural masterpiece. On board, Dong Xinyu and his companions felt a tinge of apprehension, save for Liu Hai, who remained remarkably at ease, for such untainted waters had become a rare sight over the decades. If memory served him right, this particular stretch of reeds had suffered from overfishing due to the relentless use of illegal nets and electric methods, leading to a drastic decline in the once abundant aquatic life. He relished the simplicity and beauty of rural life in this age. The fleet of wooden boats, coated in tung oil, glided silently through the reeds for over 40 minutes before finally anchoring at a shallow point in the heart of the forest, surrounded entirely by reeds and water. It was a place where even the most tumultuous of confrontations would likely go unnoticed by law enforcement. The tension in the air grew palpable. In the distance, Wu Matzi stood with a dozen men, armed with hoes and knives, clearly prepared to settle matters. As Liu Hai and his party disembarked, the water barely reached their ankles, refreshing and invigorating as they stepped on the resilient green plants just submerged. Upon landing, Liu Hai addressed the villagers, requesting patience and urging them to refrain from impulsive actions, as he intended to negotiate. The villagers turned to their elder, Liu Chuyang, who nodded in agreement. He then reminded Liu Hai, should any signs of aggression arise, to flee immediately and avoid confrontation, assuring him that the situation would be handled from behind. Liu Hai acknowledged his uncle's counsel, clutching a few packs of Golden Monkey cigarettes as he approached the men from Wu Matzi's group. The atmosphere was tense, each face taut with anticipation. Following closely behind were Dong Xinyu and Dong Xinyu. As they drew nearer, Wu Matzi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Liu Hai. He then called out, questioning the absence of villagers from Chaoyang, mocking Lu Chuyang for sending his nephew to face them while he lingered safely behind. The laughter from Wu Mozi's group echoed, laden with derision. In a fit of anger, one of Lu Chuyang's companions lunged forward, only to be restrained by Lu Chuyang, who urged him to maintain composure and observe the situation. With their tempers quelled, Wu Mozi, noticing the lack of response from Lu Chuyang's party, turned his attention to Liu Hai, his brow furrowed in suspicion. What business do you from Panqing village have in our affairs? Do you intend to carve out your territory over here by the river? The plan is to collaborate with the people of Chaoyang village to confront our Sima Wharf village. You guessed correctly. Liu Hai, with a confident smile, stated that our Panqing village relies on the mountains rather than the lake, and for a long time. We have envied your lakeside location. Over 30 gentlemen from the village convened and decided to join forces with Chaoyang village to expel you from Sima Wharf village. Today, I come in a spirit of calmness to engage in dialogue with you. Hence, I have asked our Panqing villagers to wait on the other side, while temporarily suppressing the presence of Chaoyang village. Can we have a peaceful discussion? Ah, truly deceitful. I wondered why I hadn't seen anyone from Chaoyang village in the reeds these past few days. Damn it, I've been tricked. Chaoyang village has indeed allied with Panqing village. We are outnumbered. What can we do? Our livelihood depends on the lake. If we cannot fish, how will we survive? Upon hearing Liu Hai's words, the people of Sima Wharf village erupted in chaos. Although they fought in the reeds, it was merely for survival. At their core, they are just ordinary villagers, not bandits of the streets. Wu Mozi quickly turned to the crowd and shouted for calm, asking what they were afraid of. Not afraid? Does that mean there is nothing to discuss? Liu Hai interjected, reminding them that he came with sincere intentions. If they accepted his collaborative model, not only would they not suffer losses, but they could also prosper alongside him. Prosper alongside you. Liu Hai, am I hearing this correctly? Do you think nobody in our village recognizes you and Yang Sandog? Aren't you merely two petty thieves? You want us to join you in your misdeeds for profit? Wu Mozi glared intently at Liu Hai. Yang Sandog retorted, questioning if Wu Mozi was blind, asserting that if they weren't sincere, they wouldn't have brought cigarettes to discuss matters with them. Only then did Wu Mozi notice the cigarettes in Yang Sandog's hand. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized Liu Hai, pondering that if Panqing village truly sent people today, they would indeed be at a disadvantage. It seemed that the shores of the lake might not involve Sima Wharf village any longer. Consequently, he turned to a few anxious villagers to discuss quietly. He then turned back to Liu Hai and said, "You explain the situation first, if it does not harm our interests. There is no need for us to engage in a deadly struggle." At this point, Liu Hai finally sighed in relief and instructed Yang Sandog and Zhang Sihai to distribute the cigarettes. In the world of men, cigarettes hold a peculiar power. With the passing of a single cigarette, mutual animosity dissipates significantly. As Liu Hai offered such expensive cigarettes, the tension eased considerably, and the murderous atmosphere from Sima Wharf village diminished. Liu Hai smiled and remarked that it is far better to converse than to resort to violence. Uncle Mozi, let us discuss the collaboration model. Soon, Liu Hai gathered them closely. Meanwhile, Lu Chuyang's heart raced with tension, especially seeing Liu Hai surrounded by their people, obscuring his expressions. Several times, he was on the verge of rushing in to rescue him. However, each time he prepared to issue a command to strike, he would hear Liu Hai's hearty laughter ringing out. As time gradually passed, half an hour later, the conversation between Liu Hai and the others finally came to an end. Wu Mozi suddenly raised his voice. "Can you guarantee that the people of Chaoyang village will adhere to the agreement?" Chapter 46. Resolving the generational grudge between two villages. Of course I can assure you. Otherwise, why would I be standing here discussing this with you? Liu Hai retorted. Wu Mozi glanced at the people beside him. What do you all think? The villagers from Simitu exchanged glances. One villager spoke up. Every time we come here to fish, we end up discarding at least 100 pounds of silver fish, which are just bycatch. If you want them, we can sell them to you without issue. I agree. From now on, let us establish the waterway of Sangangzi as the boundary. We shall remain on this side while they stay on the other, and neither shall overstep. Liu Hai proposed. I think that is acceptable. Let it be so. In no time, the 20 or so men present were eager to express their agreement. All were from impoverished families, fundamentally disinterested in violence. As long as the division of benefits was clear, everything else could be negotiated. Liu Hai handed his cigarette to Uncle Wu Mozi, saying, "Regarding the silver fish, remember to supply me with whatever quantity you have. I will come by daily with my tractor to collect them. At 20 cents a pound, if managed well, I suspect it will be no worse than catching other fish. Wu Matzi, seeing Liu Hai's courtesy, revealed a straightforward side of himself. All right, it's settled then. Now, everyone aboard the boat, stop dawdling. It's time to fetch the nets. The group of 20 dispersed in a hurry. Lu Chuyang, anxious about Liu Hai's safety, had already disembarked from the boat. Wu Matzi called back, "Damn it, Lu Chuyang. You always act this way," threatening to pull a knife at the slightest provocation. Knife? Nonsense. Come to my place for drinks tonight. Consider it an apology for last night. Lu Chuyang retorted, having known Wu Matzi since they were teenagers, fighting in the reeds. Do you think I fear you? Go on, don't forget to come. As Wu Matzi paddled away, he remarked, "Your nephew is quite decent, much better than that ungrateful wretch from your brother's family. Remember to come, don't leave me hanging." Understood, I'll bring a pound of meat, Lu Chuyang replied. These two men, having bickered for over a decade, laid down their grievances under Liu Hai's mediation, laughing heartily in the reed marsh. The villagers from both sides breathed a sigh of relief, Liu Hai especially so. When Lu Chuyang approached, he threw an arm around Liu Hai's neck, saying, "You did a great service for both our villages." The other villagers' impressions of Liu Hai significantly improved as they laughed together. Liu Hai urged, "Everyone, please pay attention to the silverfish. I entrust this matter to you." Absolutely, that fish can be caught easily with nets in the reed fields. And at 20 cents a pound, why wouldn't we pursue it? A group of men responded with hearty laughter. Based on the fish prices at the town's market, taking the prevalent white carp as an example, the retail price per pound was around 40 cents. However, due to the proximity to the lakes, the fish yield here is particularly abundant. Furthermore, owing to the constraints of the planned economy, the fish can only be acquired by the local aquatic product supply and marketing cooperative, which then sells them to distant markets. The cooperative's purchase price for live fish is merely 0.15 yuan per pound, and at times it dips to as low as 0.10 yuan. Although retail prices are higher, the overwhelming number of fish in the reed marshes makes it impossible to sell them all locally. The villagers from both settlements are eager to receive cash quickly, thus they generally deliver their catch to the cooperative. Liu Hai offers a purchase price of 0.20 yuan per pound for dried silverfish. Although 2 pounds of live silverfish yield only about 1 pound when dried, this equates to a mere 0.10 yuan per pound for live fish. Nevertheless, the method of catching silverfish is considerably simpler and far less labor-intensive, making it comparable to catching larger fish in terms of efficiency. Moreover, Liu Hai has promised to raise the price in the future. After resolving this matter, Liu Hai noticed a mound of river shrimp at the market stall and recalled that Dong Xinyu was particularly fond of them. Thus, he took his uncle's net and began catching river shrimp. The surrounding clear waters rippled gently, and the reed marshes were teeming with wild chickens and ducks, which were not yet protected species and could be freely hunted. Yang Sangu ventured into the reed thicket, capturing 2 wild ducks and gathering a dozen wild duck eggs, half of which he shared with Liu Hai, claiming it was for his sister-in-law's nourishment. Liu Hai reciprocated by giving him 2 pounds of river shrimp. His uncle needed to retrieve the nets he had set a few days prior, as it had been 2 or 3 days since he last checked them, and he anticipated they would be overflowing. After escorting them to the embankment, Liu Hai and Yang Sengu boarded the tractor to return home. Upon their return, Liu Hai first checked the factory, where several large iron stoves had been set up. Xiao Guomin had purchased a string of firecrackers, and after setting them off in the afternoon, they would commence production. Liu Hai busied himself in the factory until after 4 in the afternoon. Once home, he procured some pickled radish from a household's jar and diced it, preparing a dish of stir-fried wild river shrimp with pickled radish, a local delicacy from the lakes, and one of Dong Xinyu's favorites. He also gathered a handful of chives from the field. After spending about an hour in the kitchen, he arranged 3 dishes: fresh duck soup with radish, stir-fried river shrimp with pickled radish, and chives with duck eggs, all presented neatly. Liu Hai filled 2 bowls with plump white rice and called out to Duiz that dinner was ready. Hearing his call while drying silver fish, Dong Xinyu entered the kitchen. Upon seeing the 3 delectable dishes and the neatly arranged bowls of rice, she felt a sudden pang of hunger. Her heart warmed. After taking a seat, Liu Hai served her a bowl of duck soup with radish from the wild duck Yang Sangu had caught in the reeds. "This soup is exceptionally sweet. Try it. If you like it, I can bring one back for you every day to nourish you," he suggested. Dong Xinyu, burdened with unspoken thoughts, took a sip with her clearly defined lips, and in that moment, tears welled up in her eyes, lowering her head and remaining silent. Liu Hai was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" Dong Xinyu shook her head, replying that it was indeed very delicious. "Then why are you crying?" he inquired. Liu Hai gently cupped her delicate face with his fingers, softly wiping away the tears that stained her cheeks. Dong Xinyu, obedient and docile, offered no resistance. To be precise, she had begun to depend on Liu Hai's kindness and found immense pleasure in it. The young girl looked up at Liu Hai with a pitiful gaze, silently questioning why he treated her so well. If he were to bully her as he did before, she would not be so conflicted. Liu Hai's thoughts grew heavy. It was no wonder she seemed troubled these past few days. "Can you confide in me about what has transpired?" he inquired. Dong Xinyu, with a downcast demeanor, rose from her seat and retrieved a telegram from the bedroom, handing it to Liu Hai. My father sent me a telegram. He said he would arrive at our home tomorrow afternoon to take me away." Chapter 47. Unspoken words. Liu Hai took the telegram, glanced at it, and then set it down with a smile. "Let us eat. I imagine you are quite hungry." "Yes." "Especially so," Dong Xinyu replied, her voice as soft as a whisper, concealing a multitude of complex emotions within. They shared a meal in silence, the air thick with an impending sense of farewell. The night sky was clear, and the croaking of frogs echoed around them. Occasionally, a splash would resonate from the pond in front of the house, while birds returning from the mountains cried out into the night. Inside the house, silence reigned. Dong Xinyu rose several times from her bed, quietly approaching Liu Hai's side, resting her chin in her hands as she gazed at the man, words unspoken. Liu Hai, too, sat beside her bed on multiple occasions, quietly observing her while gently fanning her with a handheld fan. Thus, the night cloaked in unsaid sentiments of parting passed by. As dawn broke, painting the eastern sky with pale light, Liu Hai awoke early and ventured into town. His first stop was the tailor's shop to retrieve the dress he had commissioned for Dong Xinyu. Next, he visited the neighboring shoe store to collect a pair of leather shoes, also custom-made for her. It was unclear when it began, but Liu Hai had developed a fondness for dressing Dong Xinyu, always purchasing lovely items he encountered in town for her. Perhaps he felt he owed her too much in a past life, and in this lifetime, he wished to provide her with only the finest. He returned home with an array of items Dong Xinyu could use. Upon his arrival, she had prepared stir-fried chives with river snail meat and had also gathered some locally grown ginger from the old jar. This ginger, wild and unlike the traditional variety, was tender and crisp, imbued with a natural sweetness. Marinated with chopped chili and consumed raw, it was exceptionally flavorful and complemented meals beautifully. Over the years, Dong Xinyu had made it a ritual to forage for this delicacy each year. She then cooked 2 bowls of fried rice with lard, resulting in another silent breakfast. Liu Hai savored the meal, relishing the essence of Dong Xinyu's cooking. Setting down his chopsticks, he smiled and asked, "When will your father arrive?" Dong Xinyu replied softly, "He is likely to arrive by noon. Let us have lunch before you depart," Liu Hai suggested. Suddenly, tears welled up in her large, clear almond-shaped eyes. Biting her delicate lip, she looked at Liu Hai with a heart-wrenching gaze. Liu Hai smiled gently. "I bought you a dress and a pair of shoes. Would you like to try them on?" "Yes," Dong Xinyu replied sweetly. After having breakfast, Dong Xinyu retreated to her bedroom. A few minutes later, she emerged from the kitchen, gazing at Liu Hai, who was busily engaged in his tasks. "Do I look good?" she inquired. The hem of her skirt, a few centimeters above her knees, perfectly accentuated her slender, curvaceous calves. Beneath her feet, a pair of round-toed leather shoes adorned with dainty white socks added a touch of charm. This dress and the shoes had been custom-made by the shop owner at Liu Hai's request, transcending the contemporary fashion trends of their time. Under Liu Hai's careful styling, Dong Xinyu resembled a princess who had stepped out from a fairy tale, evoking an undeniable sense of admiration. Liu Hai smiled and affirmed her beauty. Dong Xinyu nodded lightly. Noticing a speck of dust on her shoes, Liu Hai picked up a nylon towel and said, "Don't move. Let me clean that for you." "All right," Dong Xinyu complied obediently. As Liu Hai crouched down to assist her, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt a pang of regret for having sent that telegram to her father. It dawned upon her that, unbeknownst to her, she had become deeply reliant on the man before her. Tears fell onto Liu Hai's forehead as he looked up to see her small, sorrowful face. He stood and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like this outfit?" Dong Xinyu shook her head, keeping her thoughts to herself. After a while, she finally spoke. Do you remember the first gift you gave me? Liu Hai pondered for a moment. Was it the pair of hats that could be worn by Qingqing? Dong Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You're so annoying. Eavesdropping on my conversations with Qingqing. Liu Hai playfully pinched her delicate nose. His eyes filled with affection. Silly girl. Dong Xinyu pouted, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm not a silly girl. I meant the pair of rubber shoes you gifted me. You are the real silly one. Don't you realize that giving me shoes is akin to sending me away? Liu Hai gently ruffled her hair. You are the youngest daughter in your family. Your siblings and parents have always cherished you the most. Now that everything at home is settled, a reunion is a good thing. Isn't it? Isn't it what you have been longing for these past few years? Stop overthinking. I'll go prepare some vegetables. If your father arrives, I'll share a drink with him. With that, he turned back to his tasks. Dong Xinyu remained silent, retreating inside, overwhelmed by a sense of unease. Undoubtedly, Liu Hai was confident that even if Dong Xinyu returned to Kyoto, she would eventually come back. This was a particularly sensitive girl, deeply sentimental. During dinner the previous night, she had referred to their home as our home, underscoring the significance of those two thatched roof huts in her heart. Even a billionaire reborn, if unable to comprehend such emotions, would have wasted their past life. In the neighboring household, Aunt Xiang's nephew, Li Ji, had recently been transferred to the Speculation and Profiteering Bureau in Shihe Town. This news had kept him awake all night in sheer delight. Recalling the humiliations he endured during his last encounters at the state-run restaurant, he felt a seething anger. As a county official, he had twice found himself at the mercy of a farmer, each time retreating in disgrace. Now, he had finally been reassigned, and to the Speculation and Profiteering Bureau, no less. My goodness, I am compelled to seize your bangs and mercilessly jab at them with a needle. Especially after discovering yesterday that this rascal has actually rented the landlord's property to establish a factory, employing over 10 individuals from the village, I was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Though many private enterprises have been permitted, the authorities remain cautious, essentially allowing you to experiment with private ventures while the legal framework still prohibits them. This serves as a rigid constraint around the neck of private initiatives. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, one could easily find themselves in trouble. Thus, Li Ji believes he has uncovered an opportunity to deal with Liu Hai, and he muses that once Liu Hai is ensnared, Dong Xinyu would naturally be his. He is still indulging in the fanciful dream of a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat. Much like the military sweeping through a village, early in the morning, a contingent of 5 or 6 individuals from the department mobilized, riding open-top motorcycles towards Ponching Village. However, halfway through their journey, a cacophony of honking from behind interrupted them. Accustomed to their elevated status in the town, they scarcely bothered to turn and look back, even deliberately slowing their pace, obstructing the road as they ambled along. Ultimately, a head emerged from the lead vehicle, commanding, I order you to pull over immediately and make way. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Chapter 48. Dong Xinyu's father arrives in Ponching Village, seeking support for continued updates. The group was infuriated, their audacity reaching new heights. How dare they demand that the officials of our town yield? Each one turned back, ready to confront the audacious individual behind them. Yet, upon seeing the lead vehicle's license plate marked AA, they were struck dumb. In this era, every institution possessed its own distinctive plate, and AA indicated a military district, specifically the command headquarters. Li Ji found himself drenched in cold sweat, quickly moving their motorcycles aside to let the convoy pass. He gazed into the vehicle and saw an elderly man with slightly graying hair, seated steadily in a Zhongshan suit. After several cars passed, one individual approached, saying, Director Li, it seems these vehicles are also headed to Ponching Village. Should we continue onward? Li Ji hesitated, pondering for a moment before responding. What does it concern us? We must proceed with our tasks. The town of Shihe required a decisive action to serve as a warning. Otherwise, the spirit of speculation and opportunism would only intensify. After delivering a righteous proclamation on the dirt road, he set off towards Ponching Village. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a shocking revelation. Upon entering the village, they observed throngs of people rushing towards Liu Hai's residence. Upon questioning a villager, they learned that a general had arrived at Liu Hai's home. This was no trivial matter. It was Dong Xinyu's father. The news struck Li Ji like a thunderclap, causing his knees to weaken and beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The elderly man from the vehicle was indeed Dong Xinyu's father? How could it be that Dong Xinyu had such a formidable background, Turning back, he noticed that the people he had brought along had mounted their motorcycles and revved the engines, hastily fleeing. Director Li, I believe this matter ought to be discussed with the town mayor for further examination. We should return now, they said. After standing in a daze for a while, Li Ji quickly hopped on his motorcycle and sped away. The entire village had erupted into chaos. The revelation of Dong Xinyu's father's military rank fell upon Panqing village like a nuclear bomb, prompting the villagers to flock to Liu Hai's home. Never before had such a high-ranking official graced their humble abode. Among the villagers were 3 gossipy women who had nearly driven Dong Xinyu to despair. Wang Taohong had fled back to her maternal home upon her son's arrest, having been informed by the military to await the return of his ashes. News from her family indicated that she had succumbed to madness, incessantly calling out her son's name at the village's entrance. The remaining 2 women, upon learning the news while toiling in the fields, were paralyzed with fear for quite some time before hastily returning home, only to find their doors tightly locked. Too frightened to show their faces, Aunt Xiang had also sought refuge in a neighboring village. These individuals were acutely aware of how they had tormented Dong Xinyu over the years. As Dong Xinmin's vehicle approached the Hongqi River, he noticed a stone tablet erected behind the earthen brick house across the way, inscribed with Liu Zhangwo's name. Upon arriving at the Liu residence, he made his way directly to the grave marker. The elderly man's thick brows, now flecked with white, emanated an aura of ferocity, a remnant of his battles in the blood-soaked fields of war. Yet, at that moment, he stood before the gravestone for an extended period, his fingers trembling as they rested upon its surface. With a sorrowful expression, he murmured, "My soldiers did not perish on the battlefield, but have been lost due to my familial affairs. This is my disgrace. Forgive me for being a burden to you." After his own troubles arose, he was aware that his troops had gathered in Kyoto to rescue their families. Such loyalty stirred profound emotions within him, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of guilt. After a long pause, he turned to Liu Hai and inquired if he had any other family members. Liu Hai replied, "A younger sister, currently in her first year of high school. Make a note of this. Upon your return, you will know what to do," Dong Xinmin instructed, glancing at his subordinate, who nodded in reassurance. At that moment, Dong Xinyu called out from home, "Dad, it's time to eat." This snapped Dong Xinmin from his melancholic reverie. He turned to his youngest daughter and said to Liu Hai, "Let us go, child. It's time for dinner." After the meal, the uncle planned to take Xinyu back to Kyoto first, as her mother and siblings eagerly awaited their reunion. "Rest assured, I will ensure that no harm befalls you and your brother. I will provide you with my office contact information, so you can reach out to me directly should any issues arise," he assured Liu Hai, who nodded in compliance. At that moment, Dong Xinmin remained unaware of the budding affection between Liu Hai and his daughter. However, once seated at Liu Hai's home, he began to notice some peculiarities. Liu Hai had not concerned himself with his appearance since his rebirth. He was clad in straw sandals, patched trousers, and a short-sleeved shirt with multiple holes. In stark contrast, his daughter was dressed in a new skirt and fresh leather shoes, highlighting the disparity in their circumstances. Observing the silent understanding between his daughter and Liu Hai, the old man seemed to grasp something, though he refrained from voicing it. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Guomin also arrived. He was once a soldier under his command, and the bond within this military unit transcended most earthly emotions, forged through the shared trials of life and death on the battlefield. When Xiao Guomin stood before Dong Xinmin, after a respectful salute, Dong Xinmin's eyes welled with tears as he patted Xiao Guomin's shoulders, exclaiming, "Today, we shall drink." The group soon gathered around the table. The feast laid before them was exceptionally sumptuous, featuring pork and wild duck that Yang Sangyu had procured that very morning from Chaoyang village, alongside freshly caught fish from the lake's reeds, among other delicacies. The subordinates accompanying Dong Xinmin were momentarily astonished, questioning if they had entered a fictitious rural paradise. When had rural living standards risen to such heights? Even typical city dwellers would shy away from such indulgence. Throughout the morning, Yang Sangyu had busied himself with slaughtering chickens and washing vegetables, yet as mealtime approached, he hesitated to join the table, opting instead to observe the general from the sidelines with the other villagers. His heart was already overwhelmed by the revelation that his father, who had seemed so ordinary, was actually a general. This was truly astonishing. Over the past 3 years since his arrival in the village, he had revealed nothing of his background. In their village, petty thefts were common, yet in the presence of someone from such a military echelon, Yang Sangyu felt a profound respect and refrained from any raucous behavior. Dong Xinyu appeared to sense his thoughts and thus pulled him to the table, introducing him to her father, Dong Xinyu. Gradually, Yang Sangu's true nature emerged as he raised his glass to toast with Dong Xinyu, indulging in the revelry that was destined to unfold. After the meal, the time came for Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu to part ways. At 2 in the afternoon, Dong Xinyu and Dong Xinyu boarded their vehicle, and the convoy departed from Liu's residence. Yang Sangu, now mostly sober, quickly grabbed Liu Hai's arm and asked, "Is this really how you're leaving?" Liu Hai nodded slightly. "What about your wedding? Are you not going to marry her?" "You asked me what to do. I wish I could ask someone else." Liu Hai sighed softly. It was only then that the other villagers realized Liu Hai's intentions to marry Dong Xinyu. A heavy silence fell over them as they collectively sighed, recognizing that with Dong Xinyu being a general's daughter, the prospects seemed bleak. They felt a deep sense of disappointment, having been eagerly anticipating the celebration of their union. Just as the villagers' spirits began to wane, Dong Xinmin's car returned abruptly. After a sudden stop, Dong Xinyu flung open the door and ran to embrace Liu Hai tightly. In the past, Liu Hai would often hold Dong Xinyu's hand while in the village, but she had always refrained from doing so in fear of gossip. However, this time, disregarding all eyes upon them, she threw her arms around Liu Hai and pressed her head firmly against his chest. This scene left the villagers utterly speechless. After a moment, Liu Hai looked down at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Dong Xinyu, her tears soaking Liu Hai's shirt, replied, "I will miss you so much." Liu Hai smiled gently. "I will miss you too. Wait for me to return. I will be waiting in Panqing village." "All right," Dong Xinyu said sweetly, "but you must give me some time to speak with my mother and siblings." Liu Hai smiled as he extracted the radio from his pocket, its sound resonating thrice. "I have already purchased the radio, along with a bicycle, a watch, a sewing machine, and 36 legs," he declared. "I shall prepare all these things for when you return, and then we shall wed. Oh, and I will have a brick house built before your return as well." "Very well," Dong Xinyu replied, revealing her pearly white teeth. Her long eyelashes glistened with moisture, yet her smile radiated beauty. "We need not have a brick house. This dwelling is sufficient. Let us not impose undue pressure upon ourselves." In truth, the young woman harbored a tinge of regret. Earlier that morning, she was supposed to register their marriage with Liu Hai, and once they were officially wed, returning to Kyoto would be of no concern, even if her family opposed their union. As the youngest and most obedient daughter, she rarely contradicted her family. But once she set her mind on something, none could sway her resolve. As for Liu Hai's talk of possessions, it mattered little to her, for she recognized that his kindness during this time was irreplaceable. Moreover, she had given him her heart. After a moment, Liu Hai cupped her delicate face, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb. "I shall write to you when I return home. Once I am back, I will marry you. Wherever you go in this lifetime, I shall follow, forever your devoted companion." After saying this, Dong Xinyu turned and boarded the vehicle, waving a bittersweet farewell to Liu Hai. Yang Sangu, Uncle Jun, and the other villagers, who all smiled and waved in return. Meanwhile, Dong Xinmin, previously half asleep from intoxication, suddenly spoke once the vehicle had traveled a considerable distance. "What is the situation with that boy?" he inquired. "I heard you were in a sham marriage with his brother. How is it that you are with him now?" Dong Xinyu's cheeks flushed crimson, having just walked halfway, and feeling a profound reluctance to part from Liu Hai. She excused herself, claiming she had forgotten something, prompting the driver to turn back. Little did she realize that her father had not truly been asleep. Nervously, she glanced at Dong Xinmin, who opened his eyes and observed her anxious demeanor. "Silly girl," he chuckled. "Do you believe your father to be so superficial? Do not forget, that boy's father, Liu Jiangwo, was a soldier under my command, and their family has already lost 2 members due to your circumstances. I am not oblivious to this. I simply wish to understand what kind of person he is and to learn about your experiences here over the past 3 years," he continued. Hearing her father's words, the weight on Dong Xinyu's heart lifted. The conversation shifted to Liu Hai, and in her eyes, he had transformed from a rogue into a warm, ambitious, and responsible individual. The notion of marital compatibility is deeply rooted in the minds of the Chinese people. Liu Hai was merely a farmer, while Dong Xinyu hailed from a distinguished lineage. Setting aside the complexities of their families' histories, such a union seemed improbable in this era. Marriage is not merely a bond between 2 individuals, but a convergence of 2 families. Liu Hai understood the implication behind Dong Xinyu's request for time. She needed to persuade her siblings and mother to accept their relationship. In a family of officials from Kyoto, Despite enjoying a life of privilege, one member chooses to endure hardship in the countryside. The family members are initially unfamiliar with Liu Hai, and upon hearing about him for the first time, they are likely to express disapproval. Had it been any other family, Liu Hai would have harbored no hopes. However, he has previously interacted with Dong Xinyu's family. Their admirable family values and absence of extreme characters lead Liu Hai to believe that his relationship with Dong Xinyu is merely a matter of time, and he possesses the patience to wait. As May unfolds, the sugarcane seedlings that Dong Xinyu planted have begun to sprout, vibrant and green. During the months since Dong Xinyu's departure, Liu Hai has taken to strolling through the fields every evening after his daily tasks. The image of Dong Xinyu digging sweet potatoes, lighting a fire, and sitting beside it, smiling while holding the roasted delicacy, often visits his thoughts. Throughout this month, Dong Xinyu has seemingly vanished without a trace. Anxiety has begun to brew within the village. Whenever Xiao Guomin recalls the situation, he sighs heavily, contemplating reaching out to his superior for information. Though Liu Hai has consistently dissuaded him from doing so, several events have transpired during this month. Among the three gossips, Wang Taohong has lost her mind, incredibly fortunate to have escaped a dire situation. The other two, who nearly caused Dong Xinyu great distress, have been taken away by several soldiers, and their fate is unlikely to be favorable. Meanwhile, some individuals have begun to stir. For instance, Aunt Xiang has started to make snide remarks, questioning Liu Hai's aspirations to become a general's son-in-law, claiming he is unworthy. This woman, known for her sharp tongue, seems oblivious to the changes in Panqing village. One day, while in the fields with a few other women from the village, she ridiculed Liu Hai, expecting her companions to join in her mockery. Instead, her so-called sisters firmly held her down in the ditch and gave her a thorough beating. Now, the villagers are reliant on Liu Hai for supplementary income. And who dares to belittle him in their presence? They would be remiss not to retaliate. Business has been relatively prosperous. However, Liu Hai now faces a significant challenge. His sales cannot keep pace with his supply. Previously, he could sell a maximum of 40 to 50 pounds of silver fish from the village each day, which the county could easily absorb. Yet now, having acquired silver fish from the area near Tingu, he finds himself receiving over 500 pounds daily. Such a volume cannot be consumed by a single county's market. Thus, Liu Hai must expand his market. One day, while he and his uncle were fishing in the reeds of Tingu, another individual arrived, director's son Hongqi. He has taken charge of the state-run restaurant and manages it with great dedication. Liu Hai acts as an intermediary, supplying the restaurant with fish exclusively provided by his uncle, Lu Chuyang. Tomorrow, there is a banquet, and the person who made the reservation specifically requested 2 pounds or more of wild mandarin fish, prompting Sun to come and select the finest catch. By the side of the wooden boat, the lake water glimmers beautifully, and Lu Chuyang reassures Director Sun, stating that they will certainly provide 25 of the best wild mandarin fish today. The waters of Tingu are pristine, yielding plump fish. Once you take one home, you can be assured it will be so delectable that it might even restore your hair. Chapter 50. Director Sun strikes it rich. Third uncle Lu Chuyang possesses a character that transcends boundaries, adept at managing relationships with remarkable finesse. Such traits are innate and not necessarily correlated with one's educational background. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the leadership of their village's fishing fleet. One need not question it. When it comes to matters concerning hair, Sun Hongqi regards them as paramount. Observing Liu Hai indulge in a dish of sweet fish, he mused, "Can this truly promote hair growth?" Liu Hai shot him a glance. "Your head is already polished from your incessant touching. Spare yourself the delusions." A heavy sigh escaped Liu as he retrieved a pack of golden monkey cigarettes from his pocket. Liu Hai examined the pack and remarked, "No wonder Yang Sandog claims you're raking in riches, smoking these fine cigars." Sun Hongqi hastily interjected, "Don't speak nonsense about riches. I only dare to bring out this cigarette here. Ordinarily, I smoke the economical 5-cent variety in the county." Sun Hongqi was particularly timid. When the county state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission entrusted him with the management of the state-run restaurant, he spent countless sleepless nights, apprehensive about potential losses. Encouraged by Liu Hai, he resolved to take on the contract. With the added support of Liu Hai and his little fish snacks, business at his restaurant flourished spectacularly. Now, even deputy-level officials from the county must reserve tables in advance, not to mention workers from other state-owned enterprises. Having earned an abundance, he found himself fearful. The taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind, he thought. Every day, when others inquired, "Director's son, how much have you earned today?" he would pass them a 5-cent economic cigarette, lamenting, "Having dined on state provisions, I was oblivious to the burdens of management. Now that I am my own boss, I realize expenses are everywhere. Although it appears my restaurant is bustling with patrons, I am actually operating at a loss daily. I've resolved that once this contract concludes, I shall retire." Eventually, he opted to gather some patched-up old clothes from the countryside, donning them as he strolled about, relishing the moments when others whispered behind his back, "Look at that fool Sun Maokai. His trousers are nearly threadbare." Those who have weathered difficult times harbor a lingering fear. Even with wealth, he hesitated to spend freely, terrified that a moment's carelessness might lead to public disgrace. Hence, he often found himself visiting Lu Chuyang whenever the boat glided into the reed beds. Sun Maokai would reveal his true self, indulging in high-end cigarettes and gourmet snacks, relishing them alongside Lu Chuyang. Occasionally, he would bring a fine bottle of liquor to share with Lu Chuyang, for who would notice in the secluded reeds? Upon hearing Liu Hai's remarks, Lu Chuyang laughed heartily. "Having earned so much, why should I care? Are we farmers only permitted to endure hardship, not to enjoy life? I neither steal nor rob. Why should I be subjected to such tyranny? Director's son, I believe you are overthinking this." With that, he tugged at the net's rope, swiftly filling half the boat's hold with fish. Liu Hai joined in to help gather the catch. The fishermen of this generation seldom act with excess. Typically, any fish that have yet to mature are returned to the lake. Shortly thereafter, 8 plump fish, each weighing around 2 pounds, were caught. Lu Chuyang continued to paddle towards the next netting spot with his bamboo pole. Sun Maokai, having picked up these fish, remarked on the delightful quality of the lake's catch. Devoid of any muddy taste, the flesh was tender and melted in the mouth, exceptionally fresh. Observing the round bellies of the fish, Liu Hai smiled but remained silent. After discarding one of the luscious fish, Sun Maokai washed his hands at the side of the boat and asked Liu Hai if he had devised a strategy to deal with Boss Kai. "Don't say I didn't warn you. This Boss Kai is quite affluent. I heard from people in the county that he intends to establish a high-priced silverfish procurement point here. Don't underestimate him. This port fellow is well-versed and has numerous business tactics. Be cautious not to fall prey to him." During this period, the state-owned subsidiary food factory had been undergoing reforms. It was said that Boss Kai had invested over 100,000 to upgrade various equipment at the factory and even procured a packaging machine from the port city. Rumor had it that he aimed to produce spicy little silver fish. With his considerable wealth and aggressive approach, Sun Maokai was deeply concerned for Liu Hai. Liu Hai smiled reassuringly. "I have everything under control." Under control? Sun Maokai, a bit anxious, urged him to share his thoughts and see if there was any way he could assist. "No need, just wait and see. Wealth alone does not guarantee success." Liu Hai replied with a smile. As they conversed, a boat sped across the lake. For centuries, fishing boats on Listening Lake had relied on human power. Machinery had never been present. Yet now, the sound of a diesel engine approached. The group turned their gaze. They saw a wooden boat carrying Wu Matzi and a few of Boss Kai's associates, their faces brimming with joy. Lu Chuyang frowned, realizing that the port fellow had indeed installed a diesel engine on Wu Matzi's boat. Liu Hai inquired, "A diesel engine? Third uncle, what is going on?" Lu Chuyang explained that he had heard a port city owner had been in discussions with Wu Matzi. Initially, Wu Matzi had ignored him. But then the port city owner boldly proposed to install a diesel engine on his boat in exchange for negotiations. In that era, a 195 diesel engine cost at least over 1,000 yuan. Only well-off production teams could afford one for irrigating farmland. Such engines were typically found on state-owned transport vessels or ferries, not on personal wooden boats. Thus, many assumed the port fellow was merely deceiving them, never anticipating that Wu Matzi's boat would truly be equipped with one. Upon entering the reed marsh, Wu Matzi was startled to see Lu Chuyang and his companions retrieving their nets. Feeling somewhat guilty, he quickly lowered his head, pretending not to notice. The others from the four-pier village did the same. Only Boss Kai and a middle-aged man, cigarette in hand, wore sardonic smiles as they gazed at Liu Hai, their expressions dripping with sarcasm. The boat sped past them, causing splashes that rocked their vessel, nearly sending Sun Maokai into the water. Lu Chuyang, filled with rage, turned around and shouted, "Wu Mazi, you are utterly untrustworthy. I have lost all respect for you. You have sold yourself for a mere 195. Liu Hai furrowed his brow, but remained silent. On the boat, Wu Mazi, feeling particularly embarrassed, had overheard the insults directed at him. Eventually, the boat came to a halt in a concealed channel amidst the reeds. Wu Mazi gestured to the other side and said, "According to our agreement with Chaoyang village, the Sangongzi Channel serves as the boundary. They fish on that side, while we remain here, keeping our waters separate." Chapter 51. Increasing purchase prices. What is the estimated daily yield of silverfish? Boss Kai inquired, specifically referring to the dried product. Wu Mazi pondered for a moment before responding. For fresh fish, we can land over 300 pounds a day. After dehydration, it would be around 150 pounds. He continued, we initially aimed for larger fish, which is why we chose this wide stretch of river. If we focus solely on silverfish, the area around Chaoyang village has more ravines, which the silverfish prefer, resulting in a significantly higher yield there. Boss Kai frowned slightly. He was prepared to promote this venture throughout the county. What impact can a daily yield of 150 pounds have? The market price for the finished product hovers around 3 yuan per pound, with a daily yield of 150 pounds. The total revenue amounts to merely 450 yuan. After deducting costs for the silver fish, labor, and various expenses, we might be left with a profit of just over 200. I have already invested nearly 200,000 in the subsidiary food factory. Am I to toil for a mere 200 each day? Have I lost my mind? Being from the port city, his standards were high, and he was adept at calculations. After a moment of silence, he asked, how much can the yield potentially increase? That's difficult to say, but with full effort, it should be possible to catch at least 1,000 pounds of fresh fish daily, Wu Mazi estimated. So, you mean to say that if my subsidiary food factory is to be profitable, we must encroach upon Chaoyang village's waters? Boss Kai gazed intently at him. The others on the boat fell silent. In this era, people tended to be rather naive. During this period, the fishing teams from the two villages had established a particularly amicable relationship under Liu Hai's mediation. They were making money together. Liu Chuyang, under Liu Hai's guidance and financial support, frequently brought liquor and pork to the Si Ma Tiao village to socialize. People are soft when fed. We originally intended to sell the silver fish solely to you, Boss Kai, while maintaining our usual dealings with the folks from Chaoyang village. What exactly do you mean by saying this? Are you attempting to sow discord between our two villages? After a moment, Wu Mazi awkwardly chuckled. Harmony is of utmost importance. I suggest you have a discussion with Liu Chuyang and his nephew. Have you considered why I wouldn't approach Liu Hai for negotiations, but rather come here to disrupt his supply? Boss Kai fixed his gaze upon Wu Mazi. Wu Mazi's expression darkened. You may have wealth, and indeed, I have been swayed by your 195 diesel engine, but if you dare to trample upon my dignity, know this. The 195 is now securely installed on my boat and cannot be removed. But you dishonest scoundrel. Remember this. Liu Chuyang and I are the kings of the lake. No one can sway us. With a sullen expression, he remarked that they were merely uneducated farmers, and there was no need for Boss Kai to pose riddles. He should speak plainly. Boss Kai's demeanor also darkened considerably, perceiving Wu Mazi merely as a dog in the service of someone else. Since he had already assumed the role of a dog, did he still wish to maintain any pretense of dignity before him? He contemplated delivering a sharp slap to compel Wu Mazi to adopt a more respectful attitude. However, upon glancing at the other villagers, each wearing frowns, he observed the desolate marshlands where cries for help would go unheard. And the murder of a man could easily result in his hasty burial without a soul being the wiser. Thus, he suppressed his anger and smiled as he recounted that he once offered 20,000 for Liu Hai's recipe at a state-run restaurant, only to be met with refusal. Gasp. 20,000. Everyone aboard felt a jolt at this revelation. That amounted to 2 households of wealth, and Liu Hai had turned it down? Wu Mazi was equally astonished at Liu Hai's fortitude to resist such a substantial temptation. After a moment of shock, he declared that during his drinking sessions with Liu Chuyang, he had made a promise. For generations, the two villages had engaged in violence over the fish of the lake. He insisted that the hatred should be buried with their generation. He offered a proposition. He could take the lead in facilitating dialogue. But if they expected him to arm themselves and engage in battle once more, he regrettably could not comply. All right, we have work to do. Lao Lu, please escort Boss Kai to shore. A nearby boat approached, and Boss Kai was invited aboard. His brow furrowed slightly as he observed the 195 type diesel engine affixed to the wooden boat, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of futility akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. Once aboard, he addressed Wu Mazi, Brother Wumatsi. Yinshan County is merely a small locale. The world beyond is far broader and more beautiful than this place. Reflect carefully on what I have said. The implication was clear. Without aligning himself with Kai, he would remain confined to this lake for eternity. By choosing to follow him, there would be opportunities for escape. Wumatsi remained silent, gesturing for the nets. The others felt uncomfortable, yet there was work to be done, so they refrained from speaking. After a while, Lu Qiang approached. From a distance, he berated Wumatsi. "You ungrateful wolf. After all the drinks I've shared with you and the expensive cigarettes my nephew has delivered, you betray me by colluding with outsiders?" Wumatsi and the other villagers from the fourth wharf lowered their heads, feeling particularly humiliated. Seeing their silence, Sun Maokai interjected. "I've had a few dealings with Boss Kai in the county. He is known for dismissing many employees at the state-run factory. He is cold-blooded and devoid of compassion. If you collaborate with him, he will ultimately devour your bones. Do you believe me?" Wumatsi remained silent. A villager nearby could no longer contain himself and retorted, "Matsi, at least respond. What are we supposed to do? Just do your job. Stop with the unnecessary chatter." Wumatsi snapped back, leaving the other man feeling frustrated and speechless. Wumatsi then looked up at Lu Chuyang and inquired, "How many more of the 25 mandarin fish does Director Lu require?" Lu Chuyang, still seething, replied, "What does that matter to you? Why does it no longer concern me? The small fish and shrimp that have made their way to your side are nothing compared to the 2-pound mandarin fish." Speaking, he began tossing the mandarin fish from his boat onto Lu Chuyang's vessel, discarding over 10 in succession. Afterward, he proclaimed, "I want to charge you. But you must treat me to drinks tonight. Please, I'm not afraid of you." Lu Chuyang retorted fiercely, for reasons unknown. The tension-filled conversation between the two men suddenly erupted into laughter from both sides. The previously hostile atmosphere vanished in an instant. Sun Maokai looked on in bewilderment, questioning what had just transpired. Why did they suddenly start laughing? Liu Hai understood. This was the nature of rural folk. There was no need for excessive subtlety. He then smiled and said to Uncle Matsi, "Please inform the other fishermen in the village upon your return that starting today, I intend to significantly raise the purchase price for silverfish, allowing everyone to profit. The new price for dried goods will increase from 3 dimes to 5 dimes. Chapter 52, Expanding Market Audience 5 dimes. Liu Hai's proclamation left the crowd astonished. While others were unaware of Liu Hai's circumstances, his uncle Lu Chuyang was acutely aware and quickly grasped his arm, whispering, "Are you out of your mind? The factory has already stocked so much. Will it even sell? A purchase price of 5 dimes per pound will surely create a stir in several villages." The price for a pound of grass carp sold to the Aquatic Supply Cooperative barely fetched a dime, yet dried silverfish was to be bought for 5 dimes. In this era, it was exceedingly difficult for rural folk to earn an extra penny. All they had was hard work. If they discovered something that could generate income simply through diligence, it would ignite a frenzy, with families rallying together. Thus, by raising the price to 5 dimes, not only would the raw material costs double, but the volume of purchases would also increase dramatically. Would you be able to manage it then? Yet Liu Hai remained confident, reassuring his uncle, "I know precisely what I'm doing." After a moment, 5 Matsi regained his composure and asked Liu Hai, "Have you thought this through?" "Absolutely," Liu Hai affirmed. "All right, how do you all decide?" 5 Matsi inquired of the others. The fishermen from Si Matu village spoke up in unison. "Is there any doubt? We will only sell our goods to Liu Hai. From the outset, I was reluctant to partner with that boss Kai. Dressed like a dandy, he struts around in front of us, and it's utterly displeasing." "Exactly. I don't understand how he can walk with those flared pants that could double as brooms, swaying with every step. Doesn't he find it uncomfortable?" 5 Matsi, "This matter should not require me to say more. You haven't acted decisively enough. How can one betray their integrity over a mere 195? Others began to voice their criticisms towards 5 Matsi. In response, 5 Matsi shot back, "Let me ask you, where do you go to mill your rice? When you draw water for the fields, which diesel engine do you borrow? Do you think I wish to monopolize this 195? The crowd fell silent. Simata village was the most poorly off among the nearby collectives. While other villages had inherited tractors and diesel engines from the collective era, they possessed nothing. Especially concerning diesel engines, the villagers rely on them for irrigation, rice husking machines, and the plowing iron bulls, among others. They are of paramount importance. In essence, Wu Matsi initially intended to undermine the Hong Kong businessman, Boss Kai, regarding his 195 machinery for the village, with no thought of collaboration. Observing their silence, Liu Hai assured everyone, as long as we strive diligently, all will come to fruition. So let us proceed as planned today. Wu Matzi expressed his confidence to Liu Hai, stating that the silverfish in Linghu Lake belonged solely to Liu Hai. No one else could claim it. Liu Hai graciously replied with gratitude. Upon returning to the factory from Linghu, Liu Hai engaged in discussions about this matter with Yang Sandog and Zhang Xihai. They were taken aback to discover that Liu Hai not only raised the procurement price of raw materials, but also intended to reduce the selling price. Yang Sandog was genuinely bewildered, exclaiming, "Brother Hai, are you not crippling your own enterprise? How can we sustain ourselves while simultaneously increasing purchase prices and lowering sales prices?" Liu Hai patiently elucidated his strategy. Currently, their retail price for spicy fish was 3 yuan per pound, while the price offered to Sun Maokai hovered around 2 yuan and 20 cents, as he too needed to make a profit. If the retail price was reduced by 50 cents, the price to Sun Maokai would also need to reflect this reduction. Consequently, their selling price to Sun Maokai would adjust to 1 yuan and 70 cents. Originally, the gross profit margin when selling to Sun Maokai was 2 yuan. However, with this dual approach, the gross profit per pound would dwindle to 1 yuan and 20 cents, necessitating the allocation for wages and oil costs. At first glance, Liu Hai's strategy appeared foolish, yet he harbored a deeper calculation. The spicy silverfish was merely a seafood product, and maintaining substantial profits was unrealistic. Excessive pricing would hinder the expansion of market share. If Liu Hai aspired for their silverfish to achieve greater penetration within the county, the sole viable approach was to lower prices, making the fish accessible to a broader audience. This tactic would swiftly deplete his inventory, embracing a strategy of lower prices for higher sales volume. Moreover, voluntarily reducing profits could also dampen Boss Kai's enthusiasm. Upon seeing such diminished profits, he might abandon the venture in favor of alternative side products, thereby neutralizing a formidable competitor. A twofold strategy. After hearing Liu Hai's explanation, Yang Sandog and Zhang Xihai exchanged glances, the sensation of unfamiliarity with Liu Hai resurfacing. Typically, farmers possess little understanding of such business intricacies. Subsequently, Liu Hai inquired of Zhang Xihai regarding the current financial status of the factory. Previously, Dong Xinyu managed the finances, but since her departure, Zhang Xihai, being more educated, had taken over the responsibility. Zhang Xihai shook his head, indicating that the current balance was over 800 yuan, which he estimated would not last long given the daily influx of goods. Should we consider controlling the procurement? He asked. No, we must take as much as we can. Liu Hai interrupted. After all, dry goods are easy to store, and we cannot dampen the villagers' enthusiasm. I will visit the county tomorrow to meet someone. Our sales are poised for exponential growth, so be prepared. The two nodded in agreement. After a brief silence, Zhang Xihai's voice lowered. Has there been no word from my sister? Zhang Xihai, do you have a problem with your mind? Yang Senggu directly struck Zhang Xihai on the head. Over the past month, not a single person around Liu Hai dared to mention Dong Xinyu. Many in the factory felt pity for him, fully aware that his relentless busyness day and night was merely a means to distract himself from this matter. At the farewell, Dong Xinyu had boldly declared in front of everyone that she would return for Liu Hai, even stating that she would marry him upon her return. Yet, a month has passed, and not a single letter has arrived. Liu Hai glanced at Yang Senggu, urging him not to bully Zhang Xihai and to get back to work. After saying this, he walked towards the factory building. Observing Liu Hai's demeanor, Yang Senggu immediately struck Zhang Xihai a few more times, exclaiming, "You will always be a fool. What good is all that education if you cannot even speak properly? Can you really ask such a question?" Zhang Xihai felt particularly aggrieved, retorting, "I merely wanted to show concern." Yang Senggu shot back, "What good is your concern? Don't even try to deflect. If I were to learn your way of writing, the gap between us would only widen." Zhang Xihai was on the verge of tears. During this time, Yang Senggu had incessantly demanded he teach him how to write. To make matters worse, Yang Senggu often employed absurd logic. For instance, when Zhang Xihai taught him the character for dog, Yang Senggu indignantly claimed, "That doesn't even look like a dog. Are you purposely teaching me a false character to hinder my learning?" No matter how Zhang Xihai explained, Yang Senggu refused to listen, and it became a source of great frustration for him. This was also why he eagerly hoped for Dong Xinyu's swift return when she taught Yang Senggu to write. He was remarkably obedient. Amidst their squabbling, a sudden voice from outside called out, Are you Comrade Liu Hai? Here is your letter, sent from Kyoto. The postman, dressed in loose military green attire, symbolized the emotions of countless individuals in this era. The mere presence of such a figure at one's doorstep signified a letter from a loved one, a token of longing. Inside, upon hearing the commotion outside, Dong Xinyu and Dong Xinyu exchanged glances and instinctively looked out. They saw the postman handing a letter to Liu Hai. A letter from Kyoto. Could it be from none other than Dong Xinyu? Anxiety coursed through them. Please, let it not be a letter of severance, they thought. For it had been a month without news, and who wouldn't he feel anxious? They hurried outside, preparing to inquire, but Liu Hai merely said, I'll head home first. You all carry on with your tasks. As two individuals stood behind, I gazed at you, and you gazed at me. It was ultimately Dong Xinyu who broke the silence, proclaiming, Hai Gu, if it truly comes to that, I shall accompany you to Kyoto. Liu Hai merely waved his hand, offering no reply. Upon returning home, night had already fallen. Liu Hai tugged on a cord affixed to the doorframe. The switch clicked, and the tungsten bulb above flickered to life. The letter bore the delicate handwriting of Dong Xinyu, her script embodying her gentle essence, imbued with an air of innocence. Affixed to it was a vibrant postage stamp depicting a grand rooster, inscribed with the value of 8 fun, a token that could transport correspondence to any corner of the nation. Liu Hai gently peeled the stamp away, placing it within the pages of a book previously read by Dong Xinyu, before unsealing the envelope. Liu Hai, how have you been? I am so sorry. I only discovered today that my mother intercepted the letters I wrote to you. I miss you dearly. The longing she expressed radiated like the first light of dawn, capable of illuminating every recess of the heart. Beneath the warm glow of the orange tungsten light, a smile unconsciously crept across Liu Hai's face. Decades later, the means of expressing affection for someone has become vastly simpler. A mere text message sent from a smartphone can traverse vast distances. Yet it lacks the beauty of letters exchanged in this era. The words penned by a beloved's hand carry a warmth absent in the cold, sterile language of computer code. In her letter, Dong Xinyu recounted that upon her return to Kyoto, she had penned numerous letters to Liu Hai, all of which seemingly vanished into silence. She feared he no longer desired her. After enduring a prolonged period of anguish, she ultimately discovered that her mother had utilized connections to intercept her letters at the post office. She inquired if the sugarcane she had planted had sprouted, explaining that once they grew tall, they could be sold to the state-run sugar factory in the town for over 6 yuan. She also asked if the sweet potatoes in the field had been weeded. This girl, having spent several years in Hongqi village, had fully integrated into rural life. Even a return to Kyoto could not diminish her yearning for the few acres she tended in Hongqi village. As Liu Hai read on, a smile broke forth at her final line. You want to marry someone else, will you? You must wait for me to return, you know. I will be back, and we shall marry immediately. I desire nothing but a life together with you and Qingqing. Please, you must wait for me. Liu Hai rummaged through his drawer, retrieving a stack of grid paper and a fountain pen. After dipping the pen in ink, he began to compose his reply. Dear fool, I have been waiting for your return in Hongqi village. Do not worry about the fields. Uncle June and the others are keeping an eye on things. Just yesterday, I checked the crops, and the sugar cane has sprouted over 30 centimeters, a lush green expanse. Also, be cautious of your aunt. The interception of your letters may be her doing. Await my arrival, for I shall come to Kyoto and bring you back. In a previous life, Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu's parents maintained an exceptionally amicable relationship. His mother was a reasonable woman who would never engage in such antics. A thought struck him. During a visit to his home, when Dong Xinyu's aunt happened to be present, her reaction upon learning of Dong Xinyu's absence had been extraordinarily intense. The reaction was quite normal, for after all, a descendant had been lost. What was most significant was that all he sensed from that woman was nothing but bitterness, devoid of any trace of sorrow, leaving an indescribable taste in his mouth. In this era, the capital is home to numerous large courtyards, serving as residential buildings for various institutions. Children raised in such environments formed distinct circles upon reaching adulthood. After the 1990s, these children from the courtyards moved southward, becoming known as the so-called sons of the soldiers, indulging in their whims. Dong Xinyu was a child nurtured within the confines of a military district courtyard. On this particular morning, shortly after 7, she awoke and sat at the edge of her bed, silently shedding tears. The cause was a dream she had the previous night, in which she envisioned marrying Liu Hai. However, during the wedding, another woman appeared, asserting that if she did not return to Hongqi village, It would be that woman standing beside Liu Hai. She felt blamed for needing to return, especially since Liu Hai seemed to revert to his former, harsh, and unruly self, truly expelling her from the Liu family. With her lips pursed, she felt particularly miserable. Could it be that Liu Hai would truly marry someone else? Oh, how she lamented, blaming herself for not realizing that her mother had been intercepting her letters for over a month. Liu Hai must surely be disappointed in her. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a bicycle bell echoed from outside. The young girl promptly sprang from her bed and dashed outside. This had become her routine. Upon hearing the distinctive ring of the bicycle bell, she knew the postman had arrived. Upon reaching the ground floor, she indeed found the postman sorting through the letters in his bag. Upon noticing Dong Xinyu, the postman chuckled. As expected, you are the first to come down. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, she inquired, Uncle, is there a letter for me? The postman laughed heartily. I wonder which lad has captured your heart so profoundly. Just a moment, let me check the name. He retrieved a letter, glancing at the address. Jiangdong, Yinshan County, Liu Hai. Is this young man your suitor? Dong Xinyu thought she had misheard. At 21, she felt a surge of childlike excitement upon hearing this. However, her naive and clumsy demeanor left her momentarily at a loss for words, her heart racing. Uncle, is it truly mine? Ha ha. How else would I know the name Liu Hai? Well, this young man must possess a commendable education. His handwriting flows like water, he remarked, handing the letter to Dong Xinyu. She eagerly accepted it, and, upon seeing Liu Hai's familiar script, could hardly contain her anticipation. Ripping it open, the first line read, I have been waiting for you in Ponching Village. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated her face. As she became engrossed in the letter, she abruptly collided with a nearby utility pole, crouching down to shield her head. Ouch, that hurt. Before she could collect herself, a hand snatched the letter away. Xinyu, whose letter is this? Liu Hai? The southern villager you've been pining for? Turning around, she saw her aunt, Wang Guifang. Ignoring the pain in her forehead, she sprang to her feet, pleading, Aunt, please give me the letter. Hold on, her aunt replied. Let me see what this villager has to offer that has so captivated you. Wang Guifang paid no heed to Dong Xinyu's urgency. However, upon seeing the letter warning her to be wary of Dong Xinyu, he suddenly tore the letter to shreds. How dare he meddle in our family matters? Chapter 54. The little lamb can be fierce too. The act of tearing it nearly shattered Dong Xinyu's heart. The young girl, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, Aunt, why did you tear up my letter? Give it back to me. Wang Guifang, irate, chided her. I am doing this for your own good. Do you understand? What benefit do you gain from being concerned about that country boy? His family has helped you, but do you intend to repay them with your entire life? Listen to your aunt. Sending him 50 yuan would suffice as gratitude. Rural folk are easily appeased. Don't be foolish. You have returned to Kyoto and should bid them farewell. Social standings matter. This is an ancient principle passed down to us. In Kyoto, with your qualities, you could easily find someone more suitable. Your journey in life is still long. If you don't give it back to me, I will hit you. The normally naive and obedient Dong Xinyu gazed at Wang Guifang with unexpected fervor. She had never been fierce in her life, but at that moment, she appeared somewhat fierce, as one might say decades later. Wang Guifang was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. What did you just say, Xinyu? Tears welled in Dong Xinyu's eyes, overwhelmed with longing for Liu Hai. After waiting so long, a letter from Liu Hai finally arrived, yet before she could finish reading it, it was torn apart. Memories of Yang Sanggu bullying Zhang Sihai rushed to her mind, words she once deemed the most vicious and detrimental to societal progress. She recalled one remark, I will hit you and shove your head into a latrine until you're full. Ugh, how disgusting. The young girl quickly covered her mouth, nearly retching, feeling quite aggrieved. Yang Sanggu could calmly discuss such crude matters while eating, yet when she uttered a single phrase, she felt nauseous. Wang Guifang was dumbfounded, as if she no longer recognized Dong Xinyu. In a swift motion, Dong Xinyu snatched the torn remnants of her letter from Wang Guifang's hands and left her presence without a second glance. Behind her, Wang Guifang was utterly incensed. Look, Xinyu, I told your mother that you should never have gone to the countryside. Clearly, you've returned with bad habits. You, who were once frightened by ants. How have you become so fierce? A young lady, and yet you speak so crudely. Dong Xinyu recalled Yang Sanggu's words, retorting, you can leave. My affairs are none of your concern. When my father had his accident, I visited your home. Don't think I'm unaware, you merely shut yourself inside. fearing that harboring me would implicate you. What qualifications do you have to lecture me? I will ensure my mother severs ties with you. Strangely, after saying this, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. After Dong Xinmin's incident, Dong Xinyu's mother's siblings had shown a lack of compassion. They, who once toiled in the fields, had relied on Dong Xinyu's mother to secure their positions in Kyoto. Yet, upon the incident, they hastily distanced themselves, fearing any repercussions. Instead, it was those soldiers under Dong Xinmin who, despite the immense risk, managed to rescue them, a fact that Dong Xinyu was not oblivious to. Wang Guifeng found herself at a loss for words, caught off guard. What has gotten into this girl? Meanwhile, Liu Hai, having resolved the instability of the supply chain, found himself facing only the issue of sales channels. After much contemplation, he realized that avoiding the supply and marketing cooperative was inevitable. Although it would not be long before the cooperative gradually withdrew from the historical stage, at present, they still held the dominant position. Liu Hai, through son Hongqi, sought out Zhang Denghua, the director of the county supply and marketing cooperative. In his early 30s, Zhang Denghua was among the few university graduates in Yinshan County, a rarity in those times when university students were highly sought after in small towns, often receiving exceptionally favorable treatment. Over time, living amidst such adulation had fostered some undesirable habits in Zhang Denghua. Liu Hai had approached him several times during this period, and each time Zhang would wildly insinuate the need for 10 large Unity notes or a Shanghai brand watch to facilitate matters. Being a reborn individual, Liu Hai was well versed in the intricacies of human relationships and did not harbor disdain for such dealings. However, at present, he found it challenging to produce 100 yuan, as all his money had been invested in acquiring goods. On this particular day, Yang Sengu was driving the tractor when, upon reaching a sharp turn, he gripped the steering handle and, after some effort, successfully maneuvered the tractor through the bend. As he climbed back up, he remarked to Liu Hai, who was reading a letter behind him, "Brother Hai, I heard there are now tractors with steering wheels available." Liu Hai replied, "Once we earn some money, we'll return this hand-operated tractor to the village and buy one with a steering wheel. It would be much easier to operate." The thought of earning money weighed heavily on Yang Sengu's mind. In an effort to compete with Boss Kai for the supply of goods from Tingu, Liu Hai had significantly cut into his profits while simultaneously increasing his acquisition costs. Although the supply was now stable, all his capital was tied up in inventory. With a sigh, he thought, "We truly need to treat Zhang Denghua to a meal. Damn it, each meal costs us a large Unity note, and we've already dined together twice, yet he remains obstinate. This is undoubtedly a deliberate attempt to drag us along. All right, a meal is unavoidable. Today will be the last time. If he still doesn't budge, we'll find another way." Liu Hai mused as he tucked the latest letter from Dong Xinyu into his pocket. He pulled out a pack of Jinho cigarettes, extracted a couple of cigarettes, and tucked 2 large Unity notes into the innermost part. Yang Sengu, understanding this was intended for Zhang Denghua, sighed and fell silent. The tractor eventually came to a halt in front of Sun Maocai's restaurant. Sun Maocai had been waiting there and, upon their arrival, hurried over, saying, "Don't say I never contribute. Today, it's up to you to seize the opportunity." Although Zhang Denghua is cunning, he also has his fears. Liu Hai handed him a cigarette, asking, "What do you mean? Have you arranged for someone else?" Without waiting for a response, a man appeared at the door. "Ah, you've arrived. Let us eat quickly. I have no time to waste on you," he said, exasperated. "Do you really think that our country's officials spend their days idly? Expecting me to wait for you is quite absurd." Upon seeing Zhang Denghua, Liu Hai quickly smiled and apologized. "Director Zhang, the journey was truly challenging. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us sit down," Zhang Denghua retorted, turning to leave without further ado. Liu Hai, after giving Yang Sandog a warning to mind his attitude, entered the room. However, upon seeing the table filled with people, Liu Hai felt a twinge of discontent. It was indeed Liu Hai who had invited Zhang Denghua for a meal, primarily to discuss their spicy fish entering the supply and marketing cooperative. To his surprise, Zhang Denghua had brought along his entire family, who were now indulging heartily without any modesty. Chapter 55. No discussion and deceit as they feasted. Zhang Denghua took on an air of superiority, educating others while they ate. Even Sun Maocai found it hard to tolerate and was ready to confront him when Liu Hai restrained him. "Apologies, Director Zhang," Liu Hai interjected. "Where shall I sit?" With a table full of people, there was scarcely a spot for Liu Hai to settle, clearly indicating that he was expected to foot the bill. Zhang Denghua called out to a nearby waiter, please bring over a small stool. And that squinty-eyed fellow shouldn't he sit at the table. Let Liu Hai dine alone. Young Sandog, already irked, was further infuriated by this command and turned to leave. Brother Hai, call me if you need anything. Liu Hai nodded in acknowledgement. When the waiter brought the stool, just as Liu Hai was about to sit, one of Zhang Dinghua's children kicked it away. Fortunately, Liu Hai reacted swiftly, avoiding a fall. Daddy, I don't like it when others sit higher than me. Can't you let him eat somewhere else? I dislike him, the child complained. Before Liu Hai could respond, an elderly man glared at him. Do you know you frighten my child? Move to the side, he commanded, exuding an air of superiority. Liu Hai glanced at Zhang Dinghua, who kept his head down, showing no intention of intervening. Liu Hai understood that today's conversation would likely yield no concessions from Zhang Dinghua. Looking at the array of dishes, Liu Hai smiled and said, I apologize. Rural folks tend to be rather unrefined. It's my fault for being too intimidating. You're just an ugly monster. Zhang Dinghua's son shot back, glaring at Liu Hai with his triangular eyes and high cheekbones, a clear inheritance of his lineage. Liu Hai maintained his smile at Director Zhang. I suppose I'll just eat something on the side while you all enjoy your meal. After you're finished, we can discuss matters at your convenience. That's fine. My child doesn't like you, and I can't help that, Zhang Dinghua replied, casting a glance at Liu Hai. Very well, don't hold back. If you find the dishes lacking, feel free to add more. I'll ensure everything is arranged properly for the later matters. Please, don't be polite. Or else Director Zhang may not regard me as one of your own, Liu Hai insisted. Zhang Dinghua waved his hand dismissively. All right, we'll discuss your matters later. With that, he ignored Liu Hai. Liu Hai chose not to press further. After Zhang Dinghua departed, the elderly man looked at Zhang Dinghua, pondering. Will this fellow truly help us cover the bill? Zhang Dinghua replied affirmatively, for he was engaged in private enterprise and aspired to introduce his products into our supply and marketing cooperative. Engaging in private business. He dares to propose selling his goods in public institutions? Is this fellow in his right mind? Zhang Dinghua cast a disdainful glance at Liu Hai, who was walking towards the back, deeming him somewhat fanciful. This man had shamelessly feasted on several lavish meals at Liu Hai's expense, and after each meal, he would invariably claim that his child at home had yet to dine, necessitating a substantial takeout of meat and vegetables. Young Sandog was not mistaken. He was nurturing an insatiable wolf, one who was particularly brazen. At this juncture, the elderly woman at the table interjected, lamenting that the nation was plagued by the presence of these unruly capitalists, leading to a state of chaos. Dinghua, I cannot be indifferent. As a state official, it is your duty to safeguard the interests of the nation and absolutely refrain from colluding with private capitalists. Enough, Mom and Dad, I am well aware. So rest easy and enjoy your meal, Zhang Dinghua replied. However, scarcely had his words settled when a waiter approached with a pack of golden monkey cigarettes and a bottle of Nanyaobu liquor. The elderly woman inquired with perplexity. As we did not order any cigarettes or alcohol, the waiter feigned ignorance, claiming it was not theirs, and apologized for the mix-up. Yet the old man's eyes widened at the sight of the Nanyaobu liquor. He had long coveted this drink. But at the cost of $6.90 a bottle, it was exorbitant. His family relied solely on Zhang Dinghua's position as director for their sustenance. Thus their living was rather precarious. Upon recalling his son's remark that the fellow in private enterprise would be footing the bill, he hastily called out, Wait. I ordered this cigarette and liquor. You did? The elderly woman gazed at him incredulously. Do you realize this cigarette costs over $6, and this bottle of liquor? Dad wishes to drink, so let him indulge, Zhang Dinghua responded. But such an expensive item, Zhang Dinghua's wife quickly whispered. Mom, someone else is covering the bill. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman chuckled. Oh dear, how foolish of me. Son, does it mean we can order anything today? You could say that. Didn't that fellow say not to be polite when he left? What need is there for any formality? Zhang Dinghua replied with a smile. Suddenly, the entire family seemed to have been enlightened, as if struck by a bolt of inspiration. They sprang into action, with the old man ordering cigarettes and liquor, while the elderly woman selected the most extravagant dishes to be packed. Behind the restaurant, son Maokai had arranged a table with several dishes, awaiting the arrival of guests. At this moment, young Sandog, perched at the window, observed the family's disgraceful behavior and muttered, How on earth did such people become directors of a supply and marketing cooperative? Greedy to the core, from the eldest to the youngest. Hi go. This table likely amounts to nearly $50. and they are far from finished. Do you truly intend not to settle the bill? Indeed, Zhang Denghua remained oblivious, unaware that the waiter had intentionally brought the cigarettes and liquor to their table as part of Liu Hai's scheme aimed at exposing their avarice. However, Liu Hai had no intention of paying. As for any subsequent disputes, had he ever stated he would cover the bill? He had already discerned that Zhang Denghua had no intention of engaging in a serious discussion, so he resolved to ensnare him completely. After the meeting, I instructed the nearby waiter to attend to their needs without hesitation, assuring him to disregard the source of my suggestion. The waiter nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, Sun Maokai entered the courtyard, accompanied by County Head Yang. Comrade Liu, how delightful to see you again. How fares the dried fish business? Upon spotting County Head Yang Sandog's eyes widened in astonishment. Sun Maokai had kept everyone in suspense all morning, and it turned out he had invited County Head Yang. Regaining his composure, Liu Hai promptly greeted County Head Yang with a smile, responding that their dried fish business was doing well, with villagers actively engaging and earning profits together, which was of utmost importance. In this conservative era, it is wise never to boast of personal gains, but rather to emphasize collective success. County Head Yang nodded approvingly, indicating that was good, and suggested they take a seat. Today, I am not here in my official capacity as county head, but rather as a distant relative of Sun's. As they settled in, Sun Maokai leaned close to Liu Hai and whispered, "Brother, seize this opportunity. This meal is crucial." After patting his shoulder, he departed. Liu Hai, feeling somewhat perplexed, had yet to decipher Sun Maocai's words. County Head Yang cut straight to the point, addressing Liu Hai. "If our county government were to grant you the contract for the county supply and marketing cooperative, would you have the confidence to manage it well?" The unexpected and blunt nature of the inquiry left Yang Sandog momentarily speechless, causing him to spill tea across the floor. Quickly realizing his gaffe, he apologized. "I'm so sorry, County Head Yang, it was unintentional." "No worries, young man," Yang reassured him. "As I mentioned earlier, I am here today as a relative of old Sun, so relax." "Liu Hai, what are your thoughts?" County Head Yang inquired. With a wry smile, Liu Hai responded, "Leader, why the sudden shift in focus?" County Head Yang explained that the county was quite pleased with the pilot results of the state-owned restaurant's personal contracting initiative. "Don't assume we lack flexibility. Capable individuals should step forward. This is the trend of the future." Thus, County Head Yang and Liu Hai engaged in a lively discussion in the backyard. Before long, their cheerful conversation echoed throughout the courtyard. In the front hall, Sun Maokai observed Liu Hai animatedly conversing with County Head Yang, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride and admiration. Liu Hai's demeanor was poised yet unpretentious, every expression perfectly controlled, creating an atmosphere of comfort. Could this young man truly be a farmer? He carried himself with the grace of a seasoned sparrow weathered by the storms of life, confidently commanding the table's ambience. Such a presence was rare. However, Sun Maokai soon breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, he had soared. After securing the contract for the state-owned restaurant, he was the first to reap the benefits of the entire Yunshan County's state-owned reform. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he was already yearning for more. The business of the county supply and marketing cooperative was not unsuccessful, yet it suffered significant losses year after year. Where had the money gone? The burden of too many employees. The cooperative had over 60 staff members, a substantial portion of whom were relatives of county officials, merely holding titles without actual work, still drawing salaries. The county magistrate Yang had been acutely aware of the situation and yearned to alter it. Yet he found himself at an impasse. Meanwhile, the state-run restaurant was thriving under its contractual operation. Thus, emboldened, he contemplated his next move against the supply and marketing cooperative. This was a matter of policy. Although Sun Maokai was somewhat timid, he was exceptionally astute. He perceived that Liu Hai possessed a particularly agile mind and thought to engage him in the venture of contracting the cooperative, confident that it would yield no losses. Hence, a dinner was orchestrated. As they dined, Sun's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Zhang Denghua and his family. Having thoroughly enjoyed their meal, they were laden with numerous takeout boxes. Preparing to depart with satisfied hearts, Sun Maokai promptly called out, "Director Zhang, the bill has been calculated. Please come take a look." The family turned their attention towards him. Zhang Denghua quickly smiled and remarked, "Ah, Director Sun has returned. It has been quite a while, hasn't it?" As he spoke, he offered a cigarette. Sun Maokai, formerly the director of the state-run restaurant, and Zhang Denghua, the director of the cooperative, held equivalent positions. Yet both were acutely aware that Sun was a distant relative of County Magistrate Yang. Consequently, they often treated him with great courtesy. Sun Maokai reciprocated this politeness, accepting the cigarette with a smile. How was the meal, Director Zhang's family? Good, of course, Zhang's father chimed in. The dishes here are far superior to home cooking. Even the small dishes are generously proportioned. Sun Maokai laughed heartily and said, well then, Director Zhang, it's time to settle the bill, which amounts to 73 yuan and 64 cents. I'll give you a discount of 4 cents. Hey, Zhang Dinghua's wife glared at Sun Maokai. Didn't you say someone was treating us? Why do I have to pay? Are you mistaken, old comrade? She shot him a puzzled look. Sun Maokai, thumping the table, retorted, sister, I must say, I find your words unpleasing. I'm not yet 50. How can you call me old comrade? Who told you someone was treating you? If you can find that person, by all means, bring them here. Surely, we can't expect our servers to cover this bill. The young waitress, overhearing her name mentioned, was aghast. Over 70 yuan. That is 2 months of my salary. With remarkable speed, she dashed to the entrance and locked the door. Realizing that Sun Maokai was not jesting, Zhang Dinghua patiently explained, we were invited by Liu Hai to dine. He should still be in the back. You can have him settle the bill shortly. It's merely a misunderstanding. Please don't be alarmed. How can I not be alarmed? 70 plus yuan. Sun Maokai replied. Don't think I'm withholding courtesy. You know that since I took over the restaurant, I've been losing my shirt. We operate on a tight margin and do not extend credit. If Liu Hai is treating, go find him to pay. How can I be tasked with summoning him for the bill? I'll go find him. But 70 plus yuan? Are we expected to foot the bill ourselves? This fellow is utterly incompetent. When hosting a meal, how can he neglect to arrange for the payment? The elderly matron, particularly frugal, was anxious about the financial implications for her family and hurried toward the back courtyard. Upon arrival, she harshly called out, young man, we have finished eating. You need to come and settle the bill immediately. Your manner of handling matters makes you think you can ask my son for assistance? Allow me to inform you. Our family is particularly discontented at this moment. Seated at the table are 3 individuals. Although Yang Sandog has not received formal education, he possesses an innate talent for socializing. He compliments Liu Hai exceptionally well. Thus, over the past hour, he has adeptly engaged in conversations initiated by County Head Yang, who, intrigued by the young man's twinkling eyes, finds him quite amusing. However, their discourse was abruptly interrupted by an elderly woman's exclamation. County Head Yang furrowed his brow and inquired, Xiao Lu, is this someone you know? Have you invited anyone else to dine with us? To the old woman's astonishment, Liu Hai nonchalantly cast a glance in her direction and replied with a smile. I do not recognize this individual. I have never seen her before, nor have I invited anyone to dinner. The old woman, taken aback, exclaimed, what did you just say? You claim you don't know us. Indeed, I do not know you, madam. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else? He replied, you are quite bold. Do you not wish to seek my son's assistance any longer? Do you comprehend the consequences of your words? I have never sought your son's assistance, madam. I shall reiterate. You have mistaken me for another. I do not know you. You. Just wait. The old woman promptly turned and shouted for Dinghua. Come here. This young man is currently here refusing to acknowledge us and is unwilling to settle the bill. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dinghua was rendered speechless. Realizing the bill amounted to over 70 yuan. Does this young man wish to court disaster? Just moments ago, he was saying we could ask for anything. And now he denies knowing us. Is he trying to deceive me? Fuming with rage, Zhang Dinghua rushed over, but upon catching sight of County Head Yang, he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to catch himself against the doorframe. Chapter 57. The Heart's Desire for Satisfaction. Behind him, his entire family scurried over, cursing loudly. What audacity! You claimed you would treat us to a meal, and now you expect us to pay the bill? A farmer seeking assistance employs such tactics? Do you wish to remain in Yinshan County? Indeed. Do you reckon you can bear the consequences of trifling with a government official? Accustomed to issuing commands, the family directed their ire towards Liu Hai, entirely oblivious to Zhang Dinghua, who was struggling to maintain his footing. His son, even more brazen, stormed up to Liu Hai's table and spat into a pot of hot pot. I'll make you eat this, you wretched farmer, for daring to upset my grandparents. Witnessing this, Zhang Dinghua nearly fainted and hurried forward to grasp his child, pulling him back. I apologize, County Head Yang. My child is still young and lacks understanding. With a sharp clatter, County Head Yang slammed his chopsticks onto the table, fixing his gaze on Zhang Dinghua. What are you doing here? The elderly couple stood frozen, their disbelief palpable as they gazed at Liu Hai across from county head Yang. How does this young man know the county head? It felt as though someone had forcefully grasped his head and slammed it against the table, delivering several sharp slaps, leaving Zhang Danghua momentarily speechless. His heart was in turmoil, and before he could voice his thoughts, Liu Hai chuckled and said, "Director, I invited Zhang, who said you were treating me to a meal. Can't you see this is a family gathering?" "Nonsense," Zhang Danghua interjected anxiously. If County Head Yang were to discover that he had dined here for over 70 yuan, he would unleash his entire family upon this lad, mercilessly pilfering from his pockets, with dire consequences to follow. Afterward, he quickly turned to his wife, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and settle the bill, and take them home first." His wife, still fretting over the expense, muttered, "Are we really footing the bill? 70 yuan is quite a sum. Didn't we agree that this lad would? Mother, can you please keep your mouth shut? Do you have no awareness of the situation?" Zhang Denghua's wife shot a glare at the elderly woman. The family felt as if they had just consumed a basket of excrement, their hearts ready to burst. Yet there was nothing they could do but comply and pay the bill. County Head Yang was no fool. He seemed to sense something amiss. Pointing at Zhang Denghua, he turned to Liu Hai and asked, "Is he giving you a hard time?" This gesture sent Zhang Denghua's spirit soaring, and he quickly replied, "Not at all. County Head Yang, little Liu is merely seeking to sell his spicy fish snacks at our supply and marketing cooperative, and I am assisting him. No need for that." Liu Hai interjected with a smile. "No need. Little Liu, are you certain? Rest assured, once those fish snacks enter our cooperative, the sales will surely soar. I have stated that I do not require your assistance. The entrance to your cooperative resembles the gates of an ancient county office. The local specialties we farmers produce are unworthy of such establishment. I think I shall seek other avenues." Liu Hai showed no inclination to relent, instead pressing him further. "Well then, I hope you can visit our factory to provide guidance and witness the living conditions in the villages under Xia town." County Head Yang nodded, "Rest assured. I shall visit the day after tomorrow. Have you dined well?" Liu Hai, understanding the cues, replied, "I have finished my meal, County Head. If there are no further instructions, I shall return to the village." County Head Yang acknowledged him with a nod. Once Liu Hai departed, a furious reprimand echoed from the back courtyard. "You are the first university graduate from our county. When you arrived, the entire county held great expectations for you. Yet, what contributions have you made to Yunshan County? Just look at the current state of our supply and marketing cooperative." In the front hall, the elderly couple glared daggers at Liu Hai, clearly feeling resentful. At that moment, their minds had cooled considerably. They perceived that Liu Hai had deliberately set them up for failure, yet they dared not confront him, for he had just been engaged in jovial conversation with the county head. As Liu Hai passed by them, he cast a sidelong glance, replete with provocation, mockery, and disdain, returning their previous lofty demeanor in full. Beside him, Sun Maokai added with a venomous glare, "What are you looking at? Can't you recognize your own insignificance? I warn you, do not act like a big shot in my establishment. Settle the bill immediately. What kind of people are these? When others request your assistance and the outcome is favorable, your entire family, young and old, descends upon the occasion to feast. It would suffice to indulge. Yet it is not enough. They must also take. What a disgraceful family ethos this reveals, leading you all to behave so shamelessly in public." Liu Hai disregarded the events that followed. On their return, Yang Sandog incessantly sought Liu Hai's counsel. Previously, whenever faced with discontent, Yang Sandog would charge in like a rabid dog, leaving the opponent unable to lift their head. This was his philosophy. However, after recent events, he suddenly realized that to truly undermine someone, striking at the heart is far more satisfying than merely slapping them. Thus, he pondered this matter throughout their journey. Liu Hai's thoughts were consumed by Dong Xinyu. As they traveled home, the lush greenery surrounded them, with majestic mountains standing tall. While the Hongqi River flowed like a jade ribbon through Yunshan County, its waters crystal clear, teeming with fish. On the other side lay a vast expanse of green rice seedlings, where several farmers were fertilizing their fields. Such beautiful, simple scenes would eventually be submerged by the passage of time. In such a splendid environment, riding the gentle mountain breeze while yearning for one's beloved is the greatest pleasure in life. Upon returning, Liu Hai first visited the factory. His uncle, Liu Chuyang, arrived bearing a bag of succulent wild catfish from the lush reeds of Tinggu. Soon, a boiling pot of milky fish soup bubbled in Liu Hai's iron pot, accompanied by stir-fried wild water celery, mushrooms with pork, and spicy meat with peppers, alongside a handful of freshly picked greens. Lu Chuyang was somewhat puzzled by the abundance of dishes Liu Hai had prepared. He inquired if there were guests expected. Liu Hai uncorked a bottle of premium Beidatsong liquor he had brought back from the county and placed several packs of Lingji brand cigarettes on the table. Smiling as he mentioned an important guest who might grant their factory wings, enhancing their prospects. Lu Chuyang nodded, suggesting he should take his leave to avoid jeopardizing Liu Hai's affairs, as he, a rough man, would not know how to conduct himself properly. As he rose to depart, Liu Hai quickly grasped his arm, insisting that his uncle must be involved in all factory matters from now on. Chapter 58. Jealousy. Liu Hai had a remarkably clear vision for his future from the very beginning. His reluctance to venture out of the area was solely to evade the impending crackdown on speculation in 1982. Even as a reborn individual, he understood that without reaching the pinnacle of success, he could not steer the tides. He must adapt to the prevailing currents. However, leaving Ponqing village was inevitable, and once he did, he would entrust the factory to his uncle, Lu Chuyang. His uncle, a man of integrity, would ensure that his grandfather and aunt's family thrived under his stewardship. This was the best arrangement. Lu Chuyang, unaware of Liu Hai's thoughts, feared he might hinder his nephew's business, prompting Liu Hai to persuade him at length. That evening, Zhang Xihai and Yang Sandog arrived. Shortly after their arrival, another familiar face appeared, Old Chun from the state-owned subsidiary factory. The state-run subsidiary food factory has now been contracted by the Hong Kong businessman, Boss Kai. Old Chun, known for his forthright nature, was dismissed by Boss Kai within just a couple of days. As a vital technical backbone of the state-run factory, he possesses extensive connections throughout the Yunshan County state-run facilities. Inviting him to the factory, as one might say decades later, was akin to resource integration. Upon first encountering Old Chun, one might perceive him as somewhat self-important, especially with his numerous disciples and protégés. However, after a round of drinks with Yang Sandog, his demeanor transformed entirely. He and Yang Sandog sang together, united in the spirit of camaraderie. After several rounds of drinks, Liu Hai seized the moment to propose that Old Chun become their factory director, offering him a monthly salary of 50 yuan along with a performance bonus. This was noteworthy, as bonuses were non-existent in state-run factories. Any rewards for outstanding contributions required extensive reporting and approval from higher authorities. Old Chun persistently inquired about the compliance with regulations, to which Liu Hai patiently explained. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, the kerosene lamp at Aunt Xiang's home had been rekindled. Earlier, when Dong Xinyu's father came to fetch her, this woman had fled to a relative's house for over 10 days out of fear, initially intending to return. She was further frightened upon hearing that several gossiping villagers had been apprehended, prompting her to hide away for an additional 20 days. Ultimately, she hesitated to come back, but her relatives had reached their limit. In these times, it was common for relatives to offer shelter during crises, typically without demanding financial compensation. However, after a month of her family overstaying their welcome and consuming resources without contribution, her relatives could no longer tolerate the situation and expelled them. Aunt Xiang, still too fearful to return alone, sought the assistance of her nephew Li Ji, hoping that as an official, he could speak on her behalf should anyone come to apprehend her. Li Ji, curious about the current state of Liu Hai's household, accompanied her. Standing at the entrance of Liu Hai's brightly lit and bustling home, Li Ji felt a pang of discomfort. It had been a long time since he had wondered when his own home would be electrified. In Ponqing village, which comprises over 200 households, only about 7 or 8 had access to electricity. The high costs of electrification deterred most villagers, who preferred to rely on kerosene lamps for evening illumination. With a sigh, Aunt Xiang noted that the electricity had been installed even before Dong Xinyu's time. Nephew, is there truly no way for your town's officials to manage that scoundrel? He has brazenly engaged in speculation and has brought many people into the factory. The villagers are a bunch of simpletons, following this rogue blindly. It is only a matter of time before they share his fate in prison. Deep down, this woman harbored a pathological jealousy. Villagers were transporting local goods to Liu Hai's home, earning profits in the process, some making as much as 1 or 2 yuan in a single day. How could she not feel envious? Yet, she was unwilling to bow her head before Liu Hai. What was she to do? Thus, a meeting was sought with Yang Sandog, with the intent of urging him to refrain from discussing matters with Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu, and to discreetly collect her small silver fish. However, he truly approached the wrong individual, Yang Sandog's sharp tongue and his shared animosity with Liu Hai made him an ill-suited confidant for such a request. That day, Yang Sandog was quite unrestrained, bluntly admonishing that, as an elder, one ought to possess more dignity, yet questioned why the other party lacked such shame. He declared that the fish were better suited for the pigs, proclaiming he would not accept even a single ounce from her. This incident deepened Aunt Xiang's resentment towards Liu Hai and his associates, wishing fervently for their factory to collapse, and for all those who profited to be imprisoned. Only then would her heart find solace, restoring her sense of balance. Li Ji, with a furrowed brow, advised patience, noting that there was a local leader who harbored discontent towards them. The following day, this leader would personally accompany them to investigate. However, he needed to ascertain whether Dong Xinyu had truly been out of contact for nearly a month. Although Aunt Xiang had spent the past month hiding at a relative's home, her vigilant gaze remained fixed on the village's happenings. Thus, she was relatively informed about Dong Xinyu's situation. Upon hearing this, she scoffed disdainfully, declaring that the mere mention of the girl made her want to laugh. Dong Xinyu, it seemed, was particularly cold-hearted. As she departed, she wept in Liu Hai's arms, promising him that they would marry upon her return. Yet, a month had passed with not a whisper from her, leading Aunt Xiang to conclude that Liu Hai was merely a foolish dreamer. Naturally, Li Ji interjected, "What status does Liu Hai hold, and what is Dong Xinyu's family standing? He hardly deserves her." He continued, "Aunt, you erred in your actions." Puzzled, Aunt Xiang inquired what she had done wrong. Li Ji replied, "You should have introduced me to Dong Xinyu sooner. Liu Hai is a farmer, and it is only natural that her family looks down upon him. However, I am different. I am, after all, a cadre. Had I met Dong Xinyu earlier, who knows what the future might hold?" Sighing heavily, he expressed his profound regret, and then abruptly asked, "Aunt, has Dong Xinyu never mentioned her family's address in Kyoto during her 3 years here?" This man remained undeterred, contemplating writing to Dong Xinyu. With her beauty and formidable family background, he believed that if he did not make an effort, he would forever regret it. Aunt Xiang smacked her thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "How could that wretched girl hide herself so thoroughly? For 3 years, she has revealed not a hint of her true identity. What are you both discussing?" A voice thundered suddenly. It was Yang Sandog, stumbling drunkenly out of Liu's residence, glaring at the two. Chapter 59, Rejection by the Entire Village. The aunt and nephew, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, were thrown into disarray. After a moment of chaos, Li Ji endeavored to maintain his composure as a cadre, glaring at Yang Sandog and asserting, in broad daylight, "Why should I report my discussions to you?" Yang Sandog's squinting eyes sparkled with a sharp intensity as he approached the pair step by step. Li Ji felt the cracks in his authoritative demeanor begin to show, increasingly unnerved by Yang Sandog's gaunt visage. As Yang Sandog approached, Li Ji could no longer maintain his composure and hastily pointed at him, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to lay a hand on me? Think carefully about the consequences." Meanwhile, Aunt Xiang had already scurried into the house to hide. Yang Sandog ignored him, and as he drew closer, he suddenly raised his hand. Li Ji, frightened, recoiled and shouted, "Hey, I haven't provoked you. Just speaking, and you're already ready to strike." He quickly retreated a few steps to evade the confrontation. Unexpectedly, Yang Sandog merely scratched his head, disdainfully regarding him. "Look at you, a coward, thinking you're something special. Get lost. If I see you in the village again, I'll make sure you drink your fill in the Hongqi River." At that moment, Liu Hai's voice emerged from the house, prompting Li Ji to hastily back away while striving to maintain his dignity. "Let me tell you, people like you have only one path in today's society, and that is straight to prison. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Hey, you little brat, cowardly as a dog yet with a mouth as tough as a duck's beak. Don't go just yet. Wait for me," Yang Sandog declared, rolling up his sleeves as he approached Li Ji. Li Ji, taken aback, screamed and fled. Yang Sandog grabbed a hone nearby to pursue him, but Liu Hai called out, "Sandog, what are you doing?" Only then did Yang Sandog drunkenly set down the hoe, muttering about how that scoundrel was undoubtedly talking about his wife again. Liu Hai glanced at the dilapidated house of Aunt Xiang, but remained silent. He then turned to old Chun, saying, "Uncle Chun, the storm has arrived, rest assured. After our collaboration, there will be no issues." Old Chun agreed, and eventually, Uncle San and Old Chun departed together. Once they left, Liu Hai stood at the doorway of Aunt Xiang's home, contemplating, "Don't you dare forget who you are. My restraint in not acting against your family is already a courtesy. Here's my final piece of advice. It's best you leave Ponching village and never return. With that, he turned and returned to his own house. Needing to reply to Dong Xinyu, Yang Sandog also tossed his hoe at the door of Aunt Xiang's house, declaring, "Both Hai Ge and I come from a background of rascals. Now that we are trying to be civilized, you better not force us to revert to our former ways. At your age, you should be wary of the repercussions of your actions, rather than scheming behind others' backs. Accumulate some good karma." He then followed Liu Hai home. Inside, Aunt Xiang trembled in fear. She was alone in the house, and if Liu Hai were to break in, she would only face a beating. Yet, such individuals are quick to forget their pain once the wounds heal. Upon hearing that Liu Hai and the others had left, her sense of injustice surged again. Move out. Ridiculous. Just because you've made a bit of money, you think you're above everyone else? Let us see how many more days you can live in comfort. As the night passed, the village was abuzz with excitement. Liu Hai had spread the word earlier in the day that he intended to create 10 wealthy households in the village. This announcement greatly stimulated the villagers, who had endured poverty for too long, who wouldn't wish to become a millionaire. The villagers spent the entire day engrossed in discussion. When Aunt Xiang heard these words, the overwhelming jealousy coursed through her veins, unbearable in its intensity. At that moment, water was being released into the fields. Uncle Yang's wife, Sheng Fun, was resting on the ridge, fanning herself while cheerfully exclaiming, "Who would have thought that in the end? It would be Liu Hai and Yang Sango who lead us to prosperity? We are certainly going to secure our share of this wealth." Sheng Fun calculated that in just over a month, their family had earned more than 50 yuan solely from dried goods. Furthermore, Liu Hai had mentioned at the factory that once sales increased, he would hire people from the village, paying wages based on the quantity of work done. For instance, how much one would earn for producing a pound of red oil. In contemporary terms, this would be akin to piecework pay: more labor, more reward. In this era of iron rice bowls, such a model was virtually unheard of. The rural folk were particularly hardworking, as long as Liu Hai offered them a chance. They could toil day and night, driven by their dire poverty and desire to earn. Another woman conversing with her inhaled deeply and remarked, "Indeed, this is quite promising. Our villagers have hope." Aunt Xiang, feeling overwhelmed by jealousy, longed to sell Liu Hai some small silver fish, but found herself unable to swallow her pride. Observing Sheng Fun engaged in conversation, she approached and said, "Sheng Fun, are you chatting?" Upon noticing her, Sheng Fun and the others shifted away slightly, signaling a desire to distance themselves. This action stung Aunt Xiang deeply. She had once shared a bond with Sheng Fun as they had both married into Ponching village, akin to sisters. Yet, after returning from over a month away, she found Sheng Fun now rejecting her. With a furrowed brow, Sheng Fun looked at her and asked, "What do you want?" Aunt Xiang, summoning her courage, responded, "I have some small silver fish. Would you consider taking them off my hands? Oh, and don't worry. I'll sell them to you for just 20 cents a pound." It was evident she had inquired about the price and knew Liu Hai had raised it. "You can then sell them to Liu Hai for 50 cents a pound. You'd make a tidy profit of 30 cents. Doesn't that sound good?" She presumed Sheng Fun would not refuse. To her surprise, Sheng Fun, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "No, I won't take them from you. If Liu Hai finds out, I could lose my livelihood." With that, she hurriedly stood up, and the other women followed suit, eager to avoid her. Witnessing their hurried retreat, Aunt Xiang felt a surge of anger. She confronted Sheng Fun. "What do you mean by that? Just because someone offers you a couple of coins, you turn your back on me? Don't say I didn't warn you. Whether Liu Hai will still be around tomorrow remains uncertain." Sheng Fun and the others understood that Aunt Xiang was consistently undermining Liu Hai's family. Frowning, she turned back to Aunt Xiang and said, "I don't appreciate your words. What do you mean by speculating? Are you envious? Liu Hai has clearly stated that he will lead the villagers to wealth, and your family is the only one excluded from this. Envious of him?" Aunt Xiang's expression was exaggerated. "Fine, do as you please. I'll be here waiting for your downfall. What a ridiculous notion. Am I envious of him? Do I covet his measly coins? A bunch of foolish women." Due to her overwhelming jealousy of others' financial success, Aunt Xiang's words became increasingly sharp. However, she did not anticipate that Sheng Shufan and her companions would suddenly turn around and confront her, inquiring whom she was insulting. In no time, several women charged forward, seizing Aunt Xiang by her hair. Chapter 60. Engaging in minor reselling in the county town, Liu Hai deposited the reply letter for Dong Xinyu into the mailbox. Afterward, he entered a barbershop with Yang Sandog. Since his rebirth, Liu Hai had paid little attention to his appearance. In those days, barbershops offered only two types of hairstyles, the fashionable side part and the more casual buzz cut. Upon receiving a buzz cut, Liu Hai felt a refreshing transformation wash over him. His features were sharply defined, exuding a robust and handsome aura, which left Yang Sandog momentarily speechless. He then requested the barber to give him a buzz cut as well. However, this decision proved somewhat awkward. Yang Sandog's hair typically resembled a bird's nest. Every time he emerged from driving a tractor, the wind dictated his hairstyle, never allowing for consistency. Nevertheless, the buzz cut did manage to conceal his unusual head shape. As the barber meticulously refined Liu Hai's haircut, Sun Maokai exclaimed, "Good heavens! I never realized your head was so pointed, resembling a projectile." Yang Sandog, feeling a bit dejected, patted his own head and retorted, "At least it's better than your baldness." Instantly, Sun Maokai lost his temper. Liu Hai settled the payment with the barber, 35 cents for the haircut, with an additional 6 cents if he desired some styling product. Afterward, Liu Hai exchanged farewells with Sun Maokai and departed with Yang Sandog. Throughout their journey, Yang Sandog's mood soured significantly, primarily because he felt he had made a poor choice. He believed he should have opted for a side part, allowing Liu Hai to sport longer hair that could be tossed nonchalantly while walking. Wasn't he that handsome and charming? Why on earth did he feel compelled to imitate Liu Hai's buzz cut? He cursed under his breath. Thus, they continued their discontented trek toward the state-owned subsidiary food factory. Under the guidance of Old Chun, they entered through a small door to examine a packaging machine. This state-owned subsidiary food factory had previously utilized machinery for plastic packaging of various auxiliary foods. Now, however, the factory had been contracted to Boss Kai, who deemed the old machinery as worthless scrap and left it to gather dust in the warehouse. Old Shin remarked that with some repairs, the machine could still be operational. But if Boss Kai learned of their intention to purchase it, he would undoubtedly refuse to sell. Liu Hai nodded in understanding, stating that they needed to find another approach to acquire it, perhaps by collecting scrap. Old Shun was perplexed by this notion. Liu Hai articulated the idea brewing in his mind, a strategy he had devised the previous night. This packaging machine was of paramount importance to them. The primary drawback of the little silver fish was its lack of packaging, which posed preservation issues and hindered sales to distant markets. Once Liu Hai resolved this issue, he could boldly promote their product, thereby expanding sales and alleviating inventory concerns surrounding the little silver fish. The packaging machine would be the key to addressing this challenge. Boss Kai is undoubtedly wary of the possibility of this machine falling into their hands. Otherwise, it would not have been abandoned in the warehouse to rust. Liu Hai is eager to acquire it, and he intends to do so in the most economical manner. His specific plan involves seeking out several scrap dealers in the county to assist in procuring the machine on his behalf. For instance, one might purchase a screw, another a panel, and yet another a bracket, thereby collecting the various components one by one, which would likely cause Boss Kai to lower his guard. Subsequently, these parts would be assembled at the factory in Ponching Village. Old Chun felt a wave of inspiration, but quickly noted that the machine's total weight is at least 3 to 4 tons. Based on the current scrap iron price of 8 cents per pound, that would amount to over 640 yuan. Now, do you think you can gather that amount? Upon hearing the figure of over 640 yuan, Yang Sandog fell silent. To be honest, they might struggle to even come up with 100, as Liu Hai's operations have significantly slowed their earnings. Fortunately, the situation with Sun Maokai remained relatively stable, allowing them to still accumulate some funds. Yet Liu Hai suddenly smiled, declaring that money would not be an issue and requested 2 days' time. "All right, make haste. I fear that if we delay too long, we want to know how Boss Kai will deal with the machine," he replied. With that, they decided to leave. Yang Sandog felt an immense pressure from the 640 yuan. After departing, he remained sullen and morose. Liu Hai drove the tractor, and Yang Sandog found it peculiar that Liu Hai did not head back, but instead drove to the county's state-owned cement factory, stopping along the way to purchase a pack of Juanma cigarettes for over 4 yuan. This factory had been idle for several years, and while a few individuals remained, they were merely selling off leftover items to pay their wages. Upon arriving, Yang Sandog curiously asked, "Brother Hai, what are we doing at the cement factory?" Liu Hai, cigarette in hand, entered the factory gate and replied, "Brother, we are in dire need of funds. I've come to the realization that we must engage in some substantial reselling to escape our current predicament." "Reselling?" The cement factory has sold off everything of value. What else could we possibly resell? Liu Hai remained silent as he walked directly into the factory's office building. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves in the office of the factory manager, Liu Tianxing. The manager eyed the Juanma cigarette with suspicion, thinking to himself that these two must be jesters. The factory survives by selling its possessions, yet these youngsters have the audacity to bring cigarettes into my office. What do they intend to achieve? After a lengthy pause, Liu Tianxing pushed the cigarette back toward Liu Hai, stating, "If you aspire to join a state-owned factory as proud workers, you might want to try your luck elsewhere. You've come to the wrong place. We haven't hired anyone in 5 years." With that, he reclined on a bamboo chair, fanning himself. Liu Hai, undeterred, pushed the cigarette back and said, "Manager Liu, we are not here seeking to enter through the back door." "Not seeking to enter through the back door?" Liu Tianxing looked at them quizzically. "Then what is it that you want?" Liu Hai smiled and replied, "I've heard there is a considerable quantity of packaging bags at the cement factory. We were hoping to trade those." "Packaging bags?" Yang Sandog gazed at Liu Hai with bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Liu Tianxing, upon hearing, quickly deduced that Liu Hai was in the business of collecting waste materials. "Yes, I am," Liu Hai affirmed. Liu Tianxing shook his head and said, "To be frank, several waste collectors have approached me, yet I have refrained from selling." "Do you know why?" "Not exactly," Liu Hai replied, addressing Director Liu directly. "Please, do enlighten me." Liu Tianxing then scrutinized Liu Hai, noting the young man's intriguing nature. Despite his youth, he spoke with remarkable maturity. "It's no secret. The reason I haven't sold is that the county is about to allocate funds for resuming operations. Once the workers return to the factory, what will we do without packaging bags? So let us not sell. I'll offer 5 cents per pound. Will you sell?" Liu Hai realized further discussion was futile and cut straight to the point with his offer. Indeed, Liu Tianxing paused, bewildered. "What did you say? How much? Are you sure?" Chapter 61. This honest young man is quite remarkable. 5 cents. Are you out of your mind? Brother Hai, the state-owned collection station only pays 3 cents per pound. You'll be losing your shirt, Yang Sandog exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he looked at Liu Hai. Observing Yang Sandog's agitation, Liu Tianxing quickly interjected. "Stop your raucous outbursts. Let him speak." "Why can't I speak? This is a losing business," Yang Sandog protested. "Sandog, please be quiet," Liu Hai interrupted. Yang Sandog grew even more frantic. "Why? This isn't how business operates. We're already in dire straits, and you want to proceed like this? Enough. Step outside and wait for me." Yang Sandog stormed out, fuming at Liu Hai's reckless handling of money. Liu Tianxing, fearing Liu Hai might change his mind, quickly asked, "Did you just say 5 cents per pound?" "Yes, 5 cents. Are you certain? How much do you want?" "Absolutely. I'll take as much as you have. We have 8,000 pounds. I want all of it." "Of course, I want it all, but I cannot transport it all at once. Can we arrange for it to be taken in batches, paying for each load as it is taken?" "Not a problem," Liu Tianxing exclaimed, exhilarated. It turned out that he had been holding onto those packaging bags, unwilling to sell due to the low offers he had received. 5 cents was the highest price he had encountered, leaving no reason for him to decline. As for Liu Hai's intentions with the bags, it was of no concern to him as long as the price was right. Thus, they swiftly made their way to the warehouse. The tractor could only transport a maximum of 2,000 pounds at a time. During the loading process, Yang Sandog incessantly complained about losing money and reprimanded Liu Tianxing for being so cunning, selling packaging bags that were worth 3 cents for 5. Feeling quite guilty about the advantageous deal he had struck, Liu Tianxing pretended not to hear, anxious that these two young men might reconsider. He even summoned several other workers from the factory to assist. After Liu Hai and his companions exited the factory, one worker inquired, "Director, what price did you sell at?" 5 cents per pound. 5 cents. The state-owned waste collection station only pays 3 cents per pound. These young men are clearly unaware of the market. Liu Tianxing found amusement in the two young lads who had just embarked on the venture of collecting scrap materials. He had never encountered them before and surmised they were rather naive regarding market dynamics. "Quickly, shut the factory gates," he urged, concerned that the two might return to deliver the goods back to him. Upon hearing this, several workers rushed to lock the iron gates. After the tractor exited the factory, Yang Sanggu, with a mischievous glint in his eye, remarked to Haigu, "Stop the suspense and reveal where we shall offload this batch of goods." Liu Hai gazed at him, amused. "You're not angry, are you?" "Angry? Why would I be? I was merely playing along with your charade, he replied. If I hadn't cooperated with your act, would that factory manager have been so willing to part with these goods? Dong Xinyu, ever the opportunist, countered. Liu Hai shook his head in resignation, recognizing Dong Xinyu's innate cleverness. Despite his lack of formal education, there were moments when one could not help but admire such individuals. They possessed an innate shrewdness that transcended academic learning. Ask him about simple arithmetic, and he might fumble for an answer. Yet, when it came to matters of profit, he could calculate with an astuteness that resonated profoundly. Let us venture to the neighboring county and witness the allure of reselling, he exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. Thus, 2 hours later, their tractor swiftly arrived at a fireworks factory in the adjacent county. This establishment had successfully marketed its fireworks nationwide, and demand was consistently high. They too required substantial quantities of craft paper for their products. Typically, the craft paper collected from the outside fetched over 3 dimes per pound, an exorbitant price. In contrast, the craft paper bags from the cement factory had initially incurred a significant expense. However, once deemed waste, their value plummeted. After extensive negotiations, Liu Hai finally settled on a price of 2 dimes and 6 cents per pound. Dong Xinyu, barely able to contain his excitement, nearly revealed their ruse. From the cement factory's gates to another factory in 2 hours, they had effortlessly turned a profit of 4 to 5 times their initial investment. This is far more lucrative than our spicy silverfish venture. The first batch totaled 2,000 pounds, yielding 520 yuan, with a mere 100 yuan in costs. With time still on their side, the two hastily returned to the cement factory. Upon arriving at the entrance, Dong Xinyu resumed his performance, vociferously accusing Liu Tiansheng of treachery, lamenting their lack of profit and claiming they were incurring losses. After a lengthy tirade, Liu Tiansheng finally unlocked the iron gate, hesitant to retort against Dong Xinyu, feeling a twinge of guilt for deceiving the young men. Thus, throughout that entire day, they unceremoniously sold 8,000 pounds of packaging bags from the factory for 400 yuan. On the final trip, burdened by his conscience, Liu Tiansheng returned the cigarette Liu Hai had gifted him. Not only did he return it, but he also purchased another to place in Liu Hai's hands, saying, "Young man, I apologize. I had no other choice as I still have a few old colleagues who need their wages." "It's all right, Director Liu. I understand completely," Liu Hai replied, clasping his hand warmly and gently patting his knuckles. "Though I may have lost a considerable sum, being able to assist you is, in itself, a worthwhile endeavor. Oh, in this era, individuals of your earnest disposition are indeed a rarity. I am grateful to you. No need for such formality, Director Liu." The two bid a heartfelt farewell before the factory. Director Liu and several workers behind him wiped away their tears, feeling a pang of guilt for having let down such a sincere young man. Of course, had they known that Liu Hai had been selling goods for 5 cents a pound from their factory only to resell them at the neighboring firework factory for 26 cents, they would likely be cursing him for his cunning. This age is one of limited information, brimming with opportunities for overnight wealth. With audacity, one can surely amass fortune. Liu Hai, in his previous life, had accumulated sufficient wealth, yet it could not compensate for the various shortcomings he bore. He merely wished to quietly safeguard Dong Xinyu and was not overly concerned with career aspirations. However, with Dong Xinyu now in Kyoto and the factory devoid of funds, he must seek quick profits to sustain its operations. The reasons for his strenuous efforts to support the factory are threefold. First, he wishes to leave a legacy for his uncle, ensuring that his family continues to prosper. Second, this factory symbolizes hope for the entire village, and Liu Hai is unwilling to extinguish that hope. Third, it embodies the essence of Dong Xinyu, a scent he wishes to perpetuate in the world. Thus, he has resolved to engage in buying and selling goods with fervor. At 11 o'clock that night, they returned home. Dong Xinyu pulled money from the woven bag, counting a staggering total of over 2,100 yuan. Chapter 62. Longing to return to Panqing village. 2,100 yuan. When they set out that morning, they had scarcely 100, and yet they returned with over 2,000. Dong Xinyu gazed at Liu Hai in bewilderment. Villagers toiled day and night for mere pennies. Yet here was Liu Hai, effortlessly amassing 2,100 yuan. How could it be that for Liu Hai, earning money seemed as simple as eating and drinking? Liu Hai remained unperturbed, tossing the money back into the bag. "Let us keep this under wraps. We can only earn money by operating discreetly, and we must not leave any trace, understood?" Yang Sangu was somewhat perplexed. Liu Hai advised caution. By the way, Sangu, have you ever considered going south? South. Yang Sangu looked up at the starry sky, ruffling his sharp hair. Ponching village is just fine. Why would I want to go south? I never thought about it. Liu Hai glanced back at him, lit a cigarette, and smiled. We have many more adventures ahead of us in this lifetime, beyond just Ponching village. Let us gather some capital first, and when Xinyu returns, I'll take you all south to make our fortune. That is where our future lies. The southern city, built upon 30 million in national funding, transformed from a small county into an international metropolis in just a few decades. In this process, civil servants ventured into business, and common folk found their footing. From all corners of the country, people of every background thrived in this era. Liu Hai aspired not only for love, familial bonds, and brotherhood, but also to elevate them to prosperity. Moreover, he sought vengeance against the perpetrator who had killed Yang Sangu in his previous life. In the surrounding vegetable garden, the incessant chirping of insects filled the air, while the gentle evening breeze caressed the scene, and the two remained silent. In Kyoto, Dong Xinyu felt an overwhelming longing for Liu Hai. She returned home later than usual, having been invited to dance by an old classmate. Life in the bustling city starkly contrasted with that of Ponching village. Although she had grown up in this vibrant circle, the dazzling spectacle of the colorful disco ball in the ballroom made her feel inexplicably out of place. The more she felt this way, the more she yearned for the life in Ponching village. Though arduous, it was profoundly memorable, and she constantly pondered what Liu Hai might be doing. On the way back, her classmate Wang Jing accompanied her, and they chatted while pushing their bicycles. Wang Jing, eyeing her skirt, exclaimed, "Where did you buy this dress, Xinyu? I haven't seen anything like it in the department store. It's stunning. You know, many people in the ballroom were talking about this dress you wore." Dong Xinyu felt a tinge of pride, having noticed the same. Her two sweet dimples appeared as she replied, "It was made by a rather foolish person." Foolish? Wang Jing looked at her in disbelief. "You're practically glowing. Who is he? A suitor?" Dong Xinyu's cheeks flushed as she nodded. "Oh my Xinyu, this isn't like you at all. You're admitting to having a suitor so readily. Tell me, which courtyard is he from?" Wang Jing was entirely unaware of Dong Xinyu's life in Ponching village, knowing only that she had been hiding at a distant relative's house for 3 years due to hardships. Thus, she could only speculate about her suitor being from some prestigious institution. As the evening wind lifted the hem of Dong Xinyu's skirt and her long hair flowed gracefully under the moonlight, her delicate and beautiful figure resembled a serene spirit wandering through the night. With a slight smile of pride, she replied, "He isn't from any grand courtyard. He is a farmer, a very ambitious one. He always strives to give me the best, and I can feel my significance in his heart." At this moment, Dong Xinyu recalled Liu Hai's silent, pained expression as he held her foot on the ridge, and her heart swelled with contentment. A farmer? Really? Wang Jing frowned at her. "With so many outstanding young men in Kyoto, you choose to be concerned about a farmer? What is wrong with being a farmer?" Dong Xinyu's expression darkened. "I dislike how you all look down on farmers." "No, Xinyu, you've misunderstood me. I meant with your background, you could choose from many. Why opt for a farmer?" Wang Jing quickly clarified. Dong Xinyu felt a strong aversion to the disdain Wang Jing held for Liu Hai's status. She could easily become furious, especially since her family, her siblings and mother, had learned to fear her temper. It was even more intolerable coming from an outsider like Wang Jing. She replied, "Why do you ask?" "Now I can tell you. Because I can feel that he loves me above all else, and he has been waiting for me to return to Ponching village." With that, she pushed her bicycle away. Wang Jing had grown up alongside Dong Xinyu, sharing an innocent bond, and thus understood her gentle, sensitive, and self-deprecating nature well. Yet, at this moment, Dong Xinyu seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. In the past, I would pinch her cheeks playfully, and she would merely lift her head and silently weep. When did her temper become so fierce? What has she endured in the countryside over these 3 years? Wang Jing felt a tumult of emotions within her. Dong Xinyu returned home, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the evening, upon hearing her mother Wang Lixiao returning from work, that she hastily got up, prepared to confront her mother about her desire to return to Ponching village. This sentiment had been bottled up since her arrival, and after being provoked by Wang Jing today, her eagerness to leave intensified. However, as soon as she opened the door, Wang Lixiao turned around and smiled, noticing her daughter had not yet slept. "Are your siblings not back yet?" The warmth of her smile drained Dong Xinyu's courage. She had 4 siblings. Her eldest brother Dong Yuan, like their father, rarely returned from the military. Her second sister Dong Ying worked in a government office. Her third brother Dong Hongba, a bit of a drifter, had yet to secure a job after returning to the capital and spent his days idling with other young men from affluent families. The family affectionately called her little girl. And given the age gap with her siblings, she was indeed the apple of everyone's eye. After a moment of feeling aggrieved, she replied, "They haven't returned yet. My brother is probably out drinking again." "Oh," Wang Lixia chuckled, approaching to affectionately pinch her nose. "I have good news for you. I met with Uncle Fong today, and he promised to help you with your job situation. You can report for work tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyu felt a surge of anxiety. If she stayed in the capital for work, her hopes of returning to Ponqing village would dwindle. She quickly exclaimed, "Mom, can I not go to work? I do not wish to remain in the capital. This is not the life I desire." Chapter 63. What trickery is this? Why? Wang Lixia's expression darkened. Recently, her sister Wang Guifang had mentioned that her daughter had been corresponding with someone from Ponqing village, and that boy had warned her daughter to be wary of her own aunt. Was he trying to sow discord among family members? Lacking direct contact with Liu Hai, she did not know much about his family and naturally sided with her own kin. After a long pause, Dong Xinyu finally said, "There is no reason. I simply do not like the capital. I want to go back to Ponqing village." "Return to Ponqing village? Little girl, are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe I haven't inquired about the life you led there? And that Liu Hai, people from Xia town say he is nothing but a ne'er-do-well. What do you know of him? Yes, he was quite a rogue in the past, but he has changed. He is now helping the villagers earn money, and they all hold him in high regard. He treats me exceptionally well." Dong Xinyu found unexpected courage and spoke with surprising fluency. Seeing her daughter so agitated, Wang Lixia sighed deeply. "My dear, we only want what is best for you. If you go so far away, how will I cope with missing you? Can you bear to leave your mother and siblings?" Becoming a mother is indeed a profound journey, one that reveals the depths of understanding regarding one's daughter's character. With just a few exchanged words, Dong Xinyu's spirit of defiance visibly diminished. Her head bowed, her delicate white teeth biting down on her thin lip, exuding an air of poignant grievance. Wang Lixia was poised to launch a further psychological assault, yet Dong Xinyu unexpectedly lifted her gaze and said, "Mother, since you have already sought information about him from the people of Xia town, allow him to spend more time with Liu Hai. I shall retire for the night." With that, the young girl, tears brimming in her eyes, retreated to her room, leaving Wang Lixia shaking her head with a sigh. In the stillness of the night, Dong Xinyu secured her door and took out paper and pen to compose a letter to Liu Hai. "Liu Hai, there are informants from my mother in Xia town specifically investigating you. Await my news. Once I gather the information, I shall write to you. Ensure you handle that individual appropriately." Meanwhile, outside, Wang Lixia placed a call to Dong Xinyu, who was stationed in the military. "Are you aware of what your youngest daughter is contemplating?" On the other end, Dong Xinyu replied, lamenting the expense of phone calls and suggesting that in urgent matters, telegrams should suffice. "Our daughter is grown. We must respect her thoughts." Wang Lixia retorted, "Is this truly your stance? Can you be at ease with our little girl traversing remote villages?" Dong Xinyu shot back, "Why would I not be concerned? Let us not forget how your family behaved when our own troubles arose. They relied on me for employment during that crisis, yet fled at the first sign of trouble. Now that the storm has passed, they speak of blood ties. In critical moments, were they not sheltered by those rural folk you so disdain? I ask you, in these 3 years, have my men treated any of your kin poorly? Humanity must not be so callous." He continued, "And do you truly know that young man? When I went to fetch our daughter, he was clad in tattered clothing, wearing straw sandals. While your daughter was impeccably clean, she did not misjudge him." He concluded, "I must end this conversation. I have a mission tomorrow. I advise you to distance yourself from your family, particularly that sister of yours." With that, he abruptly hung up. Wang Lixia was not one to act unreasonably. She understood her husband's sentiments well. After ending the call and locking the door, she cast a glance back at her youngest daughter's room, sighed, and remained silent. In Xia town, Li Ji was currently in high spirits. The first time he had ventured forth with his companions, he had retreated in fright upon the arrival of Dong Xinyu's father. This time, he had not anticipated that his presence would stir a hornet's nest, as the entire village of Ponqing had mobilized to surround them. Xiao Guomin was engaged in a heated debate with Li Ji, who remained undeterred. Today, No matter who arrives, it will not matter. Seal it off. He commanded. You dare? If you do, I will take refuge in your home. An elderly villager glared at Li Ji, exclaiming, what era are we in? How can there still be such banditry? We farmers rely on this factory to earn a living. How does it inconvenience your lordship? Li Ji, unwavering, pointed at the elder. I advise you to show some respect for your age and not provoke me into calling the authorities to have you arrested. Go ahead, we are afraid. The villagers retorted defiantly. Indeed, why should we be afraid? Our wealth is derived from hard work. What gives them the right to shut down our factory? Such inhumanity. The villagers of Panqing were voicing their discontent, and even Li Ji found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He never anticipated that the villagers would rally so fervently in support of Liu Hai, just as he was at a loss. A voice emerged from behind him. We will cooperate with the relevant departments. If they wish to close it, so be it. The crowd fell silent, parting to create a path as Xiao Guomin anxiously gazed at him. Do you understand what you are saying? This factory is our village's hope. Uncle Guomin. Liu Hai replied softly, the county head is coming today. What purpose does the county head have in visiting us? Xiao Guomin snapped back to attention. Liu Hai smiled, saying, do not worry. I have been seeking a reason to deal with this fellow. What are you whispering about? Liu Hai, I tell you, not only will your factory be sealed today, but you too will have to accompany us. Li Ji interjected. Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyu abruptly shed his coat, ready to charge forward, but was swiftly restrained by Dong Xinyu. What are you doing? Don't act rashly. No, this guy intends to take Brother Hai away. Do you understand the consequences of being taken? I know, do not cause trouble. Today, the more arrogant he is, the worse his fate will be. Dong Xinyu firmly held Dong Xinhu's emotions in check. On Liu Hai's side, Li Ji initially expected resistance, but instead, Liu Hai declared, no problem. I will cooperate with your work. Moreover, he turned to persuade the villagers, saying, ladies and gentlemen, we are all law-abiding citizens. Let us accept and cooperate with the investigation. Please leave. Sango will provide you with further details. The villagers erupted in concern, casting worried glances at Liu Hai. Liu Hai skillfully calmed them, eventually convincing them to depart. Turning back to Li Ji, he quipped, what are you still dawdling for? Seal the gates. Li Ji was rendered speechless, feeling an inexplicable pang of anxiety. Frowning, he fixed a low voice on Liu Hai. What trickery are you up to now? Chapter 64. Unbeknownst to the imminent calamity, what's the matter, Director Li? Are you too timid to seal it? Liu Hai teased, casting a mocking glance at Li Ji. Li Ji, provoked by this grin, felt akin to a belligerent rooster. How absurd. Do you think I lack the courage to seal you? Watch me, he shouted, commanding. Seal the gates. Others immediately rushed to affix the seals. Dong Xinyu, witnessing this, did not intervene but instead pulled out a pack of Lingji brand cigarettes. Distributing them while chuckling, you've worked hard. This series of actions left everyone else utterly bewildered. Ultimately, Liu Hai was indeed taken away. In the fields, Aunt Xiang, upon learning of the event, slapped her thigh, bursting into laughter. The overseer has captured this little troublemaker. My nephew is truly remarkable. Observing the dejected expressions of several villagers nearby, she quipped sarcastically, I warned you not to associate with Liu Hai, yet you refused to listen. And now look where it has led you. Aunt Xiang, why can't you stand to see others prosper? What are you so joyous about? Don't think we are unaware. It's merely that Liu Hai was unwilling to share profits with you, and you are envious. Li Ji is your nephew. Could it be that you are secretly inciting him to sever our source of livelihood? A woman stood up, glaring at Sister Xiang without a hint of politeness. The villagers, who had been holding their breath in silence, suddenly began to associate this matter with Sister Xiang upon hearing her words. The small-minded triumph that had just sparked within Sister Xiang was instantly crushed under the weight of their disdainful gazes. She hurriedly attempted to defend herself, claiming, what does this have to do with me? You are being utterly nonsensical. What does it have to do with you? If it has nothing to do with you, then why were you so pleased just now? The woman retorted, you wretched woman, you must have been the one behind your nephew's actions. This woman, whose household was in dire poverty, had a husband too frail to work the fields. Liu Hai had shown her particular kindness, often sending an extra pound or two with her deliveries. Although the villagers were largely illiterate, they possessed a keen sense of human relations, and they tended to remember such small acts of kindness. Is it true that your nephew has arrested Liu Hai? They exclaimed. That simply cannot stand. They rushed forward, seizing Sister Xiang by the hair and beginning to strike her. The entire village rallied in support of Liu Hai, while those like Aunt Xiang, who had previously condemned him in private, found themselves ostracized. 2 hours later, the county government's vehicle arrived in the village. County Chief Yang, eager to see Liu Hai's factory, was dismayed to find the entrance sealed with a notice. He thought he must have misread it. He inquired of a nearby villager, "Where is Liu Hai now?" The villager, unacquainted with Yang, regarded him with suspicion and asked, "Are you a government official?" Yang nodded. "Yes, sort of." "What is the matter?" The villager retorted, "What is the matter? Are you saying you cannot bear to see us farmers thrive? We do not steal or rob. We merely rely on our own labor to cultivate some aquaculture. Why do you wish to suppress us so harshly?" Yang's face darkened instantaneously. "Calm down, fellow villager. Please tell me what has transpired." Before long, a crowd of villagers gathered, hurling accusations at Li Ji, calling him a vile creature seeking revenge. After hearing their grievances, Yang left Ponching village, his expression grim, and headed directly to the government office in Xia town. In the relevant department, Li Ji felt increasingly uneasy, primarily because Liu Hai's behavior was exceedingly abnormal. Within the past couple of hours, he had confined Liu Hai in a room and provided him with paper and a pen, instructing him to write down the details of his alleged dealings. After 2 hours, he flung the door open. Noticing that Liu Hai had written nothing, he glared at him, demanding, "What does this mean? Are you not going to explain yourself?" "Liu Hai, you are already in here. Do you think you can escape?" Liu Hai replied with a smile. "It seems you have forgotten. I am illiterate and cannot write." His demeanor was so resolute that it only served to infuriate Li Ji further. He had anticipated Liu Hai would plead for mercy and confess his wrongdoings, perhaps even breaking down in tears. However, Liu Hai's expression throughout had been one of mockery. "Just moments ago, I encountered Yang Sandog and Zhang Sihai at the entrance of the unit." He inquired of Yang Sandog what he was doing there, suggesting he was perhaps seeking an opportunity to scale the wall and rescue someone. Yang Sandog confidently asserted that before this morning concluded, he would ensure that his brother Hai was released and would apologize before him like a chastened dog, as he was there to prepare for his brother's arrival. This only fueled Zhang's agitation. The mere thought of it caused Li Ji to lose control of his temper, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Let me be frank with you. Prepare to sit in prison for a long time." He challenged, "Can't write? Speak up, and I'll write for you." He plopped down in front of Liu Hai, shaking his pen dramatically. Liu Hai sighed slightly. "Li Ji, do you have any idea how I perceive you?" "What perception?" "Spare me the nonsense." Li Ji's expression darkened. Liu Hai shook his head, gazing out the window at the oblivious individual, unaware of the impending disaster. "A complete fool. Liu Hai, I demand you correct your demeanor. You are in my custody, and I am interrogating you. You dare suggest I am in peril? What a preposterous jest." Li Ji was infuriated. He harbored a strong sense of hierarchy, believing Liu Hai, as a mere farmer, should speak with deference before a distinguished official like himself. Yet, in every encounter with Liu Hai, he had never emerged unscathed. Liu Hai consistently overwhelmed him. Thus, speaking at this moment seemed particularly foolish. Liu Hai rolled his eyes. "You truly are a simpleton. Go ahead, inquire what you wish to know." "You." Li Ji felt like a turtle. "Fine, I won't hold it against you. Tell me, when did you start your speculative dealings?" Liu Hai queried. "How does the state define speculation?" Li Ji replied, "Employing more than 7 individuals constitutes capitalism. To my knowledge, your factory has employed over 20. What do you have to say for that?" Liu Hai retorted, "I have not hired a single person. They merely wish to exchange their agricultural products for some cash. I am simply purchasing their goods for resale. Furthermore, as the head of the speculative dealings office in Xia town, I must ask you, is it not speculation to trade in first and second category agricultural products, while other transactions are exempt? Is that really necessary? Do you need to lecture me on policy?" Li Ji laughed. "I am quite eager to see how you will wriggle out of this." Liu Hai continued, "Director Li, what products are classified as first and second category agricultural products?" Li Ji suddenly faltered. Having recently been transferred, he had spent his time flaunting his authority rather than familiarizing himself with the intricacies of his job. Observing his silence, Liu Hai scoffed, "How absurd. The head of the speculative dealings office in a town cannot even comprehend first and second category agricultural products. Utterly unheard of. Let me enlighten you. Wheat, rice, and small silver fish, merely unwanted bycatch. Even third and fourth category products do not include their names. I lead the villagers to turn waste into profit. Present me with the regulations that justify my arrest." Chapter 65. One's own misdeeds bring ruin. Thus, Liu Hai meticulously outlined the policies within the room, Since the very first day of his rebirth, he had diligently studied the private sector policies of this era, conducting himself with utmost caution and prudence. Including the individuals from the factory, they have all greeted him in a collaborative spirit, working together as independent operators rather than in an employer-employee relationship. Therefore, it was utterly impossible for Li Ji to find any loophole. Li Ji could hardly fathom that this illiterate peasant possessed such extensive knowledge of policies, many of which he had never even reviewed. Throughout the entire exchange, he was rendered speechless. Any attempt to counter was met with an absence of justification. Ultimately, his patience waned entirely. He slammed his hand on the table. His voice filled with ire as he pointed at Liu Hai, declaring, "Do not bore me with your trivialities. I am the director of the Speculation and Profiteering Office of Xia Town. If I define you as a speculator, then you certainly are one. Immediately disclose your issues to me." Liu Hai sighed, exuding a fearless ignorance, and retorted, "Why not first familiarize yourself with the relevant regulations before judging me? Your qualifications are rather lacking. Impudent. You are exceedingly bold." Li Ji erupted in fury, advancing towards Liu Hai, his hand raised, ready to strike. However, a cold voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "What do you intend to do?" Li Ji whipped around, and upon seeing the figure at the entrance, he immediately straightened. His expression filled with dread as he recognized County Chief Yang. What brings you here? Why can I not come? Or do you, Li Ji, believe you hold some small authority here, ready to carve out your own kingdom? No, County Chief Yang, you misunderstand. Spare me your pleasantries. Release him." Li Ji was taken aback, glancing anxiously at Liu Hai. Liu Hai, as if an old acquaintance, casually greeted, "Apologies, leader. We had prepared to welcome your arrival this morning, but did not anticipate this incident." Li Ji was thunderstruck. What does this mean? What welcome? How does Liu Hai know County Chief Yang? His legs trembled, his face drained of color, as an ominous premonition loomed over him. County Chief Yang addressed Liu Hai. "There is no need for you to apologize. The ones who owe an apology are some of us here." The town leaders, who had been incited by Li Ji, suddenly found themselves intimidated by this statement. After all, it was he who had issued the order for arrests. He hastily admonished Li Ji, "What are you still doing? Release him at once." "Oh, yes, leader, I'll release him immediately." Li Ji's forehead beaded with sweat, trembling as he fumbled to remove Liu Hai's handcuffs. At this moment, it would be foolish to remain oblivious to the unfolding reality. As he undid the cuffs, he grimaced at Liu Hai, muttering, "Did you deliberately set me up today? Don't think that just because you know County Chief Yang, you can escape unscathed. Let me tell you, I will keep a close watch on you, and it won't be long before you find yourself imprisoned." Liu Hai remained silent. Once the handcuffs were off, he flexed his wrists. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he suddenly extended his palm and delivered a sharp slap across Li Ji's face. The sound resonated crisply, leaving everyone stunned. Li Ji stumbled back against the wall, clutching his face in disbelief, staring at Liu Hai. "You dare strike me?" The town leaders and County Chief Yang were momentarily taken aback. Liu Hai's expression turned stern. "Why not? This is for the villagers of Hongqi. You don the attire bestowed upon you by the state, meant to serve the populace diligently. Yet, what are you truly engaged in? Simply because you covet my beloved Xinyu, you pursue personal vendettas, repeatedly attempting to bring about my downfall. Do you truly believe I am unaware? Last time, you led a significant force to seize our factory, only to retreat hastily upon encountering her father, who had come to escort her. Do you think I did not witness this? Afterward, you respectfully addressed County Chief Yang, expressing your apologies for the pent-up frustration within you, imploring him to comprehend the situation better. In Hongqi village, where 7 mountains, 2 rivers, and a fraction of farmland exist, each household receives merely an acre or 2 of rice paddies. After the taxes are paid, families struggle to fill their stomachs. We have finally discovered a glimmer of hope. Yet you persistently oppose us, severing the lifeline for our entire village. This is infuriating." A town leader, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, inquired urgently, "Comrade, a month ago, a multitude of military vehicles descended upon Hongqi village. Were they headed to your residence?" Liu Hai nodded affirmatively. "Yes, leader, that was my beloved S-father. This individual seeks to ascend the ranks of power and wealth, intent on ensnaring me for his own gain, which is why he continually confronts our village. If you wish to target me alone, that would be one matter, but why must you obliterate the livelihoods of all villagers? Li Ji, do you believe that if you dare set foot in our village again, the villagers will not retaliate? Li Ji, in a fit of irrationality, retorted, Liu Hai. You are slandering me. Esteemed leaders, this is utterly humiliating. Silence yourself. The town leader grew anxious. Following the incident involving a general visiting Panqing village, they had learned about it, yet remained oblivious to the purpose of that general's visit. Cutting off Li Ji's words, he hurriedly whispered many things into County Chief Yang's ear. Throughout the exchange, Yang maintained a stern countenance, ultimately turning to Liu Hai, saying, Xiao Lu, return to the factory and await my arrival. I will address the matter here and provide an explanation to your village. Yes, leader, Liu Hai replied, apologizing to the other town leaders for the inconvenience caused. After departing, Li Ji was utterly flustered, desperately calling out, Leaders, do not believe him. I harbor no intentions of wrongdoing. Liu Hai, as he walked away, heard several leaders rebuking Li Ji, yet he did not look back, instead allowing a chilling smile to cross his face. The individual who escorted him out, a worker from the speculative department, felt a shiver upon witnessing that smile. He understood that their director would surely face dire consequences due to Liu Hai's commotion and feared being implicated in the fallout. After ushering him out, he hastily offered him a pack of cigarettes, insisting, This matter has nothing to do with me. You know we merely follow the directives from above. Liu Hai returned the cigarettes, stating, This is a personal feud between Li Ji and me. It involves no one else. Furthermore, we welcome leaders to visit our factory anytime to provide guidance. The livelihoods of our entire village depend on your continued support. Liu Hai's words left the worker momentarily baffled. He had assumed that this young man would surely seize the opportunity to exact revenge, especially after having the audacity to slap Li Ji openly before everyone. Yet, here he was, exhibiting unexpected courtesy. Nevertheless, the worker grasped the implication behind Liu Hai's words. He would not escalate the matter further. This newfound understanding fostered a sense of appreciation towards Liu Hai, prompting him to assure, Rest assured, we will support your factory. Chapter 66. A disgraceful departure from the village. Liu Hai had encountered countless scenes and individuals in his past life. Initially, he had not taken Li Ji seriously, as he had not found the opportunity to settle the score. Now, with the chance present, he would certainly strike hard. Otherwise, this individual, wielding a modicum of authority, would repeatedly create trouble, rendering them quite powerless. A single slap vented his frustrations, yet he did so under the collective name of the villagers, leaving others with no grounds for complaint. Afterward, he invoked Dong Xinyu's father to exert further pressure, and after a few rounds of this back and forth, the townsfolk naturally lost their temper. Upon exiting, he took the initiative to soften his stance, seeking to mend relations with Li Ji's colleagues, emphasizing that this was merely a personal vendetta between him and Li Ji. Thus, his colleagues would not seek retribution on his behalf. He skillfully manipulated human nature to his advantage. After the tractor belonging to Yang Sandog departed, Li Ji's colleague wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a twinge of fear. This young man, despite his apparent ignorance, executed his plans flawlessly. In comparison, Li Ji appeared significantly more juvenile. On the dirt road back to the village, Liu Hai encountered Aunt Xiang, who was being pulled along by Zhou Yixiang's cart, her face bruised and battered, presenting a rather pitiful sight. In her dazed state, she caught sight of Liu Hai on the tractor and recoiled in sheer terror, trembling all over. How could this be? Hadn't he been apprehended? How was he out so soon? This unfortunate woman had recently been beaten severely in the fields, with 4 or 5 female comrades dragging her by the hair from one end of the irrigation ditch to the other. Had it not been for Xiao Guomin's timely arrival, she might have met her demise in the fields. Now, she was on her way to the town clinic to tend to her injuries. Liu Hai, seated on the tractor, cast a cold, indifferent glance at her, his eyes reflecting an abyss of apathy, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. This utterly crushed Aunt Xiang's defiance, quelling her desire to compete with Liu Hai. Her husband, Zhou Yixiang, witnessed her continued murmurings about the incident and erupted in rage. What? Do you still wish to confront Liu Hai? Enough, you foolish woman. There is no longer any space for us to exist in this village. Come with me to the city to find some odd jobs, and stop causing trouble for others here. Upon hearing this, Aunt Xiang recalled the scene in which the villagers had turned against her, and she began to wail desperately. These heartless beings, decades of camaraderie in the production team, and for a mere pittance, they've turned against me, treating me like a stranger. Is this how it ends? Zhou Yixiang, in a fit of anger, slammed the cart onto the ground, and bellowed with all his might. In the afternoon, he returned to the village, packed up pots, pans, and other utensils, and loaded them onto the cart. As he was leaving, an elderly villager inquired about his destination. He replied that he would never return to Hongqi village, feeling too ashamed to show his face again. On Liu Hai's side, County Chief Yang arrived at the factory, accompanied by some officials from the town. They engaged in lengthy discussions with Liu Hai and the villagers, creating a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. Regarding Li Ji, County Chief Yang made a decisive statement, indicating that he would be expelled first, followed by an investigation into his issues. The villagers erupted into applause upon hearing this news. As they were leaving, County Chief Yang noticed that production had already commenced at the factory, but there was no signboard displayed. Liu Hai chuckled ruefully, explaining that he initially considered operating like a guerrilla, and if their factory were to be shut down, they could retreat to a cave behind his house to continue production. Thus, he deemed the signboard unnecessary, fearing it would attract unwanted attention. After a moment of contemplation, County Chief Yang asked if Liu Hai had thought about a name for the factory. Liu Hai pondered and suggested Xinyu Food Factory. Yang Chief, reflecting briefly, inquired if Xinyu was the name of the young lady he fancied. Liu Hai feigned innocence, scratching his head and smiling bashfully, recounting how he had prepared everything for their wedding, only for the proverbial cooked duck to fly away, taken by her father. County Chief Yang burst into hearty laughter, assuring him that as long as there were feelings involved, she would return. He then spoke to the villagers about the prospects of earning money, emphasizing that the current national policies were favorable, leading to an era where those with capability would enjoy prosperous lives. He encouraged them to roll up their sleeves and work diligently for their own betterment, assuring them that the county would provide full support. He urged them not to be timid, expressing his hope to see brick houses built in Hongqi village on his next visit. The villagers were electrified by his words. Liu Hai understood that County Chief Yang was helping him by speaking in front of the town officials, ensuring that individuals like Li Ji would not trouble them again. Finally, amidst a chorus of applause, County Chief Yang departed. The entire village was filled with fighting spirit. If even the county chief expressed hope for their brick houses, what was there to fear? A week later, Liu Hai received a letter from Dong Xinyu, but this time, two letters arrived together. Since their last encounter, the young lady had been engaged in a battle of wits with her mother at home. After a week of investigation, she discovered that her mother had been in contact with an elderly man in the town who frequently sold vegetables. Wang Lixia had learned about Liu Hai's situation in the village through this man, named Zhang Dixing. Dong Xinyu was not yet clear on how her mother had managed to connect with Zhang Dixing. On that day, Liu Hai sat on a tractor holding Dong Xinyu's letter. After stopping at a state-owned brick kiln, he asked Sandog, "Have you ever heard the name Zhang Dixing? It feels familiar." "Who?" Yang Sandog jumped off the tractor, securing the tractor handle to his waist with a hemp rope, as it was a village asset and he feared it might be stolen. "Zhang Dixing. Oh, that stubborn old man from Xingho village. Several years ago, our team's cattle were borrowed by the Xingho team for over half a month, only for Zhang Dixing's son to tragically kill one in the fields. When Uncle Guamin approached them, they refused to take responsibility. Zhang Dixing, emboldened by the number of sons he had, slapped Uncle Guamin. Subsequently, my brother and I spent several months watching over several of his sons. Ultimately, the old man, left with no choice, compensated our team with a calf." "Hai Gu, why do you ask about this? It happened many years ago." Liu Hai quickly recalled the old man. Indeed, such an incident did transpire, back when Dong Xinyu had yet to arrive in Hongqi village. However, how could Dong Xinyu's mother have contacted that old man? One from Kyoto and the other from a rural area in Jiangdong province, separated by vast distances. How could their paths have crossed? The director of the brick factory was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Liu Hai in silence, Yang Sengu called out, "Hai Gu, we need to load bricks. Whereas the proof Uncle Guamin gave you." Liu Hai muttered that he still needed to find that old man to discuss matters. Responding affirmatively, he retrieved the proof from the village and walked over with a smile. Chapter 67. Continuing the resale of aquatic products. When Dong Xinyu left, he had spoken with her. Upon his return, the sound of the 3 turns echoed, along with 36 legs and additional tiles for the house. The 3 turns were manageable, as they could be purchased at any time, so he decided to prioritize the construction of the tiled house. County Chief Yang had already expressed his hopes to see the tiled house upon his next visit to Hongqi village, leaving Liu Hai with little to hold back. Red bricks cost 3 cents each, but not everyone could purchase them. A village proof was required. Throughout that morning, Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu were busy hauling bricks. In those times, households rarely discussed compensation for helping one another, yet everyone kept a mental ledger. When my family needed assistance, those who worked for a day would not need to be asked for help. They would come voluntarily when their own time of need arose. No one ever shirked their obligations, and it was precisely this mutual exchange of goodwill that fostered warm relationships among neighbors. When Liu Hai's family was building their house, the villagers skilled in carpentry and masonry all returned to help for free. Naturally, Liu Hai did not neglect them. Each day, he would send Zhang Xihai to the meat processing plant to bring back half a pig. Anyone who came to assist received a pack of cigarettes daily, and every dining table was adorned with wine during meals. As his nephew sought to build a tiled house, Uncle Liu Chuyang would not sit idly by, thus entrusting all matters of construction to him. Uncle, possessing a gregarious nature, would engage energetically with Uncle Yang and the others, making it appear to outsiders that the Liu family was celebrating joyous occasions daily. Once the bricks were all transported back, Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu would leave at dawn and return at dusk. Until one particular day, the two worked tirelessly under the stars, their tractor traversing the mountain paths. The stars above, seemingly polished by the moonlight, adorned the dark night with a gentle and romantic glow. In the concrete jungles of the past, such a star-filled sky had long been obscured by urban smog. This vision of a starlit future became a cherished aspiration for many. As Dong Xinyu drove the tractor, he expressed his frustration to Hai Gu, asking what the purpose of their daily information gathering was. Liu Hai had been engaged in this endeavor for days, visiting state-owned factories to inquire about inventory levels, potential sales, and hard-to-obtain items, among other queries. He had visited no less than 20 factories but remained uncertain of Liu Hai's intentions, feeling that it was a waste of time. Liu Hai laughed heartily, declaring that starting tomorrow, they would no longer need to make these rounds as they had identified a new target. He cast a glance at the fields, internally contemplating his need for money and relying on the others for support. Curious, Dong Xinyu asked if Liu Hai had been influenced by the director of the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative to pursue the idea of farming eel. Liu Hai, in high spirits, affirmed that it was indeed a lucrative venture, emphasizing their principle of strike fast and move on. The next morning, as they planned to purchase flashlights, Dong Xinyu was bewildered by the purpose of the purchase, but Liu Hai remained tight-lipped. Due to the renovation of his old house, Liu Hai was temporarily residing in the factory. According to his plan, Lao Chintu had recruited several scrap collectors who were gradually dismantling the packaging machine at the state-owned food factory, with half of the components already relocated. Kai, the owner, was particularly cautious, allowing only a limited quantity to be sold at a time, which suited Liu Hai's need for quick money. After observing for a while, Dong Xinyu finally grasped Liu Hai's motive for gathering information from various state-owned factories. For instance, while the tools at Yunshan's state-owned 16th factory were in low demand, the neighboring county's bamboo chair factory required a fresh supply of tools, despite being only a few kilometers apart. No one had thought to bridge the supply and demand gap between the two factories. This was the allure of the era. If one was clever and bold, making money could be remarkably easy. As for Liu Hai's recent ambition, it revolved around eels. Through connections with Sun Maokai and Director Xiao from the county's fisheries department, he learned of a pressing task assigned to Director Xiao to procure no less than 30,000 pounds of eel within 20 days. Given the abundance of eels and loaches in Yunshan, which locals did not consume in large quantities, preferring pork instead, there was a significant demand from the south where these delicacies were favored. Thus, when Liu Hai approached Director Xiao, he assured him that the fisheries cooperative would purchase the eels at 4 dimes per pound, promising to assist in offloading this burdensome task. Liu Hai calculated that at 4 dimes per pound, 30,000 pounds would yield a total of 12,000 yuan. He could initiate a buyback from the villagers at 2 dimes per pound. Most villagers were currently engaged in catching small silverfish, with the market price for dried goods at 5 dimes, which seemed more reliable than dealing with eels. However, the reality was different. This pertains to the pricing of dried produce. The silverfish is notably water-laden, with approximately 2 to 3 pounds yielding merely a pound of dried goods. Thus, when calculated as fresh, it amounts to around 20 cents per pound. In contrast, the yellow eel has significantly larger sizes these days, with weights of 7 to 8 tails being commonplace, and 1-pound specimens are abundantly found in the ditches. Simply excavating a yellow eel hole could yield a mere 10 to 20 cents, a rather delightful prospect. Wouldn't you agree? Naturally, relying solely on one village would not suffice for such production. Liu Hai intends to mobilize 3 villages collectively, including the vast natural resources within the reeds of Linghu. A total of 30,000 pounds is certainly not an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, this strategy serves to temper the villagers' enthusiasm for silverfish. As the factory struggles to keep pace with the demand, Liu Hai needs to slow down the intake without outright refusal. Thus, leading the villagers to focus on yellow eels for a while is the most prudent course of action, effectively addressing the factory's current predicament. Liu Hai promptly sought out Dong Xinyu, who has nearly become Liu Hai's spokesperson, broadcasting notices the moment an issue arises. Following the announcement regarding the collection of yellow eels, many villagers flocked to Liu Hai's side. Are we abandoning the silverfish initiative? Why the sudden shift back to yellow eels? They wondered. Xiao Hai, has the factory encountered difficulties? If so, please share, and we shall weather it together. Each villager demonstrated genuine concern. Liu Hai, amidst them, smiled and reassured everyone that the factory faced no such troubles. This was merely a task assigned by the leadership, also providing an alternative source of income for them. Upon hearing this, the villagers breathed a sigh of relief, with Bingshu cheerfully stating he would return home to sharpen his iron hooks, exclaiming how long it had been since he last fished for yellow eels, his hands itching for the task. Chapter 68. The most efficient method for catching eels. A large group of village men laughed heartily. Liu Hai stood among them, savoring the unique innocence of this era. However, he was keenly aware that years hence, as the tides of a great epic surged forth, the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished would only grow. Human relationships would become increasingly complex, particularly in rural areas decades from now, a reality difficult to articulate. Thus, living in the present and cherishing what we have is paramount. Liu Hai, resembling the village commander, gestured grandly, prompting the villagers of all ages to return to their homes to gather tools. A piece of iron wire and a small steel rod from a bicycle wheel serve as ideal implements. Sharpened and heated, they can be fashioned into hooks. Digging up some earthworms, one can casually fish for an hour or two in the irrigation ditches, resulting in a half-bucket catch. Some prefer to excavate yellow eel holes directly. Though this method is notably inefficient and often attracts ire for damaging the seedlings in the fields, Liu Hai's approach, however, was decidedly more cunning. By day, he procured 3 flashlights from the town and, subsequently, cut a piece of camphor wood from the back mountain. After deftly carving it, he fashioned 3 large prongs with serrated edges to better grasp the slippery yellow eels. At night, Yang Sandog installed small bulbs into the flashlights, illuminating the darkness and casting a beam on Zhang Xihai, who was discreetly relieving himself. Enraged, Zhang Xihai shouted, "Yang Sandog, you've gone too far. Hurry up and pull up your pants." Yang Sandog laughed heartily, remarking on the mischief of the dog. "Who are you to meddle?" Liu Hai interjected, pulling out several net bags. "Let us not bicker. We have work to do in the fields." Yang Sandog jogged alongside, inquiring, "Aren't we going to prepare some hooks?" "What do we need hooks for?" Liu Hai replied, "To catch eels, of course. Who said we were going to fish for eels?" Liu Hai dismissed the notion. "We only need a flashlight and a clamp. That will suffice." "Wait, Brother Hai, I'm not following. With our gear, how can we possibly catch eels?" "Enough chatter. Soon you shall witness something extraordinary." With that, Liu Hai led them to the rice paddies. After merely 2 minutes of illuminating the ditches with his flashlight, Liu Hai beckoned Yang Sandog, "Come take a look." The two approached. The ditches of Panqing village were teeming with lotus grass, which the locals referred to as revolutionary grass. Eels and loaches often sought refuge beneath such foliage. Beneath the lotus grass, 2 eels lay motionless, seemingly entranced by the light. The sight was nothing short of magical to the 2 onlookers. Zhang Xihai questioned, "Why are the eels frozen in place under the light?" Liu Hai produced a large bamboo clamp and swiftly snatched an eel, effortlessly pulling a hefty specimen weighing 7 or 8 taels from the water's surface. "They remain still because the light dazzles them," he explained, grinning. "Try illuminating a frog, and you'll see it too remains motionless." Yang Sandog aimed his flashlight at a nearby frog, and indeed, it too stood still. "Wow, so we can use the flashlight like this? Our efficiency in catching eels will surpass traditional fishing by far." In this era, flashlights were considered a luxury, and many households hesitated to use electricity, let alone employ such devices. Thus, the notion of using a flashlight at night to catch eels had never been attempted. This method gained particular popularity in rural areas during the late 1990s. Let us get to work. Liu Hai laughed. Zhang Xihai and Yang Sandog were enchanted, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Along the way, they encountered Uncle June, who was also fishing for eels. Witnessing the ease with which they caught eels with their flashlight and clamp, he was astounded by their efficiency. They resolved to purchase flashlights from the town's supply store the following day. Despite the cost, the speed of eel catching far outweighed traditional methods, and investing was essential for profit. By 8 in the evening, they set out and returned by 11, laden with bags. During their adventure, Liu Hai had also caught numerous wild frogs, as they were not yet a protected species. Weighing the eels in their bag, Liu Hai attached a heavy iron weight to the scale. Lo and behold, my bag weighs 20 jin, he exclaimed. Zhang Xihai quickly brought over his bag, which also registered an impressive 30 jin. In total, the three of them had amassed 60 to 70 jin of eels in just a short time. Elated, Liu Hai had prepared the frogs, gathered a handful of small chili peppers and some wild perilla leaves, and set a fire to cook in an iron pot. After a swift stir-fry, they enjoyed a spicy feast of frogs, sipping drinks while planning their future eel-catching endeavors. Zhang Xihai and Yang Sandog were operating a tractor, tasked with collecting from Simitu village and Chaoyang village, while Liu Hai remained at the factory. As they chatted, Zhang Xihai, in a moment of absent-mindedness, suddenly inquired, "Brother Hai, when will Sister Xinyu return? Did he mention it in his letter?" To be frank, it would be better for her to oversee some matters at the factory. The previously jovial atmosphere abruptly fell into silence following Zhang Xihai's question. Noticing Liu Hai's silence, Yang Sandog kicked Zhang Xihai, admonishing him not to speak thoughtlessly all day long, reminding him that it was not his concern. Zhang Xihai quickly realized his mistake, but felt aggrieved, muttering, "I was merely showing concern for Brother Hai." Still arguing, Yang Sandog retorted, "Enough, Sandog, you always bully him. I'm fine." Liu Hai downed his drink in one gulp, assuring them, "Don't worry, she won't be gone long. She's figuring out a way to return. It's getting late, let's rest early." With that, he stood up and entered the factory. Yang Sandog sighed and scolded Zhang Xihai for a while, but Zhang Xihai offered no reply. The following night, the factory was abuzz. Villagers arrived, each carrying bags to sell eels to Liu Hai. Initially, Liu Hai had thought there were plenty of eels in the fields, but he now realized how naive he had been. In this era, the rice paddies were fertilized with organic manure, and as the consumer base was limited, these fields became a natural breeding ground for eels. Each eel was particularly large, unlike in years to come when pesticides and chemical fertilizers would decimate their numbers. Decades later, a live streamer on Douyin would astonish viewers by unearthing a 5- or 6-tailed eel, prompting a flurry of admiration in the comments. Thus, in just one morning, Liu Hai collected over 900 pounds. Although the market price for eels hovered around 6 cents, they rarely sold at that rate. Most were used as side dishes for larger fish, often given away half-heartedly. This was why Liu Hai had initially been disinterested in eels. Slow sales meant slow profits. However, with the fish supply and marketing cooperative now available, he had no cause for concern. Once he had gathered over 900 pounds, he promptly delivered them to the fish supply cooperative. Upon seeing the plump eels, Director Xiao was delighted, exclaiming, "Goodness, you truly have the knack for helping me fulfill my tasks. You've been a tremendous help." Liu Hai smiled, assuring him that the numbers would only increase, and that he was confident of completing Director Xiao's assignment within a month. After some pleasantries at the door, they proceeded to weigh the catch, totaling 910 pounds. While Director Xiao was preoccupied, Liu Hai discreetly placed a pack of Hongqi cigarettes in his drawer. Presently, Hongqi cigarettes were classified as high-end, costing over 9 yuan a pack, and even ordinary officials could only admire them from afar. Only leaders from state-owned enterprises might indulge occasionally. Regardless of the era, maintaining social connections is essential. Although Sun Maokai was backing him, a single pack of cigarettes would solidify the collaboration between Liu Hai and Director Xiao. 2 hours later, they left the fish supply cooperative with 364 yuan in hand. After Director Xiao finished his tasks, he returned to his office. Upon opening the drawer, I was startled to find a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes nestled within. Who could have left this behind? However, I quickly chastised myself. Who would dare place their cigarettes in my office drawer? Gazing out the window, I soon realized that Liu Hai and his companions had departed on their tractor. This young man, despite his tender age, had managed affairs with remarkable diligence and precision, a rarity indeed. Upon closer inspection of the cigarette pack, I noticed that one side had been slashed open with a knife, piquing my curiosity. As I tore it open, I was taken aback to discover two pristine banknotes of considerable value inside. I promptly sprang to my feet, intending to call out to Liu Hai, only to find that their tractor had already vanished from view. Those two banknotes could easily surpass half a month's salary for me. This lad is truly exceptional, a rare gem in this world. Later, Liu Hai and his two companions arrived in town. Liu Hai had devised a compensation system for Dong Xinyu and Dong Xinyu that comprised a base salary supplemented by bonuses. In an era where factories typically offered fixed wages, regardless of productivity, the workers' commitment relied solely on their initiative. Liu Hai, however, adopted a piece rate system that significantly enhanced motivation within his factory. He believed that for someone with a fortune in the billions who was reborn, it would be foolish to quibble over trifles with others. In addition, during their dealings with eels, Liu Hai ensured that Dong Xinyu and Dong Xinyu received extra income, offering them 5 yuan for every truckload sold. Upon reaching town, he generously bestowed 10 yuan upon each of them and proceeded to the meat processing plant, where he purchased 5 pounds of pork for them to take home. Dong Xinyu was so moved that he nearly shed tears, expressing that he had earned nearly 80 or 90 yuan this month and felt he should not accept such generosity. Dong Xinyu, however, retorted that 80 or 90 yuan was hardly significant, insisting he take it. Dong Xinyu, on the verge of tears, was swiftly brought back to reality by Dong Xinyu's sharp words, leading to a spirited exchange between them. Liu Hai then instructed them to continue their work, advising Xinyu to remain at the factory while Xinyu was to check on his uncle, whose fishing boat typically docked by 9 in the morning, likely laden with goods. After retrieving the catch, they were to deliver another load to the Aquatic Supply Cooperative in the afternoon. As Liu Hai gazed longingly at the spot where Dong Xinyu frequently sold grain husks, he found himself increasingly missing her. Despite the weight of decades, his heart felt youthful, filled with a bittersweet blend of longing and happiness. Dong Xinyu responded affirmatively as he playfully wrestled with Dong Xinyu, who protested vehemently, but to no avail. Xinyu paid him no mind. Once the duo departed, Liu Hai arrived at the tailor's shop. Upon noticing his presence, the seamstress inquired about his wife's return. Liu Hai offered a wry smile, estimating that it would be some time yet. The seamstress, feeling a pang of disappointment, reflected on how ever since she had taken Dong Xinyu's measurements for undergarments, she had been consuming sweet potatoes fervently. Yet, after more than a month, there had been no noticeable gain. She was eager to inquire of Dong Xinyu whether her method of consumption was incorrect. Liu Hai posed a question, asking if Zhang Dishing had arrived today. In recent days, Liu Hai had sought Zhang Dishing several times in the town. Yet the vendors selling vegetables at the market lacked fixed stalls, and most were merely selling surplus agricultural products from their homes. Once they were sold, they would not return the following day, which left Liu Hai feeling frustrated and compelled to have the seamstress monitor the situation. The seamstress herself was perplexed, wondering why she had consumed so many sweet potatoes without any visible gain. Liu Hai, upon hearing that Zhang Dishing had just been selling vegetables over there, felt a surge of hope. Has he come? He inquired. Indeed, that little old man is quite stubborn and argued for a long time over a mere penny. Liu Hai's mood brightened considerably. The impression that Dong Xinyu's mother had of him was entirely derived from Zhang Dishing. If he could win over Zhang Dishing, it might significantly alter her perception of him, thereby enhancing the chances of Dong Xinyu's return. As he departed, noticing that the seamstress was still preoccupied, he remarked, "Xinyu usually eats sweet potatoes roasted in the field. You might give it a try and see if it yields results." Really? Why didn't you mention this sooner? The seamstress suddenly realized. Liu Hai then searched for Zhang Dishing amid the crowd. Sure enough, before long, he spotted a disheveled old man, patched all over, balancing a burden on his shoulder. He stood in front of the pork stall at the meat processing plant, incessantly swallowing saliva. He was not alone. Many others were also gazing longingly at the lean, rosy, and plump cuts of pork. Although they could not partake, merely observing the meat was, in itself, a form of enjoyment. As Liu Hai approached, he offered a cigarette to Zhang. "It has been quite a while since you've indulged in meat, hasn't he it?" Zhang Dishing turned to see Liu Hai, instinctively wary, and asked, "What do you want now?" "Let me remind you, that cow from the Panqing commune was not killed by my family. Moreover, I even bought a calf for you. What more do you want?" Liu Hai had reflected on the matter of the cow in recent days and began to suspect that perhaps it was not this old man who had caused its demise, as he had never claimed the beef afterward. Now, several years later, he continued to insist that it was not their family responsible, which only suggested that the matter was indeed rather peculiar. "Please, don't get agitated. I am here to apologize," he said hastily. "Upon careful reflection, I believe there are issues at hand." Zhang Desheng was bewildered, wondering what kind of trickery this was. "Let us have a smoke first," Liu Hai suggested, offering the cigarette. The old man, noticing the red Pagoda Mountain brand, was slightly taken aback, wondering where it had come from. "It's clean. Go ahead, smoke," Liu Hai encouraged. Zhang Desheng, with a skeptical glance, extended his weathered hand to accept it. Liu Hai struck a match, igniting it. The old man felt a twinge of anxiety. Why was this thug treating him so courteously? What ulterior motive lay behind this facade? Chapter 70. Will you join us in prosperity? The flavor of this high-end filtered cigarette was distinctly superior, lacking the harshness of raw tobacco. After the smoke swirled in his lungs, the old man's mood significantly improved. He finally spoke, stating, "The cow was indeed killed by our Xinhui commune's 8 rascals. They wanted to savor beef. On that fateful day, after they poisoned several cattle from the commune, I witnessed the act and fled." Liu Hai gazed at the old man's dark, frail frame and recalled the time he and Yang Sandog had squatted in the old man's home. In truth, they were a pitiful family, lying about all day, clutching their bellies, and when hunger became unbearable, they would fetch a bit of well water to sustain themselves. During a heated argument with Uncle Guomin, the old man lost his temper and slapped Xiao Guomin. Upon learning of this, Liu Hai and Yang Sandog nearly tore down their rickety straw hut, for when they confronted the old man and his sons, they had been left battered and bloodied by the two. Liu Hai felt a surge of compassion, questioning why he hadn't spoken up then. "Did your brigade offer me a chance to speak?" he retorted. "The villagers stormed into my home, cursing us upon discovering the dead cattle. You know what kind of people Ba Laizi and his crew are you not aware? If I offend them, can our family remain in the brigade?" Zhang Desheng's emotions were running high. "Do you have any idea what that calf cost us? We had to beg for money everywhere, and for years. We couldn't hold our heads high in the brigade. Only in the past 2 years, with the household contract system, have we managed to repay them, living frugally. Life is truly agonizing." The old man, over 60, suddenly squatted on the ground, his emotions spilling over into tears. This sight weighed heavily on Liu Hai's heart. Had it not been for the daily visits from him and Yang Sandog to their home, perhaps they would not have accepted the situation, ultimately forcing their family to scrimp and save to buy that calf back for the Panchen commune. This was a thought Liu Hai had never entertained in his previous life. Now, with Dong Xinyu's mother seeking Zhang Desheng to inquire about Liu Hai, it was no wonder the old man spoke so harshly. After all, he had sown the seeds of his own misfortune years ago. After a moment of silence, Liu Hai approached the meat processing plant stall, where the butcher greeted him with a smile. "Need a few more pounds?" Liu Hai was now a significant customer of the Shihe Town meat processing plant, well known to all. £5, no ticket, he replied with a grin. The butcher nodded, adhering to the old custom. With a swift stroke of the knife, he cut and weighed the meat, adjusting it a few times to achieve the perfect £5. He tied it up with some straw and handed it to Liu Hai. After paying, Liu Hai placed the 5 pounds of meat into Zhang Desheng's bamboo basket of vegetables. Zhang Desheng looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" Liu Hai chuckled softly. "Back then, we truly didn't understand the situation. Consider it my compensation to your family. Additionally, would you be interested in working at my factory? If you're diligent, earning around $40 a month should be feasible." "Your factory? You've joined a state-owned enterprise?" Zhang Desheng was momentarily bewildered. Liu Hai smiled. "It's complicated. I can't explain it all at once. If you're interested, have your sons come to my factory tomorrow." He pondered for a moment before handing over the remaining pack of Hongqi Mountain cigarettes. Others may not have realized it, but Liu Hai was genuinely a benevolent person in his past life. When he had wealth, he would spend a considerable amount each year to assist those in need. As he approached the end of his life, he instructed his secretary to establish a foundation to support farmers. For only those who hail from rural backgrounds can truly comprehend the hardships faced by rural families. In his rebirth, he became even more averse to the sight of the impoverished, particularly those who seemed to be steeped in despair. After handing a cigarette to a man, he departed, not hastening to inquire about Dong Xinyu's mother, fearing that rushing into the matter might arouse the old man's suspicions. Zhang Desheng's mind was in a whirl. Their family had already experienced the capabilities of this rogue. Why did he seem like an entirely different person? After a moment, he called out, "Is it true that if our family were to work at your factory, one could earn over 40 yuan a month?" Liu Hai replied, not the whole family. But one person could earn around 40. What? Are you out of your mind? In the state-run factory in town, workers barely make 30 a month. To earn 40, one would have to be at the best state-run factory in the county. Am I mad? Come to Ponching Village tomorrow and see for yourself, Liu Hai said before disappearing into the crowd. Zhang Duxing, stunned, took a long moment to regain his composure and began calculating. If one person could earn 40, and he had 4 sons, along with his wife managing several acres of land, aside from the eldest being in the military. If the other 3 sons each earned 40 a month, their family income would be substantial. Could this lad possibly be deceiving me? He glanced at the 5 pounds of pork in the basket, glistening with a mouth-watering sheen. He had just seen this lad instruct the butcher to slice the meat without batting an eye. Goodness! After living over 60 years, he had never witnessed such a way of purchasing pork. His emotions were tumultuous as he hurried home to share the news with his family. After a night's reflection, Zhang Duxing, accompanied by his 3 sons, made their way to Ponching Village. Their first stop was Liu Hai's home, and to their astonishment, they found it under construction. How much had Liu Hai earned? The father and sons were left in awe. They then inquired about the factory and were greeted by the sight of dozens of men, women, and children queuing to sell eels. In the factory yard, Liu Hai sat at the front, with several stacks of money on the table. They even noticed a large bundle of cash. Nearby, Dong Xinyu and Zhang Xihai were weighing the eels. With each weight reported, Liu Hai deftly struck the abacus with one hand while counting the money with the other, handing over 2 yuan and encouraging the young sellers to strive for more. A small child eagerly accepted the money, thanking brother Liu Hai, excitedly proclaiming that they would surely catch even more today. Liu Hai chuckled as he ruffled the boy's hair, saying, "Off you go." He shook the abacus, resetting the beads, and called for the next. 16 Jin and 8 Liang, brother Hai. All right, Liu Hai responded, efficiently completing the second transaction. Witnessing this, Zhang Duxing's second son, Zhang Xinguang, exclaimed, "Dad, isn't Liu Hai illiterate? When did he become so adept at using the abacus? Goodness, even the accountants in our village lack his skill, calculating without even needing to look." Zhang Duxing felt a shiver run down his spine, suddenly recalling a shopkeeper from the old society who skillfully swayed the hearts of everyone at the dock with his astute calculations. It was said that he was later invited by the GMD to serve as an official in Nanjing. How had Liu Hai transformed into someone so different? Just as the father and son were grappling with their thoughts, Liu Hai suddenly looked up with a smile and said, "Uncle Zhang, you've arrived. Don't just stand there, come help us out. I'll discuss your remuneration with you once I'm done. Our factory provides lunch as well, so you can work with peace of mind." That infuriating smile from Liu Hai sent shivers down their spines once more. Yang Sandog also shouted, "Zhang Xinguang, don't just stand there, get over here and lend a hand. I'm about to drop from exhaustion." Chapter 71. He made a fortune. Damn, Dad. Even Yang Sandog is smiling at me. Why? Aren't we enemies? With a slap to his second son Zhang Xinguang's head, Zhang Duxing exclaimed, "Enemies? Our family's prosperity depends on them. Go over and call him brother." What do you mean by brother? Zhang Xinguang protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Yet he still led his 2 brothers over. As they approached, he felt as though there was a lump in his throat. "Dog brother, don't just stand there, quick. Lend me a hand. My arms are shaking." Weighing the goods was truly no easy task. Carrying items weighing tens of pounds to weigh them was exhausting for Yang Sandog. Seeing that Yang Sandog had forgotten their previous altercation, Zhang Xinguang hastily offered, "I'll take over the weighing. Dog brother, you keep an eye on the scale. I'm not sure how to manage that." All right. You 2 also help lift these onto the tractor. Once it's full, we'll head to the county's aquatic supply and marketing agency together," replied Yang Sandog. Before long, the yard was abuzz with activity. Zhang Duxing was also lending a hand. By 10 in the morning, Yang Sandog and several of Zhang Duxing's sons made a trip to the aquatic supply and marketing agency. Zhang Xinguang was genuinely astonished. This was everywhere, and one could earn so much money? By the time they returned, it was already noon. The family sat at the table, once again rendered speechless by their astonishment. Every dish on the table was meat. Astonishingly, even the cabbage was stir-fried with meat. Which factory could provide such a lavish meal? The sudden arrival of happiness made Zhang Duxing feel as if he were dreaming. Liu Hai preferred to eat alone, picking vegetables and holding a bowl while dining outside. He was doing just that now, squatting at the factory entrance, and Zhang Duxing emerged with his bowl as well. It was evident that the old gentleman was particularly reserved and timid. Although the table was laden with meat dishes, The old man's bowl contained only greens. Cautiously squatting beside Liu Hai, he asked, Liu Hai, can my sons and I really work here every day and have meals? Liu Hai turned back with a smile. Yes. I was just about to discuss the remuneration with you. Our main product is small silverfish. The more you work, the more you earn. The fixed monthly salary is 20 yuan. If you catch a lot of small silverfish, there are bonuses as well. It's not uncommon for skilled workers to earn 50 or 60 yuan in a month. That's acceptable, right, Uncle Zhang? Zhang Dixing quickly replied, absolutely, absolutely. At last, there seems to be a glimmer of hope at home. Tears welled in Zhang Dixing's eyes. Can a person truly weep from poverty? Indeed, they can. It is not a lack of diligence that keeps them down, but rather the absence of opportunity. The feeling of languishing at home, hungry and powerless, is all too common in this era. If only such individuals were given a chance to earn, they would seize it with all their might. Should anyone dare extinguish that opportunity, they would fight fiercely to defend it. Zhang Dixing is one of these individuals, and his perception of Liu Hai underwent a profound transformation that very morning. Throughout the morning, as he interacted with others, who among them was not praising Liu Hai, not only does he earn for himself, but he is also generous to the villagers, bringing prosperity to the entire community. He is indeed a conscientious young man. With this thought, Zhang Dixing suddenly sighed heavily and confessed, there is something I owe you an apology for. Liu Hai's facial muscles twitched slightly, having anticipated this moment. He feigned ignorance, asking, Uncle Zhang, what is it? Zhang Dixing took a bite of his meal and recounted how, not long ago, someone had come to inquire about Liu Hai, and he, well, regrettably spoke ill of him. Liu Hai asked, why were they asking about me? Who were these people? Zhang Dixing admitted he was unsure, but provided a rough account of the situation. Liu Hai began to piece together the puzzle, surmising that Wang Lijuan, Dong Xinyu's mother, had used her husband Dong Xinyu's connections in the military to investigate some soldiers from Yinshan County. This led her to Zhang Dixing's eldest son, who then directed the inquiry to Zhang Dixing regarding the conflict that had occurred between Liu Hai and their family in the past. One cannot help but recognize Wang Lijuan's deep concern for her younger daughter through this endeavor. Once clarity was attained, the conversation flowed more smoothly. Liu Hai then asked Zhang Dixing if he could write a letter to his son, without embellishment, simply stating their current circumstances. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dixing realized something. Xiao Lu, have you offended someone significant? I feel as though they are here to investigate you. Liu Hai chuckled, not quite an offense. Someone is merely concerned that I might elope with her daughter, which is understandable. Will you follow my suggestion? Zhang Dixing assured, of course. We are all counting on you to help us escape our poverty. With the root of the issue identified, Zhang Dixing felt a considerable weight lifted from his heart. The conversation then turned to the matter of the cow from years past, and Liu Hai guided him to Xiao Guomin. Several years had passed, and any animosity had long since dissipated. Upon learning that the cow had been poisoned by the notorious Ba Lizi, Xiao Guomin was taken aback. It was this very Ba Lizi who had incited him to confront Liu Hai irrationally, leading him to question Liu Hai and the villagers. One cannot entirely blame Xiao Guomin for his overreaction. During the Commune era, each brigade possessed only a handful of cows, which were essential for plowing the fields. Losing even one was a significant financial blow. That very afternoon, they went to the police station to file a report. Liu Hai penned a letter in reply to Dong Xinyu later that afternoon. 10 days later, Dong Xinyu received Liu Hai's letter in Kyoto. This has become her greatest source of emotional support in Kyoto. She carefully treasures every letter from Liu Hai in an iron box. Each night, before she drifts into slumber, she takes out his letters to read, feeling as though Liu Hai is right beside her. As she immerses herself in the words, a sudden knock at the door interrupts her reverie. Dong Xinyu hastily conceals the letters. Moments later, Wang Lijuan stands at the threshold. Mom, what's the matter? Dong Xinyu asks, her expression betraying a hint of unease. Wang Lijuan appears hesitant, likely bearing news from Panqing village. After a prolonged internal struggle, she finally inquires, has Liu Hai started a factory in Panqing village? Dong Xinyu gazes at her in surprise. This is the first time her mother has shown interest in Liu Hai's affairs. Yes, she nods. I used to make some spicy dried fish at home to take to school for Qingqing, the kind you taught me. Liu Hai, being clever, learned to make some himself and took it to the county market, where it became unexpectedly popular. The villagers typically shun lesser fish, but Liu Hai turned waste into treasure, helping the community earn a living. Spicy dried fish. Wang Lijuan asks, intrigued. Can that even sell? Of course. Liu Hai has made a substantial amount of money. Sometimes he earns hundreds in a single day. Such earnings. Wang Lijuan is astonished. Hundreds a day? That's a joke. Considering my decent salary at a good establishment in Kyoto is just over 80 a month. This boy earns hundreds in a day. He is leagues ahead of me. Is he deceiving us? I want to hear more about how he amassed such wealth. Chapter 72. The conclusion. Dong Xinyu's emotions suddenly surge. Encouraged by her aunt. Her mother has always been quite opposed to her returning to Hongqi village. She has struggled to find an opportunity to properly introduce Liu Hai. Isn't this the perfect chance? She quickly sits up, eager to share with her mother. Throughout her narration, the young girl unabashedly expresses her admiration for Liu Hai, recounting his diligence, industriousness, and exceptional ambition, emphasizing how well he treats himself. However, as she speaks, Wang Lijuan abruptly interjects, "You're only discussing recent months. What about before that? Sneaking around, causing trouble, relying on you for support, and yet sometimes hitting and scolding you. Why don't you mention these things?" Dong Xinyu is taken aback, realizing her mother has indeed expended considerable effort investigating Liu Hai. Those events are true, and since her mother has already looked into it, she cannot conceal the truth. Glancing anxiously at Wang Lijuan, she is at a loss for how to respond. Seeing tears welling in her daughter's eyes, Wang Lijuan gently strokes her head. "Little one, you are my flesh and blood, and the beloved little sister of your older siblings. Do you understand? If your third brother learns of these matters, he might very well rush to Hongqi village to confront Liu Hai. How can I possibly feel at ease with you returning there? Mom, Liu Hai has changed for the better, truly. Enough. I still do not approve. It's best you get some rest. Don't think I'm unaware of what he has done." The young man possesses a certain cunning, adept at identifying and resolving issues. Wang Lijuan rose from her seat and exited the room. As Liu Hai had surmised, Wang Lijuan appeared to be well-educated and composed. However, she was far from a simple woman. After all, she had weathered many storms alongside Dong Xinyu. Once Dong Xinyu observed her mother leaving, a wave of concern washed over her. How was she to handle the situation, knowing her mother still could not accept Liu Hai? She tossed and turned in bed, restless throughout the night. The following day, she promptly penned a letter to Liu Hai, recounting the conversation she had with her mother the previous night. Now, the young lady began to grasp that her father had consistently remained neutral on the matter. She understood her father's disposition. His silence implied tacit approval. The only remaining obstacle was her mother. As for her older siblings' opinions, she felt indifferent. It was already mid-May, and the fields were a vibrant green, flourishing under the diligent efforts of the farmers who toiled in the soil. At this time of year, when the seedlings were still growing, one could discern the yield of the harvest. That morning, during the broadcast meeting, Xiao Guomin earnestly cautioned the villagers. Despite the profitability of engaging in the trade of eels and silverfish, they must not neglect their own fields. Danzi, you must head to your family's fields immediately. Even the weeds have outgrown your seedlings. If I pass by your rice paddies and see those weeds again, I shall hold you accountable. As the village secretary, Xiao Guomin had served as the brigade leader during the commune period, and many had grown up listening to his broadcasts, making him a paternal figure of sorts for the village. Thus, each morning, the villagers would hear him admonishing the idlers, a routine they had grown accustomed to. Meanwhile, at the factory, Dan carried over 30 pounds of eels, scratching his head in frustration, who said I was neglecting my rice paddies. Uncle Guomin is being unreasonable. After Liu Hai settled the accounts with him, he smiled and remarked, "We must earn money, but we cannot allow our fields to lie fallow. This afternoon, the factory will not be receiving goods, so everyone should pull the weeds from their own fields. Otherwise, Uncle Guomin will surely come looking for me." Laughter erupted among the workers. Later that morning, after Yang Sangyu and the others delivered goods to the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Liu Hai meticulously reviewed the financials from the factory. The eel catch from Hongqi village was satisfactory, yet the yields from Chaoyang village and Simidu village were astonishing. After all, the vast expanse of Ling Lake boasted aquatic resources beyond imagination. The two villages could harvest 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of eels daily from the lake's reed beds. Liu Hai, however, had limited his daily collection to 1,500 pounds from those two villages to support his own community. Otherwise, the fishing teams from those villages would undoubtedly fulfill their quotas at the cooperative within days. Moreover, this business venture could not be sustained for long. As other villages were also in the trade of delivering goods to the cooperative, a natural occurrence in a lucrative enterprise where everyone desired a share of the profits. As of today, Liu Hai had gradually supplied over 27,000 pounds of product to the cooperative in 2 days. He would complete Director Zhao's task and intended to cease this venture. Ultimately, the silverfish trade promised longevity. After more than 20 days of fishing, Liu Hai had noticed that the eels being harvested in the village were growing increasingly smaller, indicating overexploitation. Continuing down this path would lead to depletion, a scenario he deemed undesirable. After calculating the figures, the total revenue from 27,000 pounds of eels amounted to 10,800, with the cost of goods being 5,004. After deducting commissions for Yang Sandog and Zhang Xihai, along with expenses for tractor fuel and various other costs, Liu Hai was left with a net profit of 5,000, which is quite satisfactory. When combined with the profit from reselling the batch of cardboard from the cement factory, his earnings over the past month exceeded 7,000. Additionally, he constructed 3 large tiled houses, completing the interior with cement, all at a cost of approximately 600 to 700. Due to the recent surge in eel trading, Xinyu had not received any new stock and had been depleting the existing inventory, generating around 2,000 to 3,000 in revenue. However, he had also invested in acquiring a packaging machine assembly line from a state-owned factory, which incurred an expenditure of roughly over 1,000. After tallying everything, he currently had around 8,000 in cash on hand, quite sufficient. After lunch, a tractor from the county's state-run recycling station arrived at their factory, hauling a load of scrap metal. Old Chun, drenched in sweat, jumped off the vehicle, exclaiming, "This is the last shipment of components. We have finally completed our covert operation." Liu Hai felt quite pleased. With this packaging machine assembly line, Xinyu would have the potential to expand beyond Yinshan County. After expressing his appreciation for their hard work, the two entered the factory to discuss assembly matters. Old Chun, being resourceful, was determined to establish himself after being ousted from the state-owned subsidiary food factory by Boss Kai. He viewed this factory as the honor for the latter part of his life. Thus, Liu Hai had little to worry about. Old Chun had already found a knowledgeable technician who agreed to help with the assembly for 30 yuan and would bring an apprentice the following day. After concluding their discussion, Old Chun's expression suddenly turned serious. "There are 2 matters to address. First, I learned that Boss Kai's spicy Xiaoyinyu is about to hit the market, and they have signed supply contracts with several surrounding county supply and marketing cooperatives." Liu Hai nodded. It was evident that the newcomer from Gangxing was formidable, making significant moves by securing contracts with various cooperatives right from the outset. "But we, the muddy-legged folk, have our own methods to cope," Old Chun reassured. "Now, the second matter. Sun Maokai asked me to convey a message. The county's state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission director's brother-in-law dined at his restaurant yesterday and expressed a desire to deal with you. Have you crossed paths with him?" The mention of the director's brother-in-law left Liu Hai bewildered. Who is that? Why would he want to harm me? He was completely unfamiliar with the individual in question. Old Chun, surprised, replied, "You don't know him? You genuinely do not recognize him? That is odd. As Sun Maokai also advised me to tell you to avoid going out alone and mentioned that he has already purchased a knife. Is it that serious?" Liu Hai asked. Alarmed. "Yes," Old Chun confirmed. "Let us wait until he comes. It's quite perplexing." Liu Hai's thoughts were preoccupied with their discussion regarding the technician for the following day. Li Ji was nothing short of a petty individual. Now that he had lost his job and narrowly avoided imprisonment, this matter had ultimately fizzled out. Once a person brimming with ambition, he had plummeted into despair overnight, becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of others, which could easily warp one's psyche. On that day, news circulated fervently around the vegetable market. It was said that Wang Shiwen intended to take action against Liu Hai. Upon hearing this, the little schemer was filled with excitement and quickly leveraged connections to find Wang Shiwen at a tea house. Wang Shiwen appeared refined, resembling an intellectual. After listening to Li Ji for quite some time, he finally spoke, summarizing, "You have developed an interest in someone else as partner, and when you were rejected, your indignation led you to attempt to wield your minor authority against them. However, you found yourself outmatched and ended up clashing with County Chief Yang. Ultimately, you were made an example of by him. Yet, you remain unsatisfied, seeking to use my hand to harm Liu Hai." Li Ji hastily offered a cigarette, responding, "Brother Wen, you jest. I would never dare to use your hand for such deeds." Wang Shiwen's previously genteel demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling a vengeful figure from a bygone Hong Kong film, ready to strike at the underworld. Li Ji turned pale with fear as numerous young men, all seemingly refined, surged forward. The patrons of the tea house were well aware that this group was not to be trifled with. They were youth who had recently returned from the countryside, disillusioned by the lack of job assignments and idling away their days. They had even dismantled the notorious local shoe brigade. Wang Shiwen, observing the silence, set down his cup and glared. I loathe those who conspire with others against their partners. Who do you think you are to manipulate me? I will handle Liu Hai, but you are in no way involved. He then turned to the others, demanding, is the tractor ready? It's all set, brother one, and the brothers are armed. One young man replied. With a grand gesture, Wang Shiwen commanded them to proceed to Ponqing village for negotiations with Liu Hai. If he refuses to relinquish this business, we will deal with him. Yes, brother one. The group surged forth, prompting onlookers to shake their heads. These returning youth harbored deep resentment. Once responding to a call for service, they had been thrust from city schools into the hardships of rural life, suffering greatly. They had anticipated favorable job placements upon returning, only to find that state-owned factories were failing, leaving them with no prospects. Consequently, many fell into idleness, contributing to disturbances in the 1980s. Wang Shiwen's brother-in-law was the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, which granted him a degree of influence, making him a notable figure in Yinshan City. Li Ji followed outside, where he witnessed a dozen individuals brandishing steel bars boarding a dilapidated tractor, vanishing into the streets. Who were these people, brazenly seeking revenge? Recalling Wang Shiwen's fierce gaze, he felt a surge of fear and hurried to depart. Over an hour later, Wang Shiwen arrived at Ponqing village. Before the factory workers even realized what was happening, this group stormed inside. Who the hell is Liu Hai? Wang Shiwen demanded, his face contorted with rage. Liu Hai was engaged in a discussion about machinery with others when Dong Xinyu, noticing the intimidating demeanor of the group, immediately stood up and glared at them. What brings you here? Are you here to cause trouble? Liu Hai, after scrutinizing Wang Shiwen for a considerable time, suddenly experienced a jolt of realization. Was this not Wang Shiwen, the wealthiest individual in Jiangdong from his previous life? After amassing his fortune, he returned to Jiangdong and made several investments, thereby becoming acquainted with numerous members of the local business community. Liu Hai had a particularly vivid impression of this wealthy man, who often proclaimed himself a cultured merchant, even employing writers to pen his autobiography, reveling in an air of sophistication. He frequently boasted about his legitimate and compliant rise to wealth, claiming it was no easy feat. Despite Wang Shiwen's aggressive demeanor, Liu Hai felt an inexplicable calmness towards him. Old Chun, upon recognizing Wang Shiwen, leaned in and whispered, he is the brother-in-law of the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Liu Hai found this information amusing. Wang Shiwen, perceiving the expression on Liu Hai's face as an affront, sat down in front of him and declared, I have come to discuss a business deal with you. If we can reach an agreement today, you will be considered my brother. If not, I suggest you summon your companions, and we can settle this outside. Whoever emerges victorious shall dictate the terms. Liu Hai felt a peculiar sense of bewilderment. Although he had heard plenty of Wang Shiwen's ostentatious claims in his previous life, he had no direct connection to him at that stage. Why did this man harbor such animosity towards him? He gestured to Old Chun and the others to leave. Old Chun looked at him with concern, but Liu Hai reassured him, it's fine, don't worry. One by one, the others exited the room. Outside, upon hearing that someone intended to disrupt the gathering, Zhang Sihai immediately began rallying support. Once the door was closed, Wang Shiwen interrogated Liu Hai about the cement factory's packaging bags, asking if they had been sold off. Liu Hai, perplexed, nodded in affirmation. Yes, what of it? Wang Shiwen continued. What about those containers from the chemical factory? Were they also sold off? Liu Hai turned his gaze towards Dong Xinyu, who sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, well, when Sihai and I had some free time, we took on extra shifts to sell them off. Goodness, you've become quite clever, sneaking around a profit, Liu Hai murmured. Indeed, my associates were responsible. Wang Shiwen, frustrated, exclaimed, could you not leave any opportunities for me? All my ideas for making money have been snatched away by you. He then demanded, you will handle the current tasks for the aquatic products supply and marketing agency. I will offer you 100 yuan for it. How does that sound? Dong Xinyu instantly perked up, thinking, where did this amusing fellow come from, threatening us while offering money? We had no intention of pursuing the aquatic products supply work anyway. And now he is just giving us 100 yuan for nothing. Liu Hai looked at him quizzically. Are you engaging in selling? Of course. What else would I be doing? Liu Hai thought to himself. Weren't you claiming in your previous life that you built your fortune through legitimate means? It turns out you were also relying on your brother-in-law for information, speculating to amass wealth. Truly, those who boast about their self-made success often have more to their stories than meets the eye. After contemplating, he replied, "Very well, I support you. You shall handle the tasks for the aquatic products supply and marketing agency." Wang Sherwin was left utterly bewildered. "Are you truly willing to allow the supply and marketing cooperative to conduct business with us?" Wang Sherwin inquired. Liu Hai nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I merely wish to engage in business peacefully, as I cannot afford to offend individuals of your stature. Consequently, under your overwhelming pressure, I have reluctantly decided to relinquish this venture." Although his words conveyed a sense of fear, Wang Sherwin felt no trace of trepidation emanating from Liu Hai. Rather, he sensed that Liu Hai was mocking him. An unsettling feeling stirred within him. What intentions lay hidden in Liu Hai's mind? Liu Hai shook his head and swiftly jotted down a note on a piece of paper. "Please deliver this to Director Xiao. Surely this will suffice?" Wang Sherwin seized the note to inspect it, his mind muddled. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation with Liu Hai today, yet they seemed to have achieved their objective without a struggle. After a prolonged silence, he placed 10 bills of substantial denomination before Liu Hai, asserting, "I hope you will honor your word, for otherwise, I will ensure you can no longer thrive in Yinshan County." However, Liu Hai stood up and returned the 10 bills, stating, "You should keep this 100. As you are just starting, you require capital. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Perhaps we can share a drink together in the future." With that, he proceeded towards the factory. Wang Sherwin felt exceptionally displeased, exclaiming, "What sort of negotiation is this? His demeanor is so cordial that it makes me uneasy." A subordinate nearby remarked, "Brother Wen, do you think he is genuinely intimidated by us?" "It seems plausible. Otherwise, it defies all logic," was the consensus among them. Believing that Liu Hai was rendered dazed by their formidable presence, hence his rapid submission, the group made their way to the entrance, but as they stepped outside, they were taken aback. Before them stood a dark mass of people. One side featured Wu Matzi leading a contingent of villagers from Sima Dock, each wielding steel bars, numbering around 30 to 40. On the other side was Lu Chuyang, accompanied by another 30 to 40 individuals, all brandishing fish-slicing knives, along with men, women, and children from Ponching village. The courtyard was overcrowded, with several disheveled young men either standing or squatting atop the walls. Their approaching tractors had already been overturned into the nearby ditch. Hundreds of eyes quietly scrutinized them. The group of 10 stood frozen at the entrance, scarcely daring to breathe. The subordinate who had just remarked on Liu Hai's intimidation was now trembling uncontrollably. After a while, a visibly sweating Wang Sherwin, utterly disconcerted, exclaimed, "Dear villagers, what is the meaning of this? Why have you overturned our tractors into the ditch? You dare to storm our factory with a dozen men wielding steel bars. And now you inquire about our intentions?" shouted Zhang Sihai, his glasses glinting as he glared at them. Immediately, the courtyard erupted with cries of attack and threats. "Damn it! Are you county folks come to our village to show off? I fear your brains have been addled. Has your father not informed you of the tales passed down through generations on the lake? With your kind of demeanor, do you think you can intimidate us here? You won't leave our village unscathed. Step aside." A resounding crash echoed behind, and a fellow appeared, pushing a makeshift cannon towards us. In this era, firearms were not yet prohibited. Back then, during the invasion, the Japanese had caused havoc around Lake Qing, coupled with the strong clan mentality prevalent in southern rural areas of that time. Every village harbored numerous homemade weapons. As this cannon was brought forth, several of Wang Sherwin's subordinates were so terrified that they collapsed onto the ground. What kind of place is this? It is fundamentally different from the confrontations we have in the county. Seeing that the anger of this group was about to explode, Liu Hai shouted from the window for them to leave, assuring them that they were not outsiders. Instantly, the fury of the 200 people outside was subdued. Shortly thereafter, Wu Matzi and Uncle Lu Chuyang waved their hands, creating a path through the crowd. However, Wang Sherwin was already terrified, gazing at the path before him, feeling as though its end led to the underworld. He looked nervously at Liu Hai by the window, fearing they would harm him. "I apologize for my recklessness today. I shouldn't have brought my men to negotiate with you." Liu Hai smiled reassuringly, stating that the villagers from the 3 villages were quite simple-hearted and would not harm anyone. Wang Sherwin cast a glance at the cannon beside him, silently musing about its simplicity. Thus, with a dozen subordinates, trembling and limping, he traversed the crowd. Upon reaching the factory entrance, they fled, abandoning the overturned tractor in the ditch. After their escape, Liu Hai had the tractor pulled back up and dismissed everyone. However, he purchased the cannon for 5 yuan, instructing Dong Xinyu to take it to the police station. What a joke! Keeping such things at home could lead to significant trouble if discovered. After arranging these matters, Dong Xinyu curiously asked Liu Hai, "Brother Hai, why do I sense you are not particularly averse to those from the county?" Others shared the same sentiment. Liu Hai indeed displayed unusual behavior in front of Wang Sherwin. He merely chuckled, commenting that Wang had a rather likable appearance. Is that not the case? Dong Xinyu rolled his eyes. If anyone else had been in his place today, they would hardly have been able to leave Panqing village in such a calm manner. In those days, villagers were particularly united. Dragging someone into another village with such arrogance was akin to provoking the entire community. Generally, if any household faced such a situation, the whole village would mobilize. Not to mention, attempting to bully Liu Hai. Liu Hai was revered as the god of wealth in our 3 villages. One would have to be quite reckless to seek trouble. The reason Liu Hai spared him and even extended a degree of goodwill was that Wang Sherwin had assisted him in business in a previous life. Their relationship was relatively amicable, which is why Liu Hai would not turn against him. However, Wang Sherwin harbored different thoughts. The journey from the county to Panqing village spanned over 10 kilometers, and by the time they returned to the county, it was already evening, and they found themselves back at the tea house. To their surprise, Li Ji was still there. This fellow was rather dim-witted. Upon seeing Wang Sherwin and his group return, he rushed over, brimming with excitement. "So, Brother Wen, did you manage to beat Liu Hai into submission?" After a brief moment of tranquility at the entrance of the tea house, Wang Sherwin, brimming with frustration, pointed angrily and exclaimed, "Make sure to deal with him first. What nonsense is this? I told you to get lost this morning, and yet you still linger here." A group of individuals swiftly surged forward, raining blows upon Li Ji, who screamed in agony amidst the crowd. Life, though mundane, held profound significance. Soon, June arrived, with the sky washed in a serene blue, refreshing to the spirit. At a hospital in Kyoto, Dong Xinyu clutched a slip of paper. Her emotions a medley of fear, tension, joy, and happiness, a complex array of feelings known only to her. The test results indicated she was 4 months pregnant. Chapter 75. Expecting your little one. The doctor had just informed her in the office that it had been 4 months already. "Haven't you felt anything at all?" he queried. The naive girl replied, "I do feel something, which is why I came for a checkup today." The doctor was rendered speechless by her response and, after imparting a multitude of instructions, ushered her out of the office. In this era, there was little automotive exhaust, even in a bustling metropolis like Kyoto, where bicycles dominated the streets. Indeed, bicycles were considered luxury items in this time, and they were a rarity even in Yunsan County. Thus, the sky appeared a brilliant azure. Sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, casting dappled light upon Dong Xinyu, whose long, slightly curled eyelashes sparkled with a golden hue, while her 2 large braids rested gracefully on her chest. In the few months since her return to Kyoto, her skin had become notably fair, reminiscent of a heroine from a comic book set decades in the future. After a while, the young woman gently caressed her abdomen, marveling at the strength of this little one. "How remarkable it is that, after just one encounter, I am already carrying his child." In this age, bearing a child out of wedlock was no trivial matter. Should this news spread, her family would likely find it difficult to hold their heads high. Especially within their cadre family, this could potentially impact their standing at work. She found herself at a loss for what to do. The first public telephone in Kyoto would not emerge until September of the following year. Thus, Dong Xinyu returned home. Due to her father's special position, they had been granted a telephone, as ordinary citizens could hardly afford one. Aside from the exorbitant cost, one also needed official permission. Dong Xinyu's 3rd brother, Dong Hongba, was unemployed, spending his days socializing in Kyoto. The telephone fees were steep, prompting Wang Lixia to safeguard against Dong Hongba's frequent use of the family phone to connect with his friends by constructing a wooden frame with a hefty lock. With a resounding click, Wang Lixia likely never anticipated that the lock would be broken not by the 3rd son, but by her most obedient daughter. Dong Xinyu dialed the number for Sun Maokai's restaurant, as Liu Hai had informed her during their recent correspondence. When Sun Maokai answered the call, Dong Xinyu felt a surge of nerves. "Is this Director Sun from Yunsan County?" "Ah, yes, I am Sun Maokai. May I ask who is calling?" came the voice on the other end. Dong Xinyu paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. I am Liu Hai's acquaintance, Xinyu. Oh, Director's son knows me then, she added. It's been a few months since I returned to Kyoto, hasn't it? I am eagerly awaiting the opportunity to partake in your joyous celebration. Liu Hai, that rascal, has been thinking of you quite fondly. Every time he is with us and your name is mentioned, he beams with delight as if he has consumed honey. The tension that once marred Dong Xinyu's expression dissipated in an instant. She glanced at her burgeoning belly, where two delightful dimples appeared, and she chuckled. Realizing he is quite the fool. Director's son, could you kindly convey a message to him? I shall call tomorrow morning at 11, and I need him to answer, as I have something of great significance to share with him. Something of great significance? Would you like me to deliver the message directly? Director's son inquired enthusiastically. Dong Xinyu instinctively caressed her abdomen, a gesture that seems to be second nature to all expectant mothers. Once one learns of the life growing within, a profound instinct to protect the belly emerges. After some contemplation, she resolved, no, I wish to tell him myself. He will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Are you keeping us in suspense? Son Maokai laughed heartily. Fear not. As a man of experience, I shall find someone to relay your message shortly. Thank you, Director's son. After ending the call, Dong Xinyu felt an overwhelming clarity in her heart. She was determined to keep this child. However, the question of how to address this matter with her family lingered in her mind, leaving her uncertain. Her aunt, Wang Qingxiu, was organizing a health check at the hospital with her colleagues. Being an employee in the health sector herself, she was well acquainted with the leading physicians in Kyoto. Just after she had given blood, a doctor passing by greeted her, Deputy Director Wang. Congratulations. Wang Qingxiu, taken aback, responded, congratulations for what? Your niece. She is 4 months along. Has no one in your family been informed? Niece. Which niece? Wang Qingxiu stood up, bewildered. The doctor then realized the gravity of the situation. Exclaiming, does no one know? The youngest daughter of Director Dong just came to me for a checkup, and she is already 4 months pregnant. What? Wang Qingxiu's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. It became clear that her interference was motivated by a desire to prevent Dong Xinyu from returning to Ponqing village. As the son of her superior had taken a liking to her, she had intended to use this opportunity to strengthen her ties with her superior, hoping to elevate her position from deputy director to director. Although she had longed to discuss this matter with her sister, Dong Xinyu's abrupt confrontation had made her hesitate, thinking that with time, the girl would forget about Ponqing village. Now, upon receiving this news of the pregnancy, Wang Qingxiu feared that all her plans had unraveled. In a flurry, she pulled the doctor aside and thrust a pack of Ingchun's cigarettes into his hand. The doctor, alarmed, protested, but how can I accept this? All health department personnel are esteemed figures in the hospital. Please, take it, Wang Qingxiu insisted, shoving the cigarettes into his pocket. You must accept this pack. For I have a matter of utmost importance to ask of you. Deputy Director, I am at your service, the doctor replied, ready to assist. Wang Qingxiu let out a sigh, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. You must be aware of the troubles that befell my sister's family in the past. Their young girl had been taken to the countryside and hidden away for several years, and you are well aware of the prevailing atmosphere in rural areas. Thus, regarding the matter of her pregnancy, we are utterly in the dark. I kindly ask you to keep this confidential and refrain from discussing it with anyone else. The doctor, unmarried Zhang, was taken aback. How could a child from a prominent family engage in such a scandalous affair? Seeing that Wang Qingxiu was not jesting, he quickly assured her. Rest assured, Deputy Director Wang, I will handle this matter discreetly. What else do you require of me? Wang Qingxiu then requested the doctor to retrieve the examination report for Dong Xinyu. Upon leaving the hospital, she headed straight to her sister Wang Lijuan's workplace. This child must be compelled by her sister to terminate the pregnancy while it is still under wraps. Otherwise, her plans to match Dong Xinyu with the son of a superior would be utterly doomed. Chapter 76. Director Xiao is a nobleman on Liu Hai's side. The factory had begun producing its packaged small silver fish. Following Liu Hai's proactive price reductions, the sales in the county indeed accelerated significantly. Previously, the daily sales hovered around 100 pounds. Now, they had surged to 200 pounds. However, Liu Hai was acutely aware that relying solely on one county had reached its limits. The only viable option was to expand sales to other counties, cities, and even provinces. In pursuit of this goal, he sought the assistance of someone, Director Xiao Manyun from the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative. In the past, Whenever Liu Hai and his team delivered a batch of eels, they would bring along a pack of inexpensive cigarettes for him. Though the few cents per pack went largely unnoticed, each packet contained a hidden 5 yuan. Through this exchange, Director Xiao gradually found dealings with Liu Hai refreshingly straightforward, fostering a good rapport between them. In 1981, the dual-track system of planned and market economies led to rampant opportunism, significantly disrupting the previous plan model. Additionally, the chaotic triangular debts among factories created numerous problems in the communication channels between state-owned enterprises. As information became increasingly scarce, the market descended into disorder. Yet, some were specifically working to bridge the gaps in demand between factories. Liu Hai was aware that Director Xiao Manyun was part of such a research group, composed of directors and procurement officers from various supply and marketing cooperatives. To put it plainly, Liu Hai aimed to leverage Xiao Manyun's connections to sell their small fish to markets beyond their own. As the boat glided across the waves, the sounds of wild chickens and ducks echoed from the lakeside reeds. Once the vessel anchored at a shallow bank, Yang Sengu jumped off. Director Xiao, wait for me to catch a few wild ducks to bring back for our sister-in-law to nourish her health. Director Xiao Manyun quickly responded, oh, that would be quite embarrassing. Sengu, those creatures are quite elusive. Will you really be able to catch them? Wild chickens and ducks can fly and are exceptionally alert, making them difficult to capture. Yang Sengu laughed heartily. I'll gather some radishes from Brother Hai's field to stew alongside them. In truth, Director Xiao had long craved the taste of wild duck from the lakeside reeds, but had been too shy to voice his desire. Gazing with amusement at Yang Sengu's retreating figure, I find his sharp intellect endearing, as he possesses an innate ability to delve into the hearts of people. Liu Hai chuckled, asserting that a lack of formal education does not equate to an inability to get things done. Sometimes, such talents are simply innate. All right, Director Xiao, just give me a straightforward answer. Will you handle the matter we just discussed? Xiao Manyun found himself momentarily ensnared in a dilemma. Surely, this would not involve any underhanded dealings. After all, as the director of the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, any misstep could lead to dire consequences in this era. Liu Hai, still smiling, reassured him, I approached you to take the lead. We are a private enterprise, not a state-run one. The small silverfish isn't even classified as a third-category agricultural product, so how could this possibly be illicit? Furthermore, all you need to do is invite the individuals to our factory. You need not concern yourself with anything else. What do you say? Xiao Manyun was torn, pulling out a pack of golden monkey cigarettes and offering one to Liu Hai. Liu Hai struck a match to light it for him. After taking several puffs, a look of determination finally appeared on his face. Can this really yield substantial profits? Liu Hai, beaming, replied, let me do the math for you. In our county of Yunshan alone, we can earn a gross profit of 100 or 200 daily. Moreover, think of the entire city, the province, and even the nation, indeed, the world. Just imagine, should we manage to open up the market, the prospects are incredibly enticing. As someone reborn from a past life of immense wealth, what entrepreneur hasn't started by dreaming big? Some merely see those dreams materialize. Stimulated by Liu Hai's words, Xiao Manyun's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and his heart raced. So how much would I stand to earn? Liu Hai laughed heartily. Director Xiao, as long as your vision is broad enough, the world is yours. Xiao Manyun took deep puffs of smoke, contemplating. This fellow is quite cunning. Does he truly resemble a mere farmer? Bold to the extreme. Yet, upon reflection, Liu Hai's enticing proposition was simply too tempting to resist. I'm in. Worst case, I can always resign. From the reeds, Yang Sengu called out, Director Xiao, today is your lucky day. I caught a hefty one. With newfound resolve, Xiao Manyun felt the sunlight shining brightly upon him. He turned to Liu Hai and proclaimed, Fortune favors the bold. I will join you. Then, he shouted to Yang Sengu in the reeds, I've never scavenged a wild duck nest in my life. Sengu, where are you? I'm coming to catch one too. With that, he tossed aside his cigarette butt, removed his liberation shoes, and leaped into the shallows. Liu Hai, buoyed by the moment, jumped into the reeds to hunt for wild ducks. The group enjoyed a bountiful harvest, quickly capturing 3 ducks and over a dozen wild duck eggs. Upon returning to shore, they gave 2 to Xiao Manyun. True to his keen nature, Xiao Manyun pointed out the wild soft-shelled turtles crawling along the embankment. There is a significant demand for these in the south. Wait for my notification. We'll prepare a batch to send over. In an era where everyone craved pork, Few bothered with turtles due to the effort and oil involved in cooking them. No one had yet acknowledged their health benefits, which is why they proliferated in the lakes and along the embankments. However, the southern palate had a great appetite for such delicacies. The aquatic supply and marketing cooperative often receives tasks of this nature. It is evident that Xiao Manyun has pointed Liu Hai towards a path of aquatic trafficking once again. Liu Hai has etched this into his memory. That evening, while dining at the factory, a villager delivered a message, stating that Xinyu would call Director Liu's restaurant at 10 o'clock the following morning. Liu Hai felt a twinge of unease. He wondered if the girl had something urgent to discuss. A restless feeling settled within him. After a night passed, he made a trip home. His house, a trio of brand-new tile-roofed rooms accompanied by a slanted-roof kitchen, stood as the only grand structure in Panqing village, making it a standout amidst the ordinary. Uncle Jun had enlisted the finest carpenter from the neighboring village to craft 36-legged furniture, which would likely be completed in another 10 days. After arranging a few matters, he proceeded to Director Liu's restaurant in the county town. Upon entering, Director Liu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming that Xinyu had good news for him and that he would surely be delighted upon hearing it. Liu Hai chuckled lightly, expressing his hope for her swift return, for the weight of his daily concerns was truly burdensome. Though he spoke lightly, the restless feeling lingered within him. Director Liu patted his shoulder, urging him to hurry and get married, as everyone was waiting to toast at his wedding. Just then, a phone rang insistently nearby. "Quick, answer it. It's probably a call from Kyoto. I'll head to the front to tend to some matters," Director Sun said with a smile as he exited. Despite being in his 50s, Liu Hai felt as jittery as a young lad. He picked up the phone and said hello. On the other end, there was a brief silence before a voice queried, "Are you Liu Hai?" Recognizing the voice of Dong Xinyu's mother, Wang Lijuan, he realized there was indeed a matter at hand. "Yes, this is I. May I ask who is calling?" He replied. "I am Dong Xinyu's mother," she stated. "Oh, hello, Auntie. I apologize. There is no need for apologies. I wish to clarify a few matters with you. First and foremost, I am grateful for your father's assistance during our family's most difficult times, as he protected my little girl. We shall repay this kindness through your sister. I will pay particular attention during her college entrance examination. Furthermore, I must ask you not to contact Xinyu any longer. I am fully aware of how you have treated her over these past 3 years. I have never believed in the notion of a wayward son returning to the fold. Please understand the heart of a parent. Xinyu is flesh of my flesh, and no parent wishes for their daughter to marry into another family only to be met with indifference or, worse, violence." Liu Hai's brow furrowed deeply. The inexplicable anxiety that had been plaguing him throughout the night crystallized in that moment. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. Director Liu had clearly stated that Xinyu would be calling yesterday, and logically, she would not have informed her mother. Why was her mother calling instead? He recognized that nothing could be clarified over the phone, and further explanations would be futile. After listening calmly to Wang Lijuan's words, Liu Hai finally spoke. "Annie, could you please let Xinyu take the phone? I wish to have a few words with her." Wang Lijuan's family has all returned home, including Dong Yuan, who seldom comes back from the army, as well as her second sister, Dong Ying, and third brother, Dong Hongba. Their aunt, Wang Guifang, is also present. In a corner, Dong Xinyu sits with her head bowed, tears streaming down her face. The atmosphere is thick with tension. Wang Lijuan had initially anticipated that after speaking those seemingly heartless words, Liu Hai would be particularly agitated. Much to her surprise, he remained remarkably composed, incessantly referring to her as aunt, which was not typical behavior for someone from the chaotic surroundings of Yinshan. Wang Lijuan glanced over at Dong Xinyu in the corner and sighed. She had gone out to play with friends. "Child," she thought, "let it be. Forget about our girl and move on with your life as if she has never stepped foot in your home. As for your sister, rest assured, we will make proper arrangements." In this day and age, any parent would likely storm over with a knife if they learned their daughter was pregnant out of wedlock. Wang Lijuan's calmness in this situation is indeed remarkable. Beside her, her sister lacks such composure and begins to shout angrily. "What a disgrace! How could a scoundrel like him be worthy of our Xinyu? Xinyu, my dear, do you not understand the consequences of being an unwed mother? We are going to terminate this pregnancy this afternoon. I have already spoken to Dr. Zhang. Do not worry, this matter will not go public. No one in Kyoto will know. Once you are well, your aunt will help you find a suitable family." Fearing that Liu Hai might overhear, Wang Lijuan hastily ended the call. Wang Guifang quickly interjected, "I am only looking out for Xinyu. Wang Lijuan retorted, mind your own affairs, and stop meddling in ours. Dong Ying, the second sister, did not conceal her disdain for this aunt. After the incident, it was she and Xinyu who had sought help from Wang Guifang, only to find her door firmly shut. Were it not for the blood ties to her mother, Dong Ying doubted she would have been permitted entry. Wang Guifang fell silent. Just as Wang Lijuan was about to speak, the phone rang again. Hello? She answered, and on the other end was Dong Xinmin's voice. Is the little girl carrying Liu Hai's child? Wang Lijuan nodded. Who else could it be? What are your plans? He inquired. We have an appointment with Dr. Zhang this afternoon to terminate the pregnancy. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Had it been a month or two later, it would have been too late. All right, I understand. Just make the necessary arrangements. Also, let Xinyu take the call. I need to speak with her. Without giving it much thought, Wang Lijuan called out to Dong Xinyu, who had been quietly weeping. Little girl, come here. It's your father's call. Dong Xinyu felt particularly aggrieved. She had always known her father's personality. Although he loved her deeply, being a former soldier, he valued his reputation above all else. The gravity of being an unwed mother would surely incite his wrath. As she passed by Wang Guifang, she felt an urge to kick her. This situation had been flawlessly concealed until this woman decided to intervene. As Sango had put it, what a wretched woman. With a tumultuous heart, she took the phone, bracing herself for a scolding. Hello, Dad. Well, Dad, you can ask me a few questions, and I will simply respond with yes or no. All right, I'm listening. Little girl, here is my first question. Is the child Liu Hai's? Yes. Good. The second question, do you love Liu Hai? Is he the one you would marry in this lifetime? Dong Xinyu hesitated, unsure how to interpret her father's question. Dong Xinmin urged her over the phone to answer, yes or no. With unwavering certainty, Dong Xinyu declared, yes. Excellent. Now, the third question, does Liu Hai equally love you? Dong Xinyu recalled the day they parted, when he knelt before her, meticulously cleaning her shoes and adjusting her little white socks with tenderness. Yes. Finally, the last question, do you wish to keep this child? Yes. After a brief silence, Dong Xinmin suddenly reprimanded, are you truly my daughter, Dong Xinyu? Tears streamed down Dong Xinyu's face. Her father had never scolded her like this before. Of course I am, Dad. I know I was wrong. You are nothing but a fool. If you were truly my daughter, why have you been dawdling at home these past few months? Your legs are your own. Wouldn't you go back to Panqing village to find Liu Hai? If you're indecisive in life, how many times do you think you would survive on the battlefield? Dong Xinmin cursed from the other end of the line. Dong Xinyu felt bewildered, unsure of her father's intentions. Tentatively, she asked, Dad, you, stop wasting time. Find an opportunity to escape. I've already arranged it with your elder brother. Don't let your mother know. That's it. With that, he abruptly hung up. Dong Xinyu remained in a state of shock, instinctively glancing at her older brother, Dong Yuan. Seeing his little sister looking at him suddenly, Dong Yuan coughed nervously. This afternoon, I'll take Xinyu to the hospital to deal with the child. Chapter 78. Arrival in Kyoto. No one anticipated that Liu Hai had overheard Wang Guifang's words over the phone. The child. Xinyu is actually carrying my child? This means that in the previous life, when Xinyu jumped into the river, she must have been pregnant with my child shortly before. Initially composed, upon hearing the phone disconnect, a tempest brewed in his mind like never before. Every man understands the significance of a child. In Sun Mountai's office, he slapped himself hard, then smoked one cigarette after another, his hands trembling. Recalling Wang Guifang's earlier words about terminating the child, Yang Sengu entered from outside, startled by Liu Hai's demeanor. Brother Hai. What's wrong? Is something wrong with Xinyu? Liu Hai crushed his cigarette, but, standing up, how much money did you bring today? Over 50 yuan. Plus more than 70 yuan from Director Sun's settlement. Around 100 in total. What? We need to get to Kyoto quickly. Liu Hai had initially intended to respect Dong Xinyu's family and give her time to gradually work things out with them. However, upon learning about the child, he could no longer remain calm. He felt immense regret, realizing he should have gone to Kyoto sooner to bring Xinyu back. Yang Sandog soon realized that something must have happened to Dong Xinyu, and he hurriedly followed behind. In this day and age, ordinary individuals wishing to travel to distant cities must procure proof of travel. Air travel was out of the question. Not only were the ticket prices exorbitantly high, but even if one possessed the funds, it was unlikely that an average person could secure a ticket. Thus, Liu Hai was left with no option but to take the slow green trains. The process of purchasing tickets was particularly cumbersome. Fortunately, son Hongqi played a pivotal role, assisting Liu Hai with the necessary documentation, train tickets to Kyoto, and a myriad of bureaucratic procedures, all in a seamless manner. By late afternoon, around 5 o'clock, they hastily boarded the slow green train. This mode of transport was notoriously sluggish. The journey from Jiangdong to Kyoto spanned over 600 kilometers, with numerous stops along the way, requiring 2 full days to reach their destination. Sleeping berths were a luxury reserved for those of higher standing, leaving the train overcrowded and chaotic, with many passengers carrying live poultry and various meats, resulting in a cacophony of odors. However, amidst this chaotic era, a strong sense of camaraderie prevailed among strangers, who quickly struck up conversations. In the stifling metal confines of the train, Liu Hai's thoughts were consumed solely by Dong Xinyu and the child she bore, leaving little room for any other reflections. After 2 days and nights, Liu Hai and Yang Sandog disembarked at Kyoto Station. The station was shabby and adorned with a plethora of slogans. Navigating through the throngs of people, they stood at the bus stop, taking a deep breath. The bustling department store and the electric tram buses, which one could only see in newspapers, were a marvel. The advertisement for Senio Electric on the building left Yang Sandog in awe. This was indeed the capital, and in comparison, their county town of Yunshan felt remarkably rural. When the number 48 bus arrived, Liu Hai urged Yang Sandog to board. The fare was a mere 15 cents per person. Liu Hai was well acquainted with the bus routes near Dong Xinyu's home, having visited her parents on numerous occasions. After purchasing their tickets from the ticket clerk, Yang Sandog grew anxious, asking, "Hai Ge, do you know where Xinyu's family lives? Are we going to get lost?" Liu Hai reassured him, "No, don't worry. Has Xinyu mentioned it to you?" Yang Sandog interrupted, "Enough chatter. Once we arrive at her home, we're likely to face a lot. Be mentally prepared." With a sigh, Yang Sandog replied, "Don't worry, I'll handle her family. You don't need to concern yourself." Liu Hai thought to himself, who would have imagined that Xinyu was pregnant? If only we had stopped her from returning to Kyoto that day. He sighed, blaming himself for the situation. Throughout the journey, he couldn't help but chastise himself repeatedly. If anything were to happen to Dong Xinyu's child, he would never find peace in this lifetime. Having maintained a good relationship with the Dong family in his previous life, he knew them well, such as how the second sister, Dong Ying, had a particular fondness for electric ball candies, and the third brother, Dong Hongba, enjoyed drinking green plum wine, among other details. Upon disembarking, he indulged in a shopping spree at the department store, having purchased a pound of electric ball bag candy for a mere $1.20. Along with a pair of bottles of green plum wine at $1.90 each, I also acquired a navy-collared shirt for my elder brother. Additionally, various other items were procured, all of which delighted the family of Dong Xinyu. Due to the nature of the work unit's compound, entry was restricted at the gate. Yang Sangyu, adept in such matters, discreetly offered a pack of Jinho cigarettes to the elderly guard, thus allowing them to proceed into the neighborhood. Guided by memories of a past life, Liu Hai eventually arrived at the doorstep of Dong Xinyu's home. This life, unlike the previous one, brought about a sense of trepidation within him. After a moment of hesitation, he knocked on the door. It had been months since he last saw Dong Xinyu, and he was eager to reunite with her. Soon, the voice of Wang Lijuan, Dong Xinyu's mother, resonated from within, heightening Liu Hai's anxiety. After a brief interval, the door swung open, revealing the familiar figure of a woman he recognized from his past life. Wang Lijuan, having given birth to Dong Xinyu at nearly 40, bore a few strands of gray hair. Yet, her gentle demeanor remained unchanged. She gazed at the two young men before her, momentarily taken aback. Liu Hai, generally unconcerned with his appearance, along with Yang Sangyu, stood in simple attire, their worn clothing starkly contrasting with the well-dressed youth typically seen in Kyoto. With a hint of confusion, Wang Lijuan inquired, "May I ask who you are looking for? Did you perhaps come to the wrong place?" Yang Sangyu remained silent, while Liu Hai, with utmost politeness, responded, "Excuse me, Aunt Wan." You know me? And you are?" Wang Lijuan replied, clearly surprised. Liu Hai nodded. "Aunt Wan, I sincerely apologize for the abrupt visit. I am Liu Hai." Liu Hai? Wang Lijuan's heart sank at the mention of the name, one that had become synonymous with distress in their household. Her expression darkened as she scrutinized him for a prolonged moment, noting his red-rimmed eyes and weary visage. After a lengthy silence, she spoke with a hint of coldness. "How did you find my home?" With polite regret, Liu Hai replied, "Aunt Wan, I understand that you may not wish to see me, but I felt it necessary to come." I hope to speak with Xinyu. Such a meeting is unnecessary, Wang Lijuan said with indifference, before abruptly shutting the door. Chapter 79. Approaching Uncle San as Liu Hai stood at the foot of the building. He had already steeled himself for this outcome. The fact that the young woman had endured a harrowing few years with him, compounded by the burden of an unplanned pregnancy, weighed heavily on him. It was not timidity that held him back, but rather an understanding of parental concern. He recognized that Wang Lijuan was not an unreasonable or harsh individual. With a heavy heart, he placed the items down and uttered, "Aunt Wan, I apologize for the intrusion." Before turning to leave, Dong Xinyu, puzzled, asked, "Is this it, Brother Hai? It is not the end, but we must not rush. From this day forth, we shall remain here," Liu Hai replied, before making his way down. Dong Xinyu nodded and promptly followed suit. Inside, Wang Lijuan heard Liu Hai's words as he departed. She was also curious. Wasn't that place, Hongqi village, merely a den of ruffians? The moment the door closed, she braced herself for the ruckus that the scoundrel might create outside. Yet he simply departed. Pressing her ear to the door, she listened intently for quite a while. But indeed, no sound emerged. After a while, she opened the door to take a look, and the man was truly gone. Glancing at the items left behind by Liu Hai, she contemplated discarding them. However, recalling the little girl's attitude towards him, she sighed in resignation. One cannot act too ruthlessly. Bringing the items inside, she noted that while they were not particularly valuable, they were clearly selected with care according to the preferences of each family member. Had the little girl discussed these with him? Wang Lijuan's curiosity was palpable. Liu Hai believed that as long as he could keep a close watch on this door, there remained a glimmer of hope for control over the situation. In this day and age, finding accommodation in an inn was no simple feat, especially in Kyoto, where various proofs were required. Liu Hai, therefore, decided to forego the trouble of seeking an inn. Thus, he spent the night downstairs. Meanwhile, he began to devise a plan to approach the Dong family. The eldest was in the military, making him inaccessible to Liu Hai. The second, Dong Ying, had a rather aloof disposition, making it difficult to get close in a short time. Only the third, Dong Hongba, was a person of more amiable temperament. If Liu Hai's instincts were correct, this fellow would be most eager to confront him, given that he had gotten his sister pregnant. The greatest anger often dissipates the quickest. Among the Dong siblings, he was the least successful. Decades later, he remained single, childless, and continued to reside in this modest community. His greatest joy each morning was savoring a piece of fried dough outside his door. That night was rather tormenting, as Liu Hai did not observe Dong Xinyu coming or going. Therefore, the following morning, upon seeing the third brother, Dong Hongba, leave, he promptly beckoned Yang Sandog to follow. Thus, they made their way to the fried dough stall at the entrance. Being a large city like Kyoto, there was an abundance of supplies and a variety of breakfast stalls. Liu Hai and Yang Sandog found a spot beside one another. Yang Sandog, feeling anxious, whispered, "Brother Hai, we're in a bit of a hurry, and I'm still wearing straw sandals. Do you think our rural background will impress my third uncle? What excuse do you plan to use to get close to him?" Liu Hai shot him a glance. "Don't concern yourself with so much. Just go buy some fried dough. I'm a bit hungry, and we can ponder over it while we eat." Yang Sandog acquiesced, but felt that Brother Hai was somewhat unrealistic. How could he possibly manage to win over someone from Kyoto? He rushed to the side to purchase fried dough, only to be taken aback by the steep prices. In Hongqi village, one piece cost 7 cents or a grain coupon. Without the coupon, it was 8 cents. Yet here in Kyoto, it was 10 cents. The vendor was particularly adamant. "What do you want to eat without a grain coupon? Go away and stop causing trouble." After all, this was the capital, not a small place like Hongqi village, where people might turn a blind eye to such matters. In Kyoto, however, the enforcement was rigorous. Yang Sandog was easy to persuade. Yet the vendor was as stubborn as a mule. Without grain tickets, no amount of money would suffice. Consequently, the two began to quarrel. The vendor, infuriated, pointed at him and exclaimed, "Why are you so obstinate? I will reiterate this. Spare me your convoluted reasoning, for I refuse to heed your argument. Without a grain ticket, none shall succeed." Yang Sandog, his face hardening, retorted, "What if I add a dime per piece? Isn't that acceptable? Not at all. Begone. What kind of person are you, treating national policies as a jest? We common folks must steadfastly align with our nation. Do you not understand that American imperialism harbors a persistent enmity towards us?" Frustrated, Yang Sandog exclaimed, "I merely wish to purchase a fried dough stick. How does that relate to American imperialism?" Leave. The vendor's patience was wearing thin. Many onlookers, including Dong Hongba, had turned their attention to the altercation. Yang Sandog possessed an especially stubborn temperament. Seeing the vendor unyielding, he continued to argue, presenting a plethora of illogical reasoning. What matters most is money. Why regard tickets with such importance? If you refuse to conduct business with those lacking tickets, when will you ever prosper? Enraged, the vendor shouted, "Are you now attempting to educate me? With your convoluted reasoning, how can you speak so freely?" Throughout the exchange, Liu Hai had been observing Dong Hongba, confident that he would intervene. Just as it seemed the situation might escalate into a brawl, Dong Hongba spoke up. "Old Chun, how can you be so inflexible? Rules are rigid, but people are not. Look at this man's face, gaunt with hunger, his eyes nearly bulging from starvation. What harm is there in selling him a few?" Upon hearing Dong Hongba's words, the vendor's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily offered a conciliatory remark. "Well, since you've spoken, it's no longer an issue." He then impatiently addressed Yang Sandog. "Fine, I'll sell to you, but cease this commotion and disturb the others. How many do you want?" Yang Sandog thought to himself, "Damn it, we rushed out and only brought money, neglecting the grain tickets. If a mere fried dough vendor is this stubborn about tickets, my brother and I might starve in this capital despite having money." Gritting his teeth, he asked, "What is the price for a flour bun?" 5 cents plus 2 liang of grain ticket. And the sugar triangle? 6 cents plus 2 liang of grain ticket. What about the oil and salt cake? 7 cents plus 2 liang of grain ticket. Very well, including the fried dough sticks. I'll take 10 of each. Can you even finish all that? Why buy so much? The vendor suspected Yang Sandog was deliberately seeking trouble. That's none of your concern. If you dare sell, I dare to buy. The vendor glanced at Dong Hongba and ultimately complied, selling him the items. Returning to their table, Liu Hai approached Dong Hongba, who was enjoying his fried dough sticks, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Without your righteous intervention, my brother and I would surely have starved here today. We are newcomers to the capital and unfamiliar with the customs. Forgive us for our naivete. No need for formality. I completely understand your predicament as newcomers to the capital." Dong Hongba replied amiably. "When I first arrived at around 6 or 7 years of age, I too made quite a few blunders." His words exuded a refreshing warmth, reminiscent of the noble heroes of yore, which reflected his lifelong aspiration. Upon noticing that Liu Hai had already struck up a conversation with his uncle Sanjiu, Yang Sangu, who had grown up alongside Liu Hai, swiftly approached him, offering a cigarette and expressing his gratitude. "Sanjiu?" Dong Hongba raised his head, eyeing him with curiosity for a prolonged moment. "Why do you call me Sanjiu?" After observing Yang Sangu's peculiar hairstyle, he chuckled. "Brother, your hairstyle is indeed a rarity." Yang Sangu's brows furrowed in irritation. Had this been Yinshan County, someone would have surely faced his wrath for mocking his appearance. Yet, in the presence of Sanjiu, he dared not retaliate. Liu Hai chimed in, reminiscing about a childhood incident when he had tried to pet someone else's dog, only to be caught and squeezed by a door. Uffed! Dong Hongba erupted in laughter, spewing his tofu pudding everywhere, tears streaming down his face. "Is that a true story?" "Indeed it is. Back then, I knew my brother's hairstyle was a concern, and lo and behold, he has grown into such a formidable figure," Liu Hai remarked casually. Taking a seat opposite Dong Hongba, Yang Sanga seemed to have an epiphany, turning to Liu Hai with newfound urgency. "Is my pointy head really related to that incident with Aunt Gio?" Liu Hai winked at him. "Close enough." "Goodness, then I must return and demand compensation." Yang Sangu's exaggerated reaction elicited hearty laughter from Dong Hongba, and others present joined in the mirth. The atmosphere lightening considerably. Even the individual who had nearly clashed with Yang Sangu earlier wore a smile. After a while, Dong Hongba remarked, "Goodness, it's been ages since I've encountered such amusing fellows in Kyoto. Where do you two hail from?" "Jiangdong," Liu Hai replied with a grin. "Jiangdong. That's a splendid place, known for its picturesque landscapes. What brings you to Kyoto? Running about without a single grain coupon. You're quite the brave souls. Aren't you afraid of starvation?" Dong Hongba inquired. Yang Sangu was about to concoct a whimsical excuse when Liu Hai, with an unflustered demeanor, stated, "I followed my family's tradition of fortune-telling since childhood, but our home was too impoverished, and I could scarcely find a meal. So, I thought perhaps I could make a living in Kyoto, and thus I boarded a green train to come here." Yang Sangu felt a chill run down his spine. Why did Liu Hai have to choose such a reason related to fortune-telling? If Sanjiu asked him to perform a reading, wouldn't everything be revealed? His heart raced. fearing Liu Hai might not be able to sustain the fib. Little did he know that Sanjiu had an ardent fascination with fortune-telling and was particularly obsessed with it. At the age of 12, he had once encountered a wandering sage who proclaimed he had the countenance of an emperor. He rushed home to tell Dong Xinyu, "Father, I am simply born in the wrong era. In ancient times, I would have been destined to be a prince." It was during a time when even a small red booklet was a symbol of authority, and such words were utterly outrageous. Dong Xinyu had chased him down several streets with a broom. Yet, this boy remained steadfast in his belief, becoming increasingly entranced. Liu Hai, recalling past events, knew that this fellow had also developed an obsession with Qigong by the 1990s. All day long, one stands on the rooftop with a pot, receiving the energies of heaven and earth. Living in a perpetual state of confusion, one finds solace in believing in these absurdities. Indeed, upon hearing that Liu Hai could read fortune through the 8 characters, Dong Hongba furrowed his brow and scrutinized him. "At such a young age, can you truly discern the fortunes of others?" Liu Hai smiled and replied, "Skill is not bound by age. I have been studying since childhood. Thus I possess over a decade of expertise. How about I read your fortune? Very well, let us see if you possess this genuine ability. But I must warn you, do not attempt to deceive me. Few have succeeded in doing so throughout my life." Dong Hongba retorted. Liu Hai internally scoffed, for it seemed that before the age of 30, he had been duped to his last pair of underpants by fortune tellers, and after, he had been led astray by masters of Qigong. It could be said that few could ever trick him. "Show me your palm," Liu Hai asserted, adopting the demeanor of a sage returning from the mountains. "Are you serious?" Yang Sandog was taken aback, hardly daring to breathe. After Dong Hongba extended his palm, Liu Hai pretended to examine it, stating, "Brother, you are around 25 years old. You possess some skill. Continue." Dong Hongba was now entirely convinced that Liu Hai, whom he had never encountered before, could discern his age with remarkable accuracy. Liu Hai smiled and continued, "You must have 4 siblings." Dong Hongba's expression of skepticism vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Liu Hai suddenly sighed and shook his head while holding his palm. "What's the matter?" Dong Hongba inquired anxiously. Liu Hai responded, "You are born in an untimely era. You possess the countenance of a sovereign." "Wow, do you truly believe so?" At that moment, Dong Hongba was utterly captivated by Liu Hai's words. To say he had the bearing of royalty was, for him, an irrefutable truth. Of course, in a previous life, Liu Hai shared a close bond with Dong Hongba, and during one drunken night, Dong had confided his heart's burdens. He felt despondent, overshadowed by the excellence of his father, elder brother, and second sister, believing he would never surpass them, thus resigning himself to a life of mediocrity. In reality, such a languid existence was not his true desire. Thus, Liu Hai sought to inspire change in him, and continued, "Your destiny reveals much. May I inquire if anyone in your family has served in the military?" "Yes, my father and my elder brother." "And in politics?" "My second sister." "Then it is as I thought. A lineage of warriors and leaders. You are merely missing a merchant among them. Allow me to suggest, pursue commerce. A life of wealth and prosperity awaits you." "Is that true?" Dong Hongba questioned. But Liu Hai's expression suddenly grew grave. "What is it?" Dong Hongba, now fully captivated, felt a surge of tension. Liu Hai feigned deep contemplation, and after a moment, he declared, "You have a younger sibling, and something troubling has occurred recently, disturbing your fortune. Indeed, as expected of you, Brother Hai, when it comes to deception, you are unparalleled." Yang Sandog, having heard Liu Hai's elaborate ruse, quickly grasped the underlying motives. He wanted to get close to Uncle San and seek his approval. Yet he knew that obtaining news of Xinyu would be nearly impossible in such a short time, especially given the family's grievances against him. However, the use of tricks to deceive others does not truly convey any meaningful information. The pressing concern now is to ascertain whether Xinyu's child is still with her and whether she is well. "You are remarkable. You can even deduce such matters." Dong Hongba had developed an unwavering trust in Liu Hai, giving him a thumbs up. He then leaned closer, lowering his voice, and said, "Please do not speak of this carelessly. It pertains to my family's reputation. My younger sister is in some trouble and has gone missing." Chapter 81. The latest news on Dong Xinyu missing? Liu Hai was taken aback, but quickly suppressed his emotions. How could a living person simply vanish without a trace? "My friend, your sister's fate is intertwined with your future. Do share the details with me." Dong Hongba nodded and recounted the tale. His sister, unexpectedly pregnant, had her family attempting to conceal the situation. An aunt facilitated communication with a doctor, and on the way to the hospital, she suddenly fled. Upon returning, his brother was in tears, lamenting his sister's situation. Suddenly, Dong Hongba shifted the conversation, asking, "Can you help me determine where my sister is now? I strongly suspect that my brother intentionally allowed her to escape, and I am bewildered as to why my mother is now doubting me." After days of worry, Liu Hai felt a moment of peace. In his previous life, he had a profound understanding of Dong's elder brother, who was taciturn and meticulous, as expected of a military man. How could he possibly lose control over Xinyu? It seemed that this brother-in-law was not as cold and inflexible as before. He had even resorted to tears as a disguise. If the brother-in-law orchestrated Xinyu's escape, it was likely that he had made adequate provisions for her. Regaining his composure, Liu Hai remarked that while he excelled at determining a person's fate, locating someone was not his forte. Dong Hongba nodded in agreement, feeling disheartened. He then inquired about Liu Hai's predictions for his future. Liu Hai, with fervor, spun a tale that left Dong Hongba both awestruck and humbled. Of course, his intention was to guide him towards a brighter future. A person with a fierce heart often finds themselves at a crossroads, facing either triumph or a life of mediocrity. Liu Hai hoped he would not end up like his past self, living an unremarkable life. What began as a simple breakfast had turned into a shared lunch by noon. With Dong Xinyu no longer at home, Liu Hai felt it unnecessary to linger in the neighborhood. The Dong family held considerable influence in Kyoto, and they would undoubtedly be anxious to retrieve their daughter. Henceforth, his focus was on keeping Dong Hongba engaged. Later, Dong Hongba took them to a guest house. In this establishment, ordinary guests were accommodated in large dormitories. Only leaders or individuals with connections could secure private rooms. Furthermore, staying at a guest house required a letter of introduction. After navigating through the maze, they finally settled in. As they prepared to leave, Dong Hongba mentioned that he had a few friends who were quite lost in their lives and asked if Liu Hai could offer them some insight as well. Liu Hai felt a sense of awkwardness, yet upon reflection, he recalled a few acquaintances from his past life in the alleys of Kyoto. Thus, when I interrupt someone's future, there exists one essential element: fate. You are aware that revealing secrets of destiny may invoke backlash upon oneself. If there is no fate, I shall remain silent. Understood? I comprehend. I will bring my friends over. Those deemed fated shall be introduced, while those lacking such connection shall not be forced. Dong Hongba now speaks with a profound respect for the master. After he departed, Liu Hai promptly made a call from the guest house below. The rates were exorbitant, 8 cents per minute, with particularly poor reception. Half of the minute was spent on hello, hello, can you hear me? A straightforward matter took 3 to 4 minutes to elucidate. The call was directed to Sun Maokai, informing him that Xinyu had fled from home and would surely seek an opportunity to call back. He was instructed to convey that Liu Hai was currently in Kyoto, using the phone from the guest house. Sun Maokai took this matter very seriously. After returning upstairs from below, Liu Hai felt considerably uplifted. Standing by the window of the guest house, he indulged in cigarette after cigarette, his spirits soaring. This was due to the fact that Dong Xinyu's child had been preserved. However, Yang Sandog remarked, "How can we face Sanjiugu after deceiving him? And Brother Hai, how do you know so much about Sanjiugu?" Liu Hai spun a tale, claiming that Xinyu had divulged these details to him. As for how to confront the future, that was a matter for another time. Moreover, given the commotion, it was likely that Dong Xinyu would not return home for several years, as their relationship had soured. One step at a time. In the afternoon, when Wang Lijuan returned from work, she searched the community but found no trace of Liu Hai. Upon her return, she pondered why he was absent from the neighborhood. Just the previous night, she had witnessed Liu Hai sleeping in the vicinity. Wang Lijuan concealed Liu Hai's visit from everyone, suspecting that among the 3 children, one had betrayed the organization. If this traitor were to learn of Liu Hai's arrival in Kyoto, they would undoubtedly conspire to facilitate his elopement with the young girl. She had her suspicions about the eldest, but he had always been meticulous and composed, never shedding tears. The tears witnessed that day at home were unmistakably genuine. The second child was also beyond reproach. Only the third, a character often lost in confusion, was likely the mastermind behind this scheme. In the evening, Wang Guifeng arrived. The eldest had not returned, and the second, Dong Ying, was present. The 3 were discussing the search for the young girl when Dong Hongba burst in, brimming with excitement. "Sister, mother, I encountered a sage today, and by heavens, in a single utterance, he clarified my past and future with utmost precision. I have had enough. Wang Lijuan, feeling exasperated, gazed at him, irritated by his perpetual state of confusion and lack of understanding, mingling with charlatans all day. When will you ever gain some sense? If you truly understood, you would tell me where you have hidden the young girl. Dong Hongba was on the verge of tears, exclaiming that this matter had nothing to do with him. He had already enlisted all his friends to search for the little girl, lamenting his ignorance of her whereabouts. Wang Lijuan, with a darkened expression, warned him for the last time that if anything happened to the little girl, he would bear the greatest guilt in this household. She reminded him that she was carrying a child. Mother, how can I possibly explain this to make you believe I am not involved? How can I prove it? He retreated into his room in frustration, declaring that he would always be an outsider in this family. Wang Lijuan sighed, suggesting that Gui Fong should return home, as it was inappropriate for her to be at their house all day, considering she had her own family to care for. Gui Fong, anxious, insisted that she was worried about Xinyu, who had not been seen all day, causing her great distress. No need, thank you. This is a family matter and does not concern you. Just take care of yourself, Dong Ying coldly interrupted, nearly causing Gui Fong to choke on her words. Dong Ying's remark left Gui Fong feeling wounded. The personalities of Dong Ying and Dong Xinyu were starkly contrasting. While Dong Xinyu was timid and insecure, like a gentle lamb, Dong Ying resembled a cold, unyielding blade, often piercing through the hearts of those she disapproved of. Gui Fong dared not provoke her. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Gui Fong stood, announcing her departure. The mother and daughter shared no words. As Gui Fong turned to leave, she muttered about the girl's temperament, suggesting she would never find a husband. Once Gui Fong had departed, Dong Ying bluntly asked her mother whether blood ties truly outweighed all else. Child, what do you mean by that? Wang Lijuan inquired, gazing at her daughter. With a cold smile, Dong Ying revealed that she had heard troubling news regarding Gui Fong's attempts to matchmake her daughter with the son of a leader from their workplace, a man of questionable character. During his service, he had caused considerable harm to many girls in their village, including fathering a child with one, only to abandon her to return to the city. Knowing his true nature, how could you consider pairing the little girl with him? Do you not fear that she would be forever tormented by such a beast? Blood ties mean nothing when some individuals are worse than animals. Wang Lijuan's face twitched, yet she remained silent. Dong Ying rose coldly, telling her mother to reflect on her words. After retreating to her room, Wang Lijuan let out a heavy sigh. Inside, Dong Hongba peered through the door crack, feeling a deep sense of reflection, realizing that matters often required the perspective of their second sister. Gui Fong, too, harbored suspicions that Dong Xinyu's disappearance was undoubtedly due to the third sibling's actions. She knew she would gain no information from her sister, and the sharp tongue of the second sister deterred her from seeking confrontation. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided to focus on the third brother. The very next morning, he arrived at the entrance of their community, seeking to establish a connection. Third brother, he began, yesterday you mentioned encountering a remarkable fortune teller? Would you be so kind as to introduce my aunt to him? She has been experiencing a streak of misfortune lately and is in dire need of guidance. Although Dong Hongba found her insufferable and initially wished to ignore her, Wang Gui Fong, understanding her nephew's intentions, promptly mentioned the esteemed fortune teller he admired. Instantly, his tone shifted considerably. Do you believe it? Why would I not? Come on, enough chatter. Let us take my aunt to meet him. In truth, he was eager to see whom his nephew associated with daily and hoped to uncover clues that would lead him back to Dong Xinyu. Dong Hongba scrutinized her and remarked, that master requires a connection to provide readings. He may not even be able to assist you. So impressive. If he requires a connection, my aunt must meet this extraordinary person. Hurry, let us go. Thus, through gentle persuasion, Dong Hongba led her to the guest house. Upon their arrival, a number of young men from the area were already present. Most of these youths were still idling away their time. It was only after the mid-1980s that they would begin to showcase their talents in various corners of society. As Dong Hongba entered, some individuals emerged, visibly disheartened, while others appeared utterly astonished and overwhelmed. Brother Bo, one exclaimed, this is truly a living deity. I merely sat before him, and he accurately revealed the number of people in my family, my age, and my past endeavors. Even more astonishingly, he knew my preferred brand of liquor. Where on earth did you find him? Early that morning, Dong Hongba had notified his acquaintances in Kyoto. most of whom were skeptical and thus made their way to the guest house. Little did they know, those who were fated to meet Liu Hai were entirely unknown to him. While those with a connection were individuals he had shared drinks and stories with in a former life within the quadrangle of Kyoto. In his previous existence, he had enjoyed a close relationship with his third uncle. Whenever he visited Kyoto, this fellow would drag him around for drinks, introducing him as his sister's husband. Consequently, Liu Hai was familiar with many in his circle and had some knowledge of their family backgrounds and interests. Shortly thereafter, a second individual rushed out, exclaiming, "Living deity!" Wang Guifeng, initially only seeking information about Dong Xinyu, could not help but feel a burgeoning anticipation for her own encounter with the master upon hearing such extraordinary claims. Dong Hongba, eager to bolster his reputation, led Wang Guifeng upstairs. Along the way, he mused that someone like his aunt, who had lived a life of bitterness and unscrupulous deeds, surely lacked any connection with the master and dismissed the situation entirely. However, the moment Wang Guifeng stepped through the door, Liu Hai suddenly proclaimed, "A benefactor has arrived." Both Dong Hongba and Wang Guifeng were taken aback. "Who is this benefactor?" Dong Hongba inquired. Liu Hai pointed at Wang Guifeng, saying, "Her. Indeed, today she is the one most fated to meet me. It has been preordained. I finally understand why our paths have crossed. It's primarily to meet her." Yang Sandog, suppressing the tingling sensation in his head, leaned in and whispered, "Hai Go. Aren't we supposed to be scientifically analyzing the 8 characters? Why are we pretending to be fortune tellers?" Liu Hai shot him a glare, prompting Yang Sandog to hastily silence himself. Once Wang Guifeng comprehended the situation, her demeanor transformed into one of unbridled joy. "Really? Master, do you think I have good fortune?" She eagerly plopped down across from Liu Hai. Liu Hai suddenly furrowed his brows and shook his head, his expression grave. "Give me your hand. I wish to examine your palm." "All right, you may observe," Wang Guifeng replied impatiently. After studying her hand for a while, Liu Hai let out a deep sigh. "Shall I speak candidly?" "Of course," she affirmed. "Are you certain? Will you accept whatever I say?" "Absolutely. I shall earnestly heed the sage's counsel." Liu Hai solemnly nodded. "Very well, then I shall speak without reservation. Your fate is harsh. You lost your father at 8 and your mother at 10. As you grew, you committed numerous unscrupulous deeds, embodying moral decay, a disgrace to the nation. Therefore, your son shall not achieve much, and as for you, you shall meet your end by a car accident before 60. Liu Hai spoke for 5 or 6 minutes, leaving Wang Guifeng in stunned silence. Dong Hongba, equally bewildered, thought to himself, "Why do I feel as if the master is scolding my aunt?" Strangely, he felt a sense of relief. Wang Guifeng, utterly terrified by Liu Hai's revelations, trembled uncontrollably. Despite the harshness of his words, the stark reality of losing her mother at 8 and her father at 10 was undeniable, compelling her to believe this charlatan. Afterward, her lips turned pale. "Does the master possess a way to save me?" "Indeed," Liu Hai replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor, exuding an air of profound wisdom. "Speak less of unscrupulous deeds and engage in more virtuous actions, particularly refraining from betraying your own kin for trivial personal gain. May I speak freely again?" "Of course." "Very well, then I shall leave nothing unsaid. If a person is willing to betray their own family for a mere advantage, I believe they are no different from the swine and beasts that roam the streets. That is all I can convey. The rest is for you to ponder." With that, he fell silent. Wang Guifeng wished to inquire further, but was interrupted by Yang Sandog. "All right, we've already assisted 7 or 8 individuals today. We are rather fatigued. You may leave now." Dong Hongba quickly pulled Wang Guifeng toward the exit, saying, "Aunt, let's go now. Just remember the master's words for the future. There's no need to ask anything more." Thus, they ushered Wang Guifeng out. Once they exited, Yang Sandog promptly closed the door. "Hai Go, should we go find Xinyu now?" "Precisely," Liu Hai affirmed. Earlier that morning, while reading fortunes for other soldiers, he had subtly inquired about Dong Xinyu's whereabouts. After all, they belonged to the same circle. With diligent questioning, there were virtually no secrets within their realm. Just moments ago, someone had reported seeing Dong Xinyu at a guest house in Shidan, and this individual had confidently stated that she was in the company of Dong's elder brother. This information was indeed quite reliable. Yang Sandog was somewhat impatient to find Dong Xinyu and swiftly depart from this place. He preferred the serene landscapes of Panqing village to the towering structures of the bustling metropolis, which he found utterly unappealing. Liu Hai listened intently to the commotion outside. He knew that once they stepped out, those people would undoubtedly follow them, which would be quite troublesome. He suggested they wait until the coast was clear before they set out to search. Yang Sandog nodded in agreement, patiently biding his time. Upon exiting the guest house, Wang Guifeng trembled incessantly, feeling as though a calamity of monumental proportions was imminent. The ominous words of the master, proclaiming that she would meet her end beneath the wheels of a vehicle on the street, instilled a profound fear within her. After bidding farewell to her nephew, she hurriedly made her way to Wang Lijuan's workplace to share her unsettling experience. Wang Lijuan was equally astonished, questioning the existence of such a sage who could predict details like her name, age, and the time of her parents' passing. Could it be that Dong Hongba had informed him in advance? Wang Guifeng, with a furrowed brow, admitted that she too had initially entertained this notion. However, the pivotal point was that he had accurately calculated the fates of several others, each prediction proving to be precise. Following lunch, Wang Lijuan hurried to join her in seeking out this so-called master. Liu Hai's morning had been incessant, and it wasn't until noon that he found some peace. He decided he no longer wished to linger there, so he pinned a note to his brother Dong Hongba, expressing their desire to return to their hometown. They had inadvertently revealed too many secrets during this visit and felt it unwise to remain in Kyoto any longer. He reassured Dong Hongba that their elder brother had a favorable destiny, likely to achieve high rank at a certain age. However, he cautioned that their younger sister faced some challenges, leaving a note for her. Dong Hongba, reluctant to part ways, questioned the sudden departure. He promised them sustenance, wishing to prevent their exit, but Liu Hai interrupted, warning him that the secrets must not be disclosed. The note was intended for their younger sister, and if he were to read it, it could jeopardize her fortune. Indeed, it must remain unopened, Dong Hongba agreed, urging Liu Hai to wait while he gathered some supplies for their journey. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out to make arrangements. Liu Hai and the others, already eager to leave, quickly packed their belongings. However, as they descended the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Lijuan, Wang Guifeng, and Dong Feng entering through the door. Liu Hai promptly grabbed Yang Sandog and made a hasty retreat through the back door. None of the newcomers had seen him, but Wang Lijuan had. If she discovered that Liu Hai had left her neighborhood only to return as a charlatan to deceive her family, it would be an impossible situation to clarify. Observing his mother's arrival, Dong Hongba felt a surge of joy and eagerly guided them upstairs, only to find that the others had vanished. Confused, he wondered about the master's peculiar nature, having seemed so amiable moments before, only to depart without a word. Wang Lijuan furrowed her brow, suspecting they had encountered a fraud. Could they really be swindlers? She pondered. It's unlikely they are deceivers. Wang Guifeng was still haunted by lingering fears, her heart in a tumultuous state, feeling quite unwell. Dong Hongba immediately recalled the note regarding his second sister, saying, "The master left you a message." "For me?" she inquired. "Indeed. He mentioned that your elder brother would have no issues with his future endeavors, but you seem to be a challenging case. Just take a look." "Nonsense," Dong Ing retorted with a glare, accepting the note to read its contents. It humorously suggested that with her beauty, she ought to marry easily, otherwise, it would be a shame for someone so lovely to remain single, inviting ridicule. Fuming over the absurdity of such fortune-telling, she crammed the note into her pocket and walked away. Wang Lijuan and the others were left in confusion. Meanwhile, on Liu Hai's side, after emerging from the guest house, he hurried to another state-run establishment to inquire about the situation. After discreetly handing a pack of cigarettes to the receptionist, he was provided with a ledger to search through. Upon opening it, Liu Hai immediately recognized Dong Xinyu's handwriting. He promptly inquired, only to be informed that she had already departed, even requesting assistance in purchasing a train ticket southward. Southward? That means she's returning to Jiangdong, he thought, feeling anxious. Without a moment's hesitation, he dragged Yang Sandog to the train station, heading back to Jiangdong. It was July. On the old green train heading south, Dong Xinyu gazed out at the golden fields flashing by, feeling joyful about returning home just in time for the harvest season. During the 2 days and nights on the train, her anticipation to see Liu Hai grew immensely. Having not seen him for months, she found herself yearning for him. Unable to sleep, the bittersweet longing both delightful and heart-wrenching. This was the most innocent kind of love in this era. Distance only seemed to strengthen their bond. The train arrived at Changzhou Station. This time, her elder brother, Dong Yuan, accompanied her. Once they exited the station, Dong Xinyu suddenly said to him, "Brother, Perhaps you shouldn't see me off any further. You should return to your unit early. I can make my way back to Ponching Village alone. Chapter 84. There's south no place like home, why? Dong Yuan asked, shouldering his bag and lightly tapping her head. Are you afraid I might scold Liu Hai? Dong Xinyu pouted, feeling a bit troubled, for she did not wish her brother to witness the state of their home. The thatched cottage was precarious, and the village was filled with malnourished, emaciated individuals. The scent of poverty lingered in the air. If her brother were to see their living conditions, he would surely have much to say. Liu Hai had not informed Dong Xinyu about the several new brick houses that had been built, wishing to surprise her with the changes in Ponching Village. Dong Yuan seemed to sense his sister's concerns. With a smile, he reassured her, don't overthink it. I've already brought you here. Why would I concern myself with anything else? But, little sister, are you truly not having second thoughts? You must understand that once you marry here, your household registration will never return to Kyoto. And it is likely that our mother will struggle to accept this reality for years to come. You won't be able to return to Kyoto during that time. Life in the countryside is hard. Dong Xinyu instinctively touched her abdomen, a radiant smile blooming on her face like a flower. I have no regrets. It's fine, at worst. I won't return to Kyoto for a lifetime. As long as I have him and our child together, I can endure any hardship. Moreover, Liu Hai is more ambitious than you might think. I believe he will provide us with a good life. Seeing her sister in this light, Dong Yuan felt a sense of relief. Initially, I did not understand Father's decision to allow you to be with a boy from the countryside. Now, I comprehend that it is because you truly love him. However, I must emphasize one thing. Hurry and arrange the wedding. That said, given the current situation in the south, it seems neither father nor I can come over. It's all right, brother. Once the child is born and a bit older, Liu Hai and I will bring the child to visit you and father in the south. Dong Xinyu held her head high, resembling a simpleton. Dong Yuan refrained from saying more and boarded the minibus heading to Yinshan County. However, when they arrived, weary from the journey at Ponching Village, Dong Xinyu stood at her doorstep, gazing in bewilderment at the gleaming three-room tiled house. Is this my home? Dong Yuan curiously asked. Is this Liu Hai's house? Dong Xinyu felt uncertain and instinctively glanced around. The peach tree by the pond remained unchanged, and the maple forest on the back mountain was unmistakable. In autumn, it transformed into a spectacular scene of vibrant colors. The stone mill in front of Aunt Xiang's house was also there. Indeed, this is my home. Did Liu Hai build this tiled house? Why did he not mention it in his letter before coming here? Dong Yuan had feared the poverty of the place and that his sister might suffer. After all, they were not merely seeking refuge. This was to be her lifelong residence. As an older brother, who would not wish for their sister to live comfortably and be well fed, upon seeing the splendid tiled house, he burst into laughter. What a little capitalist! He exclaimed. Having traversed numerous villages, he had seldom seen such well-built houses. Brother is at ease now. Dong Xinyu still felt unsure and continued to look around. Fortunately, at that moment, Uncle Jun, who was fishing for small silver fish in the ditch, suddenly looked up and exclaimed, Xinyu, is that really you? When did you come back? Seeing Uncle Jun, Dong Xinyu felt a surge of excitement. Uncle Jun, you are here. Is this Liu Hai's house? Uncle Jun chuckled heartily, stepping out of the water. Yes, it has been completed for some time, and the furniture is ready. But the paint will take a few more days. Liu Hai wanted to give you a big surprise, so he didn't tell you. By the way, I have the key. Let me open the house so you can see if you like the furniture made by the carpenter. As he spoke, Uncle Jun wiped his hands and opened the door to the main room. Upon entering, they were met with numerous pieces of unpainted furniture. Dong Yuan looked around, filled with emotion. This little capitalist. In other homes, having furniture with 36 legs would be considered wealthy, yet he is furnished with 72 legs. The house was indeed fully equipped. Dong Xinyu's heart raced with excitement. She was not merely exhilarated by the array of furniture Liu Hai had procured for their home during her absence of several months. Instead, it was the acknowledgement from her elder brother, Dong Yuan, that truly filled her with joy. Uncle Jun then took note of Dong Xinyu. Who was this? Dong Xinyu smiled happily and said, my elder brother. Ah, so he is my brother-in-law. Uncle Jun quickly busied himself with distributing cigarettes. This detail was particularly significant, for what he produced was a pack of Deqianmen. These cigarettes cost 40 cents per pack. In the countryside, people usually smoke their own homegrown tobacco. Yet this dark-skinned villager was smoking Deqianmen, which was quite a luxury. Moreover, they had arrived here without any prior notice. It was unlikely that this rustic man would display such expensive cigarettes to impress others. This could only imply that he regularly indulged in such smokes. Was it true that Panqing village was as impoverished as he had imagined, with its inhabitants facing hunger? After accepting the cigarette, Dong Xinyu smiled and mentioned, "I will be returning to the army shortly, and I wish to meet Liu Hai." Uncle Jun suddenly recalled this matter and hurriedly stated, "Did he not travel to Kyoto with Sango to look for you? Did you not meet? He sought me out. He did not inform me beforehand. When did he leave?" Dong Xinyu instinctively felt a pang of worry, for she was aware that Liu Hai had never ventured far from home. Kyoto was not like Panqing village, with its myriad of rules, and she feared for Liu Hai's safety. Uncle Jun reassured her, saying, "It has been several days. He left directly for Kyoto from the county town while delivering goods to Director Sun's restaurant. Surely, nothing untoward has happened? He is a capable young man. He would not lose himself out there. Do not fret, little girl," Dong Yuan comforted. Turning to Uncle Jun, Dong Yuan asked, "Could you enlighten me about the endeavors this young man is currently undertaking? I need to understand him better, as my sister is destined to share her life with him. However, our family knows little about him." "I can relate," Uncle Jun chuckled, "for I, too, am a father. The heart of every parent is the same." Dong Xinyu grew increasingly anxious. Regardless of the circumstances, Liu Hai had previously been a troublemaker, having engaged in countless misdeeds in the village. She feared that Uncle Jun might inadvertently reveal some of his past transgressions. Yet, having been prompted by her brother-in-law's inquiry, Uncle Jun declared, "Since the question has been raised, I will speak candidly. We villagers do not deceive. Panqing village has suffered for many years, with scarce rice paddies. Life has been a perennial struggle, including for Liu Hai's family. But I have never gone hungry. I grew sweet potatoes, and there are many little fish in the ditches. And Liu Hai helps me with many chores every day." Dong Xinyu, genuinely fearful that Uncle Jun might divulge Liu Hai's past mischief, blushed and lied. Although Dong Yuan and Dong Xinyu were siblings, there was a significant age gap, and this little sister had been raised by her elder brother and sister. The elder brother likely understood her temperament well. Thus, when Dong Xinyu spoke up, Dong Yuan's expression darkened slightly, and he admonished, "Little girl, do not interrupt. Let our fellow villager speak." "Oh," Dong Xinyu bowed her head, silently praying that Uncle Jun would refrain from speaking indiscreetly, otherwise it would lead to trouble. She had only just returned with great difficulty and did not wish to be forcibly taken back by her brother. Uncle Jun cast a glance at Dong Xinyu. Despite his rural background and possible difficulties with literacy, his eloquence was not inferior to that of others. Calmly, he took a puff of his cigarette and began to speak without a hint of embarrassment. "That lad Liu Hai, I've watched him grow since childhood. Although his family is impoverished, his character is beyond reproach. He is dutiful to the village elders, often helping an old lady round up her chickens. Whenever an elderly person falls ill, he is always ready to arrange for their transport to the clinic. After establishing his own business and earning a considerable fortune, he did not forget his fellow villagers, bringing them along to share in the prosperity. Our village has suffered greatly, and this young man has been a beacon of hope for the hundreds of us." Thus, Uncle Jun began to extol Liu Hai's virtues, praising his noble morals, his tolerance, and kindness. No matter how hungry he might be, he would never resort to stealing chickens from others. Dong Yuan initially expected a torrent of grievances from his fellow villager. But to his surprise, he heard a tale of such high moral standing that it seemed Liu Hai could be awarded a commendation in Kyoto. After listening for a good 10 minutes, he finally spoke again. "Xinyu is our family's most cherished little girl. Our elders have always worried deeply about her. Frankly, some of our family have inquired about Liu Hai's past conduct. Why have our elders heard that he used to be a troublemaker? Nonsense." Uncle Jun spat vehemently, causing Dong Yuan to momentarily freeze. Uncle Jun, visibly agitated, continued, "Tell me, did you inquire with people from outside the village?" "Yes," Dong Yuan replied, somewhat perplexed. "Then that's exactly it. Those are outsiders, envious of us, who cannot bear to see our village thrive, and thus they maliciously slander our Liu Hai. Those who speak ill of him behind his back will surely face retribution from the heavens." Uncle Jun's fervor was palpable. Dong Xinyu nearly found herself believing his words. Dong Yuan, feeling awkward, let go of his final shred of concern and smiled, thanking his fellow villager. "Little girl, your brother must return to the army and cannot call our mother, but you must frequently call both me and Dad, understood? Especially Dad, right now? All he sees is his precious daughter, and his heart aches for you. As he spoke, he picked up his bag and stood to leave. Uncle June, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you staying for a meal?" "Rest assured, our factory's canteen offers meals that rival those in Kyoto, with meat at every meal." No, it's quite all right. I have tasks awaiting my return to the army, so I must take my leave. When Liu Hai returns, remind him to give my sister a proper commitment. She is already 4 months along. No more dawdling. He should act like a man. Farewell." As Dong Yuan stepped outside, Uncle June stood in shock. Xinyu was pregnant? Dong Xinyu hurried after him. "Brother, please take care on your journey." With tears welling in her eyes, she was a sensitive girl, and parting with her brother left her feeling especially forlorn, uncertain of when they might meet again. Dong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Live well. As long as you are happy, your father, brother, and sister will rejoice with you. As for our mother, it's merely a matter of time. Don't see me off. Focus on your health during this pregnancy. When your child is born, your siblings will come to visit. Farewell." As dusk approached, the sky was adorned with a crimson glow, and Dong Yuan's silhouette on the dirt path was gilded by the setting sun. Behind him, Dong Xinyu's reluctant tears flowed freely, her silence unbroken. Uncle June ambled over, sighing softly, "Do not worry, my dear. From this day forth, as you join our village, the entire community will safeguard you. Liu Hai has shown promise. He is bound for greater things, and I believe one day he shall lead you to a bustling city closer to your family." "Yes, thank you, Uncle June," Dong Xinyu replied. Turning to see him, her heart warmed. The current Ponching village was no longer the same place riddled with gossip mongers. The absence of those few troublesome souls had fostered a particularly inviting atmosphere, rich in human kindness. Uncle June laughed heartily. "You haven't eaten, have you? Come, let us dine at the factory. I must tell you, the food there is exceptional. We feast on meat daily, to the point of weariness. The folks at the factory have been eagerly awaiting your return. They will be overjoyed to see you." As he turned to lock the door of the humble abode, he handed the key to Dong Xinyu, stating, "You are the mistress now. It is your responsibility." With a radiant smile illuminating her face, Dong Xinyu felt the warmth of the key in her hand. 2 days and 2 nights later, Liu Hai emerged from the Longzhou train station, rushing home with fervor. The pang of longing after 4 to 5 months was unbearable. He had not slept during the journey, haunted by the fear that Dong Xinyu might not have returned home. The thought of not seeing her meant they would be separated, perhaps forever, and the anxiety gnawed at him like a swarm of ants. Upon exiting the station, Liu Hai wasted not a moment and sprinted homeward. Finally, around 8 in the morning, he arrived at the village. Fortunately, a villager spotted him and cheerfully exclaimed, "Liu Hai, where have you been?" "Xinyu has been back for several days. Hurry home." Cursing under his breath, Liu Hai felt like a child. The immense weight on his heart suddenly lifted. Yet he dared not linger, eager to see Dong Xinyu, the girl he had longed for these past months. He dashed home in haste. In the past 2 days, Dong Xinyu had hardly been at the factory. The furniture at home needed a fresh coat of paint, and the place was in disarray, with blankets needing washing. Liu Hai, a simple man, had not given much thought to domestic matters during his absence. Meanwhile, Dong Xinyu busied herself, tending to the household as if she had never left. At last, upon his return, Liu Hai spotted Dong Xinyu by the water, washing blankets. Chapter 86. A warmth at home. The pond in front of Liu Hai's house was fed by a spring from the mountains, its waters flowing year-round, resulting in a bed of pebbles rather than mud. The water was exceptionally clear. Dong Xinyu squatted on the stony shore, with the cool water lapping at her ankles. Clad in the dress Liu Hai had commissioned from the tailor for her, the young girl had spent over 4 months in Kyoto and had shed the dark, grim visage she once bore in Ponching village. At this moment, the sunlight radiated above her, refracting through the clear spring water, sparkling like jewels, accentuating her slender, fair legs and her exquisite oval face. The harmony with the verdant mountains created a scene reminiscent of the most beautiful paintings in the world. Liu Hai, having wandered aimlessly in his previous life and feeling a lack of belonging, found solace in this moment, alleviating the anxieties that had plagued him in recent days. Yang Sanga stared in disbelief. Was this Xinyu? How had she transformed so dramatically, appearing like an entirely different person? Liu Hai chuckled beside her. Dong Xinyu turned back in curiosity, her 2 large braided pigtails cascading down her chest, her willow leaf brows furrowed in a way that evoked a tender affection. Upon recognizing Liu Hai, 2 sweet dimples immediately appeared on her face. "Liu Hai, I didn't deceive you, did I? I'm back." Even though Liu Hai's heart was encased in decades of calluses, he could not restrain the surge of emotions at that moment. He dashed forward, enveloping Dong Xinyu, who stood in the spring water in a tight embrace. After a moment of surprise, she gently patted his back. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy? How do you think?" Liu Hai closed his eyes, quietly savoring the reality of Dong Xinyu before him. "How could I not be happy?" She replied with a smile that bloomed like a flower. "I have wonderful news. We are about to have a little one." Liu Hai relaxed his grip slightly, fearful of affecting the child growing within her. "I know, and I am grateful that both you and the little one have safely returned to me." Dong Xinyu stood about 1.7 meters tall, while Liu Hai was 1.83 meters, creating a perfect physical pairing. "Let me see you," she said. "All right," Liu Hai smiled, gazing at her delicate face. Dong Xinyu noticed that Liu Hai's once sharp features had thinned considerably. "Haven't you been eating well? I've been a bit busy these past few days and neglected my meals." "Make sure to eat more later," she urged, her slender fingers gently pressing against his buzz cut. "I quite like this hairstyle," she chuckled. In the past, she would not have been so intimate. The longing over the past 4 months, the exchange of letters, and the trials endured, compounded by the child she carried, had made her indifferent to the gazes of others. "I'll wash. You shouldn't," Liu Hai declared, holding her tiny waist. "Take care of the baby." "All right." Meanwhile, Yang Sangu felt utterly out of place, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. "Should I head home? I feel superfluous standing here." It was then that Dong Xinyu noticed Yang Sangu behind Liu Hai. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Are you Sangu?" Yang Sangu, feeling despondent, replied, "Sister-in-law, how could you not recognize me after just a few months? This is quite the dilemma." "It truly is you," the little darling remarked, observing his head. "Didn't you used to have a round head? How did it become so pointed?" Liu Hai interjected. This rascal had a bird's nest for a hairstyle that concealed his sharpness, fooling everyone. Now that he has had a haircut, his true form is revealed. "Huffed." Dong Xinyu smiled, "Yet I had not noticed." "How tiresome. Cough, you jest with my head. I see through both of you." Yang Sandog wore a face of gloom, preparing to turn and leave. Liu Hai called out, "Where are you going?" "Where else could I go? Home. I am utterly exhausted from these past 2 days." "Nonsense. Have a drink before you leave, and also summon Si Hai over." "Now that sounds reasonable," Yang Sandog replied with a smile. "A household must have a matriarch. A home without a woman at its helm never truly feels like one." Dong Xinyu's return infused the dwelling with warmth. This lively pond brimmed with the joyous memories of Liu Hai and his siblings, as well as Yang Sandog's childhood. In July, the weather was scorching. After a long journey, Yang Sandog found a deep spot and leaped in to swim. Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu stood at the shallow end, each holding one end of a blanket, twisting it together, with droplets cascading onto the shore. The scene was ordinary yet suffused with a tender warmth of daily life. Later, as Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu prepared meals at home, wisps of smoke rose from the large tile-roofed house. When Zhang Si-hai arrived, Yang Sandog ambushed him from behind, kicking him into the pond. Enraged, Zhang Si-hai, now in the water adjusting his glasses, cursed Yang Sandog. "You wretched brat." Yang Sandog swam around him playfully, occasionally giving him a gentle kick. Inside the house, Dong Xinyu wished to cook, but Liu Hai adamantly refused, for she was now carrying a little one. Dong Xinyu was a national treasure. Liu Hai took charge of the cooking while Dong Xinyu assisted, demonstrating remarkable obedience and understanding. Though not permitted to cook, she certainly did not sit idly by, waiting for food. Occasionally, she would fetch a towel to wipe Liu Hai's sweat, their synergy palpable. After an hour, they prepared a simple meal of chives and wild duck eggs, green peppers, and field snails. Zhang Si-hai arrived bearing a free-range chicken, which Liu Hai simmered into ginger chicken soup. Dong Xinyu also gathered some wild water celery by the water's edge and picked a loofah from the garden. The simplest of home-cooked dishes, yet in these times, the vegetables were unsoaked, the peppers had their distinct heat, and the loofah its unique flavor. Thus, the meal was exceptionally delightful. When they finished, Liu Hai cheerfully said to Si Hai, "Later this afternoon, please help me announce that we will hold a wedding with Xinyu the day after tomorrow, and I shall treat the entire village to a feast." Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyu's face lit up with a radiant smile. After months of waiting, the day had finally arrived. Zhang Si-hai replied, "No problem. I will send out a notice when I return to the village committee." The conversation then shifted to recent happenings in the capital. Of course, Liu Hai refrained from mentioning how he had deceived Dong Xinyu's elder brother, Dong Hongba. Soon, Laughter erupted from within the house. In addition, Liu Hai surveyed the furniture he had crafted at home. Only 1 or 2 stools had been painted, and the walls had merely been smoothed with cement. He decided against any further painting. With Dong Xinyu back, they would reside in this house. In these times, timber came from the back mountain, devoid of modern materials like MDF or particle board, thus eliminating the dangers of formaldehyde. Hence, as long as they refrained from painting, the house would be ready for immediate occupation. In the afternoon, they transported the household necessities from the factory back home. Chapter 87. Preparing for the wedding. Following the broadcast announcement made by Dong Xinyu, numerous guests arrived at Liu Hai's residence. Uncle Jun and Uncle Yang were among them. Weddings and funerals are not tasks one can accomplish alone. Thus, these two summoned many others from the village to deliberate on arrangements, assigning responsibilities such as purchasing firecrackers and hiring chefs. The atmosphere in the house was exceedingly lively. As for Dong Xinyu's maternal family, adhering to the previous plan, she was to await her marriage at Xiao Guomin's home on the wedding day. Xiao Guomin had already contacted Dong Xinyu's father, Dong Xinyu, who succinctly instructed him to ensure the wedding was lively, expressing that this was his beloved youngest daughter. He warned that if his precious girl were to suffer any grievances, he would not let it go unpunished. Dong Xinyu had pressing commitments and could not return. After receiving Dong Xinyu's response, Xiao Guomin began to tidy up his home, preparing for Dong Xinyu's stay the following evening. They continued the preparations until nightfall. Under the warm glow of the orange tungsten bulb, Liu Hai held a piece of paper, jotting down the items needed for the next day. It was essential to have everything ready, including various supplies. The cheerful chirping of returning birds echoed from the backyard, while the croaking of frogs filled the nearby pond. After taking a bath, Dong Xinyu stepped into the house. The weather was sweltering, and she wore the loose pajamas that Liu Hai had crafted for her, revealing her long, slender legs adorned with rubber shoes, presenting a refreshingly innocent appearance. She approached Liu Hai, advising him to rest early, noting that he had not had a break during his days on the road. A faint blush graced her cheeks, for she was aware that tonight she would be sharing a bed with Liu Hai. Fortunately, the orange light from the bulb masked her blush. Liu Hai responded affirmatively, telling her to sleep first, assuring her he would join shortly. All right, she replied obediently as she entered her room. After about 10 minutes, Liu Hai washed himself at the pond. He secured the main door with a wooden bolt, grabbed a bamboo fan, and re-entered the house. Dong Xinyu lay with her back to him, her form illuminated perfectly by the moonlight. Liu Hai, a normal man, found it challenging to remain composed in the presence of such a beautiful girl, particularly someone he had cherished throughout his past life. As he lay down, he gently embraced Dong Xinyu from behind. Are you awake? He inquired softly. She replied. Suddenly, she turned to him and wrapped her arms around Liu Hai. Unable to resist, he began to reciprocate her affection, and Dong Xinyu responded eagerly. However, at a critical moment, she exclaimed that there was a little one in her belly. Liu Hai's mind cleared, and he chuckled ruefully. Ah, the little one. He tenderly kissed her belly, embodying the anticipation of a father awaiting the birth of his child. At 4 to 5 months along, Dong Xinyu's belly had begun to show subtle changes. Liu Hai held her close at the head of the bed, and Dong Xinyu nestled against him, relishing the warmth of Liu Hai's affection. Noticing the perspiration on her forehead, Liu Hai gently fanned her with the bamboo fan. Rest now, and we shall venture into town together tomorrow morning. All right. Dong Xinyu tilted her head and planted a gentle kiss on Liu Hai's cheek, then nestled sweetly against his chest, drifting into slumber like a docile little lamb, evoking an instinctive desire to cherish her. Liu Hai held her tightly, feeling a sense of security that he had never experienced in his previous life, despite possessing immense wealth. In this lifetime, he vowed to pamper the girl in his arms like a princess. As the night passed, dawn unfurled its golden rays, awakening the world in an instant. The call of the cuckoo echoed in the morning air, while wisps of smoke rose from distant thatched cottages. The birds in the woods on the back hill chirped joyfully. In the bright and spacious tiled house, Dong Xinyu awoke early, her big almond-shaped eyes blinking as she gazed at the sleeping Liu Hai, her face adorned with 2 shallow dimples of happiness. There was nothing more delightful than waking up to see the one you love by your side. After a moment, the young girl murmured, "His beard has grown quite long. I must shave it off before heading out." Liu Hai suddenly opened his eyes, and Dong Xinyu's clear, large almond eyes widened in surprise. Before she could react, he pulled her close and planted a firm kiss on her forehead. "You're awake," he said. As Liu Hai embraced her, he asked, "Are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry. With you by my side, I don't feel a pang of hunger," Dong Xinyu replied sweetly, resembling a little lamb. Liu Hai playfully teased her petite nose, insisting, "That won't do. The little one in your tummy will be hungry." "I'll go prepare breakfast," he declared. "All right, I'll get up too." The two rose and tidied up, busying themselves in the kitchen. In those times, resources from the water were truly abundant. On summer mornings, fish would emerge in schools to breathe. Thus, every household possessed a fish spear. Liu Hai aimed to make fish soup for Dong Xinyu. With his spear in hand, he approached the Hongqi River, and upon thrusting it into the water, he returned with a crucian carp weighing at least a pound. Their breakfast was simple yet delightful. Pork fat rice balls accompanied by a rich bowl of crucian carp soup. The wild crucian had a subtly sweet flavor, and its earthy taste was not overpowering, making it exceptionally delicious. Around 8 in the morning, Yang Sandog, Zhang Sihai, and Uncle Jun arrived in a tractor to take them to town. After disembarking, Uncle Jun and Yang Sandog headed to the meat processing plant to fetch pork, while Zhang Sihai and Uncle Yang went to purchase grains and oils. Liu Hai took Dong Xinyu into the supply and marketing cooperative for a delightful shopping spree. A 28 model Yongji bicycle, commonly referred to as the 2/8, priced at 157 yuan. A B-brand plastic-faced 3-compartment Tibetan sewing machine for 150 yuan. Since it had been a bit warm at home the previous night, Liu Hai also bought a Peony brand electric fan for 145 yuan. They acquired quilts, bamboo chairs, and soap, ensuring not a single item was overlooked for their coal stove, pots, and pans. After completing their purchases, he held Dong Xinyu's hand and led her to buy a watch. At the supply and marketing cooperative, there were 2 types of Shanghai brand watches available. One was a 19-diamond quick wind model, priced at a modest 125 yuan, while the other was a 17-diamond waterproof and shockproof Roman numeral watch, which was more expensive at 290 yuan. Liu Hai once proclaimed his intention to provide Dong Xinyu with the finest life possible. Thus, when it came to purchases, he would not settle for anything inferior. Consequently, he resolutely acquired a grand television set. But did you think that was the end of it? Far from it. After arranging for these items to be delivered to the tractor, he hurried over to the television section. Dong Xinyu, anxious, quickly interjected that they had already bought numerous items today and suggested they could forego the television for now to save some money. The young lady was unaware of Liu Hai's current financial standing, which prompted her remarks. Liu Hai smiled reassuringly, stating that if the village had a television, it would provide a source of entertainment for everyone. He approached a black and white Xiaofeng television, crouched down, and turned the switch. With a click, the television sprang to life. On one side, 2 adjustable knobs were present, one for controlling the brightness of the screen and the other for changing channels. Each adjustment produced a distinct click. In 1982, local provincial television stations had only recently been established, resulting in a limited number of channels, typically offering a few hours of programming in the evening. During the day, there was no signal available, and unbeknownst to Liu Hai, someone had cranked the volume to its maximum, resulting in a harsh hissing sound that pierced the air. This immediately caught the attention of a nearby sales clerk. A woman pointed at him and exclaimed, "Don't touch that. Such an expensive appliance. Who allowed you to handle it recklessly?" Both Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu turned to see an old acquaintance, the very sales clerk who had ridiculed Liu Hai months prior when he purchased shoes for Dong Xinyu. The sales clerk, taken aback by their unexpected encounter, was momentarily at a loss for words. Liu Hai, now fiercely protective of Dong Xinyu, could not bear to see her subjected to disdainful glances. He was the first to speak, asking, "What brings you here again? Is your job at the supply and marketing cooperative solely to prevent others from viewing your products?" The clerk's face flushed with embarrassment. Liu Hai was unaware that after their last encounter, this clerk had been summoned to the office by her supervisor and reprimanded for over an hour, leaving her with a lasting psychological impact. Therefore, the anticipated confrontation did not materialize. Instead, she quickly approached them, asking if they intended to purchase the television. Liu Hai affirmed their decision without hesitation. "Actually, I meant to say there's a 12-inch model nearby, and this 14-inch Xiaofeng is over 100 yuan more expensive." She stammered. "That's all right. We'll take this one," Liu Hai replied, noticing the clerk had softened her tone. Dong Xinyu, somewhat anxious, suggested that the 12-inch version would suffice. Given the significant price difference, Liu Hai affectionately pinched her little nose and declared, "We only buy the best. This one will do." He turned to the clerk, saying, "Please assist us with packaging. We would like to take it with us now. Of course, of course. The sales clerk, sensing the change in Liu Hai's demeanor, immediately sprang into action with renewed enthusiasm. The Xiaofeng television, a product of imposed quotas, has languished in the supply and marketing cooperative for over a year. Though it has attracted many onlookers, not a single purchase has been made. In these times, the villages surrounding Shihe town are so frugal that most households refuse to connect to electricity, relying instead on kerosene lamps. Thus, it is inconceivable that someone would spend over 400 yuan on an electricity-consuming appliance. If this television were to be sold, the director would undoubtedly be pleased, crediting her with a successful sale. Internally, she felt immense relief at having avoided any mention of him, lest she be summoned to the office for a reprimand. During this time, the pair had drawn considerable attention, particularly due to Dong Xinyu's appearance. Clad in a flowing white dress, with round-toed leather shoes purchased by Liu Hai and white socks snugly encircling her ankles, she resembled a figure transported from the future, especially with her two large braids adorned with a wide white headband. In the midst of the crowd of that era, she seemed out of place, prompting young saleswomen to whisper in awe about her ethereal beauty and to speculate about her origins. The saleswoman who had been attending to Liu Hai and his companion felt a tumult of emotions. She vividly recalled their first visit to the cooperative, where the girl had been dark-skinned and clad in patched garments, her feet in straw sandals. The boy had appeared no different from the ordinary villagers. Yet, merely a few months had passed, and they had transformed entirely, even acquiring such an expensive television. As the conversation among the onlookers grew increasingly fantastical, one person remarked, "Do you remember that girl who used to sell husks at the entrance of the market?" Another recalled, "Yes, she was there every 15th of the month without fail. But she seems to have vanished lately." They exchanged murmurs of sympathy, acknowledging her beauty amidst her hardships. Dong Xinyu's striking features had certainly garnered attention, and her frequent presence at the husk stall had left an impression on these young women. With a sigh, the saleswoman noted that the girl must have prospered, rendering her former sales unnecessary for her livelihood. "You say she is missing? But isn't that her?" they questioned, gazing in astonishment at Dong Xinyu's retreating figure. Each was left speechless, realizing that she was indeed the same girl. The transformation was astonishing, an absolute metamorphosis akin to that of a swan emerging from the guise of an ugly duckling. Outside, the young women began to chatter excitedly. Liu Hai had spent over 1,000 yuan, naturally bringing back only the finest items, including the prized 28 bar, which, upon being unloaded from the tractor, prompted an elder in the village to set off a string of firecrackers, followed by the arrival of the television. Liu Hai declared that every evening, provided the weather remained fair, he would set the television outside, inviting everyone to join him for a viewing. The villagers erupted in laughter and chatter. In the afternoon, an elderly gentleman, once a teacher at the village school, arrived. Uncle June and the others hastily prepared red paper and other decorations, for tomorrow was the wedding day, and today was imperative for completing the paper cuttings and couplets. Sun Maokai, having learned of Liu Hai's impending nuptials, arrived with 2 chefs, immediately confronting Liu Hai. "This is quite the oversight. You didn't think to inform me about your wedding? We have arranged dozens of tables at our restaurant." The atmosphere grew increasingly festive, with Liu Hai becoming busier, while Dong Xinyu assisted by serving tea. As night approached, Liu Hai rode his new bicycle to Chaoyang village to fetch his grandfather. The gleaming bicycle sparked much discussion among the villagers. In the evening, Liu Zhenghua and his wife returned from the factory. Quickly hearing about Liu Hai's ride to pick up the elder, Liu Zhenghua scoffed, "A brand new bicycle? Liu Hai? Nonsense. If he had the means to afford such a thing, I would write my name backward." He dismissed the notion, convinced Liu Hai could never afford it. Chapter 89. Reluctant to spend a penny, some villagers remarked, "Your nephew is getting married. As the eldest son and uncle, shouldn't you attend? Isn't that customary?" Liu Zhenghua's temper flared. "My siblings are all scheming to take my money. I see through it all. A nephew is no different from an ordinary acquaintance to me. Frankly, why should I care?" With that, he turned and entered his house. Some villagers disapproved, whispering behind his back. Among the 4 siblings, Liu Zhenghua was the most miserly, displaying a callous disregard for family, surely to face consequences. Indeed, the family lived in the village without ever growing a single vegetable, yet upon returning, he would shamelessly raid his sister's garden as if it were his own. He sought to take every advantage, offering nothing to others, yet had the audacity to claim his siblings were trying to swindle him. A mere token of 5 or 10 cents as a wedding gift would have sufficed to show respect as an elder, but he was simply too frugal, a true oddity. With such thick skin, Liu Zhenghua and his wife were indifferent to the opinions of others. Upon sitting down, Liu Zhenghua felt a twinge of discomfort. Does Liu Hai not understand basic etiquette? I, his uncle, live nearby, and he couldn't even invite me? Whether I choose to attend is my own business. But he should at least come and greet me respectfully. This man, unwilling to part with a single cent, still expected to be treated as a guest of honor, demanding respect and recognition while remaining oblivious to his own reality. Liu Huiwan, having overheard the conversation, wore a displeased expression. Liu Zhenghua, let me clarify. Liu Hai's wedding has nothing to do with us. You are invited to dine, and while your presence is welcome, it is imperative that you present a monetary gift upon arrival. Otherwise, I shall claim your life. The utmost I can tolerate is a mere kilogram of rice. In this day and age, rural weddings predominantly revolve around the exchange of gifts, be it eggs, quilts, or kitchenware. For those wishing to avoid complications, it is customary to offer a modest sum, perhaps around 100 yuan. This arrangement alleviates the financial burden on all, fostering a profound sense of camaraderie at the rural banquet tables. However, decades later, this once simple cultural practice has morphed into a source of trepidation for many. It has become commonplace for families to host a celebratory feast for trivial events, such as the birth of piglets or the construction of a new floor in their homes. The essence of human connection has dissipated, leaving behind only the cold, transactional nature of monetary gifts. Presently, a kilogram of fine rice merely costs around 16 to 17 cents, an affront to dignity. A mere kilogram of rice. I fear that should he consume it, he would be unable to enjoy the fruits of his labor. I would not even consider parting with such a paltry offering. Liu Zhenghua was seething with rage. This demeanor suggested he expected Liu Hai to come to his doorstep, bowing and pleading for his acquiescence. While the couple was embroiled in their quarrel, they overheard several villagers outside discussing the matter at hand. The spectacle had been extravagant, with reports of 30 banquet tables, all manned by the finest chefs from the state-run restaurant in the county. Each table was laden with an abundance of meat, with pork merely serving as an accompaniment. The residents of Hongqi village were the envy of many. The couple stood momentarily stunned, and Liu Huiwan hurried outside to inquire, "Whose wedding are you discussing? And why is pork merely a side dish?" "It's your nephew's wedding. Surely you must have heard." One villager replied. "I've heard that anyone from Hongqi village receives a complimentary pack of Friendship brand filtered cigarettes. 30 tables, all served with Urca wine. My goodness. Just how much has your nephew Liu accumulated to spend so lavishly on his wedding? I've never seen such expenditures in my life. Need I even say? They have built 3 large tiled houses, laid down a cement yard in front, and yesterday, I heard in town that not only has he acquired a thriving business, but has also purchased a 14-inch black and white Xiaofeng television. I wager he has become a man of considerable means." The couple stood at the door, absorbing this information with disbelief. Liu Zhenghua grasped one villager, demanding, "Are you pulling my leg? I know my nephew. Is he truly capable of such success? If you doubt it, why not go see for yourself? Those 3 splendid tiled houses do not lie. Moreover, are you not aware? Many from our village have lent their assistance, as your nephew has been earning money with the village fishing team." The villagers continued their conversation as they walked away. The couple remained in a state of shock. After a prolonged silence, Liu Huiwan turned to Liu Zhenghua. "Has Liu Hai truly amassed such wealth? Why has that old man never mentioned it? If you ask me, who else should I inquire?" Liu Zhenghua felt a pang of anxiety. As the eldest son in his family, he had always enjoyed the best of circumstances. Now, if Liu Hai, this younger generation, were to surpass him, what would become of my dignity as the elder? He had often boasted of his family's prosperity before his siblings, and now he faced an unsettling contrast. After some contemplation, he suggested, "Shall we go and see for ourselves?" "Of course, we must go. Let us bring a kilogram of rice. That should suffice." At this moment, Liu Huiwan contemplated a pound of rice, envisioning a hearty feast of meat. Surely, that was a reasonable trade. In Hongqi village, anyone who attended the gathering would receive a pack of Friendship cigarettes, worth 3 dimes each, ensuring a return on investment. Moreover, we are family. Should you not show us due respect, perhaps you might consider offering a few extra packs to your uncle? Such meticulous calculations echoed through the air. Later, Liu Zhenghua found himself explaining this to his spouse, who harbored an insatiable desire for small gains. Thus, The couple measured out precisely 1 pound of rice from their grain bin, fearful of overshooting the amount, even weighing it meticulously, grain by grain, until it reached the perfect measure, all contained in a bag, ready for the next day's venture. On the eve of the wedding, Liu Hai's home buzzed with activity. Meat was being chopped, vegetables sliced, floors swept, and double happiness characters affixed alongside couplets. The atmosphere was exuberantly festive. Liu Hai was particularly gracious, distributing cigarettes as he greeted guests, while the hostess, Dong Xinyu, busily poured hot water. It felt akin to celebrating the most joyous of festivals. As night fell, Liu Hai moved the Xiaofeng television set to the cement courtyard, stretching the antennae wide. Villagers of all ages gathered expectantly before the screen. After much fiddling, Dong Xinyu finally tuned into a channel, yet the screen remained stubbornly blank, inciting impatience among the crowd. Dong Xinyu, is your technique up to par? If not, let's see Hai take a crack at it. He's educated and might manage to find a channel, someone suggested. Dong Xinyu, infuriated, retorted that education was of little help in this context. He adjusted the antenna once more, and just as a voice called out, "Hold it right there. That's the show, 80 years in enemy territory. Maintain that position." The screen flickered to life, revealing the long-awaited image. Reluctantly, Dong Xinyu dared to relax his grip, only for the picture to distort. "Damn it, I want to watch too. How am I supposed to see anything like this?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. In those days, spending 400 to 500 yuan on a television did not guarantee a clear view, as poor signals rendered many broadcasts a confusing blur, leaving viewers to fill in the gaps with their imagination. According to their arrangement, Dong Xinyu would spend the night at Xiao Guomin's home, with Liu Hai set to fetch her the following day. Thus, around 7 in the evening, Liu Hai took Dong Xinyu's hand as they strolled along the banks of the Red Flag Canal. A sense of sweetness enveloped Dong Xinyu, her dimples gracing her cheeks with a constant smile. After walking a considerable distance, she remarked, "I adore Panqing Village. It is the most beautiful place in my eyes." Having experienced so much, the young woman felt newfound confidence, a transformation brought about by Liu Hai. He smiled back, replying, "I cherish this era. For your presence by my side is more fulfilling than anything else. Fool, tomorrow you shall marry me. Do you have any regrets?" "None," Dong Xinyu answered resolutely. "Upon returning to the capital, I would come to understand that you are, to me, as essential as the air I breathe, the mountains, the rivers, and the entire world. With you, I can revel in the beauty of this world. Without you, everything would fade into dullness." Liu Hai, momentarily overwhelmed by emotion, recalled the solitary feeling of gazing at the dazzling city from atop a skyscraper in a previous life. He pulled her into his embrace, cherishing the moment. "Having you by my side is truly wonderful. Now, we shall quietly await the arrival of our little one." Dong Xinyu gazed at Liu Hai with clear eyes, nodding gently before placing a tender kiss upon his lips. "Our family will thrive together." Liu Hai took her hand, and with the evening breeze at their backs, escorted her to Xiao Guomin's home. Sleep would elude them that night, as the household was ablaze with warmth and festivity. At 5 in the morning the following day, Liu Hai donned a fresh shirt adorned with a bright red flower and, flanked by Yang Sandog and others, rode his bicycle to Xiao Guomin's residence to fetch his bride. Lu Qing returned from school that morning as well. Upon seeing Liu Hai riding the bicycle with Dong Xinyu amidst a cacophony of firecrackers, the young girl felt a pang in her heart, and tears streamed down her face. During the months of Dong Xinyu's absence, she had been deeply worried that her beloved sister-in-law would never return. Now, her joy knew no bounds. She had truly become her sister-in-law. After Dong Xinyu was welcomed back, she rushed over, and Dong Xinyu, ever affectionate, playfully brushed her cheek, asking why she was crying. Lu Qing smiled and replied, "I am happy because you will never leave us again." "Indeed, I shall live with you forever," Dong Xinyu smiled back. Then came the various wedding customs of the village, presided over by the elders. Joyful celebrations unfolded at the Dong family home until noon. Lu Hongqi, the eldest, sat at the front table with other family members. One by one, guests took their seats, with over 30 tables prepared, lavishly adorned with chicken, duck, fish, and lamb. Pork merely played a supporting role. The feast was bountiful. Someone calculated the expenses. Each table of meat cost at least 15 yuan, amounting to 450 yuan for 30 tables, assuming 10 people per table, with each person contributing 3 yuan for cigarettes, and adding the cost of high-end liquor and candies. The total for each table rounded to 35 yuan, culminating in 105 yuan for 30 tables. This wedding feast alone would cost over 550 yuan, not to mention the various snacks and a second meal later that evening. In total, the wedding would consume over 1,000 yuan. What a joke! Which family could afford such extravagance in these times? As the dishes began to arrive, Liu Zhenghua made his appearance. The couple had arrived early that morning and were awestruck by the grandeur of Liu Hai's family's large tile-roofed house. However, the crowd was so vast that the villagers did not recognize them, and no one extended hospitality. They wandered around the front and back of Liu's home, marveling at the sight, and indeed, they spotted the impressive 3-in-1 sound system, along with a Xiaofeng brand television. The two individuals came to a profound realization, whether they were willing to accept it or not. The undeniable truth was that their nephew was leading a life far superior to theirs. Their sentiments towards Liu Hai experienced a complete transformation, prompting them to acknowledge this familial connection. As mealtime approached, they approached the main table without hesitation. Upon their arrival, Liu Hongju's temper flared. "What brings you two here? Today is Xiao Hai's wedding day, and it would be best if you left immediately." The couple felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. But the sight of the delectable spread of chicken and duck dishes, rumored to be prepared by chefs from the county's state-run restaurant, was too enticing to resist. Liu Huiwan had always harbored a poor attitude towards the elder, yet in this moment, she sought to strengthen her connection with Liu Hai. Thus, her demeanor shifted as she boldly seated herself before the elder. "Father, I must express my discontent with your words. Our eldest nephew is getting married. How could we, as his uncle and aunt, possibly refrain from attending? Rest assured, we come bearing blessings." Before long, Lu Qing approached, pouring a cup of tea for her grandfather. Liu Zhenghua initially expected Lu Qing would extend the same courtesy to them, but to his surprise, she simply took the kettle and walked away. Liu Huiwan quickly turned to her. "Qingqing, how has your studying been lately? Do you feel confident about getting into college? Strive to achieve the same as your cousin Lu Xing. Your parents would be proud." "I have little interest in ordinary universities," Lu Qing replied candidly. At just 15 or 16, she was unfazed by the complexities of adult social niceties, leaving Liu Huiwan momentarily speechless. If truth be told, Lu Xing was indeed attending a rather average university. Furthermore, given Lu Qing's current high school performance, she was more than capable of aiming for the nation's top institutions, which was clearly a deliberate provocation. After delivering her remark, the young girl resumed her task of serving tea to others. Meanwhile, Lu Chuyang, the third uncle, was observing Liu Hai and the couple with a furrowed brow. The table at the head of the hall was reserved for the elders, leaving no space for them. "Xiao Hai, it is your wedding day. I cannot afford to lose my temper with others. Have them leave. They should not be served a single bite." To Lu Chuyang's surprise, Liu Hai interrupted him bluntly before he could finish. "What? You think I should arrange a small stool for them? It's inappropriate to cause a ruckus at a wedding." Liu Hai's directness in expelling them and denying them any food was unexpected. When Lu Chuyang remained silent, Liu Hai added, "For all these years, they have never offered us a meal. Why should I allow them to feast here? Those who shamelessly arrive uninvited should not expect the host to accommodate them." Hearing this, Lu Chuyang could only smile ruefully. "Fine, I will handle this. You tend to your guests and ensure everyone else is well taken care of." Liu Hai nodded, leading Dong Xinyu through the crowd, greeting and accepting blessings from the villagers. At this moment, Dong Xinyu appeared to embody the role of Liu Hai's young bride. Her cheeks flushed as she basked in the warmth of Liu Hai's affection. Everything felt surreal, akin to a dream. Observing Liu Hai's effortless navigation through the crowd, his impeccable grasp of social etiquette further intensified the sense of unreality. It recalled the scene from when I first arrived at the Liu household, where Liu Hai spent his days indulging in leisure, neglecting home. Who would have thought that I would ultimately wed this fool? Contemplating this, the young lady instinctively tightened her grip on Liu Hai's hand, leaning closer to him. Meanwhile, after Lu Chuyang made his rounds, Liu Zhenghua inevitably slammed his hand on the table. Just as he did, Liu Hongju, the old man, swiftly struck him across the face, suppressing his anger and ordering him to leave. Sitting at a neighboring table, Xiao Guomin remarked that causing a ruckus at someone else's wedding would surely invite retribution. He cautioned the couple to quietly depart, assuring them that the villagers would pretend not to notice. With the village secretary already speaking up, how could anyone else afford to show them kindness? Immediately, dozens of hostile glares were directed at the couple, who, frightened, suddenly regained their composure but ended up not consuming a single bite of food, leaving in disgrace. However, after departing from their home, The humiliated Liu Huiwan began to berate Liu Zhenghua, exclaiming that this was typical of the Liu family. Once they acquired wealth, they forsook their kin. What kind of people are these? I came with good intentions, only to be unceremoniously expelled. Is it customary to evict guests at a wedding? Liu Zhenghua's face was ashen, having never endured such humiliation in his life. As the couple continued their tirade, they suddenly spotted a young man on the opposite bank of the Hongqi River, shouldering a military backpack. The youth wore a liberation cap, his trousers baggy and olive green, and he gazed intently at Liu Hai's large tiled house. After a moment of observation, he broke into a smile and turned to leave. Liu Huiwan squinted at the retreating figure, her mind racing to recall someone. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground, incredulously pointing at the young man's back, exclaiming, "Isn't that Liu Jun? Wasn't he dead? How could he appear here in broad daylight? Is he a ghost? Nonsense." Liu Zhenghua was also in a foul mood. How could someone presumed dead for years suddenly reappear? He glanced over, but the young man had already disappeared around a corner, leaving Liu Zhenghua in a fit of rage. "Can you stop being so dramatic? Hurry home. Today has been an utter embarrassment." He stormed off, while Liu Huiwan, still trembling, followed closely behind, insisting it truly was Liu Jun. "I did not mistake him." "Shut your nonsense. A deceased person cannot come back to life." Liu Zhenghua retorted, "What? You dare to speak to me that way?" With a resounding slap, he added, "No. Huiwan, let me explain. Explain to your ancestors. What are you? Without me, you are merely a poor farmer. Do you think you can act superior?" That day was marked by overwhelming festivity. Once the guests departed, the late hours of the night arrived. Dong Xinyu and the others assisted in tidying up both inside and out. When finished, Liu Hai generously distributed the remaining dishes to Uncle Jun and Uncle Yang. He understood that although life had improved slightly for everyone, the villagers were still reluctant to spend their money, hesitating to indulge in lavish meals. Liu Hai urged them to share the remaining meat and vegetables, hoping to enhance their meals. At 8 in the evening, the villagers, exhibiting their awareness, refrained from gathering at his home to watch television, as it was a night of celebration for newlyweds. Liu Hai, embracing Dong Xinyu in bed, gazed at the large red characters of happiness affixed to the glass window, both of their faces illuminated with smiles. However, it was regrettable that due to Dong Xinyu's pregnancy, any thoughts of celebrating their love had to be set aside. The house consisted of 3 spacious tiled rooms, a central living area flanked by 2 bedrooms, one belonging to Dong Xinyu and Liu Hai, and the other to Liu Qing. After a night passed, Liu Qing rose early, influenced by Dong Xinyu from a young age. The little girl was particularly diligent, busily tidying up the house without disturbing her brother and sister-in-law, who were still asleep. As she was cleaning the area behind the house, she stumbled upon an unusual bag on the ground, a style rarely seen, likely from the southern regions. Who had left this bag here yesterday? Curious. The girl examined the bag but saw no one searching for it. Whose could it be? Bringing it inside, she opened it and was taken aback to find a suit and several trendy skirts, style she had only seen in school newspapers, typical of the South. At the bottom of the bag lay a small black pouch, which, when opened, revealed a thick bundle of cash secured with a rubber band. Counting it, she was astonished to find 300 yuan. Additionally, she discovered several new 329 Hero brand pens and various school supplies. Whose belongings were these? While Liu Qing was in a daze, Liu Hai emerged from the house, asking what was the matter. Liu Qing quickly regained her composure and inquired if there had been any wealthy visitors among the guests who had dined with them the previous day, or perhaps someone from out of town. Liu Hai yawned and replied that all were from the village, except for Director's son, who had come from the county. That was puzzling. Liu Qing explained that she found the bag at the side of the house and had no idea who had left it. Noting the substantial amount of money inside, Liu Hai approached, opened the bag, and his expression grew serious. "Take me there," he instructed. Liu Qing led him to the side of the house. After surveying the surroundings, Liu Hai suddenly noticed something unusual near their father Liu Zhenghuo's grave. He hurried over to inspect it, discovering signs that someone had paid their respects. He distinctly remembered that yesterday, several relatives, including Xiao Guomin, their third uncle, fourth aunt, and grandfather, had visited but had not performed any rituals. So, who had made offerings? While the siblings were still in confusion, Uncle Yang jogged over, exclaiming, "Xiao Hai, I just saw someone in town who looks remarkably like your brother Liu Jun." Chapter 92, The Family's Goal, Big Brother. Liu Hai and Liu Qing exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. How is that possible? Didn't Big Brother die in a fight? How could he still be alive? Lu Qing was particularly agitated. Images of her elder brother, who used to lift her onto his shoulders to amuse her, flooded Liu Hai's mind. Liu Hai was even more astonished, as in his previous life. Having lived over 60 years, he had never heard any news of his brother still being alive. At this moment, he realized that there were indeed too many mysteries surrounding this situation. The news of his brother's death was merely a rumor. No body had ever been found. Uncle Yang, are you certain? Liu Hai inquired. Uncle Yang nodded firmly, assuring him of its accuracy. When I rushed over, he had already boarded a bus. There was no mistaking it. As the ticket seller was laughing and chatting with him, Liu Hai felt a surge of anxiety. He recalled that his brother once had a beloved, which led to his vehement opposition to their father's suggestion of a sham marriage with Dong Xinyu, ultimately resulting in his departure from home in a fit of anger. Then came the news of his death. If he truly was alive, why hadn't he returned the previous day? With so many people present, could not one of them have recognized him? Instinctively, Liu Hai glanced at the bag and hurriedly opened it, rummaging through its contents. Indeed, nestled within the suit bag, he discovered a note. It read, Shanghai, 2 days ago, I heard someone mention that you are to marry Xinyu, so I thought it best to return. However, when I stood before our father's grave, I lost the courage to meet you. Xinyu is a wonderful girl. Cherish your life together. This is the money I earned in the South over these years. Please take it. Furthermore, the world is vast, and I hope one day you will leave Ponching Village. You have greater potential than I, and I believe you can carve out your own destiny. If you ever wish to leave, come to the South, where anything is possible. I apologize for not being there for you all these years. Lu Qing took the note, tears streaming down her face. Brother, why live if you won't recognize us? Will you choose to remain a stranger to us forever? Liu Hai's heart was in turmoil. He recalled the person who had informed their family about their brother's supposed death in a brawl. Do you remember who that was? He asked. Lu Qing shook her head. I don't remember. Father came back after a trip and told us someone had said he died in a fight. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Liu Hai. Perhaps no one had actually witnessed his brother's demise in a fight. It was possible that their father, Liu Jiangwo, had found his brother in another location, leading to a quarrel that severed their relationship, and upon returning home in frustration, he declared that his son had died. Afterward, he lived in sorrow. As these thoughts coursed through Liu Hai's mind, a wave of excitement surged within him. In his previous life, his sister had shunned him. Even during the time he was to inherit a fortune of over $1 billion. She had remained unforgiving, isolated in her loneliness. If in this life, his brother were indeed alive, it would be the most perfect reunion for the 3 siblings. At that moment, Dong Xinyu emerged from the house. Upon hearing that Lu Jun, her elder brother, was still alive, her face lit up with excitement. The young girl had always believed that her arrival had caused Lu Jun's demise, followed by Uncle Jianmin's untimely end. This burden had weighed heavily on her heart. Life itself is the greatest joy. Holding Liu Hai's hand, we vowed to bring him back. Liu Hai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he spoke to Uncle Yang, requesting him to refrain from discussing this matter in the village. However, Uncle Yang, displaying remarkable generosity, expressed his concerns about the potential gossip from others regarding their marriage, especially since Dong Xinyu was initially Liu Hai's nominal sister-in-law. A sense of awkwardness enveloped the group. Uncle Yang continued, assuring them that their worries were unfounded, aside from a few gossips like Wang Taohong. The villagers were not prone to idle chatter. Rest assured, I am off to work in the fields, he declared, shouldering his hoe as he departed. The family of 3 then began deliberating on the elder brother's affairs. Liu Hai earnestly shared his vision for their family's future. First and foremost, Lu Qing must continue her education diligently, as gaining admission to a prestigious university was her most crucial task. Secondly, Liu Hai outlined his own plans. The spicy fish factory business had become remarkably stable, particularly after its products had begun to penetrate the market. They were now shipping over 700 pounds daily, balancing out their intake. The monthly gross profit was approximately 20,000, and after deducting labor costs and other expenses, they could still manage around 17 to 18,000. However, Liu Hai was acutely aware that this industry had its limitations, and thus, he had devised a secondary plan. He was awaiting a shift in the winds of Yinshan County, anticipating that by the end of the year, the largest state-owned electrical appliance factory would be open for external contracting. Throughout the 1980s, apart from the stock market boom in the late 1980s, the most lucrative sector had been electrical appliances. With soaring prices and rampant inflation, The populace found themselves with increasing disposable income, leading to an unprecedented demand for electrical appliances. For instance, acquiring a refrigerator required significant connections. Consequently, Liu Hai's next target was this very factory. Yet, he recalled that in his previous life, the factory had undergone a bidding process, with the final contracting price set at 200,000. This meant Liu Hai needed to prepare a minimum of 200,000 in cash before that point. Lu Qing expressed her concerns about her brother. The state-owned electrical appliance factory employed nearly 1,000 people, and even at a modest salary of 30 yuan each, the monthly payroll would amount to 30,000. A classmate of hers had a father who was a director at the factory and mentioned that it had been struggling for some time. Could the risks be too great? Liu Hai interjected, asserting the necessity of taking risks. This was not for her to worry about. Xinyu, what are your thoughts? He inquired. Dong Xinyu grasped Liu Hai's hand and replied, I trust your judgment. If you believe it is feasible, I have no objections. However, securing the contract for the electrical factory will undoubtedly require substantial funds. Do we possess such resources? Liu Hai smiled reassuringly. Money is not a concern. I have my ways. Indeed, I believe in your vision, Dong Xinyu said with a sweet smile, radiant in the sunlight. Seeing this, Lu Qing felt a pang of envy but was genuinely happy for her brother and sister-in-law, grateful that their love had finally blossomed. In the county seat, Wang Sherwing entered Director Zhao's office at the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, a cigarette in hand. After a lengthy discussion, Director Zhao eventually returned the cigarette to him, confirming that there was indeed a task at hand, but a suitable candidate had already been chosen. You may take this cigarette, he said. Wang Sherwin, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Director Zhao, please assist me, or at least tell me who the chosen one is. I will negotiate with him myself. No need for you to intervene. How about that? Director Zhao slammed the table. Negotiate? Are you suggesting you would storm in with a tractor and threaten him? Do you not have any respect for the law? Chapter 93, Brother Hai begins to indulge again. Wang Sherwei is the brother-in-law of the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The county's State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission and the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative are two separate entities. However, in a small county, one inevitably encounters the other. Last time, when Wang Sherwin approached him regarding the eel issue, he, feeling the weight of social propriety, directed him to speak with Liu Hai, assuring him that he had no qualms as long as they could reach an agreement. But for him to make an appearance? That would be quite embarrassing, and he would not stoop to such indignity. As a result, Wang Sherwin brought a group of local ruffians to intimidate others. Liu Hai ceased his eel business, and the small favor he extended was already a considerable concession. Fuming, he thought, why are you so fixated on the operations of our Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Seek out Zhang Denghua. The General Merchandise Supply and Marketing Cooperative presents just as many opportunities for you to exploit. Wang Sherwin hastily praised Zhang Denghua, for he was notoriously greedy and unscrupulous, lacking the understanding that Director Zhao exhibited. Go away, spare me your flattery. This matter has been settled, and do not entertain any notions of changing it. Should any similar news arise in the future, I will notify you. Now leave. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste time with you. Director Zhao dismissed him outright, offering no opportunity for further discussion. Wang Sherwin, feeling as if he had swallowed a bitter pill, left with a furrowed brow. Once outside the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, one of his younger associates hurried over. Brother One, I just made the rounds at the security department and uncovered some important information. Spit it out. Don't waste my time with trivialities. Wang Sherwin snapped, his frustration boiling over. The younger associate quickly relayed that he had serious suspicions regarding the batch of soft-shelled turtles being linked to Liu Hai from Ponching Village. The old man at the security department claimed Liu Hai frequently visited their area. Again, Liu Hai? Wang Sherwin exclaimed in exasperation. After returning to his hometown as a sent-down youth, his brother-in-law had indeed secured him a position at the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, earning a meager monthly salary of 40 yuan. Yet, some individuals are inherently restless and unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Coupled with his previous experience in Guangdong, where the environment was more liberated and rife with opportunists, he quickly became discontented after a mere 2 days of work, seeking to engage in illicit trade. After resigning, he discovered that the county also harbored a more audacious opportunist than those in Guangdong, leaving him with nothing. Now, He learned that the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative was preparing to dispatch a shipment of soft-shelled turtles to the south. Gritting his teeth, he approached Director Xiao, only to find that Liu Hai had already beaten him to it. In that moment, he felt utterly captivated and frustrated by Liu Hai. Let us go to Ponching Village. I need to have a serious discussion with this fellow. Upon hearing this, the young lad promptly interjected, declaring that he would gather the other comrades at once. No sooner had his words fallen than he received a solid kick from Wang Sherwin. Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten the last time you ventured into their village? The tractor wheels were nearly dismantled. Do you not harbor any lingering fears? Wang Sherwin bellowed. The young lad felt a swell of grievance, but dared not speak. As for Liu Hai, he had made a trip to Chaiyang village, where he foraged a soft-shelled turtle. Indeed, he did not catch it. He picked it up. In this era, soft-shelled turtles were scarcely consumed due to the cumbersome preparation and meager meat, rendering them of little value. Across the vast expanse of Huaxia, devoid of any so-called health benefits attributed to them, these creatures were merely rampant nuisances. Should anyone proclaim their high nutritional value, within a decade, their population would be decimated. The soft-shelled turtle, with its unsightly appearance and troublesome preparation, was most notably unappetizing. Who would dare consume such a creature? Wouldn't that make them akin to the very thing they ingested? Under such notions, the area near the river was essentially a natural breeding ground for these turtles, with many slowly crawling along the banks, some weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Liu Hai, having returned from a previous life, recognized these creatures as substantial sources of nourishment. With Dong Xinyu expecting, he was determined to procure something nutritious for her. Yet, when Yang Sanggu and Zhang Sihai beheld the 3 to 4 pound turtle, they expressed their utter disdain. First, they had dined on pig feed water celery. Then even on the snails that dogs would refuse. And now they were to consume a soft-shelled turtle? That bizarre notion of Brother Hai eating anything was resurfacing. Before long, Liu Hai brought over a pair of scissors, instructing them to clear the way. Yang Sanggu, still unimpressed, questioned, "Are we really going to eat that for lunch?" "Of course. It is a nourishing delicacy," Liu Hai replied. "Can this truly be eaten? Such an ugly creature. The village elders say that consuming it turns one into a turtle." Yang Sanggu retorted. Liu Hai paid him no heed as he extracted the turtle, whose head had already retreated into its shell. Flipping it onto its back, he remarked, "If it were inedible, why would the Aquatic Products Supply Cooperative involve us in dealing with it?" Moments later, the turtle's head emerged from its shell, strenuously pushing upward in an attempt to right itself. Liu Hai swiftly grasped its neck and began the meticulous preparation with scissors. The two men soon realized that the personnel from the Aquatic Supply Cooperative were not so foolish. If there were no profit to be made, why would they engage in such dealings? Thus, they began assisting Liu Hai. The turtle's fat and liver were deemed inedible and could adversely affect one's health. Furthermore, before opening the shell, the blood had to be drained thoroughly. Such a wild creature, after decades, would not be something one could simply indulge in due to wealth. Liu Hai recalled a friend from Shenzhen who had hosted a banquet featuring soft-shelled turtle as a signature dish. Claimed to be wild, Liu Hai recognized it as farmed upon tasting it, and learned it cost 2,800. Thus, one could appreciate the current era's abundance and richness. With Jiangdong's palate being quite bold, Liu Hai opted to braise the turtle in a large pot, accompanied by some freshly harvested vegetables from the garden. Dong Xinyu felt a sense of discomfort. How could one eat a turtle so grotesque in appearance? The young woman was quite troubled. None of Yang Sandog and the others had picked up their chopsticks. Liu Hai ultimately placed a piece of the finest cut into Dong Xinyu's bowl, declaring that this nourishing delicacy was specifically prepared for her and the little one in her womb. Dong Xinyu, feeling somewhat despondent, questioned, "Can I not eat it?" "That is not permissible. Be obedient, dear," Liu Hai insisted, bringing the morsel to her cherry lips. Although she felt quite wronged, it was already at her mouth, making it difficult to refuse. Thus, she parted her delicately shaped lips and took a bite. In that instant, she was taken aback, savoring the flavors, her tongue playfully licking her lips. "Why is this so delicious?" Yang Sandog interjected, "Sister-in-law, are you trying to trick us into eating together?" "I assure you, Sandog, this dish is truly exquisite. Do try it," Dong Xinyu urged, placing a piece in Yang Sandog's bowl. Yang Sandog scrutinized the piece, his disdain palpable, before taking a bite. "What on earth? This grotesque creature has meat that is utterly delightful? Sihai, you must try it too." Zhang Sihai hastily retreated with his bowl, exclaiming, "Don't you dare deceive me. I won't be easily fooled." "Sandog, You are perpetually like this. Whenever you suffer a loss, you ensure I partake in your misfortune. Seeking balance in your heart. I would rather face execution than eat it. Chapter 94. Excessive. You've already acquired 3 large houses. Look at you, forever suspicious of me. How tiresome. If you refuse to eat, then don't. I beseech you to try just a morsel. Yang Sandog retorted, beginning to eat, indifferent to Zhang Sihai's protest. Zhang Sihai remarked, still refusing to join. However, he soon felt a hint of frustration. Yang Sandog's moral decay, his penchant for trickery, is undeniable. Yet why is sister-in-law relishing it so? She eats with such joy, her little head held high in happiness. Liu Hai kindly wiped her small mouth with tenderness. Observing that half of the braised turtle had already vanished, Zhang Sihai could not contain himself. Brother Hai, is this truly delectable? Yang Sandog tossed a piece into his bowl. Just eat it. When will you truly open your heart to me, considering me your comrade? Must you always remain on guard against me? Isn't that exhausting? Dong Xinyu chimed in. Sihai, it's genuinely delicious. You won't regret it. Zhang Sihai, torn, ultimately placed a piece in his mouth. In an instant, he exclaimed, by heavens, it truly is. And thus, Zhang Sihai devoured his meal voraciously. Laughter resonating around the table. After lunch, Uncle Lu Chuyang and cousin Pan Tao arrived. Presently, the factory's manager was Old Chun. With Uncle Lu Chuyang serving as the deputy manager, and grandfather Lu Hongqi had also come to assist at the factory. The family had settled in quite well. Upon arriving with a tractor, Liu Hai embraced Dong Xinyu at the door. I must go to work now. You stay at home and behave. Uncle Chun and the others are at the factory, so there's no need for you to worry. Don't concern yourself with household matters or the garden soil. I will return tonight to tend to it. Just listen to the radio and be good, all right? Dong Xinyu displayed a radiant smile, appearing particularly endearing. I understand. But please do not tire yourself too much, all right? I shall await your return at home. Shall we share a kiss? Liu Hai smiled. Dong Xinyu glanced at Yang Sandog and the others, who were momentarily lost in thought due to their prior hardships. As soon as they noticed her gaze, they hurriedly pretended not to see anything. Ah, Uncle San, the weather is quite pleasant today, isn't it? Pan Tao ruffled his hair and remarked, but today is overcast. You don't know anything, Sandog retorted. If I say the weather is nice, then it is nice. Lu Chuyang playfully nudged Pan Tao, feeling slightly aggrieved. Pan Tao scratched his head. Taking advantage of their diverted attention, Dong Xinyu swiftly planted a kiss on Liu Hai's lips. Hurry along now, they are all waiting for you. Liu Hai pinched her small, delicate nose before jumping onto the tractor. Sandog stepped onto the tractor's head, vigorously shaking the lever a few times before leaping aboard. Sister-in-law, we are off. Do take care. Dong Xinyu watched Liu Hai and the others depart, promising to listen to the radio as he suggested. Yet in her years spent in Panqing village, she had fully integrated into the farmers' lives. Like the other villagers, she could not bear to see the land lie fallow. At the foot of the mountain lay a patch of neglected land, conveniently watered by a spring. She envisioned planting tomatoes and scallions there. Thus, after Liu Hai and the others left, the young girl changed into a patched outfit, preparing to work, reluctant to soil the dress Liu Hai had made for her. Just after her arrival, Wang Sherwing drove his tractor to Liu Hai's home. Having developed a psychological aversion to Liu Hai's influence in the 3 villages, he came alone this time, fearing to provoke Liu Hai's displeasure. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the grandeur of Liu Hai's 3-tiled houses and felt a pang of regret, almost moved to tears. This is all profit I lost to him. After a moment, he regained his composure and noticed only Dong Xinyu working in the field, prompting him to call out, Is Hai good home? Dong Xinyu wiped her sweat and looked up, but before she could await a response, Uncle Yang, also tilling the land nearby, recognized the intruder and erupted in fury. What are you doing here? Seeking trouble in our village again? Have you even come to Liu Hai's home? He threatened. Do you believe I won't send you to meet your ancestors with a single blow? He quickly jogged over, fearing Wang Sherwing might harm Dong Xinyu, a treasured gem of the village, closely guarded by all. Upon seeing Uncle Yang approach, Wang Sherwing hastily clarified, Fellow villager, there's a misunderstanding. I am not here for revenge. I seek to discuss matters with Hai Go. Do you expect me to trust you? Last time you brought a whole crowd to stir trouble at the factory. Uncle Yang glared at him, his face flushed. Dong Xinyu, sensing that he did not seem intent on causing trouble, quickly intervened. It's all right. Are you looking for Liu Hai regarding something? I have a few matters I wish to discuss with him. Oh, And I brought some things for your family. He hurried over to the tractor, presenting an array of fruits, canned goods, and a piece of pork. Dong Xinyu smiled. He is not home at the moment. He is likely to return in the evening. Perhaps you could come by another time. Once again, Uncle Yang advised, it's nothing. I believe he genuinely has matters to discuss with Xiao Hai. Uncle Yang scrutinized the fellow from head to toe for a considerable time, then pointed to his own eyes, saying, I was over there, tending to the fields, keeping a close watch on you, young man. You would do well to behave. If you dare to lay a finger on Xinyu, the entire village will greet you with our hose. Xinyu, should you find yourself in need, simply call out. We uncles will hear you. Yes, thank you, Uncle Yang, Xinyu replied, as he finally returned to his own plot of land. At that moment, Wang Sherwin was utterly captivated by Dong Xinyu. Initially, he thought she was no different from any ordinary rural girl, dressed in patched clothing. Yet now, upon closer inspection, he was struck by her astonishing beauty. How had he failed to notice such allure before? When Dong Xinyu turned back, he inquired, Are you my brother Hai's? His wife, Dong Xinyu smiled in response. Wang Sherwin quickly averted his gaze. Oh, my apologies for the intrusion. When is my brother Hai expected to return? Dong Xinyu continued to hoe the weeds. I'm not entirely sure. He is exceptionally busy every day, probably not until evening. What do you need him for? Evening? Wang Sherwin felt a wave of anxiety. He had come all this way and could not bear the thought of leaving without seeing Liu Hai. Looking around, he asked, Sister-in-law, are you planting something here? Yes, Xiao Hai particularly loves tomatoes, so I plan to plant some here. I might also grow green onions and perhaps a few other things. First, I need to prepare the land, Dong Xinyu answered with a smile. Wang Sherwin pondered, will my brother definitely return tonight? Of course. He never stays out at night. He always comes home for dinner. As he worries I might be concerned, she assured him. Very well, sister-in-law, you should rest. I shall assist you with the land. With that, he snatched the hoe from Dong Xinyu's hands. Dong Xinyu was somewhat taken aback. It's all right, sister-in-law. I have boundless energy and can work while waiting for my brother Hai to return. You should take a break. But Wang Sherwin had already begun hoeing, and Dong Xinyu felt as if she didn't even recognize him, preparing to reclaim the hoe. However, Uncle Yang interjected, Xinyu, let him help you with the land. This way, I can keep an eye on him. Seeing Wang Sherwin's unwillingness to relent, Dong Xinyu finally conceded. All right, I will help you fetch some water. Thank you, sister-in-law. Wang Sherwin exclaimed, filled with delight. He believed that if he could win over Liu Hai's wife, Liu Hai would undoubtedly treat him better upon his return. Dong Xinyu, feeling somewhat shy, instructed him to ensure that the stones were cleared from the soil while she went inside. A stranger had suddenly come into her home and lingered, which made her uneasy, especially now that she was no longer alone. A little one was on the way. Parenthood, or the prospect of it, tends to dim one's courage, a truth that transcends time. Thus, she quickly retreated indoors. Meanwhile, Wang Sherwin faced a daunting task. The plot of land, situated near mountain spring water, had been subjected to years of erosion, leaving it littered with numerous stones from the mountains. If there are stones in the soil, it becomes impossible to retain nutrients and water, which in turn hinders the growth of crops. Thus, it is imperative to thoroughly clear away all the small stones while plowing the land. However, the overwhelming number of stones left Wang Sherwin utterly exhausted, panting as if he were a dog. Yet, what truly irked him was that the very individual who had rushed over to threaten him with a shovel had informed his wife. His wife, rather stout and notably fierce, not only came herself, but also brought several formidable women from the village with her. Each of them wielded a cattle prod, squatting at the edge of the field, their gaze fixed upon him. The moment he showed signs of fatigue and contemplated a brief respite, these women would crack their whips against the stones nearby, demanding, What are you doing? Who gave you permission to rest? Get back to work. Terrified, Wang Sherwin hastily resumed his toil, cursing under his breath about the village he found himself in, where men were intimidating and women were equally fierce like battle-hardened warriors. He couldn't shake off the feeling that they were treating him as if he were a beast of burden plowing the field. It was no longer a matter of whether he wished to stay or leave. It had become a necessity to cultivate the land before he could even think of departing. This encapsulated the current state of Panqing village. Although Liu Hai had left Dong Xinyu alone at home, he felt no concern. He was confident that the entire village would look after her. Unless the village was entirely deserted, no one could harm her. Meanwhile, after their arrival in Chaoyang village, it wasn't long before Wu Matzi from Simitu village joined them with fellow villagers. Upon hearing Liu Hai's intention to harvest soft-shelled turtles, the villagers were taken aback, wondering how something considered a turtle could be edible. Liu Hai offered them a price of 15 cents, and one villager casually caught a turtle weighing around 4 pounds, indicating that such an effortless catch could yield 60 cents. Liu Hai smiled and confirmed that this was indeed a fair assessment. The villagers erupted in excitement, realizing that these creatures were abundant near the lake's embankment, akin to picking up money. Thus, dozens of individuals flocked to the riverbank to catch turtles, while Liu Hai and his companions found themselves overwhelmed with work. One tractor was insufficient to meet the transport demands, prompting Liu Hai to instruct Pan Tao to spend some money to rent additional donkey carts for assistance. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Liu Hai emerged from Director Zhao's office. That day, they had managed to bring in over 3,000 pounds of turtles. Liu Hai had set the price for villagers at 16 cents, while Director Zhao's price for him was actually 42 cents. For 3,000 pounds, the total amounted to 1,260, with 480 being the cost. Thus, they netted a profit of 780. Upon returning, Liu Hai distributed $5 to Yang Sandog and the others. He needed to amass money swiftly in order to secure a contract for the electrical appliance factory by the end of the year, a daunting target of 200,000. What exhilarated him further was the response from Director Zhao, relaying a telegram from the leaders at the Southern Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Cooperative, stating that whatever quantity of wild soft-shelled turtles he possessed, they would require. Unlike the eels, which were a one-time deal, this venture had the potential for sustained profitability, ensuring a stable income in the foreseeable future. After a day filled with toil, Liu Hai returned home to his village at 6:30, eager to prepare dinner for his beloved wife. Cooking for the one he cherishes is, in essence, a form of enjoyment. As a national treasure, Dong Xinyu should not be burdened with such tasks, and Liu Hai would never allow her to lift a finger. However, upon his return, he discovered that Dong Xinyu had already prepared the meal: sautéed green peppers with eggplant, stir-fried cucumber with meat, and a hearty soup made from a free-range chicken caught by Uncle Jun's wife. Since Yang Sanggu and the others would not be dining with them that evening, it was merely a simple dinner for the couple. Liu Hai gazed at the steaming mound of rice, each grain plump and glistening with an enticing sheen. After a long afternoon of labor, he was ravenous. As he sat down, Dong Xinyu placed the peony brand fan beside them and turned it on. Liu Hai gently wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, expressing his concern. "I'll try to come home earlier to cook. Today took a bit longer than usual." He handed her the earnings he had made from catching soft-shelled turtles, instructing her to keep it safe. Dong Xinyu curiously picked up the bag and was astonished to find it filled with thick bundles of cash. "Did you really earn this much?" she asked, wide-eyed. Liu Hai took a bite of eggplant mixed with rice. A wave of warmth enveloped him, and he felt an immense sense of peace. "I think there's around 700 or 800 yuan, though I haven't counted precisely." We've established a connection with the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, so we can expect to earn this much daily. The young woman nodded enthusiastically. "Let us eat quickly and then get to bed early," he suggested, playfully pinching her nose. Dong Xinyu took the bag of money inside and obediently sat across from Liu Hai at the table. He served her a chicken leg, and she reciprocated by offering him vegetables. Though few words were exchanged, their simple gestures imbued their home with warmth and an intimate bond. As dusk settled outside, a feeble voice suddenly called from the direction of the vegetable garden. "Can anyone spare some food? Have you mistaken me for a beast of burden? Stop whining. Get back to work," came the robust retort from Aunt Yang. Liu Hai looked up, wondering if someone was indeed in the garden. At that moment, Dong Xinyu recalled a peculiar incident. "Oh, I forgot to mention, while you were out, an unfamiliar person appeared and insisted on helping me with the weeding. I couldn't turn him away, so I just let him be." She had been so engrossed in cooking that she had forgotten about it. "Who?" Liu Hai instinctively tensed. He was always on high alert whenever a stranger approached their home, especially concerning Dong Xinyu and their unborn child, who were his entire world. He would risk everything to protect them. Dong Xinyu quickly reassured him, "Don't worry. Uncle Yang and the others were watching him. He likely meant no harm. He came to seek you." "To seek me?" Liu Hai stood, ready to investigate. But Dong Xinyu called out, "Wait. I've served you plenty of food. You won't eat properly otherwise." Liu Hai chuckled softly, holding a bowl as he made his way to the vegetable garden at the back. Under the moonlight, he beheld Uncle Yang's wife, who, wielding a leather whip, glared fiercely at Wang Sherwang, who was toiling in the soil. She berated him mercilessly. "You dare claim you were a sent-down youth? With your pathetic skills at tilling, you must be the village's biggest liability. What a disgrace. If my old Yang worked like this, I wouldn't give him a single grain of rice. Wang Shirwang, gritting his teeth, cursed under his breath. Damn this woman. If I could just deal with her. The people of Panqing village were truly something else. That afternoon, not only was Wang Shirwang physically drained, but his spirit was also tormented by the relentless words of the village women. In rural areas, insults could be particularly harsh, especially from this fierce woman. Damn it. She has insulted me all day long without repeating a single word. When Liu Hai approached, he called out, "Auntie Hua, have you eaten yet?" Uncle Yang's wife turned to see Liu Hai returning and sighed in relief. "You're back. I haven't eaten yet, so I'll leave this person in your care. I should return home for dinner. You, young rascal, really should have told us if you were leaving Heart Rain alone at home. What if some bad person came to harm her? Remember to inform us next time you go out, so we can help keep an eye on her." With that, she prepared to leave. Liu Hai felt a warmth in his heart. In these times, families looked out for one another. How different it would be decades later, when even brothers living next door might quarrel over a mere inch of land. "Why not come over to my house for a bite? It's getting late," he suggested. "No, Uncle Yang has prepared dinner at home. We even have half a pound of pork today. Just remember, don't be reckless. Heart Rain is pregnant now. We must be cautious." "All right, thank you, Auntie Hua." "There's no need for thanks. We're all comrades in the same brigade." After Auntie Hua left, Wang Shirwang felt as if he had just returned from the gates of hell, collapsing onto the ground. Watching Liu Hai eat, his stomach growled in hunger, and he lamented, "Why are the women in your village so fierce? I've never been treated like a beast in my life. It's simply outrageous." Liu Hai glanced over and noticed that at least 5 or 6 plots of land had already been tilled. "Did you do all this? Is that even a question? I came here to surrender, only to be confronted by these fierce women demanding my submission." Liu Hai looked at him in confusion, suddenly finding the situation amusing. A former tycoon, now laboring in the fields of his home. "Well then, what brings you to me?" Wang Shirwang, truly famished, patted his stomach and asked, "Could I perhaps have a bite to eat first?" "Of course, come over. Let us eat and chat," Liu Hai replied, calling out, "Heart Rain, bring some bowls and chopsticks." From the room, Dong Xinyu responded obediently. Wang Shirwang, seeing Liu Hai genuinely willing to let him sit down and talk, was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. Once seated at the table, he felt particularly uneasy, having been thoroughly schooled by the village's fierce women throughout the day, leaving him with significant psychological scars. Dong Xinyu was aware that a discussion was imminent, so after satisfying her hunger, she retreated to tidy up the bedroom. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Liu Hai handed over a cigarette, a luxurious red pagoda, much to Wang Shirwang's astonishment. How could one so generously distribute a cigarette that costs 9 dimes a pack? With a swift strike of a match, Liu Hai ignited the cigarette and offered it to Wang Shirwang. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Shirwang exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Hai, for your kindness." Liu Hai stared at him in bemusement, pondering how his day had turned out with the likes of him. After lighting his own cigarette and taking a couple of puffs, he inquired, "What brings you here? Speak up, it's getting late, and my wife is pregnant, so I need to retire early." Wang Shirwang gulped nervously, almost pleading for a morsel of information. Even just a scrap would be delightful, he thought. "What do you mean? Have I encroached upon your business?" Liu Hai regarded him peculiarly. Wang Shirwang wore a frown, questioning whether Liu Hai was once again considering the soft-shelled turtle trade. "Soft-shelled turtles? What do you mean?" Liu Hai prompted, and Wang Shirwang recounted the tale he had heard from his brother-in-law. The essence of it was a request. Could Liu Hai, when he was weary of the culinary offerings, spare him some remnants, akin to the way they had once handled the eels? The eels had a growth cycle, and within a month, Liu Hai had resold 20,000 jin to the Aquatic Supply and Marketing Cooperative. However, after Wang Shirwang took over, the quantity had notably diminished, yet he still managed to earn a few hundred yuan. Thus, he hoped Liu Hai would extend similar consideration this time around. Having aided Liu Hai in a past life, it was only natural for Liu Hai not to neglect him. After a moment's reflection, Liu Hai replied, "Brother, it's not that I wish to deny you opportunities, but I am currently in dire need of funds. Therefore, I cannot provide you with the soft-shelled turtle business for now. However, I can ensure you a share of the profits, provided certain conditions are met." "Do tell, Brother Hai," Wang Shirwang eagerly urged. "Does your family still have any land that remains unhoed? If you continue to provide me with a share, I will ensure your land is thoroughly and expertly tilled." Wang Shirwang was ecstatic, nearly on the verge of tears. Indeed, hard work would yield rewards. The day's labor had not been in vain. Liu Hai contemplated. There is a matter for which I may require your brother-in-law as assistance. Of course, I must clarify that I do not wish for him to compromise his principles. I merely need him to lend a word when the time comes. If you can assure me of this, I can reserve approximately 1,000 yuan in profits for you. Absolutely. This is monumental. Brother Hai, you may not realize, but while my brother-in-law appears imposing, he is quite subservient at home. If my sister instructs him to go east, and he dares to go west, he won't even be allowed back through the door that day. His willingness to assist me is merely due to my sister's influence. Wang Shiwen looked at Liu Hai with anticipatory excitement. The prospect of 1,000 yuan in profit was incredibly enticing. Liu Hai laughed heartily. Then it is settled. However, you must wait for my signal. In the meantime, refrain from causing any disturbances. Understood. I will heed your words. Wang Shiwen replied, elated. The two continued their conversation for quite some time. Having gained a clearer understanding of Wang Shiwen's circumstances, it is evident that he has just returned from a stint in the southern regions, where the liberal ideologies have emboldened him significantly. Such was the spirit of the era, yet it is lamentable that many, decades later, find themselves lamenting their lack of audacity at that time. In this world, during moments of opportunity, it is often those fearless souls who reap the most succulent rewards. Around 8 in the evening, Wang Shiwen had departed. Dong Xinyu was preparing to wash the dishes, but was restrained by Liu Hai, who would not allow her to touch the water. After tidying up both inside and out, she lay down, cradled by the evening breeze, savoring the warmth of her beloved beside her, with no other desires in life. As night fell, Liu Hai embraced Dong Xinyu, the room adorned with double happiness characters, reminiscent of their wedding night. Dong Xinyu expressed her concern. Xiao Hai, you cannot prevent me from doing everything. I still wish to contribute. Liu Hai kissed her forehead, gently reminding her that the well-being of the child within her was paramount. With a soft sigh, Dong Xinyu conceded, all right then. What was that person doing today? Engaged in business, perhaps? Liu Hai tugged at a nearby elastic cord, plunging the bedroom into darkness. Naturally, Dong Xinyu nestled closer to Liu Hai, burying her head in his embrace. Liu Hai grew restless, prompting a playful giggle from Dong Xinyu as she willingly began to shed her clothing. Now that she carried a child, even their gestures of intimacy were tempered with restraint. In the early hours, Dong Xinyu, mindful of the little one within her, recognized the necessity of rest. As dawn broke, casting a faint light upon a small patch of clouds, Liu Hai rose quietly. Dong Xinyu, soundly asleep on her side, had adorably pressed her lips, creating a charming expression. Liu Hai felt a deep sense of contentment as he kissed her. The presence of a gentle and caring companion at home significantly amplifies a man's motivation to toil outside. He was aware that if he did not cultivate the land he had tended yesterday in the vegetable garden, Dong Xinyu would inevitably find work to do while he was preoccupied with the soft-shelled turtles. Thus, he ventured early to the garden to plant some vegetables, ensuring that even if Dong Xinyu came to finish up the remaining tasks, it would be considerably easier for her. He then prepared some pork lard rice balls and heated a meat dish in the pot, anticipating the arrival of Dong Xinyu and Zhang Xihai. Liu Hai organized the distribution of tasks. Zhang Xihai was tasked with disseminating notices regarding the collection of soft-shelled turtles. Although the wild turtles in Panqing village were not as plentiful as those from Linghu, many still thrived in the Red Flag River. Liu Hai remained steadfast in his principle. As long as there was profit to be made, he would not overlook a single opportunity. As for himself and Yang Sengu, they continued their endeavors by the lakeside. They busied themselves back and forth until it was past 8. Upon arriving, Liu Hai gazed at the throngs of people below. Yang Sengu gasped, Hai Gu, can Director Xiao handle this? The entire village, men, women, and children, has turned out. Indeed, beneath the levee by the lake, a multitude of turtle catchers had gathered. Liu Hai felt a twinge of anxiety. If this continued, it was likely they could amass 8,000 to 9,000 pounds today. In an unexpected turn of events, the turtles that had languished by the dam for decades, often scorned by passers-by, could soon be captured in droves. The next step would be to venture into the reeds to catch what remained. After some contemplation, I suggested that you return briefly, requesting Zhang Xihai to borrow the village committee's phone to reach out to the Aquatic Products Supply and Marketing Cooperative, informing them that we anticipated a catch of at least 10,000 jin today, so they could prepare accordingly. Yang Sandog, fearing to linger, quickly hopped onto his tractor and sped back to Ponching Village. Meanwhile, Dong Xinyu's announcement reverberated throughout Ponching Village, attracting a multitude to the banks of the Hongqi River to fish. The village's telephone had only recently been installed, and due to their reluctance to use it, it had been secured with a hefty lock by Xiao Guomin. However, under these exceptional circumstances, it was lent to Yang Sandog for one time. At the county's Aquatic Product Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Director Xiao had his foot propped on his desk. Upon hearing Yang Sandog's estimate of a minimum scale of 10,000 jin, he exclaimed incredulously, "Did you say how much?" 10,000 jin. Comrade Sandog, you must be joking. I assure you, I made a rough calculation by the lakeside, and there are at least 400 or 500 people assisting us, Yang Sandog replied earnestly. Director Xiao, will you accept this? If you can't handle such a quantity, I will immediately inform my brother Hai to hold back. Hold back? Nonsense. Director Xiao declared, his excitement palpable. The more you catch, the better I can report to higher-ups. Don't worry about a thing. I guarantee that the cooperative will settle payments in cash daily. Should there come a day when less is needed, I will give you a heads up. I will arrange for a vehicle to wait at the cooperative. Once you deliver the goods, they will head directly south. Do not fear. Yang Sandog, filled with exhilaration, understood the gravity of the situation. After hanging up, he rushed back to the lakeside. They were incredibly busy, with just the two of them. Even the weighing process was a laborious task, requiring physical strength as everything was lifted manually. Liu Hai contemplated the necessity of purchasing a weighing scale. Thus, he called upon Wu Matzi and Uncle Lu Chuyong, instructing them. You two need not fish. I will pay you to help with the receiving. These two were seasoned boatmen from neighboring villages, capable of managing the impending chaos. In the hustle and bustle, Liu Hai and his companions lost track of time, and before they knew it, it was already past 7 in the evening. Concerned about their meal, Dong Xinyu instructed Dong Xinyu to ride over on her newly acquired bicycle to deliver food. Upon seeing Dong Xinyu's arrival, Liu Hai stood among the villagers and announced, Fellow villagers, it is getting late, and you all must be weary. Let us return home and continue tomorrow. Furthermore, please remember to refrain from bringing any turtles weighing less than 4 liang. Your support is greatly appreciated. Liu Hai was principled in his dealings, just as he refused to accept eels weighing less than 2 liang. Though this year had seen an abundance of resources, it could not withstand the relentless efforts of the villagers, young and old alike. This was a matter of sustainability. We must preserve our future. The villagers burst into hearty laughter, expressing their gratitude. Liu Hai, thank you so much. I've made at least 3 yuan today. They say you're a good man, and I can now see why. Thank you for helping me earn. Such simplicity, buoyancy, and genuine emotion resonated among them. Dong Xinyu gazed at Liu Hai's silhouette illuminated by the flashlight, her heart brimming with satisfaction as she admired him like an enamored girl. Sweetly, she mused, this man is my husband. Heh, finding him endearingly simple-minded. After the villagers dispersed, Liu Hai and the others shared a meal together. Suddenly, Dong Xinyu rushed over, only to receive a stern reprimand from her third uncle, primarily concerned for the child she carried. The gentle warmth of the moment, under the moonlight by the listening lake, felt profoundly genuine and beautiful. Chapter 98. The fear of excessive wealth. Upon returning to the village, Dong Xinyu calculated their accounts at home. Astonishingly, they had delivered a full 10,000 jin to the supply and marketing cooperative that day. Moreover, the villagers still had about 2,000 jin remaining. The bountiful resources of Listening Lake were surprising, largely due to its existence for centuries, during which few had consumed the soft-shelled turtles. The gifts of nature accumulated over these hundreds of years had all found their way into Liu Hai's hands. On the first day, they sold 10,000 jin at a price of 0.42 yuan, with a cost of 0.16 yuan. After deducting various labor costs, the total income exceeded 2,500 yuan. That night, Dong Xinyu felt a twinge of fear, primarily due to the substantial profits. To accommodate the earnings, they specially crafted a large wooden box for storing money. The thought of depositing such a fortune at the savings office was daunting, presenting its own troubles. Thus, they decided to build a small room beside the house exclusively for storing their wealth. The following day, Uncle Jun brought a mason to the site, and Liu Hai insisted on swift completion. Money was no object, and size was not a concern. They publicly claimed it would serve as a storage room. After organizing these matters, Liu Hai returned that night with another bag of money. In total, they sold 11,000 jin, yielding around 2,800 yuan. On the third day, They sold 15,000 jin. On the fourth and fifth days, Liu Hai continued to trade soft-shell turtles, maintaining a daily sale of over 10,000 jin for more than 10 days. However, after a week, much like the initial experience with the eels, the size of the turtles brought by the villagers began to diminish. Additionally, Director Xiao from the cooperative indicated that their supply was nearing saturation. By the end of July, Liu Hai visited the cooperative, taking Wang Shirwing along. Director Xiao mentioned they were only a few thousand jin short of halting the purchase of soft-shelled turtles. According to their initial agreement, Liu Hai intended to leave a profit of about 1,000 yuan for Wang Shirwing. Thus, he planned to conclude this venture that day. This decision garnered Liu Hai immense praise from Director Xiao, who admired his willingness to share profits rather than hoard them. This lad is likely the hidden gem of Yunshan County, destined for remarkable success. Outside, Director Xiao held a red tower cigarette, pinching its soft tip, fully aware it was likely stuffed with a generous amount of tobacco. Nearby, Wang Shirwing inquired, "What about me, Director? Do you think I can achieve something significant?" Director Xiao turned, scrutinizing him without concealing his current sentiments. "You are but a small fry." With these words, Director Xiao returned to his office, leaving Wang Shirwing with a look of frustration. On August 1st, in the small storage room built behind Liu Hai's home, the walls and floors had been freshly plastered with cement. Dong Xinyu was busily calculating accounts in a small storage room. Liu Hai stood beside her, diligently drying her off. The weather was sweltering. Even with a peony brand fan whirring nearby, it could hardly provide relief. The sight of the young girl, her forehead glistening with sweat and hair clinging to her skin, was charmingly endearing. Liu Hai occasionally used a towel to help dry her. After more than an hour, Dong Xinyu completed the final calculation, her mouth agape in astonishment. Liu Hai inquired what was wrong. Dong Xinyu gazed at him, asking if he knew how much money they had. "How much?" he queried. "We sold a total of 110,000 pounds of soft-shelled turtles, collecting 46,200 in total. After deducting costs, we netted over 28,000. During this period, the factory's income exceeded 2,000. Adding to the previous 6,000, we now have more than 30,000. At that moment, the young girl felt a wave of anxiety. After all, their family had endured turmoil, leaving her with lingering fears. Life had improved significantly. Liu Hai was by her side every day, pampering her, and with the arrival of their unborn child, the villagers were particularly supportive of their family. Everything felt surreal. Yet, if Liu Hai were to be captured, her entire world would crumble. Sensing her trepidation, Liu Hai swiftly embraced her and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Do not worry. The money we have earned is secure, I am well aware." Dong Xinyu gently grasped his hand, wishing only for their family's well-being. "Silly girl, I know," Liu Hai replied, pulling her close before squatting down, pressing his ear against her belly. "Let me listen to our little one's movements." Dong Xinyu smiled, her delicate face aglow with happiness and contentment as she looked at Liu Hai. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the Dong family residence, Wang Lijuan summoned Dong Ying and Dong Hongba back home. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. After a long silence, Wang Lijuan turned to her children, asking if they were utterly oblivious to their younger sister's impending marriage. "Mom, how could we possibly know?" they replied. "Father has been indulging her, and you are well aware of his nature." Dong Hongba felt quite aggrieved. Recently, rumors had circulated in the courtyard. Initially, Wang Lijuan had tacitly accepted Dong Xinyu's decisions, knowing she could not intervene. She intended to let the matter rest and visit her younger daughter in Panqing village after some time. However, no one anticipated that someone would spread the rumor in the courtyard that their little girl had eloped. The Dong family had just begun to lead a normal life after enduring numerous hardships, making them particularly cautious. Now, suddenly, there were whispers of their daughter eloping. Furthermore, anonymous letters were being written, accusing the Dong family of improper conduct. Wang Lijuan feared that someone would exploit this situation for their own gain, prompting her to address the issue at home. Dong Ying spoke. "Father has met that boy. If he arranged it this way, there must be a reason." They all knew that during the months since their sister's return, she had been in a daze. "Mom, we shouldn't hinder her, as long as she is happy. Isn't that what matters?" Wang Lijuan sighed deeply. "Do you think I am unaware of this principle? Am I so devoid of compassion? I am filled with trepidation. It is said that while one's circumstances may change, one's nature remains immutable." Liu Hai was once a ne'er-do-well, despised by the villagers from the surrounding communities. The prospect of two individuals embarking on a lifelong partnership raises concerns. Time reveals one's true character. What if, after the birth of a child, he reverts to his slothful ways? The little girl would find herself helpless in the southern climes, crying out to no avail. The siblings fell into silence, and their mother's worries were not without foundation. Frankly, their apprehension stemmed from a lack of deep acquaintance with Liu Hai, leading them to question whether his current demeanor was merely a facade. This realization prompted a pang of regret in Wang Lijuan. Had she known that boy would stand at her door that day, she would have invited him in to truly understand him. The more she pondered, the more discontented she felt. San, tomorrow gather your belongings and head south to visit your sister. See for yourself how her life is unfolding. Remember, do not give advance notice. You must witness their reality and then report back to me. Chapter 99. To seize what cannot be contended for? Upon hearing he was to venture to the rural south, Dong Hongba immediately became flustered. Mom, do I truly have the time? You have no time? You squander your days idly, and when I offer you a task, you turn your nose up at it, yet you dare claim you have no time? Wang Lijuan retorted sharply. Dong Hongba muttered in grievance. The master advised me to pursue business. How could I possibly take a job? The master. Your mind is consumed by nothing but this so-called master. A charlatan has you dancing to his tune, and you remain blissfully unaware, Dong Ying interjected. I want to accept that, sister. I dislike that term charlatan. Just because the master encourages you to be more amenable, lest you remain unmarried, you insult him without cause. If he were truly a fraud, what exactly has he deceived me of? Enough of this bickering, the decision stands. San, pack your things and depart tomorrow, Wang Lijuan declared, her patience worn thin by the squabbling siblings. With that, she retreated to her room. Dong Hongba felt particularly aggrieved, but found himself powerless. After a night's rest, he obtained Liu Hai's address from his mother, Wang Lijuan, and set off southward. Meanwhile, Liu Hai had ceased his work with the soft-shelled turtles and was now in discussions with Xiao Guomin regarding the aquaculture of silverfish. Such farmers are currently rare, often referred to as specialists. This endeavor aims to further expand the spicy fish business. The village has an abundance of idle water ponds, ripe with aquatic resources. Additionally, efforts commenced to organize villagers to cultivate mushrooms on the hills. Other products from the factory were also gradually being tested, with spicy mushrooms already being sold at Sun Maokai's restaurant. Although their popularity did not rival the initial launch of the spicy fish, their stability offered a valuable supplement to the latter. On this particular day, he addressed the cooperative farming model at the broadcasting station. The premise was simple. The factory would sign purchase contracts with the villagers. For every quantity produced, the factory would acquire that same amount, with prices fixed within the contract, thus providing the villagers with a stable prospect. His motivation for this approach was rooted in a desire to avoid the overexploitation of his hometown's resources. Only those who have traversed the world for decades can truly comprehend the difficulty of seeking a sanctuary. Aquaculture ensures the sustainability of the wild resources in Panqing Village. It is unprecedented in this era for professional households to enter into contracts that guarantee production and sales with factories. Consequently, on that day, many individuals flocked to Liu Hai's home to negotiate with him. In his front yard, Liu Hai patiently explained to the villagers while Dong Xinyu occasionally assisted by pouring water. The elder and younger men, gathered at the foot of the verdant mountains, joyfully envisioned a future of prosperity through hard work, filled with delightful aspirations. Liu Hai's surroundings radiated harmony, yet some individuals were experiencing particularly dismal times, especially after learning of certain developments in the county today. This individual was Boss Kai, a businessman from Hong Kong. After securing the state-owned subsidiary food factory, he undertook significant upgrades in the production workshop, adhering to exceptionally high standards. He had also meticulously established his sales routes. Intelligent and somewhat disdainful of Liu Hai, he perceived him merely as a local hero, utterly incapable beyond the borders of Yunshan County. Thus, he sought to evade Liu Hai's influence, adjusting the spiciness of their products to incorporate a sweetness more appealing to the southern palate, and presented them at a southern trade fair. The outcome was an overwhelming success. Bolstered by the support of several supply and marketing cooperatives in the south, their products quickly became scarce, and he, along with his partner Chang Yongda, calculated the market potential. With sufficient supply, they estimated that their initial investment of 200,000 would be recouped within 6 months, and the market continued to expand. However, The source of silverfish had already been monopolized by Liu Hai, leaving him unable to partake. While he appeared calm on the surface, it did not indicate a lack of scheming against Liu Hai behind the scenes. For instance, they sought to exploit certain policy issues to undermine Liu Hai. Yet County Head Yang personally intervened to support Liu Hai, rendering any disruption unfeasible. Furthermore, today, County Head Yang advocated against opposition, arranging for a factory plaque to be delivered to Ponqing village the following day. Liu Hai had previously expressed his reluctance to display a plaque out of fear of attracting trouble, and this perceptive leader had kept the matter in mind. In essence, any hope of covertly orchestrating Liu Hai's factory's demise had become nearly impossible. So what was to be done? One could not simply remain indifferent in the face of a market with unmet demand. The supply from Simo Wharf village, dominated by Wu Matzi, and from Chaoyang village, under the control of Lu Chuyang, along with several villages along the Hongqi River, also had silverfish available. Although these sources could not compare to the upstream Ponqing village, they were still viable. Among them, Xingho village had become an essential source of supply for him. Today, a supplier from there brought a man to stand in his office, a figure with a bloated face, devoid of eyebrows, bald, and exuding a menacing aura. This man was the village tyrant of Xingho, Ba Laizi. Boss Kai, a seasoned individual, recognized immediately that this man was undoubtedly ruthless. After a prolonged gaze, he inquired, "Have you just come from the police station?" Ba Lai nodded. Several years ago, he had consumed an entire cow, and unexpectedly, years later, someone still clung to this matter. An entire cow? Boss Kai furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Can you assist me in resolving the supply issue? Tell me, how do you plan to help?" Ba Lai directly pulled out a crude firearm from his bag and slammed it onto the table. Boss Kai's men were startled and instinctively prepared to protect him. But Boss Kai waved them off, glancing at the short firearm on the table. "What does this mean?" Ba Lai grinned slyly. "Aren't the silver fish from the lake the most abundant? The state has not stipulated that the catch belongs solely to Chaoyang village and Simitu village. For centuries, the reeds of the lake have been a battleground for various families, and those with the most formidable tactics can establish a foothold there." Understanding dawned on Boss Kai. "You intend to gather a group of brothers to drive away Wamazi and Lu Chuyang. Is that the implication?" His eyes sparkled with insight. "If collaboration fails, then they would resort to seizing it directly. Simple and straightforward." Ba Lai nodded. "Once I have seized control of the lake's reeds, I have one condition. I hope you can elevate the purchase price of the silver fish to match Liu Hai's. I will offer you 60 cents, a dime higher than Liu Hai's, provided you possess the capability to acquire them." Boss Kai interrupted brusquely, then shifted his tone. "Brother, fortune favors the bold. I only care about results. If you cannot deliver, do not step foot in my factory again." "Understood. Await my news," Ba Lai concluded, placing the firearm back in his bag and departing. Do we truly need to collaborate with such a reckless individual? What if something catastrophic occurs? After Ba Lai left, Chang Yongdao expressed his concerns. Boss Kai wore a cunning smile. "If something goes awry, it will not be our concern. He brought this upon himself. We must remain steadfast. Who could possibly challenge us? But what if he actually manages to settle matters with Wamazi and Lu Chuyang? Wouldn't we then reap the benefits?" Chang Yongda cautioned, observing Boss Kai's confidence, but ultimately hesitating to voice his thoughts. County Chief Yang had unwittingly presented Liu Hai with a grand gift. This sign had been delivered alongside Sun Maokai. Upon entering the village, Yang Sandog hurriedly bought firecrackers. Amidst the cacophony of fireworks, this long sign adorned the factory's entrance. XINU Food Processing Factory, symbolizing their transition from rudimentary operations to a more established venture. After the entrance festivities subsided, Liu Hai returned home with Sun Maokai. Upon arrival, Sun Maokai immediately noticed Dong Xinyu, who was hanging clothes at the doorway. Her pregnancy was quite evident. Yet this young woman remained stunning. Aside from her slightly enlarged belly, she exhibited no other changes. As he approached, Sun Maokai burst into hearty laughter. "Xinyu, I'm back to mooch off your cooking." Being old acquaintances, Dong Xinyu was naturally familiar with Sun Maokai and replied with a smile, "Director Sun, welcome." Then she turned to Liu Hai. "Shall I weigh some meat? We are out at home." Liu Hai gently wrapped his arms around her waist. But Director Sun had a penchant for wild delicacies. Soon, Pan Tao would bring over some wild duck. There was no need to concern herself with it. Just relax and rest. "All right, I shall go pick some chili peppers," Dong Xinyu said as she walked towards the vegetable garden. Liu Hai chuckled helplessly. He knew she could never sit still. As long as she was at home, she would busy herself with this and that, refusing to heed his words. How virtuous she is. Look at my fierce wife. I am fortunate to have such a considerate and obedient partner, Director Sun remarked, unconsciously rubbing his knee, which had developed calluses over the decades. Recently, his wife had been gossiping, claiming he spent his days staring at waitresses' legs in restaurants, and insisting that they wore stockings merely to satisfy his peculiar tastes. Consequently, there was no peace at home. Liu Hai chuckled. Everyone has their strengths. How is the market responding to the mushrooms and freshwater snails? These products have been on the market for some time, and their pricing is rather steep. I have been quite worried about their reception. Director Sun confidently retrieved his golden monkey cigarettes, and Liu Hai promptly offered him a red pagoda mountain. Have you upgraded? Sun Maokai inquired, inspecting the cigarette. Liu Hai smiled. I am not as cautious as you. Now, tell me about the market feedback. Sun Maokai nodded and briefly summarized the situation. Initially, customers complained that the prices were unreasonable. Although the silverfish is considered a minor catch, it is still a meat dish. How could mushrooms, a vegetable, be priced higher than meat? Later, Sun Maokai employed a clever tactic, boasting that these mushrooms contain something exceptionally beneficial for health. You know, he said with pride, once I made that claim. They were instantly silenced and believed me wholeheartedly. Liu Hai felt a wave of embarrassment, gazing at the cunning bald man before him, reminiscent of the frauds selling health products on local television in a previous life. As they conversed, Dong Xinyu suddenly drove up on a tractor, his face alarmed. Brother Hai, hurry, at the county hospital. Uncle San has been shot by a local from Xingho village. What? Sun Maokai sprang to his feet, and Liu Hai quickly asked for more details. Dong Xinyu replied, I'm not entirely sure. Someone from Chaoyang village just ran over to say that a person was ambushed by the lake. What are we waiting for? Let us head to the county. Sun Maokai, who had a good relationship with Liu Chuyang, was now anxiously leaping onto the tractor. Liu Hai shouted to Dong Xinyu, who was still in the garden, stay at home. Don't go anywhere. I'll make a trip to the county. He then called out to Uncle Jun, working in the field, Uncle Jun, please watch over Xinyu. I need to go to the county. Before Dong Xinyu could respond, the two men hopped onto the tractor and sped away. At the county hospital, a large crowd rushed Liu Chuyang down the hospital corridor. Pan Jun was nearby. Several fishermen from Chaoyang village shouted angrily, damn it. We settled this score with that scoundrel. Sneaking up from behind. What kind of skill is that? As they reached the entrance of the operating room, the doctor instructed them to wait outside quietly. The door slammed shut, leaving the villagers in a state of anxious anticipation. Suddenly, someone glanced at Pan Tao, who had just been present. Others looked around and realized he was indeed missing. One villager slapped his forehead in realization, recalling that the reckless lad had recently exclaimed his intention to confront Balaisi. Could he have gone to settle the score alone? The others quickly reacted, rushing out to search for him. Outside the hospital, Pan Tao concealed a knife in his pocket, his eyes radiating an intense hatred. Passers-by instinctively moved aside upon witnessing his demeanor. Having lost his father at a young age, Liu Chuyang, his uncle, had taken on that paternal role in his heart. The betrayal he faced in the reed marshes had only fueled his bitterness. Thus, he stealthily clutched the knife, determined to confront Balaisi. However, upon reaching the entrance, Yang Sandog and his tractor arrived at the hospital. Liu Hai spotted Pan Tao immediately and hurriedly jumped down to grab him. Brother, where are you going? How is Uncle's condition? I don't know yet. He has just been taken to surgery. I'm going to kill Balaisi. Someone in the village saw him with a shotgun in the reed marshes this morning, and he must be the one responsible. Knowing he has a gun, why would you go alone to show off? Come inside. We need to take care of Uncle first. Pan Tao, unwilling to be restrained, shrugged off Liu Hai's grip and charged outside. Liu Hai quickly shouted, Sandog, restrain this kid. Don't let him go off alone. Focused on his uncle's condition, Liu Hai wasted no time on Pan Tao and hurried into the hospital. Chapter 101. Settling accounts. The atmosphere in the corridor was tense. As time passed, an hour later the door swung open. The doctor, drenched in sweat, asked, who is the family member? Liu Hai rushed forward. I am. What is the situation? Don't panic. The surgery was successful. The wound has been cleaned. It was a penetrating injury, but fortunately, it did not damage any internal organs. He is safe, but will need to stay in the hospital for a while. Be prepared for substantial costs. It will likely be around 70 or 80 yuan. Money is not an issue. Thank you. No need for thanks. Please assist in transferring him to the ward. Before long, Liu Chuyang was wheeled out of the operating room. Upon seeing Liu Hai, he attempted to speak, but Liu Hai interrupted. "Uncle, I have a general understanding of the situation. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just focus on your recovery." Lu Chuyang hesitated but could only nod in agreement. Soon, Lu Hongju arrived, visibly anxious. Upon hearing that Lu Chuyang was out of danger, he let out a sigh of relief. After Lu Hongyan, Liu Hai's fourth aunt, also arrived at the hospital, he entrusted the situation to them. Acknowledging Yang Sandog with a nod, he silently exited. Sun Maokai had never seen Liu Hai's expression so cold, fearing he would go seek vengeance. He had just conversed with the doctor, holding in his hand several steel pellets extracted from Lu Chuyang's body, stating that he would now seek out the police. "Do not act impulsively. Entrust it to the authorities, and the matter will reach the most favorable resolution." Liu Hai responded reassuringly to Director Sun, "Rest assured. I understand the gravity of the situation. I shall approach the police." However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Liu Hai smiled and stepped outside, leaving Sun Maokai trembling with anxiety, fearing that Liu Hai might take rash actions, yet recognizing that he seemed powerless to intervene. Ultimately, he stood at the doorway cursing, "What a blind fool. Do you not realize this is murder? Can you truly escape the consequences?" Grumbling, he re-entered to check on Lu Chuyang's condition. Outside, as Liu Hai emerged, a group approached from the other side. At the forefront were Wu Matzi and other members of the fishing team from Chaoyang village. Liu Hai inquired about the whereabouts of their target. Wu Matzi, with a grave expression, replied, "Afterwards, we went to Xingho village to look for him, but he was in hiding. However, someone from their village provided us with a lead, stating that Balai has been getting quite close to that Hong fellow from the state-owned subsidiary food factory recently. I suspect this matter is likely connected to Boss Kai. Do not forget that after we severed ties with him, he has been collecting small silver fish over in Xingho village. It seems Balai has taken an interest in the profits, but the quantity of silver fish in Xingho village is limited. If he wishes to amass significant wealth, his only option would be to exploit the reeds of the Tinga marshes." Liu Hai furrowed his brow. "Uncle Matzi, do you think Balai might be hiding within the state-owned subsidiary food factory?" Wu Matzi pondered for a moment, replying, "Regardless of whether he is concealed inside, it is certain that this matter is inextricably linked to that Hong fellow. We must confront this today to assert our stance. Otherwise, numerous issues will arise in the future concerning the Tingu aquaculture interests." Wu Matzi's mind was clear. Although today's incident had not directly involved him, it had already implicated the interests of Tingu aquaculture. Next in line, the target of a gunshot in the reeds could very well be him. Additionally, Lu Chuyang's connections had become so entwined that they were practically inseparable, necessitating their involvement. Liu Hai, frowning, declared, "Let us proceed. I will meet with this Boss Kai." With a wave of his hand, several tractors departed from the hospital. After a brief journey, they arrived at the entrance of the state-owned subsidiary food factory. It appeared that a grand event was underway that day, with a banner reading "Warmly welcoming comrades from the supply and marketing cooperative for a visit" adorning the entrance, which was festooned in festive decor. Upon reaching the entrance, the factory's security personnel, upon noticing the throng approaching, swiftly stood to admonish them. However, before they could fully rise, Yang Senga pointed at them, declaring, "We are here to find that Hong fellow. This matter does not concern you personally. It is best for you to refrain from getting involved, for if this escalates, none will bear the consequences." Wu Matzi also gestured toward the group, causing them to fall silent in fear. They then watched as the crowd moved towards the office building. After they had departed, one of the security personnel squinted, fixating on Liu Hai, who led the way. "Isn't that the individual proprietor from the factory in Panqing village, the one where Old Chun serves as the factory manager? What brings him to our establishment? Indeed, our business is not as prosperous as theirs. Why would they seek us out? Should we call for assistance? Call for what? Close the door and pretend we haven't seen anything." At that moment, the director, holding a large porcelain cup, suddenly covered it. The others understood immediately. This Boss Kai is particularly unpopular. After taking over the factory, he swiftly imposed a capitalist management style from the port city, dismissing many employees in the process. It is worth noting that numerous workers in state-owned enterprises inherited their positions from their forebears, believing they possessed a secure job, guaranteed sustenance from the state, and would never face hunger. Consequently, when he took over and showed no regard for their feelings, summarily dismissing them, how could they not harbor resentment? To put it plainly, Boss Kai remains woefully ignorant of the current situation in the mainland. If the security personnel exhibit such an attitude, one can only imagine how the other workers feel. Along the way, they encountered numerous other workers, each merely observing from the sidelines, none daring to approach and inquire about the situation. A few minutes later, they arrived at a hall adjacent to the office building, where a meeting was in progress, accompanied by a chorus of applause. With a resounding kick, Liu Hai flung open the door. The previously vibrant atmosphere inside turned instantly silent. All eyes were bewilderedly fixed on Liu Hai at the entrance. After a brief moment of silence, Liu Hai strode up to Boss Kai, his gaze icy and menacing. In a low, authoritative voice, he asked, "Where's Ba Lizhi now?" Boss Kai's temper flared. "First, I am older than you. Second, I am a businessman from the port city, while you are merely a rustic bumpkin. Third, this is my factory. How dare you storm in here?" Amidst a plethora of reasons, Boss Kai glowered at him, questioning whether Liu Hai understood the gravity of his actions in bringing such a crowd. Liu Hai remained grim, asserting, "I lack patience. I will ask you once more. Where is Ba Lizhi now? Get out of my factory immediately," Boss Kai bellowed, pointing outside with an air of authority. But before he could finish, Liu Hai raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Taken by surprise, Boss Kai had not anticipated Liu Hai would resort to violence. Staggering from the unexpected blow, he fell to the side. Many employees from the factory immediately rose to their feet, but Wu Matzi brandished a steel bar, cautioning them. "You all witnessed the near-fatal incident at Lake Luoidang today. I advise you not to meddle in this matter. Sit down." Chapter 102. What can you do to me? Upon hearing the mention of lives at stake, everyone reluctantly resumed their seats. Young Sandog slammed the door shut. With a visage akin to death itself, Liu Hai approached Boss Kai once more. "I will ask you again, where's Ba Lizhi?" Observing Liu Hai's fierce demeanor, Boss Kai, in a fit of rage, chuckled derisively. "You do realize the consequences of striking a businessman from the port city, don't you?" Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Liu Hai, showing no restraint, struck him again. "Once more, I inquire, where is that 8 Lizhi now?" Boss Kai, bewildered from the blows, could hardly comprehend. How is it that this lad, who appeared so composed in previous encounters, has unleashed such impulsiveness? "I have no idea who this 8 Lizhi is that you speak of. Liu Hai, today, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I assure you it will be the most foolish act of your life." Boom. Bang. Liu Hai had no inclination to heed his words, instead gripping the window frame and relentlessly stomping down on Boss Kai. This spectacle stunned all those present at the meeting. Who is this fellow, charging in and striking without hesitation? What transpired? Only after Liu Hai had reduced Boss Kai to silence on the ground did he declare, "Do not project your so-called superiority as a Hong Kong businessman onto me. I have no intention of falling for your charade. Consider this your final warning. Do not presume that finding a piece of filth allows you to smear it on the wall. As long as I, Liu Hai, am here, you shall never find your way to prominence. You may abide by the rules in Yinshan County, and I might overlook you, but should you choose to disregard them, our paths will be long and arduous." With a grand gesture, Liu Hai led everyone away, igniting an uproar among the onlookers. Indeed, many in Yinshan County held Boss Kai in high regard. This reverence stemmed from a time when people from the mainland were especially conservative and generally impoverished, often lacking confidence. Encountering individuals from such affluent regions left them feeling inferior. However, Liu Hai, having been reborn, could hardly share such sentiments. In his previous life, individuals of Boss Kai's caliber were unworthy of even carrying his shoes. What could he possibly do to him? Moreover, he had struck at Liu Hai's vulnerable spot. Once Liu Hai departed, factory workers rushed in, clamoring for vengeance. Yet any discerning observer could see that their fervor was merely superficial. Had they truly supported their boss, Liu Hai would not have so effortlessly confronted him. Among the attendees, one man observed Liu Hai's retreating figure with keen interest. After a moment, he instructed a subordinate to investigate the origins of that group and uncover the conflict that had arisen with Boss Kai. Throughout that day, the villagers of Chaoyang and Simitu scoured for 8 Lizhi, yet regrettably, their search yielded no results. When they reported the matter to the police, Liu Hai understood that ultimately, the task of locating the individual would rest upon his own shoulders. That evening, he sought out several sons of Zhang Dishing, requesting that they keep an eye on 8 Lizhi's whereabouts in the village. 8 Lizhi was still too naive. He had previously heard of the animosity between Lu Chuyang and Wu Matzi at Tinggu. Originally, He intended for the fishing team from Chaoyang village to blame Wu Matsi after injuring Lu Chuyang, prompting a violent clash between the two villages at Tinggu. As the situation escalated, he planned to have Boss Kai approach the police to detain those from the fishing teams. Once those individuals were captured, he would seize control of Tinggu with the people of Xingho village. Little did he know, Wu Matsi and Lu Chuyang were now allies. How would I know if someone witnessed me hunting wild ducks by the lake? Inside a mud brick house in Xingho village, Ba Lizi glowered at Chang Yongdao across from him. The police were also searching for Ba Lizi. He could no longer remain in Yunshan County, which prompted Chang Yongdao to seek him out. After a moment of silence, Chang Yongdao pulled out 10 yuan and urged him to leave quickly, stating that it was no longer safe and advising him to head south. I will make the necessary arrangements for you, he assured. Ba Lizi, seething with anger, retorted, Are you all so afraid? Afraid? Chang Yongdao shot back. What does fear have to do with this? The police are looking for you. People from Panqing village, Chaoyang village, and Simitu are all on the hunt. If any of them find you, do you think it will end well for you? Do you know that the folks from Chaoyang village have already declared that if they find you, they will bury you alive in the reed marshes? Ba Lizi's mind cooled considerably. He glanced at the 10 yuan on the table and said, You can let me go, but I must make it clear that this isn't enough. Chang Yongda added 2 more bills, totaling 30 yuan. It cannot be more than this. Once you reach the south, arrangements will be made for you. Do not forget, if we insist that this matter has nothing to do with us, who do you think can touch us? Ba Lizi's fierce expression twitched. Yet, the truths spoken were undeniable. After a lengthy pause, he snatched the 30 yuan and fled to the south under the cover of night. At the distributor meeting held by Boss Kai, the gathering was abruptly interrupted by Liu Hai's sudden appearance and assault, causing those present to hesitate. Shortly after Liu Hai left, they all departed from the subsidiary food factory. At the state-run guest house, a young man stood before another man, clarifying that the assailant from that day was Liu Hai, a contractor from the Pingxing village subsidiary food factory. According to our understanding, Boss Kai's dried fish was originally a copy, and the altercation stemmed from a dispute over aquatic resources in the lake. Brother Liang, there's something I'm unsure whether to say, the young man remarked to the man investigating Liu Hai. The man, holding a cigarette, encouraged him to speak. The young man nodded, suggesting that collaborating with this young man might be more advantageous than partnering with Boss Kai, as the small silverfish resources in Yunshan County were entirely under his control. Essentially, Boss Kai was merely playing a secondary role in this scenario. He controls it all. At such a young age, the man expressed mild astonishment. This individual is quite the opportunist. Even in the early 1970s, he was already engaging in reselling ventures, displaying remarkable audacity, risking his life for the sake of a better future. Having traveled extensively and encountered numerous individuals, he understands that disputes over local resources are the most prevalent. Typically, such matters are overseen by highly respected elders of the community. This young man has managed to dominate the aquatic resources of an entire lake at such a tender age. That is rare. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, Arrange a meeting with him. I wish to have a serious discussion. Bring a pack of cigarettes and ensure your demeanor is cordial. After his subordinate nodded and exited, night fell upon the hospital. Lu Chuyang finally regained consciousness, and all those who needed to be there were present, including Dong Xinyu, who sat by his side. As Lu Chuyang awakened, he was greeted by Dong Xinyu, prompting him to jest. What brings you to the hospital? Shouldn't you be at home, nurturing the baby? Third uncle. I'm perfectly fine, Dong Xinyu swiftly responded. Lu Hongju and Lu Yanhong also regained their composure. Third brother, do you feel any discomfort? No, where is Xiaohai? How could you allow Xinyu to come here? What if something were to happen to the child? Enough. As long as you are well, it's a relief. We're all here. Keeping a watchful eye on this girl, Lu Hongju replied. With a sigh of relief, Lu Chuyang felt a pang of unease. How much have the medical expenses accumulated? Having been poor for so long, one tends to value money excessively. It is not just the people of the future who fear hospitals. Those of this era share the same trepidation. Most minor ailments are endured in silence, leading to tragic outcomes over something as trifling as a common cold. Lu Hongju sighed. I just inquired with the doctor. Over 40 yuan has already been spent, and will likely need to stay for a while longer, estimating the total to reach 70 or 80 yuan. That's far too much. We should transfer to the town clinic. Third uncle, don't concern yourself with the expenses. Xiaohai just mentioned he would cover everything. You should focus on your recovery, Dong Xinyu interjected. The Liu family fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with an indescribable emotion. Had it not been for Liu Hai, Liu Chuyang might have faced a grim fate at home today. 70 or 80 yuan was a sum their family could scarcely afford. Even selling blood would not suffice. Noticing their quietude, Dong Xinyu cheerfully encouraged, "Grandfather, fourth aunt, third uncle, what is troubling you?" Xiaohai has emphasized that family is paramount. "You need not worry." Liu Hongjiu, teary-eyed, nodded. "This boy embodies the compassion and potential of our Liu lineage." Soon, the family engaged in a detailed conversation. In the courtyard, Liu Hai spent the day searching for the whereabouts of Ba Laizi. Unfortunately, the individual seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving him with no leads. He could only return to the hospital with a grim countenance. As he entered the courtyard, Yang Senga hurried over. "Hai Go, you must deal with that scoundrel Pan Tao. I can't manage him any longer." Pan Tao had initially threatened to stab Ba Laizi, and fearing his recklessness would lead to his demise, especially with Ba Laizi armed with a makeshift firearm. Liu Hai had instructed Yang Sengu to restrain him. However, Pan Tao was relentless, demanding vengeance all day like a young bull. Eventually, Yang Sengu had to bind him to a tractor, yet even now, Pan Tao's eyes were ablaze with fury. Upon reaching the tractor, Pan Tao growled, "Brother, release me. I only wish to avenge third uncle." Liu Hai responded with a sharp slap, momentarily stunning Pan Tao. No one could reign in this wild youth. It seemed only Liu Hai could temper his fiery spirit. "Vengeance. What do you need to avenge? It is not your place to seek retribution," Liu Hai admonished. Tears cascaded down Pan Tao's cheeks as he lamented the shooting of his uncle by Ba Laizi. Unable to swallow the indignity of the situation, Liu Hai glanced at him, recognizing that no one in the Liu family could simply accept such a grievance. Yet he cautioned, "Charging headfirst into danger will not alter the outcome." The matter was beyond Pan Tao's realm of concern. As his spirits sank further, he eventually crouched beside the tractor in silence. An air of somberness enveloped them. Liu Hai observed the boy, still impulsive as in his previous life. Initially, he had considered keeping Pan Tao close, but after the day's events, his perspective shifted significantly. He was far too occupied to monitor him constantly. Perhaps, like in his past life, it would be prudent to send him to the military for a few years of discipline to temper his impetuous nature. After a prolonged silence, Liu Hai inquired if he was hungry. Pan Tao cast a reproachful glance. "Brother Sindog has kept me tied here all day without food. I am famished." Upon seeing his forlorn expression, Liu Hai was reminded of Pan Tao's childhood visits, where he would eagerly follow behind, never contradicting him. With a smile, he suggested, "Let us head to Director Sun's restaurant and fetch some meals. Your grandfather and the others are likely hungry as well." "All right." After Liu Hai released his bonds, Yang Sandog ruffled Pan Tao's hair, advising, "A thirst for vengeance is permissible, but ensure your own safety first, understand? Rest assured, once we locate Ba Laizi, Brother Sandog will ensure he pays for his crimes." In the ensuing days, Liu Qiang's recovery was swift. After all, it was merely a through-and-through wound. Though he was still advised against entering the river, Liu Hai had arranged for all but his uncle's family to work in the factory, providing both assistance and mutual support during the day. Hence, there was no cause for concern regarding his third uncle. Following the incident, the police searched diligently for Ba Laizi, yet he remained elusive. Ultimately, the affair did not fracture the relationship between Chaoyang village and Sima Dak village. Instead, it fostered a stronger unity among the villagers. Each fishing expedition at Ting Lake saw participants from both villages joining forces, and any notion that Boss Kai would gain a share of the small silverfish was utterly fanciful. One day, while threading through Sun Moutsai's establishment, Liu Hai encountered a man named Li Hongliang, who had recently appeared at Boss Kai's conference. He introduced himself as a southerner. Yet Liu Hai discerned his northern accent, leading him to suspect that even his name could be a facade. After a lengthy conversation, Liu Hai confronted him. "You are the rival who came to Yinshan. Why should I trust you to collaborate?" "Boss Kai?" Li Hongliang paused momentarily, then lifted his teacup with a smirk. "What significance does he hold? You don't actually believe we share a close relationship, do you?" His eyes reflected a blatant disregard, a demeanor not typically found in those who had not weathered substantial storms in life. Liu Hai scrutinized him for a moment before steering the conversation back to business. "Let us discuss specifics. What quantity do you require, and what is your factory's daily production capacity?" If all production capacity were to be unleashed, it would amount to approximately 700 or 800 pounds per day. 700 or 800. Li Hongliang chuckled, suggesting that it was somewhat insufficient. However, I can grant you time to expand your capacity and enhance production efficiency. I will come once a month to collect the goods. I guarantee you a daily capacity of 500 pounds, totaling 15,000 pounds per month, packaged in smaller units. You shall deliver them to the designated location at the provincial train station, and you need not concern yourself with anything else. 15,000 pounds in a month? My friend, will you be able to sell that much? Yang Sandog could not help but interject. Li Hongliang remained unperturbed, asking if he suspected me of being a fraud. He then called out for Xiaolu. His subordinate entered the courtyard with a bag, placing it on the table. Upon opening it, the contents revealed bundles tightly secured with rubber bands. Chapter 104. Gamblers in the era of opportunity, you may doubt my character, but you must trust in the power of money. Li Hongliang exuded a commanding presence. Yang Sandog glanced into the bag and then nodded at Liu Hai. Liu Hai asked if he feared being deceived. Yes, but I am certain you would not dare to betray me, replied Li Hongliang with a smile. As I have a cadre of brothers who also seek fortune. This money belongs to them. Should you act treacherously, your family would never know peace again. You should keep an account in your mind. Moreover, I sense a great ambition within you. In a certain sense, we are of the same ilk and could become allies. Li Hongliang boldly offered 2,000 or 3,000, a daring act in this era. Who would dare to transact business in such a manner without even seeing the goods first? His confidence stemmed from an extensive investigation into Liu Hai, and based on his travels, he was convinced that this young man was destined for greatness. Liu Hai remarked that human nature is unpredictable, and making subjective judgments about someone's actions can easily lead to misfortune. One should not be overly confident. Ha. Is it not a tragedy to lack confidence? Business, after all, is a gamble, Li Hongliang asserted. So, do you dare to accept this payment for the goods? Liu Hai, with a smile, handed the money bag to Yang Sandog and extended his hand for a fruitful partnership. Splendid. Let us enjoy this collaboration. The two then raised their glasses, and through their exchanges, Liu Hai gleaned more about Li Hongliang's circumstances. Initially, he had been drawn to the identity of Boss Kai as a Hong Kong businessman, hoping to collaborate with him. After slapping Boss Kai one day, Liu Hai began to observe him, only to discover that this individual had been assaulted in his own factory, ultimately leading to an unresolved situation. This indicated that Boss Kai harbored ulterior motives, and Liu Hai preferred not to ally with those who had many secrets. Subsequently, he dispatched a younger associate to inquire about the situation at Tinggu. As expected, Liu Hai had monopolized the resources there, being in the business of reselling. He was well aware of the implications of resource monopolization. Thus, he sought out Sun Maokai to facilitate an introduction to Liu Hai. Throughout their drinking session, Yang Sandog repeatedly tested Li Hongliang, attempting to ascertain where he intended to sell such a large volume of goods each month. Yet, Li Hongliang proved to be quite astute, managing to deflect every probing question. Liu Hai, in turn, discreetly signaled to halt Yang Sandog's inquisitive tactics. Such a speculator must have endured numerous hardships. They would never divulge the whereabouts of any transaction easily. Your sole responsibility is to collect the money. The two ultimately agreed upon the time and place for the delivery. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they bid farewell at the entrance of Sun Maotsai's restaurant. Liu Hai promptly returned to the factory thereafter, with a stable major client secured. The initiative to encourage the villagers to cultivate small silverfish gained substantial assurance. Furthermore, he instructed Dong Xinyu to organize their household finances, with the aim still set on the county's state-owned electrical appliance factory. To amass significant wealth, securing a contract with this factory is essential, as it presents a potential gateway to the national market. However, the factory's internal situation is currently chaotic, and Liu Hai is keenly observing. Meanwhile, the agreement reached between Li Hongliang and Liu Hai at the restaurant swiftly reached Boss Kai. At this moment, he was in his factory's canteen. Being from the port city, he was well versed in the nuances of culinary culture and social interaction. He had set up a small private room in the canteen, frequently inviting county officials to dine there. Currently, the factory needed to address the issue of raw materials, a problem that had become increasingly pronounced. Securing the resources of small silver fish from Ting Lake would allow the factory to expand immediately. Despite the numerous events that had transpired, he could not bypass Ting Lake. Thus, he invited Chen Guibing, the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, along with his brother-in-law, Wang Shiwen, to join him. The three were seated in the private room of the factory when the staff informed Boss Kai of Li Hongliang's situation. Had it not been for the guests, Boss Kai would have slammed the table in fury. Orders worth 30 to 50,000, stable orders from a client he had previously secured, were so easily poached? After a while, he managed to suppress his anger. His resolve to undermine Liu Hai's factory intensified. Once high and mighty, dismissing Liu Hai as a rival, he now found himself in a rather sinister position, indicating that Boss Kai had reached a point of desperation. After calming himself, he instructed his subordinate, "I understand. You may leave. Inform others that unless it is of utmost urgency, do not disturb my conversation with Director Chun." Once the subordinate left, Chen Guobing regarded him with curiosity, wondering if Boss Kai was facing some sort of trouble, as his expression did not seem favorable. "Is everything all right?" "Oh, it's nothing. Director Chen, please have a seat." Boss Kai quickly reassured him. Chen Guobing smiled and replied, "If you are indeed facing any issues, do not hesitate to let me know." Grateful, Boss Kai shifted the conversation, expressing that he had a matter he would like to discuss with Director Chen. Internally, Chen Guobing felt exasperated. He had only intended to engage in pleasantries, but it seemed Boss Kai took it seriously. The mere fact that Chen Guobing was dining with him today already conferred significant prestige upon Boss Kai, as the factory had formerly been state-owned. For Boss Kai to seek a contract, he would inevitably need to negotiate with their commission. Initially, Chen Guobing had stipulated that no employee could be dismissed and that their incomes must be guaranteed, among other conditions. Boss Kai is quite cunning. He confidently declared there would be no issues. However, once the contract was signed, he began to turn his back, dismissing a multitude of workers. The laborers, unaware of the specifics, vented their frustrations towards the one who contracted out the factory, with Chen Guobing, the director of the county's state-owned assets supervision and administration commission, bearing the brunt of their ire. Even now, numerous laid-off employees from state-owned factories are penning letters to report him, alleging collusion with the state-owned subsidiary food factory. Yet, as previously stated, it is not customary to retract words once spoken, is it? He reluctantly remarked that despite Boss Kai's assertions, if there was a way to assist, he would certainly extend a helping hand. Boss Kai then turned to Sun Moutsai's restaurant, questioning the duration of their contract. Chen Guobing's expression soured. Could it be that Boss Kai had set his sights on the business of Director Sun? Sun, who indulges in expensive cigarettes daily, operates a rather poor establishment. How could it possibly attract your interest? Additionally, let me remind you that Sun Moutsai is a distant relative of County Chief Yang. Have you heard of this? Boss Kai hastily clarified, imploring not to misconstrue his intentions. He held no interest in Director Sun's restaurant, dismissing such trivial enterprises. However, since the Xinyu food factory is affiliated with the restaurant, are you aiming to acquire Director Sun's establishment at a high price to gain control over my Haigu factory? It has long been rumored that your relationship with my Haigu is strained. It appears to be true. At this point, Wang Shiwang, who had remained silent, suddenly fixed his gaze on him. Haigu. Boss Kai looked at Wang Shiwang in bewilderment. Do you know Liu Hai? Upon hearing this, Wang Shiwang immediately grasped the situation and, in a fit of anger, retorted, "Of course I know him. What? Has my Haigu offended you in some way that you would speak ill of him behind his back?" The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Boss Kai's expression darkened as Wang Shiwang's directness left him feeling cornered. Observing his silence, Wang Shiwang laid down his chopsticks and pointed at him more aggressively. "Let me make this clear. You'd best not harbor any ill intentions towards my Haigu. It's for your own good. Brother-in-law, I'm done with this meal. We have divergent paths and cannot conspire together." With that, he slammed his chopsticks down and rose to leave with a resounding thud. Chen Guobing pounded the table, exclaiming, "Where do you think you're going? Stop right there and apologize to Boss Kai." He was increasingly exasperated. However, Wang Shiwang did not look back. He stormed out of the cafeteria. Chen Guobing, infuriated, cursed as he chased after him. After venting his frustrations, he returned to Boss Kai, lamenting, "This lad was once exceptionally honest. Yet after spending a few years in the South, he has returned like this. He spends his days idling around the county. Boss Kai, please do not stoop to his level." Boss Kai felt as though he had swallowed a mouthful of bitter bile. His discomfort was indescribable. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. His face contorted in strain, he replied, "Director Chun, the youth is simply ignorant, which is understandable. We shall discuss our matters another time. I must properly educate this scoundrel. He is becoming increasingly intolerable. If this continues, who knows what kind of disgrace he will turn into." Before Chen Guobing could finish his words, he hurriedly dashed out, leaving Boss Kai alone in the private room, where the dishes had yet to be fully served. His partner, Chang Yongda, entered the room and queried, "Didn't Director Chen just arrive? Why has he left so soon?" With a loud crash, Boss Kai, unable to restrain his frustration any longer, kicked over a nearby stool. "Damn it!" he exclaimed. "What reason do I have to curse Director Chen?" Chang Yongda, increasingly anxious, pressed. "Old Kai, what on earth is happening?" Grabbing a cigarette from the side, Boss Kai lit it, allowing his mind to cool slightly. Although Yinshan County appeared to be a small place, its intricacies were unexpectedly fierce. Hearing this, Chang Yongdao felt a wave of despondency wash over him. When they initially came to the mainland, they had hoped to alter their circumstances in the port city, but to their dismay, they discovered that the situation here was far more convoluted than they had imagined. It seemed impossible to foresee any prospects in the near future. After lighting a cigarette himself, Chang suggested, "Shall we withdraw? Perhaps we can mitigate our losses." "Withdraw?" Boss Kai retorted. "We've already invested over 200,000. Do you think there's any way back?" He took a deep drag from his cigarette. "Leave this matter to me. I'll devise another plan." Chang Yongda sighed in resignation at his stubbornness. In truth, he had long wished to leave. The feeling was akin to a powerful dragon unable to overpower the local snake. The locals had already commandeered the entire aquatic resources of Tingu. How could they compete? It was reminiscent of the tyrants back in the port city. "I curse their lineage," he muttered. "What does a foreigner think he can do, bullying us locals in Yunshan County? Brother Hai," he continued, "when I was stationed in the south, I couldn't stand these arrogant individuals who, thinking they had some money, acted all high and mighty." The moonlight cast a serene glow over the pond, where the mountain spring flowed gently. On a sultry summer night, Liu Hai, Yang Sandog, Wang Sherwin, and Zhang Sihai were all immersed in the pond in front of Liu Hai's house. With a sense of righteousness, Wang Sherwin vented his frustrations. This fellow had visited Liu Hai after leaving Boss Kai earlier in the day. To be precise, he often came here to ingratiate himself. Having once been a leading figure in Jiangdong, he was quite astute, knowing that Liu Hai would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future, hence his frequent visits. The mountain spring was refreshing, and the mountain breeze was soothing as Liu Hai reclined comfortably and casually remarked, "Brother, with your insight, who do you think this foreigner will target next to undermine me?" Wang Sherwin spat in disdain, asserting that it was futile to speculate. "My brother-in-law has already made his position clear. He won't be dining at that table again. Chen Guobing is a cunning fox," he continued. "He has always held a grudge against Boss Kai. Now he seeks to use me to undermine someone else. The individual he intends to target has already been publicly praised by County Head Yang at the meeting. Their factory signboard was personally commissioned by him. Are you out of your mind?" Thus, when they left Boss Kai's presence at noon, there was no argument. Instead, Chen Guobing had even praised Wang Sherwin. Coming to his defense, Liu Hai swam a circle in the water, yet he lacks the qualification to be my rival. I wonder how long he can endure. To return to the main topic, has there been any news from the electrical factory? Wang Sherwin shook his head, still resisting being contracted out. "My brother-in-law is currently troubled, unsure how to handle the situation there." "Hai Gu, are you truly interested in the electrical business?" Liu Hai replied that spicy fish was never his ultimate aspiration. He merely wished to leave behind a means of livelihood for his family and the villagers, nothing more. "What do you mean? It sounds as if you wish to leave this place," Wang Sherwin said, puzzled. At that moment, in the house, fourth aunt Liu Hongyan called out that dinner was ready. Liu Hai responded cheerfully and stepped out of the water. Yinshan County is merely a small county, and the external tumult is what we men ought to pursue. However, there is no rush. My wife is yet to give birth. With that, he stood up and walked towards the house. Zhang Sihai followed him out of the water, while Yang Sandog, like a water ghost, stealthily trailed behind. Suddenly, he rushed forward, tugging down Zhang Sihai's trousers and darting away. Zhang Sihai was taken aback, hastily pulling up his pants while cursing Yang Sandog. "Are you not ashamed? We're both over 20, yet you still play childish games like this." Yang Sandog laughed heartily in response, and the more irritated Zhang Sihai became, the more amused he was. This was one of Yang Sandog's ways of finding amusement. Meanwhile, Wang Sherwin pondered over Liu Hai's recent words. The atmosphere in the house was warm. Dong Xinyu's belly was visibly growing. So Liu Hongyan was specially helping them with meals and taking care of Dong Xinyu. Upon entering, Liu Hai cheerfully declared, "I'm not boasting. If my fourth aunt's fish could be sold, it would surely rival that of any state-run restaurant." Chapter 106, Such a fortuitous connection. Lu Hongyan smiled. As long as you enjoy it, that's enough. Seeing Dong Xinyu about to get more rice, Lu Hongyan quickly said, Xinyu, don't move. Auntie will serve you. Dong Xinyu felt a bit wronged. Auntie, you won't let me do anything. I feel like I'm useless. Nonsense. What do you mean by useless? It's for the little one in your belly, you know? Now, sit down, Lu Hongyan replied. Dong Xinyu playfully stuck out her tongue, and Liu Hai helped her to sit down. The group then gathered around the table to eat. Liu Hai spoke of his first matter, which was to send Pan Tao to join the army. Liu Hai had already made arrangements with the village committee, and the village quota would be allocated to Pan Tao. In this era, joining the military is highly coveted, and without connections, one cannot enter. Pan Tao appeared somewhat discontent, expressing a desire to run away with Liu Hai. Liu Hai explained extensively, essentially advising him that, being still young, it would be beneficial to spend a few years in the army before following him. Liu Hai had his own plans. Initially, he intended to head south in the latter half of next year, but with Dong Xinyu expecting, he wished to postpone his departure until the child was a bit older. For the past year and a half, he has remained in Yinshan County. When Pan Tao returned from military service, opportunities still awaited him. This was an arrangement concerning family matters, and the second issue pertained to the electrical factory. He had discussed this extensively with Wang Sherwin. Naturally, one must offer incentives. Otherwise, how could anyone be so wholeheartedly devoted to assisting you? The incentive Liu Hai offered was that if the electrical factory secured the contract, he would grant him the agency for Jiangdong province. This mode of operation was unheard of to Wang Sherwin, captivating his attention. In the stillness of the night, the household was quiet. Dong Xinyu discerned during dinner that her husband was not content with their modest existence in Yinshan County. The young woman, perceptive and thoughtful, refrained from interrupting Liu Hai's discourse. As she lay beside him in silence, Liu Hai embraced her, instinctively planting a kiss upon her. However, as his face brushed against her eyes, he distinctly sensed their moisture. He softly called her fool, inquiring why she was crying. I'm not, Dong Xinyu replied, her voice delicate like a whisper, imbued with a heartwarming quality. Not yet, Liu Hai observed, quickly grasping the underlying concern. Was he afraid of losing her and their child? In the darkness, Dong Xinyu's large almond-shaped eyes sparkled like an unparalleled crystal spring. Though she remained silent, Liu Hai understood, gently holding her close. You silly girl, always lost in thought. I aspire for you and everyone around us to lead the best life possible. Do you understand? And do not forget, your mother still disapproves of us. While your father and elder brother may agree, they undoubtedly wish to see me achieve something substantial. I long for the day when I can proudly take you both to meet your other relatives, so they realize your choice was not in vain. There was, in fact, an even more significant reason. Liu Hai yearned to find his elder brother Liu Jun, who had been absent for years, to understand what had transpired during that time and why he had not returned home. Suddenly, Dong Xinyu felt a pang of sympathy for Liu Hai. Raising her head, illuminated by the moonlight, she kissed him softly. In my world, wealth and prestige are unnecessary. Your presence is sufficient, and I respect all your aspirations. But, dear Xiaohai, remember, if one day you feel weary and wish to stop striving, we can simply have meals in Panqing village, and I can disregard everything else. Like a moth drawn to a flame, Dong Xinyu had already resolved to return from Kyoto, determined to weather life's storms alongside Liu Hai, with no regrets. After a moment of silence, Liu Hai enveloped her in his embrace. In the past, when he was impoverished, he would yearn for the fried dough sticks from old Wang's stall every time he passed by. Now that he had money, a day without indulging in old Wang's fried dough sticks felt incomplete. Old Wang, bring me 4 sticks first. The next morning, Yang Sandog pulled Zhang Sihai to the stall in town to enjoy fried dough sticks. Zhang Sihai, unable to tolerate the incessant chatter, stood up and walked away. Yang Sandog is currently surrounded by a multitude of friends in the town, and it doesn't take long for several individuals to gather at his table, engaging in hearty laughter. However, the reason Yang Sandog has been so eager to summon his companions these past few days is not solely for merriment. He is also intent on uncovering the whereabouts of the scoundrel, Balizi. Although some time has passed since the incident, the bitterness still lingers in his heart. The townsfolk are well aware of this sharp-witted fellow's temperament and are more than willing to indulge in lively conversation with him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his boisterous voice has caught the attention of someone behind him. This individual, after scrutinizing his head for a considerable time, feels a growing sense of discomfort. Could this not be the sharp-witted fellow by the master's side? What on earth is he doing here? Indeed, this person is Dong Hongba, the third uncle of Liu Hai. This uncle is an exceptionally rare specimen in the realm of humanity. His mother had sent him to investigate how his sister was faring, and the journey began relatively smoothly on the train. However, he soon encountered a wandering sorcerer. Instantly captivated, he was led astray by the master to a village. Upon entering a certain house, a throng of ruffians emerged, swiftly relieving him of all his belongings. Fortunately, that village belonged to a neighboring county. Otherwise, he might have lost everything out there. Thus, he found himself penniless, having traversed 2 days and nights on foot, eventually arriving at the vicinity of Xia town. Famished and lacking even a cent, he thought to rest for a while before heading to Ponqing village to find his sister. By sheer coincidence, he spotted this audacious, sharp-witted fellow. Overjoyed, he rushed over. "Hey buddy, do you remember me?" Caught off guard, the formerly boastful young sandog, upon seeing Dong Hongba, felt as though time had frozen, leaving him momentarily speechless. Crap, isn't this our third uncle? What brings him to Ponqing village? The memories of his and brother Hai's past deceits involving their third uncle sent shivers down Yang Sandog's spine. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough to respond. "Who are you? I don't believe we've met." Dong Hongba, with narrowed eyes, insisted, "Sharp-witted fellow, pointy chin, it must be you." Yang Sandog feigned a long sigh. "Ah, I see." Dong Hongba, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean? Where's the master?" "No way. Could it be a coincidence that the master is also from Xia town?" Yang Sandog shook his head. "You have mistaken me for someone else. If I am not mistaken, my wayward twin brother has met you before." Chapter 107. The most awkward encounter. What do you mean? Twin brother? Dong Hongba scrutinized him closely. "Your voice is identical. Could you not be that little brother by the master's side?" "Impossible," Yang Sandog replied, shaking his head. "I have a twin brother, utterly incompetent, who has been estranged from home for several years now. But let us not dwell on that. You aren't here seeking revenge on my brother, are you?" This individual possesses remarkable intelligence, making it unwise to delve deeply into that matter, as it could easily reveal his intentions. It is essential to first comprehend the sudden arrival of my third uncle. Dong Hongba felt a wave of disappointment upon realizing that he was not among the master's entourage. "I have come to find my sister. A lad from Xia town has abducted her, and I am here to ascertain the situation." "Is this related to Brother Hai?" Yang Senga's heart skipped a beat, relieved that the visit was not concerning his younger brother. Observing Dong Hongba's disheveled appearance, he inquired, "Have you encountered some trouble on the way? You look as if you've been chased by a dog." Dong Hongba gazed at the golden, oily fried dough on the table, his stomach growling with hunger, and he swallowed hard. "I encountered some bandits in the green forest who robbed me clean. I am utterly famished." "Understood, old Wang. Bring a few more pieces for this brother here. Give him as much as he can eat. I have some matters to attend to, so I will settle the bill with you tomorrow." Yang Sangu needed to hurry back to inform Liu Hai, thus wishing to avoid further conversation. After receiving a response from old Wang, Yang Sangu stood up, saying, "Brother, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Please, indulge yourself. It's my treat." "Really?" Dong Hongba's eyes brimmed with gratitude. "Thank you, my brother. Rest assured, I will repay you." "Very well, we shall speak again," Yang Sangu replied before dashing off. Dong Hongba paid him no mind and eagerly seized a piece from the table, savoring it as if it were divine. The weariness from days of travel dissipated with that one delectable bite. After a while, feeling satiated, he inquired of a passerby for directions to Ponqing village and continued on his journey. Meanwhile, upon returning, Yang Sangu searched everywhere for Liu Hai, but he was not at home. The villagers mentioned that he had gone to Ting Lake, hoping to catch some wild catfish to nourish Dong Xinyu. To complicate matters, Dong Xinyu had accompanied him. Thus, Yang Sangu hurriedly made his way to Ting Lake in search of Liu Hai. However, the vast expanse of reeds made it nearly impossible to find an individual who had ventured inside. It was tantamount to vanishing. Consequently, Yang Sangu enlisted a fisherman from Chaoyang village to assist him in calling out through the reeds. Meanwhile, Liu Hai and his third uncle, Liu Chuyong, were busy catching catfish. These fish should not be too large, as their meat becomes tough and the odor hard to manage. Generally, a fish weighing around half a kilogram boasts particularly exquisite flavor. The water quality of Ting Lake is excellent, yielding plump fish, and before long, Uncle had caught about 10 kilograms of catfish. Afterward, he and Liu Hai ventured into the reed forest to catch a few wild chickens and gather numerous wild duck eggs, all vital nourishment for the little one in Dong Xinyu's belly. After escorting Liu Hai and the others ashore, Uncle admonished, "If you crave fish in the future, just let me know, and I will bring some back. Don't take Dong Xinyu all over the place. What if something happens to the child?" Dong Xinyu chuckled, "It's quite stifling at home, Uncle. A little outing is beneficial for the little one. Are you not returning home?" Lu Chuyang had this kind of personality, eager to dive back into the water barely days after his injuries had begun to heal. For him, the lake was his lifeblood. If he did not traverse its banks and toil for a single day, an unsettling feeling would envelop him. Lu Chuyang chuckled softly, "Without me, our fishing team in Chaoyang village would flounder. I will oversee things here. You all should head back. Make sure to take the fish home quickly and tend to them." "All right, Uncle San, please take care," the young girl replied obediently. Liu Hai then brought over the cart. "Get in, let us head home." Sounds good." Dong Xinyu felt rather cheerful, reveling in the affection that surrounded her from Liu Hai. She preferred facing Liu Hai rather than turning her back to him. Sitting directly across with her slender legs elegantly supporting her, exuding an aura of purity and beauty. As Liu Hai pushed her through the lush greenery, their conversation was sparse. Yet amidst occasional glances exchanged, smiles blossomed, filling their hearts with bliss. However, upon returning home, they noticed a figure murmuring at their doorstep. "Goodness, this is a grand 3-room house. My mother said they were not well off. What nonsense. Look at all that cured pork drying outside. Even in our capital, such meat would be unimaginable." This person was Dong Buahong. After arriving in the village, he casually inquired about Dong Xinyu's residence, and the villagers' warm hospitality left him somewhat overwhelmed. Throughout his journey, he received numerous introductions and guidance, elevating his perception of this brother-in-law to astonishing heights. Was this truly the so-called good-for-nothing his mother described? Just moments ago, several villagers had praised Liu Hai to the heavens before departing. "Third brother? What brings you here?" On the cart, the plump Dong Xinyu excitedly disembarked upon seeing her brother. Yet, Liu Hai stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. Why had he suddenly arrived? Indeed, upon spotting Liu Hai, Dong Buahong exclaimed, "No way. You live here, master." "Master?" Liu Hai felt awkward, uncertain of how to respond. Dong Xinyu was even more puzzled. "What are you talking about, third brother? This is Xiao Hai, your brother-in-law." "Huh." Only then did Dong Buahong snap out of his ecstatic reverie, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he gazed at Liu Hai. "You are Liu Hai?" Liu Hai finally gathered his wits, and, equally surprised, said, "Xinyu, is this my third uncle?" His expression transitioned from previous awkwardness to one of shock and astonishment. Dong Buahong was utterly confounded. "What do you mean you don't recognize me? Isn't this our first meeting? In this vast world, the intricacies of fate are truly remarkable," Liu Hai replied. Dong Xinyu stood to the side, bewildered. "What is going on between you two? Third brother, come inside. Who sent you here? Does mother know you've come? Could it be that mother sent you to bring me back? Why don't you give her a call? I have already married Liu Hai, and this is my home now. I am also expecting a little one. There is no way I can return with you." The young girl grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. Finally, she declared, "Third brother, why don't you just leave now? You are not welcome here." Chapter 108. The enlightenment of the third uncle. Upon hearing her words, Dong Hongba became anxious. "What is going on? Wasn't I your third brother who cherished you the most? I haven't even had a sip of tea since arriving at your home, and you wish to send me away already? Please, how can you dismiss me when I have traveled so far to see you? We have always been comrades since childhood. Who asked you to come? You were sent by mother to take me away." "Who said I was sent to take you away? I came to check on you because I saw you married without hesitation, and second sister is also worried about your well-being." The siblings continued their debate as they entered the house. Once inside, Dong Hongba was astounded by the lavish decor, particularly taken aback by the 14-inch Xiaofeng black and white television set displayed on a cabinet. He couldn't help but reach out to touch it. "This is something our family hasn't even been able to afford until now." His curiosity piqued. He looked around and spotted a Shanghai brand watch, a radio, and a mahjong set. Their living conditions were far from poor. In fact, they seemed to surpass their own in Kyoto by a considerable margin. Meanwhile, Liu Hai, wanting to avoid any awkwardness, refrained from interrupting their conversation and busied himself with preparing vegetables and fish. After a flurry of activity, they sat down for lunch. The atmosphere remained somewhat tense, as Liu Hai and Dong Hongba exchanged minimal words, seemingly in silent agreement. By the afternoon, Liu Hai became busier as Xiao Guamin and several villagers came to discuss farming matters with him. Laughter echoed from the front yard as they conversed. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Dong Hongba turned to Dong Xinyu and asked, "Honestly, tell me, how is Liu Hai treating you? Rest assured, third brother is here. If he is not good to you, just let me know, and I will have a word with him." Dong Xinyu gazed outside at Liu Hai and smiled. "Third brother. Haven't you observed how well he treats me this morning? Moreover, you also saw our family's situation. Our living standards are not inferior to anyone else's. I am quite satisfied." Dong Hongba furrowed his brow, pondering. Suddenly, he inquired, "Have you ever shared any details about our family with him, such as my age?" This was something Dong Hongba was determined to clarify. If Dong Xinyu had spoken of such matters to Liu Hai, it would imply that Liu Hai had deliberately deceived him that day. Yet, he found it perplexing. While he could understand revealing his age, how had she deduced that he possessed the traits of royalty? Such a profound secret. Furthermore, among my circle of friends, she hardly knows any of them. How could my brother-in-law have discerned their specific circumstances? There were too many enigmatic threads in this situation. Dong Xinyu pondered. I haven't mentioned it to him before. And during those years, we had little communication. Suddenly, I realized he had been exceptionally kind to me, and gradually, we found ourselves together. Did you truly not reveal anything? Honestly, Sangu, why would I deceive you? It appears that day was merely a stroke of fate. I misjudged him. What is it, Sangu? What do you wish to convey? You seem to be speaking in riddles. It's nothing at all. Do not concern yourself with my matters. I will go have a chat with him. After Dong Hongba observed the individuals outside rising one by one, he stood up and walked towards the door, unimpeded by Dong Xinyu. Once outside, he plopped down in front of Liu Hai. Do you really know how to read fortunes? Liu Hai was aware that this fellow would eventually seek confirmation on the matter. With a sigh, he admitted, I truly do. To be honest, I never anticipated you were my third uncle. Initially, I had only heard that you were planning to terminate Xinyu's pregnancy, and in a moment of desperation, I decided to visit your home. Regrettably, my aunt did not permit me entry, so I found a spot in the neighborhood to spend the night. The following day, I merely sought a place for breakfast as usual, but fate is indeed whimsical. I happened to see you, crowned with a triple flower, possessing the visage of an emperor. I certainly did not expect that my calculations would lead me to Xinyu. As he spoke, Dong Hongba scrutinized Liu Hai, attempting to detect any signs of deceit. However, Liu Hai, having been reborn, possessed a heart that had seen more than 60 years. How could a young man in his 20s, claiming to be your third uncle, uncover such truths? His attempts at disguise would surely falter, even against the most discerning scrutiny. Thus, Dong Hongba remained utterly convinced by his words. Finally, he sighed. Perhaps this is what you refer to as fate. What an extraordinary coincidence it is. It turns out you are my brother-in-law. By the way, what of that sharp-headed fellow? He mentioned he had a twin brother. Is there any truth to that? Liu Hai's mind raced, realizing they had likely already crossed paths. This matter could not remain concealed. A simple inquiry among villagers would reveal the truth. After a moment's consideration, he replied, he does not have a twin brother. Have you met? Indeed. He even treated me to fried dough sticks. Was he deceiving me? Liu Hai quickly interjected, I understand. He was likely afraid of your reprimand. Let us not dwell on that. Since Auntie sent you to check on my situation, you may stay here for the next few days and experience what it means to prosper. With this, the tension eased, and Dong Hongba felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Sangu awkwardly entered Liu Hai's home. This fellow had searched for Liu Hai all morning without success. Before arriving, he had anticipated chaos at home. However, upon entering, he realized it was a family affair. His concerns had been unfounded. Upon entering, Dong Hongba was not pleased and bombarded him with questions. Yang Sangu, quick-witted, quickly offered an apology. How was I to know such a coincidence could exist? At that moment, I found myself utterly perplexed, uncertain how to rectify the situation. I could only feign that I had a twin brother and promise to clarify later. Being men of temperament. After a few drinks, the conversation among us naturally flowed, and thus, the evening's revelry extended into the depths of night. As dawn broke, Dong Hongba reached the town and placed a call to his mother. Upon connection, he addressed her as Mom, lamenting, I have lived in Kyoto for so many years, never having departed, and yet my life has been nothing but a series of aimless days, rendering me a mere jest within the family. However, it was only upon arriving in Ponching village that I began to grasp the true essence of my existence. A man's life ought to be filled with wine and meat, indulging in the pleasures of life. I have resolved to pursue my future earnestly. I shall not return to Kyoto until I have achieved success, at which point I will return to pay my filial respects. Chapter 109. The Power of Kinship. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Wang Lijuan was left in a state of utter bewilderment upon hearing these words. Before she could respond, Dong Hongba had already hung up. In the silence of her room, she stared vacantly out the window, grappling with confusion. Was this a case of failing to achieve what he intended? Why had he sent the third son to assess the situation only for him to remain unresponsive? She hurriedly dialed Dong Xinyu. "Old Dong, do you know what the third son just said? He spoke of a man's world being filled with wine and meat, and declared he has no intention of returning. Is there some poison in Panqing village?" Dong Xinyu paused momentarily before responding. "Whether there is poison or not, your daughter is about to give birth there. Clinging to such notions is perilous. Do you intend to disown your own daughter?" I find what the third son said quite agreeable. It indicates he has finally gained some insight. At 23 or 24, he should venture beyond Kyoto to seek his life's purpose. It is commendable. He mentioned returning only after achieving success, so let us await that. However, there are no buts in this matter. Our children have grown. They possess their own fortunes. Let them navigate their own paths. I am quite busy. This conversation is concluded. With that, Dong Xinyu ended the call. Wang Lijuan remained on the sofa, enveloped in silence. As for Liu Hai, she had long since set aside many preconceived notions. With her daughter's condition being what it was, and acknowledging her daughter's reckless pursuit of love, what could she do to intervene? Finally, she sighed, contemplating a visit to Panqing village when the time permitted. With this thought, she contacted the local health clinic in Xia town, asking them to notify her when her daughter was in labor. Meanwhile, Liu Hai found himself in Panqing village for several days, reflecting on the futility of a life devoid of direction. Often, those who drift aimlessly do so not due to a lack of diligence or ambition, but rather because they are unable to discern their true path. This, indeed, is the gravest predicament. For a lifetime, my third uncle has been entrenched in the circles of Kyoto, where the inhabitants are obsessed with maintaining their facade, forever overshadowed by the brilliance of their predecessors. They live under the weight of this legacy, feeling perpetually shackled by its radiance. Yet, they are not faced with the harshness of survival, which leads to a state of self-indulgence, drowning in a haze of hedonism. In such a milieu, where each day unfolds in monotonous predictability, how could change ever take root? In recent days, my uncle, Dong Hongba, has spent his time with young Sandog. By day, they venture out together to collect and deliver goods. Lunchtime finds them casually sharing a meal. In the afternoons, they take the opportunity to explore the lakeside reed beds, hunting for wild ducks and fishing. Upon returning, they plunge into the pond for a swim, and their sustenance consists of their foraged treasures. This lifestyle is invigorating and rich, filled with promise for the future. Determined to break free from the confines of Kyoto's society, Dong Hongba resolved to forge his own path. Over the past few days, Liu Hai had provided him with numerous suggestions, encouraging him to venture southward, advice that Dong Hongba took to heart. Thus, by mid-August, Liu Hai drove him to the county bus station in a tractor. They embraced, and Dong Hongba expressed his wishes for Liu Hai to take good care of his sister, as he doubted he would return upon the birth of his nephew. Liu Hai, with a smile, reassured him that they would eventually travel south as well. "Why go south? Aren't you doing well here? I don't mean to meddle, but that Sandog fellow was bragging yesterday about how much money you've made," Liu Hai remarked. "This is just a small venture. A man's world should not be confined. The broader world is what we ought to pursue." As the bus arrived, Liu Hai urged him to board, reminding him to keep an eye on his bag, which contained a little token from him and Xinyu. "A token? What do you mean?" Dong Hongba asked, puzzled. Liu Hai insisted he would understand once he was on the bus. "Safe travels, and remember to seek opportunities in the south." Thus, under Liu Hai's encouragement, Dong Hongba boarded the minibus, with Liu Hai waving behind him as the vehicle set off. Contemplating Liu Hai's parting words, he opened his bag to find it filled with thick bundles of cash, dozens of stacks. "Brother, what is this for?" he exclaimed. Liu Hai laughed heartily. "Once you arrive, you will certainly need capital. Good luck." Dong Hongba, moved to tears, felt a swell of gratitude towards his uncle's unwavering support. He couldn't help but curse at his little aunt back home, who seemed utterly lacking in humanity. Xinyu had chosen a man of ambition and vision, despite his humble beginnings. He was incomparable to the idle second-generation scions of Kyoto. Dong Hongba was profoundly touched by this gesture towards his sister's husband. After leaving the bus station, Liu Hai went directly to the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, where he met with Wang Sherwin. After a lengthy discussion in the office, Chen Guobing regarded Liu Hai with a serious expression. I have acquired a fundamental understanding of the affairs in Xia town. However, my dear brother, the realms of electrical appliances and food commodities are entirely distinct. Setting aside the issue of contracting funds, can you truly master the intricacies of the electrical industry? Liu Hai pondered for a moment. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to strive for this factory, for it is only under my stewardship that it may truly flourish. This is not mere hyperbole on Liu Hai's part. The reality supports his assertion. The electrical factory stands as the largest state-owned enterprise in Yinshan County, once boasting a workforce of approximately 15 to 1,600 during its pinnacle. Following its privatization, the factory initially thrived by imitating the Muden brand fans, achieving a brief period of glory. However, such prosperity was fleeting, and within mere months, it began its decline. A factory once brimming with potential ultimately devolved into a desolate wasteland, littered with debris. Noticing Chen Guobing's prolonged silence, Wang Sherwin grew anxious, urging his brother-in-law. Setting aside other matters, you must have recognized my brother Hai's proficiency in managing food factories. Do not allow yourself to be blinded by a singular perspective. Nonsense. What do you mean by being blinded? Chen Guobing shot him a disapproving glance. After considerable contemplation, he spoke of County Chief Yang's sweeping reforms, indicating his intention to privatize several heavily loss-making factories that burdened the county's finances. The electrical factory was likely to be singled out as a typical case. It would be auctioned off to the highest bidder. I shall draft a note for you. Simply bring it along when you participate in the auction, he said, swiftly writing a note and handing it to Liu Hai. At that moment, a figure entered through the door, their tone somewhat aloof. Who is Director Chen? A well-dressed man approached, clad in a collared shirt tucked neatly into his trousers and sporting stylish hollowed-out shoes. His attire suggested he was an official, not one typical of a small locality like Yinshan County. Chen Guobing regarded him with curiosity. I am. May I inquire who you are? The man, adorned with a broad smile, presented a note, stating, I am Wang Xingming, the representative of the Changzhou Fan Factory. This is a note from the leadership of Changzhou. Kindly take a look. While his demeanor appeared respectful, an underlying air of condescension was palpable. Chen Guobing immediately grasped the intent behind this visit. Feeling somewhat awkward, he addressed Liu Hai and the others. Let us conclude today's discussions here. I suggest you prepare thoroughly for what lies ahead. But, brother-in-law, leave now. Heed my words. Chen Guobing's expression grew stern. Observing Wang Sherwin's inclination to interject, Liu Hai swiftly pulled him aside. Brother Hai, this man is undoubtedly here for the electrical factory, Wang Sherwin remarked glumly. Liu Hai furrowed his brow slightly. This Wang Xingming was the very representative from the previous life who had contracted the state-owned electrical factory in Yinshan County. Initially, all the factory workers were filled with anticipation, buoyed by the support of a provincial state-owned background, which promised stability. However, within mere months of Wang Xingming's tenure, he had plunged the factory into chaos, leading to its eventual closure. Yet, with the backing of a wealthy provincial state-owned enterprise, acquiring the electrical factory from him was no simple task. Liu Hai remained silent. After exiting the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission's premises, he exchanged a few words with Wang Sherwin before parting ways, not in haste to return home. Instead, he entered the office of County Director Yang. Recently, Director Yang had suggested to Liu Hai the possibility of contracting the county supply and marketing cooperative. However, this proposal faced considerable opposition within the county. The supply and marketing cooperative epitomizes the essence of a planned economy. If even this institution were to be contracted out, would it not signify a complete shift to a market economy? The times are indeed changing, but the clash of ideologies is intensifying. Liu Hai understood that the path ahead would not be straightforward. Inside the office, Director Yang wore a furrowed brow, suddenly expressing his concern. Xiao Lu, if you were in my position, what would you do? Liu Hai pondered for a moment before responding. Leader, while I may not fully grasp the situation, I believe the nation's commitment to reform and opening up is unwavering. Those who dare to challenge the status quo often earn respect in the end, though they must first endure a barrage of criticism. Director Yang scrutinized Liu Hai with a frown, examining him from head to toe. There was something peculiarly intense about this young man, an indescribable quality. If one were to encapsulate it, it would be a cold resolve coupled with audacity. After a lengthy pause, Yang said, "You may return for now. We shall reconvene to discuss this matter." Liu Hai nodded in agreement. Upon leaving the county director's office, Liu Hai intended to purchase some fabric to prepare for the impending arrival of Dong Xinyu's little one, needing to make clothes for the newborn. However, as he approached the bicycle shed near the county complex, he encountered Zhang Denghua, the director of the department store and supply cooperative. Zhang had been anxiously fretting like an ant on a hot stove, as discussions about contracting out the cooperative had been rampant. What will become of me if it is contracted out? Having heard numerous rumors about an individual seeking to contract the cooperative, Zhang had inquired extensively but failed to uncover the identity of this person. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he had come to the county complex once more to glean information. If he could discover who this individual was, he would immediately confront them, appealing to reason and emotion to persuade them to withdraw. His anxiety was palpable. Fate would have it that he unexpectedly crossed paths with Liu Hai at the bicycle shed. Upon seeing Liu Hai push out a brand new 28-inch bicycle, Zhang's brow furrowed further as he scrutinized it. "Is this a new purchase?" Liu Hai nonchalantly kicked the stand of the bicycle and retorted, "Is there a problem? You've made quite a bit of money, haven't you? It's been a while since I last saw you. You've even acquired a new bike," Zhang remarked sarcastically. Liu Hai shot him a glance. "I managed just fine without your department store. I've become quite successful myself." Zhang was visibly perturbed by the mention of wealth. He quickly scoffed. "I advise you not to be too arrogant flaunting your newfound wealth. Otherwise, you might attract trouble that could land you in prison. Having made a bit of money, you think you're invincible? Over the years, I've seen too many like you. None ended well," Zhang continued. Liu Hai remained unfazed, suddenly standing still and locking eyes with him. Zhang was infuriated by Liu Hai's intense gaze. What kind of look is that from someone in private business? Do you want me to gouge your eyes out? Come on, Director Zhang, feel free to try. If you don't, you might as well be a beast, Liu Hai retorted playfully, inching closer. Zhang Denghua felt quite bewildered, being caught off guard by Liu Hai's unorthodox approach, causing him to retreat repeatedly. In a moment of disarray, he hastily chastised Liu, declaring that rural folk will always remain uncultured, akin to second-rate individuals. After uttering those words in anger, he seized the bag from his bicycle and departed. However, unable to contain his irritation, he turned back and exclaimed that such a person would inevitably face judicial consequences. "Is that so? Director Zhang still wishes to engage in a debate with me?" Liu Hai, pushing his bicycle, strode towards him. Fearing a loss of authority, Director Zhang quickly fled. "I simply do not wish to stoop to your level." Liu Hai shouted back, "Director Zhang, you will come to seek my favor. Allow me to clarify. Even if you were to kneel before me, should I grant you but a glance, it would be akin to your ancestors' graves emitting smoke. I seek your assistance?" "Huh?" Zhang Denghua, infuriated, shouted back, "Do not overestimate your own significance. You believe that by colluding with Sun Maokai, you can rampage through our county unopposed? What a joke." Liu Hai adjusted his bicycle and prepared to depart. With a swift motion, he stepped on the pedal, glided for a short distance, then swung his leg over the bike to ride away. Behind him, Zhang Denghua felt a surge of frustration. Recalling how Liu Hai had swindled him out of over 70 yuan at Sun Maotsai's restaurant made him wish he could crush the young man. After taking a deep breath to suppress his inner turmoil, he walked into the county courtyard. However, less than 5 minutes after entering, he emerged in a frenzy. His earlier bravado completely evaporated. Upon entering, he had discovered that the individual aiming to contract the supply and marketing cooperative was none other than Liu Hai. Upon reaching the entrance, he found no trace of Liu Hai, drenched in sweat. How could it possibly be him? How much money has that rascal made? What if he truly succeeds in securing the contract? I would be left with nothing. "Manager Liu, are you leaving so soon? Wait for me, let us converse." Upon Liu Hai's return, he initially intended to deliver the fabric he had purchased to the tailor in town for the lady to make clothes. However, Dong Xinyu mentioned that they had a sewing machine at home, and, with nothing pressing to do, she preferred to make the garments herself. Both were filled with anticipation for the little one on the way. Thus, Liu Hai acquiesced to her wishes. Chapter 111. Why the sudden change? In late August, a warm breeze swept across the fields of Panqing village. The rice paddies seemed to transform overnight into a sea of golden hue. Walking amidst them with a straw hat evoked an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a fairy tale. Scattered throughout were picturesque scenes that could grace a computer screensaver decades hence. The rice in Panqing village matures in 2 seasons, with the early harvest ready by late August. Consequently, the village entered the bustling double harvest season, as men, women, and children carried the threshing barrels to the fields. One person wielded a sickle to reap the crops, while another carried the ripe rice to the threshing barrel, stepping onto the toothed threshing rollers, depositing bundles of rice atop them. Golden grains cascade into the threshing bucket. As the farmers listened to the rhythmic sound of grains colliding with the container, their faces illuminated by smiles of abundant harvest. Although the villagers of Panqing rely on the side business of catching small silver fish for a substantial income, none would neglect their own fields, a deeply ingrained belief among the farmers. Thus, the factory decided to grant a 2-day holiday, allowing everyone to return for the double harvest. Liu Hai joined in as well, toiling in the fields like any ordinary villager, threshing and collecting grains. Upon returning home, he poured heaps of grain onto his front yard, while Dong Xinyu meticulously spread it out to maximize sun exposure. Once dried, a windmill was borrowed for an essential process, sorting through the husks without grains. Subsequently, the entire village, young and old, contributed their share of grain. After a solid 10 days of the double harvest, the fields of Panqing once again prepared for the planting of a new season of rice. However, this season, some intended to cultivate small silverfish instead. During this period, Liu Hai's home became the village's nucleus. By day, the women of the village often visited Dong Xinyu, while the men gathered to discuss various matters. In the evenings, villagers of all ages would congregate at his home to watch television, creating a vibrant atmosphere filled with the unique warmth of rural life. On this particular day, Yang Senggu and Zhang Xihai were at Liu Hai's home. After listening to Liu Hai share numerous insights, a note of concern creased Zhang Xihai's brow as he remarked, "Will there be any issues with our undertaking, given that it involves second-category agricultural products?" Yang Senggu echoed his apprehension. In the 1980s, a significant craze swept through the southern countryside, sparked by rami and cotton. Due to soaring market demand, the prices of these two agricultural products skyrocketed. Liu Hai had acquaintances who had amassed wealth by trading these commodities. Take Yinshan County as an example. In the autumn of 1981, the purchasing price of rami was merely 2 yuan per pound. Yet by March of 1982, it had astonishingly surged to 8 or 9 yuan. For the next 2 to 3 years, such prices persisted, marking the most prosperous times for farmers. Whenever a household fell into debt, villagers confidently reassured creditors, "Be patient. Once we sell our rami, we will settle the debt." This period was marked by a renewed sense of financial security. The price surge even prompted many state-owned enterprise employees to resign and return to rural areas to cultivate rami and cotton as economic crops. Liu Hai was now quite affluent. Dong Xinyu had calculated their cash reserves to exceed 80,000 yuan. While indeed substantial, this sum would barely suffice for the ambitious venture of acquiring an electrical appliance factory, a feat akin to a snake swallowing an elephant. Thus, he resolved to take a bold gamble, wagering the entirety of their 80,000 yuan. If he could extricate himself completely within 6 months, with a minimum 4-fold profit by the time he exited, the subsequent plans for acquiring the electrical factory and the supply and marketing cooperative would all fall into place seamlessly. In response to the anxieties of his companions, Liu Hai smiled and declared, "The world is inherently a stage for the audacious. If you are willing to embark on this journey, I will lead you through it." The two followed Liu Hai. Despite the factory having issued their wages, Liu Hai was aware that these two individuals were clandestinely engaged in some form of trade. This was all influenced by Liu Hai. Adhering strictly to the rules would only lead to drifting along with the tide. Aspiring to stand out was a challenge. After a moment of silence, Yang Sandog slammed his cup down and declared, "Brother Hai, I trust you. What about Si Hai?" Liu Hai turned his gaze towards Zhang Si Hai, who was trembling, constantly adjusting his glasses. Yet, he too eventually raised his cup. When exactly did this start? Yang Sandog chuckled, playfully hooking his arm around Si Hai's neck. "You, my friend, are nothing but a hypocritical, painted toilet. Get lost. I am nothing like you." Zhang Si Hai retorted impatiently. Yang then tugged at his hair, exclaiming, "I relish your defiant spirit. Call me brother dog." Zhang Si Hai, exasperated, replied, "I can't be bothered to chat with you. I'm leaving." And after greeting Dong Xinyu, who was sewing clothes for a little one, he departed. Yang Sandog also called out, "Sister-in-law, I'm off to pick some watermelons. Dong Xinyu, in a fluster, shouted, "Don't just pick any. Others have worked so hard. It's fine. Uncle Jun told me just a few days ago that this year's yield is abundant. We can't finish it all," he said, playfully tussling with Zhang Hai as they left Liu Hai's home. Liu Hai entered the inner room, using a towel to wipe the sweat from Dong Xinyu's brow. She picked up a tiny garment, exclaiming with a radiant smile, "Isn't it beautiful?" Liu Hai took it from her, gazing at it intently. This feeling was remarkably enchanting. Their household, which had only consisted of two, was soon to welcome a little one. A man's heart is easily softened. Liu Hai crouched before Dong Xinyu, listening to the movements within her belly, then gently kissed her stomach. "It's lovely, but you've already done so much. Don't overexert yourself, all right? You are the one who bears the greatest burden." Dong Xinyu revealed two delightful dimples. "I understand, don't worry. Little Hai, are we truly not farming anymore?" This was Liu Hai's suggestion. After harvesting this season's rice, he planned to let Uncle Jun and Uncle Yang tend to the fields. After all, Dong Xinyu would be preoccupied with the child, while he had business matters to attend to. There would always be some agricultural responsibilities weighing on their minds. "Just listen to me, okay? I don't want you to tire yourself too much. We can just grow some vegetables." Dong Xinyu appeared conflicted but ultimately revealed a bright smile. "All right, I will heed your words. Now, let us patiently await the arrival of our little one." "That's my good wife," Liu Hai said with a smile, wrapping his arms around Dong Xinyu. Suddenly, Dong Xinyu recalled something. "Little Hai, can I ask you a question? It's something I've always wanted to understand. So don't lie to me." Liu Hai loosened his embrace slightly. "What is it? Why the sudden seriousness?" Dong Xinyu, with wide, earnest eyes, asked. "That day when Wang Taohong scolded me, why did you rush over and call me baby? I recall that day when you scolded me for being a jinx before stepping out. Yet upon your return at noon, you seemed like an entirely different person." This question has lingered in Dong Xinyu's heart for an eternity. Many times she yearned to inquire of Liu Hai, but her sensitive nature made her feel that their current existence was but a fleeting dream. The moment she voiced her curiosity, the dream would shatter, returning everything to its origins. Liu Hai playfully pinched her delicate nose, smiling as he asked if she was truly interested. Yes, I am very much so," Dong Xinyu replied, her gaze nervously fixed upon him. Liu Hai wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and she naturally leaned against him. He recounted that day when he and Yang Sangu had stolen a chicken and indulged in copious amounts of alcohol at his home. They intended to return, but halfway there, he fell asleep. In his dream, he envisioned a world without her. Gradually, Liu Hai unveiled the tale of his past life. It was only after Dong Xinyu was gone that he comprehended the true meaning of despair. Unable to face a home devoid of her presence, he fled southward, contemplating that poverty was the root of all his troubles. With nothing to lose, he decided to engage in any profitable venture. Thus, he kept himself relentlessly occupied. For if he paused, guilt would overwhelm him. Eventually, when he amassed wealth, he succumbed to a life of excessive drinking, leading to liver cancer. The solitude of one's existence is a feeling that is challenging to articulate. Dong Xinyu, with her lovely face lifted, listened intently to Liu Hai's narrative. As she absorbed his words, tears began to stream from her clear almond-shaped eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, she pressed her lips to his cheek and whispered, "It was merely a dream. I will always be by your side." Liu Hai smiled, stating that he felt immensely fulfilled in that moment. Yet, he had a question for her. "When Wang Taohong humiliated you that day, what were your thoughts?" Dong Xinyu felt a twinge of fear at the memory, realizing that she had been teetering on the brink. Had Liu Hai not appeared just in time to catch her, she might have succumbed. With a hint of grievance, she confessed, "I felt utterly helpless. At that moment, I thought living was so exhausting that perhaps it would be better to just let go." Yet, she had not anticipated that she was already carrying his child. The words caught in her throat as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Liu Hai gently wiped away her tears, assuring her that all of that was in the past. From now on, he vowed to provide the best life for both her and their child. With the child, life as struggles would gain new meaning. At that moment, Liu Hai felt a surge of motivation deep within. Dong Xinyu nodded silently in agreement. 2 days later, a sleek black car glided through Xia town, making its way directly to Panqing village. This was no ordinary vehicle. At this juncture, only 2 such cars were parked within the county compound of Yunshan, thus drawing the attention of many villagers. Numerous farmers toiling in the fields began to whisper and point. The car's first stop was behind Liu Hai's humble tile-roofed house. As the window rolled down, A man with a slicked-back hairstyle, cigarette in hand, quietly surveyed Ponching village. Has someone begun constructing tile-roofed houses? He mused. 3.5 rooms, exuding a formidable aura. Whose household is this? On the other side of the vehicle sat a man devoid of eyebrows. The second son of the Liu family, they say. The second son? Liu Hai. That lad has achieved such success? What of his elder brother? The eyebrowless man displayed a sinister grin, claiming he had perished in a brawl elsewhere. Perished? The man furrowed his brow slightly. A pity. Liu Jun possessed a modicum of courage, and had he ventured south, he might have found his true calling. Indeed. I must discuss a matter with you, Dong Xinyu. If you wish to engage in the aquatic business, you cannot bypass Liu Hai, for he has seized control over all resources of Tingu. At that time, Boss Kai was left with no choice and ultimately compelled me to shoot his uncle. I had thought that after that shot, the 5 scoundrels of the Fourth Wharf would surely tremble in fear. Yet, not only did they not cower, but they also grew more united. Liu Hai has a knack for deceiving people. Indeed, this eyebrowless man is the very one who fled after shooting the uncle. And this man is the ally he sought after heading south. The vehicle did not linger long. It swiftly turned the corner and arrived at the entrance of the Xinyu food factory. The factory bustled with activity. However, a small car parked at the gate inevitably attracted many curious gazes. Workers peered outside. The man referred to as Dong Xinyu continued. A lad in his 20s has managed to control the aquatic resources of Tingu. Can he truly handle such immense profits? Is there not a capable individual in Shihe town to keep him in check? The scoundrel explained, it is rather complicated, primarily. This lad has brought wealth to the entire village, winning their loyalty. Just then, Zhang Deshing inside the building recognized the scoundrel at once. He pointed and angrily shouted, Balizi, do you still have the audacity to enter our factory? As he spoke, he advanced toward the exit. This name was all too familiar to the factory. Thus, as soon as Zhang Deshing spoke, many workers immediately set down their tasks and stepped outside. What are you doing? In broad daylight, do you still intend to act recklessly? The man named Dong Xinyu, upon seeing the multitude emerge from the factory, looked at them with an air of superiority, lazily indifferent. In these times, everyone knows that those who can afford a car are certainly not ordinary folk. Hence, upon Dong Ji's utterance, the others within the factory remained silent, biting their tongues. Observing their demeanor, Balizi became even more sinister. Before long, Zhang Deshing, after scrutinizing Dong Xinyu, curiously called out, Are you Qin Jingdong? Did the village not say you were caught in the south for engaging in shady dealings? How are you still alive? Qin Jingdong. Upon hearing this name, some workers instinctively gasped in shock. This man was once a tyrant in Shihe town. He had led a band of thugs armed with knives, striking fear into all. Even the ordinary officials of the town would give way to him. Later, after embarking on a smuggling venture with cigarettes, he was apprehended by the police, leading to his departure from Shihe town, and then it was rumored that he had met his demise. No one anticipated that this person would return unscathed. Moreover, he arrived driving a sedan. At that moment, Uncle Lu Chuyang and Pan Tao approached from the side, particularly Pan Tao, who, upon seeing Balizi, was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, seizing a nearby stone with the intent to charge forward, only to be firmly restrained by Lu Chuyang. After subduing Pan Tao, Lu Chuyang recognized Qin Jingdong in the car and furrowed his brow, inquiring, Why have you returned? Can I come back, Chuyang? Qin Jingdong responded with a smile. We were once brothers who shared blood oaths. In an instant, the tone of our conversation has shifted. Lu Chuyang frowned, stating, What happened in the past is behind us. What brings you to my nephew's factory? Do not forget, I have yet to settle the score regarding my eldest nephew's affair. Chapter 113. Truly arrogant Lu Chuyang. Have you lost your mind? You seek revenge on Dong Xinyu? Are you even worthy of that? Balizi sneered, his face twisted in contempt. Pan Jun, unable to contain his temper any longer, clutched the stone, ready to strike, but Lu Chuyang held him back firmly. Balizi then glared at Pan Tao. I heard you planned to stab me, did I? Now that I have returned, let us see if you have the guts. Uncle, let me go and kill him. Pan Jun's eyes blazed red, resembling a rampaging young tiger. Stay put. Your military enlistment has been confirmed. Do not squander your brother's efforts on a foolish act. Lu Chuyang admonished. He then turned to Balizi. When I was in Shihe town, you were not even worthy to carry my shoes. Do not provoke me here. We will settle our accounts later. Coward, Balizi continued to taunt. The expressions of the other workers grew increasingly grave, their eyes fixed on him. the atmosphere thick with tension. Yet, they were somewhat intimidated by Chen Jingdong, the notorious leader of the vegetable knife gang, whose wicked deeds were well known far and wide. The more they hesitated, the more emboldened Ba Lizi became, reveling in his provocations. Just as he prepared to escalate the confrontation, a hand suddenly reached through the side window and seized him by the neck. Two swift punches landed squarely on his nose, causing it to bleed profusely. "You scoundrel! How dare you return? I've been searching for you. You're bold to come to our factory and challenge us. Hai, come help me drag this scoundrel out." Without a word, Zhang Hai rushed over and began to pull Ba Lizi outside. Upon realizing it was Yang Sanggu, Ba Lizi recoiled in fear. "What are you doing here, you mad dog?" "Yang Sanggu, I have no enmity with you, so stay away from me." Ba Lizi was a local tyrant from Xingho village. Yet, he harbored a particular fear of Yang Sanggu, who had a notorious habit of walking his mother's dog at night, a situation that caught Ba Lizi off guard. Years prior, after spitting at Yang Sanggu in town, Ba Lizi had suffered the consequences, as Yang Sanggu would often wait outside his door at night, intimidating him with a stick, while the dog was unleashed to torment him. The physical torment he endured was far less damaging than the psychological scars inflicted by Yang Sanggu, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. In a fleeting moment, he was dragged out of the vehicle by Yang Sanggu, who unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. As for Chen Jingdong, he languidly retrieved a handgun from beneath the car and pushed open the door. Lu Chuyang, momentarily stunned, hastily exclaimed, "Chen Jingdong, what on earth are you planning to do?" "Sanggu, Hai, step aside immediately." Other workers prepared to intervene. Yet, Chen Jingdong abruptly aimed the gun at Lu Chuyang, startling the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled a step back. Chen Jingwen bore a striking resemblance to the notorious gang leaders depicted in Hong Kong films from years past. He pointed the gun at the others, warning them not to approach, before advancing towards Yang Sanggu. With a gun trained on Sanggu's head, he admonished, "Dare to move, and you'll regret it." Zhang Hai, having never witnessed such a scene, instinctively loosened his grip on the 8-Li and fell back, but quickly readied himself to assist Yang Sanggu. However, Chen Jingwen kicked him aside with a commanding "Get out." Yang Sanggu, bewildered, raised his hands. What now? The infamous leader of the kitchen knife gang has become so timid? Was it truly necessary to resort to such intimidation? Smack! Before Yang Sanggu could finish his sentence, Chen Jingwen delivered a resounding slap across his face. "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" Yang Sanggu's mouth was twisted from the blow, yet he defiantly stared at Chen Jingdong. Another slap landed on Yang Sanggu's cheek, but his stubborn neck refused to yield. Regardless of the blows, he maintained a fierce glare. Lu Chuyang rushed over, seizing Yang Sanggu and pulling him back, fixing a stern gaze on Chen Jingdong. "What is your purpose for coming to our factory today? Don't push us too far. If you truly provoke us, are you certain that your gun is adequately loaded?" Soon, all the men, women, and children from the factory gathered, inching closer to Chen Jingdong, their collective fury reaching a boiling point. Chen Jingdong, not a fool, recognized that if the crowd surged towards him, his firearm would offer little deterrence. Thus, he swiftly holstered the weapon and addressed the crowd as if nothing had transpired. "You wish to know my intention? Very well. I will enlighten you. Inform Wu Matzi at the 4th wharf that I, Chen Jingdong, have returned. Consequently, you two villages shall have no further claim over Tingshu. Should I still see your vessels at the Tingshu wharf within 3 days, you will bear the consequences." Beside him, Ba Lizi staggered to his feet like a beaten dog, spitting blood onto the ground. He then joined Yang Sanggu in a haughty demeanor. "I've taken note of you. Just wait. I hear you've recently taken a liking to hunting wild ducks in the Tingshu reed beds. Be cautious." With that, he made a gesture as if aiming a gun, whispering a mock bang. Then, grinning widely, he directed a taunting look at Lu Chuyang, as if to say, "I shot you. What can you do about it?" Yet, Chen Jingdong suddenly turned and delivered a slap that sent Ba Lizi's face askew. "Donggu?" Ba Lizi stammered, bewildered. Chen Jingdong furrowed his brow as he glared at him. "Remember this. When you are by my side, it would be wise not to interrupt me." Ba Lizi quickly lowered his head. "Yes, Donggu, I apologize." With a stern expression, Chen Jingdong entered the vehicle, while Ba Lizi followed like a dog. Soon, their car departed from the scene. In an instant, chaos erupted at the factory. Chen Jingdong is not dead. What did his words mean? Is he returning home after this? "Sanggo, are you all right?" "Chuyang, what should we do now?" Lu Chiang's face turned pale. "You all return to the factory and continue working. I will find Xiao Hai to discuss matters. Do not panic. Sengo, should we go to the clinic? No need. Damn it. Yang Sengu spat to the side and headed to find Hai Gu, contemplating their next steps. What a joke. If he weren't armed, I would have dealt with Qin Jingdong today. With a surge of unwilling anger, he stormed towards Liu Hai's residence. At that moment, Liu Hai was weeding the field with a hoe, while Dong Xinyu was picking tomatoes from a bamboo basket, the ripe red fruits looking particularly enticing. Under the sunlight, Dong Xinyu would occasionally glance at Liu Hai, displaying a pure smile, reminiscent of the gentle stream flowing nearby. Upon seeing Dong Xinyu, Yang Sengu quickly turned his head, fearing she might notice the bruises on his face. When Liu Hai spotted them, he realized something was amiss. Don't pick too many, you might not finish them. Uncle San is here, I'll go over. Chapter 114. You refuse to admit it? Alright, you go ahead. Dong Xinyu paid no mind, and continued to squat down to pick tomatoes. After Liu Hai exchanged a few words with Yang Sengu and the others, he turned back to Dong Xinyu, smiling. Xinyu, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I have some matters to attend to at the factory. His tone was calm. As usual, Dong Xinyu replied with a simple, okay, and added, come back early, still not taking it to heart. After Liu Hai bid them farewell, he inquired about various situations. Upon returning to the factory, someone immediately reported that Ba Lizi was currently at the town clinic. Liu Hai waved his hand decisively, and a group of people boarded the tractor, heading towards the town. In Liu Hai's world, there were no grudges that lasted overnight. Ba Lizi had nearly cost Uncle San his life with a treacherous move. You ran away, and for a time, I couldn't find you. So I had no means to deal with you. Now, you have the audacity to strut around our factory? Apologies, but you have crossed the line. At the town clinic, Ba Lizi was badly beaten by Yang Sengu, his face bruised and swollen. Qin Jingdong had left him at the clinic after providing a few yuan for medical expenses and went to the county. He instructed Ba Lizi to recover before coming to find him in the county. Meanwhile, one of his underlings was cursing beside him. That bastard Yang Sengu. I wonder how long he can remain arrogant. What a fool. He truly thinks he is someone important. Brother Lizi, I'm not saying this lightly, but you should have killed Lu Chuyang last time. If you had done that, the situation on the other side would have been entirely different. Get lost. Ba Lizi kicked him away. Do you even know who shot at him? The young lad only then noticed the multitude of people surrounding him. He hurriedly sought to appease, saying, I apologize, Brother Lai, I spoke out of turn. Brother Lai, does Dong really wish to have us join him? Upon this thought, the young man's spirits lifted considerably. Dong had taken an interest in the spicy fish-dried business, and I had already facilitated an introduction between him and Boss Kai. The two had a pleasant conversation yesterday, though the details of their collaboration remain unknown to me. However, you and the brothers should discuss it and be prepared. It seems a fierce battle is looming at Tinggu. I scoff. The villages of Chaoyang and Simitu have held sway for far too long. It is time they yielded. The young lad, upon hearing this, was filled with exuberant anticipation. Who does not envy the bountiful rewards of Tinggu? Especially the people of Xingho village, who watch as Panqing, Chaoyang, and Simitu villages gradually grow affluent. Their envy is palpable. If Tinggu could grant Xingho village a place at the table, then prosperity would no longer be but a distant dream. In these times, disputes over resources often lead to conflict between villages, and the young lad was determined to lead the people of Xingho in a significant endeavor. Just as the two were engrossed in their animated discussion, the door to the infirmary was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. They turned to see Liu Hai striding in. The young lad's companion, still oblivious to the situation, mistook Liu Hai for Qin Jingdong, the former leader of the vegetable knife squad from Xia town, believing that the surrounding villages would soon be trampled underfoot. No one dared to speak up in their presence. The young lad rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Liu Hai, demanding, What? Are you still unconvinced? Get out of here, or else. But Liu Hai swiftly delivered a slap that sent him crashing into a corner. Yang Senga followed Liu Hai, launching a kick at the young lad cowering in the corner. Soon after, Zhang Sihai and others joined in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The young lad was left dazed and bewildered. As Lai noticed Liu Hai approaching him with an impassive expression, a chill ran down his spine. What do you want? Liu Hai? This is a hospital. He protested. With a forceful kick, Liu Hai sent him sprawling from the bed onto the floor. Then, seizing a nearby stool, he smashed it to pieces against the ground. At that moment, Lai realized Liu Hai was intent on his life. A surge of terror coursed through him, prompting him to scramble to his feet and attempt to flee. Yet Liu Hai seized him from behind, pinning him down onto the bed with a tremendous force. One foot pressed firmly on his body, while he accepted a wooden plank from someone and struck Lai's face with it. Once, twice, thrice. Lai was utterly bewildered and mentally shattered. "Speak, damn it. Don't just beat me," he exclaimed amidst the blows. Liu Hai continued to rain down strikes with the plank, delivering 4 or 5 more swift hits. And then demanded, "Now tell me, can you honestly confess?" Lai's face had swelled grotesquely, saliva dribbling from his mouth, as Liu Hai maintained his oppressive stance, brandishing the plank menacingly. "In the marshes last time, do you acknowledge the matter of your uncle being shot at by me?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Ba Lai's eyes. The reason he dared to return so boldly was that he intended to evade responsibility for this incident. After all, from beginning to end, there was no substantial evidence proving his involvement. As long as he remained tight-lipped, the police station had no means to hold him accountable. He feigned ignorance, claiming this matter had nothing to do with him, insisting he did not understand what was being said. Before he could finish, Liu Hai, without hesitation, swung his board and struck Ba Lai's face once again. Ba Lai felt as though his very soul was being extracted by Liu Hai's blows. Hastily, he implored, "Liu Hai, I swear it wasn't me. Please, do not strike." As Ba Lai noticed Liu Hai had no intention of ceasing, he panicked, realizing he could be beaten to death. At that moment, a shiver ran through him, and the scent of urine quickly filled the room. His mental defenses crumbled under Liu Hai's relentless assault. Weakening, he exclaimed, "Liu Hai, listen to me. I admit it was me. Please, stop hitting me. Brother Hai, please cease. This scoundrel has confessed." Dong Xinyu hurriedly intervened, pulling Liu Hai back. With a final crack, Liu Hai broke the board in 2 before releasing Ba Lai, who collapsed to the ground, trembling like a frightened creature. Horrified at the prospect of further violence from Liu Hai lit a cigarette and squatted before him, demanding, "Was it you who shot my uncle?" Ba Lai, desperate and terrified, admitted, Yes, I confess. I shot him. I wanted to make money and collaborated with Boss Kai." Liu Hai acknowledged his confession and proceeded to treat his wounds before sending him to the police station. Dong Xinyu exhaled in relief, having feared that Liu Hai might have killed him outright. He quickly called for a doctor while Liu Hai fixed his gaze on Ba Lai's accomplice. "What sort of lowly creature are you to dare to act so brazenly before me? Return and inform the people of Xingho village that they have had no dealings with Tingu for centuries. Should you insist on stirring trouble, it will be you who suffers the consequences." Liu Hai had no intention of sending the lackey to the police station. Instead, he aimed to let him return and spread word of the day's events in the hospital. Thus, fear would circulate. In this era, the legal system was far from robust, and the general populace lacked legal awareness. To establish oneself in a small place, one needed to wield a certain ruthlessness to survive. Today, Liu Hai used Ba Lai as an example, signaling to others contemplating mischief that they should weigh their decisions carefully. The young lackey, thoroughly terrified, crouched in the corner, shivering, no longer daring to utter a word to Liu Hai. Soon, Ba Lai was taken to the police station, personally escorted by Dong Xinyu. Before being taken in, Dong Xinyu issued a stern warning. "We will be lurking at the entrance of the police station. Should you fail to speak the truth upon your entry and eventually emerge, we shall drag you to the reed marshes of Tingu tonight, binding you within the reeds. As for what may transpire, none can guarantee your safety. It would be akin to stating we would tie you up in the center, and then we would procure a makeshift firearm to fire a couple of shots in imitation of you. Did you not claim there was no evidence? Very well. We shall secure you in the marsh, discharge 2 rounds, and you will have no proof that it was us who shot. 1 shot for another, grievances settled." Ba Lai understood that Liu Hai had dealt him a harsh blow today. He realized that should Liu Hai and his associates deliver him to the Tingu reeds, the likelihood of him surviving was dubious at best. The reeds were dense and boundless. Should a person be buried alive therein, no one would be the wiser, their life extinguished unnoticed. He had no desire to meet such an end. Consequently, upon entering the police station, he promptly confessed everything. After Liu Hai concluded his business there, he did not return home, but instead proceeded directly to the county. Initially, he did not intend to regard Boss Kai with significant concern, as the resources were already under his control. The closure of the factory was merely a matter of time. Yet, Boss Kai's relentless ambitions, seeking to glean information about Tingu today and attempting to undermine us tomorrow, would only result in ceaseless troubles for them. Thus, he found himself in Boss Kai's office. Boss Kai entered with a furrowed brow, scrutinizing Liu Hai, as if to say, "Do you truly believe my factory is your personal garden, accessible at will?" Liu Hai met his gaze and stated, "I wish to discuss a matter with you. If you deem it unnecessary, I can take my leave right now." Boss Kai was visibly uncomfortable, fixing his gaze on Liu Hai for an extended moment before finally seating himself across from him. "Pray, enlighten me on the matter," Liu Hai commenced. "Bai has just been delivered to the police station and has confessed to firing shots at my uncle in the reed marshes." Boss Kai reached for a cigarette, but the matchbox slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor, his facial muscles twitching with agitation. However, he managed to compose himself, picked up the match, and lit his cigarette. "What does that have to do with me? You do not suspect me of orchestrating Bai's actions, do you?" Liu Hai disregarded his remark and continued, "I offer you 10,000 to relinquish your company, return to your port city, or head south, for Yinshan is no longer suitable for your stay." "How much?" Boss Kai coughed from the smoke, incredulous. "Did I hear you correctly? 10,000 to acquire our factory?" "You heard correctly. I am offering you a fair price." Liu Hai rose to his feet and gazed at him. Boss Kai erupted into laughter. "Comrade Liu Hai, have you lost your senses? 10,000. I have invested 200,000 into this factory. Your offer is laughably inadequate. You will come to seek my favor. From today onwards, for every day you waste, I shall deduct 500. Mark my words, do not presume that a Chun Jingdong can alter your fate." With that, Liu Hai exited. Boss Kai's expression darkened abruptly, for he had indeed had discussions with Chun Jingdong previously. Currently, the factory is struggling due to a lack of raw materials. If the silverfish from Tingu can be utilized, the factory is poised for rapid ascent. The return of Chun Jingdong, brought back by Bai Lizi, has sparked a thorough investigation over the past few days, revealing him to be quite a remarkable figure. Tingu is indeed a realm of its own, and matters of such a nature must be resolved using the ways of the underworld. An agreement was reached with Chun Jingdong. If he can successfully control the silver fish from Tingu, not only will he be able to sell it to me at a premium, but I shall also grant him 20% of the factory's profits. Hence, I am filled with confidence in Chun Jingdong. Yet, how does this fellow know of my collaboration with him? After a moment's contemplation, I muttered, "I shall see if you truly possess the capability to deal with Chun Jingdong." I then picked up the phone and dialed the county's state-run guest house, where Chun Jingdong is currently residing. The moment I spoke, I addressed him as Old Chun and proceeded to relay two pieces of news. First, Bai Lizi has been dealt with by Liu Hai and has been taken to the police station. Second, Liu Hai recently paid me a visit and issued a challenge, indicating that your situation seems rather precarious. True to his reputation as a seasoned player in the game, Boss Kai is attempting to incite a conflict between Liu Hai and Chun Jingdong. After a moment of silence, Chun Jingdong responded, assuring me that Boss Kai's concerns were somewhat excessive. Although my former associates from Shihe Town have scattered, I still have some audacious brothers in distant places. Do not fret. They will arrive in a few days. Rest assured, from this point forward, Tingu shall be governed by me, Chun Jingdong. Let us hope for the best. On Liu Hai's side, he remained unhurried to return home. He recalled a story told by Old Chun regarding the subsidiary food factory's past intentions to produce canned goods, which ultimately fell through due to economic downturns. Huang, the skilled artisan from the canning division, had invented a nutritious liquid using milk, which was quite palatable. If Xinyu Food Factory seeks to expand its revenue, it must introduce new products. Thus, Liu Hai decided to summon Huang to Sun Moutsai's restaurant. Huang's character mirrored that of Old Chun. He was diligent and straightforward, devoid of any guile. After a lengthy endeavor in the restaurant's kitchen with some milk, he presented a bowl of thick, white nutritious liquid to Liu Hai. "Little Liu, give it a try and let me know how it tastes." Liu Hai poured a bit out and took a sip. Suddenly, a jolt of inspiration struck him, as the vision of a prosperous avenue for Xinyu Food Factory unfolded in his mind. The flavor was reminiscent of the AD calcium milk from his previous life. Until now, Liu Hai had focused solely on the electrical appliances sector. However, the complexities and lack of cooperation from workers had led to stagnation. Meanwhile, the market potential for Xinyu Food Factory's spicy little fish was limited, so he had not devoted much thought to it. Yet, if they were to expand into beverage products, could they not also create a remarkable success? It is worth noting that the beverage industry has produced two colossal tycoons in the past, rivaling those in real estate and the internet. Suppressing a torrent of thoughts, I inquired of the elderly Huang, "How exactly did you create this product?" Huang offered a wry smile and recounted, "When my grandson was born, our family faced financial difficulties, and my daughter-in-law had no means to provide him with nourishment. As milk was rather expensive, thus, I resorted to my expertise. I purchased milk, diluted it with boiling water, and added various nutritional supplements. To my surprise, my grandson took a liking to it, prompting me to continue this endeavor. Alas, the director of the state-owned subsidiary food factory deemed my efforts foolish. Huang shared many grievances, lamenting that the factory's demise stemmed not from the laborers, but from the mismanagement of its leaders. The inability to adapt, to cling to outdated practices, meant that any potential change was met not with consideration for the factory's future, but with concern for the reactions of superiors. Such a factory cannot hope to thrive. Liu Hai held a deep respect for diligent individuals like Huang. Such characters were indispensable in any factory. After listening intently, Liu Hai asked, "Uncle Huang, are you still employed at the factory?" "Not anymore," Huang replied with indignation. "I clashed with that foreign manager once, and he promptly dismissed me. That foreigner is a calamity." Liu Hai nodded thoughtfully. "I have great faith in your nutritional solution. However, as you may have heard from Uncle Chun, our factory is merely renting an old house in Panqing village. The production conditions are limited, and to produce beverages, we require better facilities. Give me some time. Once I acquire that foreigner's factory, we will produce your nutritional solution on a large scale." Huang paused, pondering the acquisition of the foreigner's factory. That seems quite challenging. The foreigner is currently brimming with confidence and has numerous orders, though their production materials are lagging. He cannot sustain this for long, at most a month. Liu Hai remarked with a smile. Huang fell silent, feeling that Liu Hai's words bordered on the fantastical. The foreigner had invested over 200,000. How could he possibly relinquish it so easily? Yet, Liu Hai's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Finally, Huang conceded. "All right, Xiao Lu, I await your news." "Very well," Liu Hai replied, smiling as they shook hands. After Huang departed, Sun Mao introduced another individual into the restaurant, an upright man with pronounced brows. Shortly after entering, this man engaged Liu Hai in a deep conversation. He was none other than Xiao Long, the director of the Yunshan County Public Security Bureau. In the following days, Liu Hai relentlessly spread the word in Shihe town, declaring his intention to confront Chen Jingdong in a decisive battle. 5 Matzi, Lu Chuyang, Yang Sandog, and others repeatedly asserted in town that if Chen Jingdong dared to appear at Tinggu, he would surely meet his end. Even Zhang Xihai vocally demanded that Chen Jingdong pay the price for his actions. Astute observers recognized that Liu Hai and his associates were deliberately provoking Chen. Upon his return, Chen Jingdong had indeed stirred considerable unrest in the town, for he had once been a dominant force in the area. What perplexed them immensely was how Chen Jingdong seemed to cower in the face of Liu Hai's various provocations, offering not a single response. This was not in accordance with his character. What they failed to comprehend was that Chen Jingdong was not cowardly. Rather, he was seething with anger at Liu Hai's myriad sardonic taunts. However, he was astute enough to recognize that without his men from Shihe town, any public retort would render him no match for Liu Hai and his cohorts. He had been in contact with the South all along. This man had been absent for so many years, and no one knew what he had been up to during that time. On this particular day, at the Yunshan City bus station, Chen Jingdong stood at the entrance as a minibus from the south came to a halt. Out stepped a dozen individuals, each carrying a backpack, unmistakably not locals. Upon meeting them, Chen Jingdong embraced each one in turn before leading them away from the bus station. Wang Sherwin had comrades working at the bus station and promptly informed Liu Hai. That day, Liu Hai and his group were foraging for wild fruits on the back mountain, where the lake was a treasure trove of exquisite aquatic resources. The back mountain was equally abundant with wild fruit trees, particularly mulberry trees. Since Dong Xinyu had a penchant for mulberries, Liu Hai was busily gathering them in a basket. Yang Sandog commented that Chen Jingdong was likely recruiting a band of outlaws, suggesting they should inform Uncle Ma about it beforehand. Uncle Ma replied that if they engaged in a brawl without notifying him this time, he would no longer wish to associate with them, feeling that they did not regard him as one of their own. Previously, after Liu Hai had thoroughly beaten Ba Lizi at the health clinic, Wu Matzi from Simitu village felt particularly aggrieved, constantly lamenting that Liu Hai had sent him to the police station too soon. No matter the circumstances, Ba Lizi ought to have been handed over to them, so they could have given him a few slaps before he was taken away. What a joke it was to think they could act with impunity in the reeds by the lake, as though they were invisible. Thus, upon hearing that Liu Hai had directly challenged Chen Jingdong, Wu Matzi was ever prepared, ready to rally the villagers of Simitu as soon as Liu Hai gave the word. Liu Hai popped a mulberry into his mouth, the ripe fruit bursting with natural sweetness, lifting his spirits. He glanced at the basket, which was already quite full, and decided to forage for wild mushrooms, planning to prepare a mushroom chicken soup for Dong Xinyu at noon. He remarked, "Who said I intend to clash with them? As for the others, they should steer clear of the lake that day. I can handle them all by myself." Upon hearing this, Yang Sandog hurriedly made his way through the grass, exclaiming, "What do you mean? You plan to face them alone? Are you serious?" Wang Sherwin just sent word that these individuals resemble outlaws and might be armed. How could you confront them alone? What if something goes awry? Stop talking nonsense. Chapter 117. The thief at the door. Do you think I intend to engage him in a direct confrontation? I'll gather enough wild mushrooms. That's sufficient. Let us head down the mountain. Yang Sandog quickly followed, perplexed. What do you mean? You're not planning a direct fight? Why do we go to such lengths to provoke him? Liu Hai, feeling the mountain breeze, gazed at the crystal-clear spring water before him. A sudden thought struck him. Isn't this water far purer than the brand of mineral water that will taste of earthiness decades from now? Indeed. He contemplated the idea of bottling water. However, it seemed that bottled water would likely not find a market now, as everyone was struggling through life, content with plain boiled water, and few would spend money on it. Perhaps it was wiser to focus on Huang Laowan's nutrient solution instead. He casually remarked that sometimes action is necessary to deter certain miscreants, merely to prevent them from repeatedly causing us trouble. This is what establishing authority entails. Yet, if every situation calls for gathering a large group to act, what would that make us? A criminal organization? Rest assured, I have already met with Director Xiao of the County Bureau once. This Qin Jingdong is not as simple as we presumed. He still has many unresolved issues from his time in the county, and now it's his misfortune. Yang Senga soon realized the implication. Are we to let the police handle them? Obviously, from now on, no one will dare to contest our claim to the resources of Tingu. We shall diligently pursue our endeavors. After Liu Hai spoke, he picked a watermelon from the roadside. It was not cultivated by villagers, but sprouted from seeds spat out by someone enjoying a watermelon the previous year. These wild watermelon vines are not fertilized and typically yield fruits no larger than 2 fists. Yet, the sweetness of these watermelons is exceptional, indistinguishable from their wild counterparts. Dong Xinyu particularly enjoyed these small watermelons, and Liu Hai gathered a few for her. Yang Sengu trailed behind, incessantly questioning him, to which Liu Hai responded bit by bit. Naturally, this matter was kept from Dong Xinyu. Currently, she was enveloped in Liu Hai's warmth, never burdened by such concerns. The young girl spent her days at home, harvesting vegetables and patiently awaiting the arrival of her little one. Fourth Aunt was busy slicing and drying string beans, and upon seeing Liu Hai descending from the back mountain, she quickly tended to the wild mushrooms he had gathered. Liu Hai fetched some well water to soak the watermelons in, creating a natural refrigerator. Before long, the chimney of Liu's tile-roofed house began to emit smoke. 3 days later, in the county town, a young associate of Wang Sherwin deliberately spread rumors at the county guest house, claiming that Liu Hai would go to Tingu today to inspect goods. Upon receiving this news, a young fellow spat in disdain. After lingering in the village for so long, he was finally about to venture out. Donggu, what kind of scene do you plan to create? Qin Jingdong lit a cigarette and, after a moment of silence, stated that there should be no killing. Only incapacitating and instilling fear would suffice. Of course, if he resists, then he should be buried. Remember to act deep within the reeds. Afterward, make your way to Sangongzi, where a boat will be waiting for you. Do not hesitate. The young fellow nodded, calling for the others in the room, each preparing their tools to tuck into their pockets. Today, we are merely playing a game. Capturing that lad is all that matters. Do not engage with the others, understood? Understood. Let us go. Thus, the group set forth. Qin Jingdong was exceedingly cunning. After the others departed, he lingered in the guest house room for an extended period, ensuring that there was no movement outside before finally vacating the premises. However, he overestimated his own significance. From the moment they settled in this location, individuals from the county bureau had been surveilling them. Moreover, they had long since devised plans regarding their intentions, including for Qin Jingdong, who, the instant he stepped out of the guest house, fell within the county bureau's surveillance range. As for Liu Hai, he had heard tales of Tingu, a place that had been historically tumultuous. In the past, the reed beds had often concealed notorious bandits, and rival factions frequently clashed over control of the waterways. It was only in recent decades that a semblance of tranquility had returned. The gentle boat glided over the glistening waters of Tinggu in August. As Liu Hai and Yang Sandog navigated through the river channel, entering the Sangangzi area, crouching by a shallow bank, Liu Hai and Yang Sandog stealthily approached a wild duck. When they were mere meters away, Yang Sandog lunged forward, seizing the duck with glee. What a plump creature. At least 4 or 5 pounds. Perfect for replenishing my sister-in-law's strength. Liu Hai chuckled as he joined him, weighing the duck before securing it with a rope and tossing it into the boat. Let us gather some wild duck eggs, but not too many, and maybe catch a couple of hefty mandarin fish as well. Before long, they spotted a robust fish revealing its back amidst the reeds, its tail twisting enticingly. It was likely to weigh over 3 pounds. Yang Sandog retrieved a net and whispered, "Can we eat the long beans my sister-in-law dried yesterday?" Liu Hai replied with a grin, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I be catching mandarin fish? This one's quite fatty, boiled with dried long beans. It's simply divine." Cautiously, Yang Sandog approached, aware of the sharp spines along the fish's back. He crouched down and cast the net. "Got it," he exclaimed as the fish struggled within the net, which he promptly tossed into the boat. They then noticed a group of yellow ducks swimming nearby, each about the size of a palm. The broth made from such wild creatures was renowned for its exquisite flavor, devoid of any earthy taste, with meat so sweet it melted in the mouth. A handful of flour and a sprinkle of chopped scallions would elevate the dish to a celestial delight. Thus, the two prepared to catch a few for their return. As time passed, they appeared no different from the usual fishermen. Eventually, a few boats from the south arrived, powered by a 195 diesel engine. A group of individuals stood proudly aboard, exuding an air of swagger reminiscent of the protagonists in Hong Kong films, indulging in their self-importance. To them, they were significant players from the south, easily dominating the local simpletons. The boat docked at the shallow bank where Liu Hai and his companion were situated. The leader was the first to leap onto solid ground. Surrounded by the swaying reeds, this group displayed a level of arrogance previously unseen. They brandished weapons that typically remained hidden. The leader, with a few swift motions, fired a shot into the sky, signaling their arrival. In the reed marsh, the wild chickens and ducks, along with various birds, were startled into a frenzied flight by the sudden gunfire. Liu Hai, who was calling out for the yellow ducks, and Yang Sandog turned their heads. The leader, with an exaggerated expression, gazed at them and questioned whether they had heard the sound. "You know it's the real deal now, right? Come, tell me, which one of you is Liu Hai? My friend wants to have a word with you. If we can come to an agreement, it might just be a joyous occasion for everyone today. If not, I've heard you recently wed, is that correct? Then, I fear your family might be preparing for a funeral today." The others erupted in laughter, clearly relishing the predicament of Liu Hai. Liu Hai and Yang Sandog merely exchanged glances before resuming their call for the yellow ducks. Perhaps sensing Liu Hai's indifference, the man fired 2 more shots into the air. "Am I speaking to you? Can't you hear me? Or is my gunfire not loud enough?" He continued to discharge several rounds into the sky, completely losing himself in the moment amidst the reeds. Liu Hai sighed and turned to him. "You wish to talk to me? Very well, come closer." The crowd found this amusing. "Chi-gu, has this guy's brain been rattled by gunfire? He seems unafraid of you." They laughed. Liu Hai remarked, "Are you suggesting I should never appear in the listening lake area again? Let us skip the chatter and come with us." The one who called out to Chi-gu had no intention of further banter. He approached Liu Hai, ready to seize him, mindful of the urgency to avoid drawing attention from nearby fishermen. However, as he reached Liu Hai and attempted to grab him, Liu Hai swiftly struck him across the face. The force of the slap sent his head tilting at an awkward angle, leaving him momentarily dazed, his face twitching in humiliation. Recovering, he aimed his gun at Liu Hai, threatening, "I'll blow your head off." But suddenly, a swarm of police emerged from the reeds. "Do not move. Drop your weapons. Everyone get down." The man was taken aback, his hand trembling as his weapon clattered to the ground. Liu Hai picked it up and fired a shot. Before the man could react, Liu Hai unleashed a flurry of shots. Afterward, he disdainfully remarked, "You think that flimsy act could intimidate me?" Finally coming to his senses, the man realized he had been duped as he faced a line of police officers. Liu Hai cast a scornful glance at him, continuing his fishing, his tone low yet cutting. "What caliber of individual do you think I would bother to scheme against?" As the group behind him regained their composure, they scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat. Yet, a sudden wail of police sirens echoed down the river. Drop your weapons and stay down. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution. The group stood frozen in shock, confronted by armed police officers. Each one, filled with reluctance, obediently crouched down. Is this for real? Yang Sandog muttered in confusion, hastily retrieving the weapon that had fallen into the water. After a lengthy observation, someone remarked that it was indeed a fabrication. Brother Hai, how did you discern that they were employing counterfeit means to intimidate people? Liu Hai, with a smile, expressed his gratitude to our diligent law enforcement officers for their recent investigations. Otherwise, he would not have dared to place himself in such a perilous situation. He then addressed an officer, saying, "Thank you for safeguarding the common folk." The head officer nodded, affirming, "It is our duty." Liu Hai continued, "My wife has a penchant for the wild yellow ducks from Ting Lake. I plan to catch a few pounds for her nourishment. Please convey my appreciation to Director Xiao, as I intend to express my gratitude personally in the coming days." The chief officer pondered briefly, then replied, "Very well, but please ensure your safety. We shall return to the station to process the case." Liu Hai responded amicably, then resumed fishing with his net, as if nothing had transpired. The chief officer gestured for his team to depart. However, as they captured the group and navigated their boat around the reed beds of Sangongzi, preparing to enter the waterway, they were startled to discover an alarming assembly of 50 to 60 vessels docked at the entrance. On one side were the villagers of Sima village led by Wu Matzi, while on the other stood the villagers of Chaoyang village, accompanied by Lu Chuyang and Uncle Yang from Ponching village. The villagers remained silent, standing resolutely on their boats, casting an oppressive gaze upon the officers and their entourage of young men from the south. The lead officer felt a chilling sensation, and the young men were visibly shaken. The officer turned to Qi Ge and demanded, "Do you comprehend what you are dealing with? Do not think you can deceive us with these counterfeit tactics. Even if you manage to take Liu Hai away today, do you believe you can navigate through this reed bed?" Qi Ji's lips quivered and paled, while the more timid young men nearly lost control of themselves. The officers had struck a nerve. They had not anticipated such a multitude of villagers awaiting their arrival. Meanwhile, Liu Hai appeared as an ordinary fisherman, calmly casting his nets and gathering fish, exuding an unsettling tranquility that left the others drenched in cold sweat. Internally, they cursed Chen Jingdong fiercely. Wasn't he merely a small-time ruffian? Yet, his persuasive prowess was beyond that of an ordinary troublemaker. The situation escalated further. The lead officer called out to the villagers, urging them to clear the way, stating that the suspects had been apprehended and the police would provide an explanation. Yet, the villagers remained unmoved. Faced with this indifference, the officers had no choice but to call out to Liu, "We need you to speak. We are pressed for time to return to the station." Liu Hai finally turned around and addressed the crowd of small wooden boats with a smile. "Uncle San, Uncle Matzi, please do not impede the officers in their duties." Wu Matzi and Lu Chuyang simultaneously gestured, and the tightly packed vessels quickly parted to create a passage. This scene left one of the young men from the south in utter disbelief, his lips trembling. This guy is the king of Ting Lake. With just a word, he commands such loyalty. Chen Jingdong sent us to apprehend him, threatening him? Is he deliberately trying to undermine us? Unbelievable. Ji Ji's expression was as sinister as a venomous snake. After all these years of brotherhood, how could he betray us so ruthlessly? Well, let it not be said that I shall hold back. Soon, the police boat departed from this area. Once they had left, Wu Matzi maneuvered the boat to the shallow shoal. "Xiao Hai, do not take such matters lightly in the future. What jest are you making with us? Confronting these ruffians alone? What if those thugs are armed for real? Indeed, do not toy with us like this. Let me be clear. Our ancestors have always fought and thrived on this lake. Have we ever feared anyone? Allowing an outsider to reign supreme on this lake, as if our two villages no longer existed?" The number of people gathering on the shoal increased, each one beginning to scold Liu Hai. Wu Matzi noticed Liu Hai was still fishing, ignoring their remarks. He immediately turned his ire towards third uncle Lu Chuyang, saying, "This is your fault. Xinyu loves the yellow duck call from the lake. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Don't keep sending your nephew here. It's unsafe. If you want something to eat, whether it be wild chickens, wild ducks, or the yellow duck call, just give us a heads up, and we'll deliver fresh catches to your door every day." Chapter 119. The God of Wealth. The others joined in the chorus of complaints. This is the taste of being the God of wealth. The world is pragmatic. Lone wolves who prefer to feast alone will never be favored. Yet if you can lead a group to prosperity, those around you become your loyal companions. In a past life, with a fortune of billions. Liu Hai deemed such a life a failure. Although he had dominated everyone with force, in his final moments, he had experienced the essence of humanity through those around him. In this life, he was determined not to repeat those mistakes. Standing amidst the crowd, Liu Hai smiled and expressed his gratitude to all. One truth remained: the fruits of one's labor are the sweetest. After bidding farewell to everyone present, Wu Matzi and Lu Chuyang recognized the need for safety in the area around the lake. They began to discuss forming a small team in conjunction with Panxing Village, dedicated to ensuring the safety of the fishermen operating in this region. Liu Hai did not partake in this discussion. Upon returning home, he busied himself with cooking and other domestic tasks, like an ordinary man. Regarding the events of the day, everyone chose to keep Liu Hai's troubles hidden, primarily to spare Xiaoni's worries. Pregnant women, especially sensitive girls like Dong Xinyu, are prone to overthinking. That evening, Boss Kai from the county town received news from the factory regarding the situation at the lake. Particularly upon hearing that Chun Jingdong's men had been surrounded by dozens of boats, he completely lost his temper in the office. Chang Yongda from the factory could no longer remain calm. He paced back and forth in the office, muttering, "We can't withstand this. Whether it's the useless Ba Lizi you found, or that Chun Jingdong, they are all beneath us. They simply cannot compete with Liu Hai. We are wasting our time here." Boss Kai chain-smoked, feeling utterly frustrated. 200,000, just like that, gone to waste. "Old Chang, can you truly accept this?" "I cannot accept it." Chang Yongda looked at him, emotions swirling, but what could he do? The young man has now become the king of Listening Lake, with the inhabitants of 3 nearby villages rallying around him. Who could possibly rival him? "Have you heard? Chun Jingdong has already been apprehended." "What is the story?" Boss Kai shivered at the thought. Those southerners have betrayed him. Of course, this was all part of the trap set by Liu Hai in collaboration with the police. "Old Kai, I truly cannot remain in this place any longer. You may stay if you wish. I have already purchased a train ticket to the south. Take care of yourself." As Chang Yongda spoke, he departed from the office. Upon hearing this, Boss Kai grew anxious and hurriedly pursued him, attempting various forms of persuasion. Yet this time, Chang Yongda had resolved firmly. Not even a herd of oxen could sway him. This is a classic case of a powerful dragon unable to subdue the local snake. It's futile to linger any longer. After a night had passed, Liu Hai met with Chun Jingdong at the county police station. Chen was particularly indignant, but what could he do? This fellow is likely to spend a long time behind bars. After leaving the police station, Liu Hai made his way to Sun Maocai's restaurant. During Liu Hai's time at the police station, Dong Xinyu, along with San Shu and Wu Matzi, had visited the agricultural machinery cooperative. They purchased 2 195-type diesel engines, costing over 3,000 yuan, a gift from Liu Hai to the Listening Lake security team. Afterward, Dong Xinyu joined them at Sun Maocai's restaurant. In the kitchen, Sun Maocai's voice boomed. "Don't add any chili peppers, not even a trace. Minimize the use of MSG. I'm not joking here. This is for my sister-in-law. And make sure to wash the vegetables thoroughly." Upon entering, Liu Hai called out through the kitchen window, "Director Sun, are you going to cook yourself?" Sun Maocai hurriedly emerged, scratching his head. "Does my sister-in-law have any dietary restrictions?" Liu Hai laughed heartily. "No need to be so cautious. If my girl finds something inedible." She went to reach for her chopsticks. San Shu and Wu Matzi were at the table. They should certainly be served some special dishes to accompany their drinks. Moreover, why do you refer to Xinyu as your sister-in-law? It feels as though the generational hierarchy is confused. To be precise, Director Sun is actually a few years older than San Shu Lu Chuyang, yet he casually calls Liu Hai brother, which leaves Liu Hai a bit disoriented. Sun Maocai quickly added, "Oh, it's all informal. Calling you brother feels more affectionate." "I don't mind, so why should you?" he urged. "Hurry to the table. Your San Shu caught a black fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds a few days ago. I'll prepare it for you shortly." "All right, thank you." Liu Hai chuckled as he made his way to the back courtyard. The Sun Maocai restaurant has now become their communal dining hall. Whenever the group visits the county, they typically gather in the back courtyard to drink, never occupying the main dining area. Upon reaching the courtyard, Dong Xinyu naturally extended her hand. "You're back." Liu Hai took her hand and sat beside her, resting his hand on her belly. "Are you tired? Is the little one behaving well inside?" "Yes, quite well, very obedient." Knowing that mommy has matters to attend to, so hasn't he caused any fuss? Dong Xinyu replied with a smile, revealing 2 charming dimples, incredibly lovely. "That is wonderful." Liu Hai responded with a grin, preparing to discuss the diesel engines with Sanshu and the others. Boss Kai suddenly appeared in the backyard, his countenance somewhat somber. Liu Hai, come here. I need to discuss something with you. The atmosphere grew tense as Wu Matzi furrowed his brow. Your connection to Qin Jingdong is undeniable, isn't it? Do you still have the audacity to show your face here? Boss Kai's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Wu Matzi, and the two men exchanged a fierce stare, igniting a spark of conflict. Wu Matzi and Lu Chuyang stood up in unison. Dong Xinyu, perplexed, inquired, Third uncle. What's going on? Who is Qin Jingdong? Liu Hai gently squeezed her hand, reassuring her, it's nothing. You all continue eating. I will have a word with him. Okay. Dong Xinyu replied obediently. Liu Hai turned to Boss Kai. You didn't come here to argue, did you? Boss Kai, with a grim expression, replied. I have no desire to quarrel with you. Didn't you express interest in acquiring my factory recently? If you are sincere, then let us discuss it. With that, he turned and returned to the hall. Acquiring his factory? When did you develop this idea, Xiao Hai? I've never heard you mention it before, Lu Chuyang asked, bewildered. Liu Hai responded, I'll explain it to you later. This is the most significant change for our food factory. You all eat, don't wait for me. After giving Dong Xinyu a reassuring and warm smile, he proceeded to the main hall. In the corner of the hall, Boss Kai sat alone, appearing somewhat disheveled. A stark contrast to his previous grandiosity in Yinshan County, clearly indicating his readiness to relinquish the food factory. As Liu Hai took a seat across from him, Boss Kai spoke directly. The equipment in the factory has been refurbished according to the standards of the factory in Gangqing, costing me 200,000. You propose to acquire it for 10,000? That is simply impossible. The lowest I can accept is 50,000, and we can sign the contract today. Do you not recall how I expressed my stance previously? Boss Kai continued. 50,000. What gives you the confidence to propose such a figure? Do you think I am desperate for your factory? Liu Hai immediately displayed a commanding presence. This was a skill honed through countless acquisition negotiations in his past life. And now, he was the one in the position of power. Boss Kai's expression soured as he gazed into Liu Hai's unwavering eyes. Feeling the pressure of authority emanating from him, he could not fathom why a mere farmer from such a small place possessed such an aura. After a brief silence, he looked at Liu Hai and said, I've made it clear, 10,000 is simply out of the question. I have invested 200,000. And if you were to take over my factory, it would be a boon for you. You seem to be misjudging your own position. Liu Hai maintained the pressure, stating, First, my willingness to acquire your factory does not stem from any need for your so-called advantage. The production capacity of the small silverfish is limited. I have already achieved a balance in the factory's acquisition and sales, and there is no need to open another production line. Your notion of an advantage holds no interest for me. Second, my intention to acquire your factory is solely to eliminate the nuisance you represent. Your presence has been a detriment to Yinshan County. Thirdly, if my memory serves me right, the acquisition price was 10,000. However, if you delay by just 1 day, I shall deduct 1,000. So how many days have passed? You can calculate that yourself. Upon hearing this, Boss Kai abruptly stood up, his emotions spiraling out of control as he glared at Liu Hai. When did you ever say that delaying by 1 day would result in a deduction of 1,000? You clearly stated 500. How can you, so young, utter such nonsense without a hint of embarrassment? Is it 500? Liu Hai pretended to recall. Perhaps I remembered it incorrectly. Yet now, I find myself regretting that. Deducting 100 is too little. The best I can offer you is 8,000. If you find that agreeable, we can sign the contract today. No way, that's out of the question. With that, Liu Hai stood up to leave. The impact of Liu Hai's words sent Boss Kai's mindset into disarray. His partner had already left the factory, which now employed over 200 people, all of whom needed to be fed and paid. The factory lacked raw materials for production. Every day of delay meant greater losses. Not to mention this 8,000. If things continued down this path, the factory's ultimate value might not even reach 800. Liu Hai had him pinned down, like a piece of meat on the chopping block, leaving him with no alternatives. Just as Liu Hai was about to exit the lobby, Boss Kai hurriedly called out, Wait. I need 8,000 in cash, and it must be today? If you find that acceptable, we can proceed with our collaboration. His voice was somewhat loud, drawing the attention of many in the lobby, who were puzzled about the nature of their conversation. Liu Hai paused at the door, casting a glance at Dong Xinyu, who was watching him from the courtyard, and smiled wryly. Not done yet, just wait for me. Okay, you go ahead, the young lady replied with a gentle smile. She then placed a bowl at the spot where Liu Hai had been sitting, filled with many of his favorite dishes. This was a thoughtful gesture by Dong Xinyu, who feared he might work late and neglect his meal. Liu Hai approached Sun Maokai, who immediately understood and hurriedly lowered his voice to interrupt. Don't say a word. I'll have someone prepare 8,000. I'll have Wu Matzi bring it over later. He was afraid Liu Hai would brazenly ask him for a loan. If word got out that he borrowed 8,000, the entire Yinshan County would know that Sun Maokai had become a wealthy man. His facade of smoking economic cigarettes would be rendered utterly meaningless. This fellow still had such a timid disposition. Goodness, lending out 8,000 without batting an eyelash. It seems you have indeed made quite a profit. Keep your voice down. There are still many county officials sitting here. If they hear us, who knows what trouble it might stir. Sun Maokai quickly interrupted Liu Hai. Liu Hai laughed heartily. All right, I'll have Sihai deliver it to you tonight. Thanks. Soon. Liu Hai found himself seated before Boss Kai. That afternoon, Liu Hai and Boss Kai reached an agreement. The representatives from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission also arrived. Initially, they were filled with hope at Boss Kai's arrival, believing this was a port city owner who could potentially revitalize the factory. However, the outcome was utterly disappointing. Not a single positive result to show for it, which did not go unnoticed by the higher-ups. Thus, the handover proceeded very smoothly. Old Chen and Old Huang also came by. After the handover, it was already past 6 in the evening, and the two elderly men stood in the factory, filled with fervor, especially for Old Chen, who has spent his youth in this factory. He once believed he would never return. Yet, unexpectedly, I have returned. Thank you. Xiao Lu. For individuals like Old Chen, having reached this age, the pursuit of monetary gain has lost its allure. Instead, they yearn to excel in their endeavors, as a means to honor their own lives. Liu Hai chuckled, remarking that our enterprise is merely in its infancy. Soon, we shall witness the launch of Uncle Huang's milk beverages. Rest assured, it won't be long before we extend our reach nationwide. The two elderly gentlemen, both in their 60s, felt invigorated by Liu Hai's words, their spirits aflame with renewed energy. By the end of August, Liu Hai consolidated the operations of 2 factories. The first step involved the expansion of the factory in Panqing Village, where Boss Kai had left behind production lines, now intended to be relocated to Panqing Village. The spicy fish products will continue to be produced there, as Liu Hai is determined not to strip the villagers of their hopes tied to the factory, which will be named Xinyu Subsidiary Food Factory No. 1. As for the factory in the county, it will transition to full beverage production, becoming Xinyu Subsidiary Food Factory No. 2. With the consolidation of the 2 factories completed, Liu Hai shifted his focus to the beverages at the second factory. The original workforce of 200, having been through the tenure of Boss Kai, is now acutely aware of the precariousness of their jobs and thus cherishes their positions even more. Daily, passionate discussions erupt within the factory regarding the packaging, flavor, and production methods of dairy products. All is progressing positively. Liu Hai treats his employees well. Despite the second factory not yielding profits in the immediate term, he has ensured that no wages have been withheld. The expenses are considerable. After taking over the second factory, initial costs included over 3,000 for boiler equipment, with the most significant expenditure being the installation of a telephone line connecting to Panqing Village's factory No. 1, costing over 5,000, half a 10,000 yuan household. In September, the final plan for the milk beverage was established. However, Liu Hai encountered a challenge, the necessity for a bottling production line. To secure this line, Old Chun and Huang Laoguan sought assistance far and wide, ultimately contacting a neighboring county's state-owned canning factory, which was discarding a second-hand bottling line. On the day of negotiations, Huang Laoguan was nearly incensed enough to overturn the table, exclaiming that a newly constructed production line would cost no more than 5,000. Yet, they were being asked for 8,000 for a decade-old, discarded product. Is this how you conduct business? The opposing party maintained an arrogant stance, insisting on 8,000, with no room for negotiation. The atmosphere grew tense as Liu Hai observed the factory leaders, adorned in their liberation caps, fully aware of their advantage in the situation. They knew the urgency of Liu Hai's need left little room for bargaining. This was the only second-hand bottling line available. In the end, Huang Laoguan was restrained, and one of the factory leaders extended a hand, stating, 8,000 it is. We shall take it. Chapter 121. The Dilemma of Factory No. 2. Several rounds of negotiations had already transpired, yet the pricing remained stagnant. It was evident to all that the opposing party was intentionally making things difficult. Due to their apprehension regarding Liu Hai, they resorted to producing canned goods, yet burdened by the intricate web of relationships, they set an exorbitant price, hoping to dissuade Liu Hai and his associates. No one anticipated that Liu Hai would so readily acquiesce. Huang Laoguan felt a profound sense of frustration, yet he found himself powerless. After a moment of silence among the factory leaders, the director addressed Liu Hai, asking if he was certain of his decision. Yes, I am certain. I can make the payment today and arrange for someone to come and collect it, Liu Hai replied resolutely. Another factory leader interjected, young man, have you thought this through? Let me make this clear. Once you purchase it and take it away, we will not accept any returns. Liu Hai responded, very well. Do you have any further questions? The factory leaders exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, the director instructed a nearby worker named Xiao Tang. Go arrange for the workers to move the equipment out. You are responsible for this matter. After saying this, he departed, clearly reluctant to sell to Liu Hai. However, the words had been spoken, and retracting would create complications with the county officials, who might accuse them of deliberate obstruction. Xiao Tang promptly acknowledged the directive. Now, with the newly acquired canning line, Factory 2 could finally commence mass production. After a series of handovers, Liu Hai's team began to load the outdated, rusting equipment from their warehouse onto the vehicle. Huang Laoguan felt a deep sense of discontent. He calculated in his mind that since Xiao Lu took over the factory, he had already invested 20 to 30,000, yet after a couple of months, the factory had yet to generate a single penny in revenue. Meanwhile, the cafeteria served meat at every meal, and the workers received their wages without fail. This was a tangible outflow of funds. In these times, people were particularly concerned about appearances, leaving Huang Laoguan feeling immensely guilty. After a long pause, he remarked, Xiao Lu, it's all my fault. If I had allowed Factory 2 to produce spicy dried fish from the outset, we would likely have turned a profit by now. No, Uncle Huang. Please don't think that way. Every beginning is difficult. In the future, your milk products will surely reach nationwide markets. The prospects ahead far surpass those of dried fish. Now, let us get in the truck and take a deep breath, Liu Hai said with a smile as he opened the truck door. Huang Laoguan sighed and climbed aboard. 8,000 yuan had been spent on a heap of rusted scrap metal. The atmosphere among the 200 factory workers was equally heavy. Upon Liu Hai's return to Ponqing village, it was already after work hours, yet no worker had left the factory. They all gazed silently at the pile of equipment in the center. Eventually, Huang Laoguan walked in from outside and exclaimed, what are you all staring at? Get to work. Remember this production line. We must strive to prove ourselves and honor Liu Boss's unwavering investment. The workers, silent yet resolute, gradually immersed themselves in the assembly process. In September, Ponqing village was kissed by a cool mountain breeze. After dinner, Liu Hai took out paper and pen, scribbling under the tungsten lamp. Day and night blended into one. This had been Liu Hai's state for over a month. Dong Xinyu felt an overwhelming concern for Liu Hai. After tidying up the house, she placed a cup of water beside Liu Hai and embraced his neck from behind, her delicate face pressing against his. What are you writing, Liu Hai? She inquired, glancing at the electronic watch and Raimi. Liu Hai turned to plant a gentle kiss on Dong Xinyu's lips, tenderly supporting her as she sat beside him. Has fourth aunt returned to the factory? Yes, she has already gone back. Dong Xinyu, with some effort, settled beside Liu Hai, her head naturally resting on his shoulder, one hand cradling her burgeoning belly. Calculating the days, she realized she was already 6 or 7 months pregnant. Her reactions were particularly pronounced, leaving her feeling exhausted each day. Liu Hai brushed back the hair that fell over her forehead. Uncle Huang's dairy products at the second factory will soon be in mass production. I suspect I'll need to make a trip to the south. To the south? Dong Xinyu asked, puzzled. Liu Hai picked up a newspaper and pointed to a headline about a food exhibition. I plan to take our spicy dried fish series and beverages to participate in this fair. We aim to make a splash on the national stage. He added, additionally, the factory is currently facing a shortage of funds, and I need to secure some money. Dong Xinyu glanced at the newspaper and nestled closer to him. You don't need to worry about me. Fourth aunt and our neighbors from Ponqing village are here. I'm fine. The young woman was both virtuous and gentle. She would never add a hint of psychological burden to Liu Hai for anything he wished to pursue. She managed the household finances and was acutely aware of the factory's operational status. She then picked up a piece of paper Liu Hai had written on. Are you preparing to resell electronic watches and Raimi? Indeed, Dong Xinyu, with her delicate voice, always intuitively understood Liu Hai's thoughts. Liu Hai grabbed another newspaper. In this era, immense wealth often lay hidden within the pages of these newspapers. Those with agile minds could swiftly discover opportunities for sudden riches. Liu Hai showed her an article about the hardships faced by American imperialism. The report stated that while the U.S. economy had been in turmoil, it was beginning to show signs of recovery. Don't underestimate these few words. Such a recovery allowed many domestically to become wealthy overnight. With the U.S. economy rebounding, the clothing market began to flourish, resulting in a surge in demand for textiles and causing global prices for ramie and cotton to skyrocket. During the mid-1980s in China, the price of ramie and cotton soared from 2 yuan per pound to 8 or 9 yuan, all due to the massive export of textiles to the U.S. Liu Hai would not miss this opportunity. He planned to stockpile ramie. Listening to Liu Hai's animated discourse, Dong Xinyu's gaze fell upon the dark circles under his eyes. The sensitive young woman suddenly felt a pang in her heart, leaning tightly against Liu Hai, her long eyelashes glistening with moisture. Liu Hai, somewhat anxious, asked, "What's wrong?" Dong Xinyu, closing her eyes, nestled closer. "You work so hard every day, yet I can't help you at all, you silly man." Liu Hai gently held her shoulders. "You're carrying our little one. What help can you provide? Stop overthinking." "I just feel a bit uncomfortable," Dong Xinyu pouted, her expression one of grievance. Liu Hai smiled and gently kissed her, saying, "All right, I will heed your words. We shall not work tonight and retire early." Good," she replied. Liu Hai rose and assisted Dong Xinyu to the bed. After they turned off the lights, Dong Xinyu inquired again about how the electronic watches would be managed, pondering whether they would be sourced from the southern regions for resale. Chapter 122. Farewell to the makeshift troupe. It must be said, this woman is somewhat perplexing. Typically, a woman's physique and appearance undergoes significant changes during pregnancy, yet Dong Xinyu, 6 to 7 months along, exhibited little more than a burgeoning belly. Her long, slender legs remained devoid of any excess flesh, as did the rest of her body. Liu Hai embraced her gently, offering an explanation. Initially, he had intended to seize this opportunity to acquire the county's state-owned electrical appliance factory. However, the complexity of the factory far exceeded his expectations. It was the largest state-owned enterprise in the county, employing over 1,000 individuals, with dozens of factory leaders, all of whom were legitimate state officials. Mayor Yang aimed to privatize the factory, leading to intense resistance from the workforce. Reports indicated that numerous workers were writing denunciation letters against Mayor Yang. Liu Hai pondered the situation. Was it prudent to invest 200,000 in such a volatile enterprise? Furthermore, with the emergence of Huang Laowan's milk nutrient solution from the second factory, his direction shifted dramatically. While he would still pursue the electronic sector, he realized he could not simultaneously tackle this powder keg. It would be wiser to first establish a beverage line and then explore smaller, high-profit ventures. As for the electrical appliance factory, he decided to let them determine their own fate. This tendency to overreach is a common flaw among those who have been reborn. Upon returning, they often feel compelled to seize everything at once, risking overextension. The electronic watch, even in his past life, was a seldom noticed opportunity for great wealth. Presently, for instance, a Shanghai brand mechanical watch costs over 100, far beyond the means of the average person, due to high production costs. However, electronic watches could have their costs drastically reduced, potentially to mere dollars, which is why Liu Hai focused on this avenue. The surprises that electronic watches might bring could far surpass all his current endeavors. Dong Xinyu listened quietly, inspired by Liu Hai's passionate zeal and determination. Understanding that this man was striving for her and their unborn child, wishing to provide them with the best life possible. After a while, she smiled and said, "Once the little one is born, I will help you. Together, we shall strive for the best life." "Yes, let's work hard together," Liu Hai replied, feeling a deep sense of contentment as they prepared for sleep. In the following 2 days, Liu Hai made another decision. He arranged a room at the second factory and brought Dong Xinyu to the county, where the medical and other facilities were significantly superior. Liu Hai's focus would now be primarily on the beverage sector and electronics, as it would be challenging to manage both ends of Ponqing Village while working tirelessly in the county. Yet, the absence of Dong Xinyu for even a single day left him in a state of unrest, compelling him to bring her over. With the diligent efforts of Uncle Huang and his team, the production line at Factory 2 was finally completed. In optimal conditions, It was determined that they could produce approximately 100 bottles of milk beverages per minute. In the subsequent period, Liu Hai dedicated himself tirelessly alongside Uncle Huang to several initiatives. Firstly, they expanded the entire fruit milk series, introducing a total of 10 products. Secondly, they enlisted several art teachers from the county's middle school to assist in designing cartoon characters for packaging, primarily targeting the children's market. Thirdly, concerning personnel, it was imperative to formalize human resource management, as they were no longer operating as an improvised group in Ponching Village. On that day, all employees from both factories gathered at Factory 2 in the county, totaling 240 individuals, seated in the auditorium. Liu Hai announced the personnel arrangements. Dong Xinyu was appointed general manager of Xinyu Food Company. Lao Chun was named factory director of the Ponching Village branch. Huang Lao was designated as director of the county's second branch, and San Shu was appointed deputy director of the first branch. After these announcements, Liu Hai addressed the audience, expressing his belief that with their collective efforts, they would soon transcend Yunshan County and reach nationwide prominence. Each of them, as founding members of the factory, possessed limitless potential. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Liu Hai then shifted his tone, declaring that from this day forward, Factory 2 would commence full-scale production. The crowd erupted once more in excitement. After the meeting, Dong Xinyu harbored some concerns and approached Liu Hai, expressing, "You must understand, once Factory 2 operates at full capacity, it will begin to incur significant costs. Currently, we have no client orders. Can we sustain this?" Dong Xinyu's apprehensions were not to be taken lightly. They had calculated the cost of their milk beverages, which, excluding labor, amounted to approximately 30 cents per bottle. With the production line capable of generating 100 bottles per minute, they would consume 1,800 yuan per hour. Assuming an 8-hour workday, this would result in a daily expenditure of 14,000 yuan. In the absence of orders, who could bear such a financial burden? Liu Hai glanced at Yang Sandog, who was crouched in the grass, smoking. He reassured, "This is manageable. Just control production capacity and maintain a daily output of 2,000 bottles. I will promptly travel south to seek sales opportunities." Dong Xinyu pondered for a moment and replied, "Understood, I will talk to Lao Huang." He then looked cautiously at Yang Sandog, asking, "Brother Hai, how do you intend to arrange this? Perhaps I should let Dog Brother take on the managerial role?" Liu Hai responded, "He is not suitable. You are the most fitting to manage the food factory. Rest assured, I have other arrangements. Now, go attend to your duties." With that, Liu Hai made his way toward Yang Sandog. Feeling somewhat anxious, Dong Xinyu hurriedly departed, fearing another round of admonishment from Yang Sandog. As Liu Hai approached, Yang Sandog stubbed out his cigarette and stood up, saying, "Brother Hai, I have come to realize that Xinyu is indeed more suited for the managerial position. I cannot concern myself with trivial matters of the factory all day." Liu Hai recently announced personnel arrangements during a staff meeting, having made assignments for everyone except for Yang Sangyu, which sparked a flurry of gossip among the factory workers. When Liu Hai approached, he cast a disdainful glance at Yang, clearly feeling indignant. "What are you pretending for? I can tell what you had for your last meal just by the smell of your nonsense. Come, accompany me to Director Sun's office." Yang Sangyu hurriedly followed behind, saying, "It's just that I'm afraid others will mock me. Managing a factory is vastly different from our dealings in trade. Your temperament is suited only for our ventures." Liu Hai interjected, "Therefore, from now on, you will stay by my side as we engage in grand undertakings." "Engage in grand undertakings? What does that mean?" Yang Sangyu suddenly perked up. Liu Hai elaborated as they walked. While the factory must be managed, Liu Hai had no intention of becoming ensnared in its daily operations. In an era ripe with opportunities for sudden wealth, he was determined not to let any slip away, necessitating Yang Sangyu's assistance. Chapter 123. The hypocritical director Sun Yang Sangyu grew increasingly excited, invigorated by Liu Hai's motivational words, feeling as if he could strike down a bull. Upon reaching the entrance of Sun Moutsai's restaurant, he spotted Sun laughing heartily. "Director Sun, business is booming today. The restaurant is bustling." Sun Moutsai, standing at the door, quickly rushed over, covering Liu Hai's mouth. "Can you refrain from being so indiscreet? At this rate, you'll get us paraded through the streets." Liu Hai looked at him with mild disdain. "Is it really that serious? If we were to be paraded, it wouldn't be you at the forefront. I'd be the first to face the music." "Oh, my situation differs from yours. Hurry inside. The others have arrived. Keep it low-key. The personnel inside are complex. Who knows if someone is watching me?" After scanning the surroundings with vigilance, Sun Maokai swiftly pulled Liu Hai into the restaurant's back courtyard. In a room at the back, 6 or 7 individuals sat awkwardly, each clutching a bag tightly to their chests. Upon Liu Hai's entrance, they all stood up, and Sun Maokai hurriedly locked the door behind them. One individual scrutinized Liu Hai intently, remarking, "Old Sun, is this the young man? Are you sure about this? It doesn't seem like a low-risk situation." The others gazed at Liu Hai with skepticism, primarily due to his youth, which made them uneasy. Dong Xinyu, somewhat perplexed, muttered, "Brother Hai, what is going on? It feels like we're in a shady deal." "Enough chatter. This is business," Liu Hai interrupted, then turned to the others with a beaming smile. "Everyone, have you brought the items?" The others tightened their grips on their bags, their gazes shifting to Sun Maokai. Noticing the tension, Sun Maokai quickly spoke. All right. This young man is an individual entrepreneur from the Xinyu condiments factory. Have I ever let you down in all these years?" He added, "Of course, there's no pressure. If you feel uneasy, you may leave now, and we'll pretend we never met." "He's from the Xinyu condiments factory? So young? Is it possible that this young man has stirred such a commotion at such a tender age?" Several individuals gazed at Liu Hai in disbelief, their initial wariness and mistrust gradually dissipating. Liu Hai then began to elucidate the situation to them, albeit slowly. Yang Sandog found himself utterly perplexed, unsure of the purpose behind Liu Hai and Sun Maokai's gathering of these individuals. After about 10 minutes, Sun Maokai interjected, urging them to cease their rambling and promptly hand over the items before leaving, expressing his anxiety about an unexpected visit from a superior. The others snapped back to reality, agreeing to expedite the process. "Young man, we choose to trust you," one of them declared, producing a neatly wrapped bundle from his bag. Upon unwrapping it, to everyone's astonishment, it turned out to be a substantial amount of cash. Yang Sandog felt a chill run down his spine, bewildered by the unfolding events. "Are we borrowing money?" he inquired. "Indeed, borrowing money, while also providing an opportunity for them to earn some," Liu Hai affirmed, as he began counting the bundles of cash. Yang Sandog, not wishing to fall behind, hurriedly assisted him. The ensuing scenes were rather comical. For instance, an elderly lady revealed 20,000 yuan, prompting an old man nearby to exclaim, "Goodness, Zhang Ma, you've unknowingly saved up 20,000. The lady quickly dismissed his remark. "Nonsense. I gathered this from friends and family." When the old man produced 25,000, the lady shot him a questioning look. "Li Lao Tu, haven't you been fretting over your son's tuition every year? How then do you have so much money hidden away?" It became apparent that, despite their outward appearances of hardship, many among them had quietly amassed considerable savings, each too wary to spend frivolously. After a little over 10 minutes, Liu Hai had received more than 80,000 yuan from their hands. At last, it was Sun Maokai's turn, and all eyes were fixed upon him, brimming with curiosity about how much he had earned since taking over the restaurant. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward as Sun Maokai rummaged through his pockets, producing nothing after an extended search. Zhang Ma scrutinized him. "Director Sun, do you not also intend to contribute? Surely, you wouldn't just encourage us to part with our money while keeping your own hidden?" Another chimed in, "Indeed. You must be the most prosperous among us. I've seen you gain weight since you took over the state-run restaurant." "Enough of this nonsense. I hardly make any money," he retorted. "Do you think I can afford to pay the salaries of the waitstaff and the cooks?" Finally, he revealed a single bundle of cash. "Here's just 1,000. That is all I have left." 1,000? "Surely, you jest, Director Sun. Is that all you've earned?" The crowd was left disheartened, having anticipated a grand display of wealth, only to be met with this meager sum. "What did you expect? If I truly made a fortune, would I be smoking cheap cigarettes? Would I dress in such tattered clothes? I would have invested in a fine suit to appear more sophisticated." Do not be swayed by mere whispers and assumptions from the outside. Do not presume that I have amassed a fortune. Sun Maokai wore a countenance steeped in despondency, clearly engrossed in his role. Yang Sandog regarded him with admiration, noticing the partially ajar drawer revealing a pack of Hongqi Mountain cigarettes. Under the pretense that nothing had transpired, he discreetly assisted in closing the drawer. Liu Hai adjusted himself, addressing the assembly of uncles and aunts with gratitude for their trust. "Rest assured, in a month's time, we shall reconvene in this very place, where I will return your investment along with interest. It would be prudent for us to disperse quickly. The restaurant is teeming with onlookers. Indeed, discretion is wise, young man. You must maintain confidentiality. Do not let it slip." Understood, Zhang Ma, you need not worry. As they hastily exited, murmurs filled the air. How could Director Sun have earned so little? It seemed implausible, given the restaurant's bustling clientele. Even subsection cadre members had to queue patiently for their meals. Sun Maokai peered through the crack of the door, watching them depart. Once he was certain they would not return, he anxiously retrieved the key to a nearby cabinet, calling out for Liu Hai to wait. After removing various blankets and clothing, he unveiled a wooden chest. Come lend a hand, Sandog, he beckoned. What is it? Yang Sandog inquired, intrigued as he approached to assist. After considerable effort, they managed to extract the chest, and after unlocking it, they were greeted by a meticulously organized collection of cash. Liu Hai declared, I have 80,000 here. Do you want it all, or? Chapter 124, Departure to the South. Goodness. Director Sun, you have earned so much. Yang Sandog exclaimed. Sun Maokai hastily placed a hand over his mouth, exclaiming, lower your voice, for heaven's sake. Even Yang Sandog, along with Liu Hai, was astonished by the amount Sun Maokai had garnered. In less than half a year, a single restaurant had yielded 80,000? Meanwhile, through relentless toil at the factory, he barely managed to accumulate over 60,000 at his peak. With a wry smile, he confessed, I am in dire need of funds. I will take it all. Very well. Take it all away. Having such a sum here fills me with trepidation, Sun Maokai replied, grabbing a burlap sack to begin filling it with money. Yang Sandog, not daring to breathe, assisted by tossing bundles of cash into the sack. As they continued this exchange, Liu Hai amassed a total of 160,000. During this process, Yang Sandog also came to realize that this money was not a gift. In a month's time, Liu Hai would owe 5% interest, returning both principal and interest. Yang Sandog meticulously calculated the figures. Once they emerged from the restaurant, burdened with the sack containing 160,000, he nervously remarked, in a month, we need to pay 8,000 in interest to others. Brother Hai, will we be able to earn back that much? The second factory has yet to secure a single order. It felt akin to teetering on the precipice of a cliff, testing their limits. Liu Hai, filled with urgency, understood that he desperately needed capital to secure a substantial return, thereby transforming their current predicament. Yet, with unwavering confidence, he proclaimed, Brother, go home and prepare. We shall depart for the south the day after tomorrow. I will show you the true allure of wealth. Earning money can sometimes be as simple as quenching one's thirst. With that, he shook the burlap sack and strode into the factory. Yang Senga's heart raced, akin to playing with fire. Yet he felt an inexplicable anticipation for the following day. Liu Hai enlisted Sun Maokai to procure train tickets from the provincial capital to Shenzhen. Afterward, Yang Sengu returned with 2 knives. In this era, banking procedures were particularly cumbersome. Thus, possessing such a substantial sum to deposit would likely draw undue attention from authorities. This apprehension was precisely why the affluent households in Yunshan County hesitated to deposit their wealth in banks, conservative and timid, leading many to conceal their money at home. This included itinerant merchants, who typically carried substantial cash for transactions, often encountering the threat of robbery along their journeys. Hence, the greatest peril on their path was not the inability to earn money, but rather the fear of being robbed. To participate in a trade fair in the South, they selected 2 exceptionally capable young men from the factory, both with military backgrounds, one named Wang Wu and the other Tang Ligong. These plans were kept from Dong Xinyu. After a day of rest, the factory had prepared all the goods for the exhibition. In the early hours of the third day, around 4 o'clock, a bus bound for the provincial capital arrived at the factory gates. Liu Hai and his companions loaded their belongings onto the vehicle. At the factory entrance, the expectant Dong Xinyu embraced Liu Hai, her voice tender as she reminded him to eat on time and to prioritize his safety. I'll be waiting for you at home with the little one. Huang Laowan, Zhang Xihai, and several other minor leaders from the second factory were also present. Liu Hai reassured her with a pat on the back, saying everything would proceed smoothly. If the factory feels stifling, let Xihai take you back to Ponching Village. All right. She responded, obedient and gentle like a kitten. Afterward, Liu Hai turned to Zhang Xihai and Huang Laoguan, expressing confidence in their factory's impending national success. Soon, we'll have a steady stream of orders, and every worker will be rewarded handsomely. All right, we await Manager Liu's good news. One leader from the second factory chimed in, prompting applause from the others. Thus, Liu Hai and his 3 companions departed under the gaze of the crowd. Carrying the hopes of everyone at the Xinyu subsidiary food factory, as they ventured toward a promising future. Once the vehicle was out of sight, Dong Xinyu asked Zhang Xihai to escort her back to Panqing village. The young woman preferred the warmth of Panqing village, knowing that as long as she remained there, Liu Hai would feel at ease while away. The journey was bumpy, and after 3 or 4 hours, they arrived at Changzhou train station in the provincial capital. The atmosphere was chaotic, teeming with travelers burdened by luggage. With several hours remaining before the train's departure at 9 o'clock, Liu Hai guided them around the vicinity of the station. Although the current train station lacked any significant electronic wholesale markets, the streets behind it were already lined with dilapidated state-run shops and merchants engaged in various electronic product wholesale activities. Decades later, this road would evolve into the electronic wholesale hub of Jiangdong. Liu Hai meandered through the small shops, inquiring about prices and gaining a clearer understanding of the market value of electronic watches. Among the various electronic watches imported by the port city, the Huajie brand boasts the highest price, retailing between 400 to 500, surpassing even that of mechanical watches. This is, after all, a premium product from Port City. In the marketplace, there are also some contraband goods flowing in from the south, priced around 80. The cheapest can still reach 40 to 50, with an array of styles on display. Liu Hai, in a previous life, had frequented this area, and despite the shabby street, the passers-by were similarly clad in tattered attire. Yet, those who navigate this world are aware that a few major players rake in substantial profits, with daily earnings exceeding 10,000. Among them is a significant figure Liu Hai knew from his past life, Hu Hongwei, colloquially known as Second Master Hu in this vicinity. After purchasing chilled soda with Yang Sandog and the others, Liu Hai stepped into a store named Hongwei National Electronic Wholesale Department. The establishment, constructed from makeshift farmers' housing, spanned only 5 or 6 square meters. Inside, there was merely a Muden brand fan, a table, and a bench, with a product catalog resting atop the table. The rest of the space conspicuously bare. A young woman, stylishly dressed in black stockings with fashionable curly hair and striking looks, was seated, tending to her nails. Liu Hai recognized her as she eventually became Hu Hongwei's wife, though they later divorced, taking a substantial portion of his wealth. Noticing someone entering, the woman did not lift her gaze and remarked, "Are you looking for someone? If not, turn left upon exiting. We currently have no goods for sale." Liu Hai, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, replied, "I am here to see Second Master Hu. I have a substantial batch of goods to bring in from the south at a particularly low price, and I wish to discuss it with him." The young woman paused, puzzled, and looked up. "Goods from the south?" After sizing up Liu Hai and his companions, she said, "Wait a moment, I will inquire." "Thank you," Liu Hai acknowledged, fully aware of his old friend's cautious nature, knowing he would not easily appear. He thought to himself, "Brother, do not blame me for resorting to intimidation. I have no choice but to use this tactic to compel you to meet me." Thus, he added, "Please inform Second Master Hu that if he does not come out to meet me, I will report him for operating an unauthorized state-owned store." Chapter 125. A batch of goods from the south. What's all this nonsense? We are a legitimate state-owned sales department. The young woman objected, frowning at Liu Hai. Liu Hai smiled and said, "Go ahead. I will wait for him for 2 minutes, as I need to catch a train shortly." All right. How peculiar." She grumbled before heading to the back. Yang Sandog, with sharp eyes, quickly peered through the opening of the back door as it swung ajar. "Whoa, Brother Hai. There's a hidden world back here. What did you expect? Do not underestimate this place. The money earned here daily likely surpasses our factories countless times over." "Is that so?" Wang Wu scratched his head, somewhat skeptical. Liu Hai remained silent. Moments passed, half a minute, then a minute, and a minute and a half. Suddenly, the door leading to the back courtyard was flung open with a bang. A youth with a sharp nose and a gaunt physique dashed out, adjusting his trousers as he ran. He fixed a dark and penetrating gaze upon Liu Hai. The atmosphere in the small establishment suddenly turned oppressive. The young man tightened his belt and warily scrutinized Liu Hai, inquiring about his origins, as he had never seen him around the station before. Was he here to solicit a bit of living expenses? Though appearing somewhat irate, he lacked conviction, revealing a sense of unease. This was Hu Hongwei. Liu Hai, with a confident smile, reassured him, stating he was not there to extort, but to propose a collaboration, and inquired if he had paper and a pen. Hu Hongwei, furrowing his brow, reluctantly provided him with the materials, curious about his intentions. The shop assistant brought over the paper and pen. Liu Hai spoke little. He swiftly sketched an electronic watch on the paper and handed it to him. Hu Hongwei, puzzled, questioned the meaning behind this. Liu Hai clarified, describing the style. The watch face and band need not be made of durable materials, as they were merely plastic goods from the port city. I have 50,000 of these. Will you take them? He asked. Hu Hongwei lit a cigarette, incredulous. Plastic? What nonsense are you spouting? I don't sell toy watches. I deal in electronic watches with durable bands priced at 5 yuan. Before he could finish, Liu Hai interjected, this is not a toy. It contains an electronic movement capable of keeping time. Hu Hongwei, taken aback, stammered, how much? 5 yuan each, Liu Hai replied. Equipped with an electronic movement. Just like any other electronic watch. Indeed, smuggled from the port city? Hu Hongwei confirmed. Liu Hai affirmed that it was a student watch developed by a large factory in the port city, although it had traversed through the deep market's winding routes. I will reiterate, 5 yuan each, with electronic movements, not toys, genuine goods from the port city. Is that correct? Yes, Hu Hongwei responded. Where's the merchandise? Show it to me. His breath quickened with anticipation. He exclusively wholesaled electronic watches with durable bands, akin to the Huajie brand. However, given the production costs, each watch would cost over 20 yuan to procure, and retail resellers would sell them for at least 50. Only in bustling cities would people dare to invest such sums. In his line of work, one must possess a passion for the trade, which naturally leads to a deeper understanding of it. To truly maximize profits, one must sell to the counties and rural areas below. If a product could be offered at a fraction of the price to the rural populace, it would undoubtedly sell like wildfire. Liu Hai had just presented him with such a watch. The people in the rural areas prioritize practicality and affordability, disregarding styles, making this an ideal match. Thus, Hu Hongwei felt an urgency to see the finished product. However, Liu Hai, smiling, added, I have invested all my capital into these 50,000 watches. If you were in my position, would you reveal them easily before finding a buyer? Hu Hongwei, deep in thought, recognized the perilous nature of dealing in such smuggled goods, where one risks everything for profit. After scrutinizing Liu Hai for a long moment, he inquired, so, what is your purpose here? Just to collect a deposit with this piece of paper? Let me tell you, I do not conduct business on such terms. Payment is upon delivery. If you truly possess these goods, bring them to me. I will take as many as you have. All right, in about 20 days. I will have someone deliver 10,000 units to you. What do you think? We have plenty of time ahead. See you in 20 days. After Liu Hai finished speaking, he departed, and Yang Sanggu and the others hurriedly followed. Hu Hongwei was somewhat bewildered, staring at Liu Hai with unvoiced grievances, but glancing at the girl beside him. He hesitated to speak. The girl murmured, Yi, could this possibly be a scam? It feels rather odd. Hu Hongwei felt a bit irritated. Who should I ask? Damn it, I was caught off guard in the restroom. The girl sensed something was amiss and said, Yi, are we not truly a legitimate state-run enterprise? Hu Hongwei, feeling particularly guilty, retorted, stop with the nonsense. We're genuinely affiliated with a state-run enterprise. Don't let an outsider's few words confuse you. He added, leave me be. I need to finish my business. Damn it. It seems I haven't even wiped yet. With that, he hastily pulled up his pants and dashed to the restroom in the backyard. This fellow is quite clever, after making a fortune from electronic watches here. He felt particularly uneasy. He recalled that there had been a state-run factory in their village that had closed down over a decade ago. So he returned to the village and, through persistent persuasion, obtained a certificate from the village. Thus, he hung a state-run sign at the entrance to deceive people. Those who worked for him still believe they are enjoying the security of a state job, and they brazenly engage in reselling, while he alone knows the truth. Suddenly, the girl at the restroom door announced that someone intended to report his impersonation of a state-run enterprise, sending him into a panic as he rushed out to meet Liu Hai. Who would have thought that he was actually here to collaborate with me? After squatting down again, he disdainfully thought, what foolishness, if you had that kind of goods, would you need to come find me? If it were brought out on the roadside, it would likely be snatched away immediately. He did not take Liu Hai seriously. Liu Hai and his companions took the train southward, enduring 2 days and nights of travel. On board, they took turns keeping watch. 160,000 is the hope of their entire factory, and no one dared to be careless. Especially Wang Wu and Tang Ligong, who kept their hands gripping the knife handles in their bags, ready to strike if anyone with ill intentions approached. Fortunately, the journey went relatively smoothly. Days later, they emerged from the state train station, met by a wave of heat. In this era, entering the deep city requires border passes. Lacking such documents, They found themselves at the barbed wire fence outside the city. They waved at the villagers on the other side of the fence. The villagers understood immediately as they approached. Liu Hai slipped 2 yuan to one of them. The villager moved to open the gap in the barbed wire, allowing Liu Hai and his companions to pass through. Chapter 126. Call Me Earth Old Tiger. In 1981, as Pengcheng was just establishing itself as a city, the area was filled with barren land, yet under the scorching heat. It brimmed with the potential of a great era, desolate, yet not forlorn. After the villagers guided Liu Hai and his companions through the barbed wire, they reached the village entrance, where a tricycle soon arrived to transport them, charging 1 yuan per person to Futian district. This had evidently transformed into a thriving industry for the villagers, enriching many of them. On the tricycle, a few individuals could be seen, evidently having journeyed from other provinces. These dream chasers, some of whom are on the precipice of life-altering transformations, navigated the bumpy dirt roads, traversing through various villages. Liu Hai, a soul reborn from a previous life, felt as though he was revisiting familiar grounds. For instance, upon encountering a place called Sha Village, he could not help but reminisce about a grand factory he once owned, sprawling over 200 acres. Upon entering Futian district, he gazed at the modest farmers' houses along the banks of the deep river, a gentle warmth gracing his features. For here stood a skyscraper that he had once called his own. However, in his former life, tending to these enterprises had rendered him one of the most solitary figures. In this new existence, he would be accompanied by a wife, children, relatives, and brothers. Glancing at Yang Sandog and the others by his side, he felt a surge of contentment. The tricycle eventually came to a halt at Fuhua Third Road, home to the oldest exhibition center in Deep City. This structure had only been completed in the first half of the year. Prior to their arrival, Liu Hai and his companions had contacted the relevant officials and registered accordingly. Numerous enterprises were participating in the exhibition, categorized into various sectors such as electronics and food products. The booth fees were astonishingly steep. During their discussions, they found that only a small corner booth of 1 or 2 square meters remained available. To put it plainly, it consisted of merely a table, and the cost was exorbitant, 50 yuan per day. When Yang Sandog laid eyes on this table and then glanced at the grand display of Coca-Cola, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him. Brother Hai, do you think we can secure any orders at this exhibition? He asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Before coming, the hopes of the entire factory rested upon their shoulders. Yang Sandog had imagined that they would replicate their previous success at the state-owned restaurant's entrance, expecting to be surrounded by a throng of merchants in Deep City, with their Tongxing brand milk drinks and Xinyu brand spicy fish snacks soaring in popularity and orders flooding in. However, upon arriving at the exhibition venue, the harsh reality of immense pressure became palpable. Yet Liu Hai remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the dazzling stage and the radiant lights of Coca-Cola, dismissing the fear with a resolute tone. What is there to fear? A youth lacking the courage to challenge giants will forever remain in obscurity. Do not fret. We shall carve out our path from here. Let us find a place to settle before the exhibition commences the day after tomorrow. Once settled, keep a close eye on the funds at the hotel. I will handle the rest. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. The three nodded in agreement. Following Liu Hai closely, they appeared as the most unrefined bumpkins, and as they passed by various vendors, several individuals pointed and whispered about them. Liu Hai remained indifferent to their gazes. They soon found a nearby hotel. Being in the open southern region, it was unlike their previous trip to Kyoto, where lacking a ticket would have left them to the mercy of the streets, starving. Here, inquiries about tickets were met with a casual indifference, making it considerably more convenient. Once settled, Liu Hai first used the hotel phone to call Dong Xinyu, reassuring her of his safety. After finishing, he swiftly hailed a 3-wheeled vehicle. Over half an hour later, he appeared at the entrance of a cabaret, took a deep breath while smoking a cigarette, and stepped inside. Inside the hotel, Wang Wu, Tang Ligong, and Yang Sengu were on high alert with the main door tightly shut. A substantial sum of 160,000 in cash lay beneath the bed, and Wang Wu sat at the entrance with a knife, ready for any eventuality. Meanwhile, Tang Ligong and Yang Sengu smoked by the window. Although the current Shenzhen lacked the towering skyscrapers of Kyoto, the bustling streets below overflowed with vehicles, while various vendors enthusiastically called out to attract customers, creating a palpable sense of pressure for these individuals from a small inland town. Tang Ligong was fixated on a striking woman with an extravagant hairstyle, his gaze fixed intently. If someone in our Yunshan County dared to dress like that, they'd surely be scorned for being so indecent, Yang Sengu remarked, his mood unstable. Preoccupied with the upcoming trade fair. If you think it's inappropriate, why don't you just look away? He retorted. You've been ogling those women's legs the entire journey. How hypocritical. Tang Ligong felt a bit aggrieved, but soon found his eyes drawn back to those legs. Are they wearing stockings? I've never seen red ones before. Only nude shades, he mused. Enough already, you serious yet lewd fool. Yang Sengu kicked him in frustration. Then, turning to Wang Wu, he instructed, you two, listen closely. This time, everyone at Factory 2 is counting on us. If we return without securing a single order, Factory 2 may very well be doomed. At the trade fair the day after tomorrow, be bold, don't hesitate. If you see a booth with many customers, pull them over with all your might. Damn it. In Yunshan County, we play the role of the local tiger. Here, we can't afford to be mere cats. Do you understand? At that moment, Yang Sengu epitomized the anxious official, fearing they might return empty-handed. Wang Wu replied, all right. We aren't afraid of a fight if it comes to that. Yang Sengu pointed at him, insisting that such fervor was necessary to earn money. As for pride, it won't feed us. If we can secure orders, then we'll have something to show for it. The livelihood of over 200 people at Factory 2 is more important than anything else. The three then began to strategize, with Wang Wu and Tang Ligong invigorated by Yang Sengu's fervor. Meanwhile, Liu Hai had spent about an hour at the Yadong Cabaret. He was seen off by a stylish young man clad in bell-bottoms and a flamboyant hairstyle. As they shook hands at the entrance, the young man assured him, rest assured. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Liu Hai replied, a fruitful collaboration indeed. It all depends on you. The young man reassured him. Don't worry about the money. If the results are good that day, I'll also provide you with a bonus commission. Liu Hai responded affirmatively. After their farewell, he hailed another three-wheeled vehicle and headed towards North Huqiang. It wasn't only decades later that North Huqiang began to embrace electronics. In this day and age, although Huqiangbai is merely a collection of low-rise houses, seemingly indistinguishable from an ordinary village, Liu Hai is acutely aware that within these dilapidated structures lie an array of high-end imported electronic products, colloquially known as water goods. Chapter 127, The Buddha. After relocating from his hometown, Liu Hai established his business here, sourcing electronic products for resale to the mainland. Thus, he is quite familiar with the local scene. Before long, he slipped into one of the houses. Upon entering, he confidently declared, I wish to procure a legitimate shipment. Kindly summon your boss. The young man inside, taken in by Liu Hai's authoritative demeanor, responded with an overly accommodating attitude. Please hold on, handsome. He hurried to the back, and shortly after, an elderly man clad in a sleeveless shirt emerged. With a jovial demeanor reminiscent of Maitreya Buddha, Liu Hai was well aware of the man's true identity. Despite his cheerful appearance, this old fellow was the leader of a small gang from the port city, engaging in personal trade across the Shenzhen River. With a broad smile, the Buddha scrutinized Liu Hai and inquired, which factory in the mainland? What legitimate products do you require, and in what quantities? This was the local vernacular in Huqiangbai. In this era, the challenges of import and export are formidable. Mainland factories must enlist state-owned enterprises to procure goods overseas. It is not merely individual enterprises that face hurdles. Even many state-owned companies find themselves begging for assistance when attempting to import from abroad. Consequently, numerous state-owned enterprises resort to purchasing water goods components in the southern regions. For instance, during the state-owned era, Lenovo frequently procured such components from the south for assembly. Typically, when these clients approach suppliers, they express a desire for legitimate products. And merchants understand that those seeking legitimate goods are usually representatives from large state-run factories. Seated before their rudimentary counter, Liu Hai pointed to an electronic watch and then to a plastic toy watch. After the young man retrieved the items, Liu Hai asked, do you sell the movement of this watch separately? The movement? Are you mistaken, handsome? We sell finished products, not parts, the young man replied, losing interest. However, the Buddha interjected, with business at hand, we cannot turn it away. I can procure the electronic movements for you, but how many do you need? Liu Hai pondered. What price? The Buddha considered, as those in this trade have product price lists ingrained in their minds. Not less than $1. However, if you seek hundreds or thousands, kindly turn to the right, as we are not interested in small quantities and do not wish to waste time. Nodding in understanding, Liu Hai then inquired about the toy watch. What price for this one? The Buddha took the watch, inspecting it from various angles, and asked his assistant, how much do we intend to sell this toy watch for? Meanwhile, the young man who was handling the goods responded, 1 yuan. Ridiculous, you greedy merchant. Can this item truly sell for 1 yuan? The Buddha shook his head. This is sourced from my associate's factory. If you wish to procure it, I can offer it to you at a wholesale price of 10 cents. 10 cents? Liu Hai mused. Is there room for negotiation? The Buddha shook his head, indicating that there was nothing more to discuss. Indeed, he retained his previous disposition. In business, he refrained from seeking exorbitant profits. However, do not expect him to haggle. If the deal is agreeable, it proceeds. If not, then it is simply over. This is the essence of the Buddha. Liu Hai, after a moment of silence, nodded in agreement. Very well, for these two products, I will initially require 70,000 sets each. Should our first collaboration prove successful, we can establish a long-term partnership. 70,000 sets? The Buddha was taken aback, and the room fell into a heavy silence. That was quite a substantial quantity. They had never encountered such a large client before. The Buddha furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the young man before him. Which factory are you from? Liu Hai retorted, Buddha, do you truly believe I would divulge that information? It hardly aligns with protocol, does it? The Buddha fell into contemplation, and after a lengthy pause, he burst into hearty laughter, comprehending the situation. So, how shall we proceed with the transaction? Liu Hai rose, stating, I will bring cash in 4 days. Additionally, I will arrange for transportation. You need only cover the costs. The Buddha responded with a refreshing candor. Very well, then we shall meet in 4 days. After Liu Hai departed, a junior associate piped up, Buddha, do you think this young man might be a fraud? 70,000 sets of goods worth over 100,000. What if he doesn't show up? The Buddha gazed gravely at the departing figure of Liu Hai, and after a long moment, he declared, if he deceives us, I shall see to it that he floats on the river of Shin City. Go contact Ghostfoot 7. His factory has received the first batch of orders. Also, inform him that I am taking risks to assist him. Let him not incessantly lament my lack of compassion and leadership. Upon hearing this, the junior associates fell silent. After all, in their leader's realm, the nuances of human relationships are often opaque. Moreover, they were not particularly concerned about Liu Hai's potential absence. The current Shin City was relatively small, with a population of merely 600,000. Finding Liu Hai would not pose a challenge. In these times, those who thrive in this line of work understand that behind the allure of wealth often lie unseen torrents of bloodshed and strife. Without some measure of cunning, one cannot endure in this domain. Conversely, while some among them venerated Guangong, a segment of this community upheld integrity, embodying a paradox. Nonetheless, they were curious about Liu Hai's intentions regarding electronic watch movements and toy watches. He was indeed an unusual figure. Liu Hai's audacity in placing an order for 70,000 sets derived from 2 key principles. First, he adhered to a policy of payment upon receipt. Second, his prior knowledge of the Buddha's reputation from a past life, despite the latter's eventual capture, attested to his commendable standing in the underworld. With these 2 factors, that was sufficient. Emerging from the Buddha's establishment, Liu Hai found himself before a stretch of farmland north of Huaqiang. In his previous life, this parcel of land was one of the prime locations in the area. The towering edifice that now stood upon it, over 50 stories high, belonged to him. The lower 3 floors housed retail spaces, spanning 20,000 square meters, all leased to vendors who traversed from all corners of the nation to procure goods. Above the 3rd floor, the building was entirely composed of office spaces, yielding an annual rental income of 100 million. At this moment, the area remained desolate. Yet his heart swelled with ambition. He resolved to wait until the electronic watch venture gained traction. By the time his child was born, it would coincide with the latter half of the coming year. At that point, he would bring his wife, child, and brothers to establish roots in Shin City. In this lifetime, he is determined to reclaim the wealth of his past life, enabling his wife, children, relatives, and brothers to revel in the joy and happiness that prosperity brings. After departing from this place, he wandered through the nearby dilapidated houses. The electronic watch is merely a transitional product destined for obsolescence in due time. For this industry to endure, it must pivot towards mobile phones. Currently, the domestic market for mobile phones remains largely untapped, a veritable blank canvas where everything is possible. Liu Hai did not return until the afternoon of the following day. His first action was to notify the personnel from the first and second factories using the hotel phone, instructing them to designate individuals to monitor the telephone lines over the next few days. After making these arrangements, Liu Hai spent the afternoon resting at the hotel. On the third day, the exhibition finally commenced. Chapter 128. Are we being asked to withdraw? The exhibition hall, newly constructed and inaugurated in the first half of this year, garnered particular attention from the organizers. They not only invited various prominent brands, but also a plethora of media reporters. Upon their arrival, Liu Hai and his team even spotted celebrities from the harbor city, as well as foreign individuals with golden hair and blue eyes. For Dong Xinyu and his companions, it was their first encounter with foreigners. They stared in astonishment, regarding these individuals as if they were exotic animals in a zoo, marveling at their appearance. Once they reached their modest booth, they hurriedly arranged their products and hung the promotional banners they had brought. As they displayed their signs, many passers-by cast curious glances in their direction, some hastily making their way to the Coca-Cola booth upon seeing their child star milk beverage. The situation was peculiar. Dong Xinyu inquired and discovered that there were only 2 beverage brands in the food exhibition area, one being their child star brand and the other Coca-Cola. Observing the surrounding booths, one had constructed a grand stage, basking in the limelight, while theirs consisted of a simple table tucked away in a corner. Dong Xinyu remarked, "Isn't this deliberately setting us up for ridicule?" Liu Hai, unfazed, continued with his own tasks, indifferent to the opinions of others. Dong Xinyu felt somewhat despondent and was about to send Wang Wu and the others to attract customers when a young man in a shirt, accompanied by a group, approached them with an air of authority. "We have communicated with the organizers and will compensate you with 200 yuan. Please withdraw your booth," he asserted. Liu Hai glanced at him and noticed the Coca-Cola badge he wore, choosing to remain silent. Observing Liu Hai's lack of response, Dong Xinyu and the others also refrained from speaking. The young man, feeling emboldened by their silence, demanded, "Who is your responsible party? Have them come and discuss this with me." Still, no one engaged with him. The young man's frustration visibly grew. "Can you not comprehend basic manners? Shouldn't you acknowledge someone speaking to you? If you find the compensation insufficient, we can negotiate further." Unable to contain himself, Dong Xinyu retorted, "You claim we lack manners, yet you think yourself polite. You waltz in here demanding we withdraw our booth. Do you not find that utterly absurd?" The youth was on the verge of losing his temper when a bespectacled woman beside him grasped his arm, feigning a smile as she said, "Comrade, please do not be upset. We harbor no ill intent. This trade fair is of utmost significance for our Coca-Cola brand, as we are required to film a promotional video here, intended for the executives at our headquarters in America. Therefore, it is imperative that no other beverage brands appear in the footage. Kindly cooperate with us, and we can discuss any potential losses you might incur." Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Hai interjected, "What do you mean?" The young man was incensed. Liu Hai, with a sense of resignation, set aside his tasks and remarked, "Have you been serving the foreigners for so long that you can no longer comprehend Chinese? I said no negotiations. You are to leave. How much clearer must I be?" The youth completely lost his composure, retorting, "Are you calling me a dog? The fact that we can still converse civilly is already a testament to our courtesy. Do you not have any awareness of this? With a brand like yours, which seemingly appeared out of nowhere, you dare to demand respect. Leave." Liu Hai's voice suddenly rose, cutting through the bustling atmosphere, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. The youth, unwilling to relent, attempted to argue further, but the woman yanked him back, reminding him, "Do not forget, the executives from America are still present. Consider the consequences." Glancing back, he noticed several foreigners observing them, quickly suppressing his fury. He glared at Liu Hai, teeth clenched, yet remained silent. The woman, having subdued him, turned her feigned smile towards Liu Hai, asking, "Where are you from, comrade?" Liu Hai replied, "Where I come from is of no concern to you. I have already shown you considerable courtesy. Had it been my previous temperament, I would have slapped you for your unwarranted intrusion at our booth. Your brand may indeed be a giant that commands respect, but I have no inclination to bow to such pressure. My companions here possess rather volatile tempers. I advise you to leave promptly, for if things escalate, it will be you who faces embarrassment." The woman's insincere smile immediately vanished, her facade dropping as she adjusted her glasses, her brow furrowing and her gaze turning fierce. "Is it truly necessary to behave this way? You must understand, it is already a privilege for us to approach you for discussion, given our stature as a major brand. The patrons here are drawn to Coca-Cola. Do you not find it embarrassing to serve as mere background? Would it not be better to gracefully withdraw and preserve your dignity? Liu Hai stepped closer to the woman, stating, "First, I do not require your approval for my dignity. Your recognition adds no value to me. Second, whether we feel embarrassed or not is our concern and bears no relevance to you. Lastly, I shall refer to you as Dog." Upon hearing this, Yang Sandog immediately grasped the intent and, embodying his usual brazen demeanor from Panqing village, barked twice at them. Wang Wu and Tang Ligong also rose, glaring fiercely. The group exchanged disdainful glances, while the woman, witnessing Yang Sandog's irreverent demeanor, felt her anger rise. Where did these uncouth rural folk come from? I had hoped for a civilized dialogue, but instead, I am met with a band of ruffians. Enough. I shall summon the organizers to handle this. After the woman finished speaking, she departed in her high heels. The young man cast a fierce glare at them before leaving as well. Liu Hai glanced back at the group of glamorous, self-satisfied, and somewhat domineering individuals, suddenly reminded of the beverage market from his previous life. There were once many conscientious domestic brands. However, once foreign capital entered, they resorted to various slanders, defamation, and framing of domestic brands, ruthlessly extinguishing them through despicable means. Ultimately, only Waha remained, struggling to survive. This was undoubtedly due to these self-righteous sycophants who strategized and guided foreign interests. Such individuals deserve the utmost disdain. The sense of tragic patriotism surged within him, reminiscent of over 60 years of accumulated grievances. After they had left, Liu Hai pointed towards the stage of Coca-Cola and declared, "Today, we are destined to be their backdrop. Can you all bear this indignation?" "We cannot," Tang Ligong replied. Liu Hai's expression turned cold as he asserted, "We shall defeat them today and teach them a lesson. Quickly, prepare the venue." "Yes." The three responded with renewed vigor. However, Yang Sandog asked, "Brother Hai, how exactly do we defeat them?" Chapter 129, From Adversity to Prosperity. In 1978, after Coca-Cola entered China, a promotional image even made it to global media coverage. It featured a young boy dressed in a small green military uniform, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a red can of Coca-Cola, sipping through a straw, an embodiment of two eras. This sparked considerable discussion among foreigners, though much of it revolved around mockery of the boy's attire. From that moment on, Coca-Cola became synonymous with the pursuit of global trends among Chinese youth, with a bottle priced at 2.5 yuan in high demand. The arrival of Coca-Cola significantly overshadowed various domestic soda brands. Years have passed, yet this beverage remains firmly perched atop its throne. For Liu Hai, leading a small regional brand with a mere 200 employees, to educate them on how to conduct themselves in such a setting was indeed daunting for Yang Sandog and the others. Liu Hai disregarded their apprehensions, insisting, "Focus on your own responsibilities." He added, "If the organizers conspire with them to expel us, we shall sell right at the entrance." The group nodded solemnly, the atmosphere growing tense. Indeed, the woman and the young man did not easily concede. After returning to the stage, it wasn't long before several organizers approached them. One man, with thick eyebrows and a furrowed brow, listened as the woman expressed, "We value this trade fair immensely and have gone to great lengths to support you. Yet you allow such riffraff to tarnish our event. Our foreign guests are extremely displeased. You must remove them immediately, or we shall leave." The man's expression darkened significantly as he inquired about the situation, casting a glance towards Liu Hai and his group. "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" The youth, brimming with arrogance, gazed at him incredulously, questioning how such an obscure brand, originating from the countryside, could be permitted to sell here. "What if someone suffers from food poisoning? Will you take responsibility?" The man, his expression stern, fell silent for a moment. He had intended to respond, but a subordinate discreetly tugged at him, signaling not to offend these individuals. Coca-Cola represented the cornerstone of the food sector. Should they withdraw, the stability of this area would be jeopardized, likely leading to a tumultuous few days ahead. After a lengthy pause, the man finally spoke, apologizing, "We will handle this appropriately, please rest assured. That is indeed preferable. Within half an hour, I want to see them gone from here." The youth concluded, casting a superior glance towards Liu Hai and his companions. The man shot him a pointed look, but remained silent as he and his entourage approached Liu Hai's group. A sizable crowd turned their attention towards this unfolding scene. Yang Sanggu and his companions felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that they were truly about to be expelled? The man surveyed the small bottled beverages Liu Hai offered. They were modest in size, approximately 15 centimeters, adorned with packaging featuring cartoon characters. Labeled as Child Star AD calcium milk, nutritious and healthful, charmingly appealing. Nearby, they displayed Xinyu spicy dried fish, in transparent packaging, the fish glistening enticingly in red oil. The man inquired, "Who is in charge here?" With a smile, Liu Hai replied, "Greetings, comrade. I am the person responsible." The middle-aged man nodded. "Do you have a testing report for these products?" Liu Hai affirmed, having previously handled such matters in Yinshan County, and presented several reports for the man to peruse. After reviewing them, the man asked, "May I sample your AD calcium milk?" "Of course." Yang Sangu promptly opened a bottle and handed it over. The man took a sip, and a burst of sweet and creamy flavor exploded in his mouth, causing him to furrow his brow. "Is this made from milk? What are your prices?" Liu Hai responded. "The wholesale price is 1.8 yuan, and retail is 2.5 yuan. The man glanced towards Coca-Cola, his expression shifting as he grappled with indecision, before suddenly barking. "Why are you quarreling with others? Do you not understand where you are? Pack your things immediately and leave." Yang Sangu was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, the man's demeanor had been amiable. As he prepared to retort, Liu Hai swiftly pulled him aside. "Are we being forced out?" "Of course. If someone cannot tolerate you, you must leave. We will refund your booth fee." After saying this, he winked at Liu Hai. "Huh? What do you mean?" Liu Hai was thoroughly confused. Noting Liu Hai's bewilderment, he fervently blinked a few more times. "Did you not understand my words? Hurry up and pack." Many onlookers had turned their gaze towards them, while the woman and youth on the other side reveled in their apparent victory, casting haughty glances in their direction. Liu Hai pondered for a moment before gesturing for Yang Sangu and the others to gather their belongings. Panic set in for Yang Sangu. After all, they had come here bearing the hopes of the entire factory, only to be unceremoniously expelled. However, observing Liu Hai's demeanor, Yang Sangu could only mutter, "Well, I have certainly seen it all," as he began to gather his belongings. Thus, Liu Hai and his companions hastily packed their items and departed the venue, trailing behind the man in the liberation hat, all while being scrutinized by the onlookers. As they passed by a young man, he disdainfully remarked under his breath, "Country bumpkins." Wang Wu caught wind of this and shot a fierce glare in the youth's direction, causing the young man to cower like a frightened dog, quickly retreating behind a woman. After exiting the exhibition hall, Liu Hai was led to a small side door. The man in the liberation hat, with an air of righteousness, admonished them, "You better not set up your stalls at the main entrance. Remember, do not set up at the main entrance." Afterward, he instructed others, "Guard the entrance well. I will not permit any vendors to appear, understood? The other areas are of no concern." The rest replied affirmatively, and soon, he departed with his entourage. "Is that all?" Yang Sangu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Liu Hai too was somewhat perplexed, glancing at the small door, which also led to the exhibition center. Pondering the words of the man in the liberation hat, he slowly began to comprehend something. With a smile, he suggested, "Let us procure a table and set up our stall right here." "But didn't he say we can't set up?" Tang Ligang questioned, baffled. Liu Hai chuckled. "He mentioned the main entrance, not this place." Just then, several staff members arrived with a table, placing it down. One staff member surveyed the surroundings and quietly informed them. "The deputy director said he has no choice. The brand has considerable influence. Please bear with us. You may sell here, and there will be surprises in store." The director even mentioned that he particularly enjoys your milk. In Chapter 130, Liu Hai's strategic maneuvering unfolded. Liu Hai smiled and expressed gratitude on behalf of the team. "No need, please don't leave. This place will truly bring you significant surprises, no less than inside the venue, provided you remain steadfast here. I must attend to other matters." As Liu Hai noticed the staff member preparing to depart, he quickly signaled to Yang Sangu, who immediately understood and swiftly retrieved a pack of Hongqi mountain cigarettes from his bag, discreetly slipping it into the staff member's pocket. The staff member, with a knowing expression, assured them that they could reach out if needed. "Thank you." After he left, Liu Hai took the table that the staff had brought, awaiting the so-called surprises from the director. Yang Sangu and the others felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, sounds from the main venue echoed through the corridor. The Coca-Cola stage, illuminated by dazzling lights, captivated the attention of the entire audience. Liu Hai instructed Yang Sangu and the others to wait there while he ventured alone into the hall. On stage, stars danced and sang, exuding an air of sophistication. Following this, the host took the stage, extolling Coca-Cola, proclaiming it an international brand of excellence. They emphasized that drinking beverages should entail opting for imports, representing a sense of fashion and trend, aligning with global standards. Not only did they laud Coca-Cola, but they also subtly cast aspersions on domestic brands. The disparity between domestic food standards and international ones is quite pronounced. Many products are, in fact, unhealthy, and excessive consumption can be detrimental to one's health. However, there are claims that indulging in Coca-Cola is beneficial, a notion that leaves the foreign representatives from the Coca-Cola headquarters blushing with embarrassment. Ultimately, this spectacle culminated in a thunderous applause, and as the host descended from the stage, the booth erupted in chaos as countless attendees scrambled to secure their purchases, fearing they might miss out. During this nascent period of reform and opening up, the pervasive poverty had instilled a lack of confidence in the populace. Anything imported was perceived as superior, and possessing such goods was regarded as a mark of honor. Liu Hai furrowed his brow at this scene. In his previous life, he had often fought against the encroachment of foreign brands, and witnessing such unabashed adulation for imports in this lifetime filled him with sorrow. Upon returning to his booth, he found it still deserted. At 10 o'clock, the host's voice resonated in the corridor, announcing that orders had surpassed 50,000. The crowd gasped in astonishment, as it was known that a typical state-owned factory's annual sales barely reached a few 100,000. Yet, within just 2 to 3 hours of this exhibition, orders had already exceeded 50,000. Truly, the allure of imported goods was undeniable. Young Sandog and his companions sat silently on their small stools, each puffing away at their cigarettes, their frustration palpable. Liu Hai remained composed and unyielding. By 11 o'clock, the host's voice rang out again, declaring that orders had exceeded 200,000. This announcement struck young Sandog like a thorn, prompting him to pace anxiously. Liu Hai continued to maintain his silence. At noon, the orders for Coca-Cola surpassed 250,000, causing a stir in the audience, and a foreign representative from headquarters took to the stage to express his gratitude. Minutes later, the orders soared past 300,000, setting a record for a single brand at the entire Guang Province Trade Fair, and it was still ongoing. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Sandog returned with a few boxed lunches. They still awaited the much-anticipated surprise from the director, eating their meals in a dismal silence. At 1:30, in a moment of distraction, Tang Li suddenly sprang to his feet as he noticed a group of women approaching. There were over a dozen, each impeccably dressed, and notably, all adorned in stockings. Leading the pack was the young man in bell-bottoms whom Liu Hai had encountered in the dance hall. The young man fixated on Liu Hai from a distance, his intentions unclear. Liu Hai, upon seeing them, felt a sense of relief and smiled, remarking that if anyone found them unappealing, they could only sit on the sidelines. The young man paused momentarily before inquiring if their discussion from the previous day could continue. Of course. However, you may need to bring them here, which might prove somewhat challenging, he replied with a hint of optimism. No problem at all. Come along, ladies. As I mentioned this morning, for 50 yuan a day, you can bring a customer and earn 50 cents as a bonus, should a deal be struck. The bonus increases to 1 yuan. The potential earnings are entirely contingent upon your own abilities. Indeed, this is the strategy devised by Liu Hai. After observing the stall yesterday, he realized that it was improbable for anyone to visit their booth. Foot traffic is the most crucial element of any exhibition. He must employ certain tactics to attract a crowd. Relying on the rather unappealing looks of Yang Sangyu and his companions to draw customers would likely frighten them away. However, these young ladies are perfectly suited for the task. This concept originates from his previous life, where he managed a furniture showroom. Back then, the entire building of furniture stores was in a fierce competition, with factory owners nearly driven to perform stunts at their flagship stores. Yet, their shop remained perpetually bustling with customers. What was the secret? It was due to the cunning manager of their flagship store, who hired numerous models and beautiful women to linger in the shop. There was no need for them to do anything. Simply being present and moving about attracted a plethora of affluent male customers. Regardless of the era, beauty possesses an invisible allure. Without further ado, Liu Hai distributed 50 yuan to each of the girls and encouraged them to sample their AD calcium milk. The girls were astounded, exclaiming, "What kind of milk is this? It tastes incredible, sweet and tangy. How have we never seen something this delicious in the deep city?" Yang Sangyu and Tang Ligong were more than willing to introduce the product to these ladies. Once they finished, Liu Hai placed a stack of cash on the table and declared, "I owe you nothing. for every customer you bring in. I will pay you 50 cents on the spot. One young lady, looking at the cash with delight, replied. Just make sure you can afford to pay us if we bring in too many people. Liu Hai responded with a smile. I have prepared 5,000 yuan today. Let us see if you can empty the venue. All right, we won't hold back. Don't underestimate our capabilities. The girls chirped excitedly as they headed towards the venue. Not just Dong Xinyu, even Liu Hai felt a surge of nervousness. The outcome of their efforts hinged on this afternoon. Perhaps sensing Liu Hai's apprehension, the young man who had brought the girls chuckled, my team of social butterflies has all been trained in Port City. Don't be too anxious. Just be ready to welcome the guests. Oh, by the way, we spoke so hurriedly yesterday that I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Bai Yunpeng. And you? Liu Hai. He replied with a smile, offering a cigarette. Bai Yunpeng then glanced at the nearby bottle of Dong Xinyu AD calcium milk and asked, may I taste it? Of course. Liu Hai handed him a bottle. Bai Yunpeng, simply feeling thirsty, took it without much thought and opened it to drink. Upon tasting it, he was taken aback by the smoothness and delightful sweetness that tantalized his palate. Is this truly made from milk? This is extraordinary. How come we've never seen such a delicious product in the deep city? Liu Hai laughed heartily, declaring our creation to be a groundbreaking achievement. Having just completed mass production, he then offered Bai Yunpeng a packet of Xinyu brand dried fish. To better cater to national tastes, Liu Hai had adjusted the spiciness of the fish significantly, adding a hint of sweetness as well. Upon tasting it, Bai Yunpeng experienced an intense whirlwind of thoughts. Thus ensued the following dialogue. What is the price for this milk? Bai Yunpeng inquired. Liu Hai replied, the wholesale price is 8 yuan, with a suggested retail price of 5 yuan. And the dried fish? Bai Yunpeng continued. Each packet weighs 1 tael. Our factory price is 18 yuan, with a suggested retail price of 35 yuan. So, are you here for wholesale? Bai Yunpeng pressed. Sort of, but not entirely, Liu Hai explained. We wish to secure some orders for production, but I also aim to establish stable distributors nationwide, signing contracts for long-term cooperation. We will assign general agents at the municipal level, providing them with certain resources to develop county-level distribution. Liu Hai had a remarkably clear vision for the factory sales market. Yet this agency model was virtually unheard of in this era. Most regions were still under state-run planned production and unified distribution, making personal agency nearly impossible. The mere thought of it made Bai Yunpeng's hair stand on end. When this young man approached me yesterday, I hadn't taken him seriously, but I never anticipated he had such depth of insight. Glancing at the Dong Xinyu AD calcium milk in his hand, Bai Yunpeng's excitement began to rise. Once Liu Hai finished speaking, he asked, what are the requirements to become a municipal agent, and is there a fee? Liu Hai responded, a deposit of 10,000 yuan is required, which can be used to offset future purchases. In other words, as long as your orders exceed 10,000 yuan, you can become a municipal agent. 10,000 yuan. Bai Yunpeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Even in the south, that amount was not easily accessible to the average person. Committing such a sum to a single product carried significant risk. His expression became one of deep conflict. As the atmosphere fell into silence, a young woman emerged with 4 or 5 men. I assure you, this milk is truly delightful. You'll know once you try it, and it won't cost you a dime. She exclaimed, winking enthusiastically at Liu Hai and his companions. Liu Hai and the others quickly refocused their attention. Welcome, boss, Dong Xinyu said. Rushing over before Liu Hai could even speak. He felt profoundly moved, having endured an entire morning listening to the incessant promotion of various Coca-Cola products. After finally welcoming a few customers, how could he not be more attentive? The group of men showed little interest in Dong Xinyu or the products on their table. Their focus was entirely on the young woman. Upon reaching them, she shrugged her shoulders, expressing her excitement. Liu Hai, with a wry smile, counted out the money. 5 of you too. 5 yuan each, here you go. You're really giving me this much? Wait a moment, I'll go fetch more people, the young woman replied, elated, before dashing towards the entrance. However, one of the men grew impatient with Comrade Xiaoya, exclaiming, did you not say you wanted to have a heart-to-heart with me? Why have you left? The young woman turned back with an apologetic smile, urging him to take a seat for a moment, assuring him she would return shortly. Before disappearing back into the conference hall, the men, momentarily infuriated, contemplated leaving, feeling deceived. Yet, Liu Hai quickly intervened, saying, comrades, do try our products. They are absolutely free of charge. Free of charge? One man questioned. Then I shall not be polite. He seized a bottle of calcium milk and took a generous swig. Much like Bai Yunpeng, his expression shifted dramatically as he examined the packaging, smacking his lips. How do you price this? Upon seeing his reaction, the other men became curious and each grabbed a bottle to sample the flavor. Before long, their interest peaked, and they began inquiring about the product from Liu Hai. After 2 minutes, a young woman returned from the hall with 2 or 3 individuals. 5 minutes later, another young woman brought over 5 or 6 more. Thus, the talents of these young women were fully unleashed. The number of people at Liu Hai's stall swelled from 2 to 10, then from 10 to 20. Remarkably, 2 hours later, the crowd at Liu Hai's stall had burgeoned to over 100. Amid the throng, Liu Hai's throat felt parched as he tirelessly addressed their myriad questions, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. However, Liu Hai was not there for retail. His aim was to secure orders, ideally to enlist a few general agents. Yet, after half a day, he had not signed a single contract. If only one person found the drink enjoyable, it could merely reflect personal taste. However, if the product garnered universal acclaim, it would undeniably possess immense market value. Bai Yunpeng, having experienced the bustling city, understood this principle well. Initially hesitant, he observed as the young women under his supervision drew in crowds, and one by one, they were unable to tear themselves away after tasting the product, their enthusiasm growing with each passing moment. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Brother, is the position for the upgraded agent in Deep City still available?" Several dozen heads turned towards him, and the previously boisterous scene fell into an abrupt silence. Standing on a stool, Liu Hai cheerfully replied, "As I mentioned, we have just completed mass production, and this is our debut. The national market is still a blank slate." "Great. Make a note for me. I want the general agency for Deep City. I will gather 10,000 yuan tonight." The crowd stood momentarily stunned. Yet, as realization dawned, those who had been hesitating erupted with enthusiasm. Me. Brother, reserve a city-level agency position for me. Hurry and register. Give me your factory's phone number. After I call tonight to verify your factory's details and your identity, I will remit the payment tomorrow. And I too. Wait, I was here first. Did you not just say you wanted to be friends with Xiaoya? Why are you competing with me? Go find your Xiaoya. Brother, listen to me. Collaborating with me will undoubtedly yield great benefits. I am the foremost businessman from the Northeast, and by joining forces with me, you may even find your goods sold to the Russians, thereby enhancing our national prestige. Chapter 132. The blossoms beyond the sea of suffering have bloomed. The scene has erupted in excitement. Liu Hai and his companions are utterly consumed by their tasks. At this moment, it signifies that their child star calcium milk has officially embarked upon a path of tremendous success. Liu Hai and his team have registered dozens of names. Naturally, these individuals have not yet made any payments. Liu Hai is well aware that they must wait until tomorrow. Thus, they toiled tirelessly until nightfall. Upon returning to the guest house, Liu Hai organized the list, revealing 30 to 40 names, an abundant harvest. However, they dared not become complacent, as the true outcome would depend on tomorrow's feedback. At the second factory, Huang Laoguan and Zhang Xihai felt particularly anxious. At 8 o'clock in the evening, all the factory leaders gathered before Zhang Xihai. "Manager Zhang, have we received any updates from Boss Liu? How is the progress? We already have a stock of over 10,000 bottles. Should we still plan to produce 2,000 bottles tomorrow? Once the production line is activated, more than 100 bottles can be produced every minute. Thus, those 2,000 bottles would only take about 20 minutes. For the remainder of the time, hundreds of workers can only sit idly in the factory, feeling distressed." The overall atmosphere within the factory was dismal. Zhang Xihai furrowed his brow, urging calmness. "Do not panic. We will continue to produce 2,000 bottles daily, as per Brother Hai's directives, without fail." "All right, but I hope we receive good news from the boss soon. My heart feels uneasy." Just then, a gentle voice resonated from outside. "Can I come in?" As several individuals within the factory felt unsettled, they simultaneously looked up to see the pregnant Dong Xinyu standing at the door. Zhang Xihai promptly rose. "Sister-in-law, didn't you return to Panqing village? It's late. You should rest and avoid any strain." Dong Xinyu smiled. "I'm fine, I just came by." With Zhang Xihai's assistance, the young lady took a seat in the office. The factory workers held her in high regard. She was strikingly beautiful, kind-hearted, and exuded no domineering aura, akin to a warm spring in the factory. Many workers, even those of advanced age, relished conversing with her. As Dong Xinyu settled in, The oppressive atmosphere noticeably lightened. She cheerfully inquired, "Uncle Huang, what is our factory's hourly production capacity?" Huang Laoguan replied, "Excluding some defective products, we can produce approximately 5,000 to 7,000 good items." After a moment of contemplation, Dong Xinyu responded, "All right, let us increase the daily stock to match the factory's hourly capacity." "An hour? Sister-in-law, what about Brother Hai's plans in Shenzhen?" "No worries, trust me." Dong Xinyu smiled at Zhang Sihai. "I have faith in my husband." "Sihai, has he ever let anyone down while guiding you in the small silverfish venture?" The clouds of sorrow that enveloped Zhang Sihai's heart dissipated instantly. Brother Hai was not one to engage in petty matters. Despite the silence of recent days, I firmly believe that an explosion of activity is imminent. Upon hearing Zhang Sihai's words, the other workers also shook off their despondency. Dong Xinyu continued to speak to the others, expressing her unwavering faith in our Tongxing AD calcium milk, which she was sure would become a sensation in the South. "Give my husband a little time. He will not disappoint you, I promise." Although Dong Xinyu's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated with strength, instantly reigniting their fighting spirit. Just as Huang Laoguan was about to say something, the telephone rang. A staff member answered, "Hello, comrade. This is the Xinyu Subfood Factory in Yinshan County. May I ask whom you are looking for?" The voice on the other end sounded somewhat anxious. "Hello, comrade. I would like to inquire if the Tongxing AD calcium milk is produced by your factory?" "Yes, comrade. This is our latest product. May I ask if you wish to place an order?" The excitement was palpable on the other end. "May I ask, what is your factory director's name?" "Director Zhang Sihai." "Comrade, are you looking for him?" A moment of disappointment followed. "Not Liu Hai, huh? I knew it was a scam. Wait, have you seen our boss?" "Boss? Who?" "Liu Hai, he is our boss. He is currently attending a trade fair in Shenzhen." "Comrade, if you see our boss." "Is your boss so young?" The voice on the other end rose in pitch. "Indeed. So, did your boss come to the trade fair with a sharp-minded individual?" "Sharp-minded? Are you referring to our manager Yang?" "Damn, he's not a scammer." With that, the call abruptly ended. Dong Xinyu inquired, "Was that a call from the trade fair?" The staff member, somewhat puzzled, replied, "It seems so, but it appears they were inquiring." Just as the conversation was about to continue, the phone rang once more. "Hello, comrade. This is Yinshan County, Liu Hai. What is Liu Hai's position in your factory?" The voice on the other end interrupted eagerly. "He is our boss. And that sharp-minded individual?" "Our manager Yang." "Understood." After a brief exchange, the call ended. The staff had scarcely hung up when the third call came in, followed by the fourth and fifth. The office suddenly buzzed with activity as Huang Laoguan and the others began to realize what was unfolding, their faces lighting up with joy. Clearly, they understood that Liu Hai must have made significant progress, and these calls were to confirm his identity. Outside, fourth aunt arrived with a coat. Observing the flurry of activity, Dong Xinyu smiled, placing a hand on her belly as she laboriously rose to greet her. The end of September brought a slight chill to the evening air. After draping the coat over Dong Xinyu, Lu Yanhong admonished, "You silly girl. You come here alone without informing your aunt. What if you catch a cold in this weather?" Dong Xinyu beamed with a charming smile. Fourth aunt had been looking after her daily, and their relationship had blossomed beautifully. "I'm fine, just worried about the factory." "Aunt, has Grandpa harvested the millet from the fields?" Lu Yanhong admonished you, urging you not to concern yourself with such matters and to quietly nurture your pregnancy. "Tomorrow, be sure to wear trousers. The weather is unpredictable, and wearing a skirt all day may leave you chilled." It was a typical admonition from an elder in a family. Upon exiting the office, Dong Xinyu felt a sudden warmth in her heart and linked her arm with Lu Hongyan, resting her small head against her shoulder. Assuring her that she understood, Lu Hongyan glanced at Dong Xinyu's exquisitely delicate face illuminated by the moonlight. Contemplating the fortune of the Liu family ancestors that had allowed for such a girl to come into their lives. Alas, if only her sister-in-law had not passed away so early. Had she known of a daughter-in-law like you, she would have adored you beyond measure. Fearing that you might melt in her embrace, Dong Xinyu curiously lifted her head, asking, "Is she my mother?" Fourth aunt, I seldom hear anyone speak of her. Could you tell me about her? Chapter 133, signed over 30 agents after a night had passed. Yang Sandog and his companions shook off the gloom of the past few days. They awoke at 3 or 4 in the morning, unable to find sleep. By 6 o'clock, they arrived at the exhibition venue, which was just opening its doors. As before, they continued in that narrow corridor. Whether they would succeed depended on today. If they received the agency fees, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The samples they brought were dwindling. Just as they arranged their items, a young man from Coca-Cola noticed them and approached curiously. "Aren't you leaving yet? Who permitted you to stay here?" Before Liu Hai and the others could respond, a comrade from the exhibition, wearing a liberation cap, emerged from the corridor with a group, frowning. "This is public space. We, the organizers, have no jurisdiction here. Anyone has the right to set up shop here. What gives you the authority to question this?" The young man's expression soured as he turned to see who it was. "Deputy Director Fong, does the exhibition permit others to set up stalls? Do you believe I won't report your words to our superiors? Go ahead, if you have the ability. Tell your superiors to dismantle the venue." Deputy Director Fong retorted without the slightest courtesy. He was not afraid of the Coca-Cola representatives withdrawing from the event. After all, they had generated a miraculous revenue of 200,000 to 300,000 yesterday. They were not fools to forego a lucrative opportunity out of spite. Afterward, he turned to the few individuals behind him, saying, "These are the young fellows. Quickly, bring out your products. These gentlemen are merchants from Nanyang." Upon hearing that they were from Nanyang, the group felt invigorated, realizing that this was the surprise Deputy Director Fong had mentioned to them the day before. Liu Hai quickly shook their hands, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Unintentionally, the young man cast a glance at the individual beside him, the gaze he directed towards us yesterday. "I now return to you, unreservedly." The youth's face flushed crimson, akin to a blushing turtle. However, upon witnessing the group of merchants from the South Seas giving a thumbs up after sampling Liu Hai's add calcium milk, his curiosity was piqued. Could it be that this rustic fellow's beverage was truly that delectable? He had heard that these merchants had already secured orders exceeding 1 million at this exhibition, albeit not in the auxiliary food section. They were, without a doubt, the most significant benefactors of the event, possessing discerning tastes. Just as he was lost in thought, a person unexpectedly shoved him aside, barking to clear the path. The sudden push left him bewildered and irritable. However, upon turning around, he found himself intimidated. A large group of individuals was hurrying towards him. Before he could grasp the situation, the one who had pushed him rushed to Liu Hai's side, slapping a hefty bundle of cash onto the table. "I have brought this. Make a note of it. I am the general distributor for the state." Immediately, more individuals crowded around, clamoring for their share. "I'm from Jiangnan, Wensheng. I want the general distribution rights for 10,000. A young man chimed in. "Do you remember me? I mentioned taking you to a dance hall yesterday for some relaxation." The boldness of such a proposition in broad daylight, attempting to corrupt such a promising young comrade, was outrageous. "You are but a lapdog of imperialist America. Let's engage in fair competition, devoid of such underhanded tactics." Bai Yunpeng shouted amidst the crowd. "Three dogs, hurry and take my money. I told Xiao Yu that she would be waiting for you in the dance hall today." Dressed in stockings, stunned and speechless, the youth from Coca-Cola, along with Deputy Director Fong and the South Seas merchants, stood in a state of shock, particularly Deputy Director Fong, who had worried yesterday about Liu Hai's lack of business and had exerted considerable effort to bring these merchants here. Yet, it appeared they had no need for it. Regardless, Deputy Director Fong was genuinely pleased for Liu Hai, realizing he had been overly concerned. He then addressed the merchants. "Gentlemen, you have witnessed the situation. The decision is yours to make." The merchants nodded, and one of them said to Liu Hai, "Please hold on. We need to confer briefly." "No problem," Liu Hai replied. Noticing that Yang Sandog and the others were overwhelmed with work, he quickly turned to Deputy Director Fong, saying, "Leader, let us have lunch together later. I'll treat you." Deputy Director Fong laughed heartily. "No need for that. Just do your best. I must return to the office." He then leaned closer to Liu Hai and whispered, "These South Seas merchants are quite affluent. One even has connections with the royal family of Malaysia. Make sure to seize this opportunity." He patted Liu Hai on the shoulder in encouragement and turned to walk down the corridor. However, upon reaching the corridor's entrance, he pointed at the young man. "Do you still have the audacity to stand there? The exhibition has officially commenced. Are you not concerned your superior will be unable to find you and reprimand you?" Hearing this, the young man's mind snapped back to reality, and he dashed towards the exhibition, realizing he was indeed late. The same profound shock enveloped him. Just moments ago, standing by the side, he had witnessed this group amass an astonishing sum of 80,000 to 90,000. Some individuals were brandishing cash, vying for their agency. Their faces flushed as if they had been dealt a stinging slap, a discomfort that was palpable. Amidst this chaos, Liu Hai and his companions were occupied until well past 11 o'clock. Fortunately, they were well prepared this time, successfully signing contracts with over 30 municipal agents at 10,000 each. It meant they had collected 300,000 in cash that day. Naturally, they were wary of carrying such a substantial amount, and with the assistance of Vice Director Fong, all the money was securely deposited in the bank. Back and forth, the morning passed in this manner. Liu Hai insisted on treating Vice Director Fong to a meal at a nearby restaurant. As they sat down to a lavish spread, Vice Director Fong curiously noted that those individuals from the South Seas had not placed a single order. Liu Hai offered a wry smile, explaining that he had been too occupied to notice when they departed, and they hadn't even bid him farewell. That's unlikely, Fong mused, raising his glass. He remarked on how those individuals seemed to possess an uncanny instinct for seizing what they desired without hesitation. During their tasting, he had distinctly sensed a glimmer of surprise in their eyes. Chapter 134. The Resilience of Domestic Goods. Never mind, Vice Director Fong. Regardless of the circumstances, we are immensely grateful for your support. Without your willingness to keep us there, we would likely have had no choice but to return home in defeat. Liu Hai was acutely aware of this reality. Vice Director Fong sighed, expressing concern for their own brand. At this exhibition, aside from the secondary food area, other sectors have faced similar challenges. Imported brands trample our domestic products without remorse, and the clientele's adulation for these imports knows no bounds. Currently, the country is merely in a pilot phase. If these imports are fully unleashed, what future do our domestic brands have? In this era, individuals with such awareness were indeed a rarity. The market had begun to echo the sentiment that any imported brand was inherently superior, a notion that was gaining traction. Many who extolled the virtues of imported goods often did so while mercilessly disparaging their own domestic brands. There was no compassion for the plight of homegrown products. Liu Hai, having lived through a previous life, understood that such phenomena would only exacerbate in the coming years. For instance, foreign capital controlling the sale of chicken essence would spread rumors to malign monosodium glutamate, and once it was eradicated, they would reintroduce chicken essence, laden with various additives. To the consumers, such occurrences would proliferate, heralding the darkest times for domestic brands. In his past life, Liu Hai had been in constant conflict with foreign capital. At this moment, observing Vice Director Fong's contemplative demeanor, he felt an overwhelming sense that his rebirth in this life might entail a myriad of other responsibilities. After a brief silence, he remarked, "Ultimately, these individuals will not meet a favorable end. Vice Director Fong, there is little we can change at present." Fong nodded in acknowledgement. A bold thought suddenly arose within me. The exhibition fair spans 3 days. 2 days have already passed, and tomorrow marks the final day. I ask you, do you still harbor any interest in returning to the venue? Liu Hai paused momentarily, and Deputy Director Fong remarked, "I must admit, I find your question a bit perplexing." Consequently, Director Fong articulated his thoughts to Liu Hai, implying that since it is indeed the last day, he would orchestrate a significant commotion while they stand valiantly in the venue. Surely, the representatives from Coca-Cola are not to be overly presumptuous. You must help diminish their momentum. Yang Sandog, who was nearby, immediately brightened at this prospect, realizing that this was an opportunity to reclaim the lost dignity. Is that not so? Deputy Director Fong, having indulged a bit too much, thumped his cup and declared, "This is not merely about your dignity. It is about the pride of all domestic brands. We must restore it. I have no objections. I, Yang Sandog, fear no one when it comes to causing a stir or even engaging in a scuffle." Yang Sandog was eager for this. The frustration from being expelled that day still simmered within him. Liu Hai quietly held his cup, indicating his agreement. "Provided it does not inconvenience Director Fong, what trouble could I possibly cause you?" Fong retorted, "Ultimately, I owe you an apology for that day. I was under pressure from the higher-ups and lacked a thorough understanding of your capabilities. Had I known you could generate such a significant impact, why would we seek a foreign brand?" Deputy Director Fong continued to drink cup after cup, revealing that such genuine individuals are often deserving of respect. Noticing Fong's emotional fluctuations, Liu Hai quickly reassured him, "No worries, Deputy Director. As I mentioned earlier, if we do not have your permission to remain in the corridor, we will have no choice but to return home." The camaraderie among the group deepened as they exchanged drinks. In the afternoon, Liu Hai and his companions chose not to return to the exhibition fair. At the guest house, Liu Hai's phone rang, connecting him back to the factory. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Sihai's anxious voice came through. "Hi Go, what is the current situation? We received dozens of calls yesterday, and it continued until 1 in the morning. Has the sales channel opened up over there? In the office, the key management personnel of the second plant, including Dong Xinyu, were gathered, all anxiously watching Dong Xinyu as he held the phone. After a moment of silence on the line, Liu Hai's voice emerged. Brother, it seems you all may not get much sleep tonight. Relay the message. Starting today, the factory will resume full production. Ensure we maximize the 8-hour production schedule. We will assess the situation further. If orders continue to surge, we will recruit additional workers and implement a 2-shift system. Damn, Dong Xinyu exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch into the air, utterly unable to contain his excitement. The others, witnessing Dong Xinyu's reaction, erupted in enthusiasm. The gloom hanging over the second plant finally dissipated, and the radiant sunlight began to envelop the premises, heralding a period of vitality ahead. After a while, Dong Xinyu rose from her seat and moved to Dong Xinyu's side. Realizing the moment, Dong Xinyu quickly interjected, "Hi Go, my sister-in-law is right here. You should speak with her. Sister-in-law, let's have a chat. Director Huang, let's head to the workshop to arrange the production materials," and so on. I must tell you, Brother Hai received 300,000 in payment today. We need to expedite the arrangements. 300,000, such a substantial amount? Director Huang and the others were immensely excited. Hastily following behind to the workshop, Dong Xinyu, holding the phone, smiled as she watched them leave, her demeanor exceptionally pure and captivating. Once they departed, she turned back on the phone and inquired whether he had been eating properly. Is everything all right over there? For this girl? Her greatest concern was solely Liu Hai's daily meals and well-being. Liu Hai felt a gentle warmth wash over him, reassured that they were eating well and sleeping soundly here. Is the little one causing much trouble? Dong Xinyu, gently caressing her belly, laughed and said that the baby had been kicking her yesterday, likely eager to meet his parents. Mischievous little one, bullying your mother is unacceptable. I'll take care of him when I return. No way. Dong Xinyu chuckled, asking when he would be back. Do you miss me? Yes, every day. Silly boy. I'm not. Don't worry. In a few days, our second factory's AD calcium milk market has opened up, and I've also arranged for some other things. You should return to Ponching Village. I know you won't be able to sit still at the factory with all the hustle. After some thought, Dong Xinyu agreed, saying she would listen to him and wait for him back in Ponching Village. Be sure to stay safe. The little one and I will be waiting for you at home. The couple conversed just like any ordinary husband and wife, simple yet filled with warmth. That afternoon, Deputy Director Fong returned from the exhibition event, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol. Upon returning, he had someone purchase a large quantity of bright red paper. In a fit of drunken enthusiasm, he took up a brush and declared, "The glory of domestic products. Domestic products must strive for strength. The people must have ambition. Down with American imperialism." Chapter 135, I am a proud domestic product. His superior, bewildered by Fong's antics, approached to see what was happening, only to be met with a torrent of curses from Fong. The entire organizing committee was left dumbfounded, unable to restrain him. Moreover, that evening, he insisted on having these materials displayed at the venue. As the third day of the exhibition arrived, the female representative from Coca-Cola came to the site and was appalled. What is going on? Why are these unrefined items hanging here? She immediately flew into a rage, demanding that they be removed, likening the scene to a rural celebration. Such displays tarnish the image of our imported brand. The phrase domestic products must strive for strength struck a nerve with people like her, who feared displeasing their superiors and had completely forgotten their heritage. The staff on site prepared to dismantle the displays, believing that Deputy Director Fong had merely succumbed to drunken folly. Just as they were about to act, a thunderous voice boomed from behind. Who dares to take down anything here? Everyone turned to see Deputy Director Fong standing with Liu Hai and others, his face dark with fury. Deputy Director Fong. The staff regarded him with cautious glances. Ignoring them, Deputy Director Fong fixated on the bespectacled woman. Have you truly mistaken our exhibition's secondary food zone for your Coca-Cola's exclusive sales venue? The woman appeared somewhat guilty. Over the past few days, the entire secondary food zone had granted them ample deference, considering they were the foremost international brand in this region. No one wished to offend them. Gradually, these individuals grew increasingly arrogant. To be precise, how others arranged their advertising at their booths was of no concern to them. When others paid to rent their spaces, what right did they have to interfere with how advertisements were displayed? In an instant, Several aggrieved individuals nearby began to point and whisper at the woman. The woman, determined to save face, straightened her posture and retorted, "What tone is that you are using with me? You must understand that we, Coca-Cola, are an international brand, and thus cannot be compared to ordinary enterprises." Deputy Director Fong's eyes widened in disbelief. "In these past 2 days, thanks to our exhibition, you have secured over 300,000 in orders, have you not? You profited from our venue, yet you stand above us, looking down your nose. Do you think you are royalty, expecting everyone to revolve around you? An imported brand is impressive indeed. Let me tell you, this young man outside has managed to secure over 300,000 in orders merely by setting up a stall. You, with your star-studded performances and extravagant stages, running about with dozens of people, exerting such effort only to achieve 30 or 40,000. You are not as exceptional as you believe." At these words, an uproar erupted in the crowd. These young men, they too had secured over 300,000 in orders? How could that be? When Liu Hai and his group were forced out, these onlookers had witnessed it all. A small brand in the corner, unheard of and thought to be merely a rural enterprise, had quietly achieved such remarkable success. The Coca-Cola employees were equally incredulous, staring intently at Liu Hai and his companions, their minds racing with disbelief. Seeing the woman fall silent, Deputy Director Fong, his face a grim shade, declared, "This is my final warning. We, the organizers, allowed you to take center stage here out of courtesy. If you are so foolish as to believe that we cannot do without you, then I urge you to pack your belongings and leave immediately. Our domestic products are not relying on you in the slightest." "Well said, Deputy Director." The crowd erupted into fervent applause. The clapping reverberated through the air like a series of slaps, leaving the Coca-Cola representatives disoriented. Just the day before, they had been revered as the main attraction, but in an instant, they had become the greatest jesters. Thus, Liu Hai and his group approached their exhibition space. In no time, many people gathered around them, inquiring about their brand and product details. In truth, whether they attended this event had become inconsequential. As Yang Sandog aptly put it, "We are merely here to reclaim our stage and flaunt our success. What can you possibly do to us?" Around 10 o'clock in the morning, merchants gradually began to arrive at the exhibition venue. Liu Hai and his companions found themselves surrounded by a throng of people. Yang Sandog, embodying the grandiose spirit of his native Pingxing village, swiftly regained his confidence. He turned to Deputy Director Fong and requested a microphone. Fong, in a rather decisive manner, handed him a microphone, albeit somewhat perplexingly connecting it directly to the sound system provided for Coca-Cola on stage. Consequently, Yang Sandog's clumsy Mandarin reverberated across the stage. "We are Jiangdong Xinyu Food Factory, backed by the largest state-owned enterprise in Jiangdong. Our company boasts a long history and has specialized in the production of subsidiary food products for decades, having won numerous prestigious awards both domestically and internationally," he boasted, his exaggerations knowing no bounds. Liu Hai observed this character standing on a stool, spouting nonsense, nearly unable to restrain himself from booting him off. Goodness, is he blowing his own trumpet a bit too much? Goosebumps prickled his skin. Yet, he noted that the merchants were utterly convinced, one bold speaker, a crowd of willing believers. This situation was unbreakable, so he decided to let Yang Sandog carry on. However, he resolved to limit this fellow's television viewing upon returning home. For Yang Sandog was a simpleton, his understanding of advertising jargon entirely gleaned from the old black-and-white Xiaofeng television at his home. In merely a couple of hours, the once prominent Coca-Cola had become mere background noise. The situation escalated at noon. The previous day, Deputy Director Fong had escorted a few Southerners, who, unnoticed by others, departed. Liu Hai held little hope for their return. Yet, they were not disinterested. Rather, they had sought a different venue for urgent discussions. They all arrived at the venue by noon. After a brief exchange with Liu Hai, a wave of ecstasy surged within him, though he maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, "Gentlemen, I do not doubt your capabilities, but you must understand that our initial order as a city-level distributor amounts to 100,000. What about your entire southern market? Furthermore, we are unable to resolve the qualification issues regarding exports." One individual, named Li Shanfeng, emerged as their leader. An elderly gentleman sporting glasses. He was a descendant of Chinese nationals in Malaysia. He smiled and said to Liu Hai, "We are preparing to establish a joint stock company specifically to manage your products. Mr. Liu, our initial order will be 500,000. Do you think that is sufficient?" 500,000. For anyone else, This would surely provoke ecstatic excitement. The value of a 500,000 order would equate to at least a year's worth of orders for a provincial state-owned enterprise. Yet, Liu Hai remained remarkably composed and smiled. 500,000 is agreeable for us to sign a partnership. However, I fear you may not sell enough. Li Shanfeng laughed heartily. If we don't sell enough, we shall place another order immediately. As for the export issues, you need not worry. I will dispatch a vehicle from Shenzhen to your factory to collect the goods. Liu Hai extended his hand. A pleasant collaboration awaits. Let us continue our discussion. Soon, Liu Hai and his associates directly signed a preliminary contract on the side. First, he could grant them the role of general agent for the Nanyang region. But he was not so naive as to offer it indefinitely. The contract would be renewed annually, requiring a minimum purchase of 500,000. This was a safeguard for himself. Should they prosper and perceive substantial profits, they might seek alternatives to replace him, at which point he could readily reclaim their agency rights. Such occurrences were far too common. For instance, decades later, the founder of a certain brand engaged in such treachery. From being a mere agent, he transformed into a petty individual who undermined the original brand. At that point, they would monopolize the agency while simultaneously manufacturing their own products, rendering Liu Hai's brand incapable of local sales. Secondly, concerning payment, they had only provided a 5,000 deposit. The contract would only take effect once they fulfilled the 500,000 requirement. This was not a trivial sum, and the Nanyang merchants were exceptionally cautious. They needed to visit Liu Hai's factory. After these discussions, Yang Sengu learned of the 500,000 order and, standing on the table with a microphone, exclaimed, 500,000. Our Tongxing AD calcium milk has ventured beyond borders and garnered the favor of Nanyang merchants. The venue erupted in excitement once more. 500,000, while Coca-Cola managed only 30 to 40,000 in a few days. Dozens of individuals here were singing and dancing, making a ruckus for such a modest sum. Meanwhile, a small platform quietly secured a contract for 500,000. This was akin to delivering a crushing blow to Coca-Cola's reputation. An individual familiar with the feud between the two parties stood at the scene, observing the representatives from Coca-Cola. Several expatriates from the corporate headquarters had also arrived. Upon noticing that other booths were connected to their sound system, they erupted in anger, chastising the woman and the young man for their incompetence. If one were to serve as another's dog, there could be no talk of independent dignity. The reprimanded man and woman could barely lift their heads. Yet they were powerless to respond, as the organizers had aligned themselves with Liu Hai's side. That day, Tongxing AD calcium milk achieved instant fame, overshadowing Coca-Cola. In the evening, Liu Hai dined with several Nanyang merchants. He moved gracefully among them, commanding respect that made these merchants view him in a new light. At his age, to master the atmosphere of a banquet so adeptly was unprecedented. The ability to navigate social gatherings was not something honed overnight. As they parted ways after dinner, Liu Hai contemplated that the 500,000 should secure him the general agency for Coca-Cola in a region of Nanyang. Mr. Li, why did you choose our newly established brand? A black sedan halted before them, and a driver in white gloves opened the door. Li Shanfu smirked at the notion, stating that what was celebrated as divine water in Huaxia was, in Nanyang, merely an ordinary beverage. I actually had your product tested yesterday. The flavors are exquisite, the nutritional value abundant, and remarkably, the retail price is on par with Coca-Cola. As a businessman, I solely pursue products with immense potential in the market. Moreover, I sense that you possess considerable ambition, boldly challenging Coca-Cola right from the outset. Your future promises to be astonishing. As a distributor accompanying your manufacturer on this journey of growth, I am certain that the returns on this investment will be limitless in the future. I have every reason to choose you. Liu Hai laughed heartily, expressing gratitude for Mr. Li's trust. Upon your arrival at our factory, I kindly ask for your understanding, as we are merely transitioning and hail from a small locality. If our reception falls short, let bygones be bygones. Ha ha ha, Mr. Liu is overly courteous, rest assured. We are well aware of the production conditions in inland factories and will not measure you by Western standards. You may relax. Li Shanfu interjected with a smile. Liu Hai responded with a smile, relieved. However, just before boarding the vehicle, Li Shanfu curiously gazed at Liu Hai, asking if he was not in a hurry to return to the factory. Liu Hai replied that he had some other matters to attend to and would likely return a few days later, estimating that by the time he returned, Mr. Li and his entourage would have already departed. Li Shanfu nodded and boarded the car, saying, well then, It was a pleasure meeting you today. May our collaboration be delightful. Indeed, may our collaboration be delightful, Liu Hai replied with a smile. After Li Shanfu's vehicle departed, Liu Hai hurried back to the guest house and called the factory, instructing Dong Xinyu and the others to ensure an excellent reception. This exhibition has concluded perfectly, and I have also met a benefactor. In a person's life, there will inevitably be one or two benefactors who appear at pivotal moments. They may guide your life's direction, be affluent individuals who help you earn wealth, or perhaps just ordinary people who lend a hand at crucial times. Deputy Director Fong, whose original name is Fong Jinxiu, is Liu Hai's benefactor on this occasion. The following morning, Liu Hai sought him out, bringing 2 bottles of wine and a pack of Hongqi mountain cigarettes. As they parted, Fong Jinxiu smilingly remarked, "Liu Hai, I have a premonition that one day you will surely come to Shenzhen." Liu Hai inquired how he had come to that conclusion. Fong Jinxiu replied, "I have encountered countless individuals and have never met anyone quite like you. You cannot remain in this small place. The world is vast, and you are a soaring Kunping. Only the South can provide you with a stage." Liu Hai laughed heartily, saying, "Then when I next visit Shenzhen, I shall invite you for a drink." "That sounds delightful," Deputy Director Fong responded, feeling a peculiar affinity while conversing with Liu Hai. "I shall await your arrival in Shenzhen." At that moment, Yang Senga stealthily approached Deputy Director Fong, saying, "You mentioned yesterday during our drinking session about those massages in Shenzhen. Oh, stop it, you sharp-minded fellow. You only absorbed the frivolities and failed to learn anything valuable." Fong Jinxiu promptly interrupted. Yang Sengdu, in his drunken state, had even divulged the color of Deputy Director Fong's undergarments to Liu Hai, causing great embarrassment. Yang Sengdu was about to pursue further inquiries when Liu Hai swiftly grabbed him by the neck, urging him not to waste time, as they still needed to head towards Huqiangbai. Let us move quickly. Chapter 137, The Plastic Watch. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the location of the Master Buddha. He had already arranged vehicles for Liu Hai and his companions. The old man was indeed swift and loyal in his dealings, declaring that they would deliver this batch of goods to Liu Hai's warehouse. Should any mishap occur during the process, the responsibility would lie with them. The fact that Liu Hai had sought collaboration with such individuals indicated a deep-rooted relationship from previous lives, coupled with a commendable reputation. This significantly mitigated Liu Hai's risks. Without further ado, Liu Hai inspected the components, paid half the amount, and agreed to settle the remainder upon the arrival of the goods at their warehouse in Yinshan County. In this era, truck drivers often risked their lives in their profession. Poor road conditions greatly increased the likelihood of accidents and rollovers. Moreover, the threat of encountering robbers along the way loomed large. This shipment bore Liu Hai's immense hopes, thus he was understandably anxious about potential troubles. A few of them accompanied the truck, and the journey, fraught with bumps and jolts, took 3 to 4 days, as the road conditions were exceedingly poor. Fortunately, they arrived safely in the early hours of late September at the Xinyu Food Factory in Yinshan County. Dong Xinyu, along with some workers, arrived and was somewhat bemused. Why had they returned with so many toy watches? Nonetheless, they needed to unload the goods promptly. During the unloading process, Liu Hai hurried to the dormitory building. Knowing Liu Hai would return today, Dong Xinyu had come from Ponqing village the day before. Upon opening the door, Liu Hai immediately spotted Dong Xinyu peacefully asleep in the room. Her face was turned, and her long eyelashes rested delicately on her eyelids. A beam of light from the east filtered through the sheer curtain, casting a golden hue on her long lashes. In that moment, the fatigue and weariness Liu Hai had endured over the past few days dissipated. This was the essence of a man's struggle in the world. Quietly, Liu Hai crouched beside her, gazing at her lovely face. As October approached, the air had grown a bit chilly. Noticing her long legs exposed, he gently pulled the blanket over her. Time passed slowly, and suddenly, Dong Xinyu's brow furrowed as if disturbed by a dream. Her clear, bright eyes sprang open in alarm. Upon seeing Liu Hai crouched before her, she appeared momentarily bewildered. After a brief silence, Liu Hai playfully pinched her cheek and asked if the little one was stirring inside her. Dong Xinyu quickly sat up and embraced Liu Hai tightly, closing her eyes and saying nothing, as if fearing that he would vanish the moment she released him. Liu Hai savored the delightful sensation of her unique warmth. His hand gently caressed her silky black hair, inquiring what was amiss. Like a child, Dong Xinyu explained that she had dreamt of him encountering robbers on the road. Liu Hai burst into laughter, cradling her small face and planting a firm kiss on her lips. Silly girl, are you still sleepy? Would you like to rest a while longer? Dong Xinyu shook her head, refusing to sleep. You just got back, right? Let me get you something to eat. It's fine. I'll grab something from the cafeteria later. I'm still unloading over there. You take care of things first. All right, sounds good. Liu Hai squatted down, resting his ear against Dong Xinyu's round belly. She gently supported his head, smiling as she remarked that their child was becoming increasingly restless. But I suppose the little one is sleeping now, unaware that Daddy has returned. Liu Hai kissed the belly, saying, Daddy's back. And you're still causing trouble for Mommy in there. Just wait until Daddy deals with you. Dong Xinyu's delicate face radiated happiness. Afterward, Liu Hai headed to the warehouse. Once he finished unloading the goods, he entered Sun Moutsai's restaurant with Buddha's men. Throughout the journey, Liu Hai got along exceptionally well with Buddha's subordinates. He first settled the remaining payment for the goods, then handed each of them a red envelope containing 5 bills, as they would be collaborating for a long time. After seeing them off, Liu Hai promptly returned to the factory, where Zhang Xihai and the others were already waiting. They looked curiously at the electronic watch movements and toy watches on the table. What is this about? Is this just a couple of toys worth over 100,000? They were utterly bewildered. Without further ado, Liu Hai instructed Wang Wu to bring some tools. He began dismantling the toy watches, emptying their insides, and then pressed the electronic watch movement into them. Yang Sandog, with his hair standing on end, exclaimed, You're not thinking of selling this as an electronic watch, are you? Zhang Xihai and the others gasped in shock. After some tinkering, Liu Hai handed them the assembled electronic watch. Take a look and see if it can sell. Zhang Xihai quickly grabbed it for inspection. The result was promising. Their excitement grew as they realized that aside from the plastic strap and dial, the rest was indistinguishable from a regular electronic watch. Such is the charm of this era. As long as one employs their intellect, countless incredible business opportunities abound. After all, how else could the people of Wencheng make money selling shoes crafted from craft paper? The metal strap electronic watches were still quite expensive. But Liu Hai's ingenious method drastically reduced the cost. Most ordinary people desired watches to help them keep track of time, rather than for the sake of appearances. If Liu Hai introduced these low-cost products to the market, who could possibly withstand the competition? Meanwhile, over at Changzhou, Hu Hongwei was still waiting for his goods. Liu Hai, not wishing to waste time, immediately instructed Zhang Xihai to make arrangements. As the assembly process was straightforward, requiring neither production lines nor technical training, they decided to set up assembly in the warehouse. Zhang Xihai would oversee this task. Afterward, Liu Hai went to the factory to check on the production status. In his absence over the past few days, the second factory had surged, primarily due to the arrival of merchants from the deep market, particularly from Nanyang. Upon learning of the situation, County Chief Yang personally visited the factory to receive the guests. Upon arrival, the visitors were greatly impressed to see the county chief in attendance. In the current climate, foreign businessmen seeking partners in Huaxiao prioritized the backing of local authorities. Without hesitation, they proceeded to make a payment of 500,000. Not only did this boost their AD calcium milk products, but it also positively impacted the spicy fish from Factory 1. On the third day after Liu Hai's return, a queue of trucks from out-of-town merchants began to appear at the side entrance of Xinyu Factory 2. A rotund man stood observing the bustling entrance. How could a food business thrive so remarkably? What method had they employed to expand their sales beyond local borders? Chapter 138. Shipment. It was rumored that they had attended a trade fair in Shenzhen, which had opened up their market. A trade fair? The stout man furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. If their food factory was performing so well, why would they show interest in the electrical appliance sector? This was something we were not entirely clear about. One of his subordinates replied. A flicker of disdain crossed the stout man's face. A farmer, an individual entrepreneur, interested in electrical appliances? Would anyone believe that? Go find Liu Hai and inform him that I shall be waiting for him at Sun Moutsai's restaurant, he commanded, turning on his heel with an air of authority, as if issuing a decree that Liu Hai must comply. This man was Wang Xingming, a factory leader from a state-owned electrical appliance company in the provincial capital, here to negotiate the acquisition of the state-owned electrical factory in Yunshan. The two firms had initially reached an agreement, but the county had intervened. After more than a month of inquiry, they discovered that County Chief Yang had allocated the electrical factory to Liu Hai, the individual entrepreneur. Consequently, Wang Xingming was quite incensed upon his arrival. After Wang left, his subordinate entered the factory. However, when the security personnel escorted him to Liu Hai, Liu did not even spare him a glance. He spoke directly to the security officer. In the future, do not allow just anyone into the factory. This is not a marketplace. The security officer promptly understood Liu Hai's intent and lowered his head, apologizing. I understand, Boss Liu. The subordinate, noticing Liu Hai's utter disregard, grew anxious. Manager Liu, we have come from the provincial capital. To our knowledge, your subsidiary food products have yet to penetrate the provincial market. If you are willing to collaborate with us, we can help establish a market for your products there. Liu Hai, preoccupied with checking the assembly of electronic meters in the warehouse, replied casually, did you notice the trucks lined up at the entrance before you entered the factory? Of course I saw them. What of it? Liu retorted, are we struggling to sell our products? Do we need to beg you to access the provincial market? Have some dignity and refrain from flaunting your ignorance before me. The man was rendered speechless by Liu Hai's sharp words, left standing there, momentarily at a loss for words. They had now arrived at the warehouse entrance. Liu Hai addressed him, urging him to leave, stating that he held no interest in their affairs and was too preoccupied with his own work to squander time on them. Just as the man was about to speak further, the security personnel hastily escorted him away, insisting he should not cause a disturbance. Thus, the individual was removed by the security team. Liu Hai then pushed open the warehouse door and stepped inside, where tireless work was underway, overseen by Dong Xinyu. The pace was brisk, as they were merely transferring the electronic movements into toy watches. On average, they managed to complete between 1,000 to 2,000 each day. With time pressing, Liu Hai joined the fray. At a restaurant, one of Wang Xingming's subordinates approached him. After much discussion, Wang Xingming slammed his cup onto the table, expressing his disdain. His subordinate cautiously responded that they needed to conduct further investigation, noting that County Chief Yang had already intervened and that he would attend the conference in a month. Wang Xingming's expression darkened considerably. I am well aware of that without your prompting. Make another trip and summon Factory Director Jiang. I wish to discuss matters with him in detail. The subordinate nodded and hurriedly exited to fetch the requested individual. A week later, Liu Hai and his team had successfully assembled 10,000 electronic watches. He calculated the costs, encompassing logistics, labor, materials, and so forth, amounting to approximately 2 yuan and 30 cents each. He intended to set the wholesale price at 5 yuan. According to the practices of the electronic product dealers in that area, the market price for these watches could reasonably reach between 10 to 15 yuan. Even at this rate, the pricing of these electronic watches was undeniably exceptional. Liu Hai brimmed with optimism. Thus, he transported the 10,000 plastic electronic watches to the vicinity of Changzhou train station, specifically to the backyard of Hu Hongwei's shop. A few of his employees were engaged in discussion about Liu Hai's watches. Will anyone actually want these plastic electronic watches? One remarked, they look just like toy watches. Who would buy them? Their skepticism was palpable. Liu Hai chose to ignore their doubts and patiently awaited developments. After about 10 minutes, Hu Hongwei burst in from outside, staring at Liu Hai for an extended moment before exclaiming, you truly came. Liu Hai took one of the plastic electronic watches from the group and said to Hu Hongwei, brother, please examine the goods quickly. If you're uninterested, I must seek another buyer. Hu Hongwei furrowed his brow and approached, taking the watch from Liu Hai's hand and inspecting it from various angles. This movement is quite impressive, he exclaimed, as an expert could readily discern quality. He then inquired about the brand, Hongqi watch? Which brand is that from Port City? I have never heard of it before. Liu Hai, aiming to penetrate the market with this product, was keen on promoting the brand as a foundation for the future establishment of a factory. With a composed demeanor, he replied, it's a new brand from Port City. The previous owner was a subcontractor for Rolex. Finding that endeavor unfulfilling, he turned his attention to the domestic electronic watch market and developed this model. On my recent trip to the southern region, I had the opportunity to meet him. It is said that they invested no less than 10 million in the development of this watch in the port city. Astonishing, isn't it? 10 million. And this is the result? Hu Hongwei was incredulous. Liu Hai, unfazed, took the watch and began to disassemble it, revealing the movement. Do you see this mechanism? Although it appears to be an ordinary movement, the internal design is exceptionally intricate, far more complex than standard movements, developed with the assistance of a team from Switzerland. And this strap, do you think it is just a regular plastic band? Is this not merely the strap of a children's toy watch? Hu Hongwei was completely taken in by Liu Hai's earnest yet absurd explanations. Liu Hai handed it over, urging him to squeeze it. Can you feel how soft the plastic is? Hu Hongwei squeezed it firmly, and indeed, there was a slight give. That is correct. This is a special material designed ergonomically to benefit human health. What on earth is ergonomics? Little did Hu Hongwei know that the man across from him had traversed time from the future and had never encountered such sophisticated terminology. Liu Hai continued to expound, weaving a web of intricate nonsense. Even Dong Xinyu beside him couldn't help but slap himself, striving to keep his wits about him. Brother Hai, this thing is just assembled from toy components. It is not some miraculous high-end product. Chapter 139. The Mercenary Hu Hongwei. He is not afraid of encountering a swindler. Rather, he fears meeting someone who has reincarnated from decades in the future, using a plethora of unfamiliar tactics to deceive him. The key is that this fellow was a seasoned billionaire in his previous life. Even more crucial is that this lad appears harmless and rather juvenile. Who could possibly withstand such an encounter? After a vigorous round of persuasion from Liu Hai, Hu Hongwei and his companions were thoroughly convinced. Of course, Hu Hongwei is no fool. Regardless of whether this product is high-end or not, its wholesale price is merely 5 yuan. 5 yuan. Can you procure a watch that you can wear on your wrist, and that helps you manage time for such a price? It's preposterous. With that alone, this item is bound to be a bestseller. His numerous inquiries stemmed from a fear that this product would malfunction within days of use. After Liu Hai's compelling spiel, he took a sip from his cup. So, do you want it or not? If not, I shall take it away. Let us not waste time. Yes. Why would I refuse? Let us inspect the goods, quickly. Hu Hongwei, in a flurry of urgency, was concerned that Liu Hai might not deliver the goods to him and hastily called for his people to bring the items forward. Thus, Liu Hai sold all 10,000 electronic watches at 5 yuan each, totaling a sum of 50,000. After leaving, Dong Xinyu felt particularly embarrassed, trailing behind Liu Hai. Brother Hai, aren't you worried about boasting about our product? What if that lad discovers the truth? What shall we do then? Liu Hai walked ahead, glancing around, and suddenly halted to gaze at Dong Xinyu. When you were bragging about us being the foremost state-owned factory in Jiangdong, did you not feel a pang of conscience? Dong Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, scratching his pointed head. How should I describe this? Primarily, when I express it verbally, my conscience remains unburdened. However, upon hearing you speak, I feel an acute pang of conscience and a flush of embarrassment. Haigo, what do you think this is? Enough with your nonsensical rhetoric. Liu Hai kicked out in exasperation, while Dong Xinyu hastily dodged with a grin. Having ventured into the provincial city, Liu Hai was determined to bring back a token for his wife. Thus, he made his way to a nearby department store to peruse the offerings. It was not that Liu Hai was unwilling to purchase something for Dong Xinyu, but rather that, in this day and age, nothing caught his eye. Everything seemed utterly outdated. For instance, when he contemplated buying clothing, he concluded that none of the selections were superior to a tailored suit from a skilled seamstress. Moreover, the majority of items in the department store were merely mundane, everyday necessities. Ultimately, he settled for purchasing some lotions and creams. In a previous life, Liu Hai had been friends with Hu Hongwei, who was one of the largest wholesalers near Changzhou Station. Despite this connection, he had assumed that the shipment of 10,000 plastic watches would take a considerable time to sell out. However, his expectations proved overly cautious. Within a mere day, just one day had passed when Hu Hongwei called the office of the second factory. Upon connection, he eagerly inquired, "Brother, when can I expect your next shipment?" Damn it. It's been a frenzy. I merely displayed them, and in less than a day, those opportunists have snatched them all up. Liu Hai was left speechless on the other end, grappling with Hu Hongwei's audacity, which rivaled that of a fortress. While in your shop, you treated me like a thief, yet once you profited from the goods, you eagerly spoke of our friendship? Hu Hongwei's success in his previous life was undoubtedly linked to his audacity, meticulousness, and thick skin. Unlike Wang Shiwen, who was overly concerned with appearances and relationships, Hu Hongwei believed that as long as he could profit, he would gladly call you his adoptive father. The world of commerce is a tapestry of diverse characters, and Hu Hongwei epitomized the shrewd merchant. He jovially reiterated over the phone, "Let us not lose our rapport. Just ensure you don't sell your goods to anyone else, lest the market prices go haywire." At that moment, Dong Xinyu entered the office, adorning a particularly loose floral dress, her hair cascading like a waterfall. She wore the headband Liu Hai had purchased during his trip to the provincial city, exuding an aura of innocence. Liu Hai had little time for idle chatter, as they were preparing to return to Panqing village for a few days. With a smile, he remarked, "In a couple of days, the next batch will arrive as per our usual arrangement, 10,000 watches. Can you handle that?" "Of course. Just deliver them to my backyard, and I will have the cash ready, she replied. Excellent. I look forward to our continued collaboration. After hanging up, Liu Hai contemplated and then called Buddha Yi at Huqiang North to place an order. Having established a foundation of trust through their initial collaboration, Buddha Yi agreed to a cash-on-delivery arrangement. With everything arranged, Liu Hai approached Dong Xinyu. Concerning this young lady, Liu Hai exhibits a perplexing compulsion. Whenever he perceives any disarray in her attire or stray strands of hair, he feels an irresistible urge to assist her in tidying up. On this occasion, Dong Xinyu donned a pair of white sneakers from the Huili brand. Noticing her shoelaces were untied, he promptly crouched down to fasten them, while also adjusting her little white socks. Dong Xinyu, with her delicate face and ample belly, smiled at her husband. It's nothing to worry about, she reassured him. That is unacceptable, Liu Hai replied, rising to embrace her waist gently. I understand, she conceded. As they stepped outside, Dong Xinyu inquired, Xiao Hai, does that digital watch earn a substantial profit? Liu Hai chuckled. It is the key to our escape from Yinshan County. However, the time has not yet come. We must first accumulate some funds. Once our little one arrives, that will be our moment to thrive. Indeed, but with so many endeavors at once, can we manage? I fear that one day you might be overwhelmed. Dong Xinyu expressed her concerns, gazing at Liu Hai. He smiled and reassured her, silly girl, how could that be? I have vowed to provide the best life for you and our child. Dong Xinyu fell silent, intertwining her arm with his as they strolled toward the factory entrance under the setting sun. In the following days, Liu Hai and Dong Xinyu remained at home. The villagers were aware of Dong Xinyu's attachment to their vegetable garden, which prompted them to continue tending it daily, despite the couple having moved to the county town. As autumn set in, Liu Hai visited the fabric store to procure some elastic material, commissioning the tailor to craft several thick pairs of leggings tailored to Dong Xinyu's measurements, along with several woolen sweaters. Dressing Dong Xinyu in styles reminiscent of future aesthetics had become Liu Hai's greatest passion. Now, Liu Qing would directly head to the factory during his vacations, leaving the adjacent room vacant. One evening, Yang Sandog and Wang Sherwin arrived. After dinner, Liu Hai assisted Dong Xinyu to her room for rest before handing each of his guests a cigarette. I intend to involve you in this endeavor. How much do you each have to invest? Chapter 140. Preparing to stockpile Raimi in the subsequent period, Liu Hai's focus was entirely devoted to his Raimi stockpiling. In just a few months, he anticipated profits of 4 to 5 times the initial investment, a venture that rivaled the forthcoming stock market opportunities. He aimed to include those around him in this venture, allowing them to profit as well. Liu Hai had previously broached the subject with them, and now, at his prompting, their enthusiasm ignited. Wang Sherwin declared, I have consulted relatives and friends, and I can manage to gather around 6,000 yuan. Yang Sandog chimed in, I can contribute 20,000. Wang Sherwin stared at Yang Sandog in astonishment. Brother, have you become a wealthy individual? Yang Sandog cast him a sidelong glance. Brother, you've been with us long enough. You'll soon realize that being a 10,000 yuan household is hardly impressive. Wang Sherwin felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, he was grateful to have allied himself with Liu Hai. Even the scraps from Liu Hai's endeavors proved more fruitful than anything else. He was immensely relieved that their relationship had improved over time. Liu Hai smiled, remarking that this era brims with possibilities. Yet it is imperative to master the art of discretion. The current accumulation of Raimi is indeed a venture fraught with risk, as it may incite jealousy from others in the county. Thus, careful strategizing is essential. Liu Hai proceeded to assign tasks. First, the collection sites must be chosen with utmost caution. They should be situated as far from Yinshan County as possible. The rationale behind this is clear. Should their hoarding of Raimi be discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to a multitude of unnecessary complications. Moreover, once they have stockpiled the Raimi, it won't be long before prices begin to soar. For instance, consider a farmer who possesses 100 pounds of Raimi but, in dire need of funds, sells it for a mere $2. After 2 or 3 months, when prices skyrocket, would he not feel a twinge of regret? Liu Hai, having returned from a rebirth, never tests the limits of human nature. The most effective strategy is to operate under the radar. Thus, even if someone feels discomfort, they remain oblivious to his identity and cannot report him. Liu Hai is determined to seize every profitable opportunity while avoiding any potential hazards, and his companions grasp this notion. Secondly, they must diversify their collection methods. Currently, they possess only one tractor, which limits their range. This necessitates the integration of Wang Sherwin's resources. By persuading his sister through both soft and hard tactics, they can leverage the idle trucks resulting from numerous state-owned enterprises shutdowns in the county. With a modest investment, they can rent these trucks and transport Remy from areas distant from Yinshan County. As night fell, Wang Shiwen's remarked, "Brother Hai, arranging the trucks is quite straightforward. A few stern words to my brother-in-law will ensure his cooperation." However, he posed a question: "What makes you so confident that Remy prices will surge?" Liu Hai produced a newspaper, pointing to an article that elucidated the struggles faced by the people under imperialistic oppression. Despite their hardships, the economy had begun to recover earlier this year, leading to a significant surge in demand for textiles, which would inevitably escalate the price of Remy. He further referenced a report indicating that, in the first half of this year, exports of cotton and Remy to the United States had skyrocketed by 300% compared to the previous year. This surge in export volume, coupled with the influx of U.S. dollars, would prompt the government to amplify exports. Consequently, the domestic market would experience a shortage of Remy and cotton. And once that scarcity sets in, prices would inevitably soar, dictated by the law of supply and demand. Liu Hai spoke with fervor, yet his companions remained somewhat bewildered, lacking an understanding of economic principles, though they seemed to grasp a fragment of the concept. Wang Shiwen's nodded. "So how many trucks do we need?" Liu Hai pondered for a moment. "At least 5 trucks. We must expedite the collection of Remy. Once our room is filled, we will seal off all information and patiently await the market's price increase." Wang Shiwen's agreed. "All right, I shall return to seek out my sister tonight. Dog brother, could you drive me back to the county on the tractor?" "Certainly, no problem. Dear Hai, you should rest early. I will see him off. Take care." After they departed, Dong Xinyu had already fallen asleep in bed. As her belly grew larger, the approaching birth made her feel increasingly uncomfortable and fatigued. Liu Hai observed this with a heavy heart. The lingering heat of autumn still clung to the air, making their humble abode quite stuffy. Despite living in the countryside, Dong Xinyu maintained impeccable hygiene, bathing daily. After tidying up the dishes outside, Liu Hai leaned close to her ear and asked, "Will you bathe today?" Dong Xinyu sleepily opened her eyes. "I did sweat today." Liu Hai, filled with tenderness, kissed her softly. "I'll boil some water." "All right." Dong Xinyu yawned, appearing as gentle as a little lamb. In the countryside, bathing typically involved using a green or red plastic cover, which provided excellent insulation. After hanging the plastic cover from the ceiling, Liu Hai placed a large wooden basin inside it and boiled a kettle of water. Once the temperature was adjusted, he carefully assisted Dong Xinyu to rise from the bed and helped her remove her clothes. At 7 or 8 months pregnant, her movements were quite cumbersome. Liu Hai, being particularly attentive, often took on the responsibility of bathing her. Supporting her as they entered the plastic cover, he gently washed her. Inside the warm enclosure, filled with steam and the fragrance of soap, a sense of intimacy enveloped them. As he continued to wash her, Liu Hai playfully teased, "It seems you're still growing." Startled, Dong Xinyu looked down, a hint of worry crossing her face. "I don't know why I'm still growing." "Don't worry. I like it just the way it is," he reassured her. "Isn't it troublesome, being this big?" "Silly girl, you wouldn't understand." "Oh," she replied. "Hi. Will there be any issues with storing Remy?" Concerned, she had been listening to their conversation. "Turn around," Liu Hai said with a smile. After she complied, he gently wiped her face. "Fortune favors the bold. There's some risk, but the profits are substantial. If I don't seize this opportunity, I won't feel right. Get up quickly and dry off. Don't catch a chill." "Okay." Once Liu Hai helped her to her feet and began drying her, he shared his ambitious plans. "This time, I want to take a bold step. After securing this profit, I'll invest in advertising for our food factory's products. That way, we can establish a brand." Once the branding was successful, Liu Hai believed their food factory would be on the right track. As he dried her off while assisting her into her clothes, he elaborated on his vision of a food empire. Dong Xinyu, cooperating with him, was unaware of the specifics of his plans. Seeing Liu Hai drenched in sweat, she felt both empathy and guilt, wiping his brow with a towel. "Once the little one arrives, I'll be able to assist you." Liu Hai lifted a pair of custom-made cotton leggings for Dong Xinyu. He rose and gently pinched her small nose, assuring her that these matters were for men to handle. "Go to bed. I will tidy up shortly." "Okay," she replied. In autumn, the maple leaves on the hillside behind Liu Hai's home had turned a brilliant yellow, creating a stunning tapestry of red and gold that painted the landscape. The ginkgo tree at the entrance of their home scattered golden leaves across the ground, a sight so beautiful it seemed almost surreal, a magnificent spectacle of nature. It was grand, intense, and exuberant, filled with a sense of promise for the future. The lake had also entered a dry season, with the reeds turning a withered yellow, revealing many islands that had become terrestrial. Each year at this time, transport boats from neighboring provinces would dock at the edge of the lake's reed beds. Villagers would venture in to harvest the reeds, bundling them onto the boats to be taken to paper mills in other provinces. Despite the family's newfound financial stability, Liu Hai would still venture to the reed beds to gather wild delicacies for Dong Xinyu to bolster her nutrition. Dong Xinyu often felt confined at home, so Liu Hai would take her to the reed beds to breathe in the fresh air. At this moment, Liu Hai had cut a large quantity of reeds and piled them into a mound. Concerned about insects, he placed a cloth atop the reeds, allowing Dong Xinyu to sit comfortably on it. Before long, young Sandog arrived, showing no interest in the fish in the water, but rather fixated on wild chickens and ducks. He dashed into the reeds, attempting to catch wild ducks. Soon, the reeds erupted with the flurry of flying fowl. Young Sandog tossed a wild duck, bound at its feet. At Dong Xinyu's feet, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, keep an eye on this one. Don't let it escape. It's for my nephew's nourishment." Dong Xinyu quickly called out, "Sandog, don't catch too many." "I know," he replied. "I'll grab a few for son Tudu. He loves these." He continued his search for wild duck nests in the reeds. Meanwhile, Liu Hai had been feeling around in the water when he suddenly pressed down into the mud. There was a considerable commotion, and he soon found himself wrestling with a hefty black fish, likely weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, which thrashed vigorously in protest. "You think you can escape?" The black fish was incredibly strong, and it took Liu Hai considerable effort to bring it ashore. Dong Xinyu noticed the mud smeared across his face and attempted to wipe it off, only to make it messier, leaving him looking like a child upon returning home. Liu Hai laughed, declaring that the fish he caught would make an especially sweet broth. After tossing the black fish into the boat's hold, he mentioned he would catch a few more mandarin fish to raise at home, and off he went to the nearby waterway. Dong Xinyu watched eagerly, occasionally spotting a large fish and excitedly pointing it out. The group was thoroughly engrossed in their activities. On the other side of the reed field, a young man, resembling a cadre, strode confidently among a group of followers as he disembarked from a boat. Though young, he carried himself with an air of authority as he conversed with the leader of the bundling team. Meanwhile, young Sandog emerged from the forest with 3 or 4 wild ducks, muttering under his breath about the lengths he would go for son Tudu's culinary cravings. Feeling exhausted from his efforts, the young man was interrupted mid-speech, his attention drawn away. Suddenly, he glanced over, his anger flaring. With furrowed brows, he questioned why the area had not been sealed off as instructed, allowing farmers to come here and forage for wild goods. "Get them out of here." The captain, also a resident of Yinshan County, squinted to discern Liu Hai in the ditch and felt a shiver run down his spine. "Director, this individual is different." "What do you mean different?" "Tell them to leave. It's unbearably noisy." After the young man finished speaking, he proceeded to inspect the bundles others had gathered. The fish in the lake remained untouched by officials, yet the reed beds had long been claimed by the provincial city and paper mills from other provinces, which contracted local individuals for the task. This arrangement had become a side job for the locals. The young man was responsible for the state-owned paper mill in the provincial city, earning the respect of the villagers, who regarded him as an official from the province. Flattered by their admiration, he had gradually begun to see himself as an authority. After reprimanding a few more individuals, he noticed the captain's indifference and sighed in frustration, casting a sharp glance his way. "Is this trivial matter really so difficult to manage? I pay your wages. Are you here to enjoy a free meal?" The captain quickly lowered his head. "Director, this man is truly exceptional. Is he the Jade Emperor or the Supreme Laojun?" The young man fixed a domineering gaze upon him. The captain, a villager from Chaoyang, felt no inclination to engage further with such arrogance. Coldly, he retorted, "You may gesture as you please before me, but I advise you not to provoke him." With that, he returned to his work. The more the captain spoke, the more infuriated the young man became. He leaped across the ditch and approached Liu Hai and the others. At that moment, Dong Xinyu sat by the water, watching Liu Hai catch fish. The young woman, dressed by Liu Hai, bore little resemblance to those of this era, coupled with her natural beauty. The young man from the provincial city found his gaze lingering on Dong Xinyu as soon as he recognized her. His eyes then drifted to her prominent belly. Married? A sense of discomfort washed over him. He shifted his attention back to Liu Hai, who, dressed in his most worn work clothes for fishing, appeared no different from the ordinary laborers in the village. A feeling of disdain surged within him, as if he were a flower paired with dung, and he felt a growing sense of indignation. Why could such a farmer secure such a beautiful wife? As the director of a provincial state-run factory and a university graduate, he felt superior in every way. This simmering resentment soured his demeanor. He immediately barked, "This is the reed field of the Jiangdong state-owned paper factory. Who allowed you to come here to fish? Which brigade do you belong to?" His disdain for Liu Hai's beautiful wife became apparent as he emphasized the term farmer. All three individuals turned to him. Upon noticing Dong Xinyu's gaze upon him, his confidence swelled. He stood tall, as if to assert that he was far superior to her husband. Choosing a farmer like him is the greatest mistake of your life. Such a naive and foolish notion. How absurd is it that Yang Sandog is catching a mandarin fish in the ditch? In chapter 142, did you provoke him? Liu Hai merely cast a glance at him, completely disregarding the man, and smiled at Dong Xinyu, mentioning that there were likely guests coming over in the next few days and suggesting they catch a couple more fish. Indeed, good idea. Dong Xinyu's shallow dimples appeared as she stood with her legs together, her slender calves encased in black cotton socks, exuding an air of pure innocence. This scene stirred a wave of discontent within the young man. Despite being pregnant, this woman possessed no excess flesh apart from her abdomen. She was simply born with beauty. The fact that the three of them ignored him only intensified his discomfort, as if they were deliberately trying to embarrass this young woman's husband in front of her. He immediately shouted at Liu Hai, "Did you not hear me? Leave this place at once, or I shall report you to your team leader." Yang Sandog could no longer tolerate it and sighed helplessly. He stood up and called out to Uncle Nyo, who was tying reeds, asking how much they were paid for bundling them all day. The leader of the bundling team replied, "I am the leader, 6 mao per day for me, and 5 mao for the others." "What are you thinking?" Yang Sandog exclaimed. "You toil all day for merely 5 mao? Wouldn't it be more profitable to catch a couple of pounds of silverfish and bring them to our factory? You must learn to do the math. If you cannot even calculate this, how will you prosper and become wealthy enough to build a tile-roofed house?" Upon hearing Yang Sandog's words, the villagers began to reflect, realizing the absurdity of their situation. After all, autumn was not a peak season for silverfish, and they had bundled reeds in this season for generations. This year was no exception. With Yang Sandog's remarks, they suddenly recognized the folly in working so hard while depending on others' whims for a meager 5 mao. They straightened up in unison. The young man, noticing that everyone had stopped working, grew anxious. The metal cargo ship sent by the factory was waiting, and the assigned task was urgent. He pointed at them, ordering, "Get back to work immediately. Do not waste my time." Seeing him command them with an air of superiority, some people dropped what they were holding. "Brother Sandog is right. We're wasting time. It's better to go home and rest than to earn this 5 mao a day," they concluded. This mindset spread through the crowd. Soon, everyone in the area had dropped their tools, including the leader. The young man panicked, but his emotional intelligence was astonishingly low. Even in such a situation, he thought to suppress them with a domineering attitude, saying, "If you dare to leave, don't come back. I will not give you another chance. Get lost. What do you think you are?" Uncle Nyo, the leader, snapped back, fed up. "We've tolerated you for days. Find someone else." In an instant, everyone discarded their belongings and prepared to leave for the ship. The young man was furious and frantic. In a fit of rage, he directed his ire towards Liu Hai and Yang Sangyu, threatening to inform the village secretary and vowing to ruin their lives for daring to disrupt the operations of a state-owned enterprise. Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, gazing at him incredulously and remarking on his brazen lack of decorum. The young man, upon being chastised by Dong Xinyu, immediately retorted, "What does a mere farmer know about civility? I see you are a woman, so I shall not stoop to your level. Now be gone." Before he could finish, Liu Hai, having emerged from the ditch, swiftly kicked him into the water. "What a nuisance!" Liu Hai exclaimed, turning to Dong Xinyu. "We've had enough. Let us go home." "Yes," she replied obediently. Meanwhile, the young man struggled in the ditch before finally scrambling up, intent on confronting Liu Hai. However, Uncle Nyo and the others suddenly charged towards him, threatening, "Touch a single hair on him, and we'll bury you alive. You think you can rule here, outsider?" In an instant, he found himself encircled by the villagers of Chaoyang. Throughout this ordeal, Liu Hai had not spared him a glance. He guided Dong Xinyu onto the boat, helped her sit, and said to Uncle Nyo, "Let us not stoop to his level. It's beneath our dignity. Dong Xinyu, having climbed out of the ditch, passed by the young man with a scornful click of his tongue, warning, "Remember, we are the ones in charge here. You cannot provoke us." Shaking his head, he proceeded towards the boat. The young man felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, filled with anger and humiliation, yet he dared not speak. For the villagers surrounding him wore fierce, determined expressions. In the days since his arrival, he had taken to ordering them around, fearful that they might act on impulse and truly bury him alive. He could only watch helplessly as Liu Hai and the others departed on their boat. Once they had left, Uncle Nyo furrowed his brow and remarked, "For generations, we have relied on Lake Ting for our livelihood, catching a few fish to sustain ourselves. Do we really need your permission for that? You mentioned seeking the secretary. Let me inform you. His name is Liu Hai, from Ponching Village. Go ahead and tell the secretary to apprehend him, and see if he even acknowledges you." The young man's face contorted with rage as he adjusted his glasses, rendered speechless. Uncle Nyo continued, "I warned you from the start not to provoke him, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. You have overstepped your bounds. Now, you must deal with the consequences." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he led the others away. After they departed, a panicked figure rushed from the cargo ship, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why has everyone left? The factory is waiting for our goods. We cannot afford delays." The young man's complexion turned ashen. "Are you here to remind me? Go immediately and notify the secretary. Summon him for a meeting. This fellow still perceives himself as a cadre descending from the provincial capital, utterly oblivious to his true identity." This afternoon, news arrived from Chaoyang Village. Director Li of the Reed Field summoned the village officials for a meeting, yet not a single village cadre attended. Enraged, he stormed to the village brigade and, like a leader, unleashed a torrent of invectives upon the secretary of Chaoyang Village. As a result, he received a resounding slap from the secretary. The news of this incident reached Simitu Village, where the workers bundling reeds at the reed field promptly ceased their labor. Liu Hai regarded this mindless individual with little concern. At this moment, he was on the phone with Wang Sherwin at the factory. On the other end, Wang Sherwin's voice boomed when my brother-in-law, Chen Guobing, vehemently opposed my thoughts after hearing them. However, he failed to realize that such opposition was futile, devoid of any impact. I had already relayed this situation to my sister, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, my brother-in-law was likely kneeling on the washboard as we spoke. "Hi, good, don't fret." Chapter 143. Bring me along to prosper? Kneeling on the washboard? What does that mean? Liu Hai inquired, perplexed. Wang Sherwin, sounding particularly smug over the phone, asserted that this matter was beyond my brother-in-law's control and that he would ultimately comply. He assured Liu Hai not to worry. In the county town, Wang Sherwin lounged in Chen Guobing's office, legs propped on the desk, exuding an air of arrogance. After a while, Chen Guobing entered the unit with a frosty demeanor. Along the way, many colleagues glanced at the bruise on his neck. TSK, has Director Chen been beaten by his wife again? Hush, speak softly. Be careful not to provoke Director Chen. Let us pretend we didn't see anything. Our Director Chen has it tough with the tigress at home. I heard he has to replace the washboard several times a year. Really? Is that true? Why would I lie? Chen Guobing had indeed overheard, but chose to feign ignorance. Over the years, his pride had long been shattered. There was no need for futile explanations. He muttered under his breath, "You little brat. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? Are you reckless enough to want me to transfer vehicles from other state-owned factories for you?" Fuming with indignation, he thought to himself that he would not allow such unruliness this time. Thus, he arrived at his office. Upon entering, he saw Wang Sherwin leisurely reclining with his legs crossed in his office, looking quite content. Quickly shutting the door, he thought, "Do you have no awareness? This is my unit." The situation was spiraling out of control. Wang Sherwin hastily ingratiated himself. "Brother-in-law, I'm just here waiting for your news. So what about yesterday's affair? Can it work out?" I said, "I'm not refusing the rent, and there will absolutely be no issues. We 1T operate locally." Chen Guobing set his bag down with a grim expression. He longed to declare that this matter was hopeless, but feared that this young man might run to complain to his sister. This morning, he was supposed to kneel on the washboard, but after making numerous assurances to his wife, she ultimately spared him from that fate. Thus, the only recourse was to appeal to his emotions and reason, persuading him to relinquish his intentions. Suppressing his inner frustration, he inquired, "First, tell me, what is it that you intend to sell? I am merely looking out for your well-being. What if you were to encounter something you shouldn't and end up in trouble? Surely, You must be aware that you are the only son in your family. Wang Sherwin knew that without communication, the issue would remain unresolved. He then produced a newspaper he had acquired from Liu Hai's residence and placed it before his brother-in-law, stating, "The economy of the imperialist nation has already recovered." Enough nonsense. What does the recovery of their economy have to do with you? Focus on your own life. Chen Guobing responded with a hint of impatience. Wang Sherwin then began to engage Chen Guobing in a grand discourse, ranging from international trends to matters pertinent to Yinshan County. As Chen listened, a sense of astonishment crept into his mind. After all, he was the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, and he had a profound understanding of the state-owned enterprises. For instance, the director of the county's state-owned sack factory had been fretting over the tight supply of hemp. He had also been aware of the dramatic surge in the export of ramie and cotton in recent months. Higher authorities had already cautioned them to prepare for this surge. Although he had been monitoring the situation, he had never given it much thought. He was well aware of his brother-in-law's questionable character, but he was surprised that he could analyze such significant international matters. After a moment of silence, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Did Liu Hai share these matters with you?" Wang Sherwin smiled sheepishly and admitted, "Indeed, it was Brother Hai's analysis." Chen Guobing continued, "So, when you plan to execute this scheme, it involves ramie and cotton." "Yes," Wang Sherwin affirmed. "We intend to stockpile them in large quantities and secretly deliver them to Brother Hai's home in Ponching Village. Once the prices rise, we will sell them all off. Of course, Brother Hai understands that such activities can easily be exposed in the county, so to avoid unnecessary complications, we will procure them from outside, swiftly and discreetly, and leave no trace of our operations locally. Brother-in-law, listen to me. If this plan succeeds, I could become a wealthy man, transforming my fortunes entirely." Wang Sherwin continued to chatter excitedly. Meanwhile, Chen Guobing lit a cigarette, lost in contemplation. Initially, he had vehemently opposed Wang Sherwin's ideas, thinking he was acting alone. However, the involvement of Liu Hai changed everything. Who was Liu Hai? In a mere few months, he had revived the subsidiary food factory and even managed to sell its products to Southeast Asia. The county mayor had frequently praised him at public meetings, even advocating for the contracting of the state-owned electrical appliance factory to Liu Hai. Since this was his idea, perhaps the matter wasn't so foolish after all. Not only did he find himself less averse to it, but he also began to entertain his own calculations. Stealing a glance outside, he locked the door and, with utmost seriousness, turned to Wang Sherwin, asking, "What is Liu Hai's confidence in this matter?" Wang Sherwin exuded an air of confidence that was hard to ignore. Haigu claimed that whatever amount he had, he would invest it all. "Keep your voice down. This is my workplace. Do you not have any awareness of your surroundings?" Wang Sherwin snapped back to reality and lowered his voice. "Brother-in-law, Haigu conservatively estimates that within 6 months, the profit will be at least fourfold." "Fourfold? Nonsense. How could the price of ramie skyrocket to such an extent? Wouldn't every farmer become a millionaire? Why would we even bother with our jobs? We could all just return to the countryside to cultivate cotton and ramie," Chen Guobing retorted, struggling to accept the notion. It was hard to believe, not just for him, but for anyone in this era. If agricultural prices could soar to such heights, farmers would undoubtedly have a better life than those in the cities. Wang Sherwin countered, "I believe Haigu's assessment is not far from the truth. Consider this. Has he suffered any losses in recent months? If he wasn't optimistic about these prospects, would he truly be willing to sell everything he owns to invest?" Chen Guobing found himself entangled in a web of uncertainty, lighting a cigarette and taking long drags. Despite his position as the director of the county's State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, he was, in reality, enduring some of the toughest times. His monthly salary barely exceeded 50 yuan. In the past, he could at least enjoy some cigarettes from the state-owned factories. But now, County Chief Yang seemed eager to privatize all the loss-making state enterprises, leaving the workers convinced that it was the director's machinations behind it all. Every time he stepped outside, he felt followed by workers from those factories. Should they spot him with any expensive cigarettes, a detailed complaint would soon be filed against him. Consequently, he found himself adopting the same habits as the bald chef at the state-run restaurant, carrying around a pack of economy cigarettes. Yet, with a family to feed and a mother requiring monthly medical attention, financial strain was ever present. After much contemplation, he finally said, "Sherwin, I would like to invest a little. Would you be willing to help your brother-in-law earn some money?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shirwing found himself in a rather awkward position. Stammering, he hesitated, thinking about how to respond. What's the matter, brother-in-law? Are you unwilling to assist with such a minor issue? Are you still expecting me to find you a truck? How ungrateful. Look at how thin your sister has become. I merely wish to earn a bit more to buy her some meat. No, brother-in-law, you misunderstand. It's not that I am unwilling to include you. It's just that you are out of funds, Wang Shirwing clarified. That is absurd. Your sister has been frugal all these years, and we have saved up 1,500 yuan, which I lent you. Chen Guobing paused in disbelief. You lent all of it to him? Yes, brother-in-law, Wang Shirwing replied. Chen Guobing felt a surge of frustration. His position in the family felt utterly diminished. How could his younger brother borrow such a significant sum without informing him? Yet, he could do nothing about Wang Shirwing's sister. Just thinking of his own past experiences with the laundry board, he sighed, realizing that he was often the one to kneel on it after arguments. With a resigned shake of his head, he said, It's fine. What about my mother? What? The 300 yuan saved at my mother-in-law's place has also been borrowed. Not just my mother-in-law, but I borrowed from your brother and your uncle as well, Wang Shirwing admitted, leaving the atmosphere steeped in silence. Chen Guobing stared at him in disbelief. What on earth? After a brief silence, Wang Shirwing immediately sensed something amiss, opened the door, and fled. Without uttering a word, Chen Guobing removed his leather shoes and hurled them after him. However, he missed and picked up another shoe from the ground to pursue him. You little rascal, you've already brought calamity upon your own family, and now you dare to wreak havoc on mine? As Wang Shirwing ran, he pleaded, Brother-in-law, do not be excessive. I will inform my sister, and you will be in trouble once again. What is the purpose of this? A beating is one thing. But Chen Guobing would still fulfill his responsibilities. His kindness towards his wife stemmed from the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by Wang Shirwing's family. Moreover, he genuinely loved his wife. In this era, the concept of marriage was profoundly conservative. When two individuals came together, it was with the intention of growing old together. Unlike decades later, when a mere disagreement could lead one to the Civil Affairs Bureau. That evening, Liu Hai and his companions arrived at a large embankment by Tingu, where they encountered 5 trucks. Liu Hai and Yang Sandog gathered a few more drivers from the second factory. The group began discussing their plans for the future while sharing a meal. The 5 trucks would head in 5 distinct directions, ensuring that no destination was revisited. Once a truck was fully loaded, they would depart immediately without delay. Additionally, all the license plates had been altered. During this period, there were few vehicles on the roads, and the traffic routes were uncomplicated. Most vehicles belonged to state-owned factories or various institutions, resulting in relatively lax regulations. Liu Hai's primary objective in this approach was to conceal their identities as much as possible. Even if someone noticed the soaring prices of Remy and sought to cause trouble, they would leave no trace behind. Moreover, by exclusively collecting Remy, they simplified the process of finding a buyer. After issuing these instructions, Liu Hai directed them to tidy up the adjacent room. A layer of plastic sheeting was laid on the floor to prevent moisture, and all windows were sealed. As the night passed, the 4th ant was expected to arrive later. Consequently, Liu Hai prepared breakfast for Dong Xinyu, feeling uneasy. He also simmered a stew of wild duck and white radish to serve as her lunch. After completing these tasks, it was only 5 in the morning, and Dong Xinyu was still asleep. Liu Hai quietly entered the room and kissed her forehead. Drowsily, Dong Xinyu murmured a reminder to stay safe. Liu Hai smiled and reassured her, stay at home and behave, do not wander. The obedient girl gently pressed Liu Hai's hand against her cheek. After tucking her in, he stepped outside. Once they reached the Tingu area, each individual boarded their respective vehicles, heading off to procure goods. They split up. It was the perfect season for Remy harvesting, with rural areas abundant with Remy drying on bamboo poles. Liu Hai determined prices based on the cleanliness of the stripping and the length of the fibers. The market average hovered around 2 yuan, but in pursuit of swift accumulation, Liu Hai raised the price to 2 yuan and 50 cents. Generally, farmers are reluctant to sell their cotton and Remy, often waiting to see the prices or whether they need money at home. Thus, every household has accumulated a considerable amount, often 100 to 200 pounds. When they see the price has reached $2.50 per pound, they wonder why they shouldn't sell. Consequently, when Liu Hai arrived at a neighboring village, he managed to collect a ton in just 2 to 3 hours. The vehicle could only carry so much, so after securing the goods, he departed promptly. Even if there were others wishing to sell, Liu Hai would not linger. He was resolute in his decisions. Yang Sandog and his companions encountered similar circumstances. Upon returning, they parked the vehicle beneath the listening lake and only transported the goods home by nightfall. On the first day, Liu Hai totaled his collection, amounting to 5 tons, which equated to 10,000 pounds and an expenditure of 20,000. When Liu Hai built his house, he had considered using it as a warehouse in the future, hence the spacious design of the rooms. 5 tons of goods did not seem overly substantial within the confines of the house. The next day, they ventured out again, harvesting over 6 tons. On the third day, they collected 4 tons, and by the fourth day, their search for goods took them further afield, almost reaching the provincial capital. A week later, the house was filled to capacity. Dong Xinyu assisted in tallying the accounts, and even she began to feel a bit anxious. For Liu Hai had amassed a total of 63 tons of rami, with expenditures reaching 310,000. Fortunately, the South Sea merchant had made a 50,000 prepayment. Otherwise, Liu Hai's substantial transactions would have been untenable. One day, after he and Wang Sherwin had stacked a bundle of rami in the house, Dong Xinyu approached with a tray of tea. Wang Sherwin quickly rose. "Sister-in-law, why are you still serving me tea? Please, sit down and rest." "I am quite all right. It is merely a small task," Dong Xinyu replied with a gentle smile that warmed the heart. Liu Hai stood to support her, inquiring if she was tired. Dong Xinyu wiped his brow with a handkerchief, stating, "You are the one who is weary, not I. However, shall we continue collecting tomorrow? We must not touch the factory funds. Remember, we need to repay Director Sun's friends the day after tomorrow, which requires over 100,000. This referred to the money Liu Hai had borrowed prior to his trip to Shenzhen. Liu Hai nodded. "We shall not collect tomorrow. There is no room left at home. Once Sandog returns, we will seal this room." "Indeed," Dong Xinyu responded, her brow furrowed with concern. What if prices rise? What if they fall? Chapter 145. Supporting villagers in building homes. 63 tons, with over 300,000 invested, encompassed the profits from both factories and Liu Hai's electronic watch venture. It was impossible for Dong Xinyu not to feel anxious. Liu Hai smiled confidently. "Prices will not fall. The items I choose never encounter issues. Even if there is a loss, the factory sales continue to improve. There is no cause for alarm." "Indeed," Dong Xinyu said, using the handkerchief to wipe his sweat. "Aunt Xiang returned today. That troublesome woman is back?" Liu Hai instinctively glanced next door. Since their departure months prior, the neighboring house had remained vacant, and the rural vegetation had thrived, resulting in an overgrowth of weeds around the property. Dong Xinyu held his hand, reassuring him not to be anxious. As Uncle Yang had called him back, Uncle Yang intended to build a tiled house and wished to become our neighbor, which prompted him to summon Aunt Xiang back, and he had already purchased their house. A tiled house. Has Uncle Yang saved so much money? Dong Xinyu smiled and began to converse with him. Liu Hai spent his days outside, rarely paying attention to the villagers' living conditions. What surprised him was that not only was Uncle Yang planning to build a tiled house, but several other families in the village were also making similar plans. Ponching Village would soon witness a proliferation of tiled houses. As the leader guiding his fellow villagers towards prosperity, Liu Hai certainly could not remain indifferent to the growing number of people wishing to construct tiled homes. After a discussion at home, the young couple made a decision to support the villagers in their endeavors. The village comprised nearly 300 individuals, with approximately 60 households. Liu Hai took Dong Xinyu to the broadcasting station. The announcement declared that any villager constructing a tiled house would receive a subsidy of 100 yuan from Liu Hai. As he often stated, Liu Hai, a billionaire reborn, would not cling too tightly to wealth in this life. Those who had held grudges against him had moved away, leaving behind individuals with whom he shared camaraderie. The way one treats others often reflects back like a mirror. This is why Liu Hai had accumulated such wealth in the village without stirring jealousy or resentment behind his back. Once the broadcast was aired, the entire village erupted with excitement. 100 yuan per household among over 60 families constituted a substantial benefit for the villagers. Naturally, this money would be provided during the construction of the tiled houses. Each household was part of 3 village groups. Upon hearing the announcement, one homeowner turned to a woman before him and remarked that she was originally Liu Hai's neighbor. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Logically, she should have been the first to prosper thanks to Liu Hai, but alas, the outcome was different. This was all her own doing, and now she regretted it. Sitting across from her was Aunt Xiang, who had just signed documents at the village committee with Uncle Yang's family. She had sold her dilapidated thatched house for 20 yuan. After returning home, she glanced at Liu Hai's spacious tiled house, complete with a cement-paved front yard, and caught sight of the heavily pregnant Dong Xinyu. It was as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. Reflecting on the situations of both families, she recalled that just a few years ago, the Liu family had been in dire poverty. Liu Jiangwo often secretly drank well water to fill his stomach while raising 3 sons. In contrast, her family, with a husband skilled in carpentry, had been far better off. In a mere 6 months, the Liu family's circumstances had undergone a tremendous change. This stark psychological disparity left her feeling particularly distressed. Not only the Liu family, but any household randomly chosen from the village now seemed to be in a far better situation than hers. For instance, the family before her had just mentioned that the wife worked in a factory and had earned 4 substantial bonuses last month, while he himself had made an additional 6 through side ventures in silverfish. In other words, their family's income last month amounted to a mere 100 yuan. 100 yuan, indeed. Even dual-income households in the city, employed by state-owned enterprises, might not manage such a sum. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he claimed their family was the laziest in the village, earning the least. In his frustration, he began to pick at his nails. After a considerable pause, he shamelessly suggested to Lao Qi that since our families are indeed distant relatives, perhaps he could speak with Liu Hai on their behalf. They acknowledged their mistakes. Life in the city as a scrap collector is far from easy. They constantly gauge the moods of others. Please, do not involve me. Your matters are of no concern to me, the individual interrupted sharply. Liu Hai had previously made it clear that their family was unwelcome in the village. With the house now sold to old Yang, it would be best for them to depart swiftly and cleanly. Upon hearing this, Aunt Xiang initially wished to argue about the uselessness of relatives, but recognizing the family's demeanor, she understood that arguing would yield no results. With a resigned sigh, she gathered her belongings and left their home. As she reached the edge of the village, the radio suddenly broadcast Liu Hai's voice, announcing plans to pave a cement road leading directly to the county road, urging everyone to contribute. Aunt Xiang felt a pang of regret. The village was visibly improving, and she lamented her decision to sell the house. Regret, however, offers no remedy. She squatted at the village entrance and wept. Liu Hai had long harbored plans for road construction. At this stage, not only were the village roads in disrepair, but even the county road was merely a cobbled path. On sunny days, it was manageable, but when rain fell, the road became riddled with potholes, rendering it nearly impassable. The second factory faced no issues, being situated in the county town, allowing for swift deliveries. However, the first factory in Panqing village was expanding, and a proper road was imperative. After the broadcast meeting concluded, he conferred with Xiao Guomin about the matter. The cost was substantial. Constructing a cement road from their factory to the county road would require at least 3,000 yuan. And that was under the condition that the entire village volunteered for the labor. Liu Hai took out the 3,000 directly, determined to have the road operational before the end of the year. In the following period, they would not need to venture out to collect remi, allowing Liu Hai to focus entirely on planning the road construction. Time swiftly passed, bringing November. Yang Sandog, Zhang Xihai, and Wang Shiwen had invested over 20,000 yuan in the recent remi stockpiling, closely monitoring the situation, prompting Yang Sandog and Wang Shiwen to remain in Panqing village. The ensuing days were spent in tranquil anticipation of the remi's price surge. One day, Liu Hai returned to the county factory with Dong Xinyu, who was now 8 months pregnant and due to give birth in 2 months. Consequently, Liu Hai would no longer take her on his travels. Upon their return, Liu Hai settled Dong Xinyu beside him while she turned on the radio, and he busied himself tidying the room. The radio was broadcasting sports news. Initially, Liu Hai paid little mind, but when real-time updates about the women's volleyball team aired, he halted all activity and sat beside Dong Xinyu, engrossed in the broadcast. Chapter 146. Is this your brand? Dear listeners of the Central People's Broadcasting Station, we are currently broadcasting from the Grand Gymnasium in Japan, where we will relay the 3rd Women's Volleyball World Cup. The resonant commentary of Song Xiongpeng fills the airwaves. Since winning the championship for the first time in 1981, the women's volleyball team has maintained an overwhelming momentum. This match is, in fact, the championship battle. However, for Liu Hai, his focus lies solely on one thing: popularity. 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 The entire nation is gathered around radios and televisions, captivated by this match, and this fervor is precisely what Liu Hai seeks. In this era, People's advertising awareness is rather conservative. Few pay attention to world champions. Liu Hai's thoughts are consumed by the notion that if these volleyball heroines could return home holding our AD calcium milk while appearing in the media, wouldn't our AD calcium milk achieve overnight fame? To put it in modern terms, an avalanche of traffic would flood our factory. This is the allure of this age. If one dares to seize the moment and ride the wave of popularity, a company can transform into a renowned brand overnight. Indeed, the exhibition in the Shenzhen market has opened up avenues for sales. Yet, Liu Hai still feels the pace is too slow. Having been reborn, he thinks it would be a disservice not to engage in something that could achieve instantaneous fame. But how could he possibly contact these volleyball girls? Liu Hai momentarily fell into contemplation. As he pondered, his gaze landed on Dong Xinyu. This girl, like all the people of the nation at that moment, was anxiously listening to the live broadcast. Upon noticing Liu Hai's stare, she quickly grasped his hand and, with palpable nervousness, asked, "Xiao Hai, do you think we will win this time?" "Yes." "Really? I truly hope they can win." Liu Hai was not guessing. He was certain they would triumph. These young women would dominate the global volleyball scene in the years to come. "So certain?" Dong Xinyu replied, her large, clear almond eyes filled with confusion. Liu Hai gently tousled her hair and remarked, "Does San know many people in Kyoto?" Yes. Mom says he is a bit of a drifter. When he was 12, he had a quarrel with Mom, who wanted him to experience hardship, so she kicked him out. She thought it would teach him what it was like to be hungry, so she didn't look for him for several days. But after half a month, when she realized he hadn't come back, she became worried and searched everywhere for him. When she finally found him, he was living it up in another compound, having gained quite a bit of weight. "My brother is the kind of person who could never starve if you dropped him on the streets of Kyoto. He has friends everywhere," Dong Xinyu replied. A smile suddenly appeared on Liu Hai's face. "That's good. Has he called back since going south?" "Yes, he left me a number. I can give it to you." Dong Xinyu stood up, retrieved a notebook from the drawer, and handed Liu Hai the number for Dong Hongba. Liu Hai instructed, "Please remain still and sit here quietly, listening to the radio. I shall return shortly after making a call to my third uncle." "All right, I will wait for your return," replied Dong Xinyu obediently. However, this little girl's nature was unchangeable. No sooner had Liu Hai departed than she rose, cloth in hand, to wipe surfaces, all while eagerly anticipating the outcome of the radio competition. Upon reaching the office area, Liu Hai promptly connected with Dong Hongba. After a visit to Panqing village, Liu Hai's guidance had sparked a revelation in the young man. He was now engaged in a highly profitable import business in the state capital. In this era, only state-owned enterprises bore the credentials for imports, while local enterprises were left out, let alone private individuals. The demand for imports in the vast Huaxiao market was staggering. Years of mingling in Kyoto had finally borne fruit, as he secured a connection with a state-owned enterprise for importing. With the 5,000 yuan capital Liu Hai had provided, he swiftly carved out a niche in the market. His deepest gratitude was directed towards Liu Hai, his brother-in-law. When he heard Liu Hai's voice on the line, he affectionately called out, "Brother-in-law," in an endearing tone. Within his office in the state capital, he assumed Liu Hai's call was merely to inquire about his current situation. After a while, he said, "Xiao Hai, I will return your call shortly. The women's volleyball team is currently engaged in a match against the Japanese. I must stay close." He glanced outside at the throng gathered around the radio. Liu Hai quickly interjected, "Third brother, let us get to the point. I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. Do you know anyone from the national women's volleyball team?" Dong Hongba was taken aback. "The national team?" "Yes, I know them. Xiao Hai, let me tell you something that might infuriate you. One of their coaches is a close acquaintance of my friend's older brother. When they arrived in Japan, the Japanese coach boldly declared he wouldn't shave until after defeating the Huaxiao team today. I can't stand their arrogance. If he had said that in Huaxiao, I would have certainly gathered some friends to give him a piece of my mind. Third brother, let us put that aside for now. I urgently need your assistance with something important," Liu Hai said, his heart racing with excitement. He then conveyed his plan over the phone. After the women's volleyball team claimed victory, they would undoubtedly be celebrated as national heroes, and upon their return, the media would swarm the airport. He wished to send some AD calcium milk for the girls to enjoy. They need not say anything. Merely drinking it in front of the reporters would suffice. Dong Hongba, intrigued, responded, "You managed to procure AD calcium milk? Which brand?" He glanced outside at a box of AD calcium milk that he had instructed his secretary to retrieve a few days prior. The secretary had gone out in high heels, and upon her return, One of her shoes was missing, her stockings torn. This product was in high demand and perpetually out of stock in the state capital. After arriving in the capital city, he became exceedingly busy each day, thus remaining oblivious to the fact that his brother-in-law had launched a new product. Liu Hai, on the other end of the line, remarked that he could not adequately explain over the phone, but this is our new product. A couple of months ago, I attended a trade fair in Shenzhen and successfully opened up sales channels. Dongxinyu brand AD calcium milk. What? Could you please repeat that? What brand? Dong Hongba felt a surge of goosebumps envelop him. Liu Hai reiterated, it's Dongxinyu brand AD calcium milk. My goodness. Dong Hongba was utterly astonished and simultaneously overwhelmed with despair. He had an immense fondness for this beverage. A day without consuming at least 2 bottles left him feeling disoriented. However, it was notoriously difficult to acquire. Now, you inform me that this delightful concoction is the brainchild of my own sister's husband? It took a while for him to process why, during our last conversation, Xinyu had failed to mention it at all.